On the day I was abandoned by my family, I awakened with the ability to travel between two worlds. By day, I'm the disowned daughter of a wealthy family. By night, I'm the queen of the apocalypse. When my good-for-nothing brother tried to unplug my sister's oxygen tube, I pulled out an AK and pressed it against his temple. This bullet is a coming-of-age gift from your sister. Chapter 1. The Jade Pendant. Su Shirqing felt as if she was about to die. Her throat burned as if it were on fire, and it felt like a giant hand was tightly gripping her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. What is going on? With great difficulty, she opened her eyes. What greeted her was utter chaos. The walls in front of her were splattered with blood and looked completely dilapidated. Just a moment ago, she had been strolling down a bustling street, worrying about how to raise the exorbitant medical fees for her sick younger sister. The next thing she knew, she found herself in a house that had been abandoned for a long time, slumped in a corner. Su Shirqing had never felt this weak before. She could barely stay seated. She wanted to rub her temples, but when her hand, hanging limply by her side, moved slightly, it touched something cold beside her. Still confused, her eyes slowly turned to see what it was. Among the broken chairs and shelves, there glimmered a streak of brilliant gold. Su Shirqing's eyes widened bit by bit. That was gold? Suddenly, Su Shirqing snapped out of her haze. She reached out to pick up the golden streak from the messy debris and examined it closely. It was a thick gold chain weighing 20 or 30 grams, discarded in the ruins, completely neglected. Su Shirqing tried biting it, and her eyes lit up instantly. It was real gold. Soon after, Su Shirqing realized where she was now. This was an abandoned jewelry store. Its counter was smashed, indicating that someone had clearly come here before. Yet, for some reason, they had ignored all the gold jewelry scattered on the ground. The gold jewelry, worth at least tens of thousands each, was tossed carelessly onto the floor, mixed with shards of glass. The light streaming through the windows illuminated the ground, the abundance of gold dazzling her, and making Su Shirqing question the authenticity of what she saw. Did gold really just fall from the sky? But soon, Su Shirqing understood what was happening. As Su Shirqing was still lost in thought, countless memories not belonging to her surged into her mind. It turned out that she was no longer in modern society, but rather in the world after the zombie virus outbreak. The owner of this body also went by Su Shirqing. She had been forced to leave the base to look for supplies and encountered a horde of zombies, taking refuge in this shop out of desperation. Eventually, she died due to prolonged lack of food and water. Perhaps because her lingering wishes weren't fulfilled, this allowed Su Shirqing from modern times to possess this body. Instinctively, Su Shirqing touched the pendant hanging around this body's neck, a jade pendant shaped like a gourd hanging there quietly. In the modern era, Su Shirqing had an identical pendant which she always thought was just a common decoration. However, it became clear that it was indeed the medium connecting the modern era and the post-apocalyptic world, and it was also the anchor for Su Shirqing in the apocalypse. Inside it existed a storage space. A fantastical scenario, but the icy chill of the gold chain in her hand felt so real. Su Shirqing surveyed the jewelry shop, her weak body feeling faint due to her excitement. Clearly, under the apocalyptic conditions, the owner of this jewelry shop hadn't even had time to take these pieces of jewelry with them. In the severely food and water depleted apocalypse, these pieces of jewelry lost their value. No one was willing to give them a second glance. But Su Shirqing was different. She could bring these jewels back to the modern era and make use of their true value. A rough estimate indicated that the entire jewelry store was worth at least several million yuan. And at this very moment, everything in this jewelry store belonged entirely to Su Shirqing. Scenarios from novels about overnight riches happened right in front of her eyes, making Su Shirqing feel extremely unreal. However, this did solve Su Shirqing's pressing problems. Su Shirqing was desperately short on money, very much so. Since her younger sister, Su Anren, fell into an odd coma at the age of 1, the daily medical expenses for hospital rooms and special medicines were no small sum. People say money isn't omnipotent, but without money, Su Shirqing would have no way to keep her sister alive. Before being transported to the apocalypse, Su Shirqing had been deeply worried about raising these medical fees. If she didn't pay on time, Su Anren would be kicked out of the ward. As for the former occupant's unfinished desires, the secret behind this jade pendant, all of these matters were unimportant for now. Cough cough. Su Shirqing tried to support herself against the wall to stand up. Her body, weakened by long-term lack of food and water, was nearly incapable of moving. If she wanted food and water, Su Shirqing would need to return with them from the present day. At the moment, Su Shirqing had little time to spare. Her current frail condition meant she might pass out at any second. She roughly gathered all the jewelry and gold scattered on the ground and shoved them all into the jade pendant storage space. A rough calculation suggested that these things were worth at least millions, enough to cover her sister's medical expenses. When Su Shirqing opened her eyes again, she still felt somewhat disoriented. She stood amidst a busy street filled with people, hearing clamor and the honking of vehicles. She was still standing in the same spot. Only a second had passed. During the time Su Shirqing had spent in the post-apocalyptic world, modern life seemed to have been paused. It was only when she returned that time began flowing again. Su Shirqing raised her hand and gazed at her fair, delicate skin. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily touched the jade pendant around her neck. Her consciousness dove into the storage space, and upon seeing the dazzling array of gold jewelry inside, Su Shirqing became acutely aware that none of this was a dream. In just a few short minutes, she had transformed from an ordinary woman into a millionaire. Su Shirqing was almost elated enough to jump for joy on the street. Su Anren could now be saved. Impatiently, Su Shirqing wanted to find the nearest jewelry store on the street to convert all the gold jewelry in her possession into cash, and then rush to the hospital. Before she could locate a target, her phone buzzed twice in her pocket. Upon recognizing the sender of the message, Su Shirqing's face immediately darkened, and her grip on the phone tightened slightly. I suggest you come to the hospital right away and drag that half-dead girl away. Mom and Dad have explicitly ordered the treatment stopped. If you're planning to delay things further, I'll take matters into my own hands. The message was sent by her full-blooded younger brother, Su Ying. As soon as Su Shirqing read the contents of the message, her pupils constricted. Trouble. Su Anren. Damn it. Chapter 2. Su Ying. The best hospital in the city. In a luxurious private ward, a room originally cold and quiet now housed quite a number of people. Su Ying sat on the bed, one foot resting on the floor, biting into an apple she grabbed from the nearby fruit basket with a crunch. His hair was dyed an eye-catching yellow, and he wore asymmetrical earrings. Dressed in black tight clothes, his whole body gave off the air of a street punk. At the door of the ward stood 4 black-suited bodyguards, silently watching their young master, as if already accustomed to this scene. As a child of the prestigious Su family, Su Ying went out with bodyguards following him, and could freely swipe his credit card, exhibiting the behavior typical of a spoiled rich second generation, whereas after Su Shirqing's parents gave up on enhanced treatment, even her sister's one-day medical fee couldn't be gathered. How come that damn woman still hasn't come? Su Ying spat out the apple peel onto the ward's floor, his patience running thin. He rarely lowered himself to wait for Su Shirqing, yet she had yet to show up, causing Su Ying to become very irritated. Of course, Su Ying wasn't waiting for Su Shirqing out of any goodwill. Just thinking about dragging the sister that Su Shirqing valued like dragging a dog out of the ward, leaving her powerless due to the interference of the bodyguards, made Su Ying laugh. How talented could his dear sister be? The only child recognized by their parents was still only Su Ying himself. But now, Su Ying no longer had the patience to continue waiting. Looking at the slim figure lying quietly and pale on the hospital bed, tubes all over her body, Su Ying stroked his chin and gave a mocking smile. Don't blame your big brother for being ruthless. Sleeping for 5 years without waking up, you can only blame yourself for not being useful. If your sister returns and finds the bed empty and you disappeared, do you think she'd go crazy? Haha. Su Ying laughed, his tongue lightly touching his canine teeth. That would truly make me happy. He stood up and waved his hand toward the 4 bodyguards at the door. You, remove all the tubes from her body and throw her into that faraway warehouse. Don't let anyone find her. Yes, master. 2 bodyguards stepped forward, and under Su Ying's intrigued gaze, were just about to pull the tubes off Enran's body. Bang! The tightly closed ward door was slammed open. Surprisingly turning around, Su Ying didn't have time to recognize the person before hearing the wind roaring, and then the next moment, a fist brutally smashed against his nose. Fuck your mother. Su Ying screamed in pain. Seeing this, the bodyguard beside him, ignoring pulling the tubes, rushed forward with a changed expression to support their master. Su Ying. Su Shirqing, standing outside the door, heard every word Su Ying had said, making her furious, her whole body trembling slightly. Her knuckles ached from hitting someone, but she had no time to care about it. Seeing Enran still intact and lying on the hospital bed, Su Shirqing calmed down a bit, feeling relief settle in her heart. Thankfully, she wasn't too late. Are you sick, Su Shirqing? Su Ying, holding his nose, seethed with anger. Their parents hadn't hit him since he was little. How dare Su Shirqing, a lowly girl, do such a thing? Am I sick? Su Shirqing, with a cold face, pointed to Enran lying on the hospital bed. Don't forget that she's also your sister. You command others to discard your own flesh and blood. How inhumane can you be? Upon hearing this, Su Ying actually calmed down, narrowing his eyes and suddenly laughing mockingly. That's Mom and Dad's idea. A dead girl who can't be cured in 5 years obviously doesn't need further treatment. Su Shirqing, without the help of the Su family, can you afford the medical expenses? Can you afford this ward? If you're smart, quickly take away that dead girl. Don't waste the hospital resources. Of course. Su Ying tapped his toe on the floor in front of him, the sound of the designer leather shoes ringing clearly. If you're willing to kowtow 30 times in front of me right here, I might be compassionate enough to allow your sister to stay 1 more day in the hospital. Before Su Ying finished speaking, a smirk had already spread across his lips. Certainly, even if Su Shirqing knelt and bowed, Su Ying wouldn't keep his promise. He has never been an honest or trustworthy person. The matter of medical expenses is none of your business. Standing in front of the hospital bed, Su Shirqing shielded and ran behind her, sweeping her cold gaze across the bodyguards and Su Ying in the ward. I'll figure out my own way. Figure out your way? Su Ying sneered without hesitation. Su Shirqing, wake up early. Without the Su family, you're nothing. 2 million in medical fees. Do you really expect money to fall from the sky? Before Su Ying's words fully sank in, the ward door opened once again. A doctor walked in, surprised at seeing so many people inside, hesitating and saying, "This." Su Ying's eyes darted around slightly, and in an instant, he switched into full actor mode. He approached the doctor with an apologetic tone. "Sorry, doctor. My sister can't come up with 2 million for the medical fees. She refuses to take the patient away and insists on staying here, causing you trouble. However, I understand well that without payment, we should leave quietly. Rest assured, I will soon have them taken away." Su Ying talked incessantly, portraying Su Shiqing as unreasonable while presenting himself as a law-abiding citizen. But before he could finish, the doctor frowned in confusion and turned to him. What medical fee? What leaving the ward? Miss Su has just paid the 2 million for the medical bill already. What are you talking about? Su Ying's words stopped abruptly, suspecting he might have heard wrong. What? Paid in full? Where did that woman get 2 million from? Before Su Ying could react, the doctor furrowed his brow again at all the bodyguards present. Why are there so many people here? It'll disturb the patient's rest. Su Shiqing leaned over to tuck the blanket tighter around and ran lying in bed, then stood up and nodded politely at the doctor. Doctor, could you help call the hospital security? Earlier, someone tried to pull out my sister's tubes when I wasn't around, intending to throw her out of the hospital to fend for herself. A flash of coldness flickered in Su Shiqing's eyes. I think the hospital should guarantee the safety of every patient. Allowing random riffraff entry is far too irresponsible, isn't it? Who are you calling riffraff? Hearing this, Su Ying became angry and turned around to snap his teeth angrily in retaliation, only to be reprimanded by the nearby doctor. Keep quiet in the hospital. The doctor frowned. Don't disturb the patients. Are you making a mistake? That dead, she cannot possibly have that much money. Unable to believe it, Su Ying couldn't resist speaking out. Upon hearing this, the doctor gave Su Ying a look like he was staring at a fool. Are you saying Miss Su hacked into the hospital's payment system and canceled a debt of 2 million for medical bills? At this, Su Shiqing smirked faintly on the side. Wow, if I were that capable, why not switch careers and become a hacker? Even before coming to the hospital, Su Shiqing had converted all the gold jewelry she brought back from the end times into cash. The jewelry, carefully crafted by skilled artisans, sold for much higher prices than Su Shiqing had imagined. In total, she gathered 2.1 million yuan, successfully covering her younger sister's medical expenses. Realizing too late what foolish words he'd spoken, Su Ying's face turned pale with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Still, he couldn't believe that Su Shiqing, always under the control of the Su family, managed to have so much money in secret. Could it be mom and dad? No, impossible. They would rather see the girl who has been unconscious for 5 years die early. How could they contribute funds? Unable to figure it out, Su Ying decided to rush home and tell their parents about this incident. As he raised his head, however, he locked gazes with Su Shiqing's scornful eyes. You wait for me. Su Ying gritted his teeth, dropping a toothless threat, then quickly strode out of the ward with a group of bodyguards trailing behind. Chapter 3, Raising Supplies. The doctor who came to inspect the ward also left after checking on Anren. Finally, it was quiet again. The ward once again had only Su Shiqing and Anren in her bed, as if nothing had happened. Only Su Shiqing knew that her sister had almost been evicted from the ward. Fortunately, there was gold brought back from the apocalypse. Sitting down on a chair nearby, Su Shiqing let out a bitter laugh. Although she often thought that money wasn't omnipotent, like it couldn't cure her sister's disease, at the moment, having no money really could cost someone their life. Quietly watching Anren in the bed, Su Shiqing tightly pressed her lips, planning the next steps in her mind. To Su Shiqing, who was a businessman crossing through the apocalypse, this space undoubtedly presented an enormous business opportunity. The first thing Su Shiqing needed to do was to gather supplies to bring into the apocalypse. In a world ravaged by a zombie virus where all factories had ceased production and food and medicine resources gradually became scarce, those gold and jewels, with only aesthetic value, seemed utterly worthless. But these things could be exchanged for money to extend her sister's life. Su Shiqing didn't have much time left. Judging by Su Ying's character, he would definitely inform their parents of what had happened at the hospital right away. It would be impossible to explain the origin of so much money. Knowing her parents well after many years, Su Shiqing was clear they would surely feel suspicious and likely send people to secretly monitor her. Once being monitored, Su Shiqing's actions of gathering supplies would definitely be exposed, and if the existence of the jade pendant were revealed, that wouldn't be good. So, before Su family acted, Su Shiqing had to leave the hospital first to prepare the supplies. This was the best hospital in the entire city. Even though Su Ying might dislike Anren, they wouldn't dare to make any move here, especially since Su Shiqing specifically reminded them. For now, Anren should still be safe after she leaves. At present, funds were not abundant. As soon as she had more money, she would hire 4 bodyguards. No, 10, for Anren. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing gave one last, long look at the quiet figure on the bed and murmured softly. Anren, wait for your sister to come back. Putting on a hat and a mask, Su Shiqing disguised herself, quickly left the hospital, and hopped into a taxi she hailed by the roadside, heading straight toward the most bustling commercial street in the downtown area. After paying her sister's medical expenses, the cash of over 2 million yuan rapidly shrank, leaving only 100,000 yuan. But for now, this 100,000 yuan would suffice. During the ride, Su Shiqing didn't waste any time but closed her eyes, beginning to sort through the memories of Su Shiqing, the body from the apocalypse era. From the others' memories, Su Shiqing saw her obsession. Su Shiqing's parents died early, leaving only her and her younger sister living together while staying at their aunt's house. When the apocalypse arrived, her aunt's family coerced her younger sister into continuously going outside to find supplies. And the supplies that Su Shiqing risked her life for were given mostly to others. She let her young sister have the food and water, which ultimately led to Su Shiqing starving to death during one of her trips outside. They were an incredibly tragic pair of sisters. But what caught Su Shiqing's attention was not just this. Rather, It was that the sister from the apocalypse looked exactly like Anrin. Even their names were the same. They both went by Sue Anrin. She wondered if it was just a coincidence. Whether in the modern world or the apocalypse, fate seemed to dictate that the two sisters always relied solely on each other. Anrin. As the scenery outside the car window rushed backward, Su Shiqing opened her eyes and instinctively glanced back toward the direction of the hospital. Su Shiqing did not consider herself to be an overly compassionate person, but perhaps due to the similarity in appearance, she felt a slight attachment to that sister from the apocalypse. Well, since she had taken possession of the other sister's body, she should at least do something for her. After receiving the memories from the woman in the apocalypse era, Su Shiqing also learned the rules governing the travel of the jade pendant. Time inside the space remained stationary. Supplies stored inside would never rot regardless of how long they were kept there. And when Su Shiqing existed in one world, the time in the other world would remain relatively static. That meant even if Su Shiqing spent a full year in the apocalypse, the time returned to the modern era would only pass instantly. This undoubtedly made it greatly convenient for Su Shiqing's activities. However, it was important to note that death in either world was real, and each teleportation must be separated by at least 3 days. The memories contained scenes from the apocalypse era filled with bloodshed, cruelty, and danger. Su Shiqing forced herself to ignore those unsettling images and began considering what to bring for the first crossover. Food, water, and medicine. These three are the most crucial items for human survival, thus indicating higher value. Su Shiqing decided to focus on these 3 items first for this trip. Food must be filling and easy to store, such as compressed biscuits. Water just needs to be clean. For medication, it's best to have a bit of everything on hand, especially anti-inflammatory drugs, alcohol, and gauze. From the memories, injuries were an everyday occurrence for those surviving in the apocalypse. Untreated wounds easily became infected and rotted, ultimately leading to death. In the short 10-minute ride, Su Shiqing had already mentally compiled a list. Once she arrived at the commercial street, Su Shiqing quickly identified her target and rushed into a supermarket. Bang! Before the cashier could react, Su Shiqing, seemingly pulling from her bag but actually from the space, threw down a thick stack of cash onto the table. Get me 500 crates of water and 500 crates of compressed biscuits, and make it fast. Su Shiqing adjusted her mask, speaking succinctly. Of course, it wasn't that Su Shiqing didn't want to pay by card. All her bank accounts were currently under the control of the Su family. Cash was the safest option. She needed to secure the supplies before the Su family intervened, otherwise things might become difficult. At least for now, Su Shiqing didn't have the ability to stand up to a wealthy and influential family. Perhaps stunned by Su Shiqing's decisive spending, the cashier took a while to recover, looking at the thick stack of cash on the table and saying hesitantly, "All right. Where should we deliver all these goods?" Hearing this, Su Shiqing slightly furrowed her eyebrows under her hat. There was no way she could store so many supplies in public view, and she didn't have time to look for a warehouse specifically. After some thought, Su Shiqing turned to the cashier. "How many compressed biscuits and bottles of water do you have in your warehouse?" "There aren't too many in the back warehouse. Mainly we stock daily necessities. But coincidentally, our boss recently purchased a large quantity of cookies and water and stored them in a warehouse in the northern suburbs." The cashier saw that Su Shiqing was a big customer and immediately provided details. Northern suburbs. Su Shiqing considered the distance for a moment, then nodded. "Good. I'll take everything there. Also, I'll need to borrow that warehouse for a day." Big benefactor. The cashier's eyes lit up. "This, I may need to discuss with our boss." Checking the time, Su Shiqing urged, "Please hurry, I'm pressed for time." The cashier nodded continuously, made a call, and after turning back, held up 2 fingers towards Su Shiqing. "The boss says, including renting the warehouse, the total cost is 20,000 yuan. All right, time was critical, and Su Shiqing wasn't in the mood to haggle, so she readily agreed, pulling another stack of cash from the space and throwing it onto the counter. "Send me the address." Chapter 4. Crossing to the post-apocalypse. Having quickly resolved her food and water issues, Su Shiqing left the warehouse with its keys in hand and looked at the bustling shopping street, frowning slightly. The next step of obtaining medicine wasn't going to be as easy. First, it was much more expensive than food and water. More importantly, pharmacies didn't allow anyone to purchase all their medicines. In other words, if Su Shiqing wanted to buy enough supplies, she would need to visit many stores. So troublesome. Privately criticizing the situation in her heart, Su Shiqing pulled down the brim of her cap and sighed helplessly. Once she had sufficient funds, she was determined to create a dedicated commercial line. Otherwise, replenishing resources during every trip to the post-apocalypse would always be such a hassle. Before heading into the pharmacy, Su Shiqing detoured to buy a blade-edged Swiss Army knife. She hadn't forgotten that in that world, she'd have to deal directly with zombies, so having self-defense weapons was essential. If possible, Su Shiqing would prefer to bring some firearms into the post-apocalypse. However, gun control in her country was strict, and she currently lacked the means to acquire one. Buying medicine took time, but fortunately, this was the most prosperous shopping district in the entire city with several pharmacies available. Back and forth, Su Shiqing worked up a sweat, but managed to get everything on her list. Glancing at the time, she called a taxi and headed toward the northern suburban area, planning to retrieve the supplies there before moving on to the post-apocalypse. The supermarket owner hadn't lied. When Su Shiqing pushed open the warehouse door according to the given address, her eyes were met with boxes upon boxes of neatly arranged water and biscuits, numbering roughly hundreds of crates. Additionally, Su Shiqing noticed some snacks like powdered milk and candy stacked in the corner of the warehouse. There weren't many, only dozens of crates. Su Shiqing didn't rush to transfer these supplies into her space, but first looked around the warehouse, locating the camera installed in a corner. Naturally, she couldn't let someone witness her using her space. Without hesitation, Su Shiqing broke the surveillance camera and planned to pay for the damage later. Once everything was prepared, Su Shiqing touched the jade pendant hanging from her neck and, without leaving the warehouse, initiated the crossing. Cough cough. As before, as Su Shiqing gradually regained consciousness, a feeling of physical weakness also came over her. Without any hesitation, she grabbed water and biscuits from her space and started feeding herself before even opening her eyes. A bit longer, and she feared this body might pass out again. After extreme hunger, eating too much isn't advised, but Su Shiqing didn't care about that right now. After consuming an entire packet of biscuits and a bottle of water, Su Shiqing leaned against the wall behind her, breathing heavily. Looking around, it was still the same dilapidated jewelry store, except this time, most of the gold jewelry on the ground had been taken back to the present by Su Shiqing, relying solely on looting shops. It's too slow, Su Shiqing murmured to herself while regaining strength. Where there are people, there will be demand. I can use my supplies to meet their needs, and they will find what I need. Isn't that faster than doing everything myself? Touching the jade pendant around her neck and sensing the abundance of supplies inside, Su Shiqing felt a sense of relief. But the next moment, she heard the distant growls of zombies. Her expression immediately became solemn as she struggled to stand and peered through the shattered window of the jewelry shop. Being on the first floor, there was an empty street outside the window. Su Shiqing's sharp eyes caught sight of a few zombies wandering not far away, darkening her mood. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, bases were typically established in deserted suburban areas, turning densely populated cities into dangerous zones, rarely entered except for collecting supplies. Through the memories not her own within her mind, Su Shiqing understood the location of the base. It was a considerable distance from here. At this moment, behind the abandoned high-rises of the city, the blood-red sun was slowly setting, heralding the imminent arrival of night. With obstructed vision at night, and considering how weak her current body was, starting the journey back to the base wouldn't be wise. She could only spend a simple night here. The broken jewelry store was unsuitable for overnight stay. Looking out through the broken window, Su Shiqing quietly surveyed nearby stores and noticed an antique shop with a relatively intact storefront, so decided to move herself there. Taking advantage of the zombies lingering at a distance, Su Shiqing forced herself to rise despite her weak state. She retrieved the Swiss Army knife from her space and cautiously approached the nearby antique shop, alert to her surroundings. It seemed someone had once resisted the zombies inside the antique shop as the windows were all tightly boarded with wooden planks. After Su Shiqing entered, closed the door, and locked it, the interior was pitch black. With no sound of zombies' growls heard in the room, Su Shiqing slightly relaxed in the darkness. But before she could fully calm down, a cold metal object was quietly pressed against her temple. Su Shiqing froze entirely, even forgetting to breathe. Who are you? A hoarse and cold male voice came from behind her. He seemed to be holding a gun to her temple, his tone unfriendly. Don't move. I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally fire. Good news. The man was human, not a zombie. Bad news. The bullet was merely inches away from her head. According to her memories, there shouldn't be anyone around here. So how did this guy appear out of nowhere? Her body stiff, Su Shiqing struggled to swallow, and her brain raced to think of a solution. Oh, right, I won't move. Drop the knife in your hand. After pursing her lips, Su Shiqing gritted her teeth and threw the knife several meters away, producing a crisp sound as it hit the floor. At the same time, she caught a whiff of something in the air, causing her eyes to narrow slightly in the darkness. There was a faint smell of blood. The source seemed to be from behind her. Was the man injured? Cough, why are you here? Seeing Su Shiqing's compliance, the pressure of the gun on her temple lessened slightly. The man coughed lowly twice before continuing his interrogation. Su Shiqing quickly thought about how to respond. I left to search for supplies and encountered some zombies, which delayed me. I didn't have time to return to the base, so I had to find a place nearby to rest. The man behind her stayed silent, seemingly pondering whether Su Shiqing's words were true. After considering, Su Shiqing took a deep breath and boldly asked, Are you injured? Don't ask what doesn't concern you. The gun at her temple was taken away as the man walked to the other side of the room. You can stay, but stay far away from me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you. Cough cough. With more coughs, Su Shiqing opened her eyes wide, but still couldn't see the layout of the room. It was pitch black outside now, and all the windows in this relatively intact room were nailed shut with wooden planks, both stopping the zombies outside and blocking all light. Until the man inside also noticed the inconvenience of the darkness. With a click, he turned on a flashlight. Sitting against the wall, the man held the flashlight and shone it towards Su Shiqing, his tone indifferent. Please keep your distance diagonally from me. Chapter 5, Child Stealer. After adapting to the darkness, Su Shiqing was almost brought to tears by the flashlight's beam, but recovered after a moment. Most of the room was illuminated by the flashlight. However, when Su Shiqing saw the man in the corner, she paused momentarily. The man sat on the ground leaning against the wall behind him, one leg bent, giving an impression of height and long legs. His handsome, refined face had a pair of narrow phoenix eyes, while his thin lips were pressed tightly into a rigid line, reducing the cultured air and adding a cold distance instead. Bloodstains on his face only made his indifferent gaze seem colder and more emotionless. Of course, what caught the eye the most was the horrifying through-and-through wound on his shoulder, seemingly pierced by some sharp object. Despite simple treatment, blood still dyed, half his body red. One hand held the flashlight, the other toyed with a loaded pistol. If not for the pale demeanor from excessive blood loss, it would be hard to tell that he was injured. But these were not why Su Shiqing froze. Because Su Shiqing suddenly realized how familiar the man looked, as if present in the original owner's memories. Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing hesitated as she spoke. Hearing this, Ning Sinan paused in his handling of the gun, squinted, and looked up. Do you know me? It really was him, the highly intelligent researcher in the base who also possessed thunder-based abilities, Ning Sinan. We are from the same base. Seeing Ning Sinan's cautiousness, Su Shiqing quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Ning Sinan lowered his eyelids again and gave a faint acknowledgement. Truly as distant and cold as before, difficult to approach. Su Shiqing's gaze fell on Ning Sinan's alarming shoulder wound, and she suddenly thought of something, her eyes widening bit by bit. She had a bold idea. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing took a step towards Ning Sinan's direction, tentatively saying, You're badly wounded. If you don't clean your wounds, they might get infected. Leaning against the corner with his eyes slightly closed, Ning Sinan appeared to be resting. But the moment Su Shiqing approached, he frowned and glanced over. Upon hearing her, Ning Sinan's expression remained unchanged. Don't worry about me. Also, keep your distance. I have alcohol and gauze. It's better to bandage the wound. Unyielding, Su Shiqing smiled faintly and continued. At this, Ning Sinan looked at Su Shiqing a little longer. Confirming that Su Shiqing had empty hands and no backpacks on her, Ning Sinan narrowed his eyes. A spatial ability user? Hadn't he never heard that another ability user emerged in the base? Yes. Su Shiqing blinked. The jade pendant space could perhaps count as a spatial ability? Taking out alcohol and gauze from the space, Su Shiqing reached forward, looking earnestly at Ning Sinan. We can't set off back to the base until tomorrow morning at least. Your wound, without bandaging, likely risks inflammation or infection. Ning Sinan fell silent for a moment, as though pondering, and finally nodded slightly. All right. Su Shiqing smiled as she picked up the supplies and moved forward. Yet, Ning Sinan stopped her. Give me the items. You, stay away from me. Su Shiqing. Closing his eyes, Ning Sinan seemed to painfully force out words from his throat. I find you unclean. Looking at the blood-stained clothes, then seeing the similarly bloody attire of the man beside her, Su Shiqing laughed bitterly with clenched teeth. Hold on, customer is king. She'll definitely rip him off later. Su Shiqing silently vowed inside. Placing the alcohol and gauze on the ground, Su Shiqing covertly sneered, sitting cross-legged in another corner of the antique shop. And after Su Shiqing put down the items, Ning Sinan silently got up, picking up the gauze and alcohol. His recently resuscitated body still lacked strength. Using the light from the flashlight, Su Shiqing looked around the antique shop at shattered antiques scattered on the ground, sadness flashing across her eyes. All money. A muffled groan drew Su Shiqing's attention. Looking back, she saw Ning Sinan with furrowed brows and partially undressed, revealing his injured shoulder. He held the alcohol bottle in hand to disinfect it. Admittedly, he endured pain remarkably well, dealing with severe injuries without painkillers while emitting only suppressed groans. Watching Ning Sinan use the alcohol and start wrapping the gauze around his own shoulder, Su Shiqing couldn't help but let a faint smile slip across her lips. Only after he finished treating the wound and leaned weakly against the wall did Su Shiqing open her mouth. Mr. Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing's smile widened slightly, her eyes revealing a trace of cunning fox-like intelligence. So, what do you plan to trade for these bandages and alcohol? Clearly, the moment Ning Sinan heard this question, his expression faltered for an instant. After a brief pause, Ning Sinan furrowed his eyebrows ever so slightly. Consider these things as me purchasing them from you. Once we get back to the base, you can claim supplies from the managers. I don't want that. For others, supplies might be precious, but to Su Shiqing, they were truly inconsequential. What then do you want? This response was not within Ning Sinan's expectation, and he frowned, puzzled, looking at the figure sitting in the opposite corner. I need you to do me a favor. Su Shiqing held up one finger, as if she had thought it through beforehand, and blurted it out. Ning Sinan instinctively refused. No. He enjoyed solitude, disliked interacting with others, and hated owing anyone any favors. Helping others was just too troublesome. But, I did lend you my stuff, didn't I? Su Shiqing pointed at Ning Sinan's shoulder where the wound had been treated, reminding him. Ning Sinan suddenly felt the bandage and alcohol in his hands grow warm. Was this deliberate? Did you wait until I finished treating my wound before making your request? Exactly. Su Shiqing openly admitted it without reservation, leaving Ning Sinan speechless. Though Ning Sinan hadn't directly interacted with the person, another Su Shiqing, in the same base had met this individual several times. Someone who was obsessed with research, emotionally detached, not adept at socializing, but still held onto moral principles. Simply put, someone easy to deceive. Such people were incredibly rare in the apocalypse. If it weren't for their own strong capabilities, Ning Sinan would have died hundreds of times over by now. This person wouldn't carelessly kill others, which was why Su Shiqing decided to strike a deal with him. Just help me with one small favor. It won't be very troublesome, I promise. Su Shiqing clasped her hands together earnestly, displaying a sincere manner. Ning Sinan glanced down at the alcohol-soaked bandage in his hand, pursed his lips, and reluctantly nodded after a while. All right. After all, this person could be considered having saved his life. A punctured wound like his was highly susceptible to infection, and even Ning Sinan himself wasn't certain if he would survive the journey back to the base. Thinking this way, Ning Sinan decided to consider this repaying the favor. So, what exactly do you want me to help you with? Su Shiqing's eyes lit up mischievously as she spoke cheerfully. I want you to help me steal a child. Ning Sinan. Is there still time to back out? Chapter 6. Departure back to the base. Ning Sinan's expression darkened. Kidnapping children? The base prohibits human trafficking. Hey, relax. Su Shiqing blinked and quickly waved her hands. It's not really about kidnapping kids. I want you to help me rescue my sister. As a tool used to threaten Su Shiqing, and Ran has always been under the control of her aunt's family. Su Shiqing is currently an ordinary person, just one who has crawled back from the brink of death. If she were to fight head-on, it's uncertain whether she could safely retrieve Ran. Ning Sinan is different. He is a thunder element psychic whose physical strength has been enhanced. With his help, perhaps Su Shiqing could swiftly free Ran from her suffering. Your sister. Upon hearing that it wasn't actually child abduction, Ning Sinan's frown slightly eased, but soon deepened again. What's your name? Su Shiqing. My sister is named Su Anran. Ning Sinan realized something. Are you the orphan adopted by the Wang Jian family? Wang Jian is the uncle of Su Shiqing. Both sisters lost their parents early and were forced to live as dependents, which isn't a secret within the base. That doesn't make sense. However, Ning Sinan narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Shiqing with suspicion. The Wang Jian family has a good reputation in the base. In this post-apocalyptic world, adopting two orphans is certainly a testament to their kindness. Why do you say, saving your sister? Su Shiqing smiled faintly. Kindness. She pointed to her own blood-soaked, disheveled state, saying word for word, using my sister as leverage to force me repeatedly to go out and search for supplies to feed their whole family. Is that what you call kindness? Looking at the bloodied Su Shiqing, Ning Sinan could imagine what kind of fierce battle she had gone through. But he did not agree immediately. Why don't you report this to the official organization of the base, but instead seek help from a stranger like me? Su Shiqing massaged her temples and raised one finger. Firstly, Ning Sinan, I am not a powerful psychic like you. Do you think the base will have the time to deal with my family matters in such dire times? She raised another finger. Secondly, as you said, Wang Jian's family has a good reputation in the base. You already don't believe me. Do you think others would believe me? Ning Sinan fell silent again. He was not skilled at dealing with people and couldn't tell if Su Shiqing was telling the truth or not. The reputation in the base seemed real, and Su Shiqing's pitiful state also seemed genuine. Who was lying? Indeed, dealing with people was troublesome. You'd better not be lying to me. After a long pause, Ning Sinan lifted his eyes, looking at Su Shiqing indifferently but seriously. If what you said is true, I can help you. But if you're lying to me, would you kill me? Su Shiqing interrupted him curiously, supporting her chin while watching the other party, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Ning Sinan hesitated momentarily, his brows furrowing again as if grappling with this decision. Seeing the troubled look on the other's face, Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes, thoughts crossing her mind. In the apocalypse, Ning Sinan appeared oddly out of place. He was cautious around strangers and had ample strength, yet somehow very gullible, even showing a bit of kindness. How had he survived until now? On the other hand, Ning Sinan seemed to have thought through something. If you deceive me, I'll hand you over to the base under the charge of disrupting order. Su Shiqing came back to herself and smiled faintly. All right. The deal was settled. Distant groans of zombies could be faintly heard outside, and the two sat at some distance from each other in a corner without further conversation. In reality, Su Shiqing still had many doubts. For instance, why would Ning Sinan, the scientific talent protected by the base, be alone here? What caused the through-and-through wound on his shoulder? Clearly, their relationship hadn't reached the point where such questions could be asked directly. Su Shiqing silently closed her eyes, resting but not daring to fall asleep deeply, remaining vigilant of her surroundings all the time. It was difficult for the sealed windows and doors of the shop to let light in. Su Shiqing only opened her eyes after hearing footsteps. Ning Sinan stood by the door not far away, carrying his backpack, turning his gaze faintly back towards her. Awake? It's time to go. After a night's rest, Ning Sinan's complexion was a little rosier, but the dried blood on his clothes was still striking. He seemed conscious of this point, but there were no conditions available for him to change into clean clothing. By comparison, Su Shiqing, who hadn't rested properly all night, looked somewhat haggard. Her body had recently endured life-threatening trauma, so her complexion naturally wasn't in great condition. However, at least she had regained some strength to walk. The blood-soaked clothes were uncomfortable despite having dried, and Su Shiqing leaned against the wall to stand up. She slapped her face lightly to lift her spirits and smiled toward Ning Sinan. Can I interpret this as you specifically waiting for me to wake up? Ning Sinan's gaze lingered on Su Shiqing's face for a moment before he turned away coldly. I don't like owing favors. Since I agreed to help you, you can't die before then. It's safer for you to come with me. Good thing is, I don't like owing favors either. Su Shiqing walked over, took out 2 bottles of water and 2 packets of biscuits from her jade pendant, and handed half to Ning Sinan. Hey, I'll exchange these supplies with you for escorting me back to the base. Su Shiqing intended to cultivate a good relationship with him. Though Ning Sinan was inconspicuous in the base, his status was high. If they became friends, it might help with her future plans. Ning Sinan's Adam's apple rolled slightly as he looked at the food and water Su Shiqing offered but hesitated to take them. Perhaps due to yesterday's alcohol and bandages leaving a deep impression, Ning Sinan couldn't immediately trust the items Su Shiqing handed over. Relax, this time I won't trick you. Su Shiqing saw through his doubt and smirked cunningly. She stepped closer and directly shoved the items into Ning Sinan's arms. When she noticed Ning Sinan's expression change, Su Shiqing grinned like a mischievous fox that had just stolen some meat. Oh, so you have a germ phobia? We're in the apocalypse now. Who's going to indulge your quirks? In the end, Ning Sinan furrowed his brows and ate the biscuit with the water. Are we ready to go? Having eaten, Ning Sinan's tone softened slightly as he stood by the tightly shut door and glanced back at Su Shiqing. Let's go. Su Shiqing tightened her grip on the Swiss Army knife again and followed Ning Sinan closely. There always seemed to be a faint metallic stench floating in the air during the apocalypse. The moment they pushed the door open and walked out, both involuntarily wrinkled their noses. Su Shiqing found it hard to adjust due to the modern soul within her, whereas Ning Sinan simply suffered from his germophobia. Su Shiqing peeked towards both ends of the street and could vaguely make out the silhouettes of zombies lingering not far away. Both roads were blocked, causing Su Shiqing to frown slightly. Ning Sinan's face, however, remained unchanged, as if already accustomed to the zombie obstacles blocking their way. He didn't draw the handgun from his waist, but instead pulled out a short blade from his backpack. Unsilenced firearms would only attract more zombies with the loud gunfire. Stay close, Ning Sinan reminded quietly, and moved towards the left road where there were fewer zombies. Su Shiqing stayed right behind him. This was Su Shiqing's first up-close observation of the zombies. As expected, every inch of exposed skin on the zombies was dark green and rotten, covered with streaks of dark red, traces of dried blood. Their faces were almost unrecognizable, with protruding, murky eyes. They bared their teeth, revealing crimson, rotting mouths, and charged forward with growls directed at Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan. The foul stench of decay wrapped around the two almost instantly. Even though prepared mentally, Su Shiqing's complexion still turned pale for a second, but she instinctively gripped the handle of her knife tightly. Next, she watched Ning Sinan take action ahead of her. Chapter 7. Chomping Base. A bolt of blue-purple lightning tore through the space in an instant. With a snap of Ning Nian's fingers, it instantly turned the three zombies in front of them into charcoal. The remaining solitary zombie was cleanly and neatly taken down when Ning Nian rotated the short blade in his palm, piercing its throat in one swift motion. Su Shiqing's eyes widened slightly from behind him. No wonder this person dared to leave the base alone. His psychic abilities and combat skills were quite impressive. Su Shiqing squinted her eyes slightly, then looked down at her own palm. Perhaps, the next time she returned to reality, she should also learn some self-defense techniques. Hurry up and leave here. Ning Nian pinched his nose as he walked ahead, his tone calm. I haven't recovered much of my powers. If we encounter a group of zombies, we're both done for. All right. Su Shiqing came back to her senses and started walking forward according to the location of the base in her memory. Ning Nian stayed back a bit, not rushing after her, but instead gazed at the ruined city behind them with a complex look. He stood there for a moment, lost in thought, before turning around and catching up with Su Shiqing. The base was located far from the urban area. After walking for about an hour, Su Shiqing and Ning Nian finally saw the gate of the base. Above the entrance to the base stood a sign painted with black lacquer reading, Chomping Base. There was a long queue by the entrance, people who had gone out to search for supplies or others seeking refuge, all wanting to enter the safety zone. Each person trying to enter was checked carefully at the checkpoint to ensure no one infected by zombies could sneak in. You come with me, said Ning Nian, proceeding ahead without waiting for her. Psychic users won't be infected by zombies, so we can skip the check. Su Shiqing unconsciously touched the jade pendant hidden under her clothes. She almost forgot that she had declared herself to be a spatial-type psychic user. Once we're back in the base, don't forget what we agreed on, reminded Su Shiqing. Ning Nian paused mid-step, his expression momentarily complicated. After a long pause, he finally answered. Okay. And Ran was the only person Su Shiqing cared about in this apocalypse world. If Ning Nian could safely bring in Ran out, many things would be easier to handle. For instance, Su Shiqing wouldn't need to return to her supposed aunt's home anymore. Of course, Chomping Base was only so large. Even if Su Shiqing didn't go back, sooner or later she would bump into Ran again. But as long as Ran wasn't used against her, Su Shiqing felt confident that the other party wouldn't have any leverage over her. As the neglected young lady of the Su family, Su Shiqing was no stranger to scheming and manipulation. This is my address. Lost in thought, Su Shiqing suddenly found Ning Nian handing her a slip of paper. If everything you said is true, I'll bring your sister out. When that happens, take this note to find me at the address written above. Rare talents within the base naturally resided in the best residential zones within the inner layers. Residences in these areas were reserved for high-ranking officials of the base or obtainable through exchanging large amounts of supplies or crystals found inside zombie heads. Su Shiqing carefully stored the note, smiling and waving at Ning Nian, then thank you in advance. The two parted ways after entering the base. With much to accomplish, Su Shiqing stood on the streets of the base, deep in thought. finding new accommodation, investigating the market conditions here, and obtaining a whole new set of clothes. Glancing disdainfully at her current attire, which was so dirty it was impossible to tell its original color, Su Shiqing rolled her eyes. The base was divided into 3 areas, the outer ring being the impoverished district, the middle ring being the residential area, and the inner ring where Ning Sui lived, known as the protected zone. On either side of the streets were small stalls. People without the means to venture outside tried to trade water and food necessary for survival. Their main targets were usually the arrogant psychics who had just returned from missions full of confidence, while someone like Su Shiqing in such a disheveled state would be ignored completely. Su Shiqing did not plan to sell her supply so quickly, so she strolled around the nearby stalls to understand the situation. On the other hand, after changing into a clean outfit and wearing a mask, Ning Nian stood with a complicated gaze outside a house in the slums. This was Wang Jian's residence. It was hard to imagine that one day he would actually be stealing a child. Ning Nian stood in the alley behind the house, observing that only one blocked window remained accessible. Though the sealed window posed no difficulty for Ning Nian, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he stood there pondering for a long while. He was considering whether Su Shiqing had lied or not. Indeed, very few people in the base had ever seen the child Su Anren. But according to Wang Jian and his wife, this was because the child had witnessed the death of her parents, resulting in psychological issues and unwillingness to go outside. If Su Shiqing hadn't lied, then that would mean Mr. and Mrs. Wang Jian were the ones lying, and Su Anren should have been held under house arrest by them. If Su Shiqing was lying, then Ning Nian wouldn't understand why she fabricated such an easily exposed lie. Everything would be answered once he met Su Anren. Looking at the sealed window, Ning Nian sighed lightly, pulling his mask up a little further and muttering to himself, "People are killed, bad deeds are done. Breaking in to steal a child doesn't matter much anymore." Without any effort, Ning Nian effortlessly dismantled the tightly sealed window. This window led to what seemed to be a narrow storage room, and even before entering, Ning Nian caught a faint smell of mold. Unable to help but slightly frown, Ning Nian peered inside the storage room with the help of outside light. A small room only about 5 or 6 square meters, it was filled with various clutter, its door locked, without a light. If the window had been completely sealed, there would be absolutely no light in this space. Ning Nian squatted by the window, looking over the storage room, then suddenly lowered his head, his pupils constricting sharply. On the messy pile of items on the ground, a small figure curled up like a wounded rabbit, trembling slightly. It was already autumn, yet the child still wore a dirty short-sleeved shirt, her hair in disarray, her whole body covered in dirt. Ning Nian quietly and carefully jumped through the window into the room, deftly avoiding the scattered objects on the floor, and squatted down next to the frail figure. "Anren," Ning Nian tentatively called out, and just as he finished speaking, the child slowly opened their eyes. Anren's eyes carried a hint of confusion, opening her mouth as if trying to say something but unable to make a sound. Ning Nian only then realized that her cheeks were abnormally red, so without hesitation, he raised his hand to her forehead. Indeed, it was burning hot. Not only that, during his movements, Ning Nian spotted the bruises all over her arms, as though someone had deliberately pinched her hard. Being left in the dark storage room while running a high fever, with all these signs of abuse, Ning Nian's face gradually darkened. The performance of the Wang couple truly deceived everyone well. Seeing that the child was almost delirious from fever, Ning Nian dared not delay any longer. He gently picked up the little one in his arms, preparing to leave. Anren was very light as if she wasn't a 6-year-old child. The moment Ning Nian lifted her, despite being unconscious, Anren immediately started struggling, emitting some barely audible murmurs. Ning Nian didn't know how to comfort children and could only awkwardly pat her back. "Be good. Big brother is taking you away." She continued to struggle, Anren still trying to wriggle in his embrace, as if unwilling to be taken away. Ning Nian found himself helpless and inexplicably thought of Su Shiqing. "Be good. Your sister asked me to come take you away." At this sentence, the child's movement in his arms abruptly stopped, as though a switch had been triggered, suddenly becoming still. "Sister." The murmur reached Ning Nian's ears, like a soft dream talk. Su Anren ceased struggling and quietly leaned against his shoulder, closing her eyes, trembling slightly. At the sight of this, Ning Nian's expression became somewhat complicated. But the searing heat radiating from the child in his arms reminded him he couldn't delay further. Keeping his actions swift, Ning Nian exited through the same window, carrying the child in his arms and making his way quickly toward his residence, steering clear of crowded areas. Chapter 8, Coma. As a merchant, Su Shiqing hated being at a disadvantage the most. Even though she had a large amount of supplies in her possession, she did not intend to give them out carelessly. Only after understanding the market here could the supplies in her hands be put to their best use. She wandered around and passed by an old man's stall. After glancing casually with intent to leave, she was stopped. "Little girl, don't you want to see if there's anything you like?" The old man was very thin, his cheekbones protruding prominently. His hazy eyes looked at Su Shiqing while trying to force a smile on his face. On his stall were mostly antiques and paintings, meticulously pressed flat with stones and displayed for view. It was evident that the old man treasured these works greatly. Despite his own shabby appearance, the paintings remained pristine. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse world, these works of art were no more useful than a piece of cloth. Su Shiqing stopped, crouching down in front of the old man's stall to observe those paintings. Perhaps due to the cultural differences between the two worlds, none of the signatures on them were recognizable to Su Shiqing, but she could tell that these paintings indeed had their own unique style. But she had no intention of buying them out of pity. Although Su Shiqing possessed many resources, she was no savior of the world, unable to lend a hand to every pitiable person she encountered. Besides, under these circumstances, giving the elder some supplies might actually harm him. An ordinary person bears no crime, yet possessing something precious can make one guilty. Seeing someone crouching down at the stall, even before the old man spoke, the vendors from both sides immediately rushed to Su Shiqing like rats upon spotting rice. Little girl, take a look at my goods, all genuine gold bangles. How good they look when worn. Not expensive either. A bottle of water, or a pack of biscuits, or bread will do. Hey, little girl, come check out mine. These are heirloom jade bracelets passed down in my family. I wouldn't sell them for any amount of money if it weren't for the apocalypse. Hey, 3 packs of cookies, I'll give you a discount. The sounds suddenly became chaotic, causing Su Shiqing to slightly furrow her brow as she coughed lightly, covering her mouth. She raised her head, revealing her ghastly pale face, weakened by excessive blood loss and malnutrition. This sight made a few people pause momentarily. How could this girl possibly have any supplies? TCH, say you don't have any supplies earlier. Wasting my breath telling you so much. The owners of the neighboring stalls muttered disdainfully under their breaths, ignoring Su Shiqing completely, and returned to their own stalls to start searching for the next target. It grew quiet again. Su Shiqing wanted to accumulate wealth, but she certainly didn't plan to conduct trade stall by stall. It would take too long. Getting up, she decided to leave and explore the vicinity further, intending to meet up with Ning Senian later in the evening. Just as she stood up and took a few steps forward, someone called out behind her once more. Hey, little girl, wait. Su Shiqing froze for a moment, turned back, and shook her head before speaking. Old sir, I truly have no supplies. However, she saw the old man trembling as he picked up the only coat on his stall, stood up, and handed it to Su Shiqing. Take this coat. It looks like the clothes on your body are already unsuitable. I don't have any suitable clothing for young girls, but this overcoat was left by my deceased partner. At least it can keep you warm. You take it. This old man, won't need it. There was no cunning in the old man's eyes, though frail as a withered tree, his face still bore a benevolent smile. Take care of yourself outside. The old man handed the overcoat to Su Shiqing, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. If my granddaughter were still alive, she'd probably be about your age now, alas. A flicker of emotion crossed Su Shiqing's face. For a long time, she lowered her eyelids, looking at the coat in her hand, lost in thought. Finally, she silently tightened her grip on the coat. Thank you. Su Shiqing smiled, and walked over to the old man's stall, crouching down to help arrange the paintings neatly. When Su Shiqing left, nearby other stall holders began whispering among themselves as the old man returned to his stall. Who knows what problem this old man has? The valuable thing on his stall was just that coat. You don't know him. He's just a poor teacher, pretending to be proud every day. Wait and see. He'll die of starvation sooner or later. The old man seemed to hear none of the gossip around him, quietly tidying his stall instead. Suddenly, the old man paused, touching a protrusion on one painting. After feeling it carefully, he found a package of compressed biscuits deliberately hidden beneath the artwork. Su Shiqing walked down the street, holding the coat with one hand and gently feeling her jade pendant through her clothes with the other. One packet of biscuits in exchange for a piece of clothing. That was Su Shiqing's biggest way of expressing gratitude toward the old man. May kind people live 100 years. Su Shiqing lowered her gaze at the coat, muttering softly. After wandering around for a while, Su Shiqing traded for a set of white sportswear, found a corner to change, washed herself with the mineral water from her storage space, and then put on the beige overcoat. She looked completely refreshed. Finally, that fishy smell is gone. After changing, she felt much more comfortable. Su Shiqing looked up at the sky. Without a watch, Su Shiqing could only estimate the time by the position of the sun overhead. The sun was about to set in the west. Calculating the time, it had been half a day since she separated from Ning Senian. It was time to go find him. Ning Senian lived in the inner circle of the base, where security was much stricter than the outer perimeter. No ordinary person could enter. But Su Shiqing had Ning Senian's personal written certification, which allowed her to walk right in without issue. From afar, she saw a figure in white standing by the entrance of one of the houses. Ning Senian had changed into a new white lab coat, and somehow found wire-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. The lenses refracted cold light, giving him an aloof demeanor. Clearly, he was waiting for Su Shiqing. At the moment Ning Senian saw Su Shiqing walking toward him with her hands in the pockets of her overcoat, his expression momentarily froze. He had never truly seen what this person really looked like before. Su Shiqing's face had always been dirty with smudges and traces of blood. But now, the woman approaching him in the beige overcoat revealed a tall, elegant figure. Her eyes held a smile, and the slight upward tilt of her eyebrows gave her a sly fox-like charm. Other than her sickly pale complexion, Su Shiqing's appearance was undoubtedly that of a beauty, one that almost made Ning Senian fail to recognize her. Ning Senian? Ning Senian. Su Shiqing greeted him, but received no response for a while, prompting her to mutter under her breath. What's got you so spaced out? Ning Senian quickly snapped back to reality, his face resuming its usual cold seriousness. Looking at Su Shiqing who stood in front of him, Ning Senian's expression turned complicated. I didn't expect you to actually be telling the truth. It was something he couldn't have imagined, that Wang Jian and his wife, with such good reputations within the base, would secretly harm a 6-year-old girl. I'm not a good person, Su Shiqing shrugged as her smile gradually faded, her calm gaze concealing a hint of ruthless determination. But when it comes to my sister's affairs, I've never lied. Whether in the modern world or the apocalypse. Where's Anren? Su Shiqing's expression softened slightly, longing to meet this girl who looked extremely similar to her sister from the modern world. Thinking of Su Anren, Ning Xinian pressed his lips together, unsure of how to explain the situation to her. He massaged his temples hesitantly and began carefully. Your sister, she's not in great condition. When I brought her out, she was already in a coma. The word coma immediately struck a sensitive nerve in Su Shiqing. Her previously soft expression hardened instantly. Coma? Why is she in a coma? Where's my sister? Su Shiqing clenched her teeth, her breathing becoming unsteady. Having grown accustomed to seeing Su Shiqing with her usual warm smile, Ning Xinian was caught off guard by the sudden fierceness in her eyes. You need to calm down first, Ning Xinian frowned, hesitating for a moment before stepping aside slightly. Your sister is resting at my home. I've examined her body. Long-term malnutrition due to lack of food has weakened her physical resistance. Combined with the recent cooling weather as autumn approaches, she caught a chill from insufficient clothing, leading to a high fever and loss of consciousness. Rarely speaking so many words at once, Ning Xinian took a breath, looking at Su Shiqing's grim expression. He added, medicines are scarce in the base. All I could do was provide her with physical cooling methods. Beyond that, there's nothing more I can do. Su Shiqing's complexion shifted several times, her eyes clouded with complex emotions as if lost in thought. Thank you. After a long pause, Su Shiqing deeply inhaled and solemnly thanked Ning Xinian. Your sister is resting inside. You can go in and see her. Ning Xinian stepped aside, maintaining his usual indifferent tone. Chapter 9. Awakening to Supernatural Powers. As a key talent of the base, Ning Xinian's living environment was also excellent. Outside, night fell, yet inside this house there was electricity. Su Shiqing followed the other person to a guest room. Upon pushing the door open, the first thing seen was a slightly raised lump on the bed. Involuntarily holding her breath, Su Shiqing took one step after another closer, until she came near the bed and bent down slightly. Ning Xinian had previously wiped Anren clean simply. The pale and frail face of the child lying on the bed revealed no extra ounce of fat. Her lips were wan, eyes tightly shut. A damp towel lay on her forehead, with her eyebrows furrowed as if in great unrest. Su Anren looked extremely similar to Su Shiqing's sister from her modern life, with delicate features that made her appear extraordinarily obedient, just like a doll. The difference was that she was too thin almost beyond recognition. At one glance, Su Shiqing nearly burst into tears. No one knew how she felt at this moment. Her modern sister remained unconscious, and the sister before her would not come down from her fever. Leaning against the doorframe, Ning Xinian spoke up lightly. If you find child abuse, you can report Mr. and Mrs. Wang Jian's crimes to the higher-ups of the base. With me vouching for you, they will believe you. What punishments will they receive? Su Shiqing leaned over by the bedside, gently brushing her fingertips across Anren's cheek. In the worst case, they'll be expelled from the base, replied Ning Xinian after thinking for a bit. Too lenient, muttered Su Shiqing softly, so quietly even Ning Xinian behind her did not hear it clearly. What? Ning Xinian frowned. Nothing. Su Shiqing closed her eyes briefly, stood up, and glanced out the window at the outside sky. Originally, she planned to rent a house after meeting her sister and then use supplies for rest. But looking at Anren's condition now, she definitely couldn't endure moving. So Su Shiqing could only turn to Ning Xinian. Can I borrow your place to stay for one night? Just one night. I can trade some supplies for it. Ning Xinian adjusted the golden frame glasses on his nose and lowered his eyelids. I'm not short of supplies. As long as you don't disturb me, you two can stay here for one night. He was truly kind-hearted. After Ning Xinian left, and only Su Shiqing and Su Anren remained in the room, she pulled out the prepared antipyretic medicine from her pocket dimension. At the pharmacy, Su Shiqing mainly bought anti-inflammatory drugs, but also kept some other kinds. Using mineral water, she gave the other person the medicine. Quietly leaning over the bedside, she watched Anren's sleeping face with a deepened gaze. If she didn't expose the Wang couple to the base authorities, sooner or later she'd run into that so-called aunt and her family. But Su Shiqing was confident she could destroy them. None of those who bullied her younger sister would end well. Gently stroking Anren's cheek as she lay on the bed, Su Shiqing's expression softened tenderly, murmuring, Anren, you mustn't have any problems. Ugh. Before her voice completely finished trailing off, Su Shiqing suddenly let out a muffled groan, an excruciating pain piercing through her head. What is going on? Hugging her head while crouched by the bedside, Su Shiqing felt like her entire body was about to burn up. Rather than diminishing over time, the pain grew worse, as if tearing her head apart into two halves. Faced with the strange changes within her body, Su Shiqing was both shocked and terrified. Unable to do anything, she wanted to shout for help from Ning Xinian outside, but found herself unable to make any sound. Not only could she not speak, but she couldn't even produce a cry of pain. The burning sensation enveloped her as though she was set alight from within, making her nearly collapse onto the floor. Her head felt as if it was about to explode. What on earth is happening? Her neck suddenly started feeling scorching hot, as though the jade pendant hanging there was undergoing some change. A warm current flowed from it, entering Su Shiqing's body. Despite being unaware of what was happening, Su Shiqing instinctively felt a slight sense of security emanating from the warm flow. It was like her body had been torn apart, but the jade pendant was continuously repairing it. Under the nurturing influence of the warm current, all the aches throughout her body gradually subsided until they entirely vanished. Leaning on the edge of the bed, Su Shiqing panted heavily, her trembling body still shaken, confusion dominating her dilated pupils. Though it had lasted only a few minutes, it felt to Su Shiqing as if she had died and come back to life. Unconsciously reaching toward the jade pendant around her neck, she sensed an unexplainable connection strengthened with the spatial ability she used. If compared metaphorically, the way Su Shiqing had previously used the space power felt like borrowing someone else's space. There existed an indescribable barrier between them. However, now, it seemed she had truly become the master of the jade pendant. Using the space ability had grown significantly more fluid. Why did all these things suddenly occur? With her brows furrowed, Su Shiqing's gaze swept over the bed where Anren continued to lie in unconsciousness, when her focus abruptly tightened. Just before all this happened, she seemed to have said a particular sentence. Anren, you absolutely must not have any problems. Su Shiqing touched the jade pendant and murmured aloud. Is that you? Was that the last remaining trace of determination from the Su Shiqing in the apocalypse era? Did it feel that she truly intended to protect Anren, and therefore fully transfer the control of the space to her? Instinctively gripping the jade pendant around her neck, Su Shiqing looked at Anren, who was lying on the bed with a flushed little face, her gaze growing resolute. She would protect her sister. In whatever world. Su Shiqing sat down by the bedside, lowering her head as she spread out her hand and looked at her palm. After the previous pain had passed, not only did she have a closer connection with the space, but Su Shiqing also felt that there seemed to be an indescribable force inside her body. While pondering, in the next second, a thin vine suddenly sprouted in the center of Su Shiqing's palm. This is... Her eyes widened slightly as Su Shiqing gazed at the emerald green vine in her palm. As her mind moved, the vine followed her intention and swayed to the left. Would element psychic power? This greatly exceeded Su Shiqing's expectations. The original owner of this body had no psychic powers, which caused them great difficulty living in the apocalypse. But now, Su Shiqing, while possessing substantial resources, had even awakened psychic abilities, making her quite elated. After all, in the apocalypse, having psychic powers for self-defense was a good thing. However, the power within her body was still very weak, and Su Shiqing wasn't entirely clear about psychic abilities, so she could only find someone else later to ask. Su Shiqing retracted her psychic ability and leaned down to stroke Anren's head. After taking the antipyretic medicine, the other person's temperature had obviously dropped significantly, and their breathing became more stable. Be good, and get better quickly. Su Shiqing softly rubbed Anren's head, her smile becoming warmer and gentler. When you recover, I'll take you to enjoy all the best foods in the apocalypse. Chapter 10: Establishing Authority. Perhaps because of her awakened abilities, her physical condition improved significantly. Although Su Shiqing didn't close her eyes much that night, she still felt energetic in the morning when she left home. Ning Sinan arrived early at the guest room to check on Anren's situation. Ning Sinan adjusted the glasses on his nose and looked at the child in bed, who had obviously improved a lot, looking somewhat confused. He doesn't have much of a fever anymore. Beside him, Su Shiqing touched her nose but remained silent. What are your plans next? Seeing Anren's condition was still okay, Ning Sinan turned his head towards Su Shiqing. His expression and tone were both faintly calm. Do you really not intend to report the Wang Jian couple to the base for abusing children? Under the current situation, would the base actually interfere in this kind of family matter? Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow and countered. Initially, Su Shiqing's plan was to try doing some small businesses in the Chongping base, and if her aunt's family came to cause trouble, then leave quickly and switch bases to survive. After all, her goal was to make money, and these trifles didn't interest her. But now it's different. Su Shiqing wants them dead. How could I report to the base? Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids, making her inner emotions unclear, and smiled faintly. They are my dear aunt and uncle. How could I let them be kicked out of the base? Being expelled from the base was too light of a punishment. Su Shiqing didn't want to give them such a bargain. Hearing this, Ning Sinan glanced at the child in bed, who was still running a slight fever, and his features slightly cooled down. As you wish. Ning Sinan shook his head and was about to leave the guest room, but seemed to recall something, pausing his steps. When will you leave my house? Ning Sinan turned around and looked at Su Shiqing. I'll leave in the afternoon. Su Shiqing didn't have the face to keep staying at someone else's home. Also, Su Shiqing hesitated for a moment, took a can of milk powder from her space pocket, and placed it on the table. Could you possibly keep an eye on my younger sister for me? You can ask for any supplies. Su Shiqing needed some time to arrange accommodation, and she couldn't bear to bring her sick sister along through hardships. I don't need supplies. Ning Sinan turned around and left, throwing back a faint sentence, but I can. After ensuring Anren's comfort, Su Shiqing left Ning Sinan's home and headed clearly towards the place near the base gate where there were the most people. If initially Su Shiqing planned to earn wealth quietly, then now she wanted to create as much noise as possible, preferably spreading her name throughout the base. Just like yesterday, there were quite a few people setting up stalls by the roadside trying to exchange for a little supplies from ability users. Su Shiqing arrived late, and the good stall positions were already occupied, but she didn't care. Finding a spot, Su Shiqing sat cross-legged on the ground, waving her hand, causing dozens of bottles of mineral water and several packages of compressed cookies to appear instantly on the empty ground in front of her. She didn't intend to use her stored candies and milk powder for exchanges. After all, this time Su Shiqing didn't carry too many nutritional items. These things had to be reserved for Anren. Once everything was set up neatly, passers-by walked hurriedly without noticing Su Shiqing's stall, until Su Shiqing picked up a loudspeaker. Bargain sale on cookies and water. Don't miss it. Gold and jewelry for supplies. No need for 998. Only, cough cough. I'm at the wrong booth. Almost shouting out modern advertising slogans unintentionally, Su Shiqing coughed twice and immediately stopped. These 3 sentences spread across the ears of everyone nearby, and some people hadn't reacted yet, stunned in place. Following the sound, they saw a young girl sitting cross-legged at a stall, smiling brightly with dozens of bottles of water and several packets of compressed cookies placed in front of her. Gold and jewelry in exchange for supplies. Anyone interested? Su Shiqing grinned again, using the loudspeaker to shout once more. The crowd erupted. Holy crap, gold for food? Did I hear correctly? In these days, there are still people who value gold? Their brains must be. No, truly bodhisattva incarnate. Let me trade first. I'll trade. In the post-apocalypse era, what was worth the least was precisely gold and jewelry, which weren't even as useful as a rag. Yet currently, one could exchange such useless items for the necessities to survive, astonishing everyone. In just a few breaths, Su Shiqing's remote stall was surrounded by crowds, and even some other stall owners abandoned their own booths to gather around. A frail woman with yellowish skin and emaciated frame trembled as she exposed a thin gold bracelet on her wrist. Young lady, do you exchange gold for supplies? Take a look. Will this work? Certainly. Su Shiqing curved her brows and eyes, smiling harmlessly. However, your gold is a bit scarce. A pack of cookies or a bottle of water. Which would you prefer? A pack of cookies. Give me a pack of cookies. The woman hastily took off her bracelet and handed it over. My child hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. Taking the bracelet, Su Shiqing handed over a pack of compressed cookies. Almost unable to believe that the trade had been successful, the woman tightly hugged the cookies to her chest and bowed repeatedly to Su Shiqing. Thank you. Su Shiqing shook her head. You don't need to thank me. I'm here to do business, not charity. Seeing that someone really had successfully exchanged gold for supplies, the crowd became instantly excited and rushed forward without hesitation. I have something. Will jade bracelets work? They've been passed down through my family, just as valuable as gold. How about a diamond ring? Will that work? Let me go first. I have what you're looking for, I do. Dozens of hands were nearly reaching into her face, so Su Shiqing leaned slightly back while taking out a Swiss Army knife from her pocket, throwing it fiercely. It landed precisely on the hand of a man who was trying to steal the supplies during the chaos. The agonizing screams silenced the noisy crowd. Everyone looked in horror to see a man crouching on the ground screaming, his hand pierced by the sharp blade, bleeding profusely. I told you, I'm here to do business. Su Shiqing remained seated, her eyebrows lifting slightly in a smile, yet everyone could sense the coldness behind her facade. Doing business requires some rules. With a wave of her hand, the supplies on the ground vanished instantaneously. She glanced up at the gathered crowd with a playful smirk and spread her hands. You don't really think I, a young girl, am an easy target to bully, do you? Ability user. Someone in the crowd shouted in terror. The man whose hand had been pierced turned deathly pale, regretting his decision so deeply that his intestines seemed to turn green. He had truly been deceived by Su Shiqing's seemingly harmless appearance, daring enough to attempt stealing under her nose. He should have realized, if someone dares to brazenly display their supplies like this, how could they possibly be ordinary? Su Shiqing stood up, and the surrounding people instinctively made way for her as she slowly walked toward the man, raising her hand to pull the knife out. The man winced in pain but trembled silently, too afraid to speak. Excuse me, Su Shiqing looked down at the man from above, her voice oddly cold despite her smile. Were you here to conduct business with me? Conduct business? Yes. The man hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly nodded despite the blood streaming from his hand, forcing a grin even more grotesque than crying. I'm here to conduct business. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, lifting the man's chin with the tip of the knife before smiling. Oh, then what would you offer to exchange with me? Chapter 11, Struck It Rich. Aye. The man trembled as he took off a gold chain from his neck and handed it to Su Shiqing. I'll trade this for mercy. Su Shiqing hadn't expected the man to have anything of value, so when she took the gold chain and weighed it in her hand, she smirked with an ambiguous laugh. Under the man's frightened gaze, Su Shiqing mercifully put away her bloody knife. Now, that's what I call cooperation. Congratulations on keeping your life today. Do come again next time. She didn't even glance at him, but tossed him a bottle of water over her shoulder and returned to her previous position. The gold chain was much heavier than the bracelet from the woman earlier, but the man's poor character gave Su Shiqing all the reason to act like a ruthless merchant. Letting him walk away alive was already the greatest kindness she could show. Sitting cross-legged, Su Shiqing tilted her head back and looked around at the surrounding people whose eyes were filled with both surprise and fear. With a pleasant smile, she said, "Is there anyone else who wants to make a deal? Relax, I'm actually quite nice. Business is built on good vibes." If it weren't for the blood still dripping from the military knife beside her, perhaps someone would have truly believed her. The demonstration of power had its effect. No one dared approach her as rudely as before. The unique abilities Su Shiqing revealed, along with her cold-blooded methods, left the crowd hesitating, yet none of them showed any intention of leaving due to the temptation of goods on display. There was still some time until noon. The powerful ability users had long gone out early to find supplies, leaving behind only some ordinary folks without much strength within the base. That reduced many potential troublemakers. And, while Su Shiqing waited for someone else to come forward and trade with her, her eyes swept across both sides of the base, finding no signs of any administrative personnel. Her little commotion shouldn't have gone unnoticed, but nobody from the management came forward to restore order. Had they not heard? Or perhaps they simply chose not to interfere. While Su Shiqing was silently pondering these thoughts, someone finally stepped forward among the bystanders. It was a middle-aged man dressed in tattered clothes, looking honest enough but walking with a limp, clearly having suffered some sort of leg injury. With trembling hands, he approached Su Shiqing carefully and revealed a crystal lying in the palm of his hand, something Su Shiqing hadn't seen before. I don't have anything valuable, but can I use this crystal core to exchange for some food? Crystal core? Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly. In her memory, crystal cores generally appeared in the heads of zombies, possibly offering some enhancement to special powers. From the memories of the original owner, there wasn't much information about crystal cores, but one thing was certain. These cores were extremely valuable to individuals with special powers. Seeing Su Shiqing narrowing her eyes, the man with the crystal almost turned and ran, assuming he had somehow offended her. But the next moment, Su Shiqing burst into laughter. Of course, Su Shiqing pulled 2 packs of cookies and a bottle of water out of her dimensional space all at once, handing them generously to the man in front of her. Does this price suit you? A tiny crystal core had managed to get so much food, which astonished the middle-aged man, making him feel unexpectedly favored. Su Shiqing casually played with the so-called crystal core in one hand, while raising her other hand and glancing at the rest of the crowd still hesitating, arched a brow. Anyone else want to do business with me? Gold, jewels, crystal cores, anything valuable will work. Raising her hand, more stacks of cookies and water appeared in front of her, tempting the spectators. However, everyone had learned their lesson the first time around, and this time, no one dared entertain any ill-intentioned ideas. As the first deal brought another, seeing the smiling stallkeeper made the crowd overcome their fears and return to trade. This time, though, order prevailed compared to the chaos at the beginning. For the first time, Su Shiqing felt what it was like to handle money until her hand grew numb. After a few hours, Su Shiqing hadn't stopped taking gold, collecting a constant flow of gold and jewels, which she stored in her dimensional space. Diving into her consciousness inside the space, Su Shiqing could see piles of gold and jewels stacked like a small mountain under the faint light, glittering temptingly. Even Su Shiqing herself didn't know how much these things would sell for in modern times, but it would definitely be substantial, sufficient at least to cover her sister's medical expenses. On the contrary, those willing to exchange with crystal cores were pitifully few. After several hours, Su Shiqing had gathered only 3. Most crystal cores were in the hands of those with special powers, meaning if she wanted large quantities of them, Su Shiqing would have to look elsewhere. In the meantime, those who successfully traded with Su Shiqing were ecstatic, spreading the news far and wide to friends and family, bringing her even more customers. Su Shiqing also heard many sighs of regret from people. Many had discarded their valuable belongings during their escape and now deeply regretted their actions. Despite this, the trading continued smoothly for several hours. People happily exchanged their worthless treasures for the supplies they desperately needed, maintaining much better order than before. First-time success brought more customers. Those who'd been able to strike a deal told their acquaintances about the opportunity, and thus Su Shiqing attracted an increasing number of buyers. At the same time, despite her busy hands dealing with the gold and jewels, those with crystal cores remained few and far between. Over the hours, Su Shiqing only managed to gather 3 of them. However, Su Shiqing didn't care about any of these things. Her goal was clear: make money, and then spread her reputation far and wide. Ideally, everyone in the base would know there was someone willing to trade supplies for gold, silver, and jewels. Only then could Su Shiqing move on to the next step of her plan. As the sun began to set in the west, Su Shiqing finally stood up and shook her head at the crowd still eagerly waiting to trade. That's all for today's transactions. Why? Someone instinctively asked but quickly remembered that this person wasn't easy to provoke, so they shut their mouth immediately. However, Su Shiqing simply smiled amicably. I'm done for the day. If you still want to trade tomorrow, I'll be here at the same time. Those who hadn't traded were disappointed, but hearing there would be another chance tomorrow lifted their spirits. They dispersed one by one. Su Shiqing picked up her Swiss Army knife, folded it back into her hand, and started walking towards Ning Sinen's house. She didn't rush to find Ning Sinen, but instead went to the manager responsible for the housing within the base, intending to rent a set of rooms inside using the abundant supplies she had gathered. The inner circle of the base offered the best environment and security. Only then could Su Shiqing feel safe enough to leave Anren here. And as luck would have it, Su Shiqing found out that the unit next to Ning Sinen's was vacant. So, she reserved that unit, with immediate occupancy available. After finishing all these tasks, Su Shiqing made her way to Ning Sinen's home. Even before getting close, Su Shiqing saw what seemed to be a group of people gathering outside Ning Sinen's door from afar. Frowning instinctively, Su Shiqing almost thought her aunt or others had come looking for her, but upon seeing the uniforms of the base's high-ranking officials on those people, she relaxed. Of course, as an important talent to the base, it was natural for the upper levels to visit Ning Sinin occasionally. Having no intention of prying into other people's business, Su Shiqing waited at a distance, planning to approach Ning Sinin after the crowd dispersed. Unexpectedly, just the next moment, a bluish-purple lightning bolt struck harshly right in front of Ning Sinin's door, reducing the gate to charcoal. Su Shiqing. If she wasn't mistaken, that seemed to be Ning Sinin's own ability, who demolishes their own house. The higher-ups of the base appeared startled too, hastily retreating several steps to avoid accidentally being electrocuted. With her excellent eyesight, Su Shiqing clearly saw Ning Sinin standing at the door in a white lab coat, his expression seemingly cold. Though unable to hear, just by watching Ning Sinin's lips, Su Shiqing thought she could make out one word. Go away. Chapter 12, Neighbor. I've said it before, I'm not interested in your affairs. Don't bother me while I conduct experiments. Ning Nian's face showed some signs of irritation. Blue-purple lightning flickered at his fingertips. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for not holding back. Dr. Ning, please don't get upset. The people sent by their superior leadership were drenched in sweat, but still forced themselves to speak. The head of the base promised he could find all the materials you need. We just need you to get out. Ning Nian was truly impatient now. Another bolt of bluish-purple lightning struck, close to the crowd. Not until he watched them scurry off did Ning Nian's expression ease slightly. He glanced at the gate he had shattered and frowned again. So troublesome. TSK. I've seen ruthless, but never someone who demolishes their own home. Ning Nian was thinking about how to repair the gate when a voice filled with laughter came from afar. Seeing everyone had left, Su Shiqing walked over and shook his head, sighing. Are you back? Ning Nian didn't know what Su Shiqing had been up to during these few hours. Seeing the other person return, he simply gave a lukewarm greeting. I'm here to pick up my sister, Su Shiqing nodded. Thanks for watching over Anren for me. Looking at the burnt marks on the gate, Su Shiqing shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, those people were from the upper echelons of the base? What did they do to annoy you? Perhaps driven mad by those people earlier, the usually taciturn Ning Nian couldn't help but rub his temples due to a headache. The base leader wants to invite me to join his research team. For this matter, he sent people multiple times already. Su Shiqing's lips twitched as he pointed to the charred gate. Every time they send people, you have to damage your gate like this? No, this is an accident. Ning Nian avoided eye contact and calmly shook his head. The base leader must have promised you a lot of benefits, right? Why don't you agree to join them? Upon hearing this, Ning Nian furrowed his brows slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. Instantly, Su Shiqing rephrased. Of course, if you don't want to say, you can remain silent. It's too troublesome. Before Su Shiqing finished speaking, Ning Nian closed his eyes as though unable to bear it anymore. Research teams. Just the sound of it implies there are too many people involved. It's too much trouble. Su Shiqing. What? I dislike interacting with people. Conducting experiments alone suits me perfectly. Ning Nian complained quietly. But that base leader keeps inviting me repeatedly, tempting me with those benefits. All my experimental results have already been used by him, yet he won't let me be. Su Shiqing. Wow. Watching the obvious exasperation on the aloof man's face, Su Shiqing finally understood why such a personality could survive in this post-apocalyptic world. The repeated attempts by the base leader to reach out to Ning Nian were like flirting with a blind man, only for the other side to completely ignore them. The best way to deal with interpersonal relationships is to sever all connections. In the memories of the original host, the entire power supply system of the base stemmed entirely from Ning Nian's personal research, a testament to his true genius in the field of science. The base leader wanted to recruit him to serve under him, but Ning Nian neither responded to threats nor incentives. To pull him in, Ning Nian from beginning to end hadn't shown the slightest favoritism toward the base leader. Yet, wiping him out entirely wouldn't work either, since Ning Nian continued to contribute meaningfully to the base, and wouldn't run off to any other bases anytime soon. Killing Ning Nian would be a loss to the base leader, not to mention Ning Nian himself wasn't to be underestimated in strength. Thus, the current situation arose. The base leader kept trying tirelessly to bring Ning Nian into the fold, which greatly annoyed Ning Nian. Su Shiqing could only conclude that for Ning Nian to have survived up to this point, every single one of these factors mattered. His life depended on luck and resilience. Deciding to close the topic, Su Shiqing said, during the time I was away, how has Anren been doing? She's fine. Thinking of Anren, Ning Nian's expression turned a bit strange. She seems to have broken her fever. This time it was Su Shiqing who was startled. Anren, who had a high fever last night, had cooled down in just over 10 hours? Su Shiqing remembered he'd only fed her some regular cold medicine. Surely nothing miraculous should work so quickly? Still, this was indeed good news. Thanks for taking care of her recently. I found us accommodation, so come take my sister away. Su Shiqing smiled, noticeably more relaxed after learning Anren's condition had improved significantly. Ning Nian stepped aside, clearing the path inside. All right. In the guest room, Anren slept soundly, her breathing steady, the flushed color on her cheeks fading to reveal a sallow hue caused by malnutrition. Su Shiqing approached cautiously, gently lifting her into his arms. Noticing the incredibly light weight in her arms, a trace of heartache crossed her eyes. Walking out with Anren in her arms and raising her head to meet Ning Nian's gaze, Su Shiqing smiled and nodded at him. Thanks, see you. Watching the two sisters' backs stepping out of the door, Ning Nian stood silently, his eyelids slightly drooping, not knowing what he was thinking about. He rarely interacted with people, but Su Shirqing's appearance was an unexpected event. Her parents died early, leaving the two sisters to depend on each other for survival in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Despite possessing space-based abilities, their lives must have been very difficult. They had just managed to escape from their wicked aunt's house, yet they didn't know where they would spend another night. Rarely, Ning's Nian felt a bit sorry for them. Then, as he raised his head, he saw Su Shirqing walk left with her younger sister in her arms, heading directly into the house next to his. His moment of compassion ended abruptly. Ning's Nian? Hadn't he remembered correctly that this was the inner circle of the base? Houses here required dozens of boxes of supplies to exchange for living rights. So which house had Su Shirqing just walked into? Ning's Nian's face gradually froze. Indeed, dealing with people was always a hassle, and it wasted his emotions. Su Shirqing had no idea about Ning's Nian's thoughts. Being neighbors, they were bound to meet eventually, so she hadn't bothered to hide her whereabouts, confidently walking in with Anren. This was the first home for the two sisters in this post-apocalyptic world. The structure of the house was similar to Ning's Nian's next door, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, plus a loft. This house hadn't been empty for long. The interior was fully furnished and clean. Thanks to the power supply system, there were even electric lights working. Su Shirqing carried Anren into the bedroom and took out a set of children's clothing she had purchased today, intending to help Anren change after wiping her down. After all, wearing torn clothes continuously pained Su Shirqing every time she looked. She placed Anren on the bed, then turned to fetch water in a basin. Unbeknownst to Su Shirqing, as she stepped out of the room to search for water, Anren's lashes gently trembled. Chapter 13, The Sister Awakens. The first thing Anren saw when she woke up was not the darkness of the small storage room, but a clean ceiling. However, this view did little to calm her. Her previously somewhat bewildered eyes instantly became filled with panic. The unfamiliar surroundings made Anren as alert as a young animal. Her memories still lingered in that dark storeroom. Her sister hadn't returned for a long time, and the aunt outside had been yelling, saying they would sell her to others in the base. So was she sold? Anren, who had just recovered from a fever, struggled to sit up in bed. Her body went weak from prolonged hunger, almost causing her to lose her balance. There were no signs of anyone around. Anren bit her lower lip tightly, her pale little face filled with fear of the unknown. Tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. If her sister came back and found her gone, she would surely be worried. Anren didn't want to be sold. Anren wanted to find her sister. Struggling to crawl off the bed, Anren suddenly lost her strength in her hands, and with her body going limp, she rolled right onto the ground. Bang! The loud noise startled Su Shirqing, who was outside looking for a basin. She immediately turned back, her expression changing as she quickly ran into the bedroom. Anren! Pushing open the slightly ajar door, Su Shirqing saw the tiny figure curled up on the floor, trembling lightly, whether from pain or something else was unclear. Anren, on the ground, thought she heard an illusion. It seemed like she heard her sister's voice. Before Anren could process it fully, a pair of hands reached out to pick her up, holding her in a warm embrace. Anren, it's your sister, I'm here. Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Does anything hurt? With deep concern, Su Shirqing held her younger sister closely, checking her over thoroughly, frowning automatically in worry. The familiar smell at her nose reminded Anren of the familiar face, and the tears she had been holding back finally broke loose. Wah, sister. Anren buried her head into Su Shirqing's embrace, sobbing softly with her voice tinged with crying. Sister, you were gone for such a long time this time. Wah. Anren was so scared. So scared. This lively, animated sister rushing toward her, her childish voice tinged with weeping, caused Su Shirqing's expression to momentarily freeze in surprise, her eye rims uncontrollably reddening. At the start, Su Shirqing's care for this younger sister of the post-apocalypse world was more out of a sense of responsibility, but now, feeling the warmth in her arms and seeing the absolute dependence expressed, there was a different sensation. As if an invisible thread bound Su Shirqing and Anren together, there was an indescribable sourness and pity in her heart. She was also her sister. Be good, Anren. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and I've come back safely. Su Shirqing tightened her hold on the child in her arms, not minding how dirty her clothes were. The aunt said she would sell Anren to exchange for supplies. Anren, amidst her sobbing, opened her mouth intermittently. I don't want to be sold. I want to stay with my sister. The hand that gently patted Anren's back suddenly froze in place. In some unseen corner, Su Shirqing's eyes flickered with a flash of intent to harm. But the tone in which she comforted Anren remained gentle as ever. It's okay, Anren. There is nothing to worry about with me around. No one will dare sell you. Can you trust me, Anren? Su Shirqing placed a hand on Anren's cheek, her pitch-black eyes glowing like stars. I will protect Anren well. Tears were still visible on Anren's face as she looked at Su Shirqing's earnest demeanor, and she blinked. For some reason, Anren felt like her sister had become a little different. Anren trusts her sister. The voice was soft and sticky sweet, accompanied by a faint choke, almost melting Su Shirqing's heart. So, can you stop crying then? Su Shirqing gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Anren's eyes, coaxing her. Are you hungry, Anren? Should sister find you something to eat? Anren was just about to nod when she remembered something and shook her head instead. Anren isn't hungry. Let sister eat first. Anren patted her own stomach. Sister needs to go out. You need energy after eating. Su Shirqing took a deep breath, pressing down the bitterness in her eyes, and smiled as she ruffled Anren's head. It's fine, Anren. From now on, you can eat whatever you want. Sister can support you. Look at this house. Let's make it our home, alright? Anrin widened her eyes slightly, looking around this bright and clean house, and her little mouth unconsciously formed into an O. A place without an aunt, without anyone else. Just a home for Anrin and her sister. Su Shiqing smiled, hugging Anrin and giving her a kiss on the cheek. Does Anrin like that idea? It felt like a dream. Having endured darkness and scolding, this current bright and clean room and her sister's warm embrace made Anrin feel somewhat disoriented. Am I dreaming? Anrin muttered to herself, raising a hand to pinch her own cheek. Ha ha ha. Seeing her younger sister's dazed expression, Su Shiqing felt all her earlier exhaustion vanish, and she couldn't help but kiss Anrin again. Be good and sit on the bed. Sister will get you something to eat. Su Shiqing ruffled Anrin's head and stood up, intending to find some hot water. Anrin clearly hadn't eaten in a long time. Although Su Shiqing wasn't very knowledgeable about medicine, she knew it wasn't wise to feed someone too much after such a long period without food. It was better to eat small meals frequently, focusing on easily digestible liquid foods. Fortunately, there were still quite a few cans of formula powder in the space storage, and Su Shiqing planned to use some hot water to prepare a cup for Anrin to drink first. The house had electricity and was fully furnished, though there was no tap. But these inconveniences weren't an issue for Su Shiqing, as she simply took out bottled water from her storage space. Although conditions inside the base's inner circle were relatively decent, the house itself was just a plain, unfinished unit, with only a few essential pieces of furniture and otherwise empty. While waiting for the water to boil, Su Shiqing looked around the room. Since she had already told Anrin that this place would be their new home, it definitely couldn't remain so bare forever. Even though Su Shiqing wasn't entirely sure when she might leave this base, having a good living environment was necessary. Su Shiqing didn't mind the trouble. After all, nothing mattered more than her little sister. As long as Anrin was happy, that was what mattered most. With the formula powder prepared, Su Shiqing returned to the bedroom with the cup. However, as she pushed the door open, she saw Anrin sitting on the bed, her head down as if lost in thought, while staring at her palm. What's wrong, Anrin? Su Shiqing became alert. Did your palm get scratched? No, sister. Anrin shook her head, her tone tinged with slight puzzlement as she showed her palm to Su Shiqing. Sister, my hand glows. It's so amazing. Focusing intently, Su Shiqing saw a gentle glow emanating from the center of Anrin's small hand. A soft, silvery white light shining tranquilly, yet brilliantly. Chapter 14 Healing Power. Pretty lucky to awaken with a healing power. Ning's Nian pinched the bridge of his nose as he looked at the two sisters who had just bid farewell less than half a day ago, and his eyes revealed a rare sense of helplessness. Su Shiqing didn't recognize the white light in Anran's palm, so out of caution, she immediately brought her younger sister to Ning's Nian's house. Although it felt a little awkward to bother him multiple times, but since this was about Anran, Su Shiqing didn't give it much thought. She would simply compensate him later. At the moment, Anran had changed into newly bought clothes, a white overcoat that was both warm and cute, making her look like a rice flour dumpling. She obediently sat on the chair nearby, holding a cup and quietly drinking milk powder, her eyes blinking as she watched Su Shiqing and Ning's Nian. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing hesitated. You mean, the streak of white light is the healing ability? Ning's Nian responded briefly, looking at Anran whose mental state seemed fine, then added, You should be glad that your younger sister awakened with such power. That's why her body has recovered so quickly. Su Shiqing finally understood. When Anran's fever dropped so fast back then, she had assumed it was due to the effect of antipyretics, not knowing it was the result of the healing power. And shortly after, Su Shiqing's eyebrows gradually furrowed. She didn't know much about abilities. If it was only about her own wood-type ability, Su Shiqing could remain calm. However, Anran also awakened an ability now. In case any unexpected situation occurred, she couldn't understand any of this. This wasn't acceptable. Sister, what's an ability? Anran looked down at her palm. Does Anran also have superpowers like those great older brothers and sisters? While speaking, the white glow in Anran's palm involuntarily appeared again. Seeing this, Ning's Nian beside them slightly frowned. He adjusted the glasses on his nose, then raised his gaze towards Su Shiqing beside. You should teach your younger sister how to control the ability. Releasing it unconsciously like this will exert strain on her body. How to control ability. Su Shiqing touched her nose, her expression somewhat peculiar. Could she say that she didn't know how to control her ability either? To this day, Su Shiqing hadn't even had time to study her own wood-type ability properly. Looking at Su Shiqing saying nothing, the corner of Ning's Nian's mouth twitched. Don't tell me. You don't know how to control your space ability too? Aha. Su Shiqing gave a dry laugh twice, evading ambiguously. I, indeed don't quite know either. It's like I touch something randomly, and it just goes into space. Then, Su Shiqing looked at Ning's Nian expectantly, her intentions obvious. Ning's Nian. Anran drinking milk while holding a cup looked at her own sister, then looked at Ning's Nian who was stern-faced. After thinking for a moment, she jumped off the chair, tapping her feet to walk to Ning's Nian's side, looked up, and smiled sweetly at him. Handsome big brother, you're the best. Can you teach Anran and my sister? Su Shiqing looked lively and mischievous, and naturally, her sister wouldn't be ugly either. After changing into new clothes, with improved spirit, though Anran's complexion wasn't yet good, one could already see that she was a cute little girl. With the charm of a human baby selling cuteness, there was some softening on Ning's Nian's face. Beside her, Su Shiqing pressed the advantage. Just teach us some basic knowledge about abilities. If there are materials you want, I can help find them. I've said it before, I don't lack materials. Ning's Nian rubbed his temple painfully. And anyway, the things I need you can't get. That meant there was hope? What do you need? Su Shiqing continued questioning. Ning's Nian expressionless. A well-equipped laboratory is what I need. The outbreak of the zombie virus happened suddenly. The city fell rapidly, and the surviving humans stumbled in the suburbs to establish bases, relying on various types of powers to achieve today's residential areas. However, obtaining precise experimental instruments solely through the abilities was impossible. Therefore, if a complete set of well-equipped laboratories were to be built, one must delve deep into the city to find them, which does not exclude the possibility of damage from zombies. There were laboratory bases available, but Ning's Nian had no intention of aligning himself with the base commander, so these devices were naturally out of his reach. Hence, Ning's Nian wanted to create his own laboratory. His last visit deep into the city was also for this purpose. Had he not encountered Su Shiqing, he might already have died due to wound infection. However, Su Shiqing's eyes lit up bit by bit. What others couldn't get doesn't mean she couldn't. In her modern world, obtaining a set of experimental instruments was easy as pie. If she could use these things to build a rapport with a high IQ researcher and a powerful lightning-type ability wielder, it would be worth every penny. However, the current situation was, how could she reasonably take out a set of experimental instruments without revealing her own space? Perhaps, she would have to leave the base for a while. I will help you find what you need. Su Shiqing nodded seriously at Ning's Nian. This time it was Ning's Nian who was taken aback. Soon, he furrowed his brows. There's no need to take risks. I can teach you some knowledge about abilities. This kind of information isn't any kind of secret. You should have seen it last time, how dangerous a city occupied by zombies is, almost. Seeing and Ran standing beside, looking lost, Ning's Nian consciously omitted the rest of his words. Su Shiqing smiled. That's a different matter. Rest assured, I'm a businessman, and I hate losing the most. Quietly holding her cup, and Ran, upon hearing this, seemed to think of something, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. But Ning's Nian just pursed his lips, shaking his head slightly. Let her go. She'll forget about this sooner or later. The classification of abilities falls into two types. One enhances a specific part of your body. For example, some people, after awakening their abilities, will find themselves stronger or faster. The other type gains certain attribute powers, such as my lightning-based ability, your space-type ability, and your sister's healing power. Ning's Nian made an excellent teacher, his tone softening significantly when he spoke about what he was familiar with. Ability users and zombies are divided into 9 ranks according to the strength of their powers, and Ran has only recently awakened her power, which makes her the lowest level, rank 1. And as for you, Ning's Nian rubbed his chin, contemplating Su Shiqing deeply. Space-based abilities, besides storing items, do not possess much offensive capability. Generally speaking, the rank of the ability user is determined by the size of the space. Su Shiqing wasn't sure if her jade pendant space equated to a space-type ability, so she bluffed with a number. It's roughly a few square meters big, not capable of holding too many things. In that case, you should also be ranked as 1. This result did not exceed Ning's Nian's expectations. Thinking of something, Su Shiqing raised her hand, showing a small crystal nestled in her palm. I heard that this thing is called a crystal core, and it's useful for ability users. How should it be used? Chapter 15, Absorbing the Crystal Core. Crystal cores, psionics can absorb the energy within to enhance their strength. Ning Sinan said as he glanced down at Su Shiqing's crystal core. Yours lacks pure energy, and most likely comes from a first-tier zombie. And Ran on the side had circles forming in her eyes, utterly unable to follow their conversation, her eyelids drooping with drowsiness. Su Shiqing pulled and ran into his arms, gently patting her back, while listening to Ning Sinan's explanation. Your sister's healing power is a relatively rare form of ability. This kind of ability has no combat capability, but every base inevitably wants it. Powerful healing abilities can save someone if they have just a single breath left. Even some terminal illnesses have a chance of being cured. The hand that held and Ran paused for a moment, Su Shiqing's pupils constricting slightly as he was lost in thought. If this type of healing ability could cure incurable diseases, then what about the modern coma of his own younger sister? Could it be cured? If the principles behind the healing abilities were researched and understood, could his sister's unconsciousness be cured too? In an instant, Su Shiqing thought of many things. Even Ning Sinan noticed something was off with him. What's wrong? Ning Sinan stopped explaining and furrowed his brow, looking at Su Shiqing, who seemed lost in thought. Nothing. Su Shiqing lowered his eyelids slightly, reflecting vaguely. It's just, all these powers seem so unscientific, incredibly mysterious. Yes, very mysterious. Ning Sinan raised his hand, a faint bluish-purple lightning current flowing through his fingertips as he narrowed his eyes slightly. I've studied for a long time and still don't understand where these abilities come from. Su Shiqing adjusted his thoughts, smiling as he raised an eyebrow toward Ning Sinan. Thanks for your effort in explaining all this to me. I'll take and Ran back first. Of course, rest assured about your lab equipment. I'll take care of it. Ning Sinan did not respond, watching Su Shiqing walk out the door with and ran towards the next room. Suddenly reminded of something, he couldn't help calling out. By the way, how did you manage to secure living qualifications inside the base? Me? Su Shiqing tilted his head slightly, squinting as if in thought, but ultimately smiled, raising an eyebrow at Ning Sinan. That's a secret. As the sun set to the west, it stretched Su Shiqing's shadow longer and longer. Ning Sinan watched as Su Shiqing disappeared around the corner of the neighboring house, his gaze lingering for a long while before finally withdrawing. Su Shiqing, huh? Ning Sinan lowered his eyelids, repeatedly pondering over this name. And Ran had already succumbed to sleep in Su Shiqing's arms. Upon returning home and tucking her into bed, Su Shiqing flexed his slightly sore wrist and sat down on the chair beside the bed. This time, Ayn Rand's sleeping face looked peaceful and serene, as if she slept soundly. Gazing quietly at the figure on the bed, Su Shiqing's eyes gradually grew deep, seemingly lost in thought. There was still much to do, and Su Shiqing needed to organize his thoughts carefully. Firstly, on this post-apocalyptic side, the most important task was to completely resolve the issue with his aunt's family so they wouldn't interfere with his and Ayn Rand's lives. Today's street vending had already somewhat spread his reputation. Although he wasn't sure if the news had reached his aunt and others, he could confirm that tomorrow's stall wouldn't go as smoothly as today's. There was also the possibility of drawing other psionics. Thinking about this, Su Shiqing frowned and retrieved the crystal core from his spatial bag. Recalling what Ning Sinan had said earlier, that crystal cores could enhance the strength of psionics, Su Shiqing couldn't help but tighten his grip on the crystal in his hand. The second thing was the crystal core itself. To live peacefully in the apocalypse alongside his younger sister, merely having supplies wouldn't suffice. He would also need great strength. Therefore, Su Shiqing needed large quantities of crystal cores. And this sort of item was difficult to exchange via transactions, since crystal cores mostly remained in the hands of psionics who all understood their importance and naturally wouldn't trade them casually. In other words, if Su Shiqing wanted to obtain large amounts of crystal cores, there was only one way. Personally kill zombies. I need to find time to leave the base. Su Shiqing muttered to himself as he caressed the crystal core in his hand. I remember, there should also be teams formed within the base that go outside searching for supplies. If teaming up, perhaps it would be safer. Su Shiqing silently noted this point in his mind. Then next, Su Shiqing's gaze returned to the crystal core in his hand, his eyes reflecting contemplation. It was also time to try and see how much improvement the crystal core could bring. To avoid disturbing Ayn Rand's rest, Su Shiqing went to another room next door. Sitting on the bed, Su Shiqing followed Ning Sinan's instructions. He held the crystal core in his hand and tried to channel the wooden element within him to resonate with the energy in the crystal. Soon, Su Shiqing felt the crystal responding. A warm current flowed out from the crystal core and surged into Su Shiqing's body. Every inch of his body was nourished as if basking in the cozy warmth of winter afternoon sun. It was incredibly comforting. He also noticed a slight increase in the power of his wooden element ability, and his perception of it became clearer. When the energy in the crystal core was entirely absorbed, Su Shiqing slowly opened his eyes. The sunlight streaming through the window hit Su Shiqing's face, making him realize that the sky had brightened without him noticing. An entire night has passed. Surprised, Su Shiqing got up, but he didn't feel the usual fatigue of staying awake all night. Instead, he felt refreshed and energetic. Raising his hand, a streak of emerald green rose at his palm, sprouting a vivid green vine that swayed back and forth according to Su Shiqing's will. On impulse, Su Shiqing attempted to have the vine wrap around a water cup on the adjacent table, and it worked smoothly. So this is what psionic abilities feel like. Like discovering a brand new toy, Su Shiqing started trying various tricks using the vines. Can harder vines kill someone? Instantly, the vine stiffened, sharp at its end, capable of easily piercing through a person's body. Maybe one vine isn't enough. Immediately, another vine branched off the original one. Now 2 verdant vines bent gracefully to form a heart shape. How about crafting a small figurine for my sister to play with? Su Shiqing struggled to control the vines weaving together. Eventually, she stopped due to exhaustion and gave up further attempts. Indeed, I've gained better control over my powers now. The quantity and hardness of the vines have improved. But still 2 complicated operations remain unattainable. Murmuring to himself, Su Shiqing took out a bottle of water from her spatial storage and drank it to replenish her energy. However, upon entering the jade pendant's dimension mentally, her movements suddenly paused. Wait a moment, is this? Instinctively, Su Shiqing touched the jade pendant hanging around her neck. After diving into its space mentally, Su Shiqing discovered unexpectedly that the space within expanded by a notch following her heightened psionic ability. A warehouse's worth of supplies could no longer fully occupy the space. So, the spatial dimension can be upgraded? Chapter 16, Space Upgrade. Thinking about the space, Su Shiqing couldn't help but carefully observe and feel it. Besides an increase in the space's capacity, Su Shiqing also felt a peculiar connection to the jade pendant. Originally, time inside the space was at a standstill, nothing inside would expire. However, this applied only to inanimate objects. But now, Su Shiqing felt as though the space had gained a hint of spirituality. If she really had to describe it, Su Shiqing felt that the space might now be able to accommodate living beings. For instance, chickens, ducks, fish, these kinds of livestock might be able to survive within the space and even travel between 2 different timelines. If that were true, Su Shiqing's breathing slowed slightly, and Rand's sleep quality wasn't exactly great. Any slight disturbance during the night would wake her up. But either because she was too tired or due to the sense of security provided by her sister beside her, and Rand slept soundly without dreams for the entire night. When she woke up groggily from her room, and Rand sat on the bed dazedly, not yet fully awake from her slumber. The next moment, a familiar figure rushed into the room. And Rand, give me your hand. Su Shiqing urgently rushed to the side of the bed and extended her hand. If the space could carry living beings, Then could Su Shiqing bring people from the post-apocalyptic world back to modern times? This possibility gave Su Shiqing hope. If she could bring the healing psi ability users from the post-apocalypse to the present, perhaps she could awaken her unconscious younger sister? And Ran looked somewhat confused, unsure why her sister suddenly became so excited, but still obediently extended her hand. The next second, Su Shiqing froze, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bright red blood stained the bedsheet, shocking and horrifying to behold. And Ran was scared, and her face instantly turned panicked. She reached out with a trembling voice tinged with crying, white light unconsciously emanating from her palm. Sister, where are you hurt? Su Shiqing's face was pale, but her eyes gleamed eerily. However, seeing that Ran was almost ready to jump out of bed screaming for help, Su Shiqing acted faster than her thoughts and immediately pulled her into her arms. And Ran, be good, don't be afraid. Sister is fine. Su Shiqing patted the trembling and Ran gently and consoled her softly. With blood still dripping from the corner of her mouth, and Ran naturally didn't believe her. Sister spit blood, and Ran pointed to the crimson stains spreading across the bedsheet, tears welling up in her eyes. There's so much blood. That's because Sister failed to control her psi ability properly, Su Shiqing explained solemnly. And Ran, do not try what I did. Otherwise, you'll end up spitting blood like me. Is that true? And Ran's frown hadn't loosened, and her small hands roamed anxiously over Su Shiqing's body, as if checking whether she was truly injured. Of course it is. Su Shiqing wasn't lying. The earlier bout of spitting blood was indeed due to her overuse of the pendant linked to her space. In that instant when she touched Ran's little hand, Su Shiqing had an instinctive feeling. The space really could accommodate a person. But just as Su Shiqing attempted to pull Ran into her own space, an enormous resistance stopped this action, causing a backlash that made Su Shiqing spit out a mouthful of blood. Su Shiqing could feel that her current self couldn't bear the cost of using the space to carry a person. One thing she didn't get wrong, the space was similar to a psi ability, operating based on one's strength. Though Su Shiqing currently couldn't support the energy consumption of carrying a person, that didn't mean she wouldn't be able to in the future. Her eyes sparkled brightly, as if a lost soul had seen a guiding star, full of hope and anticipation. Su Shiqing wasn't a savior, and her space existed only to serve those closest to her. She could bring the post-apocalyptic and Ran back to modern times for care, and even cure her younger sister's coma. That was enough. And Ran didn't understand what Su Shiqing was thinking, but seeing her sister look so spirited, it seemed as though nothing was wrong, so she relaxed her brows. She buried her head against Su Shiqing's shoulder, leaning affectionately, her voice muffled. Sister, please be careful. You scared Ran just now. Her heart melted instantly. Su Shiqing patted Ran's back. All right, sister understands. Having discovered the potential of the space, Su Shiqing experienced for the first time an urgent need to enhance her own abilities. Can Ran stay home obediently? Su Shiqing stroked the young girl's head. Sister has to go out for a bit. It was about time, and it was also time to start another street stall. However, Ran was clingy. Upon hearing this, she immediately embraced Su Shiqing tightly, her eyes blinking repeatedly, her tone laced with barely concealed anxiety. Is sister going outside the base again to look for food? At home, there's still some food. Sister, please don't go, all right? Ran eats very little. Even though Ran was only 6 years old, every time her sister came back from outside, she would be covered in blood, yet she still managed to smile as she handed over a small piece of bread to her. Ran was truly scared. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing paused for a moment. Seeing the child's slightly trembling body, a pang of pain flashed in her eyes. She cupped Ran's face and, looking into the watery gaze of the child, said earnestly, Ran, you need to eat well and drink enough to grow up healthy. Sister can take care of you. Relax, today sister won't leave the base, so there won't be any danger. Moreover, Su Shiqing gave a slight smile and gently nudged Ran's nose. Don't forget, sister now has psi abilities. You just stay at home and don't open the door no matter who comes, understood? Seeing the calm and gentle smile on Su Shiqing's face, it somehow made people trust her. Ran blinked, a little dazed. She always felt that since leaving Auntie's house, her sister had become someone else entirely. The previous sister rarely smiled, only doing so when she saw her, gently touching her head and curling her lips faintly. But now, no matter who she faced, her sister always wore a smile, whether real or fake, making it hard to tell. Only when her sister looked at her could Ran be sure that her sister's smile was sincere. This change caused Ran to feel a bit uneasy, and seeing that Ran hadn't responded for a long time, Su Shiqing began to worry. It was impossible for her to bring Ran along to set up a street stall. It was too dangerous. Even Su Shiqing herself didn't know who she might encounter today. As Su Shiqing was pondering, Ran suddenly hugged her and softly said, I understand, sister. Be careful when you go out. I'll wait for you to come back home. Our Ran is really well behaved. Su Shiqing gave her 2 kisses on her face and took out cookies, candies, and water from her space, piling them messily in front of her. Eat if you're hungry, drink if you're thirsty, and sister will be back as soon as possible. Watching Su Shiqing's departing figure, Ran lowered her head to look at her tiny hands, where healing white light quietly appeared in her palm. Sister worked too hard. If only she could help. Ran furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Chapter 17, Picking a Fight. Su Xiaoping always felt that her family was doing pretty well in this apocalypse. This was thanks to her short-lived sister, who left behind the easily manipulable pair of sisters, Su Shiqing and Su Anren. With the younger sister under her control, That dead girl Su Shirqing had to repeatedly risk her life venturing outside to collect supplies. Then she would return and hand over most of them, keeping only a few moldy bread slices for herself and her sister as dinner. On the other hand, the couple Su Xiaoping and Wang Jian, along with their son Wang Xiongming, were living comfortably. Su Xiaoping thought this good life would continue forever until this time, when the dead girl had been gone from the base for 4 days without any sign of returning. Could that dead girl have run away? In a house in the slums area of the base, Su Xiaoping sat on a stool, missing half a leg, muttering under her breath. "Mom," Wang Xiongming beside her sneered and kicked over a chair nearby with a face full of malice. "I'm starving. Mom, where's our food? Are you trying to starve me to death?" Wang Xiongming was only 5 years old this year, 1 year younger than Anren, but much bigger in size than her. Even in the apocalypse, he hadn't grown thinner from hunger. Yo, Mom's little heart and treasure. How could Mom let you starve? Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoping immediately started coaxing her son with sweet words. It's all Su Shirqing's fault. Su Xiaoping looked at her son painfully. Look what they've done to my son. Mom, go catch that despicable woman back. Wang Xiongming threw himself on the ground, making a fuss. This left Su Xiaoping helplessly anxious. I knew that dead girl took after her short-lived mother. She isn't something good anyway. Su Xiaoping cursed under her breath, but there was a hint of unease in her voice. That dead girl wouldn't really not come back, would she? Wang Jian remained silent, sitting in a corner with an inferior cigarette in his hand, puffing it slowly, creating swirling smoke. I'm telling you to stop smoking your lousy cigarettes. Su Xiaoping exploded in anger. Didn't you hear your son screaming from hunger? Take everything out of storage and serve it. Go check on that girl in the storeroom. Wang Jian finally said his first sentence, his voice hoarse and ugly. What girl? Su Xiaoping momentarily didn't get it. Frowning, Wang Jian said, for days have passed, haven't you given that girl even a bit of food or water? If she dies, what will we use to threaten Shirqing? Hearing this, Su Xiaoping's expression became somewhat difficult. She muttered under her breath, that despicable girl is tough as nails. Our own food isn't even enough. How could I bear to give her some? But Wang Jian was indeed correct. If that girl died, it would be hard to threaten Shirqing, such a useful labor force. Su Xiaoping got up and walked towards the storeroom, still grumbling to herself as she went. Humph, it makes sense too. With her sister around, how could that dead girl possibly not return? The creak of the storeroom door broke through the darkness inside. As Su Xiaoping poked her head in to take a look, she froze. Ah! An instant shriek rang out. Eyes wide open, Su Xiaoping stared at the broken window and the empty room, stammering, old man. The person is gone. The person's gone? Hearing this sentence from outside, Wang Jian frowned slightly. Check if there's any hope yet. If no, tonight I'll find time to drag her out and bury her. Not that way. I mean completely gone. Su Xiaoping hurriedly came back and explained both by words and gestures. That dead girl disappeared. The storeroom window was broken at an unknown time. What? Wang Jian's complexion changed immediately. If Anren had died, it wouldn't count as a big deal. In the apocalypse, no one would continuously remember a strange girl anyway. However, if someone ran away, or worse, if it was Su Shirqing sneaking back to take Anren away secretly, things would turn ugly. To maintain the stable order of the base, managers established rules. Though usually turning a blind eye, if the abuse of an orphan girl were ever exposed, neither Mr. Wang nor Mrs. Su would meet with a pleasant fate. Husband, what do we do now? Su Xiaoping was panicking, pacing back and forth indoors. If our deeds against that dead girl get revealed, could our family still live peacefully in the base? Shut up. Extremely annoyed, Wang Jian snapped at Su Xiaoping's endless chatter. Beside him, Wang Xiongming screamed loudly from fear, crying so loudly that it created chaos. The management hasn't reached us, which means the matter hasn't leaked yet. Wang Jian frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, Su Shirqing is merely a useless waste without any special ability. She couldn't possibly escape elsewhere with a 6-year-old child, which means these two sisters were likely hiding somewhere else in the base. Wang Jian let out a cold snort, got up, grabbed his coat to prepare for going out, and his eyes gleamed with malice. I want to see where the two dead girls can hide in such a big base. Of course, Wang Jian obviously did not expect that Su Shirqing not only hadn't hidden herself, but was even boldly setting up a stall on both sides of the road. From afar, Su Shirqing saw that a group of people had already gathered around her stall from yesterday, apparently waiting quite early. Seeing the smiling young girl approaching, several people could hardly suppress their excitement. She's here. She's really here. Apparently, Su Shirqing's bold action yesterday of exchanging food for gold had already caught the attention of most people in the base, and there were far more people gathered here today than yesterday. Miss, are you doing the same as yesterday? A middle-aged woman with a hoarse voice asked shakily. Su Shirqing sat down at her stall, looking at the crowd surrounding her. She smiled faintly, waving her hand to place cookies and water in front of her. Of course, gold exchanges for food and water, or crystal cores too. The crowd became excited immediately, and soon someone wanted to step forward to trade with Su Shirqing. However, before the other person's hand even reached out, the next second, a huge rock came crashing towards Su Shirqing's stall. Boom! A deep crater appeared where the stall stood due to the impact of the massive rock, dust flying everywhere. The ordinary people who originally intended to trade screamed in terror and retreated hastily. Thanks to the enhancement of her awakened abilities, Su Shirqing noticed the boulder heading towards her first thing. Swiftly gathering the supplies, she flipped and leaped aside in one fluid motion. How dare a little yellow-haired girl start her business here? The smile on Su Shirqing's face slightly cooled. Narrowing her eyes, she looked in the direction of the sound, where 3 men were walking over. At the same time, one burly strong man raised his hand, and a boulder just like the previous one appeared in his hand, effortlessly carried without strain. An earth element psychic? Su Shirqing subtly arched an eyebrow. Indeed, as she expected, today was absolutely impossible to be as peaceful as yesterday. Chapter 18. The ingenious use of space. Most psychics in the base consider themselves a step above ordinary people, and the 3 who came to stir up trouble with Su Shirqing were no exception. When Su Shirqing got a clear look at the trio, she was somewhat surprised. They turned out to be acquaintances of her former self. The earth element psychic among them was named Liang Yuqing. Though his name sounded cultured, deep down he was a piece of trash who enjoyed bullying normal people. Easily the dumbest of the 3. Standing next to Liang Yuqing was a tall, slim man named Cheng Ling, another psychic. However, his power was focused on physical enhancement and gave him superhuman hearing far beyond what ordinary people could possess. And walking ahead of the group, the one who had just issued threats, was Han Dingtian, their leader and a fire element psychic. Yet as Su Shirqing gazed at him, all she wanted to do was laugh. Not because of anything else, but simply seeing a man of only 130 centimeters standing there puffing himself up with big words wasn't exactly intimidating. Even though Han Dingtian was trying his best to stand tall, he still looked like a child next to the 2 towering men behind him. The moment Han Dingtian caught sight of Su Shirqing, his small eyes instantly narrowed, and his tone took on a sinister edge. Oh, isn't this the little woman who cried and pleaded to join us in our supply runs back then? How about it? Haven't seen you in days, and now you're setting up a stall? Do you not know that this place belongs to our trio? Su Shirqing's fingers, which hung loosely by her side, lightly stroked against each other. A faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth, but it didn't reach her eyes. Her previous incarnation had known these 3 individuals. When she'd been forced out for her first supply mission, lacking experience, she thought about teaming up with someone else from the base. As for what Han Dingtian had claimed, her begging to join, they were completely fabrications. Although the trio had already awakened their powers and were a strong squad in the base, her past self chose not to join them. Because at the time, Han Dingtian made a condition. Wants to hitch onto us? Well, then, show your sincerity. I've heard your sister doesn't have too much sense upstairs, but she does have a pretty face. Naturally, her former self couldn't agree to such a proposition, but she didn't expect that during the journey, these 3 would deliberately lure zombies into endangering her life. Su Shirqing glanced around her surroundings. The huge stone thrown earlier by Liang Yuqing had created quite a commotion. Civilians without psychic abilities panicked and scrambled away to avoid being accidentally injured. After careful observation, Su Shirqing failed to notice any sign of the base's management personnel, which solidified her thoughts even further. This base was evidently less disciplined than she initially imagined. However, this suited Su Shirqing's plans. Seeing that Su Shirqing wasn't taking his words seriously at all, Han Dingtian immediately frowned, a sneer curling at the edges of his lips. Girl, do you think having a bit of resources allows you to act however you want within the base? This is the apocalypse now. It's all about whose fists are stronger. Behave yourself and hand over all the food and water on your person. Then bring your sister later, and we might let you off easy. Before Han Dingtian finished speaking, he suddenly felt something whoosh through the air before him. There was then a sharp thwack. Liang Yuqing screamed out in sudden pain as his shoulder seemed to be slashed by some sharp object, crimson blood flowing profusely. What in the world? Han Dingtian's expression darkened. Cheng Ling also showed shock on his face. His enhanced auditory skills allowed him to hear that the attack originated from Su Shirqing's direction, yet he couldn't figure out what weapon had caused it. Unbeknownst to the trio, a blood-stained leaf slowly fluttered to the ground. Su Shirqing smiled, almost amused by the situation. So many people kept trying to harm her sister. You said one thing correctly. Su Shirqing arched an eyebrow towards Han Dingtian, smiling slightly under his watchful eyes. In this apocalypse, whoever has the strongest fists wins. She raised her hand, revealing a hint of emerald green, a soft leaf. In the next second, the flash of green vanished from Su Shirqing's fingertips. At once, Cheng Ling's face changed dramatically. Big brother Han, dodge it. Han Dingtian was slower by a mere second. Despite his attempt to sidestep, a shallow bloody mark appeared on his face from the leaf slicing across. Shit. Han Dingtian wiped his sticky bloodied face and stared at Su Shirqing with uncertainty in his eyes. What kind of witchcraft is this? Wasn't it common knowledge that the girl had no offensive means, only spatial abilities? Where had that leaf come from? And what kind of leaf could effortlessly cut through flesh like this? You're not a space-type psychic? Han Dingtian narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the tranquil young woman standing several paces away. No, you're a dual ability user? Take a guess. Su Shirqing smirked lightly, lifting her hand again, not revealing the green hue of a leaf this time, but instead, a splash of gold. It was a gold bead that Su Shirqing had obtained yesterday, only as big as a soybean. Repeating the same method, Su Shirqing stored the gold bead in her space and controlled it with her mind, launching it at an extremely fast speed toward Han Dingtian and his 2 companions. Ever since the space had been upgraded, Su Shirqing's control over it had become increasingly proficient. She could make objects appear anywhere within a 20-meter radius of her location and also determine the speed at which they were retrieved. This meant that the pendant space wasn't just for storing supplies. It could also be used as a short-range projectile weapon. And thus occurred the current situation. The gold bead shot toward Han Dingtian's abdomen at a speed invisible to the naked eye, with the force equivalent to a bullet, instantly piercing through his lower belly. Han Dingtian felt a sudden numbness in his abdomen, and only after he looked down to see the blood staining his clothes did the pain gradually seep in. First came the spatial ability, then the leaf, and now gold. No one could possibly possess 3 psychic abilities simultaneously, right? Big Brother Han Cheng-Ling, the only one still unscathed, changed expressions drastically and quickly moved to support Han Dingtian. Meanwhile, Liang Yuqing, whose shoulder was still bleeding, let out a roar, ignoring his injuries as he forcefully slapped both hands on the ground. Su Shiqing noticed the soil beneath her feet becoming softer, as if something was about to burst forth from underground. Her sense of danger quickened her pulse, and instinctively she leapt aside. In the next moment, rock spires as hard as steel abruptly sprouted from the ground, densely occupying the spot where Su Shiqing had just stood moments ago. Seeing the rock spikes measuring about a meter long, Su Shiqing inwardly shuddered. If she hadn't evaded in time, she would probably already be in grave peril. At this thought, Su Shiqing gathered her focus, staying wary of the soil beneath her while waiting for the next attack. But when she looked up, she saw Liang Yuqing pale-faced, his towering figure swaying before he fell heavily onto the ground. Liang Yuqing muttered unintelligibly, displaying a lack of intelligence. No, my psychic energy is all gone. I'm so hungry. On the side, Cheng-Ling, who was supporting Han Dingtian, criticized him harshly, exasperated. You idiot. Do you even aim before using your ultimate skill? Chapter 19, Complete Victory. One was severely injured by a projectile weapon, one had exhausted his special ability, and the other only had enhanced hearing. Su Shiqing didn't know how she could lose in such a situation. 1 against 3, complete victory. Han Dingtian's abdomen was still bleeding profusely. Although those with special abilities had superior physical qualities, they could not endure such continuous blood loss. He gritted his teeth as he watched Su Shiqing approach step by step, and finally felt a tinge of fear towards death. What do you want to do? Cheng-Ling knew that he definitely couldn't win against her. Watching Su Shiqing come closer, all he could do was threaten. Killing people in the base is illegal. You don't want to be expelled from the base, right? Su Shiqing hadn't prepared to leave with An Ran just yet. Upon hearing this, she paused slightly. Seeing this, Han Dingtian clutched his wound, barely managing to sneer. You'd better stop now. You don't want to be expelled from the base, do you? Before he could finish speaking, Su Shiqing kicked him, pressing the tip of her foot harshly onto the wound on his abdomen. The pain instantly altered Han Dingtian's expression. Cheng-Ling nearby dared not intervene. Su Shiqing leaned down, holding a Swiss Army knife that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The cold blade lightly patted Han Dingtian's face. Seeing the terror in his eyes, Su Shiqing smiled contentedly. People need to recognize reality. And Su Shiqing laughed softly, her voice quiet but oddly oppressive. You can't kill people in the base, but will you stay here your whole life? Han Dingtian's face twisted almost beyond recognition due to the pain, but these words instilled a deep fear within him. For a moment, Han Dingtian hesitated. Is this person in front of me really Su Shiqing, who was always silent and appeared meek? If you ever see me or my younger sister again, Su Shiqing pressed down with her foot, grinding it over Han Dingtian's wound, her gaze icy. Don't think I won't do it next time we meet. I'll kill you. Su Shiqing stood up and stepped back, taking a glance at Han Dingtian lying on the ground, already close to unconsciousness, then calmly turned away. Although the base wasn't the best place for action, Su Shiqing didn't believe these three would remain there forever. Regardless of whether Han Dingtian harbored resentment against her or not, Su Shiqing didn't care much. She wouldn't let this threat linger indefinitely. Cheng-Ling quickly moved forward, helping Han Dingtian, who was nearly unconscious on the ground, not daring to look at Su Shiqing once, and hurriedly left with Liang Yuqing. The indentation created by the large boulder at the original stall remained. Drips of blood on the ground were testament to their previous skirmish. Seeing Han Dingtian leaving in a pitiful state, ordinary people observing quietly from around cautiously peeked their heads out, nervously looking at Su Shiqing standing at the center of the open space. Pretending not to notice the cautious glances from around, Su Shiqing acted as if nothing had happened, walked to the side of the street, and set up a new stall. Could the trade continue? Even though Han Dingtian's group weren't top tier among the special ability holders in the base, for commoners, they were unreachable beings. These three often took advantage of their abilities to exploit nearby residents, causing them great distress. Unfortunately, the management of the base often turned a blind eye to such actions. Today, seeing Su Shiqing give them a good beating, many secretly felt a sense of relief. But upon witnessing the young woman's formidable strength, no one dared to approach her immediately to trade resources. Su Shiqing remained calm, quietly displaying food and water in front of her, waiting for the first person to approach. Possibly due to youthful boldness, the first one to approach was a scrawny little boy. The boy's clothes were torn and ill-fitting, his face covered in dirt, yet his eyes sparkled with alertness and anxiety. He cautiously extended the crystal core in his hand towards Su Shiqing, saying, "Sister, I'd like to exchange this for 2 bottles of water and a packet of biscuits. Can I?" "Of course." Su Shiqing's expression softened slightly, revealing a gentle demeanor. She took the boy's crystal core and handed him the items. Pleasant transaction. Su Shiqing continued trading food and drinks for crystal cores and valuable items as she did yesterday, with no change in prices. This put many observers at ease. Though they weren't sure about her intentions, after teaching a lesson to Han Dingtian's group and continuing to offer supplies for trade, Su Shiqing had gained significant favor in everyone's eyes. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus in recent years, most food and water from supermarkets have been looted. Even if commoners dared to venture outside the base to seek supplies, they would mostly return empty-handed. However, valuable items like gold were left untouched. Over the past 2 days of Su Shiqing setting up her stall, some people had already begun planning to form teams and leave the base to gather valuable goods outside. And all this was within Su Shiqing's expectations. With the little boy leading the way, a small crowd started gathering around Su Shiqing's stall. Having witnessed Su Shiqing's strength, trading order became increasingly well-maintained, with no one daring to overstep the boundaries. Thus, Su Shiqing went about making transactions with everyone, just as she did yesterday, smiling warmly. Hey, Ningxi Nian, can you tone it down a bit next time when using your special ability? The man with earrings on his ear held a hammer, fixing the door that Ningxi Nian had broken earlier, while grumbling continuously. Ningxi Nian adjusted his glasses, standing beside him with a faint nod. All right, I'll try my best next time. Try. You say that every time, the man complained. I'm a renowned special ability user in the base and the captain of the resource gathering squad Luo Qing, but in front of you, I end up repairing doors. Luo Qing cursed under his breath as he continued to work, efficiently mending the door. Ningxi Nian looked at the newly fixed gate and stepped forward to pat Luo Qing on the shoulder, praising him more openly. Good craftsmanship. I'll continue calling you next time. Hell no, I'm not doing it next time. Hearing this, Luo Qing turned around and hit Ningxi Nian's shoulder, pretending to be angry. The punch hadn't even landed on Ningxi Nian when he caught Luo Qing's wrist. Your door repair skills are good, but your combat skills need improvement. Luo Qing exploded. Do you dare to have a go with me? Watch me beat you senseless. Ningxi Nian's lips curled slightly upwards into a small smile. There weren't many people in the base he could talk to. Luo Qing was one of them. These two had one of the best relationships around. I heard there are new neighbors living next to you? Luo Qing suddenly remembered something, tilting his eyebrows toward the neighboring house. You do like peace and quiet, right? Do you want me to request a place change for you upstairs? Hearing this, Ningxi Nian paused for a moment. Images of the two sisters, Su Shiqing and her younger sister, flashing through his mind. A pair of sisters moved in, but they're not noisy. Ningxi Nian shook his head. No need to trouble you. If I need anything, I'll personally discuss it with those upstairs. Oh, fair enough. Luo Qing stroked his chin, nodded earnestly. You're a scientific research talent in the base. Your words carry more weight than mine, clumsy brute. Another round of sarcastic remarks. Ningxi Nian helplessly shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, Luo Qing suddenly interrupted. Didn't you say a pair of sisters live next door? Then why did I see a man walking toward there? What? Ningxi Nian paused, turning his head to look at the gate near his neighbor's entrance nearby. Sure enough, a man was standing there, though Ningxi Nian didn't know exactly when he arrived. At the instant Ningxi Nian saw the man's face, his eyes flickered sharply. He knew who this person was. Su Shiqing and her sister's uncle, Wang Jian. Why had he come here? Chapter 20 Uncle-in-law comes to visit. Wang Jian glared at the house in front of him, which was several times better than his own. His teeth were practically grinding with anger. Sure enough, this ingrate he raised wasn't worth the effort. While Wang Jian and his sister lived happily here, they had abandoned their family to live neglected in a broken-down slum. If no one had told him, Su Shiqing rented a place inside the base perimeter, Wang Jian would have never guessed that the dead girl could make it so far. Even though she hides inside the base, I still found her. Ning Sinai looked at Wang Jian's ferocious expression and grew increasingly cold-faced. How did he get in? Ning Sinai couldn't figure out how someone like him entered the inner circle where security was extremely tight. What? Do you recognize him? Seeing Ning Sinai's grim expression, Luo Qing realized something was wrong. Rolling up his sleeves, Luo Qing prepared to charge forward. Do you want me to beat him up and throw him out? Don't be rash. Ning Sinai pulled him back, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he thought about what to do next. This morning when Su Shiqing left the house, he saw her, meaning at this moment, there should only be Su Anren alone next door. You go to the outer circle of the base, find a girl named Su Shiqing. Ning Sinai patted Luo Qing on the shoulder, giving him instructions in a low voice. A girl wearing a white sportswear and beige coat. Tell her, her uncle-in-law has come searching for her. Luo Qing hesitated for a second, but seeing Ning Sinai's serious face, didn't ask further, just nodding and rushing off. While running, Luo Qing muttered quietly to himself. This really is amazing. Ning Sinai, the great blockhead, actually starts caring about other people's business now. With a glance at Wang Jian, who was already preparing to ram the door, Ning Sinai revealed a hint of complexity on his face and glanced towards the window of the neighboring house. Very few people came and went within the inner circle of the base. Wang Jian dropped all pretenses and exposed his true nature. He slammed heavily on the door, shouting fiercely, "You dead girl, open the door quickly. I know you're inside. Don't think you can fool me. The two of you are living well here, while my son nearly starves to death. If you don't open the door right now, I will force it." Inside the house, there was a deafening silence. Wang Jian spat out angrily and rolled up his sleeves to forcefully collide against the gate. Bang, bang, bang. Each time, the impact became stronger and more terrifying. In the corner of the bedroom, Anren crouched into a ball, trembling as she hugged her knees tightly. The menacing whispers outside the door reminded her of past traumas flooding her mind once again. Sister, Anren buried her head in her arm, her voice faint and choked with sobs. I'm scared. The base-built houses certainly weren't as sturdy as modern ones. Under Wang Jian's persistent smashing, the door eventually broke open. Breathing heavily, Wang Jian gazed at the clean and tidy interior room, becoming even angrier. Living a peaceful life hidden away here, huh? Let me show you otherwise. Kicking open the bedroom door with his foot, Wang Jian sneered coldly. Dead girl, you dared to secretly come over here for a good life. Let's see me not. His words cut off abruptly as Wang Jian froze looking at the empty inner room. Weird, where are the people? The covers on the bed were somewhat messy, some candy, cookies, and water were scattered around. The room's window was slightly ajar, allowing light breezes to flutter the curtains. It was evident that someone had been living here. Seeing the food on the bed, Wang Jian's eyes widened. He had been eating plain steamed buns for months. Searching through the house from top to bottom, Wang Jian found no sign of anyone, leaving him worried. Someone clearly told him that Su Shiqing moved in with a kid. Where did these two girls run off to? Unbeknownst to Wang Jian, Ning Sinai handed a glass of water to Anren, saying gently, I'll ensure your safety here. You can wait for your sister to return. Thank you, brother. Anren's pale little face accepted the warm water gratefully, drinking it in tiny sips. Ning Sinai's face showed a touch of numbness. Just moments ago, he climbed through the window once more, bringing the little girl safely to his home. At this rate, he might forget how to use doors altogether. Today, many more people came to trade goods with Su Shiqing than yesterday. Even with enhanced physical capabilities due to her abilities, Su Shiqing's hands started to feel slightly sore. However, watching valuable items pile up in her storage space, shimmering gold and bright, Su Shiqing's mood improved considerably. Not far away, Luo Qing searched among the crowds according to Ning Sinai's hints. This pace is too slow. Luo Qing scratched his head and frowned unhappily. After a moment, Luo Qing sighed and appeared to make a decision. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs on the street of the base. Su Shiqing? Who is Su Shiqing? There's trouble at your place. Far away, Su Shiqing, who was doing business, twitched her hand and looked up in confusion. She just felt as if someone was calling her. Stopping her actions, Su Shiqing stood up and gazed toward the center of the street. There stood a man in a military overcoat shouting until his face turned almost red under the sun shining on him. His ear studs glimmered in the light. Su Shiqing did not recognize him nor understood why anyone would come looking for her, but after some thought, she handed a bottle of water to a little girl waiting nearby with anticipation. Go help me bring that uncle over. The little girl holding the water moved quickly and soon brought Luo Qing over. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Su Shiqing crossed one hand into her pocket while quietly examining the man before her, her lips curved into a polite smile. Decently dressed, rosy complexion. He seemed like someone worth a good profit. She pulled out a pack of barbecue-flavored cookies from her space and offered it forward with a gentle smile. Do you want to make a trade with me? Luo Qing's gaze couldn't help but drift toward the package of cookies. The packaging was clean, unlike the compressed biscuits he'd been eating for so long. Just the picture alone was enticing. Good. Luo Qing instinctively replied, only realizing halfway through his answer what his mission was. Are you Su Shiqing? Luo Qing abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Su Shiqing and inspecting her thoroughly before continuing. You should go home quickly. Your uncle-in-law has come knocking on your door. Crack. The cookies in Su Shiqing's hands were crushed instantly. The smile on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and frosty indifference. Who says someone has shown up at my house? Your uncle-in-law, said Luo Qing, taken aback at the dramatic shift in Su Shiqing's expression. Ning Sinai sent me to find you. If there's any issue, you'll have to take it up with him. I won't take the blame for this. Chapter 21. The opportunity arrives. How did Wang Jian find his way here? What is the security of the inner circle doing? Are they eating their meals for nothing? And Ran is still at home. Su Shiqing's face was cold, and with a wave of her hand, she stored all the supplies in front of her into her space. Looking at the crowd of people still waiting in line to exchange goods, she said, today's trading will stop here. I need to handle some matters at home. The day's closing shop was much earlier than yesterday, with many people not yet exchanging goods. Observing Su Shiqing's icy expression, it seemed like something had happened. Some began to worry. Would they still be able to use valuable items to exchange for supplies tomorrow? And there were also those who realized belatedly. Su Shiqing. This name sounds familiar somehow. Tisk, wasn't one of Wang Jian's couple taking care of two girls? Rumor has it that these girls are Su Xiaoping's nephews, and one of them seems to be called Su Shiqing. Wow, it really is her. Who would have thought this little girl could dress so beautifully? Before, she always looked dirty. But judging from what that man just said, it seems there is some kind of conflict between her and her uncle-in-law. That can't be possible. Wang Jian is one of the most honest guys around. Su Shiqing's younger sister, as rumored, was already mentally unstable when they came to the base, but that couple has been taking good care of her. This is the apocalypse era after all. They're being considerate as spouses. But then, how come this girl can bring out so many supplies so casually without the Wang family ever mentioning it? Yesterday, I saw them nibbling on moldy bread. Whispers spread through the crowd, though somewhat chaotic, yet Su Shiqing caught several remarks. Her lips tightened, and thoughts raced in her mind until she suddenly realized that now might just be a good opportunity. A great opportunity to thoroughly destroy Wang Jian and his wife's reputation. Luo Qing stood beside her, having witnessed Su Shiqing's demeanor shifting from a gentle smile to icy coldness, then returning to calm composure. Her black eyes appeared unfathomably deep, as if plotting something serious. This girl truly has something special. Everyone, let's disperse for today. Su Shiqing gestured at those still gathered in front of her. After a brief pause in her voice, she hesitated. Tomorrow. maybe you shouldn't come here to wait anymore. What do you mean? When they heard the second half of her sentence, everyone lost their cool. Finally, a stable way to get food and water had appeared, so much so that some were already preparing to go outside to collect gold or other valuable items. At this point, Su Shiqing suddenly announced that she might quit. That was unacceptable. It's because my uncle found me. Su Shiqing feigned a sigh of helplessness but quickly shook her head. Never mind, everyone can leave first. She seemed reluctant to say more, but subtly pointed the finger directly at Wang Jian. Having finished speaking, Su Shiqing didn't linger any longer, swinging her coat and walking quickly towards the inner circle of the base. Luo Qing didn't immediately follow her, but instead glanced thoughtfully at the group of people who hadn't dispersed. Sure enough, soon a few figures followed Su Shiqing, seemingly intent on figuring out exactly what was going on. Phew. Luo Qing stroked his chin, muttering softly, interesting. But it won't be easy for anyone to just walk into the inner circle of the base. Luo Qing paused, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh right, this girl is actually the neighbor household owner next door to old Ning. She has the authority to request the guards to allow people in. So this girl calculated everything ahead of time? How did old Ning end up associating with such a person? Luo Qing furrowed his eyebrows, muttering again. With his personality, wouldn't he have been tricked by her till he didn't even keep his underwear? Su Shiqing quickly ran towards the inner area of the base, noticing indeed that someone had trailed behind her. Slightly relieved, she realized that whenever personal interests were involved, someone would surely seek to understand what was happening. She had already informed the inner circle security personnel beforehand, ensuring no one among the group following her would be stopped. Still, there was one issue Su Shiqing couldn't make sense of. While rushing homeward, she contemplated just who allowed Wang Jian access inside. When leasing that house initially, Su Shiqing deliberately disguised herself to avoid recognition. In theory, apart from her and her sister and Ran, the only other person who knew where she lived should be Ning Xian. Could it be him? But why would Ning Xian act this way? Moreover, if it was indeed him, there would have been no need to send an additional messenger to warn her. Su Shiqing couldn't piece it together in such a short amount of time, but neither did the situation permit her peaceful reflection. Looking toward the distant shadows of houses, Su Shiqing's expression turned colder. My dear uncle, since you're so eager to destroy your own reputation, I guess I have no choice but to oblige. From afar, she could already see the door of her rented house violently kicked open, wide ajar, clearly indicating someone had been inside. Su Shiqing almost couldn't contain her worry for Ran, biting her lips hard, her expression seemingly murderous. But as she turned her head, she met a small face at the window of Ning Xian's house next door. And Ran's entire face was pressed against the glass. Upon spotting Su Shiqing's figure, she gently patted the window, looking quite delighted. Su Shiqing paused in her furious march forward. Why isn't Ran next door? Once she confirmed that the figure at the window was indeed Ran herself, the distress in Su Shiqing's heart dissipated all at once, and her almost lost reason returned to calmness. Relieved, she curved her lips slightly, her eyebrows and eyes softening a bit, waving from far away toward Ran. It's good that Ran is fine. This would allow her to deal with Wang Jian without worries. But it appeared that she had once again incurred a favor from Ning Xian. It seemed she'd need to find some time to go back to the present era and help him gather all the experimental equipment he needed. She made a shoot gesture toward Ran next door, signaling her not to rush out. Then, Su Shiqing looked at the forcibly kicked open door, chuckled coldly, and walked up quickly. Inside, Wang Jian, unable to find anyone, couldn't resist the temptation of cookies and candies on the bed, indulging in them heartily. When sounds were heard from the doorway, Wang Jian was choked by a cookie and was looking around frantically for water. You little girls, you finally came back, did you? Wang Jian smirked, grabbed a nearby bottle of new mineral water, gulped down several swallows, wiped his mouth, and prepared to step out to teach those two girls a lesson. However, when he saw the elegant, composed figure of Su Shiqing standing in the doorway, his words suddenly got stuck in his throat. Wang Jian's eyes widened slightly, unsure who this person before him was. In his memory, Su Shiqing was always a disheveled, dirty girl in ragged clothes barely covering her body, not the well-dressed and radiant person now. Seeing Wang Jian's stunned expression, Su Shiqing blocked the entrance and let out a low chuckle, beckoning to him. Dear uncle-in-law, long time no see. Chapter 22. Hooked. Because Su Shiqing was blocking the doorway, Wang Jian couldn't see the others who had sneaked over to follow and gawk. Although Su Shiqing's appearance stunned him momentarily, Wang Jian's face quickly turned fierce. Brat, no matter how well you hide, you're still found by me. Wang Jian snorted coldly, glaring at Su Shiqing who was just a few steps away from him. You've been living here in comfort all alone while starving my son. I'll kill you. As if watching a clown jumping around and shouting, Su Shiqing's expression remained calm as she noticed the uncleaned cookie crumbs on the corner of Wang Jian's mouth. Her face showed a hint of disdain. What a waste of my food. Seeing Su Shiqing unmoved, Wang Jian felt that his authority was being challenged, causing him to become even more agitated. He raised his hand to approach her, wanting to show her some color as he usually did. The palm was raised but stopped by an unknown force before it could fall. Wang Jian looked up sharply, only to see that at some point, his wrist was tightly bound by a delicate vine, leaving him unable to move. What is? Wang Jian froze for a moment, disbelief seeping into his eyes. You awakened powers? How is this possible? After the outbreak of the zombie virus, most humans were instantly infected and turned into zombies, while a small portion of them unexpectedly awakened abilities. The rest, those who didn't undergo immediate changes, rarely managed to awaken their own abilities in the days following. And right now, Su Shiqing, whom he had treated like a slave, had truly awakened her powers. This couldn't help but fill Wang Jian with both shock and jealousy. Why should this brat be so lucky? Surprised, Su Shiqing leaned against the doorframe, lightly moving her fingertips. The vine wrapped around Wang Jian's wrist tightened further. Under the strain, Wang Jian felt as though his wrist would break. His hands clenched with veins popping out, and his expression darkened. I'm your uncle-in-law. I provided for you, fed you, housed you, and you ungrateful wolf dare to treat me like this. Wang Jian flushed red, gritting his teeth. Do you not fear being kicked out of the base? Even if you have abilities, how do you plan to survive with that little mad girl? Who are you calling mad girl? The carefree smile disappeared from Su Shiqing's face, a chilling coldness entering her pitch-black eyes. Wang Jian, having played your role too long, surely you don't believe it anymore? Out of nowhere, Su Shiqing revealed a military knife and stepped forward, seizing the other person's collar. With terror in his eyes, Wang Jian saw Su Shiqing place the blade at his neck, laughing coldly. All the food for your family was gathered by me. The house where you live now was exchanged using my resources. You, Su Xiaoping, including your son, are all supported by me. What gives you the audacity to threaten me here? Whether or not my sister is crazy, only you know. I advise you carefully, which words to say and which ones to avoid. With his wrist controlled by the vines, Wang Jian couldn't evade. Sensing the chill along his neck, he felt a mix of shock and fear. Especially upon meeting Su Shiqing's deep, unfathomable gaze, Wang Jian shivered inexplicably. That deadbeat girl who endured their beatings and oppression for such a long time. How could she seem so completely transformed with such an overpowering aura? For a moment, Wang Jian felt she might actually kill him. But soon after, he reminded himself, this is still the base. If Su Shiqing dared to kill someone within the base, she'd be expelled. Wang Jian was certain she wouldn't dare do it. Humph. Despite trembling legs, Wang Jian still tried to appear stern and intimidating. So what? Show real courage and kill me. Let's see how someone who murders relatives can survive inside the base. Girl, it's not too late to apologize and beg forgiveness alongside your foolish sister. I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Looking around at the tidy and clean room, Wang Jian humphed again. I've already seen plenty of good stuff earlier. You probably have more, so bring it all out to respect me and your aunt later. We've been starved these past days. And this room is nice. The master bedroom gets good sunlight. Perfect for my son, Xiaoming. It was exactly Anren's room that he had his eye on. Even though the knife was still pressed against his throat, Wang Jian started boldly dividing up rooms. Su Shiqing laughed with rage, never having seen such shameless people. Neither the supplies in my possession nor this house has anything to do with you. Su Shiqing curled her lips, speaking coldly. Indeed, I have quite a few good things in my possession, food and drink, but none of these items will ever be yours. Even if I fed them to the dogs, they wouldn't end up in your hands. As she spoke, Su Shiqing continuously pulled out cookies, candies, and milk powder from her space ring, showing them off to the other party before carefully putting them back. Wang Jian's eyes nearly popped out. So many good things. How could this girl even think about hoarding it all for herself? Absolutely impossible. These belong to him. What qualifications did these two girls have to live so well? Seeing Wang Jian's eyes fill with blood, becoming angrier by the second, Su Shiqing sneered inwardly and added fuel to the fire. As for you and your son, stay in the slum for the rest of your lives. These things will never reach your hands. I'm curious to see how your family plans to survive in the base without me. Shit, you wretched girl, watch me beat you to death. Wang Jian was successfully provoked by Su Shiqing's taunting. He struggled violently to break free from the vine bindings. You wait, I won't let you off. Neither you nor your dead sister will escape from me. After you're gone, all these supplies will belong to Wang Jian. The volume of his last sentence skyrocketed, surprising even Wang Jian himself for a moment. Lowering his head, Wang Jian noticed an unexpected megaphone right by his mouth, somehow appearing there silently. Frozen in shock, he watched Su Shiqing smirk lightly and say in a soft voice, Uncle-in-law, those were your exact words. Oh yes? What? Confused, Wang Jian didn't grasp what game this girl was playing yet, but outside the house, chaos suddenly erupted. All these supplies are mine, Wang Jian's. Through the amplification of the megaphone, the sentence accurately reached every ear in the crowd outside, who had gathered out of curiosity. After a short moment of silence, uproar broke out among the crowd. K, Wang Jian. How did I not realize earlier that you're such a selfish bastard? So, you're the one blocking our access to resources. Isn't this as bad as killing us outright? Animal. His own niece thoughtfully provided for us commoners in the base, while he greedily tried to take all these supplies for himself. We really misjudged this person. Chapter 23, Ruined Reputation. Outside, voices were chaotic. Wang Jian was a little confused. He couldn't make out what the people outside were saying, but Su Shiqing heard it clearly. Because the timing was perfect, those who had come to see the commotion arrived just in time to hear that sentence from Wang Jian and didn't get to see what happened inside the room. Su Shiqing took the opportunity to snap her fingers and retracted the vines trapping Wang Jian. She smiled innocently. Uncle, one shouldn't be too greedy, you know. What? Wang Jian still didn't understand the situation, but his instincts told him that something bad had probably happened, filling him with unease. Su Shiqing chuckled softly and took a step forward. Like a respectful young girl to an elder, She helped tidy up Wang Jian's collar that had been messed up by the army knife. Then, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Wang Jian tried to pull away but found that somehow this girl had become astonishingly strong. Fellow sufferers of the same base. Uncle should not hoard all the supplies for himself, right? Su Shiqing's voice was amplified slightly through the nearby loudspeaker, clearly reaching the ears of the crowd outside. Through the door kicked open earlier, everyone could see the two seemingly struggling inside, as if they had a dispute. At this moment, Wang Jian's gaze finally bypassed Su Shiqing's obstruction and saw the masses of heads at the door, pointing angrily at him and talking about something. He finally realized the gravity of the situation, realized that everything he had said and done earlier had been witnessed by others. The carefully cultivated image he had worked on for so long collapsed completely in this moment. When had this girl gained such significant influence in the base? Why were there so many people following her back? Wang Jian did not know that Su Shiqing had been setting up a stall outside, nor did he know that she had taken down the 3 bullies led by Han Dingtian alone. All he knew was that he was doomed this time. And clearly, Su Shiqing wasn't satisfied just yet. With the apocalypse upon us, Uncle, we can't only care about our own survival. They are all our compatriots. While I am capable, I cannot ignore them. Su Shiqing half-pulled, half-dragged Wang Jian out of the room and stood by the door, facing the gazes of the crowd. Wang Jian had no strength left to resist. His face turned bright red as he faced the angry pointing and accusations from the crowd before him, opening his mouth to argue. I didn't. But no one listened to his explanation. The words broadcast through the loudspeaker moments ago had already been heard clearly by everyone. Because they directly affected their interests, hardly anyone remained calm. As she watched this scene unfold, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Su Shiqing's lips, revealing a hint of disdain in her eyes. Next door, Ran perched on the windowsill, staring at the throng gathered at her doorstep and at her sister and uncle. Her glossy black eyes blinked repeatedly. She couldn't quite grasp what all these people were saying, but when she saw that her sister seemed unhurt, she settled back down again, continuing to sit at the window. Ning Sinin stood behind and ran, adjusting his glasses slightly with a raised hand, his gaze passing through the lenses to land on Su Shiqing not far away. He narrowed his eyes. He still vividly remembered the words Su Shiqing had said to him just a few days ago. They're my own aunt and uncle. How could I let them get kicked out of the base? Indeed, she hadn't gotten them expelled, but living with a ruined reputation would surely be harder. How well calculated. Ning Sinin thought emotionlessly, glancing down to see Ran clinging tightly to the windowsill, her small face squished flat, looking rather adorable. He silently added to himself. All right, though Su Shiqing might not be a good person, her sister is still cute. On the other side, Su Shiqing's performance was becoming somewhat excessive. Clutching her chest, she pointed at Wang Jian in apparent sorrow. I never expected, Uncle, that despite all my hard work searching for supplies daily so that you may live comfortably, your hearts are this cold. What? Did Su Shiqing support Wang Jian's family all along? Unbelievable. No wonder why Wang Jian's family never leaves the base, but lives worry-free. I thought they had connections with someone above. Who knew it was Su Shiqing? So then, in my opinion, Wang Jian and his wife have utterly lost their sense of decency, bullying orphans without parents. The base should kick them out immediately. No wonder Su Shiqing used to look shabby every day, covered in blood. It's not like that. Wang Jian was now completely drowned out by the accusations, trying to defend himself, but finding no audience. Worse than animals. Leave the base. More and more people began spitting at Wang Jian, cursing and condemning him. After 2 days of running her stall, Su Shiqing's standing among the base residents had greatly increased. One was a kind person who could provide them with a stable food supply, and the other was a selfish uncle thinking only of himself. It was obvious which side the crowd would choose. Those shouting curses at Wang Jian were also secretly pondering if this might leave a good impression on Su Shiqing, hoping for some discounts when they exchanged goods next time. Sister, a clear child's voice rang out, and Su Shiqing quickly turned her head to see and ran dashing through the crowd toward her, while Ning Sinin stood quietly, not far away watching. Because of her awakened Yi ability, PSY, and Ran was still slim but had rosy cheeks. Dressed in new clothes, she looked delicate and adorable like a porcelain doll. The small girl, no taller than half a person, ran laughing towards Su Shiqing. Seeing her, Su Shiqing's eyes softened with genuine warmth as she opened her arms to welcome her. Seeing Su Anran, the crowd all paused momentarily in surprise. Isn't this one of the children taken in by Mr. and Mrs. Wang? Oomph, wasn't it said that there was something wrong with this child's mental state? But now looking at her, she seems perfectly normal, a very lively little girl. TCH, we've been deceived by the Wang family all along. And Ran paid no attention to the whispers around her. All she knew was that her sister was amazing, and even the scary uncle couldn't do anything to her. Looking at Su Shiqing with adoring eyes, she pounced into her embrace, rubbing against her softly. Sister, you're so amazing. That's right, Su Shiqing chuckled, picking up Ran and pinching her chubby cheeks. While the sisters enjoyed a warm moment, Wang Jian's face had already turned crimson from anger, his sanity nearly slipping away. Everything was perfect before, his life, his reputation, all ruined by Su Shiqing, this reckless beast. He wouldn't accept it. Die. Suddenly, Wang Jian pulled out a dagger from somewhere and lunged it towards Su Shiqing's back, without hesitation. The crowd screamed in shock, and Ning Sinin, watching from afar, instantly frowned as electric sparks began gathering at his fingertips. Chapter 24. Ties, Severed Forever? However, Su Shiqing seemed to have been well aware. At the moment Wang Jian roared in anger, she raised her hand to let Anren bury her head in her shoulder, avoiding any bloody scene being seen by Anren. The next second, emerald green vines shot up from behind. 2 vines instantly bound Wang Jian's movements on both sides, and another vine feigned an attempt to snatch the blade in his hand, but accidentally pierced through his arm. Wang Jian screamed with pain still in his mouth, and quickly another vine rushed to block it. Blood dripped along the vine onto the ground, staining a patch of it red. Su Shiqing still wore a faint smile as she gently patted Anren's back, her eyes cold. The crowd around, upon seeing the blood soak the ground, fell silent instantly. Almost forgot, the young girl before them was not someone to be trifled with. She was the one who triumphed over 3 psychic individuals, all alone. Not far away, Ning Xinyan's finger lightning dissipated, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. Isn't Su Shiqing supposed to be of the space-based psi power? Where did this wood-based psi ability come from? Wang Jian felt his hand was about to break, his face's veins popping out, distorted in pain. Just at that time, Su Shiqing turned back with a sorrowful expression on her face. Uncle-in-law, I never expected you would lay hands on me. I am so hurt. With a demeanor full of disbelief and sadness, her gaze made Wang Jian almost want to spit out a mouthful of blood. His mouth blocked by the vine, he let out a muffled sound, and Wang Jian was nearly driven to the verge of unconsciousness with anger. Who exactly got hurt? See all the blood on the floor. Whose is it? Anren's head buried in Su Shiqing's shoulder, not quite knowing what happened. But upon hearing Su Shiqing mention injuries, she immediately perked up, wanting to lift her little head. Sister is injured. Where are you injured? Anren will blow it for you. Of course, Su Shiqing wouldn't allow Anren to see all the blood stains on the ground. She lightly patted her back to soothe her. Sister is fine. Anren, why don't we keep this uncle no longer? Along with Aunt and that younger brother, shall we give up on them altogether? All right. Anren rubbed against Su Shiqing's shoulder. Uncle is scary, and Aunt always wants to hit Anren. Anren doesn't want them anymore. I only need sister. At this point, Wang Jian's reputation has completely disintegrated. Su Shiqing knew that those around them would soon spread what happened here. The reputation of Mr. and Mrs. Wang will be utterly ruined. They will become universally reviled people within the base. Of course, if merely thus, it's far from enough. The punishment won't even match being expelled from the base. Unexpectedly, Su Shiqing will likely be the sole person willing to trade supplies out within the base. This means her status among the people in the base will be significantly enhanced. Thus, when she expresses her dissatisfaction with the Wang couple, might anyone try to win her favor by targeting them? Su Shiqing never considered herself a good person. Years of clandestine struggles within the elite families had eradicated most of her benevolence. Her true heart belonged solely to her younger sister. Trading resources wasn't charity. Su Shiqing simply exchanged for what she needed. Using ordinary people from the base, she was absolutely ruthless. This is human nature, also the survival rule in this end time. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear witness. Su Shiqing embraced Anren resolutely, while giving not even a glance to Wang Jian whose arm had been penetrated beside her. I, Su Shiqing, along with my sister Su Anren, starting today, have absolutely no relation with the Wang Jian family. Anyone who dislikes them is free to vent your displeasure. I will not intervene. I'm deeply saddened that my beloved uncle would one day turn on me. This knife has severed our blood ties. From now on, if there's anything else, I will show no mercy. I've created an enmity between the Wang Jian family and myself. Due to kinship, I can't directly take action, but I'll be delighted to see them suffer misfortune. Her words were filled with implications. Many present caught on and began to view Wang Jian with increasing hostility. Fair enough. In my opinion, greedy bastards like him don't deserve your kindness, Shiqing. You should have cut ties with them long ago. That's right. And that Xiaoping isn't a good person either. Treating the 2 children left by her own elder sister this way. It's just divine retribution. Soon enough, some people started to chime in, expressing agreement with Su Shiqing's actions. As Su Shiqing thought for a moment, the vines behind her flung Wang Jian high into the air, throwing him far away. Then thank you all for your understanding and support. Su Shiqing smiled faintly. Tomorrow, I will open my stall on time. Those who wish to exchange goods with me, do remember to come. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up instantly. Great, their source of supplies hasn't been cut off. Soon, someone with good judgment dragged Wang Jian, who had fainted after being thrown to the ground, and left. The crowd dispersed as well, murmuring to themselves and planning to spread the news of what happened here. This was the inner circle of the base, where ordinary people couldn't stay for long. Very soon, everyone dispersed. Su Shiqing used the vines to clean up the blood on the ground, then placed Anren down and looked towards Ning Xinyan standing quietly next door. Sister. Anren tugged at Su Shiqing's sleeve, wanting to say that Ning Xinyan had protected her earlier. Su Shiqing patted the little girl's head, smiled, then turned her gaze to Ning Xinyan and took a deep breath. Ning Xinyan, why did you give my address to Wang Jian? At this one sentence, Anren was stunned, and Luo Qing, who had hurried back, was even more perplexed. Hey, don't accuse him like that. Out of loyalty to his friend, Luo Qing didn't care about catching his breath, and he began yelling. If it wasn't for Ning letting me remind you, your home would have been raided and you'd be none the wiser. If not for him revealing my location, how would Wang Jian find me here? Su Shiqing said coldly, her gaze fixed on Ning Xinyan. You. Luo Qing laughed in anger, rolling up his sleeves ready to reason, but was pulled back by Ning Xinyan. Ning Xinyan remained silent, looking at Su Shiqing standing far away with a calm expression. making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly uttered a few words. If that's what you believe, then so be it. Lao Ning. Luo Qing was extremely anxious. We can't take all the blame. You obviously helped them. Beside them, Anren felt somewhat uneasy. She didn't understand why her sister suddenly got angry at that older brother, considering that he had protected her. Ning Xinyan, I've misjudged you. Su Shiqing retracted her disappointed gaze, pulling Anren back into the house and coldly threw out these words. In the future, let's cut off all contact. Chapter 25, going along with the plan. Phew, who would bother associating with them? Luo Qing was straightforward. If it weren't for Ning Xinan holding him back, he would have rushed over to confront Su Shiqing a long time ago. However, Ning Xinan only slightly narrowed his eyes, glancing around casually, and patted Luo Qing on the shoulder, whispering, let's talk inside. With an angry face, Luo Qing stormed into Ning Xinan's house, grabbed a chair, sat down, and licked his fangs, still harboring some resentment. Old Ning, I know you don't like associating with others, but they've thrown dirty water at you already, and you can't just accept it all. Ning Xinan closed the door, looking quite calm. Have you thought about a question? Ning Xinan changed the topic without answering directly. If it wasn't me who disclosed Su Shiqing's address, then who would it be? How should I know that? Luo Qing rolled his eyes. Maybe that girl herself made a mistake and exposed her whereabouts. Ning Xinan sighed helplessly. Then have you considered that this is within the base circle? Without permission, someone like Wang Jian cannot enter. Hearing this, Luo Qing was startled. He was also an influential person in the base and naturally couldn't lack intelligence. Upon being prompted by Ning Xinan, his brows furrowed instantly. In principle, someone like Wang Jian shouldn't know other residents in the inner circle of the base, so... Luo Qing's expression changed. Is it from the upper management of the base? If it were from the leadership of the base, these individuals indeed had the qualifications to allow people into the inner circle of the base. Thinking back to when they went to find Su Shiqing, Luo Qing happened to see her setting up a stall to exchange supplies. Using food and water to trade for gold and jewelry that had no use at all in the apocalypse era, Su Shiqing's actions were indeed unique. In other words, her behavior was very ostentatious, which could attract attention from the upper levels of the base. At this thought, Luo Qing's eyes showed a flicker of gloom. Luo He, the commander of Chongping Base, had recently been deliberately recruiting various types of psychics, while neglecting ordinary people at the lower level of the base. As for Su Shiqing, who now exchanged resources with ordinary people, she would naturally catch Luo He's attention. If guessed correctly, Luo He's original plan was probably to expose the address of the two sisters to Wang Jian, waiting until Su Shiqing was in dire straits, unable to resolve her problems, then extending a helping hand to win hearts and minds. Judging from what was happening now, whether luring Ning Xinan or plotting against Su Shiqing, it was all part of the base leader's plan. So the young lady earlier throwing harsh words at you, all feigned? Luo Qing suddenly realized but quickly became confused again. But if we already knew it was done by the top management of the base, why would they throw the blame on you? Ning Xinan, with a deadpan face, pointed next door with his finger. This one you need to ask her yourself. Manipulating each other kind of thing, that's what Su Shiqing excels at. When they cut ties forever at the entrance just now, Ning Xinan received a hint from Su Shiqing's eyes and thus continued the act accordingly. As for the reason, Ning Xinan indicated that he didn't know and didn't want to know either. SSS. Luo Qing frowned, struggling to think, and finally shrugged. Alright, anyway, I'm not familiar with that young lady. Recently, zombies near the perimeter of the base have become more active, making it increasingly difficult for normal humans without abilities to go out and search for supplies. The only ones brave enough to venture outside are officially sanctioned supply collection teams. I am the team captain, so I might get busy lately. Take care, old Ning. Don't leave the base during this period. After speaking, Luo Qing seemed to recall something, gritting his teeth before muttering. Oh, and you'd better control your ability next time. Don't call me to repair the door again. There will be no next time. Ning Xinan chuckled softly, his eyebrows relaxing. I'll try my best. Seeing that Luo Qing was getting ready to leave, Ning Xinan suddenly remembered something and added, the door next door got kicked open earlier. You, old Ning, I am the big team captain, not the door repairman. Next door, Su Shiqing first checked if Ran had been hurt, and upon confirming she was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. And Ran pressed her lips together anxiously, tugging lightly at Su Shiqing's sleeve, and hesitantly asked, Sister, just now, didn't that big brother protect you? Su Shiqing patted the little girl's head gently. Sister knows, that big brother is a good person. And Ran's eyes widened, revealing a look of confusion in her bright black eyes. Then why did Sister argue with the big brother just now? Su Shiqing pondered how to explain these things in terms a child could understand. Think about it, Anren. When Sister moved here, did she tell Uncle? But Uncle found us, do you know why? And Ran blinked her eyes, somewhat confused. Is it because someone tattled? You got it. Su Shiqing took out a candy from her dimensional space and put it in Ran's mouth, then continued to guide patiently. Everyone does things for their own reasons, right? What I'm doing now is to expose the person who reported us. Among those who could bring Wang Jian into the inner circle, aside from the residents here, were surely the leaders of the base. Wang Jian was impossible to know the residents personally, so there was only one answer left. Su Shiqing roughly figured out why the upper echelons of the base wanted to do this. Her action of trading supplies for gold and jewelry must have drawn their attention. A person willing to trade supplies on a grand scale definitely had an abnormal abundance of food and water. Adding to that, the elemental ability Su Shiqing showcased, combining spatial and wood elements, making it hard to understand. The intention of the base leadership to recruit her couldn't be concealed. Isn't there anything more effective than extending a helping hand during peril to win people's hearts? As for why Su Shiqing had to pretend to be at odds with Ning Sinan outside, it was rather complicated when explained. The upper management of the base definitely knew Ning Sinan's taciturn nature. Even if defamed, he wouldn't bother to refute it, making him the perfect candidate to take the blame. Secondly, Su Shiqing boldly speculated that what they actually wished to see was her quarrel with Ning Sinan. Ning Sinan was a tough nut to crack. Although living in the base, he never indicated willingness to pledge his allegiance. If Su Shiqing were the leader of the base, she wouldn't want such a high IQ scientist to be too popular among the residents either. Otherwise, what if one day he decided to take everyone and go to another base, isolating him, utilizing him, and abandoning him when necessary? This was Su Shiqing's perception of the best way for a leader to handle the situation. Therefore, after carefully analyzing the other party's psychology, Su Shiqing turned their plan against them, showing the face they hoped to see while pretending to fall into the trap, whereas in reality, everything was just acting. It has to be admitted that Ning Sinan was pretty perceptive, grasping her intent in the first instance. Chapter 26, Supply Reconnaissance Team. Anren nodded absently, whether or not she understood, sucking on candy and happily swinging her legs while sitting in the chair. Su Shiqing watched this scene, feeling a softness in her heart. Thinking of her sister who still lay unconscious in bed in the modern world made her heart ache once again. Her complexion was somewhat pale, a result of overusing her psychic powers. Not long after awakening to her abilities, even after absorbing a crystal core, Su Shiqing's powers were just barely staying at level 1. Dealing with Han Dingtian and his 2 companions, then punishing Wang Jian had already consumed most of Su Shiqing's abilities. She was still too weak. Looking at Anren's carefree state, Su Shiqing's gaze darkened slightly. Han Dingtian and the other 2, due to neglecting their training, hadn't broken past level 1 despite being among the first to awaken their abilities. It was only because of the unexpected element of Su Shiqing's spatial ability that allowed her to triumph 3 against 1. But in the apocalypse, there weren't only these garbage opponents. There were stronger psychics as well. If she wanted to protect her sister, improving herself was paramount. Through her clothing, Su Shiqing gently touched the jade pendant around her neck, pondering deeply. Staying holed up in the base indefinitely wouldn't work. She had to find an opportunity to leave here and confront zombies outside personally. Practical combat was always the fastest way to strengthen oneself. In the afternoon, Su Shiqing did not leave her home. She stayed by her sister's side while waiting for her prey to arrive. She knew that although people from the base had yet to appear, they definitely sent someone to spy on her in some corner. Director, as per your instructions, we arranged for Wang Jian to approach. However, before our operatives could act, Su Shiqing had resolved the situation herself. In the building with the most stringent security at the base center, a man dressed in black stood before a desk, respectfully updating the situation. On the other side of the desk sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, enjoying a massage from a woman behind him. Even in the apocalypse, this man remained significantly overweight, a testament to his luxurious lifestyle. He was Luo He, director of the Chongping base. But as you suspected, Su Shiqing has indeed linked the person who leaked her whereabouts to Ning Sinan. They have since fallen out. Luo He leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly closed, relishing the white and tender hands massaging his head. That Ning Sinan refuses every offer I make him, even when I humbled myself to invite him to join. It's high time he got a lesson, Luo He sneered coldly. Additionally, last time when Ning Sinan returned to the base injured, I followed your instructions to investigate who did it. I found out it was a group of psychics from the Nianliu base. The black-clad secretary continued calmly with the report. The Nianliu base? Luo He became more alert, raising his hand to stop the woman behind him from massaging. Sitting upright, he asked, that base is far from here. Why would their team of psychics be here? The others in the room wisely kept silent. After pondering for a moment, Luo He couldn't figure it out, so he simply reclined back into his chair. Whatever. Anyway, Ning Sinan isn't under my command. Better if he gets himself killed outside. Luo He coldly chuckled, clearly dissatisfied with Ning Sinan repeatedly rejecting invitations to join. Our focus should still be on this Su Shiqing. Luo He narrowed his eyes and thought. She must have plenty of supplies. By any means necessary, we need to pull her over to our side. I've heard she also has a sister. If Su Shiqing proves as stubborn as Ning Sinan, capture her sister and use her as leverage. A touch of ruthlessness flickered across Luo He's eyes. All we're lacking now are ample supplies. As long as we have enough resources, we can abandon these commoners here anytime and never bother about them again. Su Shiqing had no idea that the higher-ups from the base hadn't come yet, but instead, she ended up waiting for Luo Qing. Standing beside the kicked-in door, Su Shiqing looked slightly astonished at Luo Qing's grim expression. What? My friend Ning, old Ning, is a buddy of mine. He may choose to let it slide, but I need to help him vent this anger. His voice boomed, full of energy. Su Shiqing. Didn't Ning Sinan understand her hint? Hadn't he told this hot-headed fool? Her lips twitched before Su Shiqing could say anything when she saw Luo Qing suddenly winking at her and lowering his voice. Sister, do you think my performance is convincing? Su Shiqing. Managing to squeeze out a polite smile, Su Shiqing responded softly. Yeah, very convincing. Before her words were fully out, Luo Qing sucked in a deep breath and yelled loudly. I'll avenge old Ning. What? You don't apologize, and you expect me to fix your door? Huh, never. There's no way I'd do that. What? If I don't do it, you'll complain to the administration? Malicious intent. Cruel as wolves and ungrateful dogs. Su Shiqing remained silent, not uttering a word, only watching as Luo Qing performed with great emotion and exaggerated gestures. In the end, as if prepared beforehand, Luo Qing pulled out a hammer. While muttering curses, he fixed Su Shiqing's door with a clang and clatter. Su Shiqing. Wow, I'm the grand captain of the supply reconnaissance team, and you make me repair your door. You're simply inhumane. Luo Qing continued cursing, but it was unclear whether he was performing or genuinely venting his anger at someone. However, upon hearing this sentence, Su Shiqing's eyes suddenly brightened. Supply reconnaissance team? Isn't that the safest group to leave the base with? After acting convincingly and fixing the door, Luo Qing felt very satisfied with his behavior. Just when he was planning to retreat gracefully, Su Shiqing grabbed him. Does the supply team recruit members? Su Shiqing smiled faintly. Or, could you take me along on your next departure from the base? I won't be a burden. Luo Qing was taken aback. Although somewhat puzzled, he still said, taking you along is fine. There are fewer and fewer people willing to join the supply team. But Su Shiqing didn't seem like someone who lacked supplies. Why would she risk leaving the base? So it's settled. Without waiting for Luo Qing to protest, Su Shiqing made her decision firm and then gave an impish smile, raising her eyebrows at him. It's hard to act alone. Let me help you. Su Shiqing took a deep breath and, under Luo Qing's approving gaze, shouted loudly. Ning Sinan is such a bastard. What do I care about what he thinks anyway? The sound was loud and powerful, echoing across the sky. Ning Sinan, who was reading a book and drinking water nearby, spit out a mouthful of water, his lips twitching violently. With a stoic face, Ning Sinan's eyes showed deep resentment. Chapter 27, Huang Inger. The base was more patient than Su Shiqing had imagined, and no one came by the entire afternoon. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that Su Shiqing planned to set up a stall outside the perimeter of the base. Looking at Anran, who was sitting obediently in front of her, Su Shiqing felt a little worried. Should she take her younger sister along? Sister, can Anran go with you? Anran hugged Su Shiqing's waist, rubbing against her coquettishly. I'll be good. I can't do anything about you. Su Shiqing gave a helpless smile, raising her hand to touch Anran's head. All right, but let's make it clear. You must stay close to your sister, don't run off alone. Because of what happened yesterday, Su Shiqing didn't dare to leave Anran alone at home anymore. She decided to bring her along. With her space ability, Su Shiqing still had some confidence in ensuring her sister's safety. As the weather started to get colder, Su Shiqing made sure Anran was well dressed before heading toward the spot where she had set up her stall yesterday. Today, there were even more people waiting to exchange supplies because many people had ventured out of the base yesterday in search of valuable items. Thus, more people came to wait for Su Shiqing, increasing instead of decreasing their numbers. This was the first time Anran had seen so many people. Her small mouth slightly opened into an O shape as she instinctively hid behind Su Shiqing. So many people. Are they all waiting for you, sis? Anran asked softly, pulling on Su Shiqing's clothing corner. That's right. Su Shiqing held Anran's little hand, winking at her. How about that? Isn't your sister super capable? You're the best sister. Anran was very supportive, her eyes almost turning into starry ones. After a day of spreading news, almost everyone in the base had heard about what had happened between Su Shiqing and Wang Jian. Taking out a small stool from the space and letting Anran sit down, Su Shiqing waved her hand and displayed food and water in front of her. The crowd surrounding them silently lined up. No one dared to be unruly in front of Su Shiqing these days. Still following the same rules as the previous 2 days, anyone could exchange gold crystal cores or other valuable items for supplies from Su Shiqing. When people who had scolded Wang Jian yesterday came to exchange goods, Su Shiqing's face would brighten a little more as she gave them an extra packet of biscuits or an additional bottle of water. She was making her stance clear, making the lives of Wang Jian and his wife harder. Although being expelled from the base meant they could survive in another, as long as they stayed in Chongping base, Su Shiqing would make sure they suffered unimaginable hardships. Anran sat quietly beside Su Shiqing, not causing any trouble, like a sweet and serene porcelain doll. Su Shiqing skillfully took gold and jewelry from the hands of those across from her, and then handed out supplies based on the value received. Until finally, a figure that stood out from the crowd appeared before Su Shiqing. Is this Ms. Su Shiqing? The voice was crisp and sweet. Su Shiqing looked up upon hearing this, and saw a meek and bashful face. I'm Deputy Commander Huang Inger of the base. Huang Inger smiled modestly. Despite the apocalypse, she was dressed in a long skirt, neat and bright. A closer look revealed traces of makeup on her face. She maintained herself cleanly, contrasting greatly with the ragged, emaciated regular folk around her. If Su Shiqing gave the impression of being cunning like a fox, then Huang Inger was a pure and sensitive rabbit. Too clean, not fitting for someone living in the end times. Hello, Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes, thinking inwardly, finally here. Seeing Su Shiqing react so calmly, Huang Inger's expression didn't change either. Tentatively opening her mouth, she said, our commander wants to discuss something with you. Would you be willing to come with me? Not convenient. Su Shiqing bluntly refused. While doing transactions with ordinary people, Su Shiqing could appear affable to close the gap. However, if conditions needed to be negotiated with the base's upper levels, appearing too amiable would only give the impression that she was easy to push around. All right, may I ask when would be convenient for you? Huang Inge nodded eagerly, displaying a hint of anxiety. Help. Didn't they say this person is easygoing? Why isn't this how it was described? Huang Inger was almost in tears inside, while Su Shiqing was equally perplexed. So this is the deputy commander here? The second in command of the base? Just this softy? Su Shiqing squinted her eyes and said, after I finish my business today. All right, good. Huang Inger felt a weight lifted off her shoulders, nodding repeatedly as she pushed aside to patiently wait. Sitting on the stool, Anren curiously examined this sister in the dress. Huang Inger immediately sensed the gaze and quickly looked over, meeting the curious eyes of the soft and tender little girl. She gave a gentle and shy smile in return. Anren blinked her eyes and quietly moved closer to Su Shiqing, whispering softly, Sister, is this the person who tattled on you? I don't know yet. We need to observe a bit more. Su Shiqing patted Anren's head gently. It was hard to imagine that the second in command of the base would be such a timid-looking girl. Was there some hidden reason? Or was this merely her disguise? If it was a disguise, her skills at feigning were truly remarkable. Su Shiqing hadn't detected the slightest abnormality. In a flash, Su Shiqing thought about many things. Meanwhile, Huang Inger still hesitated at her spot, seemingly a bit anxious. Inviting Su Shiqing to meet with the base commander was a task personally given to her by Luo He. If she couldn't complete it in time, Huang Inger shivered slightly. As noon approached, Su Shiqing packed up her stall, glancing at the crowd around her who hadn't dispersed yet. She spoke, Everyone, I will leave the base for a few days, and my return date is uncertain. If you still wish to trade supplies with me, there's no need to rush. We can continue once I come back. Luo Qing had mentioned the supply team's departure would occur within the next 2 days. Thus, Su Shiqing needed to leave the base temporarily, and trading supplies would have to pause for a while. After tidying up the resources in front of her, Su Shiqing took Anren's hand and walked over to Huang Inger, raising an eyebrow. I'm done with my business. Who did you say wants to talk to me? It's the base commander. Finally relieved that they could proceed, Huang Inger hurriedly asked, Can we set off now? Let's go. Su Shiqing cradled Anren in her arms, her expression cooling slightly as she responded softly. Su Shiqing had a grudgeful memory. Someone had carelessly revealed her whereabouts to Wang Jian, almost causing Anren to fall back into the hands of their uncle. This debt she intended to settle with the base commander eventually. Su Shiqing wanted to see what sort of figure this base commander really was. Chapter 28, Butchering the Fattened Lamb. In the spacious and bright room, Anren curiously patted the sofa she was sitting on. It was soft and very comfortable. Su Shiqing sat with her legs crossed, one hand propping up her head, exuding a natural presence, while her eyes gently followed Anren's small movements. On the coffee table in front of her were 2 steaming cups of tea, the faint aroma drifting around, offering an enjoyable sensation that stood starkly against the post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Huang Inger stood nervously nearby, quietly explaining to Su Shiqing, Please wait a little longer. The base leader should be here soon. Uh-huh. Su Shiqing responded briefly without turning her head. The next second, she looked toward the door as if sensing something, hearing footsteps approaching. Luo He entered, followed by a man dressed in black. At first glance, this base leader gave Su Shiqing the impression of being fat. It was hard to imagine how someone could be so overweight in this food-scarce times, yet his beer belly was clearly visible. As for the black-clad man behind Luo He, Su Shiqing felt a hint of danger emanating from him. Despite his quiet demeanor, he seemed to be a powerful psychic. In the blink of an eye, Su Shiqing formed a rough impression of these two who had walked in. Is this Miss Su Shiqing? Luo He smiled, his eyes almost narrowing into slits. However, upon seeing Huang Inger standing stiffly beside them, his smile waned slightly. You, please leave first. I need to have a private conversation with Miss Su. Huang Inger didn't appear surprised, as if she was already accustomed to not being involved in important meetings, and quickly left the room. As Luo He took a seat opposite her, Su Shiqing curled her lips, appearing to smile, but keeping her true thoughts hidden. Before the other party could attempt further pleasantries, Su Shiqing cut in first, directly getting to the point. Base leader must want to see me about the supplies I hold? Luo He's prepared speech got stuck momentarily as he dryly chuckled twice. Still, after all, he was a seasoned fox, and he quickly regained his composure. Seems like Miss Su is a straightforward person. In that case, let me get to the point. During these past 3 days, you've traded extensively within the base. Surely, you have acquired a good amount of food and water. Miss Su, I'd like to propose a deal. If you're willing to turn over 90% of your supplies to the base, I can assure you and your sister permanent residence within the base, with full responsibility for your meals, accommodations, transportation, and safety. It sounded nice on the surface, but Su Shiqing maintained her composed smile while inwardly scoffing at the proposal. Predictable calculations. They thought they could casually take away 90% of her supplies with such a meager offer. Setting aside the matter of food and drink, which Su Shiqing could handle herself given her resources, just the supposed base residence privilege was laughable. There were so many bases built by humans, none of which held much value or power, certainly not Chongping base, which couldn't even crack the top 100, and they still thought others would covet it. But it was too early to expose any animosity. I do indeed have a lot of supplies. Su Shiqing raised her eyebrows slightly, smirking under the greedy gaze of Luo He, and I might consider doing this trade with the base. But, Su Shiqing held up one finger. I have another condition. Agreeing too easily would only raise suspicions. So, Su Shiqing decided to seize this opportunity to exploit him further. I want this number of crystal cores. Luo He's face visibly changed. 1,000 crystal cores. Su Shiqing imperceptibly hesitated before nodding naturally. Yes, I want 1,000 crystal cores. This won't work. Luo he frowned unhappily. That's far too many. As a psychic yourself, Miss Su surely knows how valuable those crystal cores are. Although Luo he desperately needed supplies, he also required a significant number of crystal cores to attract other psychics. 1,000 crystal cores amounted to half of his inventory. Of course, Su Shiqing knew the significance of crystal cores. Initially, she only intended to ask for 100, but realizing how generous he appeared, suggesting that he had plenty more, how could she let this golden opportunity slip through her fingers? You're asking for 90% of my supplies. Su Shiqing's tone turned cold. Do you realize how much that actually is? That represents entire warehouses filled with enough material to sustain hundreds of people. Su Shiqing currently did not possess such an extensive supply, but that didn't stop her from exaggerating. Besides, she had no intention of handing anything over. Who would be so foolish? Luo he was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting her to have such vast reserves. His breathing grew urgent. If he could truly obtain this quantity of supplies, he wouldn't need to linger anymore. He could abandon the whole base now and escape with all the supplies. After a brief moment, Luo he gritted his teeth. Fine. 1,000 crystal cores. What honesty indeed. Su Shiqing inwardly marveled that he didn't even try to bargain with her. He sure doesn't know how to manage a household. Hei's face showed obvious discomfort. I'll send someone right now to get the crystal cores and call a few space psychics to take Miss Su's supplies. Su Shiqing smiled faintly. The crystal cores are fine, but as for the psychics, I currently don't have any supplies in hand. With a sudden rustling sound, Hei abruptly stood up, his face contorted. No supplies? You're playing me. Glancing sideways, Su Shiqing noticed Mo Bing still remained unmoved, showing no intention to act. Her eyes slightly narrowed, contemplating something. Seeing Hei's emotional outburst, Su Shiqing remained calm and unflustered. She shook her head and sighed lightly. Most of the supplies are hidden outside the base. If the base leader wants them, it might still take a few days. A few days? Hei couldn't wait. Only when the supplies were in his hands could he finally relax. The person behind me is Mo Bing, one of the top psychic warriors in the base. I'll let him accompany you out of the base. Hei immediately slammed the table and pointed at the silent black-clad man behind him. Upon hearing this, Mo Bing's expression did not change at all. Great, Su Shiqing readily accepted. Free labor offered willingly. Don't say no, since leaving the base was primarily aimed at killing zombies this time. Having another strong psychic along would only provide an additional safety measure for herself. Hei glanced at and ran beside Su Shiqing and forced a grin. By the way, your sister is indeed very obedient and quiet. Miss Su, don't worry, I will ensure the safety of your sister while you're away from the base. Trying to use and ran to threaten her? Su Shiqing's gaze turned subtly colder, and she extended her hand toward Hei. Even though the supplies may take a few more days, base leader, the agreed-upon crystal cores must be handed over first. One hand pays, the other delivers. This is basic principle. Hei wasn't foolish either. What if the other party ran off with the crystal cores? Chapter 29, Weakness. What? Does the base commander not trust me? Su Shiqing asked lightly. When I make deals with people, I emphasize honesty. If the base commander does not agree, then let's just call off this deal. Luo He's face looked as if he had eaten something disgusting. He couldn't possibly let the duck that was almost in his mouth fly away. His face turned from green to white, and then from white to red. Finally, he gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Pay a deposit first. 300 crystal cores. 500, Su Shiqing said, smiling as she held up 5 fingers, her tone leaving no room for negotiation, no bargaining. All right, Luo he nodded reluctantly, his expression sour. Seeing and ran by Su Shiqing's side, his mood improved slightly. Humph, as long as your sister is still in the base, I don't believe Su Shiqing would dare not pay up. Just wait. When everything is settled, Luo he would make sure Su Shiqing returns all of it. Empty-handed wolf trickery. Once the deal was settled, Su Shiqing's mood lightened somewhat. She emphasized integrity when doing business, but only if the other party was human. As for Luo he was nothing more than a beast always thinking about using her sister to threaten her. Since we've agreed on the terms, I'll take my sister back first. Su Shiqing looked at Mo Bing behind Luo He. As for supplies, please send someone from the base to meet me tomorrow morning. Luo He gulped down several mouthfuls of tea, clearly unwilling to see Su Shiqing any longer, but still managed to force out a smile. Miss Su, thank you for your hard work. Su Shiqing picked up and ran, relaxing visibly. Let's go home. Opening the door, Huang Inger had already prepared the 500 crystal cores, putting them in a heavy bag. Miss Su, let me escort you back. Huang Inger handed over the bag nervously. After placing the bag containing the crystal cores into her spatial pocket, Su Shiqing glanced at the young woman dressed in a long skirt who was slightly lowering her head, narrowing her eyes slightly. A moment later, she pinched Enran's face gently and responded indifferently, fine. In the room, Luo He's voice could be heard. Inger, be polite when escorting Miss Su back. Don't upset her. You know what you should do. Strangely, Su Shiqing detected a hint of warning in his voice. I know, base commander. Huang Inger lowered her head even further, making a gesture towards Su Shiqing before leading the way in front. This was the very center of the base, not far from where Su Shiqing lived within the inner circle. Miss Su. Just as they caught sight of her house from afar, Su Shiqing heard a soft call. Huang Inger, walking ahead to lead the way, did not turn around, yet her small but clear voice reached Su Shiqing's ears. Miss Su, leave here. Don't do business with Luo He. Su Shiqing's pace subtly faltered, but she quickly resumed normalcy. Looking down at Ran in her arms, she lifted her hand to playfully interact with her younger sister, as if speaking to her. And Ran, we're going home, right? And Ran had remained quiet all along, whether it was earlier in front of Luo He or now on the way. She was unusually quiet in front of others, like someone avoiding interference or exhibiting the effects of prolonged isolation. But now, after hearing Su Shiqing's words, and Ran replied softly, go home, stay with sister. There was no way Su Shiqing could leave without settling matters with Luo He. The person ahead, Huang Inger, seemed to also sense some underlying meaning, so she remained silent. Only near their doorstep did she emit a light sigh. Miss Su, remember to protect your soft spot well. My soft spot. Su Shiqing tightened her embrace on Ran, her gaze cold yet resolute. She would, no matter which world it was, she would do everything in her power to protect her sister. Not knowing why Huang Inger would tell her these words, and suspecting there might be some deception, Su Shiqing gave no response, returning home straight with Ran in her arms. After escorting the two sisters back home, Huang Inger returned to Luo He. As soon as she pushed open the door, a glass cup flew directly at her. Huang Inger could have dodged, but she didn't move, letting the cup hit her forehead, causing blood to seep out. She let out a groan, obediently kneeling on the ground, keeping her head low without looking up at Luo He. Sitting on the sofa, Luo He glanced at the woman kneeling not far from him, giving a cold snort. On the way just now, you didn't say anything inappropriate, did you? I wouldn't dare. Huang Inger could feel the icy, sticky liquid sliding down her forehead. Her blood slowly bloomed in spots on her dress. I doubt you dare. Luo He's gaze was dark and gloomy, devoid of any trace of the smiles he wore during his negotiation with Su Shiqing. You understand well. If you behave, your grandfather has a chance to survive. A flash of anguish crossed Huang Inger's eyes. Inger understands. Luo He let out a faint hum, unclear whether he believed Huang Inger or not. He picked up a stack of papers on the table and threw it at Huang Inger with a swish. The papers flew everywhere, and Huang Inger knelt down to pick them up one by one. When she saw the content, her frail body trembled slightly, and Luo He opened his mouth unhurriedly. You will announce the new rules. Every person in the base must hand over a certain amount of supplies daily, otherwise they will be expelled from the base. He intended to squeeze out the last bit of value from the people in this base. The base had long ceased to care about the lives of ordinary people. Although the supply team brought back quite a lot of supplies, not a single one was distributed to the commoners. This led to the current situation where, apart from the psychics, the rest of the people in the base were almost all starving, and with the weather becoming colder day by day, there were plenty of people freezing and starving to death every day. And this newly released rule, Huang Inger clearly understood that it would push the commoners in the base toward their doom, and herself would become the cold-blooded executioner of the ruling. Seeing the woman kneeling on the ground unable to stop trembling, Luo He curled his lips into a sneer, mocking, What? Are you showing compassion? What are you pretending to be a virtuous woman for? In the time you've spent with me, isn't your hands already soaked in enough blood? Think about your grandfather. Do you still want him to live? Her weakness being held hostage, Huang Inger hung her head low, tightly biting her lips until they bled, but she remained completely unaware. In the end, she just stood up and bowed deeply to Luo He. Commander of the base, please rest assured. Inger understands. That's right. Luo He smiled satisfactorily. Then another thought struck him, and a glint of vicious mockery flashed in his eyes. When my plan is completed, I'll tell you where your grandfather is. Really? Huang Inger suddenly raised her head, her voice slightly trembling. Is my grandpa okay? There was an ambiguous glint in Luo He's eyes. He is fine for now. As long as you listen obediently, I will keep my word. Huang Inger glanced down at the announcement in her hand, gritted her teeth, and took a deep breath with her eyes closed. All right, I won't let Commander down. Chapter 30, Sending a Message. Is sister going to leave the base? As soon as they returned home, Anren anxiously grabbed Su Shiqing's hand, her lips tightly sealed, and it seemed there were tears shimmering in her eyes. Anren, don't worry. I'll be fine. Su Shiqing squatted down and patiently consoled the other person's uneasy emotions. Don't forget, I'm super powerful now. Perhaps realizing that Su Shiqing wouldn't be swayed by her words, Anren stopped speaking but pouted stubbornly, with a face that was clearly ready to cry at any moment. Sister, can Anren go with you? Anren raised her hand, and a faint white light appeared in her palm. Thanks to her intentional practice these past 2 days, she had gained some control over her abilities. I have powers too. I can help. The little bundle who didn't even reach her waist strained to raise her hand to display her powers, her heart filled with the desire to help her sister, which softened Su Shiqing's heart. But this time, she couldn't take Anren along. Su Shiqing still lacked the confidence to protect Anren in a zombie crowd, let alone what Luo He might do to intervene. Anren, how about this? Su Shiqing took out a crystal core she had just obtained from Luo He from her space, handing it over to Anren's palm. This thing can help enhance your powers. When Anren becomes stronger, I'll bring you along outside, okay? Anren looked at the quail egg-sized crystal core in her palm and nodded seriously. Okay, Anren will work hard. Good girl. Su Shiqing ruffled her little head and continued to warn earnestly. While I'm away for these few days, stay at home and don't go anywhere. At least before she returns, Anren would be safe. Of course, Su Shiqing was still not entirely reassured. When Anren went back to her room to absorb the crystal core diligently, Su Shiqing stood in place and pondered for a moment, taking out paper and pen to start writing something. If there was someone relatively trusted by Su Shiqing in the base, it could only be Ning Xinian. Ning Xinian's study was littered with all sorts of materials. Discarded drafts of experiments were haphazardly thrown on the ground, untouched. Sitting quietly at his desk, Ning Xinian rubbed his temples somewhat wearily and sighed lightly. Without suitable experimental materials, his research had come to a halt here. The base's power supply system was still somewhat imperfect, currently being charged by lightning elemental energy users. But what Ning Xinian wanted was a system that could convert energy autonomously. Unfortunately, Luo He kept a close eye on him. Even though the experiment could benefit the base's development, he never gave permission. He wanted to find materials outside the base, but Luo Qing repeatedly warned him not to leave the base during this period before he departed, leaving Ning Xinian feeling rather troubled. Something seemed to tap lightly on the window of the study twice, immediately catching Ning Xinian's attention. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as Ning Xinian got up to check by the window. Seeing no one around, he spotted a slender vine bent slightly. Under the cover of nightfall, the vine was well hidden among the weeds by the window, almost undetected. With his sharp eyesight, Ning Xinian immediately noticed something curled on the vine. Contemplating the possibility, Ning Xinian paused for a moment, then gently opened the window slightly. He saw the vine extend a portion inside skillfully. Ning Xinian took off a rolled-up piece of paper from the tip of the vine and unfolded it. Delicate handwriting caught his eye. "Tomorrow, I need to leave the base for a while. Can you help me look after Anren? Rest assured, I remember your experimental equipment. This time I'll bring it back for you. If you need anything else, you can tell me, and I'll try to find it for you." The signature at the bottom of the note was simply the character, "Sure," making it clear who wrote it. Ning Xinian was somewhat startled as he stared at the content of the note. He thought that Su Shiqing's offer to find the equipment last time was just a casual remark and didn't expect the person to take it to heart. Although Ning Xinian personally searched several times and asked Luo Qing to keep an eye out, he always came up empty-handed, so he didn't count on Su Shiqing finding what he needed. However, seeing that someone truly cared about his needs due to a single sentence moved Ning Xinian somewhat. Yes, her younger sister was indeed very adorable, and helping out wasn't a difficult task. As for that line asking if he needed anything else, Ning Xinian did, in fact, need something. Pulling out a pen, he carefully wrote a few words on the paper and rewrapped the note around the vine. The other end of the vine seemed to sense something and slowly retracted. Su Shiqing from the neighboring area successfully established contact with Ning Xinian using this method. After retrieving the note, she saw there was new content and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Ning Xinian had agreed. Then it would be easy. When an opportunity arose to return to modern times, Su Shiqing believed that no matter what precious materials Ning Xinian needed, she would find a way to obtain them. Unfolding the note, Su Shiqing wanted to see if there was anything else he needed. Disinfectant, clean surgical gowns, as many as possible. Su Shiqing. What? There were none of the imagined precious materials or experimental equipment listed. Instead, there were regular clothes and disinfectant. Her lips twitched involuntarily a couple of times as Su Shiqing confirmed multiple times that she hadn't misread, and couldn't help but chuckle. This did fit Ning Xinian's obsession with cleanliness. These items weren't hard to get, or rather, they were extremely easy to acquire in modern times. Su Shiqing silently noted them down in her mind, planning to bring back boxes full of supplies for Ning Xinian next time. With the most important task resolved, Su Shiqing finally settled down to continue absorbing the crystal cores. She could feel that after absorbing several crystal cores, her powers seemed to have noticeably increased, with a faint tendency toward reaching the second tier. However, the further along it went, the smaller the improvement brought by the crystal cores seemed to become. Relying solely on absorbing crystal cores probably wouldn't enable her to break through to the second tier. She would need continuous combat practice to improve herself. It had been only 2 or 3 days since her abilities awakened, yet there were already signs of breakthrough. Su Shiqing didn't know if this pace was normal, but she knew she had to seize every moment to grow stronger. Something Su Shiqing hadn't noticed was that while she was closing her eyes to absorb the crystal core, the jade pendant around her neck also emitted a soft glow. It absorbed the energy contained within the crystal core, transforming the impurities into parts of space expansion, and returned the purest essence to Su Shiqing. This was what led to Su Shiqing's rapid advancement. Chapter 31, Supplies Team. As agreed with Luo Qing, Su Shiqing would set out with the base supplies search team on the second day. And due to Luo He's unease, the black-clad man Mo Bing had been guarding outside Su Shiqing's house early in the morning. After arranging for Anren, Su Shiqing stepped outside and immediately saw a shadowy figure almost hidden in the dim light. Mo Bing stood with his arms crossed, eyes slightly closed as if resting. Instantly upon hearing the door open, he became alert and looked over. Su Shiqing squinted her eyes, glanced up at the sky. It was just dawning, yet someone had already been sent to watch her so early. Luo He really couldn't bear to let go of the supplies in her hands. "We can depart now." Mo Bing took a step forward, standing not too close nor far from Su Shiqing, his tone calm. "Not in a hurry." A slight smile curved at the corner of Su Shiqing's lips as her coat fluttered in the wind. "I have made arrangements with others to leave with the supplies team." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Mo Bing's face changed slightly. "Impossible." Su Shiqing inserted one hand into the pocket of her coat, her tone filled with puzzlement, but she understood somewhat in her heart. "The deal with the base needs to be kept confidential," Mo Bing said coldly. "The people in your possession cannot be detected by the supplies team members. I'll be enough accompanying you." It was indeed as such. Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids, absent-mindedly pondering. In fact, ever since yesterday, she had been contemplating an issue. Although Luo he had plenty of psychics under his command, if they desired the supplies in her hands, why hadn't they taken them by force? Instead, they were negotiating a deal with her. Su Shiqing didn't believe that Luo he was someone who abided by principles. Unless what the other party was planning right now could not disturb the rest of the people in the base. Although the time Su Shiqing had spent setting up her stall in the base wasn't long, selling supplies like this must have left a deep impression on everyone. If anything happened to Su Shiqing, it would definitely draw attention. And Luo he did not want to expose what he was doing. Amassing large amounts of supplies without informing the public in the base, being part of the base's management layer while disregarding the common folk's survival altogether. All these signs gave Su Shiqing the impression that Luo he was preparing to flee with a group of people. Was he about to abandon this massive base and escape? This thought flickered through Su Shiqing's mind, but the vigilant gaze of Mo Bing before her forced her back to reality. However, Su Shiqing absolutely had to leave together with Luo Qing. That won't work. Su Shiqing's expression turned unusually serious, her brows furrowed, looking disgruntled. Captain Luo Qing of the so-called supply team. His friend exposed my address, and he keeps yelling at me to restore his friend's reputation. This time he's leading the team away from the base. I certainly need to follow him, she said firmly. I must give him a lesson. Once he is surrounded by zombies and proves powerless. She snickered menacingly. Mo Bing showed no emotion beside her. You won't stand a chance against him. Luo Qing is a third-stage fire-type psychic, a strong individual within the base. Su Shiqing retorted confidently. Isn't there still you? Mo Bing. Don't tell me. You, as one of the commander's most trusted assistants, can't take down a squad leader? Su Shiqing sneered. Mo Bing took a deep breath, his facial expression showing a bit of tension. I obey the orders of the commander-in-chief. I have no interest in your personal grievances. Anyway, I'm leaving with the team. Su Shiqing threw up her hands, her tone tinged with defiance. Whether you come or not is up to you. Mo Bing. The order given to him by Luo, he was to follow Su Shiqing, find the location of the supplies, and then kill her. Until then, Su Shiqing could not encounter any unexpected circumstances, even if she was recklessly challenging a third-level psychic. Mo Bing had no choice but to protect her forcibly. Mysterious as it was, Mo Bing felt indignant. After a long while, he finally spoke through a sullen face. Fine, we'll go with the team, but regarding the matter of the supplies, rest assured, we'll just sneak away from the team when the opportunity arises. Su Shiqing waved dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. After all, having received so many favors from the commander-in-chief, I will handle this small matter properly. Hardly. Upon hearing this, Mo Bing's expression eased somewhat. The initial purpose of establishing the supplies team at the base was to send capable individuals outside to gather resources. Supplies would then be distributed based on each person's contributions, allowing some ordinary people to receive food. However, as time went by, the area around the base had been nearly exhausted, and the materials the supplies team brought back became increasingly scarce. The members of the team worked tirelessly, but the things they got their hands on gradually became insufficient to sustain their livelihoods. This inevitably led more and more people to leave the supplies team, opting instead to form their own teams to venture out. By now, Luo Qing's leading search and supply squad had dwindled to just 5 people. When Su Shiqing and Mo Bing appeared, Luo Qing was momentarily stunned and blurted out instinctively. Big sis, you actually came. He didn't finish his sentence before Su Shiqing cut in sharply. What if I am here? If you don't like it, then why don't you kick me out? As she said this, Su Shiqing winked at Luo Qing in an angle hidden from Mo Bing's view. Mo Bing was the commander's person. They had to play their parts convincingly before leaving the base. Luo Qing hesitated for a moment, but quickly caught on. His brow twitched as he gritted his teeth and said through clenched jaws, Humph. If the supplies team wasn't short of people right now, would I let you join? The atmosphere grew tense immediately when the two saw each other, which Mo Bing observed quietly. He mused over the situation. He had heard of Luo Qing. Luo he once planned to take this third-stage powerhouse with him when he left the base, but after several subtle attempts to probe his intentions, it turned out that Luo Qing was set on staying behind. Always mouthing something about greater power implying greater responsibility, he wanted to contribute as much as possible to bring some hope of survival to the ordinary folks within the base. A man like that, once aware that Luo he intended to abscond with countless supplies, would definitely intervene and create considerable trouble. Thinking silently, Mo Bing rubbed his chin, pondering. It might be convenient if Luo Qing could also be taken care of outside the base. Unaware of being marked, Luo Qing followed Su Shiqing's hint and quarreled with her accordingly, until other members of the small team stepped up to mediate. Captain, calm down please. A petite girl rushed forward between Luo Qing and Su Shiqing, her voice stammering in nervousness. It's rare for someone to want to join our team. So let's talk it over. See calmly. Xiaoyan, move aside. Luo Qing frowned unhappily. This is my business. Xiaoyan looked like a shy girl. Despite being visibly red-faced from anxiety, she remained steadfast in standing between them. Xiaoyan, come over here. A cool female voice called out as a tall, curvaceous woman in black sportswear strode closer. Lu's sister, seeing the approaching woman, Xiaoyan sighed in relief. You must try to calm down the captain. Lu Qingfeng didn't even glance at Luo Qing as she walked by, and pulled Xiaoyan away with her, giving him a contemptuous look without hiding her disdain. We won't get involved in Mr. Bighead's issues. Let him resolve them himself. That was enough to make Luo Qing truly angry this time. Lu Qing Feng. Who did you call a big head? Chapter 32. Who is the prey? Su Shiqing struggled hard to suppress the corners of her mouth from twitching uncontrollably as she watched Luo Qing rush forward, paying no heed to himself, and confront the woman named Lu Qingfeng. Whoever quarreled with someone else before leaving the base is exactly who I'm talking about. Lu Qingfeng's gaze was proud, possessing a resolute and decisive air. She rolled her eyes again when she saw Luo Qing. Lu Jia is right. A youth beside them, about 18 or 19 years old, smiled while narrowing his eyes. Although his clothes were dusty and hadn't been washed for days, his smile was very pure. Captain, we are setting off soon. Whatever grudges you have, don't settle them now. The youth swayed as he walked, approached Su Shiqing with a clear smile, extended his hand and said, Sister, my name is Xiao Qi, you can call me Little Qi. The world outside the base is dangerous. No matter what hatred you have with the captain, set it aside for now. With others easing the tension, it was just in time for Su Shiqing to stop arguing further with Luo Qing. After a glance, Su Shiqing and Luo Qing simultaneously let out a soft snort. I'm Su Shiqing. As she shook hands with Xiao Qi, Su Shiqing briefly introduced herself. She then looked at Mo Bing standing silently next to her. This one is called Mo Bing, my bodyguard. Mo Bing, labeled as a bodyguard? What times are these, still playing guard? Truly pretentious. Luo Qing was completely absorbed in this game of role-playing, never forgetting to argue with Su Shiqing at every moment. Captain, Xiao Qi stretched out his voice, the adolescent's tone carrying a touch of laziness. Humph. Luo Qing turned his head and coldly snorted. Since they had to leave the base together and go outside, it was certain that they would need some basic understanding of each other. Seeing that no one voluntarily proposed to introduce themselves, He Xiaoyan mustered up all her courage to step forward. Her voice was shaky. Why you hello? And my name is He Xiaoyan. I am a water elemental. Su Shiqing fell silent, and after a brief moment, genuinely opened her mouth. Excuse me, do I really scare you that much? Looking at how terrified the child was, unable to speak fluently. Xiaoyan has social anxiety, please do not mind it. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward, pulled He Xiaoyan back behind her, nodded towards Su Shiqing. Hello, my name is Lu Qingfeng, wood elemental. She pointed to the cheerful youth Xiao Qi. This one, Xiao Qi, is a vision enhancement elemental. This is our team leader Luo Qing, fire elemental. And Lu Qingfeng glanced around once more, finally picking up an 8 or 9-year-old boy from behind He Xiaoyan. The boy seemed to have fallen asleep on the ground just a moment ago, and his eyes were still blurry upon being picked up. And little Luo, a space elemental. An 8 or 9-year-old kid. Their tiny group already had various types of abilities, including even children. This couldn't help but surprise Su Shiqing. Cough cough. The target of this mission is a small town to the northeast of the base. Last time, someone reported that there might still be food and water left in the supermarket there, but there are numerous zombies. Upon hearing this, Mo Bing furrowed his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Su Shiqing, seemingly wanting to confirm if the supplies she needed were located in the same direction. After Su Shiqing almost imperceptibly nodded, Mo Bing put his mind at ease. Luo Qing briefly explained the destination of this trip, then looked at Su Shiqing and Mo Bing. Since you will travel together with the supply team, you must follow the rules of the supply team. The majority of collected supplies need to be handed over, distributed to the common people in the base, and only enough food to sustain your own subsistence should be kept. This was irrelevant to both Su Shiqing and Mo Bing, so they naturally nodded in agreement. Luo Qing's expression became serious, pulling a gun from his waist and holding it in his hand, asked everyone solemnly, Are you ready? If ready, we will set out and return before dark. Yes, Captain. Su Shiqing licked her lips which were slightly cracked, her heart beat accelerating involuntarily. In a sense, it was her first time leaving the base, going face to face with the zombies outside. Even if Su Shiqing was courageous, she couldn't avoid a bit of nervousness. As dawn broke with a faint glimmer of light rising above the horizon, the gate of the base slowly opened, and 7 people walked out in an orderly manner. Luo Qing led the way at the front, Lu Qingfeng covered the rear, whereas those with weaker combat abilities, like He Xiaoyan and Young Xiao Luo, were protected in the center of the group. Su Shiqing followed Luo Qing out of the gate, gazing at the barren and flat land surrounding the base, then looking at the vague outlines of distant buildings, feeling a bit disoriented. Full speed ahead, ordered Luo Qing. Around the base, it was relatively safe due to regular excursions clearing zombies from the vicinity. But as they approached the city area, the number of zombies inside would increase. Su Shiqing glanced at Mo Bing beside her. Even though she was already used to fighting zombies, he still remained vigilant, focusing on the distance, watching for any approaching zombies. Seeing this, Su Shiqing looked ahead at Luo Qing. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Luo Qing slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of Su Shiqing gesturing behind him with her hand at her neck. That was the gesture for cutting throats and killing. Luo Qing narrowed his eyes, looking away, now having some thoughts. Did Su Shiqing intend to get rid of Mo Bing? Of course, that was what Su Shiqing planned to do. She never intended to let Mo Bing return alive to the base. The supplies in her possession were absolutely not going to be handed over to Luo, without a fight. If Mo Bing wasn't dealt with, he might report back first, which would put Ran, who stayed behind in the base, in danger. Moreover, Su Shiqing suspected that Luo had no intention of letting her return to the base alive either. She knew too much. Although Luo hadn't told her the full plan, Collecting such large amounts of supplies was enough to suggest something significant. The safest option was to kill her outside the base. The reason Su Shiqing insisted on traveling with Luo Qing's team was because she knew she couldn't defeat Mo Bing alone. She didn't know Mo Bing's exact strength, but wasn't Luo Qing one of the top Yinengjia ability users in the base? With him, along with the others in the team, Su Shiqing didn't believe Mo Bing could escape. Xiaoqi, is there any trouble up ahead? Luo Qing understood Su Shiqing's meaning after pondering it for a moment and turned to Xiaoqi. Up ahead. Xiaoqi had enhanced vision and could see things more than a kilometer away. He scanned their path ahead and saw no sign of zombies. Just as he was about to say everything was clear, he caught Luo Qing's meaningful glance. Xiaoqi hesitated for a second but quickly adjusted his response accordingly. Captain, there's a gathering of zombies ahead, around 800 meters from us, numbering in the dozens. Upon hearing this, Mo Bing narrowed his eyes and tried to look far ahead but detected nothing unusual. Chapter 33. If you dare, kill me. Alright, before we reach the supermarket, we'll try to avoid any conflict with the zombies. Luo Qing slightly curved his lips. Let's take a different route. Speaking of the environment around the base, Luo Qing was far more familiar than Mo Bing. One person went out almost every day to search for supplies, while the other stayed in the base year-round, always by Luo He's side. Yes, Captain. After leaving the base, everyone followed the captain's instructions. This was their trust in Luo Qing, and also a guarantee of their own safety. For some reason, Mo Bing suddenly felt something unusual rising in his heart. He couldn't describe how it felt, but it made him feel uneasy. Wait. Mo Bing, who hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end, suddenly spoke up and grabbed Su Shiqing's wrist. Su Shiqing tightened up inside, looking up into Mo Bing's eyes. Was he discovered? Mo Bing indeed couldn't say what was wrong, but he had always trusted his intuition. We two will walk separately. Mo Bing's expression was cold and severe, his gaze towards Su Shiqing threatening as he repeated, leave this team, or I'll send you back to the base. Feeling the situation amiss, Luo Qing frowned and looked over. Come and go as you please. Do you think the supply team is just any place? However, Mo Bing paid no attention at all. He just stared straight at Su Shiqing, silently mouthing something. Don't forget your sister. Su Shiqing's expression slowly turned cold. It seemed the other party was very alert, even going so far as using Anren to threaten him at the slightest provocation. The two remained locked in silence, the other members of the squad exchanging glances, unsure if they should say anything. Finally, Su Shiqing was the first to laugh. It seems you're very confident in your strength. Su Shiqing stared at Mo Bing, saying word by word. Alright, let's leave the group. Hearing this, Mo Bing's face relaxed slightly, while Luo Qing's expression changed subtly. Neither Su Shiqing nor Mo Bing glanced at Luo Qing, turning instead to walk in another direction. Watching their figures gradually grow distant, Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow and looked at Luo Qing. Fool. Captain, you'd better explain what exactly is going on. Luo Qing's face was serious. This matter can't be explained in a short time, but Su Shiqing walking away with that man is definitely dangerous. Old Ning reminded me to keep an eye on her. I can't ignore her. Su Shiqing. Xiao Luo, who had been half closed-eyed as though he might fall asleep at any moment, became somewhat more awake when he heard that name, hesitating. Isn't this the stall owner causing a stir in the base recently, exchanging supplies for gold? Now I remember too. Xiaoqi rubbed his chin. In theory, anyone willing to trade supplies for useless things like gold must have plenty of resources, so why does she still leave the base with us? Just catch them and ask, wouldn't that make sense? Lu Qingfeng raised his hand and formed a whip from his ability, looking at the two vague figures still visible in the distance. They haven't gone far. Shall I grab them back? But Luo Qing shook his head. That guy next to Su Shiqing called Mo Bing may likely be someone from the upper echelons of the base. Luo Qing glanced back at the base. We're not far from the base yet. If we cause trouble now, it will certainly draw the attention of people inside. Recently, for some unknown reason, Luo Qing always felt the air at the base was tense, as if something was about to happen. When Su Shiqing left just now, there was no intention for him to act either, probably because of certain considerations. Her younger sister might very well be in the hands of those higher-ups. Straightforward as Luo Qing's nature was, it didn't mean he lacked brains. We need to help, but not now. Well, Yi Xiaoyan looked at the two figures far in the distance that were almost unrecognizable, hesitantly speaking up. If we follow them now, we'll be discovered, but if we don't follow, we'll lose them. We won't lose them. Xiaoqi raised his hand, smiling naturally. Xiaoyan, don't forget what my ability is. When I get back, I'm going to report you to the base leader. Su Shiqing walked ahead angrily, leading the way. You were supposed to trust each other. If you worry so much about issues, then don't do business with me. Mo Bing silently followed behind, his expression unchanged. Do as you please. He quietly watched Su Shiqing, whose face was red with anger and cursing under her breath, and scoffed inwardly. If you can really make it back. A naive blonde girl actually dared to deal with someone sly like Luo He. How could she expect not to end up losing everything? Su Shiqing acted as though her plans had been disrupted, appearing annoyed. She said she was heading to the storage area, but in reality, she was slowly leading Mo Bing farther and farther away from the base. She knew Luo Qing understood her meaning. With Xiaoqi around, they wouldn't lose them. Now it was just about finding the right moment. How far is the place where you've hidden the supplies? Mo Bing glanced at the sky and spoke coldly. Not too far. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes and replied curtly. If you can't walk anymore, then go back by yourself. Mo Bing's fists tightened as he suppressed the anger rising in his chest. His chilling gaze locked firmly on Su Shiqing's retreating figure, as if contemplating the best way to kill her later. Hurry up, Mo Bing muttered sullenly. Su Shiqing kept walking in one direction, not knowing how long they had been walking until her legs began to ache. Finally, Mo Bing spoke again. Are we there yet? Mo Bing frowned, his face turning even colder. Though they had no clock, the sun above their heads had risen from the hazy dawn into high noon, indicating that much time had passed. The uneasy feeling in his heart resurfaced. How much longer are we walking? Mo Bing stopped and questioned Su Shiqing. Pushing me like I'm some sort of lifeless object? Su Shiqing judged that they were far enough, so she plopped down onto the ground, panting. I can't walk anymore. Let's rest for a bit before continuing. Relax, we're not far. Seeing Su Shiqing sit comfortably on the ground with no intention of moving forward, Mo Bing gritted his teeth. Keep walking. No. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes again. Do you believe me if I tell you I'll kill you? The hint of murder finally showed in Mo Bing's eyes. Unexpectedly, what followed was not fear but a smirk of mockery on Su Shiqing's face. Kill me. Sitting on the ground, Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, laughing confidently. Without me, where will you find the supplies? And without me, how will you explain yourself to the base leader? You. There was no denying it. Mo Bing's weakness had been grasped tightly by Su Shiqing. Before getting the supplies, he indeed didn't dare to make any rash moves. Mo Bing repeatedly suppressed the rage inside him and eventually gave in. I'll carry you and continue walking. Su Shiqing closed her eyes and smiled faintly, slowly speaking 2 words. No. What? Chapter 34, The Zombie Horde. I advise you not to push your luck. Mo Bing's face was grim, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Su Shiqing quietly observed the surroundings. They had not yet reached the city center, but there were already sporadic shops on both sides of the street. Of course, the windows and doors of these houses were almost all broken. It seemed they had been abandoned for a long time. This place was wide and open, and since it was far from the base, it made for a decent battleground. Su Shiqing decided to wait here for Luo Qing and the others to catch up. Pushing your luck. Su Shiqing smirked slightly at the corner of her lips. Funny, I happen to be unreasonably like that. Mo Bing clenched his fists tightly, the joints crackling, about to say something, when his expression suddenly changed. The smile on Su Shiqing's face also disappeared instantly as she sharply turned to look at the dilapidated shops on either side of the street. Faint friction sounds could be heard faintly, making it impossible to see inside the shops, but giving the impression of something about to come out. In the next second, under the vigilant gazes of Su Shiqing and Mo Bing, a greenish-black arm slowly stretched out of the darkness, followed by a low growl emitted by a zombie. It was a zombie. Su Shiqing stood up in one fluid motion as a Swiss Army knife appeared in her hand, the smile erased from her face. Humph. Even a single zombie acts mysterious. The zombie wobbled out from the house. Mo Bing snorted coldly, and an ice pillar instantly coalesced in front of him midair. However, before he finished speaking, the subtle friction sound suddenly amplified. There seemed to be countless shadows moving in the darkness of the houses on either side of the street, pale, rotting faces appearing, and the distinct stench of rot unique to zombies spreading instantly. Oh! The zombie growls almost echoed throughout the sky in an instant. On this street, almost every house held an indeterminate number of zombies, which, upon detecting intruders, instantly surrounded the two. Mo Bing's expression froze immediately, his pupils shrinking gradually. How could there be so many zombies here? Looking around, in just a moment, the street was packed with densely surrounding zombies, their foul smell permeating the air, and their growls shaking heaven and earth. Su Shiqing felt her bad luck knew no bounds. She was looking for a place to delay time, and ended up running straight into a horde of zombies. But something didn't add up. Though this area was a certain distance from the base, it wasn't deep enough into the downtown area to encounter such a horde. A glance told her there were roughly over 100 zombies present. Damn! Mo Bing cursed softly, furiously swinging his hand. Countless icicles shot toward the zombies, instantly embedding themselves in their foreheads, causing a small group to fall instantly. Mo Bing sharply pressed his toe down on the ground, seizing this opportunity to quickly escape the encirclement of zombies. As for Su Shiqing's survival or Luo He's assigned mission, those weren't important now. All Mo Bing wanted was to stay alive. But before his figure had escaped even a meter, a sudden force yanked on Mo Bing's ankle, pulling him back violently. Mo Bing barely managed to keep his balance as he abruptly looked down, only to see a slender yet sturdy vine tightly binding him, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Thinking of escaping? Su Shiqing sneered coldly. If I die, I'm taking you with me. You lunatic! Mo Bing shouted angrily. By the time a few words were exchanged, the initially mentioned carved escape route was once again blocked by the zombies behind them. Confronted with those rotten claws, some even dripping blood, Mo Bing had no choice but to utilize his powers again to handle the zombies nearly clawing his face off. I never do deals where I lose, Su Shiqing said with a pale face, her wood-based abilities combined with space manipulations dealing with the zombies in front of her. But soon new ones pounced again. This was Su Shiqing's first up-close combat with zombies. Vines tangled around their hands and feet, the swift movement of her blades severing limbs, blood spraying everywhere, almost enough to make her vomit. And Su Shiqing could only forcibly suppress the urge to throw up, her gaze colder and sharper than she herself realized. She wanted to survive more than anything. Su Shiqing didn't know when Luo Qing and the others would arrive or how long she, as a first-level ability user, could hold on. All she could see was the surging sea of zombies ahead. If things went south, Su Shiqing would have no other option but to retreat temporarily to modern times, freeze this timeline, and then consider her next move. Meanwhile, while defending himself from the zombies, Mo Bing attempted to break the vine holding his ankle. He had no intention of being dragged down with anyone else. Though his ability level was higher than Su Shiqing's, ice-type powers aren't as effective as fire-type powers. For a moment, Mo Bing found himself unable to handle this tiny vine. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mo Bing's face filled with malevolence as his eyes, brimming with killing intent, turned toward the pale-faced Su Shiqing beside him. As long as the other party is killed, this vine will naturally disappear. Su Shiqing almost instantly sensed the intense killing intent beside her. As soon as she turned her head, she saw an ice needle shooting straight at her. In the tight encirclement of zombies, their range of movement was very small, leaving Su Shiqing with hardly any place to dodge. As she watched the crystalline ice needle charge toward her filled with deadly intent, Su Shiqing's pupils abruptly contracted, and her mind almost went blank. Die! Mo Bing was bloodthirsty, glaring at the ice needle under his control, shooting toward the center of Su Shiqing's brow. Then, it disappeared, not into Su Shiqing's brow, but in the very second before it hit the target, it vanished. Mo Bing himself could no longer sense the existence of that ice needle. How could this be? At the same time, Su Shiqing's body stiffened imperceptibly, her complexion worsening slightly as a faint metallic taste filled her mouth. Mo Bing had no idea that his ice needle now lay quietly within Su Shiqing's jade pendant space. The strain of drawing items into the space from afar was too great on the body, especially since this was someone else's power. At the moment, Su Shiqing's temples throbbed painfully. Fortunately, the volume of the ice needle wasn't large, or it would have been more than just a headache. Nevertheless, Su Shiqing curled the corner of her lips upward at Mo Bing, mocking him. Is that all you've got? What a waste. Mo Bing hadn't expected that he, a third-stage ability user, failed to kill even a first-stage one while ambushing. This was an unimaginable humiliation for him. With rage rising, Mo Bing momentarily lost focus, allowing a zombie to immediately pounce on and claw at his arm. Oof! Mo Bing groaned, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with an ice blade to sever the zombie's head. The zombie's black blood mixed with Mo Bing's crimson blood, staining a patch of the ground red. Although ability users can't be infected by zombies, injuries inflicted by zombies are hard to heal in this post-apocalyptic world without proper medical care. Mo Bing's face was nearly dark enough to drip water. Clutching his wound, he shot a cold smirk at Su Shiqing nearby. Let's see how long you can hold out under the zombie siege. He was right. A first-stage ability user like Su Shiqing couldn't last nearly as long as a third-stage user. By now, her abilities were almost depleted. However, Mo Bing's smirk didn't last for more than a few seconds when a hearty laugh echoed from not far away. Haha, hang on, Su Shiqing. I've brought people to save you. Chapter 35, Spinning Gyroscope. It was Luo Qing's voice. Su Shiqing's eyes instantly brightened, while Mo Bing beside her had a face like a tipped-over palette, colorful and varied. Luo Qing? How could he have followed us up? Mo Bing was incredulous, quickly realizing something as he looked unbelievably at Su Shiqing. No, it was you who left clues to lead them here. Was the quarrel with Luo Qing just a performance for his benefit? But why would she do that? Could it be that Su Shiqing knew he would ultimately kill her, so she set up a preemptive countermeasure? Yet, neither Luo he nor himself had ever revealed a single detail of their plan. The more Mo Bing thought about it, the more incredulous he felt, but then he saw Su Shiqing arch an eyebrow and point at her head. The mind is truly a good thing, only not everyone has one. Mo Bing's clothes were already dyed red with blood, though it wasn't clear if it was his or the zombies. Through the crowd of zombies, he could still sense the heat from Luo Qing's fire element abilities. Luo Qing's team frequently dealt with zombies, handling them with ease, and it wouldn't take long before they could break through and join them. And then what? What will happen to me? Mo Bing had just tried to kill Su Shiqing. Would she let him go? Having fought against the zombies, Mo Bing had expended most of his powers and couldn't guarantee survival against the coordinated forces of Luo Qing's team. As one of the top-ranked ability users in the base and a capable subordinate of base leader Luo He, Mo Bing hadn't been schemed against so ruthlessly in a long time. Knowing full well that he would kill her, Su Shiqing hadn't run away right away but instead staged a play for him. His eyes darkened, growing more and more frenzied, and suddenly Mo Bing burst out laughing. No longer resisting the zombies clawing at him, he turned his focus back on Su Shiqing. You're right, you're absolutely right. Mo Bing laughed hysterically. Dying alone is such a waste. Won't you accompany me? Won't you die with me? He realized that his chances of surviving today were slim to none. If Luo Qing and the others arrived soon, he'd rather kill this manipulative woman first. Unconcerned with the zombies tearing at his body, Mo Bing's face was ashen white, his eyes bloodshot. A thick ice spear, roughly as wide as a utility pole, formed around him, gathering nearly all of Mo Bing's remaining powers. The tip was razor-sharp, capable of piercing flesh effortlessly, and anyone hit by it was sure to die. Laughing hoarsely, Mo Bing swung his hand forcefully, launching the ice spear towards Su Shiqing. Accompany me in death. Suddenly, vines as thick as arms grew from the ground, wrapping around Su Shiqing's waist and hurling her into the air. The ice spear plunged deeply into the spot where Su Shiqing had been standing, emitting a loud boom. Dust scattered everywhere. The vines flung Su Shiqing high into the air, leaping over the dense mass of zombies below. And finally, Lu Qingfeng gracefully leapt up to catch her firmly. Big sis, feeling okay? Seeing Su Shiqing caught safely by Lu Qingfeng, Luo Qing rushed over to check on her condition. Looking at the bloodstains on her clothes, he was inwardly alarmed. She had been fine earlier, but now her condition seemed worse. Huh, I'm so dizzy. Su Shiqing felt as if countless stars were spinning around her, accompanied by another bout of nausea. I think I saw my great-grandmother. The toss with the vines by Lu Qingfeng was more exhilarating than any roller coaster ride she'd ever experienced. Su Shiqing didn't know how many rotations she'd completed in midair, but felt herself turning much like a gyroscope. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Sorry about that. Lu Qingfeng awkwardly coughed when he noticed she seemed half-conscious from the sudden maneuver earlier. Carefully, he supported Su Shiqing back to her feet. No, it's fine. Su Shiqing's gaze was blank, her consciousness still hazy. Successfully escaping the zombie encirclement made the next step much easier. He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo took care of Su Shiqing in the rear, while the other three charged forward to engage the zombies directly. Burn to ashes for my father. Without holding back, Luo Qing unleashed his full elemental power, instantly raising the temperature in the vicinity. Ho ho ho. Once a spark touched a zombie, flames enveloped its entire body instantly. Zombies, without reasoning capabilities, could only roar helplessly as they were gradually turned into charred remains. The leading zombies had almost become a wall of fire, unable to extinguish themselves while spreading flames to their companions behind. Burn you bastards. Burn you bastards. Rubbing his hands together, Luo Qing alone practically held back all the zombies. Lu Qingfeng's voice of unbearable irritation came from another direction. Can you please control your abilities a bit more? My abilities are wood-based. You're burning them all up. This wasn't the first time it had happened. Lu Qingfeng, watching her energy-consuming vines turn to ashes in the flames, lost her temper. Oh. Luo Qing slapped his head and grinned with a missing tooth. Sorry about that. I forgot again. Beside Luo Qing, Xiao Qi yawned lazily. Since his hand-based abilities weren't lethal, he was playing with a gun, looking utterly disinterested. Sis Lu, let's just quit it. Why not leave it all to the captain to deal with? On the other side, the three were roasting zombies while he Xiaoyan carefully attended to Su Shiqing, who looked pale. Here, wipe your face. Are you feeling better? He Xiaoyan used her water-based abilities to clean Su Shiqing, her voice soft. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo stood nearby with closed eyes, seemingly doing nothing. A second later, he pulled out a bottle of water from his space pocket. Do you want some water? Thank you, but no need. I'm fine. Su Shiqing sat against a tree by the roadside, regaining some clarity after a tough time. She politely thanked those who showed concern on both sides. He Xiaoyan didn't look older than 15 or 16 years, a teenage girl. And Xiao Luo, even less, an 8-year-old child. Seeing these two children care about her like this, Su Shiqing smiled faintly, assuring them she was all right. She wasn't injured. At worst, her energy was depleted, overloading her space abilities. Adding the semi-aerial gyroscope spin earlier, a short rest would suffice. That's good. He Xiaoyan sighed in relief, her gaze shifting toward Luo Qing and his team holding off the zombies not far away. Captain and the others will likely finish dealing with those zombies soon. Following the others' line of sight, Su Shiqing also saw the towering flames flickering. The zombies' wails echoed continuously, yet there was no sound of mobbing. Perhaps he'd been torn apart by the zombies or burned into charcoal by the scorching flames. Chapter 36, Mutant Zombies. Done, mission accomplished. Having retracted his powers, there were no complete bodies left on the street. Only ashes and charred remains, with faintly glowing crystal cores scattered among them. Luo Qing patted Xiao Qi's shoulder earnestly. Xiao Qi, your eyesight is good, so the job of collecting the crystal cores is up to you. Captain, could you take care of it since you're more capable? Xiao Qi sighed helplessly. But Luo Qing acted as if he hadn't heard, simply walking past Xiao Qi to check on Su Shiqing. Sister, feeling any better? Luo Qing looked at Su Shiqing sitting on the ground, pale-faced, shaking his head disapprovingly. Any injuries? Injuries in this apocalypse are no small matter. Don't hold back if there's something. It's nothing serious. Su Shiqing was still a little dizzy but had recovered quite a bit. You guys arrived just in time. If they had been any later, she would have fled back to modern times. TCH, you're someone old Ning specifically named for me to take care of. This is all small stuff. Luo Qing waved his hand dismissively. Lu Qingfeng approached Su Shiqing, surprise flickering in his eyes. Are you also a wood element psychic? You seem to have killed quite a few zombies just now. By luck. Su Shiqing recalled being flung into the air by his vines, and became slightly uncomfortable, touching her nose. Later, I'll make Xiao Qi keep your share of the crystal cores for you. Luo Qing wouldn't do anything that involved taking advantage of others. Among these hundreds of zombies, a small portion had already died before their arrival, meaning the cores naturally belonged to Su Shiqing. By the way, sister, can you explain what exactly happened here now? Thinking of Mo Bing, Luo Qing couldn't resist asking, who exactly was that man earlier? At the question, Su Shiqing pressed her lips together, her face showing a moment of contemplation as she considered how to explain. However, before she could speak, Xiao Qi noticed something from the other side. Carrying a bag, Xiao Qi was picking up crystal cores from the ground when he suddenly thought he caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing by out of the corner of his eye. His actions halted abruptly, and he rubbed his eyes, looking around. The shops lining both sides of the street were dim and quiet. seeming to reveal no abnormalities. Yet Xiaoqi trusted that his abilities hadn't failed him. Something had definitely darted past just now. The lazy look on his face disappeared, replaced by heightened alertness. He turned toward where Su Shiqing and the others stood, intending to warn them to be mindful of their surroundings. But his pupils suddenly shrank to needlepoint size. A zombie moving swiftly like a ghost in the shadows had appeared behind He Xiaoyan without anyone noticing. At that very moment, its sharp claws were already aimed at He Xiaoyan's neck. Xiaoyan, be careful, danger. Realizing this simultaneously was Su Shiqing, still seated on the ground. Because of the existence of the jade pendant space, Su Shiqing sensed a slight fluctuation the moment that zombie emerged. Looking up, her eyes met directly with the blood-red gaze of the zombie behind He Xiaoyan. For some unknown reason, Su Shiqing felt that there was an additional touch of cunning in the zombie's eyes. Su Shiqing and Xiaoqi shouted loudly at the same time, but the speed of the zombie was far too fast. Within the blink of an eye, as others noticed, the claw was less than a foot away from He Xiaoyan's neck. Xiaoyan, Sister Xiaoyan. Neither Luo Qing nor Xiao Luo had time to either pull He Xiaoyan aside or release any special powers. The next second, pftsch. The sound of a weapon piercing through flesh came clearly, and blood erupted instantly, stinging everyone's eyes. But the zombie didn't hit He Xiaoyan's neck. In the final moment, only Lu Qingfeng, who had remained by He Xiaoyan's side, managed to react quickly enough, shielding her from the lethal blow. The sharp and foul-smelling claws of the zombie pierced through Lu Qingfeng's shoulder in one swift motion. Letting out a low grunt, Lu Qingfeng immediately grabbed He Xiaoyan and rolled to the side, creating distance. Ugh, Lu sister. The sudden turn of events made He Xiaoyan's hands and feet go icy cold, and her body completely froze up. But she could vividly feel Lu Qingfeng trembling slightly behind her. I'm fine, Lu Qingfeng whispered softly after pulling He Xiaoyan away from the zombie's attack range, standing her up while offering quiet reassurance. She might have been believed if it weren't for her complete lack of color and the crimson-stained clothes over her shoulder. Shit, those zombies. Enraged, Luo Qing turned around and hurled a fireball straight at the zombie's location. But all they saw was a blur of darkness. The fireball hit the ground, and the zombie had vanished. Captain, that's a speed-mutated zombie. Xiaoqi called out from a distance. Xiaoqi, whose vision had been enhanced, couldn't even fully track the movements of the zombie, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. Xiaoqi was a second-stage psychic. That meant this zombie's class must be higher than his, possibly a third-stage mutant zombie. Though Luo Qing was also at the third stage, this zombie's abilities clearly gave them the upper hand. Its incredible speed made it impossible for Luo Qing to attack effectively, and there was even a risk of being ambushed. While pondering, Xiaoqi suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. When he glanced up, a nearly completely rotted, dark green face was almost pressing against his. In its blood-red eyes, Xiaoqi saw a glimmer of calculation, much like a human's. Shit. Not daring to hesitate, Xiaoqi immediately unleashed his powers to their fullest extent, barely managing to discern the zombie's claw aimed directly at his face. He quickly dodged. As he sidestepped, the handgun in Xiaoqi's fingers spun and fired several shots toward where the zombie had been standing. Naturally, they all missed. Lu Qingfeng couldn't stop the flow of blood from her wound. Her complexion was deathly pale. Still, she gritted her teeth, raising her hand to forcefully slap the ground. Countless vines shot upward, interweaving into a tightly enclosed cage-like structure that protected the defenseless Xiao Luo and He Xiaoyan. This way, at least the zombie wouldn't be able to attack them. However, Lu Qingfeng's abilities were almost depleted, compounded by severe blood loss. Her legs buckled, about to collapse, when Su Shiqing, with keen reflexes, caught her in time. Thank you. Lu Qingfeng coughed faintly, her breathing weak, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Su Shiqing frowned, supporting her companion as she looked around. The desolate street fell silent once more. Yet neither Luo Qing nor Xiaoqi dared let down their guard, fearing the zombie might suddenly emerge from some hidden corner. This standoff couldn't continue indefinitely. Their energy would be drained, and Lu Qingfeng's injuries could easily become fatal if left untreated for too long. Shit. Luo Qing cursed softly. He knew the zombies around the base had been unusually active recently, but he hadn't expected to encounter a mutated one here. Wasn't this place close enough to the base? Worse still, now they were trapped, and that mutated zombie seemed to have developed intelligence. It acted like a predator lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce for the kill. What should they do? Lu Qingfeng's condition couldn't wait any longer. Her injury needed immediate attention. The anxiety in Luo Qing's heart was palpable. Just then, Su Shiqing spoke up from a short distance away. Luo Qing, do you trust me? Chapter 37, Bait. What? Luo Qing was startled, turning to look at Su Shiqing, who was supporting Lu Qingfeng. Big sister, do you have a plan? Su Shiqing indeed had a plan. The range of the jade pendant's space-fetching capability in her hand was about 20 meters. Within this distance, Su Shiqing was highly sensitive to any changes in space and could barely perceive the movement trajectory of the mutated zombie. Su Shiqing took a deep breath and spoke to Luo Qing and Xiaoqi. Both of you, come stand beside me. The empty street echoed only with the sound of each person's breathing, leaving behind an oppressive silence. On guard against potential ambushes from unknown directions, Luo Qing and Xiaoqi cautiously moved closer to Su Shiqing. Cough, cough. With Su Shiqing's support, Lu Qingfeng coughed lightly, his voice hoarse. What is your plan? Su Shiqing remained silent. Her lips were pressed tightly together, even showing a hint of pallor. She was trying as much as possible to sense the fluctuations in the surrounding space. With her anomalous energy depleted, Su Shiqing's head throbbed with pain, as if her entire body was reaching its limit. Luo Qing settled next to Su Shiqing, his voice lowered. Big sister, what should we do? Follow my lead. Su Shiqing did not elaborate. That mutated zombie seemed different from ordinary zombies. It possessed a certain level of intelligence. To prevent any sudden changes, Su Shiqing chose to remain silent, instead of risking giving it information. Xiao Qi slightly frowned, looking over at Luo Qing with uncertainty etched across his features, as though questioning whether they could trust Su Shiqing. Luo Qing flicked his tongue along the inside of his cheek, his eyes serious as he considered whether Su Shiqing could resolve their current predicament. Recalling her calculating nature and Ning Seer's entrustment, Luo Qing's gaze hardened. All right, big sister, command falls to you. Flames flickered in Luo Qing's palm, ready to act at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Xiao Qi naturally trusted the captain's judgment, reloading his pistol while staying alert to the surroundings. At this moment, Su Shiqing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. That zombie was not within the 20-meter range. It seemed highly vigilant, refraining from impulsive action, and instead behaving as though it had completely vanished. It wants to exhaust us. Su Shiqing immediately understood, her gaze growing colder. With the enemy hidden in the dark, waiting passively like this would clearly put them at a disadvantage. Realizing this, Su Shiqing slowly released Lu Qingfeng's arm and stepped forward alone. Big sister, what are you doing? Luo Qing stared at her in surprise upon seeing Su Shiqing walk forward alone, furrowing his brows. Su Shiqing turned her head slightly, her expression calm as she placed a finger by her mouth to signal a shu gesture. Follow my lead. Since that zombie wouldn't show itself willingly, Su Shiqing intended to force it out. Using herself as bait, Su Shiqing didn't believe that a zombie would resist attacking someone with depleted anomalous energy, appearing so weak. If worst came to worst, even if the mutated zombie was so cautious and avoided attacking, this street wasn't that wide. Eventually, Su Shiqing would be able to sense where it was. These girls nowadays are so reckless. Lu Qingfeng clutched the wound on her shoulder with one hand, but blood continued to seep through her fingers. Watching Su Shiqing's actions, everyone realized she was luring the zombie into attacking. Neither Luo Qing nor Xiao Qi said anything. They held their breaths, maintaining vigilance while keeping an eye on the situation near Su Shiqing, ready to act. Su Shiqing walked in the center of the street, with the roughly 20-meter space almost entirely covering both sides. Still unwilling to appear? If you don't come out now, I will definitely find you soon. A faintly foul stench wafted by, causing Su Shiqing to pause briefly, her expression becoming stern. Luo Qing, 2 o'clock direction. Before her words could fully escape her lips, huge fireballs shot toward her right front in rapid succession, as if without limit. As the fireballs rained down, Su Shiqing, very close to the explosion zone, could feel the intense heat raising the temperature of the surroundings. Simultaneously, Xiao Qi narrowed his eyes. Using Su Shiqing's tip-off and his own abilities, he finally spotted the shadow of that dark green figure. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the ground, scattering sparks, but there also came the sound of the zombie's shrieks. Ho ho! Under the massive barrage of fireballs and precise marksmanship, the mutated zombie was injured. Its originally pale skin turned coal black under the flames scorching, while Xiao Qi's bullet pierced through the zombie's throat, black blood trickling out. Zombies are resilient. As long as their heads aren't damaged, they can continue moving around even in such a state. However, the injuries significantly slowed it down. Now even Luo Qing could clearly see its movements. Finally I can see you. As the zombie slowed down, Luo Qing smirked, and the fireball he was forming grew twice as large. Dare to hurt my teammate? Die already. Seeing the zombie finally revealed, Su Shiqing exhaled with relief, but the exhaustion from depleting her anomaly energy washed over her. Instinctively, she took a step back to distance herself from the zombie. But when she looked up, her eyes met with crimson irises burning fiercely through the flames. Her breath hitched slightly before she could recover, when an overwhelming stench hit her nostrils. In the blink of an eye, the zombie had appeared right in front of her. Its decayed, slimy mouth opened wide, its eyes glowing red, and with precise intent, it lunged at Su Shiqing, aiming straight for her throat. Shit! Luo Qing quickly retracted his hand, his face changing drastically. Su Shiqing was too close to the zombie for him to unleash his powerful anomaly without risk, yet he was too far away to intervene physically, leaving him helplessly watching the zombie lunge toward her. The next moment, a flash of emerald green light and a bullet simultaneously pierced through the zombie's head. The force of the bullet caused the zombie's skull to explode like a ripe watermelon. Indescribably foul, sticky liquid splattered all over Su Shiqing in an instant. Su Shiqing, her face gradually turned green. Damn it, who just fired that shot? Xiao Qi rubbed his nose, glancing at Su Shiqing whose complexion cycled from pale green to deathly white. He silently put his handgun away. Hey sister, are you okay? I'm fine. Other than feeling like she might vomit any second, Su Shiqing indeed sustained no significant injury. But while she was unharmed, Lu Qingfeng wasn't so sure about herself. Lu sister. Xiao Qi quickly grabbed hold of Lu Qingfeng, who nearly fainted from blood loss, his expression turning grave. As the immediate threat faded, the 2 vine traps also dissolved. He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo hurried forward. Untreated wounds continued bleeding profusely, nearly soaking Lu Qingfeng's clothes entirely red. Her face was as pale as paper, her breathing weak, her consciousness fading. Chapter 38. Human-shaped warehouse. Psionics can't be infected by the zombie virus, but in this end world without medical conditions, wounds caused by zombies easily become infected and inflamed. Xiao Luo, how many alcohol swabs do we have left? Luo Qing gritted his teeth, his usually playful face now grave and tense. Xiao Luo shook her head with red eyes. Captain, our medical supplies were already depleted during our last mission, and we haven't replenished them since. Xiao Qi carefully helped Lu Qingfeng sit on the ground, watching the through-and-through wound on her shoulder with great concern. Lu Qingfeng's wound had started to turn black. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, it would soon take her life. Sister Lu, He Xiaoyan sobbed, using her water-based psionic abilities to carefully cover Lu Qingfeng's wound. The clear water was instantly stained by darkened blood, causing He Xiaoyan's face to pale for a moment. Don't, Sister Lu. He Xiaoyan couldn't help but cry out loud. She knew clearly that Lu Qingfeng had taken this severe wound to protect her. Why wasn't she the one who got injured? Although she was one of the weakest people in the team aside from Xiao Luo, all she ever did was cause trouble. Cough cough. Lu Qingfeng forced herself to open her eyes. Don't cry, little Yin. I'm fine. Luo Qing almost bit his lips until they bled. Watching his teammate, who had fought side by side with him, near death, his heart was filled with unbearable pain. Though Lu Qingfeng always loved to bicker with him, and they often argued over their psionic powers, they were each other's most important partners in this end world. Even the usually carefree Luo Qing teared up at this moment. But the next second, a bottle of alcohol and a pack of gauze bandages appeared before Luo Qing, as if out of nowhere. Caught off guard amidst his overwhelming emotions, Luo Qing was momentarily dazed. Su Shiqing gave him a slap on the back of the head. Stop, ing. I may not be an expert at treating wounds, but you guys hurry up, or the blood loss will make it too late to save her. After briefly considering the supply she had in her possession, Su Shiqing added, or do you need anything else? Water? Antibiotics? No need. Realizing what just happened, Luo Qing was suddenly overjoyed, rushing to Lu Qingfeng's side with the alcohol and gauze in hand. Xiaoyan, come help. All right. He Xiaoyan wiped away her tears and hurriedly came to assist. At this moment, none of them hesitated to accept Su Shiqing's assistance because these two items were like a lifeline for Lu Qingfeng. Su Shiqing wasn't someone who felt universal compassion for all beings, but Lu Qingfeng had saved her earlier. Even though being flung into the sky by a vine might have been somewhat humiliating, Lu Qingfeng had effortlessly saved Su Shiqing's life. Now, as the latter faced death, Su Shiqing could offer no greater aid than her abundance of resources. The zombies on this street had already been cleared, so it was safe for a while. Everyone rested on the spot. Without any clean clothes to change into, Su Shiqing had only managed to roughly clean herself of the sticky fluids from the zombies using water. Though the putrid stench still lingered around her nose, Su Shiqing wasn't some delicate person, so she just endured it. Lu Qingfeng's wounds were quickly treated. The physical constitutions of psionics are significantly better than those of ordinary people. Although Lu Qingfeng fell unconscious now, as long as her wound didn't become infected, she'd recover within a few days. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's breathing stabilize, everyone sighed in relief. He Xiaoyan looked at the bandage wrapped around Lu Qingfeng's shoulder, her eyes still a bit red. She looked up towards Su Shiqing in the distance and walked over quickly. Thank you. Su Shiqing saw the girl who was much shorter than herself bow deeply towards her, surprising her enough that she quickly sidestepped. Don't mention it, Lu Qingfeng just saved me earlier. Providing resources to save her is fair trade, Su Shiqing said casually. That then, He Xiaoyan glanced at Su Shiqing's disheveled clothing and whispered, I have some change of clothes. Would you need them? Su Shiqing wanted to change into something clean, but after evaluating He Xiaoyan's height, she gestured with her hand, saying, your clothes probably wouldn't fit me, right? Then, would you need water? He Xiaoyan raised her hand quickly. I am water psionic. Though I'm still not very good, I can get you several bottles of water. Since she had saved Lu Qingfeng, He Xiaoyan really wanted to do something for her. Su Shiqing smiled and patted her shoulder. No need, I have plenty of supplies. Upon hearing this, the color in He Xiaoyan's eyes dimmed slightly. Was she really useless after all? Xiao Qi and Xiao Luo were taking care of the unconscious Lu Qingfeng, while Luo Qing walked over. He looked at the two who were talking and asked, Big sister, may I ask you a question? Su Shiqing turned her head, and, seeing Luo Qing's troubled expression, she immediately knew what was on his mind. You want to trade for some supplies with me, right? Luo Qing scratched his nose, feeling a little awkward that his thoughts had been guessed. Of course, he knew medical supplies were extremely precious in this end world, and Su Shiqing probably wouldn't have an abundance either. Nevertheless, Luo Qing wanted to try if there was any possibility of exchanging some from her. The nearby pharmacies had almost all been thoroughly searched. His team often left the base for dangerous missions, and their stock of alcohol swabs and gauze had long been used up without replenishment. Luo Qing didn't want to miss this opportunity. If you don't agree, it's fine. After all, I understand how valuable these things are in the end world. However, Su Shiqing just smiled faintly. Funny, I happen to be a merchant. When business comes knocking, how could I possibly refuse? She held up two fingers. Spirit cores or valuables. Either can be traded for my supplies. Any kind of supply is available. Food, water, alcohol, gauze, medicine. I've got them all. When these words came out, everyone around her was completely stunned. Such a complete range of supplies. Big sister, are you a walking warehouse? Luo Qing couldn't help muttering instinctively. But soon, He became excited and began rubbing his hands together. For people like them, who frequently went out searching for resources, spirit cores weren't exactly rare. If they could exchange them for medical supplies, it would be an excellent deal. Xiao Luo. Luo Qing beckoned to Xiao Luo, standing nearby. Quick, take out all our spirit cores. Entire sacks full of spirit cores caused even Su Shiqing to blink in surprise. They were more than what Luo he had promised her. She hadn't expected such a hidden big customer. Chapter 39. Everyone feels like they've made a fortune. Didn't you trade all the crystal cores? Don't you need them to enhance your abilities? Seeing Luo Qing acting like he was emptying his savings, Su Shiqing couldn't help but ask. Sister, you just don't get it, Luo Qing said with an air of authority as he wagged a finger. These powers, there's no substitute for improvement through real combat. These crystal cores, although good, have impurities in them. Using too many will make your foundation unstable. Before you know it, you might get stuck at stages 3 or 4 and can't progress further. Impurities? Unstable foundation? Su Shiqing was confused. She had been cultivating using crystal cores for some time now. Why had she never felt this way? Not only had she not felt that, every time she absorbed a crystal core, she felt invigorated, as if the impurities inside her body were being expelled. So, what supplies do you want to exchange with me? With a wave of her hand, Su Shiqing summoned biscuits, water, alcohol, medicine, and other miscellaneous items before her. The others around her stared wide-eyed. Luo Qing swallowed hard, hesitating. Sister, do you have a lot of supplies? If we take all the alcohol and medicines, won't you? If you take it all, it's because you're capable. Su Shiqing smiled slyly. Her backup was an entire modern civilized world. Things like alcohol and medicine could be considered inexhaustible. Forget about the 5 of them. Even a whole base wouldn't be able to deplete her resources. Those were your words, sister. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing no longer hesitated, tossing several burlap sacks filled with crystal cores to Su Shiqing, then pointed at the pile of medicine. I want to trade all these crystal cores for medical supplies. Luo Qing had ways to procure food and water, but items like alcohol and gauze, those were truly scarce. Last time, Xiao Luo ran a high fever and barely managed to survive after burning for days. And the time before that, Xiao Qi's back was deeply scratched by a zombie. He almost didn't survive without extra supplies from Old Ning. Now with Lu Qingfeng injured this time, Luo Qing couldn't stop worrying. Su Shiqing roughly counted the number of crystal cores Luo Qing handed over. There were definitely thousands. Too lazy to count precisely, she waved her hand, gathering the food and water before her. Another wave, and several boxes appeared out of thin air. We don't ask for much, just a little more alcohol and gauze. Luo Qing's voice trailed off as he stared at the dozen large cardboard boxes that had appeared before him, dumbfounded. These boxes are alcohol, those are gauze. And here are medications, cold medicines, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs. They're all here. Rest assured, any medication you can think of, it's all here. Oh, this box also has vitamins. They're all for you. Su Shiqing introduced each item one by one, then turned to Luo Qing, looking somewhat puzzled. What did you say just now? I said, sister, you're beautiful, kind, as pure as snow, and descended like a celestial fairy. Luo Qing promptly rephrased his compliment and couldn't stop smiling. This made Su Shiqing feel covered in goosebumps, and she quickly raised her hand to halt him. Enough. It's just business. No need for all this flattery. But clearly, Luo Qing and the others weren't paying attention. This was nearly a dozen boxes full of supplies, each box as big as a cubic meter. It would last them a very long time. Luo Qing increasingly thought this deal was incredibly worthwhile, and immediately called Xiao Luo over to gather up the supplies. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing, having emptied a few bags of crystal cores from her storage space, was feeling pretty pleased with herself. After this exchange, both parties felt like they had come out on top. Captain, we probably won't make it back to base tonight, Xiao Qi said while attending to the unconscious Lu Qingfeng, glancing at the sky as he warned them. They had engaged in 2 intense battles already, and the sun was beginning to set. Soon, it would dip below the horizon. Also, their current distance from the base was considerable, compounded by Lu Qingfeng's comatose state, which hindered their mobility. They surely wouldn't make it back before dark. Luo Qing thought it over. Their original goal when coming out here was to visit a supermarket in the northeast direction, not far from where they currently were. Glancing at the unconscious Lu Qingfeng, Luo Qing decided, let's find a place to rest for the night. We'll head out again early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, depending on Lu Qingfeng's condition, they decide whether to go to the supermarket or return directly to the base. I'm going with you then, Su Shiqing said plainly, not wanting to mince words. Before Luo Qing could reply, Xiao Luo spoke up first, thumping his chest. Of course the fairy sister is going with us. Let's go, let's go. Su Shiqing covered her face. Help? Please don't call me fairy sister. All the zombies on this street had been dealt with, so finding a place to rest wasn't difficult. Xiao Qi carried Lu Qingfeng on his back as the group found a relatively intact shop and planned to stay there for the night. Coincidentally, it was a jewelry store. Su Shiqing's eyes lit up almost instantly. The windows and doors of this shop are still relatively intact. Let's stay here for the night. Luo Qing glanced around, then asked the others, how does that sound to you? I think the shop is perfect. At the sound of her voice, Luo Qing looked over and saw Su Shiqing saying this while smashing a jewelry cabinet with a loud clang. She was vividly demonstrating what it meant to pillage like a bandit. In the blink of an eye, the once fully stocked gold shop had been swept clean by Su Shiqing. Luo Qing. Xiao Qi, fairy sister is so cool. Xiao Luo, good job, fairy sister. He Xiaoyan. Cool, very cool. Ahem. Made uncomfortable by the praise from those behind her, Su Shiqing rubbed her nose and politely asked as she turned back, "This gold. I assume you all don't need it, right?" Indeed, Luo Qing and his group didn't need this stuff, and they couldn't even comprehend why Su Shiqing would want this seemingly useless gold. But if Fairy Sister wanted it, there must be a profound reason behind it. Respect, praise, and try to understand. If you don't want it, I'll take it all, said Su Shiqing, accepting the entire shop's worth of gold without hesitation. Looking at the golden gleam inside her storage space made her feel incredibly pleased. After securely closing the shop's windows and doors, Luo Qing took off his coat to make a simple bed for the unconscious Lu Qingfeng, and the rest of the group also sat down wherever they could find room. By the way, big sis, you never got around to explaining who that guy Mo Bing really is. After settling down, Luo Qing remembered this again. Previously, Su Shiqing was about to explain but was interrupted by the mutated zombie, nearly causing them to forget this topic altogether. As for that, Su Shiqing touched her chin, her eyes growing colder. It's a long story. But right now, I seriously suspect that base commander Luo, he might be planning to abscond with supplies. What? As the words fell, everyone stood up in shock. Chapter 40, The Plan. The base commander was planning to run away with the supplies. Looking at the 4 people in front of her who were shocked and had abruptly stood up, Su Shiqing waved her hand. It's just speculation, for now. Although it looked like this guess was already 70 to 80% true. Su Shiqing didn't hide the deal between herself and Luo He. You should all know that my reputation in the base is quite significant now. Luo He sent someone to me, wanting to exchange a large amount of supplies from my side. The key point is, he doesn't want anyone in the base to know about this. Secretly collecting large amounts of supplies, but showing no concern for the ordinary people in the base who couldn't eat or stay warm. As a base commander, Luo He's behavior was indeed rather odd. Speaking of which, hearing this, Xiaoqi frowned thoughtfully. Captain, recently the number of people in the supply team seems to have significantly decreased. An increasing number of psychics chose to stay in the base instead of going out to search for supplies, causing an already struggling base to have even fewer resources to sustain the lives of ordinary people. Now, apart from Luo Qing's squad, there were almost no people left in the supply team. Xiaoqi bit her fingers, not knowing what she was thinking, and slowly said, "And Captain, do you remember? Luo He invited us some time ago to be his bodyguards ensuring his safety." There was such a thing. Luo Qing hesitated briefly before quickly realizing. Your meaning is that Luo He is trying to rally the psychics within the base. Xiaoqi did not nod, but her eyes grew increasingly serious. Gathering massive supplies, rallying powerful individuals, sealing off information. These signs pointed towards the fact that Luo He was definitely preparing to abandon the base and escape privately. Without supplies and psychic protection, how long could the base possibly last in this apocalypse? Su Shiqing also had a headache. She originally intended to stay in this base for a while, and then consider bringing and ran somewhere else. But given the current situation after Luo He's actions, it was evident that Chongping base could no longer be stayed in. However, when Su Shiqing looked up, she saw Luo Qing's eyes glaring red. How dare that son of a bitch, Luo He? Luo Qing clenched his back teeth tightly, his face frighteningly grim. There are tens of thousands of ordinary people in the base. What does he plan to do? Running away with supplies and psychics means abandoning those tens of thousands of lives. Luo He's plan condemned the base and everyone remaining inside to death. Su Shiqing didn't expect such a strong reaction from him. Watching Luo Qing's bloodshot eyes, she was momentarily speechless. Captain, please calm down. He Xiaoyan softly consoled from the side. Maybe things aren't as we imagine them to be. Xiaoqi wore a cold expression, her eyes filled with mockery. Xiaoyan, don't think too highly of people. Do you still remember when the supply team worked tirelessly outside only to bring back supplies that had to be fully surrendered? And even when they got injured, they had nothing to bandage their wounds. Remember how back then, although the supplies were sufficient for most people to fill their stomachs, every ordinary person we encountered was starving so much that they chewed on tree bark and grass roots. With every sentence from Xiaoqi, Luo Qing's fists clenched tighter and tighter. So, had they all been working hard outside for nothing but to make Luo He richer? Tomorrow we'll go back to the base. Luo Qing punched the wall next to him fiercely. I'm going to ask Luo He some damn questions. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing slightly furrowed her brows imperceptibly. From a certain perspective, Su Shiqing actually didn't recommend Luo Qing going back to confront Luo He. Firstly, Luo He undoubtedly has many psychics, and Luo Qing's group only consists of 5 people. Purely in terms of numbers, they're already at a disadvantage. Secondly, even if Luo Qing went to question Luo He, would anything change? Would Luo He willingly give up the supplies? Or force himself to stay in the base? Luo He has served as the commander of the base for a long time and has meticulously planned his escape for ages. Can this easily be thwarted? In this regard, Su Shiqing recommended more that Luo Qing's group leave the base. Isn't there a supermarket nearby that is well stocked with supplies? Leaving here with the supplies, with the strength of Luo Qing's 5-person group, wherever they went, they would live well without any need to confront Luo He head-on. Just like Su Shiqing, who had already made plans to leave at any moment. Luo He will surely find out sooner or later that she killed Mo Bing. Su Shiqing must take advantage of the time before he reacts to take and ran away. But seeing the looks on the 4 people in front of her, it seemed that no matter what, they were determined to return and settle scores with Luo He. A fire sparked by Luo Qing's powers ignited in the room, its light flickering in everyone's eyes. Must we go back? Su Shiqing, supporting her head with one hand, looked at the 4 people in front of her. Her eyes flickered uncertainly. Let me say something harsh. Even if you return to the base, you won't change anything. Luo Qing stared at the fire in front of him. The previous anger had settled down, and the firelight gleamed on his earrings brilliantly. His tone was calm but firm. I must go back. Even if I can't stop Luo He's plan, I still need to return. I'm an orphan. My parents left when I was very young, and I grew up eating meals provided by various families. A large part of the people in the base are familiar to me. They raised me. I don't want to return to play hero, nor do I think I can change anything. But at least, if the zombies really invade the base, I can die first. Su Shiqing slightly staggered, a trace of ripples appearing in her deep black eyes. Luo Qing raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, looking at his teammates beside him, pretending his tone was lighthearted and casual. Of course, this is my own decision. If you don't want to come back, you don't have to. Captain wants to abandon us. Xiaoqi interrupted rudely, raising an eyebrow. Once Lu Jia wakes up, I will complain to her. Captain wants to run away without us. On the side, Xiao Luo and He Xiaoyan quietly raised their hands. We will also tell Lu Jia, Captain isn't fair. You guys. Luo Qing was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath and smiled. Complain, complain, complain. You're all adults now, yet still complaining like primary school students. Also, your complaint against Lu Qingfeng won't work. I'm not afraid of her. Su Shiqing leaned silently against the corner of the wall, watching the tight-knit team members in front of her, the corners of her mouth lifting unconsciously. Well, any more persuasion from her would just annoy them. They wanted to go back, so let them go back. Even if most supplies and psychics were taken away from the base, as long as they didn't encounter a large-scale zombie invasion at this crucial time, perhaps there might be some hope for the base. At the moment, Su Shiqing had more pressing matters to attend to. The gold, jewelry, and other things in her possession had accumulated quite a lot, and the resources in her storage space were starting to run low. It was time to return to modern times and settle some affairs. Chapter 41. Back to the modern world. This time, Su Shiqing had a clear goal for her return to the modern world. First, she needed to help Ning Xining procure a set of lab equipment, as well as a large quantity of disinfectant and surgical suits. Secondly, replenishing supplies was crucial. Last time, due to the rush, Su Shiqing had only managed to buy some basic cookies and water, but this time, with the pendant upgraded and offering more space, she could now prepare a much more comprehensive set of supplies. Lastly, Su Shiqing did not forget about the difficult family, the Suing clan, in the modern world. When Su Shiqing opened her eyes again, she found herself still standing in the empty warehouse. Time seemed as if it had never passed. Accustomed to the foul air of the apocalypse, suddenly returning to the modern world made Su Shiqing feel incredibly refreshed, her movements feeling lighter. Wait, Su Shiqing felt something wasn't quite right. When she raised her hand, a vibrant green vine slowly began growing from her palm under her astonished gaze. Shit! Unable to hold back her exclamation, Su Shiqing quickly covered her mouth. Could the abilities from the apocalypse be brought into the modern world? Glancing around subconsciously, when she saw the camera she destroyed last time, Su Shiqing let out a sigh of relief. This couldn't just be discovered by anyone. Otherwise, wouldn't they be taken away for research without a doubt? However, the emergence of these powers was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, significantly increasing her safety margin. Pushing open the door of the warehouse, Su Shiqing watched the vehicles on the road pass by, feeling somewhat disoriented with a distinct sense of déjà vu. The warehouse was located in the suburbs. Just as Su Shiqing was about to take out her phone to call a taxi back to downtown, and Cian ran first, a completely black car pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down, and upon seeing the driver's face, Su Shiqing instinctively tightened her grip on her phone. Miss, Master and Madam need you. Please get in. Did that wimp Suing tell Su father and mother? They certainly came fast. Su Shiqing chuckled coldly, but boarded the car, without hesitation this time. Perhaps the boost in power gave her confidence. Su Shiqing was even looking forward to this meeting with Su father and mother. At the Su family manor, Suing sat ungracefully on the sofa with his legs crossed, fiddling with his ear studs while angrily complaining. Mom, you don't know how outrageous that girl is. She humiliated me right in front of everyone and cursed at me sarcastically. Ugh, I'm furious. Sitting beside Suing, looking at him tenderly, was Mrs. Su Qin Rupiing, exuding aristocratic charm. My dear son, don't be upset. How will it affect your health? Qin Rupiing, seeing her son so angry, was filled with concern. Her tone turned harsh when mentioning Su Shiqing. That dead girl won't get away with it for long. Son, rest assured. Our company wants to cooperate with the Zhang family, right? The Zhang family mentioned wanting to solidify relations through a marriage alliance. Su Ying smirked. Isn't the Zhang family's son that idiot? Don't talk nonsense. Qin Rupiing laughed insincerely. Idiots have good fortune, which you do not understand. It would actually be a blessing for Su Shiqing to marry him. Ha ha. Hearing this, Su Ying burst into uncontrollable laughter, slapping his thigh repeatedly. Mom, you're absolutely right. That girl should thank us properly. But, Su Ying paused. What if the girl doesn't want to marry? Tie her up and throw her onto the bed. The silent Su Mingda, Su Ying's father, snorted. He wore glasses, his face deeply etched with creases, giving off an imposing and sharp image, though his high cheekbones revealed a bit of cruelty. Decisions made by the Su family are decisions Su Shiqing must follow, no matter what. With this confirmation, Su Ying finally relaxed, his malicious grin widening as he imagined his beloved sister begging pitifully. The problem now is, Su Mingda adjusted his glasses. Where did Su Shiqing get the money to cover the medical expenses? As her father, Su Mingda knew best that Su Shiqing shouldn't have any money, yet somehow she managed to pay 2 million yuan in medical fees, raising suspicion. We'll ask her directly next time. Qin Rupiying didn't care much about this daughter. Although Su Shiqing was her first child, in the end, she was a girl, and there was no way the vast fortune of the Su family could fall into a woman's hands. After all, the relatives on Su Mingda's side, such as his older sisters, were watching closely. Qin Rupiying endured countless criticisms because her first child was a girl. Thankfully, her second pregnancy resulted in Su Ying now asking Su Shiqing to go out for a marriage alliance. Qin Rupiying did not feel a shred of pity. This was merely paving the way for her precious son. As the three were conversing, a vague sound of a car could be heard from outside the main gate. Mr. and Mrs. Su looked up just in time to see the door kicked open. Bang! Ow, my goodness! Qin Rupiying was startled by the sudden intrusion and clutched her chest, raising her eyes to see a tall figure standing silhouetted against the light at the doorway. Su Shiqing stood there with hands in her pockets, the tails of her windbreaker fluttering in the breeze, outlining her slender waist and long legs. Though her eyes seemed to curve into a smile, the depths were icy cool. Su Shiqing gave a cursory glance at the three sitting on the couch and tilted her head. Dear parents, it's been a while. You brat, you want to die? Qin Rupiying was still shaken from the earlier shock, now thoroughly enraged as she looked at Su Shiqing, shouting, which girl is taught like you? What an ungrateful brat. Su Shiqing blinked and smiled amiably. Oh, you must be getting forgetful in your old age. I was raised by you, wasn't I? After saying this, without regard for Qin Rupiying's red face shifting between pale and flushed, Su Shiqing calmly took a seat on the sofa opposite and leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. The tea was good. Having eaten who knows how many days' worth of cookies in the apocalypse, Su Shiqing secretly marveled. You. Qin Rupiying's chest heaved with fury. Su Ying watched Su Shiqing across the way, looking calm and composed, feeling uneasy. For some reason, after only a few hours apart, Su Ying felt this girl appeared even more mysterious. It was as if Su Shiqing carried an aura that was dangerous and mysterious, impossible to approach. Humph, putting on airs, are you? Su Ying thought venomously. We'll see how much air you put on when you're about to be bound and tossed onto a fool's bed. Is this how you talk to your mother? Su Mingda barked angrily at Su Shiqing's unperturbed demeanor. Su Shiqing looked down at the tea in her hand, her tone light. I didn't hit her, nor scold her, not even raise my voice. What's the problem with speaking like this? She smirked slightly. If she gets triggered so easily, I suggest Mrs. Su should seek psychological counseling. She might have a fragile heart. Chapter 42, Alliance by Marriage. I'm your mother. Qin Rugwa snapped through gritted teeth. Who are you being sarcastic to? Whomever got triggered, I suppose. Su Shiqing calmly sipped her tea and responded without missing a beat. Perhaps in the past, Su Shiqing might have shown some respect to her parents, but now, even pouring a cup of water on them would be considered respectful. Seeing Su Shiqing's impenetrable attitude, Su Mingda's face darkened as he interrogated. I heard you covered 2 million yuan for the hospital expenses? Yeah, that's right. Leaning back on the sofa, Su Shiqing nodded with a smile. After all, the patient in the hospital is my sister. And unlike her inhumane parents who gave up treatment despite having the means, I took action. Kicked subtly and implicitly, both Qin Rugwa and Su Mingda's faces twisted into unpleasant expressions. When did this girl become so sharp-tongued? We had no choice but to give up on the treatment. Qin Rugwa attempted to maintain appearances, but was rudely cut off by Su Shiqing. No thanks needed, Mrs. Su. There's no need to explain to me. Su Shiqing wasn't buying it. How could one pay medical fees, yet still hope to preserve their reputation? Such things never happened easily in this world. Humph. Su Mingda glared coldly at Su Shiqing. His gaze didn't seem directed at his daughter, but rather like looking at an enemy. Where did those 2 million come from? You can't possibly have that much money. Where the money came from has nothing to do with either of you. Naturally, Su Shiqing wasn't going to answer honestly and lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Confess already. Did you steal something from home and sell it for money? Watching Su Shiqing act as though he didn't exist, Su Mingda's chest rose and fell violently as he barked sharply. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing paused momentarily. Stole from home. Su Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. She sat up straight and pointed upstairs with one finger, saying, Your stuff is all upstairs. Ever since I can remember, I've lived on the first floor with the housekeepers. The maids can go up there to clean, but I've always been forbidden from taking even a step upstairs. Secondly, why don't you check the security cameras set up everywhere in the house to prevent me from stealing anything? Is there any second in the recordings that shows evidence of me stealing? Before pointing fingers, please produce some evidence first. Both of you should understand. What lies between your ears is a brain, not some ball. They accused her of everything imaginable and tried to pin every pot onto her head. Although Su Shiqing had expected such a scenario, she still thought they acted as if they lacked any brains. Remembering the many cameras around the house, Su Mingda's face also changed slightly, revealing a subtle distortion. Qin Rugwa was so angry she could barely speak coherently. Su Ying beside her let out a cold snort and muttered under her breath. I wonder if the money is cleanly earned. Perhaps it's gotten by sleeping around with old men, disgracing our Su family. Clang. A scalding hot cup of tea was thrown forcefully next to Su Ying's feet, shards of glass scattering everywhere, and splashing painfully against her exposed skin. You son of a bitch. Su Ying immediately leaped off the sofa, enraged. What the hell is wrong with you, Su Shiqing? Good son, are you alright? Startled, Qin Rugwa quickly hugged Su Ying tenderly, then turned to curse Su Shiqing. You dead girl. That's your brother. Turns out I'm his sister after all. What bad luck? Su Shiqing sneered coldly. Your precious brother spreading dirty rumors about me. I've finally seen it all. You can challenge me on any front, and I won't care much. But concocting indecent rumors about me makes you despicable and base. Su Shiqing scanned Su Ying with a disdainful look and scoffed. Su Ying, you're truly not a man. You. Infuriated, Su Ying moved forward to slap Su Shiqing. However, with enhanced abilities awakened within her, Su Shiqing's reaction time far exceeded Su Ying's. As the hand swung toward her, Su Shiqing stood up, effortlessly grabbed it, and roughly twisted Su Ying's wrist to one side. Aya! A scream akin to a slaughtered pig erupted instantly, Su Ying's face paling from pain, his hand unable to break free. What have you done to my son, you brat? Qin Rugua's complexion changed drastically as she rushed over to push Su Shiqing aside. But Su Shiqing simply stepped slightly to the side, causing Qin Rugua, wearing high heels, to lose balance and fall hard to the ground. Watching her son wailing in agony and her wife sprawled on the floor, while the culprit stood calmly smiling at her, Su Mingda's temple veins throbbed violently. His face turned almost green with rage. Enough. That's enough. Su Mingda slammed the table heavily, his trembling fingers pointing at Su Shiqing angrily. You. Let him go. Su Shiqing blinked her eyes innocently and obediently released Su Ying's wrist as instructed. The next second, having lost all support, Su Ying crashed heavily to the ground. Qin Rugua seemed to have twisted her ankle, and Su Ying's entire wrist had been dislocated. Cries of anguish sounded one after another from both women. Su Shiqing turned her eyes towards Su Mingda, whose face resembled a pallet, and asked politely, If there's nothing else, Mr. Su, I'll take my leave. Su Mingda panted several deep breaths, his gaze suddenly turning cold as he fixed it on Su Shiqing. The Zhang family is willing to establish an alliance with our family through marriage in order to strengthen their commercial position. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, shouldn't you make some contributions to this? Su Shiqing's movements froze abruptly. The Zhang family? The idiot of the Zhang family who still can't take care of himself? You want me to marry a fool? Even though she knew that her parents had little affection for her, when she heard these words clearly from their mouths, Su Shiqing's heart still ached 2 times. Marrying such a fool would be equivalent to ruining her entire life. And what does this get us? It allows Su Ying to inherit a more prosperous and flourishing Su family. Giving her entire future to pave the way for Su Ying was absolutely unacceptable. Su Shiqing closed her eyes briefly, sometimes truly doubting whether she was really a daughter of the Su family. As children of the same Su family, why was there such a huge difference in treatment between herself and Su Ying? Was it simply because she was a girl? Su Shiqing chuckled lowly, smoothed the loose strands of hair by her ear, and met Su Mingda's eyes directly. I will not go through with this marriage. Whether or not this happens isn't up to you. Su Mingda snorted coldly. In the next second, over a dozen black-suited bodyguards rushed into the room, blocking Su Shiqing's retreat. Su Shiqing's heart grew even colder. Had Su Mingda also planned this? As a daughter of the Su family, we've provided well for you until now. You should also make some contributions to the family, Su Mingda said indifferently, looking at Su Shiqing as if observing prey trapped in a cage, confident that she could no longer escape. Chapter 43, The Old Fox. Suddenly, she felt quite pitiful. Su Shiqing stood quietly in the middle of the living room at the Su residence, her eyes dim. She once thought that her parents didn't like her because she wasn't excellent enough. But after Su Ying's birth, Su Shiqing realized that being loved doesn't need any conditions. Unfortunately, this love was not for her. She raised her eyes to glance around at the black-suited bodyguards blocking the door behind her, and her gaze sharpened bit by bit. Looking down at Su Mingda sitting on the couch, she smiled provocatively. If kindness doesn't work, you want to try force with me? Mr. Su, you're underestimating me a little too much. Su Shiqing laughed fearlessly, while Su Mingda's face became unpleasant. He couldn't figure out why, but he had a bad feeling as if something was slipping out of his control. Still, he gave a cold command to the dozen black-suited bodyguards. Take action. The bodyguards sprang into action, forming an encirclement that trapped Su Shiqing inside, and gradually tightened the range. Had it been the old Su Shiqing, she might indeed have been powerless against these bodyguards. However, now, the awakening of her abilities had greatly improved her speed, strength, and reflexes. Even if she couldn't overpower all of them, Su Shiqing certainly had the means to escape. With a sudden movement, Su Shiqing grabbed the wrist of one of the bodyguards reaching for her, applied force, and hoisted an adult male who weighed around 70 or 80 kilograms off the ground. Su Ying and Qin Rupiang watching from the side gasped audibly, their cries temporarily forgotten. Lifting 70 or 80 kilograms with one hand. Was this girl even human? As more than a dozen bodyguards rushed toward her, employing all their expertise, Su Shiqing moved with ghostly flexibility, her robes flowing gracefully as she remained unscathed. Instead, several antique vases decorating the hall shattered noisily, causing Su Mingda's lips to twitch with visible discomfort. With one kick, Su Shiqing sent a burly bodyguard flying, her originally tied-up long hair now loose from the fight, dancing in waves. She looked calm, showing no sign of exhaustion. Just this. Seeing their companions either kicked away or knocked down, the remaining bodyguards hesitated, none daring to act rashly. Su Mingda's complexion shifted from initial calmness to utmost sullenness. Unfilial child. Su Mingda trembled with rage, seeing both the disarray in the hall and Su Shiqing's nonchalant demeanor, nearly spitting blood. He could hardly believe that so many bodyguards couldn't subdue such a fragile-looking girl. I am your father. As the ancients say, parental orders and matchmakers' arrangements must be followed. Whomever I decide you marry, you will have to comply. Su Shirqing idly played with her falling locks of hair, a trace of mockery flashing in her pitch-black eyes as they landed on Su Mingda. Didn't the Qing dynasty end a long time ago? Why haven't you cut your pigtail yet? With one kick, Su Shirqing overturned a chair nearby, her brows curved though there was no warmth in her gaze. You'd better not let me out of this gate today. Otherwise, next time we meet, I'll make sure the Su family gets erased from the list of wealthy families forever. She had finally seen through her parents' true nature. In their eyes, there was only their son. She and Enran were merely pawns in their schemes to gain profit. To create a stable life for herself and Enran, Su Shirqing could no longer hesitate. Nor did she have any interest in dragging this out further with the Su family. Straightening her collar, she turned to walk towards the gate, observed closely by everyone present. No one dared stop her. Damn it, you bitch, Su Shirqing, pretending to be your mother. When Su Shirqing was about to leave completely unscathed, Su Ying could not swallow her pride and dragged her dislocated arm to yell and curse ferociously. The vulgar language spilling from her mouth made her sound less like a high-class young master and more like a street thug. Su Shirqing saw no point in engaging with such pettiness, but when her gaze fell on the shiny earrings in Su Ying's ears, her eyes narrowed slightly. It was hard not to think of Luo Qing from the Apocalypse. That person also wore showy earrings, but their characters were vastly different. Su Shirqing smirked sideways at Su Ying. Your earrings look good, but unfortunately, you're just a loser. As Su Shirqing disappeared outside the door, Su Ying cried incredulously. Dad, Mom, are you really letting that brat get away? Didn't you see how disrespectful she was? Su Mingda remained silent with a gloomy expression, while Qin Rupiying's face still showed traces of discomfort from the fall she had earlier. I don't care, I want that brat to pay. Su Ying couldn't stand it, gritting her teeth and shouting. Shut up. Unable to tolerate her anymore, Su Mingda snapped at her sharply, annoyed by her continuous noise. Qin Rupiying was incensed upon hearing this. Why are you yelling at your son, Su Mingda? If you've got the guts, send someone to bring that wretch back. You shut up too. Su Mingda slammed his hand on the table hard, glaring viciously. Are you trying to make things worse? Should I send people to drag Su Shirqing back in broad daylight? Do you want our family's reputation destroyed and the group's stock prices plummeting tomorrow? Will that make you happy? Su Mingda's fury was unmistakable, which made Su Ying and Qin Rupiying tremble. Then, are we just going to let that brat off? Qin Rupiying bit her lip hard, her chest heaving violently. After all the losses we've incurred, are we letting her escape like this? We certainly can't swallow this loss. Su Mingda snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with a sinister gleam. Since Su Shirqing doesn't respond to kindness or force, why don't we play another way? Upon hearing this, Su Ying and Qin Rupiying exchanged a glance, quickly understanding what he meant, their eyes revealing scheming intentions. Almost without pause after leaving the Su residence, Su Shirqing hailed a taxi back to Enran's hospital room. Pushing open the door to the ward, she saw Enran lying on the bed, eyelids closed peacefully, vital signs steady. Only then did Su Shirqing feel her heart settle. Sitting by the bedside, Su Shirqing gently held the little girl's hand, her gaze softening bit by bit. Enran, I'm back. Unlike the vibrant version of Enran from the Apocalypse, the Enran in the hospital bed resembled a delicate porcelain doll, lying motionlessly without any response. Still, as long as Su Shirqing returned to sit by the bedside and gazed at the sleeping face, her heart grew calmer. The dangers of the Apocalypse and the machinations of the Su family were pushed aside for the moment as fatigue began to fade away. However, it was clear Su Shirqing didn't have much time to rest. Having completely broken ties with the Su family, Su Shirqing wasn't worried about their retaliation, given her supernatural abilities. Yet, Su Mingda's crafty thoughts weren't lost on her. He would undoubtedly target Enran, using her as leverage to force her compliance. Chapter 44, Lin Jianhong. Su Shirqing's solution was clear, establish her own power base in the modern era, one that could rival the Su family. And now, Su Shirqing already had an idea. Despite being neglected by her parents, Su Shirqing had once worked for a period in the Su group. She didn't have much real power, but she understood some of the group's structure. Taking only a moment to catch her breath, Su Shirqing pulled out her phone again and began working busily. She made a call. Mr. Lin, are you interested in discussing some business? At a coffee shop near the hospital, Su Shirqing chose a spot where she could see the entrance to the hospital clearly, watching for any suspicious people while waiting for the person she expected. When Su Shirqing's coffee was brought to her table, a man sat down across from her. He looked not much older than Su Shirqing, dressed in a suit with a demeanor of maturity and composure. But it seemed like he'd recently encountered something troubling. His eyes were filled with weariness, though this did nothing to diminish his handsome appearance. Su Shirqing. The man sat opposite her, slowly repeating her name, his deep eyes laced with a hint of suspicion. Is it really you? After taking a sip of coffee, Su Shirqing propped her cheek on her hand, her gaze soft but tone unyielding. Lin Group is on the verge of bankruptcy. Everyone is avoiding you, and no one else would dare to contact you except me, right? Lin Jianhong. Hearing this, Lin Jianhong's expression grew colder. If you've come here to mock me, then I'm afraid I cannot waste my time with you. How could I? Su Shirqing waved a hand, raising her eyes directly to meet his gaze. I told you, I am here to do business with you. I can help replenish the broken capital chain in your company. Right now, what Su Shirqing had most of was money, but converting large amounts of gold into cash on the market wouldn't be straightforward. If she handed it over to Lin Jianhong, as the head of the Lin Group, it would be far more convenient. Replenishing the capital chain, Lin Jianhong squinted, sizing up Su Shiqing. Just you. He let out a light scoff. Don't think I don't know. You may be the miss of the Su family, but you're hardly well-liked. I heard you couldn't even pay your sister's medical bills. It seems Mr. Lin's sources aren't very reliable. Su Shiqing remained unruffled, stirring the coffee in her cup. I've already settled the 2 million yuan for my sister's medical treatment. And anyway, why would I use something so trivial to deceive you? I'm not that idle. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhong paused mid-motion, a calculating look appearing in his eyes. Su Shiqing continued to drink her coffee, waiting for his response. Her time was short. If she wanted to start from scratch and build her own force, it would take too long. Su Shiqing couldn't wait. Lin Jianhong was her best choice. The break in the capital chain at Lin Company was rumored to be due to something happening in Lin Jianhong's family. Su Shiqing didn't know the details, but one thing she could confirm was that the other side desperately needed money. Conveniently, Su Shiqing wasn't lacking in funds right now. The Lin family was also an old aristocratic household. Before these incidents, they were formidable enough to match wits with the Su family. More importantly, the Lin family's industries included sectors in healthcare. Thinking about Rant's situation, if she could strike a deal with him, many things would become far easier. At this point, Lin Jianhong was also deep in thought. The problem with the capital chain is indeed challenging, but I don't want the heritage passed down by our ancestors to be changed to something bearing the Su family's name in my generation. However, upon hearing this, Su Shiqing shook her head. Lin Jianhong, I'm making a deal with you personally, not the Lin family. Your company will remain yours. It won't become Su branded, and I won't interfere in any of your decision-making. Laughter interrupted Su Shiqing's voice, as Lin Jianhong covered his forehead with a hand, shaking his head helplessly. Su Shiqing, do you know how absurd you sound? You're offering to fill such a huge capital gap without wanting any control or other benefits. It's almost like a dream better than mine. Yet Su Shiqing maintained a serious expression. I'm not teasing you. Managing a company is too complicated. I don't want it. I only have a few requirements. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Jianhong's lips gradually disappeared, and his expression became stern and serious. You're not joking? Su Shiqing shook her head. Tell me your requirements. Su Shiqing raised a finger. Firstly, I want the best private ward for my sister in one of your hospitals, with top-tier security, medication, and medical equipment. Secondly, I want you to destroy the Su family. At the second condition, Lin Jianhong's brows furrowed instantly. Going head-to-head with a company of almost equal strength? That's too difficult and risky. But what if I told you I can also provide advanced technology? Su Shiqing remained unperturbed. Su Shiqing didn't currently have any advanced technology in hand, but not having it now didn't mean she wouldn't have it in the post-apocalyptic world. That's right. Su Shiqing had once again pinned her hopes on Ning Sinan. He was an extremely intelligent researcher who could develop an electricity supply system even under the impoverished conditions of the post-apocalypse. In that world, due to the apocalypse, human civilization had regressed significantly. But according to the original host's memory, the world before the apocalypse was far more advanced than Su Shiqing's current one. Technology was much more valuable than gold or treasures. Moreover, with Ning Sinan available, as long as Su Shiqing built a good relationship with him, she could naturally find ways to bring modern non-existent technologies from the post-apocalypse. However, Lin Jianhong's expression grew increasingly confused. He couldn't help but ask, Su Shiqing, based on what you've said, you have money and technology. Why don't you start your own company instead of investing in me? It was because Su Shiqing was lazy. She was already busy running back and forth between the post-apocalyptic and modern worlds, leaving no time to worry about managing a company. Of course, she couldn't say this directly. Her eyes showed sincerity as she looked at Lin Jianhong with utter authenticity. Because you're very talented. It's such a pity for you to let go of your company just because of capital chain problems. There was one thing Su Shiqing hadn't lied about. Lin Jianhong was much stronger than the reckless Su Ying. The Lin family's problems had existed for a long time, yet under Lin Jianhong's leadership, the company had managed to avoid bankruptcy up until now, which was proof of his abilities. It's a waste for such talent to be buried like a pearl in dust. So, let me be your patron. Su Shiqing smiled and winked at Lin Jianhong. With me here, you can make any decision you want. I'll be your support. Chapter 45, A Warehouse Full of Gold. I will be your backbone. Not sure if today's sunshine was too bright, reflecting in Su Shiqing's eyes with a brilliance that was blinding to behold. Lin Jianhong momentarily lost focus before snapping back upon meeting Su Shiqing's questioning gaze. After opening his mouth a few times, Lin Jianhong's voice seemed slightly hoarse. If the money and technology you promised can indeed be delivered, I will meet your demands. With advanced technology, Lin Jianhong was confident he could crush any opposition involving the Su family. Seeing the other side swayed, Su Shiqing wasn't surprised and raised 2 fingers. I haven't even finished stating my requirements yet. I also need a warehouse, preferably the largest one available, and you must help me procure some materials needed and store them there. Lin Jianhong hesitated for a moment, about to ask, don't question why I do what I do. Su Shiqing cut him off, shaking her head lightly. You just need to handle matters with the resources and technology one provide without meddling into my decisions, and I won't interfere with yours either. That unspoken why died on Lin Jianhong's lips as his expression turned unpredictable, deep in thought. After a long pause, he slowly nodded. All right. Only now did Su Shiqing genuinely smile. She extended a hand toward Lin Jianhong, tilting her head with an impish twinkle in her eye. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. The funds can be given to you right now. Su Shiqing calculated the time for her next return to the apocalyptic world. As for the technical aspects we've agreed upon, it will take another 3 days. Fine. Lin Jianhong inclined his head slightly. For him, plugging the financial hole was paramount at this point, while other details weren't yet urgent. I'll arrange a private ward for your younger sister. She can transfer hospitals conveniently today. Lin Jianhong proposed spontaneously. Keep the hospital transfer quiet from the Su family, Su Shiqing suggested darkly. And I want to make one thing clear beforehand. If anything happens to Anren in your hospital, our collaboration ends immediately. All of Su Shiqing's planning revolved around ensuring Anren's safety. Without Anren, all else would lose its significance. Long heard about the close relationship between the sisters of the Su family. It seems it's true. Lin Jianhong stared steadily at Su Shiqing. But aren't you afraid that I might use your sister to threaten you? That kind of joke could cost someone their life. Su Shiqing responded coolly, raising her gaze and curling her lips at him. What? Lin Jianhong furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a shiver down his spine. He hastily glanced downward, finding an unknown sharp Swiss Army knife stealthily pressing against his stomach under the table at some point. The pale and delicate hand holding the blade appeared harmless like its owner. Lin Jianhong had no idea when Su Shiqing had drawn the knife or extended her hand. I'll also inform you plainly, Lin Jianhong. My sister is my bottom line and the only thing I care about in this world, Su Shiqing said with a smile that struck Lin Jianhong as chilly. I don't fear death. If you ever dare harbor ill intentions toward Anren, no one can protect you. You will definitely die by my hands. Su Shiqing's voice was so soft that no one aside from Lin Jianhong could hear it. Her face continued smiling calmly, but there was unmistakable menace and madness evident in her tone. Unknowingly, cold sweat began trickling down Lin Jianhong's forehead. You win. Lin Jianhong sighed gently, leaning back helplessly. I'm not desperate enough to stoop that low. Could you please put the knife away? Su Shiqing remained composed, retracting her hand under the table, and stood up to leave. So, please come to this address later, Lin young master, to collect your money. Su Shiqing handed over the rented warehouse address to Lin Jianhong. He needed to take out the gold ahead of time to avoid exposing the existence of the space prematurely. Collect money? Lin Jianhong frowned. Isn't it simpler just to transfer via bank? After a short pause, Su Shiqing replied quietly. Lin young master may have forgotten. I'm still the unpopular Miss Su of the Su family. My bank accounts are naturally controlled by the Su family. Lin Jianhong finally understood. He initially assumed Su Shiqing only had cash, although how she had billions worth of it without discovery remained unclear to him. Still, Lin Jianhong went to the specified warehouse address on time. There, he witnessed an entire warehouse brimming with gold. Plop. The secretary who accompanied Lin Jianhong dropped files on the floor in surprise, stunned speechless by the golden gleam filling the warehouse. Amidst the gold were interspersed diamond rings, gems, and various other expensive, finely crafted pieces of jewelry, countless in number. Even Lin Jianhong, who had seen the world and its grandeur, was momentarily stunned. Is this what you meant by collecting money? Lin Jianhong's expression was fascinating, as if he wanted to criticize but didn't know where to start. Yes, Su Shiqing said without a trace of embarrassment on her face. As for the value of these items, I'll leave that to you, Mr. Lin, to calculate. If it's not enough, I'll give you more next time. Su Shiqing couldn't directly take all this gold to the market to exchange for cash. She would definitely be questioned about its origins. So she simply handed this problem over to Lin Jianhong. As the chairman of the group, Lin Jianhong must have ways to handle it, right? Lin Jianhong opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again, seeming as if he wanted to ask something but remembered the conditions he had agreed upon with Su Shiqing, so he swallowed his words. In the end, he dryly asked, are these things obtained legally? Of course, Su Shiqing nodded earnestly. I traded item by item for them, so their origins are definitely legitimate. If they weren't legitimate, well, that would be an issue from the post-apocalyptic world. All right. Lin Jianhong accepted this fact, turning around to arrange for his secretary to deal with these things. Given his connections, Lin Jianhong knew it wouldn't be difficult to liquidate these assets. Remember the things I asked for, Su Shiqing reminded him. The best set of lab equipment available, price doesn't matter, but it must be top-notch in configuration. And alcohol-soaked gauze, masks, disinfectant, medication, I need various types, the more the better. And Lin Jianhong's expression grew increasingly complex. He really wanted to ask Su Shiqing what she needed all these items for, but he ultimately didn't voice his question. Instead, he silently pulled out a card and handed it to Su Shiqing. This is a card under my name. It will be difficult to get hold of the drugs and lab equipment, so I'll help you find channels. As for the other stuff that can easily be acquired, you can use this card to buy them yourself. Lin Jianhong anticipated being quite busy during this period, unable to keep track of everything Su Shiqing needed, so he decided to hand over the card. Su Shiqing thought for a moment and found this acceptable. Well, I'll accept it then. Su Shiqing didn't even bother making small talk, snatching the card from Lin Jianhong's hands. Watching this, Lin Jianhong's lips twitched repeatedly. Chapter 46, Farmer's Market. Even though Lin Jianhong felt that Su Shiqing exuded an indescribable mystery, as long as the benefits in hand were tangible, he could choose not to delve into the stories behind them. Looking at countless pieces of jewelry and gemstones in the warehouse, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Not a single person who betrayed him would be able to escape. Leaving Lin Jianhong in the warehouse, Su Shiqing no longer bothered with what the other party was doing, merely leaving a contact number, telling him to give notice once everything was ready. After that, she hurriedly went to arrange for an ranch transfer to another hospital. The current ward couldn't be stayed in for too long. The Su family knew this address, and Su Shiqing believed that the old man Su Mingda would attempt something against Ran at any moment. Therefore, time was of the essence. Lin Jianhong sent people to assist with the transfer, and shortly after Su Shiqing left the hospital with Ran, someone kicked open the door of their previous ward. Su Ying and Qin Rugping led more than 10 bodyguards storming into the room. Having witnessed Su Shiqing's abilities before, these bodyguards this time were all strong and trained fighters. However, when they saw the empty ward, Su Ying and Qin Rugping both froze instantly. Did we get the wrong room? Su Ying stepped out and looked at the room number, then his face turned pale. Mom, that wretch must have guessed our intentions. She escaped. Humph, without the Su family, where could that girl possibly go? Though Qin Rugping also had a grim expression, she firmly believed that Su Shiqing wouldn't be able to run away with the vegetative state patient. It wasn't until they checked the discharge and transfer records of the hospital that they realized Su Shiqing had truly vanished like vapor. Where are the surveillance cameras? What about your hospital's surveillance system? Su Ying rudely questioned a young nurse in front of him, his demeanor fierce and hostile. He just couldn't figure it out. How did a girl dependent on the Su family manage to disappear so completely? But that's exactly what happened. The hospital's surveillance system conveniently broke down, and specifically, the one facing Su Anran's ward. If this were an accident, Su Ying and Qin Rugping wouldn't believe it. Yet, no matter how further they investigated, they couldn't find any clues. They grabbed the front desk nurse for questioning but didn't realize that in a corner, a masked person silently recorded everything on their phone. This included Su Ying's terrible attitude and menacing looks, clearly captured in the recording. After finishing this, the masked person made a call. Mr. Lin, I followed your instructions and filmed the video of Su Ying causing a commotion in the hospital. Shall we release it tomorrow? Lin Jianhong paused momentarily on the other end of the phone line, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he smiled faintly and said, release it. Tomorrow, I want to see the news headline Young Master Su causes chaos in hospital. Since a cooperative relationship had been established with Su Shiqing, Lin Jianhong wanted to express his sincerity. Once this information went public, Su family stock prices would surely drop, creating trouble for the cunning old fox Su Mingda. It was clear that this gesture of sincerity would please Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing still didn't know about these matters. After arranging for an rant stay, she headed to the most bustling commercial street in the city center. The supplies she carried last time into the end times weren't fully prepared due to the urgency. And now, after living a few days in the end times, Su Shiqing understood more clearly what she needed. Humans, over long periods without vegetables or fruits, would suffer from vitamin and dietary fiber deficiencies, leading to a significant decline in bodily functions. This is why ordinary people in the end times always looked sallow and yellowish. For those with special abilities, the situation was slightly better. But even so, eating bread and biscuits for extended periods would eventually lead to a lack of vitamins. Besides, there was Ran in the end times, and even if these things weren't used for trade, providing her with nutrition was excellent as well. Though vegetables and fruits were prone to spoilage, she had her own space. Time in that space was always frozen, so such issues didn't need to be considered. Fortunately, her space had just been upgraded, becoming much larger, and Su Shiqing planned to reserve part of it for purchasing some vegetables and fruits. However, Su Shiqing suddenly thought of a question. Why did no one in the end times think about planting vegetables or fruits? This would not only solve the nutritional problem, but also, if developed on a large scale, help the base achieve self-sufficiency and provide opportunities for labor to ordinary people within the base. Truly, it would be a win-win situation. But recalling Lu He's actions at Chongping Base, Su Shiqing smirked contemptuously and shook her head. Almost forgot. Would a base commander who only cared about his own safety actually bother to think this much for the lower class? Su Shiqing entered the largest farmer's market and stopped in front of a stall. Little miss, take a look at my vegetables and fruits. They're incredibly fresh, absolutely clean and healthy. The stall owner was a middle-aged couple who looked honest and simple. Seeing Su Shiqing standing in front of their stall, the uncle approached with a Mandarin accent, enthusiastically introducing his produce. Su Shiqing picked up a tomato from the stall. It had an even color, clean leaves on top, and emitted a faint, fresh aroma. Boss, Su Shiqing waved her hand grandly. Prepare 50 pounds of every type of vegetable and fruit you have. Since she wasn't spending her own money, Su Shiqing didn't feel a bit of regret as she pulled out the card Lin Jianhong had given her and paid cheerfully. The stall owner hadn't expected to meet such a big customer on the first day of business, smiling until his face was full of wrinkles. Please help me deliver these to this address. Su Shiqing handed over the warehouse address prepared by Lin Jianhong. Because of specific instructions, the warehouse space arranged by Lin Jianhong was large, located in a sparsely populated suburb, and without any surveillance cameras installed. For Su Shiqing, this place would serve as a good transit station. No problem. Meeting such a big customer delighted the uncle, who readily agreed after hearing that it was such a small matter. After paying and leaving the address, Su Shiqing was about to leave when her eyes caught sight of several packages of seeds neglected in the corner of the stall, and her thoughts moved. Boss, do you sell seeds? Of course. Young miss, our seeds are top quality. The vegetables and fruits grown from them will be plump and delicious. In that case, I'll take these seeds too. She wasn't sure if anyone in the end times would buy these seeds, but since they weren't bulky, carrying them wouldn't be a loss. Of course, more importantly, since it wasn't her own money, Su Shiqing now got excited at the sight of anything. Meanwhile, Lin Jianhong watched his card being spent repeatedly, noticed all transactions happened at the farmer's market, and fell into deep thought. Lin Jianhong, is Su Shiqing planning to buy all the vegetables and fruits for her entire life? Chapter 47. Do I look like an easy target? Wearing a mask to avoid being recognized, Su Shiqing weaved through the farmer's market. Seeing vegetables and fruits she hadn't collected yet, buy. Seeing sugar and salt, nutrients essential for human intake, buy. Seeing chickens, ducks, and geese, these types of poultry, Su Shiqing hesitated briefly, then swiped her card and bought them too. Her space was capable of carrying live creatures, but just how big or numerous they could be still needed testing. Nonetheless, this didn't stop Su Shiqing from buying everything in sight. Buy 2 young chicks first to test the waters. If they couldn't fit into the space, she'd just hand them over to Lin Jianhong to handle. With the purchase of vegetables and fruits done, Su Shiqing turned and entered the neighboring large supermarket. Basic instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and purified water went without saying. Su Shiqing bought them by the thousands. Powdered milk and candies were also included. Not too much, just as snacks for and ran in the post-apocalyptic world. Su Shiqing stocked up on quite a few basic living items as well, like blankets and tents. Since the weather in the post-apocalyptic world had turned cold, these items were necessities. And then there were clothes. After just a few days in the post-apocalypse, the set of clothes Su Shiqing swapped for was almost unbearably dirty, worn purely out of endurance. In addition to her own clothing, Su Shiqing also picked out several sets of simple, cute children's wear. After hesitating briefly, Su Shiqing purchased several sets of men's clothing as well. Since she intended to improve her relationship with Ning Xinian, Su Shiqing thought it wise to prepare bribes. Even though it was in the apocalypse, Su Shiqing didn't think she necessarily had to endure hardship. With her space and powers, she could completely elevate her quality of life. Why should she eat bark and roots like ordinary people? Without mentioning whether she could accept such hardship, Su Shiqing would never let her soft little sister suffer. By the end of the day, Su Shiqing understood why some people liked shopping so much. Spending really did make one happy. Just thinking about soon filling her space to the brim made her mood lift significantly, and even after running around all day, she barely felt tired. In the evening, Su Shiqing didn't find a place to stay. Instead, she returned to her sister's ward. Lin Jianhong had arranged for a private ward with great privacy, and Su Shiqing instinctively checked if there were any surveillance cameras in the room. Her space made her perceptibly sensitive to her surroundings within a 20-meter radius. Once she confirmed there were no cameras or listening devices, Su Shiqing finally relaxed. Knowing that her sister might not be able to hear what she said, Su Shiqing still murmured on endlessly, narrating her recent experiences as if speaking to herself. Recently, your sister went to a very magical place. It looks similar to where we live, but there are many dangerous monsters. Oh, and there's also a little sister who looks a lot like you. Her name isn't Ran too. You two are both very obedient and good babies. If given the chance, you two can surely become good friends. And Ran, do you know? Your sister has become very powerful, with superpowers now. Just like the little fairy in the cartoons, your sister can control plants now. How amazing is that? Though that world is very dangerous, and Ran, your sister may have found a way to cure you. Once your sister becomes stronger and works harder. This was a habit Su Shiqing had developed long ago, to share her daily routines with her sister when no one else was around. Even though her sister wouldn't respond, it was enough for her. Su Shiqing had no one else to confide in. She had always been lonely. Neither her parents nor her friends truly belonged to her. Only Su Anran, her younger sister, stood steadfastly by her side since childhood. Since awakening her power, Su Shiqing had stopped sleeping altogether. Every night she absorbed energy crystals, continuing even now in modern times. Recalling what Luo Qing told her last time, that absorbing energy crystals would bring impurities into the body, this time Su Shiqing specifically kept a closer eye out. Then, she noticed that in the darkness of the lights-out ward, the jade pendant around her neck emitted a faint glow. Unsure, she decided to observe more closely. Su Shiqing carefully focused on the changes in the crystal energy, discovering that the energy was absorbed by the jade pendant first, and then the pendant refined it before feeding back the purest form of energy to her. This meant Su Shiqing didn't need to worry about absorbing energy crystals causing instability in her foundation. With sufficient energy crystals, her cultivation speed would be more than twice as fast as other psychics. Space plus energy purifier? Su Shiqing touched the jade pendant hanging from her neck in amazement, exclaiming, "Holy cow, what exactly is this treasure?" Still, it was clearly a good thing. The faster Su Shiqing grew stronger, the sooner she'd have a chance to bring healing powers from the apocalypse back to the present, curing her sister. Su Shiqing absorbed crystal cores all night, and when she woke up the next morning, she saw a piece of good news right away. Shock. Under broad daylight, young master of the Su family from a prestigious household bullies others by taking advantage of his status? Hospital nurse coerced. Where's justice? The first pop-up window on her phone was this bold font news. After reading clearly what it said, Su Shiqing arched her eyebrows in surprise. Without needing to think, this was definitely Lin Jianhong's doing. At just this moment, his call came too. Did you see the front page story? A steady voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding slightly tired as if there were too many things to deal with, not having rested well. This is my sincerity for our cooperation. How do you like it? It's very good. The corners of Su Shiqing's mouth lifted slightly, and while talking on the phone, She clicked to view that top story. The news came with pictures and even video footage, clearly showing Su Ying's nasty expression, evidently deliberately filmed. With this incident surfacing, it would surely give Su Mingda quite a headache. Su Shiqing wasn't a saint. Seeing people she disliked fall into trouble made her want to step in and stomp even harder. Good to hear. Lin Jianhong chuckled on the other side of the phone, his voice pausing momentarily as if recalling something, hesitating before speaking. Were you at the farmer's market yesterday? Since he used Lin Jianhong's card, Su Shiqing knew the latter must be aware of what she had done and thus didn't hide anything. Lin Jianhong took a long time to deliberate before finally uncertainly asking. You shouldn't have been tricked, right? Huh, Su Shiqing. Considering how much you spend at the farmer's market, it should not be because of some propaganda that you went, right? Su Shiqing fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and sincerely asked, Lin Jianhong, do I look like a naive girl who's easily deceived? She was, after all, the nominal miss of the Su family. Being deceived by propaganda? What a joke. And Lin Jianhong pondered for a moment on the other side, thinking of Su Shiqing's seemingly harmless smile when she laughed, seriously replied, you indeed look very easy to deceive. Su Shiqing. Chapter 48, Space Cargo. Su Shiqing quietly jotted down this feud in her little notebook. Then she heard Lin Jianhong's faint laugh over the phone. All right, I've managed to get all the stuff I was supposed to prepare last time. It's all placed in that suburban warehouse. Mentioning the warehouse made Lin Jianhong's expression somewhat peculiar. The goods were delivered there early in the morning, and on a whim, Lin Jianhong followed the delivery team and took a look himself. The moment the warehouse door opened, he was dumbfounded. Hundreds of pounds of vegetables and fruits, crates of biscuits and instant noodles, even tents, blankets, water. The variety of items listed themselves out in the warehouse. One who knew would recognize it as a peaceful era, but anyone who didn't might think they were preparing for an apocalypse. Even as Lin Jianhong walked in, two small chicks, barely covered in feathers, flailed towards him. The expressions on Lin Jianhong's face at that moment were something only he himself understood. Did you manage to prepare everything? That fast? Su Shiqing was a bit surprised. That must have been quite a bit of work for you. Though the materials for returning to the apocalypse world were now fully prepared, the cooldown time for space traversal hadn't yet passed, meaning Su Shiqing still needed to wait 2 more days to return. Lin Jianhong really wanted to ask Su Shiqing what all these things were for, but as a partner, he always maintained a proper sense of distance, swallowing the questions on the tip of his tongue. The funds provided by Su Shiqing, along with the promised technology, were precisely what Lin Jianhong currently needed. So at least for now, he couldn't afford to ruin their partnership by asking unnecessary questions. After hanging up the call, Su Shiqing looked back at and ran, still unconscious on the hospital bed. She leaned over and planted a kiss on the forehead of the other, tucking her blanket tightly. Sister has something to do outside. Wait patiently for sister to come back, and ran. The door of the ward gently closed, restoring tranquility to the room, leaving only the steady buzz of medical instruments and Enrant's shallow breathing. Yesterday's purchases had already been sent to the warehouse address left by Su Shiqing, and it had been done so efficiently that everything arrived in just 1 day. When Su Shiqing pushed open the warehouse door, her eyes immediately caught sight of a large experimental table carefully placed on the open ground, along with equipment on it that looked highly precise. Su Shiqing may not understand much about such matters, but just by appearance alone, she could tell this set of apparatus was not cheap at all. Some of this stuff needs power to operate. Su Shiqing muttered while circling the experimental table twice, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. I remember Ning Sinin is a lightning-type ability user. Let him handle it himself. After confirming the warehouse door was securely shut, Su Shiqing waved her hand, storing the experimental equipment into her spatial dimension first. There were also hundreds of boxes lined up nearby. Su Shiqing stepped forward to take a closer look, and sure enough, it was still Lin Jianhong's arrangement. Inside each box were various medicines. It was undeniable, Lin Jianhong's network was much stronger than hers, given how unpopular Miss Su from the Su family was. In less than a day, not only had the experimental equipment been prepared, even the medications were all ready. If Su Shiqing had to buy them herself, she'd run herself ragged and still wouldn't be able to gather half this amount. Besides the drugs, there were also plenty of alcohol, bandages, disinfectants, as well as clean, brand new surgical robes and doctors' white lab coats. All these were the items Su Shiqing asked Lin Jianhong to prepare at the time. Setting aside a special area in her spatial dimension, Su Shiqing gathered all the items promised to Ning Sinin. Then her gaze turned toward the vast quantity of supplies that occupied most of the warehouse space. Storing all these items in one go into the space would have taken a heavy toll on Su Shiqing's energy if it were the previous version of her. However, after absorbing dozens of crystal cores, using her space ability felt much more effortless to her. Still, it took her nearly half an hour to empty out the warehouse, leaving only those 2 baby chicks behind. The fluffy yellow baby chicks had eyes like tiny black beans, staring blankly. Su Shiqing effortlessly captured both of the little ones. She attempted tossing one of the baby chicks into the spatial dimension, focusing intently while channeling her spiritual energy. The next second, the chick in her palm vanished without a trace, and simultaneously, Su Shiqing's complexion instantly paled slightly, though the joy on her face remained unaltered. She succeeded. Submerging her consciousness into the space, Su Shiqing could see the yellow baby chick lying motionless within it, as if completely frozen. Finding success with one chick, Su Shiqing seemed to have stumbled upon a trick, repeating the process to toss the other baby chick inside. It appeared that smaller creatures with less developed thinking abilities were easier to bring into the space. Su Shiqing stared at her palm, seeming to start understanding the patterns of spatial cargo. If she wanted to bring a large live person back and forth between the two worlds, Su Shiqing would need to become even more powerful. With the supplies prepared and Rand settled down, Su Shiqing found herself with much more leisure time. All she had to do was wait for the cooldown period of space traversal to end so she could return to the apocalypse world once again. For these 2 days, Su Shiqing practically lived in the hospital room. Not trusting anyone else, she took personal care of Rand. What troubled Su Shiqing somewhat was that after news of the medical disturbance incident involving Su Ying spread, the Su family seemed suddenly docile, suppressing the issue's popularity. After calming things down, they made no further moves. Su Shiqing didn't believe for a second that Su Mingda would let her and ran off so easily. The alliance with the Zhang family only brought benefits without drawbacks to them. There was no reason to suddenly give up on it. It felt as if Su Mingda, that crafty old fox, was scheming something in the shadows. But Su Shiqing wasn't overly worried about it. Her confidence stemmed from her growing power. It gave her the assurance to face any unforeseen situation. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals will block. When water comes, earth will cover it. Sooner or later, Su Mingda wouldn't be able to suppress his urges and would make a move. And now, Su Shiqing decided to return to the apocalypse world first. The 2-day waiting period was over, and since she had previously promised Lin Jianhong to provide technology, Su Shiqing must go back at least once. The flickering firelight and the metallic stench around instantly transported Su Shiqing back to the post-apocalyptic world. Rubbing her temple gently, Su Shiqing looked around. Lu Qingfeng still hadn't woken up. He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo, being younger, didn't need to keep watch, so they were already asleep. Luo Qing and Xiao Qi sat by the door, ready to take their shifts for the night watch. Big sis, why don't you rest a bit? To avoid waking others, Luo Qing lowered his voice, pointing to the empty spot inside the house where Su Shiqing could rest. Shaking her head, Su Shiqing replied, I'm not sleepy. During those 3 days in modern times, she had rested extremely well, fully recovering from the fatigue of fighting zombies. In fact, among the group, Su Shiqing was undoubtedly the one in the best condition right now. Chapter 49, New Business Opportunity. Seeing the situation, Luo Qing did not insist any further, and he waved his hand to Su Shiqing, signaling her to come sit over here. Sitting down beside Xiao Qi, Su Shiqing glanced at their expressions. You two don't plan on taking a break? Luo Qing shook his head. The zombies are more active at night. We need someone on watch to prevent unexpected situations. Initially, it was decided that the captain would take the late shift while I take the early one, Xiao Qi muttered with a smirk. But the captain said he couldn't sleep, so he's decided to stay up all night. Why Luo Qing couldn't sleep, both Su Shiqing and Xiao Qi were well aware of. Don't worry, Su Shiqing patted the other person's shoulder. There's always a way forward. Even if Luo he really runs away, this base isn't beyond saving, is it? What matters most is people. As long as the people are still here, everything has a chance to turn around. But Captain, Luo Qing let out a bitter laugh. Even though you're right, for some reason, whenever I think about the base, my heart starts pounding heavily. Luo Qing raised his hand and placed it on his chest. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. Let me tell you, Captain, you're just too tired, Xiao Qi remarked seriously. Otherwise, how about this? I knock you out with one palm strike. Then you can pretend you're sleeping. Go away. Luo Qing pushed Xiao Qi's body away irritably. What a stupid idea. Luo Qing sighed. Sigh. If Luo he really takes away all the supplies, how will tens of thousands of people in the base manage to have enough food? Almost all nearby supermarkets and shops have been ransacked. If they want to find supplies, they would have to go farther, which means even more danger. Relying on just this 5-person team led by Luo Qing to sustain everyone in the base is simply unrealistic. Su Shiqing rested her chin on her palm and spoke offhandedly. Don't worry about that for now. Isn't there still me? As long as I have valuable things or crystal cores, I can provide all the necessary supplies for the entire base. Though delivered lightly, this single sentence carried a sense of confidence, leaving Luo Qing and Xiao Qi momentarily at a loss for words. Sister. Luo Qing awkwardly opened his mouth. Next time, don't say such things casually in front of strangers. In this apocalypse, you must remember the principle that wealth should be kept hidden. Su Shiqing blinked. Aren't my reputation already widespread within the base? Both Luo Qing and Xiao Qi exchanged looks, simultaneously recalling the recent gossip spreading around the base regarding exchanging goods for gold, and fell silent. That's right. Everyone who should know about Su Shiqing having resources already knows. Hiding it won't help. Instead, it might only make her seem vulnerable. Oh, by the way, Su Shiqing suddenly remembered something, narrowing her eyes. If food is so scarce in this apocalypse, why don't we try growing our own vegetables? There aren't many materials left in the vicinity anymore, but seeds shouldn't be lacking, right? Haven't you considered self-sufficiency? This thought occurred to Su Shiqing during modern times, and now, brought into the conversation naturally, she couldn't help but ask. Even if Luo he wasn't competent as the head of the base, there should be others in the base who've thought about this issue, yet why had no one ever mentioned it? However, upon hearing this, both Luo Qing and Xiao Qi revealed astonished expressions on their faces. Lady, do you not know? Luo Qing responded more directly. When this zombie virus outbreak happened initially, not only were most humans instantly infected turning into zombies, but the plant seeds also got severely affected. The base once tried collecting seeds and planting them, but none of the seeds successfully germinated. Worse still, one of them grew into a mutated plant and almost caused harm to several people. This was something Su Shiqing truly didn't know. The memory of the original host didn't contain any details about this matter. But listening to Luo Qing's explanation, a flash of shadow passed through Su Shiqing's eyes. Not a single seed successfully germinated? Is it a problem with the seeds, or with the soil? It should be the seeds' problem. Xiaoqi glanced at the tightly closed door, as if trying to see through it towards something else. In this apocalypse, the roadside weeds and trees are still growing normally. If the problem was with the soil, these plants would have either dried out or mutated by now. Mentioning seeds, both Luo Qing and Xiaoqi's faces revealed traces of disappointment, except for Su Shiqing, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, as if surprised. If it's the problem with the seeds, then she actually has a batch of high-quality seeds ready in her possession. If no seeds in this post-apocalyptic world have escaped harm, then hers would become the sole source. Cookies and bread as supplies will eventually run out one day, but if the base could grow its own fruits and vegetables, then there will no longer be a shortage of food. In other words, the seeds in Su Shiqing's possession are incredibly precious, and any base with common sense would scramble to obtain them. Perhaps later she could change her approach to making money and negotiate directly with the higher-ups of the base. Not only would it save time and effort, but it would also be a highly profitable deal. This was a tremendous business opportunity. In an instant, countless ideas flashed through Su Shiqing's mind. She quickly composed herself so that neither Luo Qing nor Xiaoqi could detect any abnormality. She hadn't yet decided whether or not to do this deal with the Chongping base people. As Su Shiqing still couldn't be sure if the base would survive after Luo, he fled with the supplies. If the people in the base didn't give up, maybe Su Shiqing could continue trading with them. But if the people in the base gave up trying themselves, Su Shiqing had no obligation to worry about them. Just as she was deep in thought, Su Shiqing suddenly furrowed her brows slightly, her ears twitching. Did you hear anything? Luo Qing suddenly spoke up, his voice soft, but his brow tightly knit. For some reason, Su Shiqing felt her heart skip a beat, a chill running down her spine. I think I heard something. The sound came from outside, and because the windows and doors were closed tightly, it sounded muffled and unclear, indiscernible as to what it was. Sound. Xiaoqi paused momentarily, focusing intently. Indeed, he heard some rustling sounds. He immediately stood up, his hand resting on the door handle, speaking softly to Luo Qing. Captain, I'll go check it out. Even at night, Xiaoqi's vision could see far distances clearly, making him the best choice to investigate the situation. Luo Qing nodded slightly, watching Xiaoqi slip out of the room. Su Shiqing glanced back at the three people either unconscious or sleeping soundly in the room, yet her heart inexplicably began racing faster. Before she could figure out why, the door was pushed open again. Xiaoqi's whole body was trembling, his face pale even under the flickering firelight. It seemed like he had seen something incredibly terrifying, his pupils constricted, his voice hoarse. Captain, it's zombies. A horde of zombies is coming this way. So many zombies. I can't count them all. Chapter 50, New Rules at the Base. Time rewinds to the morning. The moment Su Shiqing left the base, Ning Xinian noticed. Thinking about last night when he had agreed to take care of Anren, Ning Xinian sat in his study for a while, before reluctantly getting up and changing to a position where he could observe the neighboring house through the window. Because the two households were not far apart, the window on Ning Xinian's side had a direct view of Anren's bedroom. The curtains in the neighbor's house were pulled halfway up, and Ning Xinian could faintly see a small figure sitting upright on the bed, apparently doing something. Grabbing a book, Ning Xinian sipped some water, glanced over a couple of lines, and then raised his eyes to look at the child next door. Even though it was the end of the world, Ning Xinian carried himself with a certain composure and leisure, until the knocking sound came from the front gate. Ning Xinian paused slightly, a barely noticeable furrow appearing between his brows. Who would come to find him at this time? Were they still determined to recruit him into the base? It has to be said, Ning Xinian was half right. Indeed, there were people from the base outside, but this time, they weren't here to recruit him. Dr. Ning. Huang Yinger stood at the door with two base personnel. Looking at Ning Xinian, who came to open the door, she pressed her lips together. I'm Deputy Base Leader Huang Yinger, here to inform you of the new base rules. Huang Yinger? Ning Xinian's expression remained unchanged as he silently thought about any information he knew about this person. He remembered Luo Qing mentioning once that Huang Yinger was a wind element ability user and one of the few third-stage ability users in the base. She was powerful, yet for some unknown reason, she followed Luo He's commands. Miss Huang. Ning Xinian inclined his head slightly, cold and distant, which counted as a greeting. Huang Yinger took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions flickering in her eyes, and in an official tone said, New base rules. All residents must hand over a daily amount of supplies, either a pack of cookies or a bottle of water. Those with insufficient supplies may exchange crystal cores equivalently. Before her words were even finished, Ning Xinian's face darkened first. Is this regulation aimed at the inner circle of the base or all the residents? Ning Xinian's eyes behind his glasses narrowed slightly, and the glasses refracted a cold light. Base rules naturally apply to everyone within the base. Huang Yinger closed her eyes for a moment, her voice steady as she pronounced each word clearly. Taking a step forward, Ning Xinian coldly stared into Huang Yinger's eyes. Do you know what you're making them surrender each day is a common person's daily ration? Rules are rules. Huang Yinger met Ning Xinian's gaze without fear. Ning Xinian stepped forward again, his icy eyes locked onto Huang Yinger. The reason Luo he specially assigned Huang Inger was because both were of the third stage. If things got out of control, Huang Inger would hold her ground. Perhaps, if Huang Inger performed admirably, killing Ning Xinian wouldn't be a bad option. After all, Luo he didn't care about the base anymore. High IQ talent? Who cared? Of course, Luo he was also aware that according to Huang Inger's nature, such a possibility was incredibly slim. In a corner unseen by anyone, Huang Inger clenched her palm until it broke the skin, forcing herself not to falter in their stare down. The two were stuck in a deadlock at the door, momentarily freezing the air around them, creating a tense atmosphere. Ning Xinian couldn't quite understand why Luo he would do such self-destructive actions, pushing the base towards its doom. Though he wasn't clear on these matters, Ning Xinian realized that something big seemed to be brewing. His eyes grew colder, and he started stepping outside, only to be blocked by Huang Inger. Dr. Ning, please hand over your supplies. Even though she wasn't good at these kinds of tasks, Huang Inger didn't back down. Ning Xinian stopped his steps and looked at Huang Inger, his expression indifferent and unreadable. You should be clear about what consequences this rule will bring. I am unclear. Huang Inger responded without hesitation, unleashing her wind element abilities to make her hair and clothing sway in the breeze. All I know is this. If you don't hand over your supplies, I'll expel you from the base. As Luo Qing had described, Huang Inger displayed exactly the power of a third-stage ability user. Yet Ning Xinian merely gave her a fleeting glance before looking away. You can't stop me. The words lacked emotion but were unexpectedly firm. Ning Xinian lifted his foot and moved to leave. Huang Inger's hands controlling her ability trembled slightly, but remembering what Luo he had promised her, she gritted her teeth and summoned a strong gust of wind that swept toward Ning Xinian. However, Ning Xinian did not even turn around, casually raising a finger. A blue-purple bolt of lightning descended out of nowhere. With just that single strike, the strong gust of wind condensed by Huang Inger dissipated instantly. Losing control, Huang Inger stumbled back a step, letting out a groan, and her eyes revealed disbelief. Fourth stage? When? And Ning Xinian paid her no mind, walking past them and continuing on his way. Huang Inger's hand controlling her ability shook violently, but remembering what Luo he had promised her, she gritted her teeth and unleashed another gust of wind towards Ning Xinian. Yet Ning Xinian did not even turn around, raising a finger with ease. And immediately, a bolt of blue-purple lightning struck down. Just one strike, and the powerful wind was shattered instantly. Huang Inger struggled to regain her balance and took a step back, muttering incredulously, fourth stage? When? But Ning Xinian ignored her and walked straight past her and the others, heading outwards. Halfway through his steps, he suddenly paused, casting a complex look at the tightly shut door of the neighboring house. Anren sat quietly on her bed, holding a crystal core in her hands. With her eyes closed, she tried to absorb the energy within, mimicking her sister. The next second, there was a tap-tap-tap as someone knocked on the window. Anren opened her eyes and looked over, only to see the handsome big brother somehow leaning against the window. Anren, why didn't this big brother ever use the door? Whether it was last time when her uncle came calling, or the time before that when he brought her family out from her uncle's place, Ning Xinian never used the front door according to her memory. Her sister had told her before leaving that she could trust this big brother. So Anren hopped off the bed and ran, tap-tap-tap, to the window, pushing it open. Come with me. Ning Xinian was brief and direct, stretching out his hand. It seemed something was about to happen in the base, so for safety reasons, Ning Xinian planned to bring the little one along with him just in case any mishaps occurred. Anren tilted her head slightly, large questions forming in her small eyes. Yet recalling her sister's words, she obediently stretched out her hand, letting Ning Xinian lift her up. She didn't ask too many questions. Aside from her sister, many adults found children who asked a lot of questions quite bothersome. Anren definitely didn't want to be an annoying child. So she just obediently leaned on Ning Xinian's shoulder, making him glance at her a few extra times in surprise. Don't you want to ask where we're going? Ning Xinian frowned, feeling that perhaps Su Shiqing had been protecting the kid too much, leading to her having almost no caution. We've only met a few times, and you trust me so easily? Sister said I can trust you. Anren blinked her eyes repeatedly. I believe in sister, so I believe in you. A very logical and clear thought process. But Ning Xinian, looking into her sparkling eyes, was momentarily silenced. After a moment of silence, he awkwardly patted Anren's head. Humph, you did well. It's your sister's guard that's too low. Without hesitation, the blame was so smoothly tossed back to Su Shiqing. Chapter 51, They're All Dead. With no way to deal with Ning Xinian, Huang Inger had no choice but to return and report to Luo He. She originally thought that given Luo He's character, if the task wasn't completed properly, he would certainly make things difficult for her. But surprisingly, this time Luo He easily let her off the hook. I knew that guy Ning Xinian must have some deep schemes in mind. Who would have thought that he quietly advanced 4 levels without a word? Luo He said coldly, while sitting comfortably on his sofa. Seeing Huang Inger obediently kneeling before him, Luo He's mood improved significantly. He enjoyed immensely the feeling of being served and revered. Get up, I didn't expect you to accomplish this anyway. Luo He chuckled. Apart from Ning Xinian, have all the others handed over their supplies? Huang Inger slowly rose, still slightly bending over. She knew after staying so long with Luo He exactly how to please him. They've all been collected. Those who failed to hand over the supplies have been expelled from the base as per your instructions. Thinking about those emaciated common people who knelt down, crying and begging not to be driven out of the base, Huang Inger trembled slightly and looked down. As for some who refused to follow orders and insisted on lingering in the base, I told my subordinates not to show mercy, executing examples to deter others. Excellent. Luo he smiled contentedly, his gaze towards Huang Inger becoming more profound. Huang Inger's lips moved hesitantly, her voice trembling. Base leader, I've done everything you asked. What about my grandfather? Rest assured, once everything is ready and before we leave the base, I'll definitely tell you where your grandfather is. Luo he narrowed his eyes, smiling softly. The door opened, and an unfamiliar man entered, whom Huang Inger did not know. All right, Inger, it's time for you to leave. Seeing the man come in, Luo he glanced intently, indicating that Huang Inger should quickly go outside. Not daring to anger Luo he, Huang Ing, bit her lip and left the room reluctantly. Han, have you found anything? Looking at the man in front of him, Luo he frowned slightly. Base leader, there's no time left. Han was grim-faced. After Inger left, he hastily spoke up. I've detected it. A large group of zombies is heading toward the base at high speed. Will likely be affected by tomorrow morning at the earliest. We need to set out immediately. So soon. Luo he's expression changed upon hearing this, thinking about something that made him uneasy as he narrowed his eyes. Moying's side hasn't secured the supplies yet. I trust my younger brother's abilities. I will leave marks on the road. Eventually Moying can meet up with us. Han solemnly reminded Luo he. Base leader, the most important thing now is that we should leave as soon as possible. If we encounter the zombie group later, it'll be harder to escape. Upon hearing these words, Luo he's face kept changing colors. The materials swapped from Su Shirqing were what Luo he had put all his capital into, and not getting them felt somewhat bitter. But compared with his own life, Luo he could distinguish what truly mattered. All right, inform the others. Do not disturb the commoners inside the base. Let's go now. Yes. Han nodded. Just as he was about to turn and walk out, he suddenly remembered something and hesitated to look back at Luo he. Base leader, shouldn't we bring Huang Inge? She has great potential and could surely help us. Humph. Luo he coldly scoffed. That girl might appear calm on the surface, but she surely hates me deep inside. There's no way I'd take a ticking time bomb with me. By the way, Luo he seemed to remember something and tossed a slip of paper written with an address to Han. Make sure this address gets to Huang Inger before we depart. Tell her that this is the residence of her beloved grandfather. Today was one of the rare good days in this post-apocalyptic world. Sunlight fell upon the earth, but it brought no hope along with it. Ordinary people in the base had to surrender their last bit of rations to continue living there. Many who couldn't hand over supplies were forcefully dragged out of the base by the psychic underlings of the base leader. For those stubborn ones who refused to leave, the psychics showed no mercy, striking them dead instantly as a warning to others nearby. Fortunately, Su Shirqing's market stall business from a few days ago helped many common people scrounge together some resources. Without Su Shirqing, the number of people expelled from the base today would have reached terrifying proportions. In just a short while, panic swept through the base, each person worrying about their fate tomorrow. Some cursed the rules of the base silently, accusing them of not treating them like human beings. Unknown to them, amidst the chaos, base leader Luo he had already fled with his followers, abandoning the base altogether. Among the crowd of panicked, sallow-faced people in the base, a figure dressed in a long skirt stood out as distinctly different. Inger Huang had never run so fast before. With the aid of her wind-based psychic ability, others could hardly see her movements. In her sweat-soaked palm, a note was tightly clutched by Huang Inger as she sprinted towards the address written on it. No wonder she had searched high and low throughout the center of the base and hadn't found a trace of her grandfather. It turned out that from the very beginning, her grandfather had been placed by Luo he in the slums of the base, living among ordinary people. At this moment, Huang Inger didn't have the time to curse Luo he's devious plans. All she wanted was to go faster, just a little bit more, and see her grandfather sooner. Upon arriving at the address on the note, Huang Inger slowly came to a stop, looking at the closed door in front of her with slightly trembling pupils. She was a little nervous, glancing down at her attire, clean and neat, except for a small bloodstain on the hem of her dress after dealing with some tasks earlier. Huang Inger quickly hid the stained corner behind her back and finally mustered the courage to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered. Did Grandpa go out? For some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming sense of unease took hold of Huang Inger's heart. Swallowing hard, she raised her hand again and knocked on the door. This time, the door opened, but it was the neighbor next door who opened it. Looking over, Huang Inger saw a child's head peeking out from the crack of the door, looking at her fearfully and tensely. Forcing a smile, Huang Inger tried her best to make her voice sound steady. Excuse me, little friend, do you know where the people next door went? Are you looking for Grandpa Huang? The child's voice was very soft, almost too soft for Huang Inger to hear clearly. But when she heard the title Grandpa Huang, relief flickered in her eyes. She hadn't come to the wrong place. Then she heard the timid, frightened voice of the child say, Dead, they're all dead. Grandpa Huang is also dead. Chapter 52, Zombie Tide. Huang Inger felt as though she might have misheard, and her curved lips hadn't yet dropped. Dead, she softly repeated the word, standing there like a wooden statue, momentarily forgetting to move. Ouch, what are you kids doing? A neighbor's aunt, upon seeing her child peeking out, became immediately anxious, and pulled the child back inside right away. Without sparing another glance at Huang Inger outside the door, who seemed like a wolf was lurking nearby, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Only Huang Inger remained, dazed and disoriented, standing where she was. She gradually realized what the child had said earlier, her pupils slowly contracting, while a sudden ringing in her ears nearly caused her to lose her balance. No. If Grandpa was dead, then what about all she'd done before? What were all her efforts in being Lu He's most obedient tool worth? He was her only relative in this world. Huang Ying'er's teeth chattered coldly. It was unclear whether it was because of the weather or due to her loss of control over her emotions. In one swift motion, she flung open the door before her with a strong gust of wind. This was a dilapidated house common in the slums, with front and back space adding up to just a few square meters, but still seeming empty. The calligraphy works treasured by her grandfather lay discarded carelessly on the ground, as if someone had violently broken into the room for a search. What struck Huang Ying'er most sharply were the dried pools of dark red blood in the center of the room. There wasn't any body, but she knew clearly that such a volume of blood would have claimed even the life of a healthy adult man, let alone her elderly grandfather. Huang Ying'er could no longer support herself upright, her legs giving way, falling kneeling at the doorstep. She noticed the evident chewed bark on the floor. In an instant, she understood what had happened. Louis had not provided resources for her grandfather. After the base rules came out, her grandfather was among the first group expelled. To prevent troublemaking from ordinary people, the psychics under Lu He's command used executions as examples for others, and unfortunately, her grandfather became one of those examples. Huang Ying'er didn't want to dwell much on whether this was an accident or Lu He's deliberate act. She knew that the new regulations of the base were issued and promoted by her. It was her who personally sent her grandfather to his death. Ugh. Kneeling on the ground, Huang Ying'er curled into a ball, her shoulders trembling lightly, her eyes reddening almost to the point of bleeding. Extreme sorrow and regret almost left her voiceless, and the hatred in her heart grew crazily, almost overwhelming all her thoughts. Luo. He, clenching her fingers until they broke her palm skin. Despite the overflowing blood, she felt nothing. I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Ning Sinan gently carried and ran around the outer part of the base, everywhere showing signs of normal people starving to death on the streets because of forced submission of supplies. From time to time, one could see patches of dry blood stains on the ground, their bodies all thrown outside the base, leaving only traces of blood indicating what had previously occurred. Is there any water? Just a sip, please. My wife is about to die of thirst. Any kind-hearted person. So hungry, cough cough. Baby? Baby. Wake up, look at mom, please. Baby. Everywhere they looked was desolation. It might as well be described as a hell on earth, without exaggeration. And Ran, resting on Ning Sinan's shoulder, remained silent, but her eyes reflected unease, subconsciously holding Ning Sinan's neck tighter. Such scenes weren't exactly rare during the apocalypse, but Ran had mostly been confined to storage rooms before, and this was her first direct witness of the brutality of the end days. As Ning Sinan watched the base nearing chaos, his gaze sharpened as he silently carried and ran to a quieter corner. Seeing everything unfold before his eyes, his expression deepened in complexity. Originally, the base should have lasted several more years, however, the new regulations wiped out its vitality altogether. Ning Sinan couldn't comprehend the significance of the commander's actions, but it seemed like it was indeed time for him to leave again. In the distance, the sun set westward, and the crimson twilight stained the land, as if also foretelling the extinction of this base. But the people within the base didn't know yet. A greater danger was approaching with nightfall. Xiaoqi, did you get it wrong? Though he was aware of Xiaoqi's abilities, upon hearing news of countless zombies heading this way, Luo Qing still couldn't help but ask anxiously, his face turning pale. Xiaoqi seemed to be startled by the number of zombies. His face was slightly white, but he firmly shook his head, his voice hoarse. Captain, we must quickly leave. But Su Shiqing suddenly felt an unusual sensation. If the zombie horde was moving in this direction, then a little further away would be jumping base. The zombies are heading towards the base. Su Shiqing's face darkened slightly, and her heart sank as well. Surely they wouldn't be so unlucky to run into a zombie horde at this critical moment. Luo Qing had already moved swiftly to wake He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo, and he carried Lu Qingfeng, who was still unconscious. The zombie tide is approaching. We must rush back to the base overnight. Upon hearing Luo Qing's words, He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo immediately snapped out of their drowsiness. Zombie tide. Only the word tide was enough to convey how many zombies there could possibly be. He Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo both became immediately serious. The gravity of the situation needed no explanation, and without much further ado, they quietly left the house where they'd been staying, rushing toward the base with all speed. When they reached higher ground, Su Shiqing turned back for a quick glance in the direction from which the zombie horde was coming, under the pale moonlight. A single look made her body hairs stand on end. Amidst the dark night, countless pairs of crimson eyes were dimly visible, their cold glint reflecting in the moonlight. Just as Xiaoqi had said, it was impossible to count the number of zombies. Su Shiqing paused for a moment as she followed Luo Qing, pressing her lips together tightly, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes. In this situation, should she leave directly with Ran, or stay in the base and fight the zombies alongside Luo Qing? If Luo he had already left the base with the supplies and people, would Luo Qing and his team be able to withstand the overwhelming zombie tide? If she didn't leave, wouldn't that put herself and Ran in danger? All Su Shiqing knew for certain was this. If she did not stay, the probability of survival in the base, without supplies, against the zombie tide, would be less than 1 in 10. But why should she stay behind and risk everything? Chapter 53. Do you have any shame? The zombies' pace was not slow, and Su Shiqing and the others seized every opportunity to get back to the base before them. The first rays of sunlight pierced through from the east, But those who could just about see the gate of the base were all stopped in their tracks. Outside the base, a number of figures were curled up on the ground, shivering. It seemed that they had lost strength from hunger, and a look at each face revealed only a lifeless pallor. Moreover, one could even see many corpses thrown carelessly outside the base. Dark red blood seeped beneath them, emitting a faintly rank smell. A lot of these people Luo Qing knew. They were ordinary people without abilities within the base. In merely a day's time, it was as if the sky over the base had changed. Countless people were driven out of the base, and since they didn't dare stray too far, they could only stay nearby, starving. Su Shiqing looked at the pile of corpses outside the base, his pupils slightly contracting. The injuries on the bodies clearly showed that they were not done by zombies, but rather by psychics. But who could command the psychics within the base like this? The dark expression on Luo Qing's face was never this serious. If he wasn't carrying Lu Qingfeng, who was unconscious, he would have rushed into the base without hesitation already. Xiao Qi's smile disappeared, and Xiaoyan and Xiao Luo both tightly pursed their lips, looking at the pale and gaunt ordinary people sitting helplessly on the ground outside the base. All of them clenched their teeth firmly. And now, they didn't have the time to deal with Lo He. A flood of zombies was following closely behind. If they continued to let so many ordinary people linger outside the base, when the zombies caught up, it would be another scene of bloody massacre. Su Shiqing raised her hand, took out a megaphone from her space, and shouted loudly. Everyone, go back to the base immediately. As long as you still have breath, crawl back to the base. Don't worry, no one dares to stop you from returning this time. If there were people inside the base now with the highest recognition rate, aside from Luo Qing who went out for supplies for ordinary people, there was Su Shiqing, who traded supplies for gold. When the two stood together, in the eyes of others, they were like a ray of light amidst despair. The gate of the base was tightly locked. Su Shiqing raised her hand, and vines instantly sprouted madly from the cracks between the doors, forcing the gates open. Cough cough. It's Luo Qing. Xiao Luo has returned. Great. With Xiao Luo here, they will definitely not ignore us. That person, isn't that Su Shiqing? Is she still exchanging supplies? I have money. I have things to trade with her. Can you give me something to eat? My child is almost starving. Return to the base, quickly. We must return to the base. For such a long period in the apocalypse, everyone knows how dangerous it is outside. If it wasn't forced, no one would want to leave the base. Upon seeing Luo Qing leading people back, despite being hungry and weak, those outside the base struggled, driven by their instinct to survive, heading back towards the base. At once, the entrance was blocked by the crowd, everyone pushing hard to get back inside. Get out of the way. Let us in first. TCH. Who stepped on my foot, huh? Get out of my way. Do you know who I am? I'm Su Shiqing's aunt. Those who are smart should move and let us in first, or else, I'll make sure you regret it. Despite the clamor of many voices, Su Shiqing instantly picked up that sharp, disdainful voice. Her eyebrows slightly arched, Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes, spotting Su Xiaoping amidst the disheveled crowd blocked outside, straining hard to squeeze inward, her features distorted from effort. In her arms, she clutched her beloved Wang Xiaoming. The little boy obviously hadn't been well these past few days. He had grown much thinner. Now, he was pulling at his mother's ears shouting, "Let's go in. Hurry up. Move out of our way. Your entire family should die." Perhaps because they heard Su Xiaoping mention Su Shiqing, the people in front hesitated for a moment, stepping backward cautiously, unease evident in their eyes. Who among them didn't know Su Shiqing held the key resources to trade? Offending anyone was bad, but offending her was disastrous. Seeing this, Su Xiaoping proudly advanced a couple steps forward, her words unrelenting. Humph, at least some of you have an eye for details. I'm someone you can't afford to upset. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xiaoping suddenly felt an intense force tighten around her waist. The next thing she knew, she was flung high into the air. Ah, Mom! Two cries of terror resounded across the base, and two vines were seen tightly coiled around Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiaoming, directly dragging them away from the entrance of the base. Dizzily spinning, Su Xiaoping hit the ground with a thud, vomiting repeatedly until nothing came out, feeling completely dislocated and broken. That dead turtle. Do you know I am? Su Xiaoping continued to swear while vomiting, but before she could even get up, someone kicked her back down, silencing her. Su Shiqing's foot was planted on Su Xiaoping's stomach. Leaning down, she smiled coldly. So, which big name were you trying to flaunt around just now? As she spoke, she pressed down with her toes and twisted them a few times over Su Xiaoping's abdomen, causing her to grow pale in pain. Su Shiqing showed no mercy as Luo Qing and the others exchanged glances, quietly looking away. Yeah, they didn't see anything. After catching a clear look at Su Shiqing's face, a flash of hatred crossed Su Xiaoping's eyes. All this was because of that dead girl, ruining her peaceful life inside the base. The last time Wang Jian returned, Su Xiaoping thought he had found the whereabouts of the two wretched girls, but instead, he slapped her, saying it was all over. Before she could even figure out what had happened, Wang Jian vanished, leaving her and her son behind. That wasn't all. Soon enough, Su Xiaoping realized why things were all over. Almost every time she stepped outside, she would be dragged into a corner by some unknown people and beaten up. They would spit on her when they left. Even staying indoors was not safe. Her small shabby house was marked for destruction. Someone broke through her roof, leaving her and her son freezing as the weather grew colder. And all this was because of Su Shiqing. A flash of malice passed through Su Xiaoping's eyes, but soon she forced a grotesque smile. Hey, isn't this my dear niece? Don't act like family. Su Shiqing increased the force on her foot and looked down at the contorted face of Su Xiaoping in pain. Falsely claiming my name and acting all high and mighty. Su Xiaoping. Do you have any shame at all? She knew full well how she treated the former host and her sister originally, and now that the two had become powerful, she wanted to climb back onto their coattails? Huh, how naive to think there were such easy opportunities in this world. Chapter 54. The people who deserve to die and those who didn't. Evil person. Die you girl. You dirty bitch. Su Shiqing's attention was on Su Xiaoping, but Wang Xiongming had staggered up from the ground at some unknown point. His childlike face revealed an expression of brutal savagery that belied his age. Mouth spewing crude words, Wang Xiongming leapt and tried to bite Su Shiqing's thigh. Oh, I forgot about you. Su Shiqing cast a cold glance at the little brat who didn't even reach her waist, then lashed him away with a vine whip. Wang Xiongming slammed hard onto the ground, rolled twice, and lay still, unconscious or otherwise incapacitated. Su Xiaoping beneath her feet, seethed with anger. You die, girl. He is your younger brother. I certainly don't have such a dim-witted younger brother. Su Shiqing was entirely unfazed. I only have a sister, and she is much cuter, obedient, polite, and considerate compared to your son. It could be seen that after being separated from her, Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiongming had lived a very miserable existence. Their clothes were almost completely filthy, exuding the foul stench of rotten eggs and fish mixed together. There were also numerous large and small wounds on their bodies. Even Wang Xiongming's originally chubby cheeks appeared visibly thinner, the prominent cheekbones clearly visible, while Su Xiaoping's eye bags had deepened, her look one of exhaustion and disarray. Seeing how pitiful they looked, Su Shiqing felt satisfied. Look, death would only last for a fleeting moment, whereas tossing them into this world of endless despair and suffering without any trace of hope surely brought more pain. Su Shiqing felt like she herself had become somewhat perverted. Do you know what will happen if you don't return to the base right now? Su Shiqing leaned down, laughing lightly near Su Xiaoping's ear, a whisper like that of a demon. A horde of zombies is coming. You will be swallowed by an endless wave of the undead. You'll watch helplessly as zombies take chunk after chunk out of your flesh. You won't die quickly. The pain of having your flesh ripped off will make you wish you were dead, and you might even see your white, exposed bones. Of course, your son won't escape either. He will cry out mom, but nothing can change their fates. Both of you will become zombie food, watching yourself become increasingly less human, slowly bleeding to death. Su Xiaoping's body began trembling lightly, and then became unable to suppress violent tremors. Her pupils gradually contracted, breathing heavy, seemingly already visualizing her ghastly end. No. She shook her head furiously in fear. You cannot do this to me. I am your aunt, your elder. How dare you treat me like this? Su Shiqing used vines to roll Su Xiaoping up like a dumpling, lifting her chin and speaking word by word. Do you know? There's nothing I hate more than people trying to use familial hierarchy to pressure me. Elder? What kind of elder are you? When you forced me to leave the base to support your family, did you think about being an elder? When my sister was nearly starved to death in the storage room by you, did you think about the propriety of elders? Whether it was in modern times or in this apocalyptic world, there were always people attempting to pressure her using family ties and blood bonds. TCH, ridiculous. Su Shiqing never accepted this sort of reasoning. To let you two scum live this long has been mercy on my part. Su Shiqing bound both Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiongming with vines, gagged them, and threw them among the corpses. Now, you deserve to die. My hands are meant for holding my sweet and fragrant sister, Su Shiqing thought, unwilling to dirty her hands because of these kinds of people. Once the next wave of zombies arrived, Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiongming would have no way to escape. As Su Shiqing said, they would witness themselves being eaten alive by zombies amidst utter despair, ultimately dying in anguish. Clapping her hands clean, Su Shiqing no longer glanced back at their expressions. She raised her head and looked towards the entrance of the base, where most people had returned under Luo Qing's instructions. Finished. Luo Qing noticed Su Shiqing looking over, walked over with a serious expression. Lu Qingfeng had entrusted He Xiaoyan to bring her back to the residence inside the base, so at the moment, only he and Xiao Qi remained outside the base. Luo Qing saw two figures wrapped in vines like dumplings among the pile of corpses, raising an eyebrow, and giving Su Shiqing a thumb up, efficient and decisive, well done. The actions of Su Xiaoping's family had mostly spread within the base, and even Luo Qing had heard bits and pieces. They were truly a family of vampires. If in an era where laws and morality still existed, Luo Qing might have advised Su Shiqing to remain calm, but if this were the apocalypse, he instead appreciated her merciless and cruel approach. Why should she spare those who almost killed her? Should they be given a chance to accumulate power and come back for revenge later? Silly indeed. Thank you for the compliment. Su Shiqing brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, a faint smile playing on the corner of her lips. It had to be said, this feeling was exhilarating. Unfortunately, she couldn't treat her parents from her modern life this way. The situation isn't good right now, Luo Qing said with a grave expression. The commotion we caused at the entrance wasn't small, but there hasn't been any response from Luo He's group. It's possible they've already fled the base. The worst-case scenario had come true. Luo He had taken away the supplies and most of the psychics from the base. Those left here were mostly just ordinary people. And even worse news was that the zombie horde was right behind them. At the latest, within 1 or 2 hours, the base would be reached by the zombies. Big sister, I'm going to check out the situation at the center of the base. Luo Qing rubbed his temple as he spoke. Take care of yourself. Watching Luo Qing and Xiao Qi rush into the base, Su Shiqing looked at their retreating backs and then glanced at the almost empty gate of the base, letting out a soft sigh. If she planned to leave, she needed to act fast. If she waited until the zombie horde surrounded the entire base, it would be much more difficult to leave with Enran safely. Rising to return to the base to find Enran, Su Shiqing's gaze swept past the pile of corpses nearby when she suddenly noticed something. Her steps faltered slightly. A frail corpse, almost reduced to bones, lay motionless on the ground. The elderly person's tattered clothes were stained with blood, and a large hole in the chest was strikingly visible. And Su Shiqing recognized the corpse. It was the old man who had given her a coat on the first day she arrived at the base. At that time, Su Shiqing secretly gave him a bit of food and wished that kind-hearted people lived long lives. But clearly, good people don't always live long. Su Shiqing quietly stared at the body, her eyes dark, her thoughts unknown. That was the first kindness she received in this apocalypse. Now the old man was silently among the pile of bodies, dead without anyone paying attention. This world. Su Shiqing closed her eyes briefly and muttered under her breath. She took off the blood-stained coat she wore, stepped forward, wrapped the old man's body in it, and cradled him in her arms. The body was incredibly light, barely heavier than Enran. It was hard to imagine that this was the weight of an elderly person. If the body was left outside the base, it would surely be devoured beyond recognition once the zombie horde arrived. There was nothing much Su Shiqing could do, but at least, she wanted to preserve some dignity for the old man. Chapter 55. A few pieces of bad news. By the time Su Shiqing returned to the inner circle of the base with the body, Ning Sinan was already waiting for her at the gate with Enran. Sister. The first thing Enran saw was Su Shiqing's figure, and her little eyes immediately lit up. Without letting Ning Sinan hold her hand anymore, Enran deftly broke free and ran towards Su Shiqing with quick steps. As she got closer, Enran saw the dark red bloodstains on Su Shiqing's clothes, and her little hands became hesitant in midair, her gaze shifting from joy to worry. Su Shiqing had fought with zombies and naturally knew how ragged she must look at this moment. To keep Enran from overthinking it, she quickly explained, Enran's sister is fine. The blood on the clothes belongs to someone else. Sister didn't get hurt. Really? Enran noticed that Su Shiqing was holding a long wrapped object in her arms and obediently refrained from jumping into her embrace, instead gently pulling at the hem of her sister's clothes and following cautiously close by. Of course, your sister is quite capable, said Su Shiqing, fully aware that her hands and body weren't clean at this point. Looking at her neat and clean sister, she resisted the urge to touch her. Ning Sinan stood nearby, taller than Enran. He clearly recognized the object Su Shiqing held was a corpse, instinctively stepping back slightly. Why did you bring that into the base? Ning Sinan frowned slightly, unable to resist asking. Seeing Su Shiqing so calm while holding a corpse, Ning Sinan's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Curious, Enran tiptoed to try and see what her sister was carrying, but couldn't due to her height. What is it that sister is carrying? With a gentle expression, Su Shiqing replied. It's an old man who has fallen asleep. He once gave me a coat when I was dirty. Hearing this, Ning Sinan paused briefly, his expression toward the corpse becoming somewhat more complex. Enran's thoughts were more straightforward. Sensing something serious, she earnestly asked, that was a good grandpa. Should we invite him to rest in the courtyard? Yes. Su Shiqing nodded in agreement. We'll find a place and let grandpa have a proper rest. Carefully placing the well-wrapped corpse on the empty ground in front of the house, Su Shiqing didn't rush to dig a hole, but looked toward Ning Sinan. I'm not sure if you know yet. There are several bad pieces of news and one piece of good news. Which would you like to hear first? The several bad pieces of news. Ning Sinan winced slightly at the corner of his mouth, raising his hand to massage his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Let's start with the bad news. First, Su Shiqing said with no change in expression, holding up a finger, the commander of the base, Luo He, fled. Ning Sinan, I had my suspicions. Second, Luo He took all the supplies in the base and most of the people with special abilities. Ning Sinan, that's typical of him. Lastly, Su Shiqing held up a third finger. A zombie wave will arrive at the base in about an hour. Ning Sinan. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but wasn't sure what, finally managing to squeeze out. What kind of luck do we have? It really was bad things happening in twos. How could so many things go wrong at the same time? Bad luck not seen in 100 years. Su Shiqing also sounded a bit exasperated but reminded him. I don't know what your plans are, but if you intend to leave, you should probably head out of the base now. There was no doubt about Ning Sinan's powerful abilities. If he wanted to go, he could go anywhere. Let me guess. Ning Sinan fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Isn't Luo Qing planning to stick with the base until the end? You guessed right. No reward. Ning Sinan's face showed no surprise at all. His calm gaze revealed nothing before turning to Su Shiqing. Then, what's the only piece of good news? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground came, instantly causing hundreds of boxes to appear between Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan. Even Ning Sinan was momentarily stunned. This wasn't even the end. Su Shiqing snapped her fingers, and a set of brand new experimental equipment appeared right before everyone's eyes. This is... Ning Sinan's pupils shrank slightly, already guessing part of it. The stuff I promised to find for you. Su Shiqing said calmly. Although these items looked too new to be from the apocalypse era, and Ning Sinan might just need to ask Luo Qing to find out that the source of these items isn't legitimate, Su Shiqing placed them confidently in front of Ning Sinan without hesitation. Where did you get these from? Ning Sinan blurted out instinctively. He'd been looking for months and hadn't managed to find a complete set of experimental equipment. Yet Su Shiqing obtained it in just one day, found them along the way. With this single sentence, Ning Xinan was successfully silenced, and Rand blinked her eyes beside her and tugged at Su Shiqing's clothing hem, speaking in a voice she thought was soft but could actually be heard by everyone. Sister, I don't even believe this reason. Su Shiqing replied with an equally light tone. It doesn't matter. That brother is silly, he will believe it. Ning Xinan, also called the silly one. Could you please make your whispers a little quieter next time? Recalling her purpose, Su Shiqing cleared her throat, arched an eyebrow toward Ning Xinan, and grinned cunningly. You know what? I've brought everything for you as promised. Can you see that I always keep my word? Ning Xinan scanned the area, observing dozens, if not hundreds of boxes. After a brief silence, he nodded. Then, Su Shiqing batted her eyelashes. Would you like to do another deal with me? Empty, empty, and still empty. Luo Qing had turned the base center upside down, but couldn't find a single person, or even a biscuit or piece of bread. Damn it, Luo Qing swore loudly. They fled so damn fast. Xiao Qi followed Luo Qing closely with a serious expression. Without supplies, we won't be able to withstand the zombie wave. Captain, why don't we release the news and let them all escape on their own? Luo Qing shook his head. Escape? Where would they run to? The people inside the base are starving. Can they really outrun the zombies? That made sense. Under Luo He's exploitation, the ordinary people in the base had hardly ever been fully fed. In such a condition, how could they possibly outspeed the incoming zombie horde without risking death? Even though staying in the base wouldn't save their lives either. Captain, should we continue searching? Xiao Qi looked at Luo Qing uncertainly. The situation indicated that the base center had already been emptied out. Was it still necessary to waste time here? However, before Luo Qing could speak, a hoarse and weak female voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Don't bother searching anymore. That bastard leaves nothing behind when he does something. Chapter 56. Want supplies? Fine. Who? Luo Qing and Xiao Qi abruptly turned around and saw a lady in a long skirt standing quietly at the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall. Hiss. Looking at the woman's red eyes, Luo Qing felt a sense of familiarity. A moment later, he suddenly remembered. Huang Inga? What are you doing here? Although he recognized her, Luo Qing was still somewhat unsure. In his memory, Huang Inga was weak-willed, always looking anxious. However, the woman in front of him could be described as a stagnant pool, with despair in her eyes and overwhelming hatred that could not be concealed. Even Luo Qing was startled by the hatred in her eyes. More importantly, as the deputy director of the base, why did Huang Inga appear at this moment? Did she not leave with Luo He? Why am I here? Huang Inga murmured, repeating Luo Qing's words. Her already pale face became even paler. Because I've been deceived. That person painted for me a sweet dream. Not until he left and I touched that dream did I realize it was all fake. Upon hearing this, Luo Qing and Xiao Qi exchanged glances, communicating with each other through their eyes. Luo Qing, so poetic. Did you understand what she was saying? Xiao Qi, she seems to have been cheated? I'm too ordinary to fully understand the metaphor after that. At this moment, Huang Inga paid no attention to the thoughts of the two. She raised her eyelids, revealing bloodshot eyes. The zombie tide should be coming soon, right? Aren't you going to run? Do you know the zombie tide is coming this way? Luo Qing sharply lifted his head, staring directly at the other party. Huang Inga did not respond, but simply withdrew her gaze on her own. Run quickly. This base is beyond saving. They shouldn't die, but Huang Inga knew that she deserved death. She had handled too many dark things for Luo He. Her hands were covered in blood. She was guilty. But Huang Inga didn't intend to die here just like that. She would drag Luo He into hell with her. I won't run. Luo Qing firmly shook his head. I said it before, if the zombies really break into the base, I will definitely die ahead of everyone. I know everyone here. My abilities have awakened. I have the ability to protect them. It's impossible for me to flee like this. Upon hearing this, Huang Inga paused for a moment, as if thinking of something. To preserve one's integrity when poor, and benefit the world when prosperous, she muttered to herself. That sounds like what Grandpa used to say often. She fell silent for a while and finally sighed. Not all the psychics in the base have been taken away by Luo He. If you can rally them together, perhaps, you might truly survive the zombie tide. No one in the base understood better than Huang Inga who those psychic individuals were, but having people alone was not enough. But more importantly, it's about supplies. Huang Inga looked steadily at Luo Qing, telling him everything she knew. Luo He took away all the supplies from the base. Battling the zombie tide will surely be a prolonged fight. Without food and water to sustain us, we'll all starve to death. Supplies, huh? A name came to Luo Qing's mind. His gaze hardened, and he said solemnly, perhaps, I know where there are ample supplies. On hearing Su Shiqing propose a deal, Ning Xinan fell into thought. Experiment? Technology. Ning Xinan stroked his chin. I indeed have quite a few drafts like that. What do you need these for? Don't ask what for. Tell me, will you make this deal or not? Su Shiqing gently enticed. You provide me with technology, and any supply you want, I can help you find. Ning Xinan didn't answer hastily, but instead stared quietly at Su Shiqing's pretty, lively face. Despite the bloodstains all over her body not being cleaned yet, merely the changes in expression during Su Shiqing's speech gave an impression of sly liveliness. There was a hint of mystery in every movement, drawing one to explore further. Maybe driven by curiosity, or maybe wanting to continue investigating. Ning Xinan nodded and agreed, I'll do it. Su Shiqing blinked her eyes, not expecting the deal to be settled so easily. She was clear that her actions seemed rather incomprehensible. In the apocalypse, gold technology that is worthless in every aspect, she regarded as precious, whereas the most scarce food and water, she casually put on the trading table. Initially, based on that point, Su Shiqing had expected Ning Senian to suspect and reject her proposal, but never thought things would go so smoothly. Any issues? Ning Senian arched his eyebrows. None, of course not. Su Shiqing quickly composed herself, winked at Ning Senian, and extended her hand. Then, let's enjoy our continued cooperation. Seeing that the other party was slow to shake hands, Su Shiqing paused, looked down at her own hand still stained with a bit of blood, and suddenly realized, oh, sorry, I forgot about your cleanliness issues. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Su Shiqing felt someone gently grasp her fingertips. Looking forward to our cooperation. Ning Senian withdrew his hand, slightly pressing his lips together, as if he wasn't accustomed to the previous contact. While the two were talking, and Rand quietly waited nearby without disturbing Su Shiqing while she conducted important business. Earlier, upon hearing Su Shiqing mention the zombie tide, and Rand couldn't help but ask despite not having a clear sense of how many zombies there would be. Sister, is it unsafe here anymore? Are we going to leave? Su Shiqing had planned to do so, but glancing at Ning Senian, she unconsciously furrowed her brow slightly. It was unclear what Ning Senian had in mind. Just after sealing their deal, they'd have to split up due to the zombie tide. How were they supposed to conduct future transactions? As Su Shiqing pondered, a sound came from not far away. Big, sis. Luo Qing's characteristic loud voice carried from afar, and soon enough, he appeared before them. Old Ning, you're here too. Ning Senian was typically unenthusiastic. Su Shiqing looked at the three people walking over and raised an eyebrow. Luo Qing, Xiao Qi, and Huang Ying. The woman in the long skirt looked haggard, her eyes red-rimmed, her pupils seemingly suppressing some extreme pain and hatred, but Su Shiqing recognized her right away as Huang Yinger. However, Huang Yinger did not respond at all. Her tear-filled eyes stared straight at the body wrapped in a large coat on the ground, her pupils trembling, as if unable to believe what she saw. Huang Yinger's stiff body slowly approached the body. Her legs gave out, and she abruptly knelt before the corpse, trembling hands reaching out to uncover the coat to see the face. Su Shiqing's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively reached out to stop Huang Yinger's actions. But she froze when Huang Yinger let out a choked cry. Tears streamed down Huang Yinger's eyes like beads falling off a broken string. Her voice quivered as if she was using every ounce of strength just to utter these words. Grandpa. Chapter 57. Big deal. At the sound of that sentence, everyone froze in place. And at this moment, Huang Yinger no longer cared about the people around her. Kneeling on the ground, she held her grandfather's body tightly in her arms and cried her heart out. I'm sorry, grandfather. It was me who caused your death. Grandfather, I miss you so much, truly so much. It's because I am too stupid. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, grandfather, I'm sorry. Huang Yinger almost couldn't catch her breath as she sobbed. The grief that had been barely suppressed burst forth the moment she saw her grandfather's corpse. He was her only family in the world, and indirectly, she had forced him to die. How could Huang Yinger let go of that guilt? Is he her grandfather? Su Shiqing looked at Huang Yinger, crying almost silently on the ground, somewhat surprised. Recalling what Huang Yinger had secretly told her on the road last time. Ms. Su, remember to protect your vulnerabilities. Thus, this old man was Huang Yinger's vulnerability and was held hostage by Luo He. Huang Yinger's emotions collapsed completely, prompting everyone to tacitly give her some time to recover by stepping back a few steps. And Ran watched the sister who was crying her heart out and, after a moment of thought, retrieved a pack of tissues, carefully approached her, and placed them beside Huang Yinger's hand. Su Shiqing's expression became a bit complicated. Fate sometimes really was amazing. The first act of kindness she received upon entering this end times came from Huang Yinger's grandfather. After composing herself slightly, she looked at Luo Qing and asked, Do you have something for me? Su Shiqing remembered that Luo Qing should have gone to the base center. For him to come looking for her at this hour must mean something significant. Time was not on their side. Luo Qing spoke earnestly. Sister, I want to make a deal with you. Huh? Su Shiqing blinked. This line sounded familiar. In the future, it would be her initiating transaction requests to others, so it was rare for someone to say this to her proactively. Before Luo Qing finished his words, Su Shiqing guessed his goal first. You want to trade resources with me, don't you? Other than these resources, there probably wasn't anything else in her possession that Luo Qing would find appealing. You're right. Luo Qing nodded, speaking rapidly. The base is about to face a zombie tide. Without supplies, we can't hold out. Sister, you still have quite a lot of supplies. I remember you could trade gold and crystal cores, right? I'll give you 70% of the crystal cores obtained during the zombie tide. Once this wave is over, I'll help you gather gold as well. Will you do this deal or not? Having said that, Luo Qing looked anxiously at Su Shiqing. One could say the hope of the entire base now rested on Su Shiqing. Her choice was crucial. Su Shiqing did not rush to answer but countered instead. Even if I provide you with supplies, are you sure you can survive this zombie tide? I'm sure. A hoarse female voice came from the side as Huang Yinger half knelt on the ground, hugging the corpse tightly. Her voice still carried a trace of sobbing. There are about 1,000 second-rank and first-rank psychics in the base. If ordinary people can eat enough food, they can also become part of the fighting force. As for high-rank psychics, Luo Qing counts as one, Lu Qingfeng from your team counts as one, and I count as one. And I also count as one. Ning Sinan calmly added his voice. Good brother. Luo Qing gave Ning Sinan's shoulder a pat, without saying much more. So exactly 4 people will guard the 4 corners of the base, south, east, north, and west. We stand a chance at winning. Huang Inger knew Ning Sinen's strength and nodded gently. Wait, isn't Lu Qingfeng still unconscious? Something occurred to Su Shiqing. She frowned and looked at Huang Inger, a look of surprise in her eyes. Are you a high-rank psychic? Huang Inger pressed her lips together and managed to squeeze out a weak smile. A third-rank wind elemental psychic. I haven't mentioned it before. This was her power, and also the source of her tragedy. Luo Qing took over the conversation. Lu Qingfeng just woke up, though her body is still a bit weak. But psychics usually recover faster. With Xiao Qiuyan and Xiao Kushicheo assisting her, there won't be any problems. Once everything was arranged properly, the question remained whether Su Shiqing was willing to provide the supplies. Su Shiqing didn't rush to agree. Instead, she looked at and ran beside her, noting the simple and confused gaze of her companion, and whispered, to be honest, the risks in this deal are too great. I might lose everything and even my life. However, this was also an opportunity that might make her fabulously wealthy overnight. Su Shiqing could absorb crystal cores without limits, which meant that as long as there were enough crystal cores, she could break through smoothly. Opportunities like a zombie tide weren't common. Wealth comes with risks, and she wanted to try. I have one condition. If you agree, I can stay here first and provide supplies for you. Su Shiqing said. Speak. Upon hearing the possibility, Luo Qing immediately urged her to continue. Let me clarify, if I find that you all cannot withstand the zombie tide, I want both me and Enran safely sent away no matter what. Su Shiqing's tone was firm, allowing no rebuttal. No matter what, the lives of her and her sister always come first. To escort the two away during a zombie tide. For a while, no one spoke, not out of unwillingness, but even someone as capable as Luo Qing would find it difficult to ensure a safe escape under siege by a zombie tide. I promise you. Ning Sinen suddenly interjected from the side. His tone remained its usual calmness, yet oddly enough, gave people a sense of assurance. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Are you confident? Ning Sinen lifted his hand, where blue-purple lightning flickered in his palm. On closer inspection, this ability seemed somewhat more materialized. By luck, I managed to break through to level 4 a few days ago. I'm confident, Ning Sinen succinctly explained. Level 4. Everyone present except Huang Inger revealed a hint of astonishment at the corner of their eyes. He is the only level 4 individual in the base. Since that's settled, Su Shiqing waved her hand, and instantly a pile of cookies and water appeared before everyone like a little mountain. Then this deal is done. Though everyone understood Su Shiqing must be holding a decent amount of supplies, Luo Qing didn't really expect her to single-handedly shoulder the expenses of the entire base. Until he saw Su Shiqing's provisions keep growing and growing, almost filling up the open space in front. My gosh, Luo Qing swallowed hard. Seeing Su Shiqing wasn't stopping, he quickly interrupted. Wait, hold on, there's no more room. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing stopped. She thought for a moment, as if realizing something, then suddenly smiled. Su Shiqing blinked. I guess, apart from cookies, bread, and water, you might need something else. As she spoke, potatoes, green vegetables, tomatoes, and various other veggies magically appeared out of thin air, truly stunning those around her. Chapter 58, Supermarket Ability. None of them could remember the last time they had seen fresh vegetables. At this moment, watching the potatoes and tomatoes rolling on the ground, they were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. Big sister. Luo Qing opened his mouth after a while, somewhat hesitantly. Are you really a celestial maiden descended from heaven? Otherwise, how to explain this miraculous scene in front of them? Ning Shining, who always appeared expressionless, also revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Su Shiqing with curiosity and a bit of investigation. Ning Shining found that the more he got close to her, the more mysterious abilities Su Shiqing displayed. It itched his heart intensely. Su Shiqing put away some of the things in front of her. After all, leaving them there in the street wasn't practical. Then she looked at Luo Qing. I won't deal with other things. As for food, water, alcohol-soaked gauze, and such, come find me whenever you need. Her tone was calm and composed, as if supporting an entire base was no big deal for Su Shiqing. Hearing this, Luo Qing gradually recovered from his astonishment, nodding seriously. He had a lot of tasks ahead of him, like organizing the remaining ability users in the base and encouraging ordinary people to join the battlefield without causing panic. Time was pressing. Luo Qing didn't linger any longer, but quickly left with Xiao Qi. Huang Inger also walked away. She carried the body off, and Su Shiqing did not obstruct her since the body was her grandfather's. Soon, only Su Shiqing, and Ran, and Ning Shining were left on the open ground. And Ran held a tomato she had picked up from the ground, slightly opening her mouth, her face clearly showing her craving. Seeing this, Su Shiqing took a washed tomato out from her space, handing it to Enran. Eat this, Enran. It's clean. The tomato was red and plump, and Ran needed both hands to hold it tightly. She tiptoed and reached out to Su Shiqing. Sister has the first bite. Unable to suppress the slight lift at the corners of her lips, Su Shiqing squatted down, rubbed Enran's small cheek, and took a tiny bite of the tomato. Our Enran is the one who cares most about her sister. Seeing Su Shiqing take a bite, Enran beamed and withdrew her hand, slowly eating small bites. The sour-sweet juice burst in her mouth, carrying the unique fragrance of fruits and vegetables, tastier than those dry biscuits and breads, and even more nutritious. Watching Enran enjoy the tomato with closed eyes brought much pleasure to Su Shiqing. However, when she looked up, she met Ning Shining's inquiring gaze. Where did you get these vegetables? Ning Xining, being straightforward as usual, asked directly. Sometimes one can't help but lament. Some people may have high IQs, but their EQs are truly low. I won't hide it from you. Su Shiqing said earnestly. In fact, all these things come from my ability. Ability. Ning Xining frowned. Having studied abilities for so long, how had he never heard of an ability that could produce so many vegetables? That's right. Su Shiqing nodded solemnly, speaking nonsense sincerely. I don't actually have a spatial ability, but a variant ability. So far, I am the only person who possesses it. I call it the supermarket ability. Ning Xining. Supermarket ability means that my ability connects to a supermarket where I can retrieve supplies at will. Ning Xining's confusion gradually turned into bewilderment. What kind of ability was this? How had he never heard of it before? Could Su Shiqing be deceiving him? Lifting his head, Ning Xining saw that her expression was sincere and honest, seemingly introducing him to this wondrous ability, which suppressed most of the doubts rising in his heart. But he still thought it was too far-fetched. Ning Xining had seen many abilities, like the basic elemental abilities, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There were also those that strengthened a certain aspect of the body, and quite a few variant abilities related to spirit. But supermarket ability? Was there really such an ability? And Su Shiqing wouldn't give Ning Xining more time to think about it. Seeing his hesitant expression, she quickly and unnoticeably changed the subject. Oh, aren't you responsible for the safety of one side of the base? Considering the timing, the zombie wave should be coming soon. Are you not leaving yet? This reminded Ning Xining. He looked at the two sisters in front of him and nodded slightly. You two should come with me. If something goes wrong, I can send you away immediately. Upon reflection, it made sense. Su Shiqing didn't refuse. The three walked toward the base's fence. On the way, they saw crowds of people gathered in the large, empty area outside. The fireballs created by Luo Qing's fire-type ability floated like prominent markers in midair. The crowd was noisy, but Luo Qing's voice, amplified by a megaphone, easily overpowered all other sounds. Su Shiqing watched this scene from afar, stroking her chin in thought. Can Luo Qing really rally everyone in the base? Ning Xining glanced at the commotion briefly before turning away. You can trust him. Luo Qing is one of the most influential ability users in the base. Partly because of his cheerful personality, and partly because Luo Qing was one of the few ability users who genuinely cared about the common people in the base. Whenever Luo Qing's team went out to find supplies, they always gave away more than half of it to the regular people in the base. If anyone had troubles, he would try his best to help. Is that so? Su Shiqing squinted her eyes, recalling how he immediately helped her deal with Mo Bing without hesitation, and nodded thoughtfully. If it were Su Shiqing herself, she couldn't possibly live as charitably as Luo Qing during the apocalypse. She would only think of herself. But this didn't stop Su Shiqing from admiring such a person. As she pondered, Su Shiqing suddenly felt someone tugging on her clothes. She looked down and met Enran's hesitant gaze. Sensing that there was something Enran wanted to say, Su Shiqing held her small hand. What's wrong? Sister. Enran raised her other hand not being held, its glow exuding warmth and gentleness. Enran also wants to help. This simple sentence caught even Ning Xining's attention, causing him to glance their way. Gripping Enran's hand slightly tighter, Su Shiqing frowned slightly and knelt down, speaking softly. Why? Enran, you're still young. You don't need to take part in such dangerous tasks. But Enran wants to share sister's burden. Enran looked down at the white light in her palm. Everyone will get hurt fighting zombies, but Enran can help. Enran can heal the injured uncles and aunts, and it won't be dangerous for sister. Chapter 59, Fairy Sister. Healers don't need to directly confront zombies, so in a way, they're not in real danger. But Ning Nian thought Su Shiqing wouldn't agree. How important Anren was to Su Shiqing. He could see it clearly. Su Shiqing wouldn't let her younger sister encounter any possible danger. Even staying at the base facing the zombie wave was already Su Shiqing's last stand. Letting her sister join the fight against zombies again. Although the base badly needed psychics, especially healers, as far as Ning Nian knew, there should be only one second-class healer left in the base. But Ning Nian believed that it would be impossible to get Anren to join them. However, after Su Shiqing fell silent for a moment, she then gently ruffled Anren's hair. Does Anren really want to help? Yes. Anren nodded vigorously. She had been diligently improving her abilities and also wanted to make a contribution rather than being completely useless under her sister's protection. It was the apocalypse now, and if she relied solely on her sister's protection, it would be exhausting for her sister. Su Shiqing's gaze was deep and unfathomable, making it difficult to guess what she was thinking, but her look towards Anren remained as gentle as ever. If Anren wants to go, then go. Her voice was soft, but resolute. Ning Nian guessed wrong. Ning Nian did not understand. Instinctively, he looked at Su Shiqing but saw her smiling calmly and kindly. But Anren has to promise your sister you won't force yourself, and if you feel too tired, take a rest, Su Shiqing earnestly instructed. Don't overdo it. Otherwise next time I won't let you help. Yay, the best sister ever. Anren hugged Su Shiqing tightly, laughing sweetly, an adorable little girl. Anren happily skipped ahead of the two, while Su Shiqing intended to inform Luo Qing. However, Ning Nian suddenly spoke up beside her. Why do you allow Anren to go? Behind Ning Nian's glasses, his eyes showed complex emotions, impossible to read. I thought you wouldn't be willing to part with her. How is this even a question? Su Shiqing smiled and shook her head, her eyes on the lively child ahead. If Anren wants to go, then she naturally can. Anren is my sister, she means a lot to me. From a selfish standpoint, I don't want her to face any dangers, but this is my idea, not Anrin's. It's like when responsible parents wish their children peace and happiness. But the road is walked by the children themselves. Parents' role is just to support from behind. Although I am the elder sister, the principles are pretty much the same. If Anrin wants to go, she should go, and do whatever she wants. The rest, I will handle. I'll always be her backbone. Su Shurqing gestured with her hands as if framing Anrin in front of her, slightly curving her lips. My sister only needs to grow up happily. Following Anrin, Su Shurqing moved forward without noticing Ning Senian standing frozen in place after hearing her words. To be the backbone of the child, huh? Ning lowered his gaze, looking at his palm in silence. Do such parents really exist in this world? At least Ning's Nian never encountered them, but now he had witnessed such a sister. It couldn't be denied that Luo Qing had incredible rallying power. When Su Shurqing and the other two approached, almost everyone around had stopped arguing. Luo Qing's team of 5 stood neatly on a high platform built from vines. A fiery ball above their heads burned brightly, like the only light breaking through the darkness. The zombie horde is right in front of us. We cannot escape. We can only face it. Some might worry that the base doesn't have even a single grain of rice left. What do we use to fight the zombies? There is something there is. I, Luo Qing, can very responsibly tell you all, we may die at the hands of zombies, but absolutely not starve to death. Su Shurqing stood outside the crowd, her eyes meeting Luo Qing's who accurately locked onto her across the sea of people. She immediately felt uneasy. Sure enough, the next second, our fairy sister will bring us countless supplies. We will not suffer from hunger. We will have ample food and water. Hearing fairy sister again made Su Shurqing involuntarily twitch her lips. At exactly this moment, she felt a familiar force tugging at her waist. Once again, she was lifted up by a vine, landing precisely on the high platform. Su Shurqing, Luo Qing, our fairy will lead us to victory. Su Shurqing closed her eyes for a moment. No hope. Perish. Who started this embarrassing nickname? With a wooden expression, Su Shurqing suddenly felt someone nudging her arm. Turning her head, she saw Luo Qing winking mischievously at her. Big sis, cooperate a bit. Show the supplies to everyone. Sighing helplessly, Su Shurqing looked down at the pale and emaciated faces below. She snapped her fingers. Countless packages of biscuits, bread, and mineral water fell from the air like rain, piling up into a small mountain on the platform. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted among the people below. It's food. It's water. We're saved. Holy cow, there's so much stuff here. This could feed 4 or 5 bases, right? It's a miracle. This is literally a miracle. She must be a fairy reincarnated. Long live the fairy. In the apocalypse, food and water represent survival and hope for life. The originally lifeless crowd below was now filled with countless eyes glowing with hope after seeing the pile of supplies on the platform. Luo Qing had achieved his goal, but Su Shurqing felt utterly embarrassed. However, seeing the nearly tearful eyes of those below, Su Shurqing suddenly felt moved. To her, these supplies were something easily obtainable in the modern world, but to people in this post-apocalyptic world, they represented hope for survival. Su Shurqing brought them hope, and perhaps in their eyes, she truly wasn't much different from a benevolent celestial being. Of course, she'd rather they didn't call her that. Otherwise it would be even more embarrassing. The crowd below was excited, but how to calm them down and make them follow orders was not Su Shurqing's concern. She turned to Luo Qing beside her and asked straightforwardly, "Do you lack any healing psychics over there?" Huh. Luo Qing paused for a second upon hearing her question and then quickly nodded repeatedly. Yes. Desperately. There's only 1 second-class healer left in the base, and during the zombie wave, there will definitely be many injured. I'll provide you with one. Luo Qing glanced at Su Shurqing, hesitating. But aren't you not a healer either? No, I'm not. Su Shurqing calmly shook her head. But my sister is. Chapter 60, Unfavorable Premonition. Clang. The megaphone in Luo Qing's hand fell to the ground, causing Su Shurqing to frown. He gulped hard, feeling like he'd misheard. Big sis, who exactly are you bringing? My sister, Anrin. Su Shurqing repeated. My goodness. Of course Luo Qing knew how important Anrin was to Su Shurqing. He had heard about Wang Jian's fate back then. Su Shurqing made sure no one in the base ever heard from him again. Would she really let such a precious sister help? What's making you so nervous? Seeing that Luo Qing was silent for quite some time, Su Shurqing frowned slightly. It's my sister coming to help, and I'm not even worried. I just wanted to let you know that no one else will be responsible for Anrin's safety. It's something I have to personally manage. Su Shurqing chuckled faintly, but shook her head helplessly. What kind of reaction was this? It was like treating her as someone obsessed with her younger sister. Well maybe she was. Well, thank you then, big sis. Luo Qing forced out a dry laugh. Don't thank me, thank Anrin. She wants to come and help. Naturally, Su Shurqing wasn't taking credit from her own sister. Luo Qing thought for a while and eventually managed a strained sentence. Then should I conjure up a fireball for the kids to play with? Who lets their kids play with fireballs? Su Shurqing was rendered speechless. She had no interest in being called fairy sister on stage anymore and quickly found an opportunity to step down, locating Ning Sinin and Anrin outside the crowd. Sister. The little girl obviously held back her laughter, her cheeks turning bright red as if she couldn't hold it any longer. If you want to laugh, laugh already. Su Shurqing helplessly pinched the little girl's cheek. Don't hold it in and make your sister worry later. Fairy sister. Ning Sinin couldn't resist chuckling beside them. Who came up with that title? Enough already. Su Shurqing covered her face. Let's go, don't bring it up. The walls of the base were built by Earth Elemental ability users at first. As they walked to the northern wall, Ning Sinen's assigned area, and also where the zombie tide would arrive from. From afar, they could already see a wriggling black line approaching. If vision were better, one might even spot spots of crimson red. Ning Sinen removed his golden wire-framed glasses carefully, put them away, and then glanced at the wriggling black line far away. He spoke softly. Good luck, we don't feel any presence of high-level zombies here. This counted as rare good news. Su Shiqing stood nearby. The wind blew fiercely against her clothes, swaying her. One hand was tucked into the pocket of her coat, while the other held onto Anren. Watching the approaching zombie tide from afar, her thoughts seemed far away. During those days in modern times, she hadn't slackened off. She could feel that her elemental power had broken through some bottleneck and seemingly reached the second-tier level. Su Shiqing planned to test her improved abilities during this zombie tide. As for Anren, she had arranged things well with Luo Qing, mainly to focus on the wounded in the northern zone, which would facilitate Su Shiqing protecting Anren's safety. This was Anren's first time seeing so many zombies, so densely packed that they were uncountable. They approached the base in massive waves, making it appear exceedingly small. The little face turned slightly pale, but Anren raised her head and looked at Su Shiqing beside her, finding reassurance in her heart. With sister around, there was nothing to fear. Gradually, a few more figures climbed up the northern wall, anxiously settling behind Ning Sinen. Ending Doctor, we are here sent by Captain Luo Qing to assist you. Because Ning Sinen was among the strongest present, all the elemental users sent by Luo Qing weren't too many. And Ning Sinen showed no surprise either. He cast a brief glance over the faces of these individuals and nodded slightly. Primary goal, protect yourselves. Yes. Each person clutched their newly distributed supplies in their hands. Though their faces were still pale, it was evident their spirit had improved somewhat. Especially when they saw fresh tomatoes and potatoes among the supplies. After the end of the world, almost none of them had seen fresh vegetables, and today they had unexpectedly not only seen, but also tasted them. And all this, Luo Qing hadn't kept secret. He attributed all the credit directly to Su Shiqing, which led to Su Shiqing gaining unprecedented fame within the base. Just like now, it's Miss Su. Miss Su is also here. Some keen-eyed individuals spotted Su Shiqing holding Anren on the wall and couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Hearing this name, Su Shiqing couldn't help but stiffen momentarily. She sighed helplessly, looking back with a curved smile toward the few people, greeting them lightly. Call me Su Shiqing, that's enough. After tidying herself up earlier, Su Shiqing's smile transformed her features into a picturesque vision, imbued with vivacity and a touch of mischief, making her even more beautiful, almost like a celestial being, which left a few people staring. Due to their excellent nutritional intake, both Su Shiqing and Anren looked far healthier than many others in the base, one appearing endearingly adorable, the other mysteriously clever. Ning Sinen's gaze lingered on Su Shiqing's face for a brief moment, slightly dazed, but quickly snapped back, reminding everyone. Be vigilant around us. The zombie tide is approaching. Su Shiqing was about to say something, but suddenly froze in her tracks. She knitted her brows slightly, scanning the surroundings, an odd sensation creeping into her heart. It felt as though something was secretly watching her. The eerie feeling of being ogled vanished instantly, too fleeting to be considered real, yet Su Shiqing didn't let down her guard because of this. With her perception boosted by her special ability, she was much more sensitive than others, and she trusted that her senses wouldn't deceive her. But there was indeed no suspicious individual nearby, and with Ning Sinen at 4th level present, who would dare to cause trouble? Sis. Perhaps noticing Su Shiqing's grim expression, Anren tugged at her sleeve with concern. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing fished out a candy from her space ring and popped it into Anren's mouth. Nothing's wrong. Remember what I said earlier, okay? Don't force yourself, don't hide your condition, prioritize your own safety. Anren solemnly held up 3 fingers before smiling broadly. I've remembered them all. Looking at the grin on her sister's face, for some unknown reason, Su Shiqing's unease only deepened instead of diminishing, her forehead creasing involuntarily. She cast a distant glance at the incoming wave of zombies heading toward them, her pitch-black eyes brimming with worry, causing her heartbeat to unintentionally quicken, as if something unfavorable was bound to happen imminently. Chapter 61, An Acquaintance. This was Su Shiqing's first time truly realizing just how powerful the destructive force of lightning-based abilities could be. When the zombie wave was still hundreds of meters away from the base, Ning Sinen had already made his move first. The blue-purple lightning almost took up half the sky, striking forcefully at the tightly packed zombies on the ground. These low-rank zombies of the 1st and 2nd tiers couldn't withstand such an impact. They turned to ashes in an instant. However, the number of zombies in the tide was not to be underestimated. Even with this large-scale damaging ability, it was impossible to stop their forward march. Other ability users also acted swiftly, throwing various skills like they were free, causing a dazzling spectacle for a time. Some ability users who specialized in body enhancement even jumped directly off the walls, relying on their immunity to zombie virus infection as they engaged in close combat with the zombies. The regular people weren't idle either. The moment everyone laid eyes on the wave of zombies, they realized that this was a battle without retreat. If they failed, all of them would die here. Su Shiqing didn't rush into action. That subtle feeling of being watched occasionally appeared, confirming that it wasn't her imagination. She extended her hand, controlling the vines created by her ability, and pulled back the ability users injured in close combat with the zombies onto the top of the wall promptly. and Ran stood beside Su Shiqing. Whenever someone injured was pulled back by the vine, she would extend her little hand and gently stroke over the wounds. Not painful, not painful. And Ran, who saw the man in front of her with his abdomen almost pierced through by a zombie's claw, was startled but still reached out and whispered softly. A white light emerged from her palm, brushing over the terrifying wound and forming a layer of faint blood scab. Thanks, little sister. Seeing this tiny girl seriously treating the wound, the man softened his heart despite his yellow complexion and lack of color, still managing to rub Ran's head. Meanwhile, hearing this, Su Shiqing looked over and seeing such a severe injury healed, slightly knitted her eyebrows and handed over a few crystal cores to Ran. Ran, absorb this. It can replenish your ability. As she spoke, Su Shiqing caught sight of 3 stealthy figures slipping into the base with her peripheral vision. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Su Shiqing glanced briefly at Ning Sinan nearby, who was fully focused on dealing with the continuous flow of zombies. After a moment's thought, Su Shiqing got up and followed these 3 furtive figures. Han, brother Han, is it really okay for us to sneak away like this? Nonsense. Do you really want to fight desperately against the zombie wave? With everyone focusing on the zombies now, we'd better run. The supplies distributed just now should be enough to sustain us 3 for a period of time. Plus, since we have abilities, wherever we go, we'll live comfortably. A donkey must have kicked our brains if we ever consider facing the zombie wave head-on. While sneaking around toward the inside of the base, the 3 whispered to each other. Their voices weren't loud, but they were heard perfectly by Su Shiqing, who had been following them. Wow, familiar faces. Standing in the shadows, Su Shiqing observed Han Dingtian leading his 2 cronies, trying to stay far from the battlefield, narrowing her eyes slightly. Thinking to take my resources and run? Where in the world are there such easy things? Han Dingtian cursed under his breath as he moved forward, but the soil beneath his feet suddenly became slightly loose, interrupting his muttering. The next second, emerald green vines shot up out of nowhere. Damn! Han Dingtian's pupils contracted sharply, hastily retreating 2 steps. Any later, and his body would have been pierced through by those sturdy vines. Who's there? Cheng Ling, noticing this, quickly turned around to look around, then froze where he stood when he saw someone slowly emerging from the shadows. Surprise! Su Shiqing gradually stepped out, her lips curling slightly upwards as she gazed at the 3 in front of her, a chilling coolness in her eyes. Where might the 3 of you be heading? Upon recognizing Su Shiqing, the expressions of all 3 changed drastically. The scene from last time when they were disciplined by her still lingered vividly in their minds. Subconsciously, Han Dingtian took a step back before realizing that the path behind him had already been blocked by the vines. Su Shiqing, what do you want? Han Dingtian's voice was somewhat stammered, swallowing his saliva. I didn't intend to do anything. At some point unknown to Su Shiqing, she had a Swiss Army knife in her hands, deftly playing with it, almost spinning it like a flower. I mentioned last time that you'd better avoid me and my sister. If we meet again next time, I will definitely kill you. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 twisted somewhat. Heaven above, they were genuinely avoiding Su Shiqing this whole time, but this time, wasn't it her who sought them out? But obviously, Su Shiqing showed no intention of explaining any reason with them. Beside her, Liang Yuqing wanted to use her power while Su Shiqing wasn't paying attention and sneak an attack. However, as soon as this thought arose, a vine unceremoniously entangled his arm, its sharp tip nearing the other's neck. If Su Shiqing so desired, she could take his life at any moment. Cheng Ling and Han Dingtian's expressions also changed abruptly. Before they could resist, 2 more vines had already ensnared them without their notice. None of the 3 had even realized when these vines had appeared. Conserve your abilities. Su Shiqing stepped in front of Han Dingtian, lifting his chin with the knife blade, letting out a soft scoff. It's futile. When they were all at the first rank, the 3 couldn't defeat Su Shiqing. Now that she had already advanced to the 2nd rank, her control over the vines was even more proficient. Han Dingtian felt like crying. Sensing the coldness of the blade on his neck, he didn't dare move an inch. Without even using their abilities, the 3 had already been subdued. Don't kill us. Han Dingtian gritted his teeth. You know it. We're all ability users. Now that the zombie wave is attacking, the base is short on people. Oh, so there was still some sense left, attempting to threaten her with the shortage of manpower. But Su Shiqing remained unmoved, her tone chilly. Humph, 3 of you can't even beat me alone. The base wouldn't lose much by getting rid of you. Upon hearing this, Han Dingtian stiffened. This wasn't right. The base was precisely short of people. For the greater good, shouldn't this woman release him? He didn't want to die. As the pressure of the blade against his neck increased, Han Dingtian panicked entirely. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. We're useful, really useful. Even if we aren't good enough, we're still ability users. Keeping us will definitely be useful. Su Shiqing gave a vague hum, seemingly pondering whether or not retaining the 3 held any value. With the current manpower shortage at the base, Su Shiqing hadn't considered killing them outright from the start. Still, none of the trio were trustworthy sorts. If she didn't teach them a lesson, they would never settle down to protect the base. I'll keep my eyes on the 3 of you. Don't entertain any devious thoughts. Otherwise, I won't care what others say. I'll kill you on the spot. Chapter 62. And Ran, be careful. Yes. Having barely escaped the catastrophe, Han Dingtian reluctantly agreed, his face long with misery, or would he dare to say no? He had now realized that the woman in front of him wasn't someone who showed mercy. This elder really didn't care what others said. She truly would kill on the spot. Watching Han Dingtian and his two lackeys scramble like frightened rabbits toward the compound's fence, Su Shiqing finally diverted her gaze. She wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs. However, the survival or destruction of this current base was directly tied to her big deal. Su Shiqing didn't want any major blunders. After all, Su Shiqing could endure anything except losses. After taking care of 3 underlings, Su Shiqing decided to head back towards the fence to check on the situation. Just as she climbed onto the wall, Su Shiqing instinctively scanned for Enran's figure. The young girl wearing the brown coat was still far away, seriously treating the wounded in front of her. Her face did not look exhausted, which suggested her stamina hadn't been too drained yet. All done, it doesn't hurt anymore. Enran retracted her hands and gave the injured girl in front of her a gentle smile. Be mindful of your wound. The girl bowed her head, making it impossible to see her expression. Thank you. The girl spoke softly. Then suddenly her tone rose sharply. Before anyone around could react, she lunged at Enran. Her hands lifted and aimed for Enran's neck, seemingly wanting to twist it violently. Enran. The corner of Su Shiqing's lips had just begun to curve before freezing in place, her pupils constricting instantly upon seeing this scene. She attempted to raise her hand to separate the two using vines, but obviously, there was no time. Enran's small face turned pale as she watched the hands coming at her without time to respond. Watch out. Out of nowhere appeared the man whose abdomen had been pierced earlier. He shoved and ran aside and quickly subdued the attacking girl in one motion. His movements were too abrupt, causing his blood clot to burst open, resulting in excruciating pain. Blood splashed everywhere, but he did not let go, pressing the girl firmly down on the ground. Enran tumbled a couple of rolls on the ground, only to be caught by Su Shiqing rushing forward. Enran? Is Enran all right? Enran? Su Shiqing trembled slightly as she hugged her sister tightly, her face so grave it seemed ready to drip water, while an uncontrollable ferocity glimmered in her eyes. I'm fine, Enran is fine. Enran's face was slightly pale, clearly shaken by the close call moments ago, but she still clung onto Su Shiqing. Sister, I'm okay. The commotion attracted Ning Xinyan's attention, and with another explosive ball thrown in the direction of the surrounding zombies, he strode over swiftly. Shit, why are people so ruthless as to attack such a little sister? The man restraining the girl twisted in agony, even as he incredulously muttered aloud. As for the girl restrained by him, she seemed to have come back to her senses, her body convulsing suddenly. She began breathing heavily. Her eyes transitioned from confusion to fear as though realizing what she had just done, her expression drastically changed. No, it wasn't me. The girl frantically shook her head, immobilized by the man. I didn't intend to harm the little sister, it wasn't me. Really it wasn't. Enran, one of only 2 healing ability bearers in the entire base, busied herself day in and out, treating everyone's wounds. She had already won the affection of many. Now, seeing someone attempt to harm Enran made everyone regard the girl with slight hostility in their gazes. Ning Xinyan soon understood the situation. Glancing at Su Shiqing, who held Enran tightly but looked troubled, his own eyes darkened slightly. He knew how much Su Shiqing cherished her sister. Seeing someone try to harm Enran, she probably wanted nothing more than to take their life. How do you plan to handle this? Ning Xinyan excelled in combat, but dealing with this kind of conflict was too challenging for him, so he directly asked Su Shiqing. Sister. Enran tilted her head up anxiously, observing Su Shiqing's face closely. Clearly, she saw her sister's coldness. After drawing a deep breath, Su Shiqing didn't even glance at the girl as she calmly stated, it wasn't her. This statement caused not only Ning Xinyan, but everyone present to hesitate momentarily, and Su Shiqing merely shifted her gaze toward the massive number of zombies near the bottom of the wall, just a short distance away. Despite having killed no fewer than thousands, there was no sign of the zombie wave subsiding. Not only did it show no signs of stopping, but as far as the eye could see, the number of zombies seemed unchanged, as if there were infinite reinforcements regardless of how many they slaughtered. Thinking back to the sensation of being spied on at the beginning, Su Shiqing bit her lip. I suspect there's a high-level zombie within the zombie wave. Hearing this, Ning Xinyan paused briefly. Before he could argue, Su Shiqing continued. A high-level zombie with psychic abilities. Psychic? It was an extremely rare type of power, but Ning Xinyan had seen it. He had once witnessed the illusion created by a psychic ability user and also understood knowledge related to that field. If it was a psychic-level zombie, perhaps it could truly conceal its high-level presence. But, how did you come to this conclusion? Ning Xinyan pointed toward the girl who had been subdued nearby. Just because her words sounded like she was under mind control. What if the girl was pretending? Because there's something off about this zombie wave, Su Shiqing shook her head slightly. Low-level zombies lack cognition. They only wander aimlessly, searching for food. But looking at this zombie wave, no matter how many we kill, the number of zombies here never seems to change, as more continue to gather from far away. This indicates that within the zombie wave, there is something that can summon lower-level zombies. It calls for its companions. Upon hearing this, everyone on the fence turned their gaze toward the zombie horde below. Not too far away, the corpses of zombies had already piled up high, yet the offensive strength of the zombie wave showed no sign of weakening. As Su Shiqing had said, the number of zombies appeared to remain unchanged. Ning Xinyan glanced at Su Shiqing with surprise, amazed by her meticulousness. Even when her younger sister was in danger, Su Shiqing managed to maintain clear-headed analysis. Ning Xinyan had no doubt about Enran's importance to Su Shiqing. He merely marveled internally at her composed demeanor, which was unnervingly calm. However, Su Shiqing wasn't quite as calm as she appeared right now. Perhaps because Ran was the only healer in the base's northern area, she had become the primary target for the high-level zombie. But at this moment, Su Shiqing didn't want to think about any reasons. Her heart was screaming. Kill it. Kill the zombie that dared to harm her sister. Su Shiqing's eyes were frighteningly cold, completely different from her usual warm appearance. You could even see chilling bloodlust in her eyes. Chapter 63, Absolutely Insane. Su Shiqing. Ning Sinan looked at Su Shiqing with an unusual expression and slightly frowned, a bit worried. Calm down a little. I am calm, Su Shiqing said coldly, curling her lips without any warmth. She held Ran tightly in her arms and glanced at the zombie tied under the wall with a cold look. I will kill that zombie with my own hands. Spirit-type zombies are not easy to deal with. Ning Sinan shook his head. It is mixed in the tide of zombies. We currently cannot find its position. Now we can only keep calm. An unknown enemy in the dark is indeed a very thorny existence, let alone now, when Su Shiqing clearly looks angry. Anger clouds the mind. I've said it. I am calm. Su Shiqing stood up straight, but one hand still firmly held Ran, as if afraid the other party would step out of her line of sight, and something bad might happen again. At this moment, Ran also noticed her sister's emotional abnormality and obediently stood on one side. But her eyes occasionally looked to the side. The wounded man who had loosened his grip on the girl was still bleeding profusely, but his own face and demeanor showed no change. He even grinned stupidly when he noticed Ran's glance. Ning Sinan hesitated for a while, looking at Su Shiqing. What do you want to do? Help me. Su Shiqing was completely ungracious, her tone having changed entirely. She gestured towards Ning Sinan. Whenever my vines emerge, throw thunderballs there. Hearing this, Ning Sinan frowned slightly, not fully understanding the reason behind the action. Why? Just listen to me. Su Shiqing's face remained cold, clearly unwilling to talk to anyone right now, and Ran nervously pulled her sister's hand. Sister, I'm really fine. Su Shiqing touched Ran's small face gently, her expression softening a little. This is two different things. You're fine because you were lucky, but that zombie must die. Whoever dared to harm her younger sister, Su Shiqing was determined to make them pay, even at a loss. Ning Sinan didn't understand Su Shiqing's thoughts, but after pressing his lips together, he nodded without hesitation. All right, I'll follow your instructions. He believed in Su Shiqing's judgment, and even if she made a mistake, Ning Sinan had the confidence to deal with it. The rest of you, continue doing your assigned duties. Ning Sinan calmly instructed those around him, then walked over to Su Shiqing's side. With a wave of his palm, lightning surged. Let's begin. Su Shiqing moved to the edge of the wall, and, looking down at the zombie horde below, stretched out her hand, palm facing down, and seemingly grabbed at nothing midair. Thick vines shot up from the ground. Even though they were surrounded by the zombie horde, the vines were incredibly noticeable. On seeing this, Ning Sinan's expression changed. These types of vines greatly consumed spiritual power. Given Su Shiqing's current second stage level, it wouldn't be long before her powers were drained. And upon turning his head, he saw that at some point, Su Shiqing's other hand had already gripped the spirit core. One hand madly consuming her power, the other greedily drawing energy from the spirit core. This placed significant strain on her body. As Ning Sinan watched Su Shiqing's face turn slightly pale, he opened his mouth to say something but then shut it, opting instead to toss a thunderball where the vines had grown. Instantly, the zombies near the vines turned into ashes. Su Shiqing didn't pause for even a second. Seeing this, she retracted the vine and summoned another thick vine anew in another direction. Ning Sinan's thunderball followed closely after. Seeing yet another group of zombies turned into ashes, Ning Sinan looked contemplatively towards Su Shiqing next to him. He seemed to start understanding what Su Shiqing wanted to do. If you had to ask what the most obvious difference between low-rank zombies and high-rank zombies was, it would undoubtedly be whether or not they had developed any intelligence. Low-rank zombies only blindly rush forward. Even if they see vines rising beside them, they don't react at all. But high-rank zombies, after observing two waves, would realize, wherever vines rise, lightning strikes follow, which is a fatal harm they cannot withstand. Thus, they instinctively dodge. Su Shiqing's gaze never left the crowd of zombies. She memorized every single zombie near the vines, observing whether they would dodge or not. Observing every move made by all the zombies at once was too difficult. So, Su Shiqing used the vines as markers to narrow the scope and checked each area bit by bit. In no time, that high-rank zombie would surely reveal its vulnerability. But doing it this way, for Su Shiqing, a mere second-stage spiritualist, consumed far too much energy. While draining her spiritual abilities, absorbing the essence from the spirit core, and simultaneously watching the movements of the zombies, Su Shiqing felt sharp, throbbing pain in her temples. However, her expression remained cold. She showed no regard for the effort these vines took, striving to locate that zombie at all costs. After countless thunderballs had fallen, finally, the high-level zombie revealed a weakness. I found it. I found you. Ning Sinan and Su Shiqing spoke at the same time, watching the silhouette of the clearly more agile zombie among others as it continuously dodged within the tide of zombies. But then, merely observing that figure from afar, Su Shiqing suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity for no reason. Uncle Wang. Jian. The image of the zombie began overlapping with her uncle's face in her memory. Su Shiqing clenched her teeth so tightly they nearly cracked as she forced out every single word one by one. When she had seen Su Xiaoping and Wang Xiaoming at the base entrance, Su Shiqing had still been wondering where that dear uncle had gone. She had considered the possibility that he might have abandoned his wife and children and fled alone, but Su Shiqing never thought she would meet him again under such circumstances. Infected into a zombie, yet able to awaken psychic abilities and even become a high-level zombie, Su Shiqing couldn't begin to imagine what he'd been through these few short days. But at this moment, old grudges combined with newfound resentment surged up in her heart, and the killing intent on Su Shiqing's face was almost impossible to conceal. No wonder it had specifically targeted and ran first. Su Shiqing thought this was part of its scheme, but it turned out she had overestimated it. Wang Jian. Hearing Su Shiqing's voice, Ning Xinan hesitated for a moment and recognized that particular zombie as well. Though his skin was dark greenish-black, and more than half of his body was decomposed, there was no doubt that this was indeed Wang Jian's figure. Before Ning Xinan could say anything, he turned his head and saw a flash of shadow. Su Shiqing had jumped directly off the wall. Sister. And Ran became frantic. Su Shiqing. Ning Xinan was also taken aback, not having expected her to act so recklessly, and immediately looked down. He saw that her target was clear. She charged straight toward the center of the zombie horde, where Wang Jian stood. She's really insane. Ning Xinan gritted his teeth, conflicted expressions flickering across his eyes. In the end, with a resigned sigh, he followed suit and leaped down after her. Chapter 64, Coordination. Ning Xinan was fully aware that if the high-level mental-type zombie wasn't dealt with, this tide of zombies would never end. So when Su Shiqing jumped down, he leapt after her and landed steadily on the ground. Once on the same level as the tide of zombies, there seemed to be no end in sight. Zombies surrounded from all directions, like a wall. Ning Xinan lifted his hand and killed several zombies lunging at him. His gaze swept around, searching for Su Shiqing's figure. The emerald green vine stood out prominently among the dark mass of zombies. The vines rose from the ground like countless tentacles, coiled around Su Shiqing's waist, pulling her toward the high-level zombie. Zombies capable of commanding their own kind were at least 3rd stage or above. Though mental-type zombies weren't strong in terms of attack power, their control abilities couldn't be underestimated. Looking at this situation, was Su Shiqing planning to face off against the zombie alone? Was she even considering her life? Su Shiqing. Ning Xinan, while handling the low-stage zombies attacking him, attempted to catch Su Shiqing's attention. His lightning-based ability had great killing power, but it wouldn't let Ning Xinan quickly reach the center of the zombie tide. He could only try to negotiate with Su Shiqing, hoping she would wait until he arrived before acting. In the next second, a vine shot up from the ground, coiling around Ning Xinan's waist. Before Ning Xinan could react, the vine hurled him through the air, throwing him in Su Shiqing's direction just before the zombies bit through it. For a moment, everything spun around Ning Xinan. He only felt the roaring wind, like being tossed in a washing machine drum, almost losing his sense of direction. Just before Ning Xinan was thrown into the zombie tide below, Su Shiqing accurately grabbed Ning Xinan's hand with the vine. The situation is urgent. Please forgive me. She glanced at the grim expression on Ning Xinan's face, showing a rare hint of guilt. She knew how dizzying the spin had been. Ning Xinan closed his eyes briefly, apparently unable to comment, and after a moment forced out a sentence. Where did you learn such messy ways of using your abilities? But it proved effective rather quickly. The vine lifting Su Shiqing and Ning Xinan together was as thick as 10 people combined. For now, it couldn't be destroyed by the zombies, and they had just reached the center of the zombie tide. The mental-type zombie was nearby. Taking a deep breath, Ning Xinan squinted his eyes and focused on the obvious zombie dodging through the crowd. He estimated the chances of hitting it with his abilities. Mental-type zombies were very sensitive to danger, and standing far away on the wall like before, it was impossible to hit from such a distance. However, Ning Xinan now had some confidence about making an accurate strike. At that moment, Su Shiqing suddenly spoke. This zombie is mine. I will kill it with my own hands. Ning Xinan. So then, what was the point of me coming all this way? That's too risky. Ning Xinan hovered in midair, supported solely by Su Shiqing's hand gripping his, forcing him to speak upward. I am confident. Su Shiqing's tone left no room for argument. Though Ning Xinan's abilities were destructive indeed, its pre-casting delay was too long. The time it took for a thunderball to fall allowed more than enough opportunity for a mental-type zombie to dodge. Su Shiqing wasn't one to boast. When she said she had confidence, it meant close to a 90% success rate. The combat strength of a mental-type ability was weak. It relied solely on creating illusions that disrupted the enemy's judgment, allowing it to silently eliminate them. But Su Shiqing was different. Illusions had no effect on her. With the jade pendant space in her possession, even with her eyes closed, she could clearly perceive any movements within 20 meters of herself. One might say, Su Shiqing was the natural counter to mental-type abilities. Even against a 4th-stage mental-type zombie, once its illusions became ineffective, it was only slightly more alert than a lower-stage zombie. This time, Su Shiqing was determined to personally kill the zombie, personally kill Wang Jian. Hearing this, Ning Xinan fell silent for a moment, watching the extraordinarily active tide of zombies below, due to their presence, seemingly lost in thought. Though it seemed absurd that Su Shiqing wanted to fight against a higher-level zombie at a lower stage, over time Ning Xinan inexplicably believed every word she said. When she promised to bring him experimental equipment, Su Shiqing delivered. When she offered full resources from the base, Su Shiqing actually provided. Thus, this time, when she claimed she was confident in her ability to kill a high-stage mental-type zombie, Ning Xinan believed her. Alright, Ning Xinan tilted his head upwards to Su Shiqing. Is there anything I can do? He didn't think Su Shiqing flinging him here with a single vine truly indicated that she didn't need his help in any form. Help clear the low-stage zombies around here. As expected, Su Shiqing didn't hesitate, quickly giving her instructions. After I kill that zombie, take me back. To kill that mental-type zombie, Su Shiqing had to jump down and confront it head-on. She wasn't sure if she'd have the strength left to return to the base afterward, so she handed this responsibility over to Ning Xinian. Understood. The vines wrapped around Ning Xinian's waist, suspending him in midair, providing a clear view of every movement within the tide of zombies. As for Su Shiqing, she released the vine without hesitation and jumped straight into the horde below. Ho ho! At the moment Su Shiqing landed, countless sharp, hard blades pierced the foreheads of the surrounding zombies like the finest concealed weapons, reaping a swath of destruction. Black-red blood splattered out, carrying the distinctive stench of rotting flesh, nearly staining Su Shiqing's clothes, speckling her otherwise elegant face with drops of gore, adding an air of grim determination. Crackling thunder echoed in her ears as flashes of blue-purple lightning continuously struck into the tide of zombies near Su Shiqing, relieving some of her pressure. But Su Shiqing didn't waste any time, clearly heading toward the location of the mental-type zombie, guided by Ning Xinian's perfect coordination. Once that high-stage zombie showed its first weakness, there was no escaping Su Shiqing and Ning Xinian's line of sight. Even as it darted through the throng, using the bodies of its fellow zombies to mask its position, such attempts proved futile. Su Shiqing crushed another absorbed crystal core between her fingers, causing more zombies in front of her to fall, their bodies piling beneath her feet as she advanced. Her eyes locked onto the fleeting flash of Wang Jian's familiar clothing off in the distance, cold and resolute. You can't escape. Ning Xinian's cooperation was impeccable. His lightning intercepted the high-stage zombie's retreat path, forcing it backward straight into Su Shiqing's pursuit. Looking into those crimson eyes, Su Shiqing clearly saw hatred in them, confirming that this was indeed a high-stage zombie with retained mental capacity. Mental-type zombie, or should I call you? Su Shiqing fixedly stared into those eyes, slowly uttering the words, "My dear uncle-in-law." Ho! The response to Su Shiqing was only a zombie's scream, yet it was obvious Wang Jian's sanity remained intact as a zombie. He recognized Su Shiqing, revealing an unstoppable killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 65, Illusion. At the center of the zombie horde, it was as if a chunk had been forcibly hollowed out, and a barrier of blue-purple lightning prevented other low-tier zombies from intruding. On the small open ground, Su Shiqing faced off from afar with the crimson-eyed psychic zombie. It was my oversight. I didn't expect you to have such good luck, turning into a zombie yet awakening with abilities. Su Shiqing's gaze was cold as fine vines sprouted around her feet. It won't happen this time. This time, I will definitely kill you. Ha ha. The zombie's nearly decaying face twisted, revealing a trace of mockery, as if ridiculing Su Shiqing's overconfidence. A silent energy fluctuation spread outwards silently from the high-tier zombie, centering on itself. Using psychic powers made it impossible for the zombie to conceal its presence. Ning Xinian in midair almost instantly perceived the aura of a fourth-tier zombie, his expression changing slightly. It really is a fourth-tier zombie. It's about to use its powers? Ning Xinian quickly glanced towards Su Shiqing, observing her situation in order to provide support at the first opportunity. Since he was at a distance from the zombie, Ning Xinian was unaffected by the psychic power. At this moment, Su Shiqing, who was closest to the zombie, suddenly felt dizzy, and the scene before her eyes changed. The putrid stench vanished, replaced by a faint sweet scent wafting through Su Shiqing's nose. Standing in front of Su Shiqing was no longer the zombie but the young girl in a hospital gown. Su Shiqing froze for a second, and ran. Not the ran from the apocalypse world but the modern-day sister who lay comatose, now vividly standing before her. Sister. A smile appeared on the little girl's face, her voice tinged with something strange. Upon closer inspection, one could see that her facial expression was somewhat stiff. But these subtleties were masked under the sweet aroma. Su Shiqing stood still, staring at the familiar figure of her sister, momentarily unable to move. In Ning Xinian's and Wang Jian's eyes, Su Shiqing seemed like she had lost her soul, standing motionless with a gradually blank stare and an air of bewilderment. Ning Xinian's heart sank. Has she fallen prey to the illusion after all? Thunder crackled in his palm as he readied himself to intervene, yet a vague doubt arose in his mind. Su Shiqing knew the strength of mental-based powers lies in creating illusions. Since she had claimed she was confident, surely she had a way to counteract the illusion. Would my rash action disrupt Su Shiqing's plan? If this high-tier zombie escapes, it will be much harder to track it down next time. It will pose a potential threat ready to erupt at any time, and the current base cannot afford more trouble. As Ning Xinian hesitated, Su Shiqing, whose thoughts were crystal clear, worried about the same issue. Facing this sister, created by the illusion, Su Shiqing's heart remained calm. She pretended to appear dazed, as though entrapped within the vision. In reality, through spatial perception, Su Shiqing carefully monitored every movement around her, waiting for the moment when the zombie would rush forward to attack. Wang Jian's awakened mental power granted him an exceptionally acute sense of danger. At a distance, even a fourth-tier power wasn't enough to guarantee that Su Shiqing could wound him. Thus, she could only lure the opponent closer through such tactics. Ning Xinian, can you understand me? Please don't interfere. The thunder in his palm did not dissipate. Watching Su Shiqing's seemingly dazed figure below, Ning Xinian's thoughts were inscrutable. His gaze fell upon the vines wrapped around his waist. Though he did not retract his powers, neither did he have the intention to act. Ning Sinian trusted her judgment and believed that with Su Shirqing's character, there would be no loss for himself. Clearly, Wang Jian did not believe anyone could resist his illusions. With crimson eyes, Wang Jian looked warily upward, wary of Ning Sinian in midair, then started moving towards Su Shirqing. Go ahead and unleash your lightning if you dare. Take her down along with Su Shirqing until there's not a speck of ash left. Despite its face being mostly rotted away, a sense of smugness could still be discerned in the zombie's demeanor. Oh Su Shirqing, so this is your fate today. Staring at the woman only a few steps away with a blank expression, the zombie emitted a low snarl, as if sneering. Its hand with sharp claws rose high, aimed at Su Shirqing's head. In the next second, it swooped down hard. The slight upward curve at the corner of the zombie's mouth was evident for less than a second before abruptly freezing. Before its claws could touch Su Shirqing's head, a soft sigh was heard. Finally, you've shown your weakness. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Wang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of danger well up in his heart. This was a unique danger warning that he'd developed since awakening his psychic powers, and it had never been this intense. It was as if he was under a fatal threat. Wang Jian tried to evade, but he was far too close to Su Shirqing. No matter how sharp his senses were, there was no way for him to react in time. Countless sharp and sturdy blades pierced into the zombie's body, almost turning it into a sieve. Streams of black-red blood immediately splashed out. Hard. Although the zombie's sensation of pain was very dull, Wang Jian still instantly felt his life being threatened. His crimson eyes revealed undeniable disbelief. He seemed unable to comprehend why Su Shirqing could remain so clear-minded within the illusion. And Su Shirqing didn't intend to give him any chance to catch his breath. Just as she had anticipated, without the help of illusions, a low-tier psychic zombie lost all strength and means. Vines grew wildly, entwining around Wang Jian's hands and feet. More vines pierced through his body, their sharp tips dripping with blood, presenting a horrifying sight. Hard. The zombie struggled fiercely, only widening its own wounds in the process. Su Shirqing maintained an expressionless face, commanding the vines to tighten around the zombie's neck with force, forcibly snapping its head off with a brutal twist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the zombie's head hit the ground lifelessly. Su Shirqing's abilities were nearly depleted. Just as she let out a slight sigh of relief, her gaze met the eyes of the fallen zombie's head on the ground. Its crimson pupils seemed filled with an overwhelming hatred. In the next second, it felt like a thick needle was piercing into Su Shirqing's brain, bringing an unbearable, splitting pain. Su Shirqing's face instantly drained of all color as she let out a stifled groan. Her vision went dark, and she lost consciousness completely. Chapter 66. Critically injured and unconscious. The all-out attack left behind by the fourth-stage mental zombie before its death instantly caused Su Shirqing to collapse unconscious. Ning Sinin in midair saw that Su Shirqing had not fallen into an illusion, and was just about to sigh in relief when he suddenly contracted his pupils upon seeing her condition. Su Shirqing. Without hesitation, Ning Sinin instantly severed the vines around his waist, leaped down from midair, and quickly scooped up Su Shirqing, who lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing the total lack of color in her face and her faint breathing, Ning Sinin didn't dare to waste a moment. While the surrounding lower-class zombies hadn't caught up yet, he quickly took Su Shirqing and headed toward the base. Onlookers atop the base's walls couldn't clearly see what exactly had happened. They could only witness lightning flashing and vines growing wildly, after which Ning Sinin appeared carrying someone back. After seeing her sister jump off the wall, Anren's mind was uneasy ever since, her teeth instinctively biting down on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. When she finally saw her unconscious sister being carried back, Anren completely panicked. Wah, sister. What's wrong with you, sister? Ignoring the fact that Su Shirqing's body was covered in zombie blood, Anren immediately rushed over, tearfully looking at her sister in Ning Sinin's arms, her eyes welling up instantly. A mere 6-year-old child, upon seeing her only sister so gravely injured, almost couldn't control her tears immediately. Large teardrops fell pat-a-pat as Anren carefully held Su Shirqing's cold hand, her tear-streaked eyes staring anxiously at Ning Sinin. Big brother, what's wrong with my sister? Ning Sinin gently placed Su Shirqing on the ground, looking at the tear marks on Anren's little face, opening and closing his mouth uncertainly how to proceed. In the end, he could only console her. Don't cry, your sister will be fine. However, even Ning Sinin himself didn't have much confidence in this statement. It was the dying counterattack of a fourth-stage zombie. Ning Sinin himself wasn't sure if he could remain unscathed from such an attack. Lying on the ground, Su Shirqing tightly pressed her lips together, devoid of any color, her entire face ghostly pale, with her breath becoming fainter, as if she might stop at any moment. Anren gripped her sister's hand, sniffing as she poured her ability into Su Shirqing's body. Anren won't cry. Anren is of the healing type. I can save my sister. Her small face disheveled from crying. Anren pouted her lips, seemingly on the verge of crying out in fear, but still managed to muster the spirit to stubbornly keep injecting abilities into Su Shirqing. Despite Ning Sinin's attempts to persuade her twice, he failed to move the stubborn little girl. Mental injuries were not something ordinary healers could fix. Even if Anren depleted all her energy, it might not help much. The good news was, the mental zombies were dealt with, meaning there would no longer be an endless tide of zombies, and the base would be saved. But looking at Su Shirqing lying unconscious, barely holding on, Ning Sinin felt as if a massive stone weighed down on his heart. unable to ease his frown no matter how hard he tried. He rarely interacted with others, and Su Shiqing was one of the most frequent contacts he had. Watching her in such a state now, Ning Sinan clenched his hands tightly at his side. Sister. Looking at Su Shiqing, who was drenched in blood, Anren could no longer hold herself back, hugging her and burying her head in her sister's shoulder as she wept softly. Sister, please wake up. Anren is scared. Anren is very scared. Anren can't lose her sister. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing's consciousness was forcibly submerged within the pendant space. What's happening? She rubbed her temples and sighed softly. She had been careless, never expecting that even after severing its head, Wang Jian still managed to stealthily harm her. Had it not been for the space absorbing nearly half the mental damage, Su Shiqing would either be dead or turned into a vegetable. As it was, the space absorbed a significant amount of damage, keeping her alive. But now, she found herself trapped and couldn't get out. Has it locked my consciousness inside the space? Su Shiqing was slightly annoyed. What's it trying to do? Her consciousness was stuck within the space, while her physical body outside should be in a coma. This wouldn't do. Anren would definitely be worried. Su Shiqing couldn't bear to let her sister worry too long. I need to get out fast. Muttering under her breath, she glanced around the space that was so familiar to her. Stacks of supplies, scattered crystal cores, and bits of gold were all personally placed inside by Su Shiqing, their positions memorized by her precisely. But then, Su Shiqing suddenly noticed that the space seemed to have grown larger. Apart from the upgrade during the first absorption of the crystal core, there had been no changes afterward, not even after Su Shiqing broke through to reach the second stage. Yet now, the space had unconsciously expanded again. Has the space upgraded again? Su Shiqing's consciousness hovered in the center of the space as she contemplated this, but she couldn't discern any clear pattern for these upgrades. If there was something special about it, could it be because the space absorbed the energy contained within the mental attacks? Does the space's upgrade have nothing to do with my own psychic ability level? Su Shiqing wondered. Does the space require additional energy to upgrade? But how could the initial absorption of a crystal core lead to an upgrade if that was true? Oh, that's right. Suddenly, Su Shiqing recalled something. The space absorbs impurities from the crystal cores. Could those impurities also be converted into energy for the space? This explanation made sense. The first upgrade required little energy, so the impurities were sufficient. Later, as the demands grew, those impurities alone could no longer suffice. Fortunately, Wang Jian had just provided a large burst of energy, successfully allowing the space to upgrade once more. Su Shiqing gazed at several burlap sacks of crystal cores scattered throughout the space, deep in thought. To test her hypothesis, all she had to do was try. As Su Shiqing focused her thoughts, the space responded as if granted permission, glowing faintly. Simultaneously, the crystal cores began disintegrating into dust, their energy flowing into the space's floor. Really? It actually works? Su Shiqing was surprised. Since there was no instruction manual for the space, many things remained for Su Shiqing to explore on her own. Recalling how the space had initially followed her around, struggling to gather mere traces of crystal core impurities to improve itself, Su Shiqing felt an irresistible urge to cover her face. What a fine treasure, and yet, it seemed so undervalued in her possession. Chapter 67, So Poor. The first upgrade allowed the space to carry living creatures. This upgrade had brought unknown improvements to the space. Now, Su Shiqing's consciousness was trapped inside, unable to specifically check what changes had occurred. The question returned to how she could leave from here. Su Shiqing looked around the space that emitted a faint glow and thoughtfully rubbed her chin. If you looked closely, you'd notice that the space's glow seemed dimmer. Was it because the space had suffered somewhere helping her withstand half of the mental attack? Her gaze fell on the crystal cores in several jute bags inside the space, and Su Shiqing had an idea. Since the space also experienced wear, why not replenish it with crystal cores? It would be a good opportunity to see if it could upgrade further. Thinking this, Su Shiqing focused her intention, and the crystal cores in front of her immediately began to dissolve into starlight and merge with the space. Starry dust filled the sky, glittering beautifully. However, Su Shiqing's attention was entirely elsewhere. Watching one bag of crystal cores being completely consumed without any change to the space, with no weakening in the absorption speed, Su Shiqing couldn't help but grimace slightly. It was like an endless abyss. More than 100 crystal cores turned into stardust and scattered, yet the faint glow from the space showed no signs of strengthening. Even 10 gold beasts can't compare. Su Shiqing pressed her hand against her chest as she watched another jute bag of crystal cores being absorbed by the space, feeling an unbearable ache. She couldn't afford this. She couldn't possibly maintain this consumption rate even if she sold herself. The crystal cores given by Luo He, plus those obtained from transactions with Luo Qing, were almost entirely consumed in just a moment, leaving only dozens of them in the empty bags before the absorption stopped. Seeing this scene, Su Shiqing felt as if she'd lost everything in one night. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Shiqing patted her chest to comfort herself. It's all right, it's all right. We'll earn more crystal cores. Upgrading the space is most important. After all, the base had just gone through a zombie wave, and Su Shiqing still remembered the conditions Luo Qing had promised her, 70% of the crystal cores, enough to cover her losses. Eating so many crystal cores, there must be some changes, right? Su Shiqing muttered under her breath, lifting her eyes to look around her space. The most direct feeling was that the space had expanded once more. What used to be the equivalent of 3 warehouses directly grew to 6 or 7, capable of holding more than double the previous amount. The next time she returned to the modern world to restock supplies, it would take quite a bit of effort. But with Lin Jianhong, her competent trading partner, things wouldn't be too difficult. What Su Shiqing cared about more was the overall transformation of the space. Previously, the edges of the space emitted a soft glow. Now this light seemed much more concentrated, almost taking on a physical form. It was as if a protective layer formed on the outer layer, not for protecting the materials within the space, but to protect Su Shiqing herself. As someone with a direct connection to the space, Su Shiqing immediately felt the presence of this protective layer. It would activate the instant Su Shiqing encountered danger, blocking most of the damage, at the cost of consuming energy from the space, which would require Su Shiqing to frequently replenish with crystal cores. Realizing what the current upgrade of the space had brought, Su Shiqing's face showed a hint of joy. This function would prove very useful, especially in a perilous post-apocalyptic world where no one could guarantee they wouldn't make a mistake. However, it was easy to guess that the crystal core requirements for this protective layer would not be small either. At this thought, Su Shiqing looked at the mere dozens of crystal cores remaining in her space, and her face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Poor, so poor. Crystal cores were needed for her own enhancement. Space could carry living beings, but which kind depended on Su Shiqing's abilities. If she wanted to bring people from the apocalypse era back to modern times to cure her younger sister, enhancing her capabilities was crucial. Space upgrades required crystal cores. Su Shiqing was now sure that this jade pendant space had functions yet to be discovered, potentially of great use, so this aspect couldn't lag behind. Now, using the protective layer also required crystal cores. There simply weren't enough crystal cores to go around. Su Shiqing sighed heavily but quickly perked up. No problem. Making money by earning crystal cores isn't hard when you have such abundant resources. Having fed so many crystal cores, shouldn't I be able to leave here now? Reining in her thoughts, Su Shiqing returned to that initial question. Being perpetually trapped within the space mentally wasn't ideal. Outside, there were zombie waves, and in Ran, Su Shiqing was worried. Thankfully, this time when she tried to separate her consciousness from the space, she met no resistance. Everything in the space vanished before her eyes, and the senses of her 5 organs gradually returned to Su Shiqing. Before she even opened her eyes, Su Shiqing heard a familiar voice. And Ran, why don't you go rest? Your sister has me here watching over her. I'll call you as soon as she wakes up. No, and Ran wants to stay with my sister. If you don't rest for 2 days, your body won't be able to take it. When your sister wakes up, seeing you like this will make her heart ache. No, and Ran will wait until my sister wakes up. Ning Xinan looked at the girl who had lost some weight, but was still stubbornly standing by the window. He let out a soft sigh. How hadn't he realized that this child was also headstrong? Although the little girl always listened to what Su Shiqing said, how did her behavior change so much when her sister fell into a coma? After Ning Xinan took care of that mental zombie, the flow of zombies wasn't replenished endlessly anymore. After about 2 days of fighting, the crisis finally subsided. But after that day, Su Shiqing remained unconscious, never waking up, and Ran had been staring helplessly from beside her. She hadn't slept for 2 whole days, shedding all the weight she'd gained through hard work. If this continued, the little girl's body would definitely collapse. Ning Xinan was contemplating whether to use a bit of forceful means and knock the girl unconscious so she could rest. As he was thinking, Ran suddenly spoke, her voice choked with disbelief and sobbing. Sister? Ning Xinan froze for a moment, quickly looking toward the source of the sound. On the bed lay the person who had been unconscious for 2 days. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, then slowly, she actually opened her eyes. Su Shiqing groaned faintly upon waking, her head still spinning. It took a while for her vision to focus properly. Before Su Shiqing could fully understand the situation around her, Ran couldn't hold back anymore. Bursting into tears, she rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Wah, sister, you've finally woken up. Wah, sister, you scared Ran to death. Chapter 68, The Crisis Retreats. Her mind was still a bit confused, but Su Shiqing instinctively hugged Ran in her arms and comfortingly said, Don't cry, don't cry. Ran, don't cry. Sister is fine, sister is okay. All the accumulated worry and fear of the past 2 days were released at this moment. Ran didn't care about anything else, tightly holding on to her sister, not willing to let go, burying her head in Su Shiqing's shoulder sobbing. Unconscious for 2 days, doesn't seem like everything's alright. Ning Xining opened his mouth from beside them with a calm voice and walked over, bending down to inspect Su Shiqing's face. Feel it out. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Ning Xining rarely appeared without his pair of golden-rimmed glasses. Su Shiqing could even see her reflection in his pupils, which were filled with focus and an undeniable trace of worry. It was rare to see such emotions on Ning Xining. Seeing that Su Shiqing remained silent for too long, Ning Xining's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. No response. Nerve damage. The little head in Su Shiqing's arms suddenly shot up, hurriedly stretching out a hand to use her ability. Where is sister uncomfortable? Ran will blow on it. I'm fine. Su Shiqing shook her head quickly. When she lowered her gaze, she saw the gaunt little face of Ran, instantly frowning. Oh my, why have you lost so much weight? Why does your complexion look so bad? Ran's bloodshot eyes were clearly visible, her dark circles were severe, and her cheeks looked as though they would soon cave in. Tears were still pooling in her eyes. She looked absolutely pitiful. Su Shiqing felt unbearable heartache. You've been unconscious for 2 days, and Ran hasn't slept for 2 days, staying by your bedside watching over you. Ning Xining quietly sighed at the memory of the stubbornness of the young girl. 2 days? Su Shiqing hadn't realized that although she had only stayed briefly in that space, 2 days had already passed. Looking at Enran's anxious expression, those 2 days must have been spent worrying non-stop, leaving no time for rest. Su Shiqing immediately tightened her hold on the little girl in her arms. Made Enran worry. Su Shiqing kissed the girl's forehead, gently patting her back and softly saying, "You can rest now. Sister is fine. Sister will be here with you." Enran curled up in Su Shiqing's embrace, tears yet to dry, and obediently whispered when she heard this, "Okay." Not at all resembling her previously obstinate demeanor when facing Ning Shining. Ning Shining. Such a compliant little girl, alas, she acted this way only towards her sister. Still, judging from Su Shiqing's appearance, there seemed to be nothing serious wrong, allowing Ning Shining to heave a sigh of relief. What he didn't mention was that Enran had stayed awake for 2 days without a wink, while he himself also stood guard beside her for those 2 days without resting. Rest well. Ning Shining rose and walked toward the door, whispering to Su Shiqing, "The zombie wave has mostly retreated. Once you've rested, you can go find Luo Qing." After Su Shiqing had been hit by Wang Jian's final blow, it was Ning Shining who carried her through the center of the zombie swarm and returned to the base. Though his obsession with cleanliness made him less than fond of contact with others, considering that Enran alone couldn't properly care for Su Shiqing, Ning Shining brought both of them home to look after them. Su Shiqing glanced down at Enran, who almost instantly fell asleep in her arms, then silently nodded, softly uttering just as Ning Shining was about to leave the room, "Thank you." The weather was excellent today, with bright sunshine lighting every corner of the base. The putrid stench brought by the zombie wave lingered for quite some time, but today, it was overtaken by an enticing aroma. When Ning Shining stepped out from his house, he saw people gathering far away on the central vacant square of the base. Rarely seen, the sallow, thin faces of the people within the base bore smiles that hadn't graced them for ages. It was either happiness from withstanding the zombie wave, or hope sparked anew. At the center of the base square, dozens of large pots were set up. Saying they were large pots might be an overstatement. These were containers hard sought after for their resistance to burning, ragged around the edges, balanced precariously over piles of firewood. The contents inside were simple, some vegetables washed haphazardly and boiled in water, with only a pinch of salt added, a taste clear and bland. These ingredients were obtained by Luo Qing through trade with Su Shiqing. Seizing the opportunity after the retreat of the zombie wave and being ungrudgingly generous, he cooked them together with everyone at the base. Although humble, in the eyes of the residents of the base, these were rare delicacies unseen for a long time. A light, inviting fragrance spread in the air, making the whole base feel festive, as if celebrating a holiday. Don't rush, don't rush. There's enough for everyone." He Xiaoyan wiped sweat off her forehead and worked diligently, stirring the food in front of her. The pot was too large, completely mismatched with He Xiaoyan's figure. "I'll take over." Ning Shining had walked over at some point and extended a hand toward He Xiaoyan, wanting to take the spatula from her hand. "Dr. Ning, Dr. Ning." He Xiaoyan seemed surprised that Ning Shining would show up here. Thinking of the reason Ning Shining appeared here, He Xiaoyan's eyes brightened. "Dr. Ning, did Sister Su wake up?" Ning Shining slightly nodded, his expression as calm as always. "She just woke up. I let her rest more in the room." Hearing this, relief lit up He Xiaoyan's face with an easy smile. Although He Xiaoyan and others hadn't been with Su Shiqing that day, they all knew the reason the zombie wave could subside so smoothly was because Su Shiqing discovered a high-level zombie hidden within it. Su Shiqing eliminated that zombie but was severely injured herself, falling into a coma, a story almost everyone in the base now knew about. "There's no need for you to worry, Dr. Ning," He Xiaoyan pointed not far away. "Captain likely has matters to discuss with you." "Luo Qing?" Ning Shining glanced over and saw a few people gathered there, apparently debating something heatedly. Luo Qing was among them. Not only Luo Qing, but Lu Qingfeng, Xiao Qi, and Huang Yinger were also there. When they noticed Ning Shining walking toward them, they paused their discussion and greeted him, somewhat surprised. "Old Ning, why are you here?" Luo Qing stopped mid-sentence, suddenly pausing, then excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Isn't it? Did that big sister wake up?" Seeing Ning Shining nod, Luo Qing grinned broadly. "I kept saying good people get good rewards. That big sister is both beautiful and kind-hearted. How could she so easily run into trouble? And who was the one talking about holding a funeral when someone didn't die yet?" Nearby, Lu Qingfeng wasn't shy about rolling her eyes and dismantling the argument mercilessly. Chapter 69, Keeping One's Word. On that day, when Luo Qing saw Su Shiqing with barely a breath left in her, he didn't look carefully and thought she had passed away. His eyes read. He was ready to arrange the funeral on the spot, and Ran beside him got quite scared, almost thinking someone was going to bury her sister alive. Luo Qing quickly interrupted Lu Qingfeng's words, nervously saying, "Don't mention this in front of the big sister. It's embarrassing." Xiao Qi and Lu Qingfeng beside him chuckled silently, while Huang Yinger's face still showed signs of fatigue, weariness evident in her gaze. "What were you talking about just now?" Ning Xian changed the subject. "Oh yes, Brother Ning, you came at the right time." Remembering something, Luo Qing slapped his thigh and said seriously, "We were just discussing how to rebuild the base. Isn't that old geezer Luo he gone? There is no leadership at the base now, and I plan to take over this matter. You want to be the commander of the base?" Hearing this, Ning Xian raised an eyebrow, rarely teasing. "I didn't know you had such ambition." "We are brothers, don't you know me well?" Luo Qing said somewhat irritatedly. "What ambition do I have? It just won't do for the base to have no leader." And after the matter of Luo He, I realized that control must lie in one's own hands for everything to work out. Logically speaking, with Luo Qing's abilities, he could survive pretty well in any base, so there's no reason for him to get stuck here. But Luo Qing couldn't bear to leave Chongping base, nor could he abandon the people there. After they've already endured the zombie wave, Luo Qing had even less reason to leave. But there are many issues with the base currently. Ning Xian analyzed, ticking off points on his fingers, the most important being the supply problem. Except for the supplies provided by Su Shiqing, almost everything around here has been ransacked. The second issue is manpower. Currently, most of the people in the base are ordinary citizens, and the ratio of superhumans doesn't even reach 1/10. After going through a siege like the zombie attack, the base won't last long. And will the people in the base really acknowledge you as their new leader? Human hearts are hard to fathom. Even though Luo Qing led them to resist the zombie wave, considering what happened with Luo He, would the people really trust the new base leader? Hearing this, Luo Qing scratched his head. Oh well, old Ning, I know the base has many problems now, but isn't there a saying, if there's a road ahead, there's bound to be a way out. If I don't try, how will I know whether I can make it or not? The path, isn't it always made by people walking it? Luo Qing grinned widely, the ear piercing on his ear shining under the sunlight, showing a somewhat carefree and resolute determination. Ning Xian shrugged, knowing his friend's character well and not planning on trying to dissuade him. Since that's the case, tell me what I can help with. Hee, good brother as always. Luo Qing hammered his shoulder, as if he had already guessed Ning Xian's answer. Then, he looked toward Huang Yinger. Huang Yinger, do you really not intend to stay in the base? Huang Yinger's voice was very light, but resolute. There was not an ounce of reduction in the hatred lurking in her eyes. I need to avenge myself. I must personally kill that guy Luo He. Her obsession used to be her grandfather, but now, killing Luo, he has become her new obsession. No matter where she might be, Huang Yinger will continue searching until the day she takes revenge. Good. Luo Qing saw her resolve and did not forcibly retain her. However, the Chongping base will always welcome you back. Huang Yinger didn't respond, instead looking at Ning Xian beside her and softly asking, Miss Su, has she awakened? Would it be convenient for me to see her? She's resting. Later, I'll ask if she wants to meet you. Ning Xian replied, with neither warmth nor coldness. On the side, Luo Qing was rather enthusiastic. Big sister needs rest, but once she's awake, make sure to call me. Your old buddy Luo? We gained quite a few crystal cores this round with the zombie wave. Big sister will definitely be overjoyed. Su Shiqing slept very comfortably. No one disturbed her from start to finish, and her muddled mind cleared up considerably after waking up. Opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was Enran's bright and clear eyes staring straight into hers. Neither did she know when Enran woke up, nor how long her sister had been watching her quietly. Did you wake up, Enran? Su Shiqing rubbed her younger sister's soft cheek, her voice slightly raspy from having just woken up. Why didn't you call me, sister? Sister needs rest. Despite being only young, Enran spoke earnestly and seriously. Our Enran cares for her sister the most. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing immediately felt touched, kissing the little girl's cheek twice before getting up from bed. Throughout the entire time, Enran's gaze never left Su Shiqing. It was as if, with just the blink of an eye, her sister would again be in critical condition, unconscious and unresponsive. Seeing her little sister's mouth pouting unconsciously, her watery eyes always following her every movement, Su Shiqing's heart melted into a puddle, and she scooped her up into her arms without hesitation. I heard Enran hasn't been eating or sleeping properly for 2 days. That would make sister very sad. Su Shiqing rubbed her sister's cheeks gently and said softly, that won't do. Whether sister is here or not, Enran must take care of herself first. Upon hearing this, Enran nodded obediently, and Enran understands. Though she agreed quickly, Su Shiqing knew full well that the next time something similar happened, the little one would forget this promise in no time. Sighing helplessly, Su Shiqing tousled Enran's head. What could she do? Of course, indulge her own younger sister. Su Shiqing reminded herself silently. Next time, she must be more careful. She couldn't keep making her little sister worry like this. Then, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Su Shiqing didn't let go of Enran, knowing that while Enran looked calm on the surface, she was actually lacking a great deal of inner security. She tried to change the subject. Enran nestled in Su Shiqing's arms, patting her stomach, and shook her head. Enran isn't hungry. Lying. Su Shiqing flicked the little girl's nose seriously. I heard your stomach growl already, and you still say you're not hungry. Unperturbed by being caught, Enran burrowed deeper into Su Shiqing's embrace, rubbing against her. Not hungry. Enran is just not hungry. Sister doesn't leave. Stay with Enran. Oh, so now the little one knows how to use this cute act against her. And oddly enough, Su Shiqing couldn't resist it at all. Alright. Su Shiqing helplessly picked Enran up and got off the bed. We definitely need to eat. Sister promises you. Next time I will be careful. This kind of thing that makes Enran worried won't happen again. Really? Enran perked up her little head, tilting it sideways. She bit her fingers in Su Shiqing's arms, her face solemn as she spoke. Sister has to keep her word, otherwise Enran won't eat or sleep well and will make sister feel sad. Chapter 70. The intention to leave. When Su Shiqing woke up, the sun had already set behind the mountain, and night had fallen. She prepared a glass of milk for Enran and took out a packet of biscuits for herself. It was time-saving and convenient. Just at that moment, Ning Xinan pushed the door open and returned from outside. Seeing the two sisters eating separately, Ning Xinan raised an eyebrow. Awake? Looking at the biscuit in Su Shiqing's hand, he imperceptibly frowned. Are you just eating this? Waking up from a coma, is it fine to eat dry biscuits? Besides, doesn't Su Shiqing have quite a lot of supplies? Why does she treat herself so poorly? Su Shiqing looked at her biscuits and gave a silly laugh. Isn't it convenient to eat biscuits? And moreover, Su Shiqing touched her nose. Moreover, I don't know how to cook. In modern times, she was a kitchen destroyer. When she was little, her parents went out with her brother, leaving no one to prepare dinner for her. Alone, Su Shiqing almost blew up the kitchen. If the neighbors hadn't noticed something was wrong, the house would have burned down. Even when she reached the age of 15 or 16, nothing changed. Since she was not favored by her parents, Su Shiqing rarely stayed in the big mansion of the Su family. She lived in an ordinary rental apartment. Trying to cook on her own once nearly poisoned her into the hospital. After that, Su Shiqing either ordered takeout or ate instant noodles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Coincidentally, the previous owner of this body in the end world also didn't know how to cook, so even though Su Shiqing wanted to learn some cooking skills from her memories, there was simply nothing to learn. Upon hearing what Su Shiqing said, Ning Sinan pursed his lips, thinking that he should have brought back some cooked dishes from the square. You've just woken up from serious injuries, you need to nourish your body. After a brief thought, Ning Sinan's gaze fell on his kitchen. Hand me the ingredients, and I'll cook. Though called a kitchen, all it contained was a pot without any stove fire. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing surprisingly raised an eyebrow, sized Ning Sinan up and down, and couldn't help but praise. You know how to cook? That's amazing. Ning Sinan gave off a scholarly vibe where his fingers never seemed to touch water for chores. His hands appeared as if they were naturally born to conduct experiments, not for washing vegetables and cooking. Upon hearing Su Shiqing's words, Ning Sinan's ears slightly reddened, yet his facial expression remained unchanged. I can do a bit. Wait a second, I'll go call Luo Qing over. Su Shiqing asked doubtfully, why call Luo Qing? While walking away, Ning Sinan explained succinctly, to borrow a fire. Calling a third-stage ability wielder over late at night just to light a fire for cooking. Silently, Su Shiqing gave him a thumbs up. Ning Sinan, you're something else. Not long after Ning Sinan left, footsteps were heard again outside, along with Luo Qing's furious roar through gritted teeth. Ning, see, Nian, I'm a third-tier ability user. First you make me fix doors, now you want me to start fires. Could you stop wasting my time? His voice was loud enough to be clearly heard through the door, startling and Ran, who shook holding her milk cup. The moment Ning Sinan opened the door, Luo Qing stopped his yelling mid-sentence upon seeing Su Shiqing. On the side, Ning Sinan coolly added, borrowing fire. I need to cook something for her to replenish her nutrition. Staring blankly at the entrance, Luo Qing remembered his earlier shouts, causing Su Shiqing to awkwardly cough twice and hesitantly wave her hand. Hey. The next second, Luo Qing slapped Ning Sinan hard. Damn it, old Ning. Why didn't you say earlier? This is for our big sister's nutritional needs. Come on, use my abilities freely. Ning Sinan. Your face just seconds ago wasn't like that. Before Ning Sinan could frown and criticize, Luo Qing had already rushed to the yard to think about where to stack a bonfire. Taking a deep breath twice, Ning Sinan reluctantly followed. Su Shiqing pulled out some rice, vegetables, and eggs from the space and placed them in front of Ning Sinan. Chef, please. Surrounding the campfire in the courtyard were Su Shiqing and Ran, Ning Sinan, and Luo Qing. While Ning Sinan pondered what to cook, Su Shiqing rested her chin on her hand, and her eyes fell on Luo Qing. I heard the zombie tide has already receded? That's right. Thanks to Big Sister's supplies and discovering that high-ranked zombie, Luo Qing scratched his head and sighed. Otherwise, this base might really not have survived this wave. Oh, by the way, Luo Qing slapped his thigh. I promised earlier to give you 70% of the crystal cores. We've collected almost all of them outside the base these past few days. I'll ask Brother Luo to bring the stuff tomorrow. Thinking of those 70% of the crystal cores, Su Shiqing hesitated, opening her mouth before finally asking, Are there many crystal cores? Big sis, that was a zombie wave. Luo Qing winked and gestured with his hands. The crystal cores were piled up so high, like this much. The more, the better. Su Shiqing slightly relaxed. The space she held was practically a bottomless pit. It had only barely leveled up after several sacks of crystal cores, and how many terrifying numbers of cores would be needed to level up again? By the way, Luo Qing's gaze darkened as if he had thought of something, then looked towards Su Shiqing. Big sis, what are your plans next? Plans? Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids, and almost without hesitation, as though she had made this decision long ago. I will leave here and go to another base. Ning Sinan, holding green vegetables in his hand, paused momentarily, his gaze unconsciously shifting towards Su Shiqing sitting beside him, lost in thought. And Rand didn't show much reaction. For her, wherever her sister went, she would follow, and that was enough. After a moment of silence, Luo Qing hesitated and asked, May I ask, big sis, why do you want to leave? I'm looking for someone, Su Shiqing said firmly. The strongest healer in this world. Su Shiqing had met another healer in the base before and learned a bit about their abilities. Most healers can only treat flesh wounds, but when it came to mental healing, at least low-level ones could not achieve that. In modern times, Su Shiqing's comatose sister seemed to suffer from some kind of mental issue, so while improving herself, Su Shiqing also planned to find a high-level healer and build a good relationship with them. Moreover, another purpose of Su Shiqing in this apocalypse was to amass wealth, which required her to move between different bases to collect sufficient riches. To look for someone? This reason, including in Ran, wasn't expected by anyone present, but judging from Su Shurqing's expression, they couldn't press further on why she needed to find this person. Until Ning Sinan suddenly spoke. If you're looking for the strongest healer, perhaps. I know one. Chapter 71, Seeds. You recognize her? This time it was Su Shurqing's turn to be surprised. Then, she squinted and asked urgently, who is she? Do you know which base she is in now? My elder sister, Hien. Ning Xinyan's gaze remained on the flickering campfire before him, as if his eyes were looking at something else beyond the flames. His expression softened slightly. She was one of the earliest beings to awaken with superpowers in this apocalypse. Before I left, she had already reached the 3rd stage. After such a long time has passed, given her potential, she might have reached the 5th or 6th stages by now. The 5th or 6th stage. These levels are what most superpowered individuals could only dream of in this apocalypse. As for where she is now, Ning Seer hesitated for a moment, shaking his head slightly. Before I left, she was still in the Liunian base. But right now, I'm not too sure. But at least, Ning Seer provided a clue. Alright. Su Shurqing stared at the firelight that danced in front of her, revealing a thoughtful look. Then I will first head towards the direction of the Liunian base, see if I can gather any news about Hien, then decide on the next plan. Upon hearing this, Ning Seer lowered his gaze, covering his expression as he looked at the vegetables in his hand. Luoqing looked between Ning Seer and Su Shurqing, and finally laughed. Since Big Sister has decided to leave, then I won't try to stop you either. But before leaving, Big Sister, you must conduct one more transaction with me. Luoqing raised an eyebrow at Su Shurqing, serious. Old man here needs to support a whole base of people now. Supplies are extremely lacking. A transaction? Su Shurqing pulled back her thoughts and smiled mysteriously after pondering over something. Of course we can. But I happen to possess something absolutely good right now. Hearing this, Luoqing leaned in as though conspiratorially lowering his voice. Oh? What good thing does Big Sister have? Su Shurqing placed a finger over her lips in secrecy and revealed the item in her open palm simultaneously. Naturally, seeds that are clean, pollution-free, and able to grow normally. In her pale palm lay several small seeds, resting quietly, shimmering under the glow of the firelight. Songtang. Luoqing lost balance on the bench beneath him and fell onto his rear end. However, his eyes bulged in disbelief, and his face showed signs of complete astonishment. Big Sister, say that again. After so many transactions, Luoqing naturally knew the other party wasn't someone who would joke around like this. Yet when Su Shurqing spoke these words, he still couldn't help but feel utterly shocked. From the day the zombie virus erupted, not only did many people get infected into zombies, all plant seeds were contaminated and could no longer grow normally. Yet, at this moment, there was suddenly someone stepping forward claiming that she had clean and normal seeds. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if these weren't Su Shurqing's words, Luoqing wouldn't even glance at them, let alone listen until the end. But right now, these words came from Su Shurqing. This was Su Shurqing, who could produce countless medical supplies. This was Su Shurqing, who could sustain an entire base alone. Even Ning Seer besides stopped his movements, looking in surprise at the seeds within Su Shurqing's palm. He extended a hand towards Su Shurqing. Could I take a seed to observe it? Of course. Su Shurqing didn't hesitate, handing over all the seeds from her hand to Ning Seer. Ning Seer forgot his usual obsession with cleanliness and took out an unknown sharp scalpel. He smoothly cut a crack into the seed coat, carefully peeling away the outer layer. One could clearly see that the interior of the seed was intact, pristine, and showed not a single trace of being contaminated by the virus, as if it wasn't even a product of the apocalypse. It's true, Ning Seer muttered in disbelief. His voice was low, but Luoqing nearby accurately caught it. Oh, he jumped up from the ground with excitement. Luoqing's body trembled with agitation, prompting him to confirm repeatedly with Ning Seer, Old Ning. Are these seeds truly clean? Ning Seer checked another seed, nodding after a while. They're true. They're seeds that can sprout and grow normally. He looked at Su Shurqing with an almost alien-like stare. How did you manage this? Su Shurqing smiled but remained silent, turning instead to Luoqing. Well, how about this deal? Are you in or out? I'm in. I'd sell myself to do this deal. Luoqing didn't hesitate for a second, declaring resolutely. Luoqing had been worried about the base's supply issues anyway. He knew the nearby supermarkets inside out, and there wasn't much left to scavenge. The seeds that Su Shurqing took out solved this issue instantly. Once the seeds sprouted and grew, they wouldn't even need to go outside. The base could achieve self-sufficiency on its own. My heavens. Sister, you're a god. I'll organize the team right now. Luoqing was so excited he didn't want to wait another second. I'm going outside the base right now with people to gather gold. And crystalline cores too, sister, 90%. I'll give you 90% of the crystalline cores. 90% of all crystalline cores from this zombie wave will be yours. Before his words had even settled, Luoqing's figure had already disappeared through the door, leaving only an excited echo resonating in the air above the base. This guy really is impatient. Su Shurqing supported her chin, looking in the direction where Luoqing had disappeared, shaking her head with a smile. Any other base leader would act just as quickly if they heard you possessed clean seeds. Ning Xinyan added ingredients into the pot leisurely, as though he'd anticipated it all along. Conditions being limited, Ning Seer decided to cook a pot of congee, mixing in green vegetables and mushrooms, sprinkling a bit of salt. It was simple yet enticing. The aroma spread, almost instantly drawing Su Shurqing's attention back. Looking at this perfect bowl of vegetable porridge, Su Shiqing licked her lips. You're really good at this. It's just kanji, no technical skill involved. Ning Siyer seemed somewhat dissatisfied. If only this stove were better, I could cook something else. How about next time? I bring you a full set of kitchenware. Su Shiqing grinned and joked. Ning Siyer didn't respond, but his gaze darkened slightly. Next time? By next time, you won't be in the base anymore. Su Shiqing hadn't noticed the look from beside her, as she hugged Anren closer, the two sisters staring longingly at the porridge in the pot. Hey! Suppressing her craving for food, Su Shiqing turned towards Ning Siyer and blinked. Didn't you agree last time that we'd do a trade? I need the technology in your hands. What things do you need? I can find them for you later. Ning Siyer hesitated, looking somewhat confused. I haven't thought of anything yet. All right. Su Shiqing stretched out her tone, shifting her focus back to the porridge in the pot. Just let me know once you've figured it out. Everything else can be postponed. You are my top priority when it comes to any deal with me, Ning Siyer said softly. Chapter 72. Go together. For Su Shiqing, the end of the world technology in Ning Sinen's hands was the most important thing. After all, she had already promised Lin Jianhong in the modern era that she would provide him with advanced technology. It could be said that Su Shiqing could return to the modern world only when the technology was in her hands. As for other matters, they could all be postponed. However, when these words fell into Ning Sinen's ears, they took on a different meaning. A look of bewilderment passed over his calm face. Ning Sinen lowered his eyelids and stared at the palm of his hand, lost in thought. In Su Shiqing's heart, were his affairs ranked as top priority? And Rand didn't sleep well a few days ago, so after a short while, she fell asleep leaning against Su Shiqing. Worried that the cold air at night might make his sister catch a cold, Su Shiqing carefully picked up and ran, intending to return to his home next door. Let's go, get some rest early. After quietly saying goodbye to Ning Sinen, Su Shiqing walked towards the adjacent place holding the little girl in his arms, leaving Ning Sinen alone staring thoughtfully at the campfire in the yard. This time, besides basic supplies, Su Shiqing actually brought quite a few things back from the modern times, wanting to decorate this post-apocalyptic home. But unexpectedly, events unfolded so quickly that it was likely that in a few days, she would set out with her younger sister, rendering decoration meaningless. Having laid her younger sister down on the bed, Su Shiqing herself went to the next room and took out the remaining crystal cores from her dimensional space, beginning to absorb them to improve herself. Leaving the base meant encountering more unknown dangers, and only by becoming stronger could Su Shiqing have the confidence to protect her younger sister. The base was very busy these past few days. Luo Qing was busy leading people outside to scavenge for gold and various valuable items, while cautiously arranging others to plant the seeds exchanged from Su Shiqing. Under the careful catalysis of the wood elemental abilities of the people in the base, the tender green sprouts emerged from the soil, as if hope was taking root and sprouting here. Everyone was excited. Even many people were covering their faces in tears. Simultaneously, the name Su Shiqing spread thoroughly within the base. Luo Qing, finally having some spare time, excitedly ran to Ning Sinen's home, kicked open the door, and sat down on the chair without any politeness. Without bothering to drink a drop of water, Luo Qing's eyes shone as if lit up. Old Ning, have you heard? Those seeds really did sprout. Damn, I've never seen such tender sprouts in my whole life. That big sister is truly extraordinary. I doubted it at first, but now I'm completely convinced. Luo Qing chattered on with excitement, then turned around, only to see Ning Sinen holding a cup, staring blankly at the tea inside, as if absent-minded. Damn it, old Ning. Were you even listening to what I said? Luo Qing walked over and waved his hand in front of Ning Sinen. Huh. As if suddenly coming back to his senses, Ning Sinen's gaze held a hint of confusion. What did you say? F***CK, you really weren't listening. Luo Qing's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but criticize. I said, man, what's wrong with you these past 2 days? Why are you so absent-minded? Recently Ning Sinen would occasionally stare off into the distance absent-mindedly. Although Luo Qing came infrequently due to being busy, almost every time he came, he would see Ning Sinen in such a distracted state. This wasn't like Ning Sinen's usual style. Ning Sinen looked down at the ripples in the water surface of the teacup in his hand, opened his mouth slightly. I'm fine. With that kind of attitude, there's no way I believe you're fine. Luo Qing simply dragged a chair and sat next to Ning Sinen, stroking his chin in thought. Think about it. It seems like this started a few days ago. It seemed that since Su Shiqing mentioned she wanted to leave the base, Ning Sinen had been in this distracted state. Sigh. I say old Ning, don't tell me you're reluctant to let the big sister go? Luo Qing furrowed his brows, skiing in admiration. Hey, I understand. I'm also reluctant for her to go. But, everyone has their own aspirations. Big sister has her own goals to pursue. We shouldn't forcibly keep her, right? Reluctant, huh? Ning Sinen didn't really understand the reason for his restless mood these past few days either, but after hearing Luo Qing's words, just imagining Su Shiqing leaving, an indescribable uneasiness surged in his heart. Seemed like he was indeed reluctant. Not many people could remember and fulfill something casually said by him, but Su Shiqing counted as one. You will always be my first priority here. That day Su Shiqing's words reappeared in Ning Sinen's mind, bringing a tingling sensation in his heart, moving him in an inexplicable way. In Ning Sinen's memory, there seemed to be no one who ever said such words to him, or willingly placed his affairs as top priority. Su Shiqing was the first. You're right. Ning Sinen nodded and murmured softly. Everyone has their own aspirations. We shouldn't forcibly keep someone. Exactly. Luo Qing chuckled a couple of times and stretched out his hand to pat the other's shoulder. It's good that Lao Ning can think it through. So I plan to go with her. Luo Qing's voice came to an abrupt stop as his hand froze in midair, halting just before Ning Sinin's shoulder. He thought he had heard something incredible. Lao Ning, what did you just say? Luo Qing blinked, taking quite a while to regain his voice. Ning Sinin turned his head, his pupils under the sunlight revealing a shade of light brown, giving off a gentle illusion. If we cannot keep her forcibly, then I'll go with her. Luo Qing, are you saying that after losing various stable supplies, I'm also about to lose a highly intelligent researcher? Wait a minute, this isn't the key point. Luo Qing's mind couldn't comprehend for a moment. Hey, Lao Ning, you've only known Big Sister for less than half a month, right? Why do you want to go with her? Upon hearing this, Ning Sinin slightly frowned as if pondering where his thoughts came from. Thinking about something, Luo Qing's expression became a little peculiar. Lao Ning, tell me honestly, are you in love with Big Sister? Love? What does it feel like to be in love with someone? Ning Sinin stared at the teacup in his hands again, lost in thought. The first time they met, Su Shiqing gave him a mischievous and lively impression, making people aware of her astuteness without repulsion. Yet, the more they interacted, the more enigmas were revealed about Su Shiqing, cloaking her entire person with a mysterious aura, luring Ning Sinin to explore further. Ning Sinin didn't enjoy dealing with people, but interacting with Su Shiqing felt comfortable. There was no need to talk much, yet she could understand his thoughts and remember every word he said. In the end, Ning Sinin couldn't quite figure out what he was feeling, but he clearly knew that he would miss Su Shiqing if she left. Then he would chase after her and go with them. Chapter 73, The Visitor. Although Big Sister here is such an excellent girl that many people are bound to like her, SSS. But when did you, old Ning, fall for her? How come I didn't know? Big Sister has dual element abilities, abundant resources, can fight zombies with her bare hands, and also run a business. She's intelligent and emotionally mature, and on top of that, she's extremely good looking. It's indeed very appealing. The more he talked, the more Lu Qing felt his brother was unworthy of Su Shiqing. Ning Sinin rubbed his temple, his eyes clear. I don't like her. After much thought, Ning Sinin finally found a reasonable excuse. Just that our deal hasn't concluded yet. Deal not over? Lu Qing paused, feeling it made some sense, but not entirely convincing. Let's go already. It's better if everyone leaves. Don't leave me alone to guard the base. Lu Qing sounded somewhat aggrieved. Having two talents from the base embarking on a voyage in one go made Lu Qing ache. But as he said, every person has their own aspirations. Lu Qing would never stop anyone who wanted to leave the base. Be it Su Shiqing or Ning Sinin, even more so. If old Ning you want to go with Big Sister, why don't you hurry up and ask what she thinks? Lu Qing shook his head, sighed, stood up. By coincidence, I've almost collected all the crystal nuclei gold I need. I need to see Big Sister too. Shall we go together? While the two were talking, Su Shiqing in the next room also welcomed her visitor. Huang Ying. Su Shiqing went to open the door upon hearing a knock and saw an unexpected person. After the wave of zombies, Huang Inger had no longer worn long dresses, wearing instead a beige overcoat. It was the same coat given by the elder man to Su Shiqing upon her first arrival at the base, and after learning Huang Inger was the old man's granddaughter, Su Shiqing handed it over to her. Huang Inger looked slightly pale, still gaunt, but much better than at the beginning. Would it be convenient to talk for a bit, Miss Su? Huang Inger tightened her lips and forced a smile. I want to learn about my grandfather. How laughable it was. As a granddaughter, she could only learn about her grandfather's story through the mouth of others. Su Shiqing hesitated for a moment. My encounters with that elder man were few, just twice. Even the last meeting ended with him becoming a cold corpse. No matter, Huang Inger shook her head slightly. Whatever you know, Miss Su, will do. Though she already knew her grandfather's final days weren't easy, Huang Inger still wanted more detailed knowledge. As Su Shiqing invited Huang Inger inside and narrated the events from her previous dealings with the elder man in full detail, Huang Inger remained silent throughout, seemingly trying to construct the scene through Su Shiqing's descriptions in her mind. Even starving, yet cherishing those calligraphy and paintings, willing to help Su Shiqing merely because the other party's age resembled her own granddaughter's. Indeed, these were things her grandfather would have done. Tears slid down her cheeks unconsciously. Huang Inger silently wept while a small hand suddenly extended, offering her a tissue. Seeing Enrant's round eyes filled with concern watching her, Huang Inger pursed her lips and barely managed a smile towards Su Shiqing. Miss Su, you and I are different. Your weakness has been well protected. Her expression touched. Su Shiqing spoke softly. Your strength is above mine. Third stage wind element ability should be enough to protect your grandfather well. At this, Huang Inger just shook her head bitterly. I'm too weak. Ultimately, all this is my fault. I thought that as long as I helped Luo he properly, everything would resolve itself, but then realized. Not only did I cause my grandfather's death, I killed more innocent people. In the apocalypse, weakness is sin, the reason allowing others to bully you without restraint. What's your next plan? Seeing the distinct change in demeanor before her, Su Shiqing asked quietly. Huang Inger smiled faintly, though the hatred in her eyes startled people. Revenge. Luo he wants to live a carefree life with supplies and ability wielders, but I won't let him get his way. I will chase him to the ends of the earth, until he dies by my hand. By that time, I might return to the Chongping base. Using my ability to guard this place would be a form of repentance for the wrongs I've committed in the past. A mistake must be corrected. That's what grandfather taught her. Su Shiqing said nothing, The door knocking sound coming again. Su Shiqing paused, then got up to open the door, saying as she walked, "What a special day today, so many people are looking for me." Outside stood Luo Qing and Ning Sinan. "Sister, want to hear some good news?" Luo Qing walked in smiling, but upon noticing Huang Yinger was also in the room, he paused momentarily. Oh, what a coincidence. Huang Yinger hadn't dried all her tears yet. Seeing someone enter, she hurriedly turned her head and used the tissue and Ran handed her to wipe her eyes. And Ran sat obediently on the side. After Su Shiqing's careful care, the weight lost by Ran had returned, her rosy complexion making her look like a cute little doll. This made Luo Qing adore her endlessly, pinching Ran's cheeks. "Big sister, your genes are really great. How come you all grow up so beautiful?" Because of sister's care, having her little face pinched caused Ran's voice to sound somewhat unclear, but her tone was very serious. I've raised them well." Su Shiqing perked up at this remark, showing an unusual sense of pride on her face. There it is, such obedient and adorable siblings were hers. Isn't there something about good news? As Ran settled down beside her, Su Shiqing propped her chin with her hand and looked at Luo Qing expectantly. "Tell me." Luo Qing rubbed his hands together mischievously and said, "Big sister, everything's prepared. The crystal nuclei and gold. When do you want to inspect them?" At this, Su Shiqing became immediately interested. You know how poor she has been during this time. The few dozen crystal nuclei left in her space were far from enough for her to absorb. Now Su Shiqing didn't even have a single crystal nucleus in hand and was just waiting for Luo Qing to deliver the goods urgently. "Let's go now? I'll check it right away." Su Shiqing slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her eyes lighting up with excitement, clearly unable to wait another moment. "All right, let's go." Luo Qing stood as well, but before they could leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Ning Sinan, who had not spoken since entering. Hurriedly, he spoke up. "Oh yes, big sister, old Ning says that he wants to." Before he finished his sentence, Ning Sinan kicked him on the calf, silencing him instantly due to the pain. Hiss. Luo Qing couldn't believe what Ning Sinan had done, accusing him with his eyes. Turning back around, Su Shiqing asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Ning Sinan averted his gaze, maintaining a calm expression. Luo Qing has been too tired these days. Almost fell just now. Unknowingly branded as weak, Luo Qing remained silent. Ning Sinan's words aroused no suspicion from Su Shiqing. She glanced worriedly at Luo Qing and advised kindly, "Your health is the foundation of everything. Don't overwork yourself, okay? I've got some nutritional supplements. Do you want some? Are you kidding me? I'm feeling perfectly fine." Lao Zhi Sun Ti Hao Dufun. Chapter 74, The Departure Route. Huang Yinger and Ran behind them were fully aware of Ning Sinan and Su Shiqing's small actions. Huang Yinger, lost in thought, glanced a few more times at Ning Sinan's back, seemingly deep in thought, whereas Ran looked somewhat bewildered, unable to understand what the two older brothers were up to. Too complicated, too hard to understand. Never mind then. In truth, it wasn't just Ran. Luo Qing also couldn't figure out why Ning Sinan didn't let him speak his mind. But despite this, as his good buddy, Luo Qing refrained from continuing, gritting his teeth and shouldering the blame for being physically weak, although his face was visibly clenched with frustration. Meanwhile, Ning Sinan's expression remained unchanged. No one knew that at some point his hand by his side had balled into a fist, sweat glistening on his palm. He was nervous. Even he didn't know why he felt so nervous. At the moment when Luo Qing seemed ready to blurt out Ning Sinan's intentions, Ning interrupted instinctively. Ning Sinan wanted to leave with Su Shiqing, but he didn't want to say it so soon. Ning Sinan wasn't sure what he was hesitating about. Was he afraid of being rejected? But that wasn't like him. Anyway, until they walked out of Su Shiqing's house, these words were never spoken. Su Shiqing pulled Ran's hand, following Luo Qing toward the base warehouse. Initially, Luo Qing planned to have Xiao Luo use his space ability to directly deliver the items to Su Shiqing's home. But very quickly, he realized there was too much gold. It was far beyond what Xiao Luo could carry alone. Thus, they simply piled the crystal cores, gold, and jewels inside the warehouse, waiting for Su Shiqing to come and take them herself. The moment the warehouse door opened, Ran in Su Shiqing's arms let out an adorably soft exclamation. Wow! So many shiny things. In the center of the warehouse, there stood a little mountain made entirely of gold, interspersed with various gems, glowing brilliantly under the sunlight streaming through the windows. Isn't it beautiful? Ran had never seen this much gold in her life. Her little mouth was wide open enough to hold an egg. Isn't it impressive? Hearing Ran's exclamation, Luo Qing grinned proudly, pointing at the mountain of gold. This is almost all the gold and jewelry around the base. In just a few days, I led my team and scoured the area thoroughly. Not a single piece was left behind. There was far more gold here than the last time Su Shiqing brought gold back to the modern era. Not to mention some gemstones and jewelry with exquisite craftsmanship that clearly indicated their enormous value. Despite her sophistication, Su Shiqing couldn't help but light up her eyes at this sight. She gently placed Ran on the ground and took a few steps towards the gold pile, noticing several tied-up burlap sacks on the ground nearby. Her heart stirred. Are these the crystal cores? Su Shiqing looked at the large burlap sacks on the ground, barely able to suppress her excitement from showing in her laughter. Anyone could tell how delighted Su Shiqing was at this moment. We're rich. Though she knew she might make a killing from this trip, seeing a whole warehouse filled with gold and crystal cores still made Su Shiqing feel slightly surreal. How's this? Satisfied big sis? Luo Qing stood there, hand on his hip, grinning. This is definitely satisfactory. Su Shiqing squinted her eyes shut, smiling like a crafty fox who'd gotten her paws on something illicit. And Ran trotted over to the golden hill with a dead-ass sound, picked up a gold bracelet lying on the ground, holding it up for show. It's beautiful. Sister, wear it. Then she spotted a sapphire necklace on the side, picking it up. This is also beautiful. Sister, wear it. Smiling, Su Shiqing approached, wrapping her sister in a hug. Wearing too much jewelry makes you look less beautiful. Oh. It gives off a vulgar millionaire aura. Su Shiqing didn't particularly like wearing so many cumbersome accessories anyway. In modern times, she preferred simplicity, and even more so during the apocalypse. It affected her combat performance. However, if it was carefully selected by her younger sister, it could be an exception. She took the jewelry from her sister's hands and subtly purified it before putting it back in place. These gems and jewelry from the apocalypse could be disgustingly dirty if left uncleaned. The transaction has been pleasant, Commander Luo. Su Shiqing gave Luo Qing a playful wink, her eyes laughing softly. After several rounds of transactions, this base was nearly drained dry by Su Shiqing alone. Fortunately, everything she took were essential goods now for the base. Nobody felt they'd lost out. The art of business lay in making both sides feel they had profited. Today Ning Sinan was exceptionally quiet. He watched silently as Su Shiqing stood before the golden pile, her visible happiness evident, his gaze darkening. Does she really like gold and jewelry that much? Ning Sinan was so lost in thought that he didn't snap out of it until Luo Qing nudged his arm and quietly reminded him, Old Ning, didn't you say you were going to leave with sis? Why aren't you speaking up now? You're not chickening out, are you? Taking a deep breath, Ning Sinan shook his head slightly. You don't need to worry about it. I have my own plan. His plan was to wait until Su Shiqing had cleared everything out of the warehouse and they all returned to her house. But still, he showed no intention of speaking up. This had Luo Qing growing increasingly restless. Su Shiqing retrieved a map of this world and laid it on the living room table, pointing at the location of Chongping base marked on the map. If we start from here, which direction should we take to reach Nianlia base? The one who knew this most clearly was Ning Sinan. Keep heading north, all the way to here. Ning Sinan pointed on the map, finally stopping at a province in the northern region. Though 6-year-old Ran couldn't yet read the map, she recognized some of the patterns. Leaning beside the table, she pointed at a blue line on the route Ning Sinan had just traced. Sister, is this a river? Yes, it's a river. More specifically, it's a large river. Ning Sinan nodded slightly. The bridge over the river was deliberately blown up not long after the zombie virus broke out. If we're to go to Nianliu base, we'll have to take a detour. Then he drew another route on the map, although this route was much longer than the original one. The bridge was deliberately blown up. Su Shiqing frowned slightly, surprised. Why would they do that? Upon hearing this, Ning Sinan fell silent for a moment, as if recalling some unpleasant past. After a long pause, he let out a disdainful snort. Who knows? Maybe they were brain dead or something. Rarely did such foul language slip out of Ning Sinan's mouth, leaving Su Shiqing, Huang Ying'er, and Luo Qing momentarily stunned. Even little Ran opened her mouth slightly in surprise. The first thought that crossed Su Shiqing's mind was, wow, Woodenhead Ning actually swore. Chapter 75, Doomed. Everyone tactfully avoided the topic, and after discussing the route to the Lunyan base, it was getting late. Huang Ying'er stood up first, saying she needed to leave. Seeing that everyone was about to disperse, Ning Sinan still had no intention of speaking up. Beside him, Luo Qing wondered if the other party had changed their mind. Taking advantage of Su Shiqing's departure to see Huang Ying'er off, Luo Qing quietly urged Ning Sinan. Old Ning, the day is almost over. Aren't you going to say anything? Or have you changed your mind and decided not to go? And Ran, who didn't know when she had come over, heard Luo Qing's last sentence and tilted her little head in confusion. Go? Where's my brother going? A soft voice rang out nearby, startling Luo Qing into nervous laughter. To go where? Back home. Of course, back home. Are the two of you also going back? Just then, Su Shiqing walked back and looked over upon hearing this. Well. Luo Qing hesitated as Ning Sinan beside him got up and slightly nodded. Yeah, it's getting late, I'll go first. Ning Sinan remained calm as he turned and headed towards the gate. Luo Qing. Wait, what? Really leaving? What are you hesitating for, old Ning? Aren't you a man? Ah yes. Clenching his teeth, Luo Qing managed a forced smile and greeted Su Shiqing. Sis, we'll go ahead. Alright, take care. Su Shiqing just felt Luo Qing's expression was a bit strange, but didn't think too much about it as she smiled and waved goodbye. After the others left, and ran over and hugged Su Shiqing's leg, Su Shiqing picked up the little girl smoothly. And Ran, do you have something to tell your sister? And Ran bit her lip, hesitating somewhat. Sister, the Ning brother today seemed kind of strange, and so did the other brother. Both were weird. Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing noticed it too. Though usually not talkative, the person today appeared unusually silent, as if preoccupied with something. Not to mention Luo Qing, who stammered and clearly concealed something. Sis thinks those two brothers are peculiar. Su Shiqing pinched Ran's little face, but it doesn't matter, as long as Ran stays obedient. Yeah, and Ran is always good. And Ran laughed and held her sister's neck tightly, rubbing against it. Although Luo Qing closely followed Ning Sinan out of the door, by the time he stepped outside, Ning Sinan's figure had already disappeared. Glancing at the neighboring house, Luo Qing scratched his head, feeling quite troubled. What nonsense is all this? I've never seen old Ning act so indecisive before. Only after Luo Qing left did Ning Sinan step out from the shadows. He glanced at Luo Qing's retreating figure and then looked at the house in front of him lit by warm lights. His gaze grew profound. An unusual emotion akin to tension crept onto Ning Sinan's heart, causing him to hesitate outside Su Shiqing's doorstep, unable to make a move. What if she refuses my suggestion to leave together? If Su Shiqing asks me why, how should I respond? And what if it annoys her and she dislikes me? Moreover, why is my heartbeat so rapid? Perhaps due to being slow to perceive emotions, Ning Sinan realized belatedly that his heart was pounding so fast it nearly leaped from his throat. It had been years since he last experienced such a sensation. His throat moved slightly. Ning Sinan stared blankly at the light coming from the house in front of him, his mouth dry as he spaced out. When the light went off, Ning Sinan snapped out of it. They must be asleep now. Feeling his feet grow numb, Ning Sinan wasn't sure how long he had been standing here, clearly knowing there wouldn't be an opportunity tonight. A barely audible sigh escaped Ning Sinan as he turned to leave. Did anyone ever tell you, standing like this under a girl's house in the middle of the night without moving looks awfully like a pervert? The sarcastic teasing came from behind him. Ning Sinan froze instantly, his heartbeat accelerating again. Su Shiqing stood calmly behind him in a form-fitting brown windbreaker, appearing relaxed. Her dark eyes carried a sense of inquiry and curiosity. Some strands of her tied-up hair had come loose, the wisps dancing around her ears with the breeze. Moonlight bathed Su Shiqing's face, creating an illusion of docile gentleness. Speak up, what do you want to say? Without giving Ning Sinan any chance to escape, Su Shiqing subtly moved her fingers, thin vines circling around his wrist, forcing him to turn and face her directly. Having long detected Ning Sinan's distress, out of respect for him being her most crucial partner, Su Shiqing decided to pursue the matter. From Ning Sinan's perspective, the young girl before him had delicate features. Moonlight painted fine streaks of light within her eyes, reflecting a demeanor that exuded calmness and concern. Late at night, within the base perimeter, no one ventured out at this hour. The door stood open to an empty space where only Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan faced each other. The surroundings were quiet, so quiet that their own heartbeats could be heard clearly, and Ning Sinan's heartbeat had never been so fast before. Bathed in moonlight, a young girl in this serene night. Hey, don't tell me you've run out of things to say. Noticing his silence, Su Shiqing arched an eyebrow and stepped forward. You look deep in thought today. I've told you, you are my priority here. Is there something you can't confide in me? Without realizing it, Su Shiqing leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them. Only Ning Sinan could feel his breathing hitch. It seemed as though Su Shiqing had seen through him. Did that mean she was constantly keeping an eye on him? A cool breeze blew across the night air. Ning Sinan could even detect the faint familiar scent emanating from her. As he lowered his gaze and met her clear eyes, he almost felt as if he saw his own reflection in them, a world full of himself. For just a moment, his heartbeat skipped a beat. Old Ning, be honest with me. Do you like Big Sister Su? Luo Qing's inappropriate question earlier suddenly resurfaced in Ning Sinan's mind, making his Adam's apple move slightly. Damn, that guy Luo Qing had guessed correctly. He was done for. Chapter 76, Deal Against Like. You guys, when will you leave the base? His heart was racing, and Ning's Nian heard his voice sounding a bit dry. Su Shiqing lazily yawned, slightly raising one eyebrow, as if somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Ning's Nian to stand in front of her door for so long, only to ask such an unimportant question at last. Su Shiqing's fingers hanging by her side slightly rubbed against each other, and she shook her head with a smile. No rush. This isn't because our deal isn't done yet. At least, Su Shiqing wouldn't leave until she obtained the data in Ning's Nian's hands. With a habitual smile on her face, Su Shiqing blinked at Ning's Nian, who was several steps away. You're not going to tell me that you've waited outside just to ask this question, are you? I don't believe it. Ning's Nian slightly opened his mouth. The moonlight fell on his face, and his glasses covered up the complex emotions in his eyes. What if we can't end our deal in the short term? Ning's Nian's voice was very soft, seemingly with a hint of exploration. Will you therefore stay here all the time? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing slightly narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Do you no longer want to make this deal with me? No, I just want this deal to last a little longer. Ning's Nian's lips seemed to lift slightly, and there was an uncommon flicker of a smile on his indifferent face, though his nervousness still betrayed the flashing light in his eyes. I want to go with you. Is that possible? It was like the tension at the conclusion of an experiment lasting for years. Ning's Nian was somewhat looking forward to this outcome, but also somewhat feared it, fearing that he would hear a denial from the other party's mouth. And at this moment, Su Shiqing was startled. Sai, what did Ning say just now? He wants to leave the base with us. There was a peculiar expression on Su Shiqing's face, not out of unwillingness, but because the development of events exceeded her expectations. For someone like herself who didn't enjoy socializing much, finding a stable and quiet place to live undisturbed was their wish. Now, Chongping Base is under Luo Qing's control. For Ning S. Nian, this place is an ideal long-term residence. Why would he suddenly suggest leaving with them? Rarely has Su Shiqing been unable to fathom someone's thoughts. However, one thing that could be confirmed was that Ning S. Nian was a trustworthy person. If he was willing to go together, it would be entirely beneficial for Su Shiqing. Not to mention, just his 4th-tier lightning elemental ability alone was enough to solve most troubles. Decided? Want to leave Chongping Base with us? Su Shiqing asked again to confirm. Ning S. Nian responded lowly without hesitation. He knew Su Shiqing's destination was Lu Nian Base, and if he went back with her, he might meet people he didn't want to see again. But Ning S. Nian still wanted to leave with Su Shiqing. In the apocalypse, if two people part ways, wanting to meet again may depend solely on luck. Ning S. Nian's first true heart-stirring feeling wasn't something he wanted to gamble on or risk. All right. Su Shiqing's eyes crinkled in a sly smile, as if she had gained some advantage, cunningly grinning. Then let's go together. Things were developing smoothly, and Ning S. Nian's anxious heart finally settled. As long as he wasn't rejected, other things could wait. And at this point, Su Shiqing suddenly remembered something she prepared in her space for Ning S. Nian. By the way, if we're leaving the base, those white coats get dirty too easily. Su Shiqing lifted her hand and took out a few sets of men's clothing, stepped forward, and handed them over to Ning S. Nian. Wear these. They're clean and should still fit well. Ning S. Nian took the items, with swirling emotions in his eyes. These were supplies exclusive to him. Does that mean he is special in Su Shiqing's heart? Yet, before Ning S. Nian could finish pondering his own thoughts, Su Shiqing suddenly cleared her throat, her eyes blinking mischievously with evident cunning. Hey, since we're going together, doesn't that make our deal relationship even stronger? Our relationship has strengthened like this. Giving me a bit of technical data in advance isn't excessive, right? She originally prepared the clothes earlier to strengthen her connection with Ning S. Nian, so when asking for things from him later, she'd have better leverage. Su Shiqing thought now was the perfect timing. The serene night, with only the two of them outside the door, the atmosphere built perfectly. Her smiling eyes met Ning S. Nian's emotion-filled gaze. Deal versus affection. The hand holding the clothes suddenly tightened. Ning S. Nian hadn't expected her next words to be these, his face showing blank astonishment for a moment. No, he should have expected it. When Su Shiqing talks about deals, she's like a greedy miser, her mind full of calculations. Yet, for some reason, he can't dislike her. After a moment of silence, Ning S. Nian let out a light sigh, sounding somewhat helpless. All right, I'll organize it tonight and send it to you tomorrow. What kind of technology are you interested in? This was actually Su Shiqing's blind spot. She blinked. Which areas are you good at? I've studied all kinds, more or less. Ning S. Nian said this without any change in expression. Su Shiqing frowned slightly, revealing some difficulty. Heaven help her, she didn't even know the exact levels of technological development between the two worlds. How was she supposed to describe this? Something that's somewhat advanced, but not too advanced. Any field will do. Su Shiqing looked expectantly at Ning S. Nian. You understand, right? Understand my foot. Ning S. Nian almost couldn't keep his composed expression, but when he saw Su Shiqing's hopeful eyes, the word no on his lips curved around and found its way back down his throat. Understand. At once, Su Shiqing smiled, her gaze reflecting a scattering of fine light. Then, it's up to you. Thank you. Su Shiqing's business smile was usually just going through the motions. Though friendly, it lacked warmth. But when she truly smiled, it was as if she turned into a lazy little cat. The corners of her mouth formed like small claws, making one's heart itch uncontrollably. Ning S. Nian silently committed her smile to memory. His face softened ever so slightly, his gaze unconsciously warming up. Not late yet. Rest early. As Ning S. Nian seemed to let go of his concerns, Su Shiqing lazily stretched, ready to head back inside. Having strengthened their transaction relationship, having acquired the technical data ahead of time, and adding a new assistant to the upcoming journey, what a perfect evening this had been. Good, rest early. Watching her close the door after heading back inside, Ning S. Nian then looked up at the moon tonight, clarifying his own feelings, and not receiving any refusal. Yes, a complete night. Good night. A soft whisper unknown to anyone scattered on the street. Ning S. Nian's gaze lingered on the window that went dark, before finally smiling lightly and leaving. Tonight would be a sleepless one for him, but there would be someone enjoying sweet dreams. Chapter 77, Deafening Silence. The next morning, the door of Su Shiqing's house was knocked on early, and Ran opened it. As soon as she opened the door, Ran was startled by the person outside. Wow, a panda. Of course, it wasn't an actual panda but Ning Sinan who had stayed up all night and now looked like one with his heavy dark circles under his eyes. That's right, Ning Sinan hadn't slept all night. To gather somewhat advanced yet not too advanced technology that Su Shiqing needed, Ning Sinan spent the entire night in his study. Because he was a Psi user, his spirit was still fairly good, though his dark circles were quite severe. Upon hearing Ran's exclamation, Ning Sinan's lips twitched faintly. Panda? Ran, who is it outside? Su Shiqing's voice came from inside the room, carrying a hint of confusion. Ran scratched her head awkwardly, shyly smiled at Ning Sinan, then replied. It's not a panda, sister, it's big brother Ning. Children speak without reserve, and naturally, Ning Sinan wouldn't hold such comments against a little kid. He gently pinched Ran's cheeks before walking into the house. Though slightly fastidious about cleanliness and not fond of physical contact with others, when he saw the cute little ball standing obediently in front of him, it was as if his hand developed its own will, unable to control itself as it reached out and pinched her soft cheek. Yeah, the feel was excellent. Hearing it was Ning Sinan who came, Su Shiqing was somewhat surprised, didn't expect him to arrive so early. Walking out with milk prepared for Ran, upon seeing Ning Sinan's two prominent dark circles, Su Shiqing couldn't help herself. Huh, a panda. Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing chuckled. Ning Sinan, did you go thievery last night? Why are your eyes so dark? No. Ning Sinan responded coolly, raising the materials in his hands. I was finding data for someone all night. Su Shiqing's smile froze. Huh? Was it because of me? Reining in her laughter instantly, Su Shiqing pretended nothing happened, beckoning Ran. Come, Ran, drink your milk. Soft giggles emerged from the side as Ning Sinin stifled a laugh behind his hand. Indeed, his good looks remained impressive even despite his glaring dark circles. Yet Ning Sinin's composed demeanor made him seem much like a panda. Sorry, but those dark circles really stood out. Handing over the materials, Ning Sinin's lips curved upward slightly as he softly said to Su Shiqing, "Take a look. Are these what you need? If not, I can sort through them again." And Ran sat on the chair sipping her milk from the bottle, her big eyes blinking back and forth between Ning Sinin and Su Shiqing. This is strange. Yesterday's older brother was taciturn, while today's older brother is very gentle. And Ran tilted her little head, choosing to quietly continue drinking her milk. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing had already taken the materials from Ning Sinin and began to flip through them. There were many similarities between the two worlds, except that just before the zombie virus outbreak, the level of technological advancement in this world far exceeded that of Su Shiqing's. While Su Shiqing couldn't understand some of the high-level scientific terms, there were explanations written by Ning Sinin using less professional language. After taking a quick glance, confirming their utility, Su Shiqing put them all into the space. She was a businesswoman. Researching these technologies was something that should be left to experts. Is this enough? Ning Sinin silently watched Su Shiqing's profile, observing every move she made with extreme patience. Su Shiqing's eyes flickered around a bit. For now it's enough. Not necessarily in the future. Ning Sinin indulgently nodded. Whenever you need, you can come to me. SSS. For some reason, this statement gave Su Shiqing a peculiar feeling, making her expression slightly odd. What's wrong? Ning Sinin thoughtfully moved, his eyes behind the glasses hiding a subtle anticipation. Ning Sinin, you make me feel. Su Shiqing bit her lower lip, frowning slightly. Like you're too gullible. Ning Sinin. His smile froze, almost failing to take a breath. Me? Gullible? Yeah, Su Shiqing, completely unaware, shrugged indifferently. We're doing business. I haven't done anything yet, and you've practically revealed all your cards. Isn't that being too gullible? Ning Sinin. And Ran. So reasonable. A dead silence followed as one party was completely lost for words, and the other unconditionally agreed with the sister, creating an eerily bizarre atmosphere. Seeing Ning Sinin's apparent disappointment, Su Shiqing thought her words might have been too straightforward and hurt his feelings. She simply patted her chest. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you're gullible. I'll keep an eye on things for you. The average person won't be able to trick you. This could be considered VIP treatment for him as her business partner. Taking a deep breath, Ning Sinin slightly lowered his eyelids, concealing the helplessness and disappointment in his eyes, and quietly asked Su Shiqing, "Will you deceive me?" Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing paused for a moment before seriously shaking her head. "I won't deceive you, but I might take advantage of you." Ning Sinin, even in Ran beside them slightly, opened her little mouth. Sister must have her reasons for what she does, but did she really need to say such things right in front of the other person? Still, Su Shiqing wasn't lying. She was a merchant with principles. Ning Sinin had helped her greatly, and she remembered all of it. Of course, merchants inherently dislike losing out in deals. One party is bound to lose out in a transaction, either Su Shiqing or Ning Sinin. Ning Sinin's silence was deafening. Fine then, let her take advantage if she must. He'd been manipulated by many others in his life, but with Su Shiqing, he felt it was worth being played like this. With that in mind, Ning Sinin began calculating what else he had that could interest Su Shiqing. A crystal core from a 7th-class zombie? Or the heirloom emerald bracelet? Maybe some findings related to his psi abilities research? Su Shiqing didn't know Ning Sinin had already convinced himself. She just wanted to give him a reminder. If they were going to work together, she certainly wasn't a saint. She dropped her eyelids, a look of deep thought flashing through her gaze. Now that she had obtained the technology and the gold, wasn't it time to return to the modern world for a bit to prepare for leaving the base? For instance, a sufficiently sturdy vehicle? The distance between Chongping base and Nian base was quite long, and there was no way Su Shiqing could make the trip just on foot. Even if she herself could, and Ran wouldn't be able to, they would need a strong enough car, as well as some means of self-defense. Chapter 78, The Mark and Engagement. After Ning's Nian left, Su Shiqing returned to her room alone and planned to teleport back to the modern era. Instinctively reaching for the jade pendant around her neck, Su Shiqing found nothing but empty air. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back as Su Shiqing's breathing abruptly stopped, and her pupils constricted sharply. Where's my jade pendant? Hastily sensing again, she discovered that she was still able to connect with the existence of the space. The space was still there, but the jade pendant was gone, leaving only a red string around her neck. Strange, how could this happen? Su Shiqing furrowed her brow tightly, and carefully felt the connection between herself and the space, which had not changed at all from before. She had no idea when the jade pendant had disappeared. However, when Su Shiqing undid her collar to check if the red string originally tied to the jade pendant had changed, she felt as if there was a trace of red between her clavicles. Due to the angle, it wasn't very clear, so Su Shiqing quickly found a mirror and examined her clavicle carefully. On her pale and smooth skin, with clearly defined clavicles gleaming like fine white jade. The thing that caught Su Shiqing's attention was a blood-red mark in the center of her clavicle. Upon seeing the mark, Su Shiqing momentarily held her breath and instinctively touched it. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, with no abnormalities whatsoever. However, Su Shiqing remembered very clearly that her body had never borne a mark like this before. The mark looked like a bright red plum blossom, only as large as a thumbnail, quietly embedded in the space between her clavicles. From afar, It looked as if Su Shiqing wore an elegant necklace, strikingly beautiful and eye-catching. This is my space. Carefully touching the plum blossom mark on her clavicle, Su Shiqing was slightly disbelieving. The jade pendant turned into a mark? When did this happen? With a furrowed brow, Su Shiqing thought carefully about when she last felt the jade pendant. It was before the zombie wave broke out. After waking up from her coma, she hadn't sensed the jade pendant anymore. A thought came to Su Shiqing, and she quickly realized something. The second upgrade of the space. So far, the space had upgraded 3 times. The first gave the space the ability to carry living things. The third gave the space the ability to have a protective shield. Only the second one, apart from expanding the range of the space, Su Shiqing had never fully understood what new abilities it brought. Now it seems that the second upgrade made the jade pendant transform into the plum blossom mark, embedding itself in her clavicle. Strangely enough, this ability was actually quite useful for Su Shiqing. The jade pendant could be lost, attract envy from others, or even be stolen. But if it became a mark on her neck, it wouldn't draw as much attention, nor would it be taken away easily. Su Shiqing removed the red string from her neck, gazing at her pale and slender neck, her eyes fixed on the plum blossom, and the corners of her mouth gradually widened. Each upgrade of the space really seemed quite useful. If only the timing wasn't wrong, Su Shiqing was almost tempted to let the space absorb the newly obtained crystal cores and see if it could upgrade again. Stay calm. The space is upgrading too fast while her own strength hasn't caught up yet. After studying her clavicle mark for a while, Su Shiqing finally pulled up her collar satisfactorily, refocusing her attention on her plan. It was time to return to the modern era. With a flicker of thought, darkness enveloped Su Shiqing immediately, and the intense smell of disinfectant overwhelmed her senses. Still, compared to the pungent stench of the apocalypse, this was far more tolerable. When she woke up, it was in a hospital room. Slightly tilting her head, Su Shiqing could see her unconscious younger sister lying in bed. The vital signs monitor showed no changes, indicating that Su Anren's condition was currently stable. Without rushing into the next part of her plan, Su Shiqing quietly sat beside the bed for a long time, her gaze fixed tenderly and peacefully on the unconscious girl's face. It was as if just looking at her like this brought purification to the soul. However, before Su Shiqing could find Lin Jianhong, news about the Su family reached her ears first. Opening the headline section, a heat-ranked top article caught her eye, written in bold letters. Powerful alliance. Engagement announced between the eldest miss of Su Corporation and young master of Zhang Corporation. Below the title, there was a picture of her father, Su Mingda, and the old man of the Zhang family, smiling broadly as they shook hands. As the nominal eldest miss of the Su family, Su Shiqing. In the photo, both Su mother and Su Ying were present, along with many people Su Shiqing recognized, but the two main characters of the engagement were notably absent. One because her ties with the Su family were severed, and the other due to his apparent foolishness, making him unsuitable to appear in front of outsiders. Su Shiqing didn't expect that the engagement announcement would leak out before she had even shown her face. Trying to force me into submission through public opinion? The grip on her phone tightened slightly. Su Shiqing's eyes turned cold as she gave out a scoff. Humph, dreaming in daylight. Under Lin Jianhong's protection, as long as Su Shiqing wanted it, no one could find her. And as long as she didn't show up herself, this absurd engagement rumor would collapse on its own. However, Su Shiqing's gaze inadvertently swept over the side of the accompanying image where Su mother stood, and her pupils contracted sharply when she noticed something on the other woman's wrist. This is Grandma's bracelet. Indeed, the woman in the photo smiled composedly and warmly, wearing an expensive sable coat, with the highest quality jade bracelet adorning her wrist, enhancing her noble air. And that bracelet was extremely familiar to Su Shiqing. It was Grandma's legacy. To be more precise, it was the legacy Grandma left for the two sisters. In the Su family, indeed, everyone disliked both Su Shiqing and Anren. However, Grandma, while she was alive, gently and kindly took care of them. Knowing that Su father and Su mother favored Su Ying, Grandma had said she would leave all her belongings to the two sisters, including, but not limited to that jade bracelet. But after Grandma passed away, her legacy was taken by Su Mingda. No matter what Su Shiqing tried, she couldn't find where the things were. Until today, seeing the familiar bracelet on Su mother's wrist, Su Shiqing's expression darkened. Could she still not understand? It was her so-called good father and good mother using the cherished relics of someone she cared about to force her to return. Even if they couldn't locate Su Shiqing, it seemed clear that Su Mingda was confident that his disobedient daughter would still be keeping a close eye on every move the Su family made, and she would surely discover the relics her grandma had left behind. The phone made cracking sounds as if it could hardly withstand Su Shiqing's strength anymore. Su Shiqing closed her eyes and curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. Since you all wish for me to make an appearance at the engagement banquet so much, then fine. I'll do as you wish. Chapter 79. Can't understand human speech? Su Shiqing wouldn't have cared about anything else, but that was her grandmother's legacy, so she had to get it. That kind-hearted old lady was probably the only warmth Su Shiqing experienced in her childhood. Just then, her cell phone rang, with Lin Jianhong's name flashing on the screen. Have you looked into the recent moves of the Su family? The man's voice remained as steady as ever. Su Shiqing didn't answer directly, but gave a cold snort. Do you need my help to suppress the hype? Or, as if sensing Su Shiqing's displeasure, Lin Jianhong hesitated before continuing. No, this isn't an issue of public opinion. Standing by the window in the ward, Su Shiqing looked at the tree shade outside and said, since they want me back so much, I'll do as they wish. There was silence from the other end of the line. In a place Su Shiqing couldn't see, Lin Jianhong slightly furrowed his brows. Go back. Just like that? After finally leaving the Su family, are they going back because of a mere public opinion trend? Clearly, Lin Jianhong didn't understand what the other party intended to do. Before he could say anything, Su Shiqing spoke first. The technology we agreed on last time, I'm ready. If possible, I hope you can help me with something. To be honest, Su Shiqing now regarded the Su family just like a blind little bug. A bug couldn't harm her, but it would keep jumping around annoyingly. With her special ability back in modern times, the group of bodyguards of the Su family couldn't touch a single finger of Su Shiqing. The unpleasant breakup last time seemed to make Su Mingda realize this fact, so this time, he chose to use the heirloom that Su Shiqing valued to force her back. Wearing a mask, Su Shiqing raised her gaze and looked at the Su family mansion in front of her, her lips curling up slightly with a cold smirk before stepping inside. What person? The security guard at the gate wanted to come forward and stop her, but was scared stiff by Su Shiqing's look. After experiencing the zombie wave, her hands were stained with countless bloods, and Su Shiqing's aura had also changed. Her eyes seemed to carry a hint of killing intent, like those notorious fugitives, making anyone who glanced at them feel shivers down their spine. Of course, that glint of killing intent disappeared quickly, even before the security guard reacted, making him think he might have seen wrong. Su Shiqing pulled down her black mask, revealing a clear, cold face. Isn't Su Mingda dying to see me? Don't block my way, move aside. That posture didn't seem like she came to see Su Mingda. Instead, it was more like she came for revenge. How could the security guards not recognize this famous Miss Su? That day, despite being surrounded by more than a dozen security guards, she still left gracefully. How could they dare to provoke her? Before Su Shiqing finished speaking, the guards at the entrance of the Su residence had already hurriedly moved out of the way. Please go ahead. Please. It seemed like Su Shiqing heard some amusing words and couldn't help but smile sarcastically at the corner of her mouth. She never heard such respectful terms living in the Su family for over a decade, yet she heard them after falling out with the Su family. Funny. Su Shiqing shook her head, unsure whether she was talking to someone, and dropped 2 words as she strode boldly towards the Su family estate. As if knowing Su Shiqing would come back, when she stepped into the hall, there was already a circle of people sitting in rows. Su Shiqing briefly scanned over them and found almost all of them were familiar faces. The Su family relatives had come in full force, scrutinizing her the moment she entered as if looking at a criminal. The Su family has 3 brothers. As the eldest, Su Mingda has 2 daughters and 1 son. The second uncle's family has only 1 son, while the third uncle's family once had a pair of twins, but now only the Su family elders were present. Oh, look who's here. Isn't this the most successful girl in our family? Su Urshu held a handkerchief, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her narrow eyes glaring sideways at Su Shiqing at the door. Anyone could tell the sarcasm in her tone. Second auntie, how kind of you. But when it comes to success, how could I possibly compare with your son, who could abandon a multi-million project just like that? Su Shiqing smiled brightly, but these words caused Su Urshu and her husband's expressions to darken. At the time, the son of the second uncle took over the multi-million project Su Shiqing was halfway through, and the next day, he ruined it completely. Wasn't that too much success? Su Shiqing, is this how you speak to your elders? Su Mingda seated at the main position loudly scolded, trying to show off his dignity as a father. However, Su Shiqing had long been immune to such nonsense. Previously, out of respect for the medical expenses he paid for Anren, Su Shiqing could pretend to be a filial child. But now, who cares about him? This, of course, isn't the proper attitude toward elders. Su Shiqing arched an eyebrow and glanced around at the people present, innocently shrugging. But, there aren't any elders of mine here. How dare you? You're my daughter. Everyone in the Su family is your elder. Su Mingda's face turned so dark it could have dripped with water. Or are you saying you no longer consider yourself part of the Su family? On one side, Su's mother Qinrugwa looked worried, as if genuinely concerned for Su Shiqing. Dear child, don't quarrel with your father. You were born from me. How could you not be a Su? The couple played their roles perfectly, but Su Shiqing's expression never changed, just calmly smiling as if it had nothing to do with her. All these nauseating words, stop it. Su Shiqing's gaze landed on Qinrugwa's wrist. It was empty. The jade bracelet that appeared in the headline photo wasn't there. It made sense. Grandmother's relationship with Su Mingda and his wife had always been strained. Based on Qinrugwa's nature, she would definitely think the things belonging to a deceased person brought bad luck. If not for luring Su Shiqing into the trap, she wouldn't wear it at all. Where's grandma's stuff? Su Shiqing had no interest in continuing this conversation and got straight to the point. However, no one paid attention to what she said. To me, brother, your daughter has a rash character. Third uncle coldly snorted, looking at Su Mingda. With such behavior, once she marries into the Zhang family, she won't make a good daughter-in-law. You should keep her under control. A true lady should act more composed. This will surely bring shame during the upcoming marriage alliance with the Zhangs. Su Shunkin was the one who disliked Su Shiqing the most. She slightly raised her chin and rolled her eyes. Excellent, a bunch of stupid bastards who can't understand human speech. A hint of weariness crossed Su Shiqing's eyes. She suddenly started missing the post-apocalypse era. At least back then, when encountering relatives like these, she could simply solve the problem with fists instead of words. It might not have been reasonable, but it was effective. Chapter 80, Absolutely Crazy. As Uncle 3 and Aunt 2 spoke, Su Mingda sat silently in the main seat, quietly sipping his tea. Qin Rugping also showed no intention of helping Su Shiqing out of trouble, turning away her gaze, as if accepting what the relatives were saying by default. Su Shiqing crossed her arms in front of her chest. Looking at the relatives who judged her and her silent parents, she suddenly burst into laughter. What are they trying to do? They forced me back here, but didn't say a word? Trying to force my compliance through public opinion and make me feel guilty through family ties? Seeing the Su family sitting around the long table, their scrutinizing eyes constantly sweeping over her, Su Shiqing's patience ran out. In an instant when no one reacted, Su Shiqing stepped forward and kicked the long table over with one foot. Bang! Clang! The physical enhancements brought by her ability allowed Su Shiqing to kick the long table hard enough that it flew across the room and crashed against the wall of the hall. A pit was created in the wall, sending up clouds of dust, making the crystal chandelier above tremble and sway slightly. The cups on the table shattered all over the floor with a tinkling sound, scalding tea splashing everywhere, soaking those of the Su family seated nearby. Su Shiqing, have you gone mad? Shameless woman, Su Shiqing, what are you doing? No one expected Su Shiqing to flip the table there and then, nor did anyone think this stubborn girl could possess such strength. Today, because Aunt Tu had come to the Su family estate, she was dressed particularly sensuously, her skirt barely reaching her knees. The scalding tea water poured directly onto her leg. Screams echoed through the mansion, and disregarding any decorum, Aunt Tu jumped off the chair and rushed toward the bathroom. However, the floor was now covered with broken pieces of ceramic teaware. Aunt Tu, wearing high heels, lost her balance, landing squarely on her buttocks. Instantly, her features twisted into a grimace. My bottom. Sharp fragments of ceramics pierced through her thin clothing, embedding themselves into her flesh and causing streaks of blood to appear. For a time, chaos reigned in the hall. Nonsense, nonsense. Su Mingda's anger caused his face to turn green, his finger pointing at Su Shiqing trembling. Rebellious daughter. Do you want to destroy this family? Haha. Su Shiqing laughed mercilessly, clapping her hands before pulling a chair and sitting down in the midst of the disarrayed hall. Her legs crossed, one hand propped under her chin. Her lowered gaze carried a mocking smile as she watched Aunt Tu wailing in pain, finally turning to look at Su Mingda seated in the main position. Now, can we properly discuss things? I have nothing to discuss with your rebellious self. Get out. He couldn't finish the last half of the sentence. Suddenly realizing something, Su Mingda forcibly swallowed the final two words, his face turning ashen. Yes, Su Shiqing was coerced back by him. He couldn't let her leave so easily. Seated on the chair, Su Shiqing laughed confidently, as though aware of this fact too. Think carefully. Is there truly nothing more to discuss? Standing up, Su Shiqing took a step toward the direction of the Su family, her eyes brimming with unbridled defiance. The Su family members sitting on the chairs, however, looked at her as if she were some dirty thing. Upon seeing her approach, they instinctively shrank back. Only Aunt Tu, lying on the ground, dared not move. Her buttocks were embedded with shards of ceramics, and every slight movement sent shooting pains through her. But that didn't stop her from cursing loudly. Dead girl. Wicked woman. I knew you weren't anything good. Marrying you off early might actually bring peace to the family. Indeed, all daughters are troublemakers seeking revenge. Like you. And that semi-living girl in the hospital. The Su family has surely exhausted 8 generations worth of luck. Aunt Tu glared venomously at Uncle Tu sitting stiffly beside her. Your wife is being bullied like this, and you don't even try to help me up. Hardly had her words fallen than a shadow suddenly loomed over Aunt Tu. Did you just mention and ran? At some point, Su Shiqing had appeared before Aunt Tu, looking down at her from above, her eyes cold. Did you just refer to that half-alive girl? Aunt Tu shivered from Su Shiqing's piercing glare, but still defiantly shot back. So what? Am I wrong? That girl's been lying in the hospital for years. She should have died ages ago. Before she could finish her words, Aunt Tu's voice abruptly cut off. Her neck was tightly gripped by Su Shiqing, her face reddening until her entire body lifted off the ground. Ugh, filled with fear, Aunt Tu widened her eyes, forgetting about the ceramic fragments sticking into her buttocks as she struggled desperately to escape Su Shiqing's grasp. Yet, unexpectedly, this slim young girl had a grip like an iron clamp, and no matter how much Aunt Tu writhed and twisted, she couldn't budge Su Shiqing's hand in the slightest. Instead, she resembled a squirming clown. Su Shiqing. Uncle Tu abruptly stood up, his face looking extremely grim. That's your Aunt Tu. Do you want to kill her? There was no response, only a cold glance swept over. For some unknown reason, upon seeing Su Shiqing's deathly gaze, Uncle Tu's arrogance immediately diminished somewhat, revealing uncontrollable terror in his pupils. An illusion led him to feel as if Su Shiqing really might resort to killing. Meanwhile, Su Mingda seated in the main position had been so angry that his speech was already disjointed. He had originally summoned the relatives to give Su Shiqing a lesson and make her quietly accept what she should do, marry into the Zhang family. However, before he even finished his sentences, Su Shiqing had already given him an unexpected challenge. Speaking back to elders, kicking over the table, choking Aunt Tu. Look at this. Was this something a junior should do? Seeing Aunt Tu's complexion worsening with Su Shiqing showing no signs of letting go, everyone present changed expressions. Su Shiqing. Murder leads to jail. Qin Rugping lightly covered her mouth, utterly disbelieving, never imagining her own daughter would commit such outrageous behavior. But Su Shiqing remained unmoved, casting a faint look towards Su Mingda seated on the main seat. Now, can we talk things through properly? Su Mingda's complexion alternated between green and white, but he still hesitated to speak, because he knew that once he conceded at this moment, the initiative of the situation would shift to Su Shiqing. Yet beside him, Uncle Tu became impatient after his elder brother kept silent. Brother, say something. If they continued waiting, Uncle Tu's wife would really be strangled to death. Although they were living in a rule-of-law society now, there was no wavering in Su Shiqing's earlier gaze, seemingly unbothered even if she killed someone. Uncle Tu did not wish to risk his family, coming here today merely intending to watch his elder brother's predicament without implicating himself. By now he had figured it out. Su Shiqing, this girl, was insane. Who could reason with a lunatic? Chapter 81, The Engagement Banquet Deal. Let's talk. Su Mingda gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Put her down. We can have a good talk. In front of his own brothers, Su Mingda couldn't ignore the plight of his second daughter-in-law completely, so he reluctantly agreed. But his face was as grim as if he had eaten something foul. It had been days since they last met, yet his so-called good daughter seemed to be growing more ruthless with each passing day. After hearing Su Mingda speak, Su Shiqing chuckled and loosened her grip. As soon as she did, Aunt Tu coughed and collapsed back onto the ground. Uncle Tu rushed forward immediately to hold her. Aunt Tu was almost strangled unconscious. As soon as she was released, she began coughing without regard for the shards of porcelain littered all over the floor, looking as if she might die in the next second. Her eyes showed newfound fear when looking at Su Shiqing. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Su Shiqing smiled innocently and said in a tone like one reprimanding a disobedient child. You always make me do something to get you talking. It's truly troublesome. She settled back into her seat once again, with broken porcelain pieces scattered across the ground mixed with bits of blood from Aunt Tu. Sitting amidst the chaos with calmness and boldness, Su Shiqing crossed her legs gracefully, leaning her head on one hand. I'll ask again. Where is Grandma's legacy? Before Su Mingda could respond, Su Shiqing, seeming to read the other person's mind, interjected with a smirk. Don't say that you don't know about any legacy. Old fox is playing chat day. You should know why I've come back. Her thoughts laid bare. Su Mingda's expression darkened even further. It must be admitted, his daughter was indeed an astute person. If Su Shiqing were a man, he might even admire her. Unfortunately, a girl will never amount to much. The two uncles, seeing things turn sour, already didn't want to get involved anymore. Without even exchanging greetings, they quietly left Su family mansion, dragging their wives along with them. They just wanted to see their eldest brother's embarrassment. They never intended for themselves to become part of the joke. And Su Shiqing wasn't interested in them either. In no time, only Su father, Su mother, and herself remained in the hall. I don't want to ask a third time. Su Shiqing's gaze grew colder and colder as she stared at the couple in front of her with increasing disfavor. Ching. Qin Rupiying seemed to want to say something, but swallowed her words upon meeting her cold glare, impatience flickering in her eyes. This girl wouldn't take any persuasion, truly troubling. My son, now there's a fine boy who never gives me headaches. You must be clear that your grandmother's legacy is in my hands, and naturally, I can hand it over to you. Su Mingda understood finally, explaining his conditions straightforwardly. But, in return for the item, you must obediently enter a matrimonial alliance with the Zhang family. To this statement, Su Shiqing showed little surprise, understanding fully what kind of people her parents were, and thus held no hopes. To exchange your own daughter for the stability of the group. Su Mingda, you really are a great father. Su Shiqing laughed wryly. Fine, I agree. Her willingness startled Su Mingda, leading him to suspect whether she harbored some hidden agenda. Giving me the object and having me marry into the Zhang family, right? Su Shiqing smiled enigmatically. No problem, as long as you're willing. Now it was Su Mingda and Qin Rupiying's turn to look at each other in puzzlement. You've agreed. Su Mingda scrutinized Su Shiqing, suspicion written all over his face. This concerned her entire life. How could she just casually agree? Yes, Su Shiqing kept smiling, shrugging her shoulders. Grandma's legacy is important to me, compared to who I'll spend the rest of my life with. She paused slightly before laughing in a state of acceptance. That doesn't matter. Of course, to Su Mingda, these words did not alleviate his suspicions. Seeing Su Shiqing agree so quickly, his intuition told him that the other party definitely didn't harbor good intentions. But what else could she do? Pretend agreement first, find a chance to snatch the legacy, then disappear again? Su Mingda sized up Su Shiqing's expression, trying to find any telltale signs. However, it was in vain. From start to finish, Su Shiqing maintained a faint smile on her face, making it impossible to discern her true thoughts. Once you're married to the Zhang family's young master, the matter settled, I will naturally give you your grandmother's legacy. No. Su Shiqing shook her head. Su Mingda's expression changed instantly. So this was how it was? Pretending to agree to keep me calm? But then Su Shiqing continued. Old man, I can't trust you. What if I get married and you break our deal? Su Mingda's face darkened. I am your father. How could I possibly deceive you? Su Shiqing honestly nodded. That's right, I just can't trust you. Unless you give me the item at the engagement banquet. At the engagement banquet? Upon hearing this, Su Mingda slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he were pondering the scenario of that moment. An engagement banquet wasn't as secure as a wedding feast, and he was still concerned that Su Shiqing might vanish into thin air after obtaining the item. But, if, on the day of the engagement banquet, they first send Su Shiqing to the young Master Zhang's bed, once the raw rice is cooked, even if Su Shiqing runs away, the deed would already be done, so no one afterward would fancy her. Better yet, if she successfully becomes pregnant, with the bond of a child, Su Shiqing would likely not disappear again. Su Mingda's expression remained unchanged as he exchanged a glance with Qin Rupiing beside him. All these small movements did not escape Su Shiqing's sharp eyes. Of course, Su Shiqing knew that her dear father was definitely plotting something against her again, but she didn't care at all. As long as she could obtain what she wanted during the engagement banquet, Su Shiqing naturally had ways to slip away. No matter what vile schemes Su Mingda came up with, Su Shiqing would ensure that they didn't land on her. Su Shiqing valued integrity in transactions. However, the precondition was that the other party must also be a person. Clearly, Su father and Su mother were not within this range. Su Shiqing would appear at the engagement banquet, but then again, the main character of the banquet wouldn't be her. And soon, Su Mingda also made his decision. Fine, it will be done on the day of the engagement banquet. As long as you obediently complete the ceremony, I will hand over the item. The moment Su Mingda agreed, Su Shiqing's lips curled slightly upward. He's hooked. Chapter 82, Feudal Stalking. The modern world is a society governed by law. Even if Su Shiqing wanted to, she couldn't resort to the same methods used during the apocalypse to deal with the Su family. Since everyone wants to scheme against me, then let's see who the final winner will be. Since we're going to announce the engagement, you'll move back home these few days. Su Mingda's face was still unpleasant as he looked at the messy living room, unconsciously revealing a trace of irritation in his expression. It's time for you to learn some manners and change your attitude. Don't disgrace me when you're at the Zhang household. Sure. Su Shiqing shrugged indifferently. With her powers in hand, where she lived didn't matter much. Could anyone possibly stop her from leaving? Qing, listen up. This marriage isn't actually that bad, Qin Rupiing said with an insincere smile upon her face once things had settled down, attempting to comfort her stepdaughter. The Zhangs are on par with us in terms of strength, and you marrying them will ensure a life of luxury. Marrying someone with a mental disability might seem luxurious. Su Shiqing couldn't help but laugh aloud, raising her eyebrows as she turned to Madame Su. Would you like this blessing, madam? Qin Rupiing's face stiffened momentarily, not expecting Su Shiqing to retaliate so bluntly. After all, the old Su Shiqing, though stubborn, was always respectful to her parents and would never argue openly. Somehow, within just a few days, the other person seemed completely different, no longer treating their elders with any respect. Su Mingda's expression darkened, ready to berate her. How dare you talk to your mother that way? Hold it. Su Shiqing gave a faint glance over the two people before her. Don't lecture me on grand principles. My temper isn't great, and if I get annoyed, I may take something else entirely. Like your lives, for example. After all, Su Shiqing pulled out a Swiss Army knife from somewhere unknown, twirling it lightly between her fingers, letting out a light laugh. I'm not afraid of death. If I could make both of you my graveside companions before I die, that would be a pretty fair deal. Su Shiqing hung her head low, her voice soft but strikingly clear amidst the chaos of the hall. Su Mingda and Qin Rupiing froze in place, cold sweat gradually soaking their backs. For some reason, looking at the young woman sitting a few meters away, they couldn't tell if she was lying. Who wouldn't fear death? Death means nothingness. Su Mingda involuntarily swallowed, realizing after a moment that he had been intimidated by a younger generation, filling him with shame and anger. Bragging won't get you anywhere. Su Mingda snorted disdainfully. You need to have someone teach you proper etiquette and break this haughty nature of yours. But before he could finish speaking, Su Shiqing stood up, stretching lazily, and walked toward the door. Su Mingda's face twisted. Stop. You are not allowed to leave the Su residence before the engagement dinner. You won't stop me. Su Shiqing adjusted the stray hair behind her ear, not sparing another glance at the two people behind her. Rest assured, you'll see me on the day of the engagement banquet. Su Shiqing wasn't wrong. Last time, not even a dozen bodyguards could hold her back, and this time was no exception. Su Mingda could only watch helplessly as she walked out of the gates and disappeared from view, his face turning blue with fury. Beside him, Qin Rupiing hesitated before opening her mouth cautiously. Should we send someone to follow her? She'll probably go look for her sister. This could be our chance to investigate further. Su Mingda curled his lips slightly, flashing a mocking smirk. Do you think I haven't thought of that already? From the moment that girl stepped into this house, I installed a tracker on her. For added safety, I've also dispatched people to follow her secretly. To compete against me. TSK, she probably won't even know about the tracker on her until her last breath. TCH, thought you were being clever, huh? Outside the Su family estate, Su Shiqing strolled casually along the street, one hand tucked into her pocket while the other held a rice grain-sized tracker, sneering derisively. With her spatial ability, Su Shiqing was fully aware of every movement within 20 meters of herself. How could such clumsy methods used by the guards to attach a tracker work? They sent people to track me too? Without turning around, Su Shiqing could feel 5 or 6 obvious sets of eyes following her every move, and she shook her head dismissively with a cold chuckle. It was all wasted effort. The men secretly following her under Su Mingda's orders believed they were hidden amongst the crowd, quietly trailing behind the seemingly oblivious Su Shiqing. Suddenly, the wind picked up. Leaves drifted perfectly into place, landing right onto the faces of the people following her. Their vision was immediately obstructed. Oh no. The trackers scrambled to brush off the leaves clinging to their faces, but when they tried to search for Su Shiqing again, the street ahead was already empty. After shaking off those who were tailing her, Su Shiqing flicked away the imaginary dust on her clothes and tossed the tracker she'd been carrying into a garbage truck passing by. Wanted to track me, huh? Go ahead then. Only after taking care of these little tales did Su Shiqing continue walking forward with peace of mind. Of course, not back to the hospital. Even if everything went perfectly, Su Shiqing was still worried about revealing Enrant's location. So during these days when things were hot, she didn't plan to go back to the hospital. She made a call to Lin Jianhong. I've taken care of my end. Where are you? Why don't you send someone to pick me up? The voice on the other side paused for a moment, followed by some doubt. Will that old fox Su Mingda really let you leave? Nope. Su Shiqing rolled her eyes. But I managed to break free after smashing heads and fighting off the bodyguards. Now, I can't walk another step. Hurry up and come get me. Lin Jianhong's tone sounded more serious. Where are you? I'll send someone right now. With the financial support from Su Shiqing, Lin Jianhong's businesses had started to stabilize gradually, and this meeting took place in his office. Looking at Su Shiqing in a stylish trench coat before him, Lin Jianhong frowned slightly. Your head is bleeding? Su Shiqing blinked. Figurative language. Do you believe it? Rubbing his temples, Lin Jianhong sighed helplessly. All right. What do you want this time? I need a long-distance off-road vehicle, the best configuration available, preferably one that can withstand bullets. Su Shiqing grinned shamelessly. Can you get it? Upon hearing that, Lin Jianhong's expression became increasingly strange. A bulletproof car? What do you plan to do? He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly remembered the agreement he'd previously made with Su Shiqing and forced himself to swallow the words back. He wanted to ask so badly, he could hardly hold back anymore. Chapter 83, Mercenary. All right, the car thing can be arranged easily. I can get it for you. After taking a deep breath to suppress his urge to dig deeper, Lin Jianhong slightly nodded. I also need gasoline, as much as possible. Su Shiqing thought in her mind, calculating that traveling from Chongping Base to Lianian Base would be a long journey, and she was unsure how much gasoline she needed to make it there. Of course, I will pay for all these things according to their price. Consider it as me buying them from you. Recalling something, Su Shiqing added, was the money I gave you last time sufficient? After all, what Su Shiqing wasn't short of now was money. This time when she came back, she had almost drained all the resources from the Chongping Base. The gold and jewelry in her space were almost piled up like mountains. Keeping them in the space just occupied room, so it might as well be considered an investment. The car and gasoline. Give me a few days, I can find them for you. Lin Jianhong slightly nodded, agreeing with him. He didn't beat around the bush either. Isn't more money always better? Still the same warehouse, still the same gold. If you need anything, go take it yourself. Given their partnership status, neither of them had any intention of being courteous. They both had their own goals to achieve, and until then, their cooperative relationship seemed pretty solid. I also need a teacher, Su Shiqing gestured. A teacher who can teach me self-defense. She possessed psychic abilities and physical prowess, but even those weren't enough in this apocalypse. If she really encountered a skilled fighter, Su Shiqing probably wouldn't know how she ended up dead. So taking advantage of her return to the modern era, Su Shiqing wanted to find a real master to teach her skills, and use this period to elevate herself. Self-defense? Suppressing his curiosity once again, Lin Jianhong frowned lightly. Is it to prevent your family members in the Su clan from harming you? If you're going to learn, we must carefully select the right instructor. To acquire true skills, finding a good teacher was essential. It cannot be denied that Lin Jianhong, young yet responsible for leading a group, had extensive connections. Have you heard about foreign mercenaries? I know an old soldier who retired from there. If you want to learn real skills, he may be a good choice for you. Mercenaries? Su Shiqing's expression changed slightly, as if she was thinking of something, raising an interested eyebrow. You can call him Q, but let me make one thing clear beforehand. The person has very high standards for taking on disciples. Even I can't guarantee that he'll accept you. His personality is a bit eccentric, and he has no particular preferences. Lin Jianhong took over the pen and paper, writing down an address. You can look for him here and mention my name. Perhaps he'll give you a chance. Of course, if he doesn't take you, I'll help you find someone else. Didn't expect you to have ties with mercenaries? Su Shiqing took the address, surprised, raising an eyebrow. Lin Jianhong chuckled lightly, uncertain whether it was self-mockery or something else. You should be aware, there isn't much familial love among us in these aristocratic families. It's always cruel. Wow, seems there's a story behind this. Though knowing that the bankruptcy of the Lin group seemed to be somewhat related to internal disharmony, Su Shiqing didn't know the real details. Anyway, she wasn't particularly interested. Su Shiqing's time was tight. She had to stock up supplies for her space and also head to this address to find that retired mercenary veteran, so she had no time to listen to Lin Jianhong reminisce about the past. However, Lin Jianhong also didn't intend to continue telling stories. Well, I'll leave first then. Su Shiqing got up, preparing to leave. Wait. After hesitating multiple times, Lin Jianhong finally couldn't help but call out to stop the other party. Seeing Su Shiqing turning back, Lin Jianhong pressed his lips tightly, curiously asking, the last time you said you wanted me to do you a favor, were you serious? Publicizing at your engagement banquet, arranging journalists to report comprehensively, what benefits does that bring you? Announcing loudly across the world that you're marrying a fool, what kind of odd logic is this? Of course I'm serious, Su Shiqing mysteriously smiled, without elaborating further, only firmly stating, just do as I say, you must seize the opportunity. That day of the engagement banquet will definitely be a great day to strike against the Su family. Still not fully understanding what would happen, looking at Su Shiqing's composed and confident demeanor, Lin Jianhong raised an eyebrow, agreeing. Regardless of what Su Shiqing intended to do, all he had to do was to squeeze some reporters under his command into the event. Even if nothing happened, Lin Jianhong wouldn't suffer any losses. It's just unfortunate that Su Shiqing knew clearly but insisted on jumping into the fire pit. To consolidate her position, allying through marriage with the Zhang family, making her eldest daughter marry a fool. Mr. Su Mingde sure was ruthless. Take care of yourself. This was Lin Jinhong's greatest goodwill towards his business partner. Rest assured, the person who will make me suffer hasn't been born yet. Su Shiqing curled her lips, laughing unrestrainedly. As she watched Su Shiqing leave the office, Lin Jinhong massaged his temples and prepared to continue handling official duties. The group had just barely been brought back from the brink of bankruptcy. Lin Jinhong had plenty of things on his plate lately. At this moment, someone suddenly sent a file to his computer. Lin Jinhong opened it to take a look and realized that it was something sent by the technology department. Earlier, Su Shiqing had handed over the agreed-upon advanced technology to him, and he had passed it along to the technology department for analysis. It seemed they had achieved some results. After Lin Jinhong read through the analysis from the technology department, his pupils slightly contracted. This is... A prominent line at the top of the document caught his eye. How to transfer human consciousness into the virtual world. Su Shiqing had no idea how much of an impact those documents had on Lin Jinhong. At this very moment, she was heading to the address in her hand. It seemed that even the retired mercenary veteran's residence was arranged by Lin Jinhong, also located in the same city and quite close to the Lin Group headquarters. Supplies were not an immediate concern. Su Shiqing wanted to first deal with the issue of finding a master. Strange personality, unclear preferences. Recalling Lin Jinhong's previous evaluation, Su Shiqing pondered deeply, gradually picturing a gruff-looking old man in her mind. This could be tricky. Since Lin Jinhong had proactively recommended him, this veteran must have extraordinary skills. However, persuading him to take her as a disciple was proving to be quite a challenge. She could only go with the flow. While lost in thought, Su Shiqing had already arrived at the address written on the piece of paper in her hand. This was a quiet villa area, close to the outskirts of the city. There were visibly fewer vehicles passing through here. One could tell that there weren't many residents here, and many villas appeared vacant. Only the house Su Shiqing was heading to had a circle of bamboo groves surrounding it. The swaying bamboo cast shadows, encircling the villa's yard and making its interior unclear. The gate was tightly closed without a single gap. Su Shiqing stood at the entrance, furrowing her brow as she contemplated how to convince the owner to take her as a disciple. She really needed to learn some skills. Relying purely on psychic abilities left too many vulnerabilities. Whether it was her battle against Mo Bing or the fight against the mental zombies, Su Shiqing had come to clearly understand this fact. Just as Su Shiqing hesitated, footsteps approached from behind her. Ah, new face. Are there newcomers moving into this villa area? Chapter 84. Those who play tricks will eventually be tricked. As she turned around, Su Shiqing saw a tall and slim woman standing behind her at an unknown time. Not having clearly seen the other's appearance, Su Shiqing's attention was first drawn by a large bag of things in the other's hand, from which the smell of fried chicken wafted through the air. The woman wore a white short-sleeved shirt and denim pants, looking like she had just slipped on a pair of slippers before heading out, not paying any attention to her own attire. A head of golden, wavy curls exuded brilliance and flamboyance, just as the woman's features were generous and composed. She looked like a typical mixed-blood beauty, with a high nose bridge and deep blue eyes that seemed to carry a teasing gleam. Wait, teasing? What a cute little girl. Come here and let sister hug you. Before Su Shiqing could react, the woman suddenly grinned and approached her to embrace her. Instinctively dodging, Su Shiqing stepped back, but her shoulder was grabbed by the woman. At the same time, the woman extended her other hand and lifted Su Shiqing's chin, with a bright teasing gleam in her blue eyes. Pretty fast reaction, but still, sister is more skilled. Oh. Su Shiqing. After a brief moment of confusion, Su Shiqing quickly snapped back and slapped away the hand that held her chin. Shouldn't we know each other? Having been taken advantage of by a mysterious woman, Su Shiqing's face appeared odd, watching the woman vigilantly. Isn't that now clear? The woman brazenly raised her eyebrows, flirtatiously extending a finger down from Su Shiqing's chin, finally stopping it on her chest area. Look, there's no one around. Why don't you relax a bit? Su Shiqing. It felt like encountering a pervert in a remote wilderness. With a slightly stern look, Su Shiqing was about to push away the woman in front of her when she suddenly smiled. I know who you're looking for. The woman tilted her head up slightly, glancing at the villa surrounded by bamboo fences in front of her, covering her mouth and laughing lightly. You're here to see the person living inside, right? We're neighbors. I do know them. Little sister, why don't you try pleasing me? I can also introduce you to them. Upon hearing that the woman knew the hired soldier veteran, Su Shiqing's expression flickered slightly. She desperately needed someone familiar with the veteran's preferences. But after hearing the latter part of what the woman said, her expression soured again. Was this person really reliable? Do you have any evidence that you know the people who live here? Despite feeling chilled by what the other had said, Su Shiqing gritted her teeth and opened her mouth to ask. Well, the woman's eyes darted around. The person who lives inside is incredible. Once a foreign mercenary operating at the edge of death, merciless in killing. That's a very strange old man, with a long scar on his face, quite scary, and extremely bad-tempered. Why would little sister go searching for such an old man? Am I not attractive enough for you? Come along with sister. Having said that, the woman winked mischievously at Su Shiqing and laughed insidiously. Su Shiqing, that's enough. This person isn't reliable. Asking her might as well turn into leaving it to luck. Thanks, I'm not interested in going with a stranger. Su Shiqing's face remained expressionless, preparing to ignore the woman in front of her. Oh my, how regrettable. The woman shook her head sorrowfully. Because little sister ignored me, my heart has broken into pieces. Alright then, Now the only thing that can mend my injured soul is going home and eating all this fried chicken. Judging by the woman's tone, it seemed she would no longer entangle herself with Su Shiqing, causing her to quietly exhale in relief. However, Su Shiqing saw the woman pushing open the bamboo gate to the courtyard and walking in. Before she fully let out her breath, it was abruptly retracted by Su Shiqing, nearly causing internal injury. And precisely at this moment, the woman turned her head back and gave Su Shiqing a triumphant smile. Little sister, it's your choice not to follow me. Su Shiqing. Had she been played? Are you? Hugh. Su Shiqing's expression was indescribable, as if she had swallowed a fly alive, warping horribly. Could it be that she, who often tricks others, was once again being toyed with? Not quite. The woman inside the door burst out laughing happily. Not Q. Stunned, Su Shiqing stood momentarily unsure where the situation was headed. Then she saw the woman grin even more smugly. Q was my alias when I was a mercenary. Now I'm called Zora, or in Chinese, Ruola. Su Shiqing. Funny? Ruola demonstrated with action. It was indeed hilarious. Su Shiqing now understood where Lin Jianhong's evaluation had come from. The character in front of her was truly indescribable. Who would have thought that the retired veteran mercenary wasn't some old geezer, but rather a mixed-race beauty who looked no older than 30? Ha 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 ha, little sister. Do you know that your Daidru expression has stimulated my appetite? Ruola laughed so hard she could barely close her mouth, her gaze appraising Su Shiqing with a hint of lust. Instinctively hugging herself, Su Shiqing watched the woman in front of her with alertness and astonishment. She could deal with all sorts of ill-intentioned people, but facing Ruola's blatant teasing, Su Shiqing couldn't take it. She really couldn't take it. Help! Could she eat this person otherwise? What kind of people does Lin Jianhong recommend? Hee. Ruola seemed very satisfied with Su Shiqing's current state, shaking her golden curly long hair and beckoning her with her fingers. Come on in, little sister, what's standing outside going to achieve? Could Su Shiqing tell her she didn't quite want to go inside? Clearly though, Ruola didn't give her a chance to refuse, pulling Su Shiqing into the yard and closing the door behind them. This made Su Shiqing feel even more absurdly helpless, as if no amount of crying out for heaven or earth would bring any aid. Walking into the yard, Ruola casually took off her slippers one by one, carrying a bag of items in hand as she went further in. Just like Ruola herself, the yard was filled with brightly colorful flowers, without any deliberate trimming. This had caused vines and branches to cover every corner of the yard, making it impossible to place a foot anywhere. Su Shiqing followed cautiously behind, taking in this somewhat chaotic garden. In the middle of the yard sat a stone table and stone chairs. Ruola placed the fried chicken she'd bought onto the table and conjured 2 bottles of cola from somewhere unknown. She gestured towards Su Shiqing while sitting down. Come on, little sister, let's eat together. If we ignore her identity, Ruola looks just like an ordinary girl who loves fried food, a typical housebound otaku. Chapter 85, No Apprentices. Su Shiqing was still hesitating when Ruola had already picked up a fried chicken leg and started to enjoy it. Relax, I don't eat people, Ruola said as if she saw Su Shiqing's hesitation, winking at her. It had come to this point. She had come. She couldn't just run away without understanding anything. With that thought, Su Shiqing walked to the stone table and sat down opposite Ruola. That's more like it. Ruola opened a can with one hand, handed a bottle of Coke to Su Shiqing, and remarked, It's been a long time since someone has eaten with me like this, little sister, don't be shy. The tail end of every sentence she uttered rose slightly, like a small hook, making one feel oddly ticklish inside. The aroma of fried chicken wafted through the courtyard. Even Su Shiqing, who had eaten boiled cabbage for days in the post-apocalypse, couldn't resist such temptation, took the Coke, and also reached for the fried chicken. Although Ruola kept teasing her, there wasn't much malice in her actions. It was as if she was just playing around with kittens or puppies. Much as she was reluctant to admit it, Su Shiqing felt that this was how Ruola regarded her. Did Hong Hong give you this address? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing froze mid-chew. Hong Hong? Who's that? A moment later, Su Shiqing realized that Hong Hong referred to Lin Jianhong. At the thought of the calm and composed man being given such an adorable diminutive nickname, Su Shiqing had to forcefully suppress the urge to smile and nodded to Ruola. Yes. I knew it, dogman. Ruola angrily bit into her chicken leg. He only thinks of me when he needs something. Since he sent you personally, it seems like little sister is important to Hong Hong. Then, let's get straight to some things. Under Su Shiqing's puzzled gaze, Ruola tilted her head back and drank a large gulp of Coke, then elegantly wiped her mouth with a tissue. Speak up. Whose death do you want sister to handle? This was already Su Shiqing's umpteenth loss for words today, the astonishment almost permanently etched on her face. Wasn't this a law-abiding society? Why did someone talk about killing so casually as if it were eating or drinking? And Su Shiqing quickly sensed something off. This woman seemed to be a hired killer working exclusively for Lin Jianhong. Little sister, put your jaw back up, Ruola giggled softly behind her hand, lifting Su Shiqing's chin with an eerie tone of intimacy. Sister said it. Sister is very capable. Anyone bothering you? Sister will take care of them. Wait. A slight touch made Su Shiqing shrink back as though brushed by feathers. Q. Ruola, maybe you misunderstand. Lin Jianhong didn't send me here to kill anyone. I'm here to ask you to be my master. Be a master. Ruola retracted her hand, lips parting slightly as she murmured these 2 words, her eyes instantly cold. Then leave. It was as if she turned into a different person, her tone and attitude dropping below freezing in an instant. devoid of the earlier teasing smiles, too fast even for Su Shiqing to react. She was truly temperamental, but leaving like this was impossible. Why? Su Shiqing set down her coke, earnestly looking at the woman before her. Lin Jianhong recommended me. It shows you'd be an excellent teacher. Can you give me a reason not to take me as your student? Ruala looked lethargic. Though still the same stunning hybrid beauty, she appeared now slightly disheartened. No apprentices. Ruala didn't raise an eyelid, casually saying, if I don't want to teach, I simply won't. Why should there be so many questions? Go tell Lin Jianhong. I don't have skills for self-defense, only methods to kill. If you want to learn self-defense, find someone else, not me. What if I say, I want to learn your methods to kill? Suddenly standing up, Su Shiqing leaned her hands against the stone table and stared directly into Ruala's eyes without retreating. Haha. Ruala laughed, raising one brow as she sized up Su Shiqing with her slim arms and legs. Kill? Little sister, have you ever killed someone? Or rather, have you ever killed a chicken? Have you ever experienced having warm blood splashed all over you? Have you experienced watching life pulsing in your hands gradually fade into death? You haven't experienced any of this and yet claim to want to learn how to kill. Ruala stood up and rubbed Su Shiqing's head. Let sister give you a piece of advice. This path isn't suitable for you. Without waiting for her response, Ruala heard a resolute answer from Su Shiqing. I've experienced it. Su Shiqing had felt herself drenched in blood and personally killed countless zombies, and humans too, albeit indirectly. She needed to learn more skills to survive in the post-apocalypse, to eliminate everything that threatened the lives of herself and her younger sister. After hearing this, Ruala fell silent for a moment and then suddenly cursed under her breath. Fuck. Persisting in your delusions? Then let me see what you've got. Ruala wiped her hands clean, stood up, and looked at Su Shiqing with eyes growing colder by the second. I ask you, do you care about anything? Yes. Su Shiqing closed her eyes and firmly nodded. My sister, I'm learning all this to protect her. All right. Ruala's tone turned icy, completely unlike her earlier cheerfulness. Imagine this. I am standing in front of you, strangling your sister with my own hands. A small person losing all signs of life, no longer whining to call you sistered. I cut open her stomach, pulled out her intestines and stepped on them with my feet, dug out her heart, and fed it to the dogs. And you saw this scene right before your eyes. Do you want to kill me? Do you want revenge for your sister? Ruala extended her hand towards Su Shiqing and smirked lightly. Come on then. Her voice carried a seductive allure, as if each word painted vividly realistic scenes before Su Shiqing's eyes. Su Shiqing's expression grew increasingly determined and cold, glaring at Ruala as if she were facing an actual enemy. She drew the military knife hidden at her waist, slowly rose to her feet, and her eyes bore into Ruala with murderous intent. I will make you accompany my sister in death. Su Shiqing whispered low, the blade glinting menacingly as it pointed directly at Ruala's heart. This gaze. Ruala furrowed her brow imperceptibly, muttering softly to herself, almost inaudibly. This little girl has truly killed before. This revelation was somewhat unexpected to Ruala. But this is actually a bit interesting. Ruala's eyes brightened slightly, like finding something novel. And at that moment, Su Shiqing had already charged forward with the military knife. Isn't this what she wanted to see? The determination of someone wishing to become her disciple? Let's go then. Chapter 86. Did persistence pay off? Su Shiqing held a sharpened blade in her hand, while Ruala had nothing. This was an uneven fight, yet Ruala said nothing, her deep blue eyes revealing calmness and composure. Little sister, you're too slow. In the not-so-empty yard, Ruala slightly tilted her body, allowing the blade to graze past her cheek without leaving a trace of blood. Lifting her hand, she grabbed Su Shiqing's wrist with ease. With a gentle force, using the momentum, Su Shiqing accidentally stumbled into Ruala's embrace. See, your stance isn't stable, Ruala whispered lightly in Su Shiqing's ear. But Su Shiqing said nothing. Her entire body fell into Ruala's arms. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly reacted by positioning the blade horizontally against Ruala's neck. Modern physical combat skills were quite rusty for Su Shiqing. All she could use to contend with Ruala was her extreme reaction speed under the assistance of space manipulation. That's interesting, said Ruala as she saw how quickly Su Shiqing adjusted her strategy, a glint of intrigue showing in her eyes. What attracted her even more was Su Shiqing's determination. Even though her hands were white and tender, showing no sign of calluses, clearly looking like a young noble lady, Ruala could detect a hint of ferocity in every movement she made. Ruala lowered her eyelids, masking her deep blue eyes. A slight smile curled at the corner of her mouth as she showed no fear when faced with the blade pressed against her neck. Instead, she lifted her leg and kicked Su Shiqing's knee joint. Offense is the best defense. Taking advantage of Su Shiqing's brief distraction due to pain, Ruala moved swiftly, gripping Su Shiqing's wrist with the knife, exerted some force, and disarmed her. From start to finish, it took just a few short seconds for Ruala to disarm Su Shiqing and successfully subdue her. In other words, if this were a real battlefield, Su Shiqing would already be dead under Ruala's hand. The severely struck knee throbbed painfully. Sucking in a sharp breath, Su Shiqing felt her knife transferred to Ruala's hands next moment and placed against her own neck. Heavy breathing, Su Shiqing's pupils shrank slightly as she looked up and met Ruala's amused gaze. Look, you lost, Ruala said with a smirk, lifting the tip of the knife beneath Su Shiqing's chin, leaning in extremely close. her warm breath fanning on Su Shiqing's face. So strong. No wonder you're someone who walks on the edge of death. Unable to help herself, Su Shiqing swallowed. She was still reflecting on their brief encounter earlier. Although this body lacked satisfactory strength and speed, with the power of space manipulation, her physical capabilities were far beyond ordinary. Even dozens of bodyguards combined couldn't harm Su Shiqing a bit. Yet, in front of Ruola La, these combat skills seemed utterly ineffective. However, this also proved that Ruola La's skills were extraordinary, and if she could successfully take her as a master, it would be a great opportunity for Su Shiqing. Young sister, why are you distracted when such a beautiful older sister stands before you? Ruola La returned to her mischievous demeanor, teasingly lifting Su Shiqing's chin with feigned sorrow. Do you not like me, sister? Realizing this, Su Shiqing blushed slightly at the unfamiliar way she was addressed, lowering her eyes to the blade tip pressing her neck. She sighed gently. Indeed, compared to someone who dances on the edge of death with blades, I am still too naive. Upon hearing this, Ruola La chuckled softly and said nothing. She placed the knife back on the stone table, stretched her body, walked back, and sat down. Leaning her head back, she drank a large gulp of cola, supporting her head with one hand, and raised her eyebrows at Su Shiqing. You said you wanted to be my disciple? What if I keep refusing? What will you do? Ruola La tilted her head and stared at Su Shiqing as if waiting for her response. Su Shiqing frowned slightly, paused for a moment in silence, then gazed at the enticing features of Ruola. I will persist relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Ruola slightly straightened her posture, seemingly surprised by the answer. One should fight for what they want. Being a disciple is no different. Su Shiqing raised her hand and looked at her palm before clenching it tightly. Whether or not to take me under your wing is your choice, but whether to continue persuading you is mine. Ruola La's skills were rare, and given that she used to be a mercenary familiar with life and death situations, she had rich experience. Su Shiqing did not want to miss out on such a teacher. Relentless persistence, huh? Ruola La covered her mouth with her hand and giggled lightly, closing her eyes slightly. That's an intriguing answer. Still, let me repeat, I don't take disciples. An expected response left Su Shiqing unfazed as she nodded seriously. Understood, but I won't give up. I'll come to visit you again tomorrow, senior. What kind of senior? You're making me sound old, Ruola La said, covering her face with her hands and muttering. Then she beckoned to Su Shiqing, who was about to leave. Don't rush, little sister. Just because I don't take on disciples doesn't mean you can't learn something from me. Su Shiqing abruptly stopped in her tracks, surprised, and turned back only to find that Ruola La had somehow appeared behind her while sitting on the stone bench just a moment ago. Ruola La pinched Su Shiqing's cheeks lightly and sighed. I haven't seen such an adorable little sister in a long time. Come and keep sister company more often. Whatever you want to learn, I'll teach you. Ignoring the fact that her cheeks were being pinched, Su Shiqing's eyes widened with joy at these words. Did this mean that Ruola La was willing to teach her combat skills? Seeming to enjoy Su Shiqing's delighted expression, Ruola La giggled and burst out laughing, her golden hair shimmering dazzlingly under the light. There are no familiar people around here, so if you come over and keep me company, maybe when I'm in a good mood, I'll teach you everything. Good girl, call me sister. Su Shiqing, who always knows how to read the situation, though unclear why Ruola La had changed her mind all of a sudden, immediately responded without any hesitation after hearing this. Sister Ruola, you're the best. Ruola La chuckled contentedly and turned back to sit by the stone table. I'm naturally lazy, so you can come see me every day, but only in the afternoon. Oh, sure. If you insist on coming in the morning against my wishes, it's not impossible either, but just as a reminder, sister has quite a bad temper when waking up. If someone wakes me up forcibly, I might get moody. And if I accidentally lose control and strike, well, you can't blame me then. Su Shiqing silently kept these points in mind, and suddenly found that Ruola La wasn't as hard to approach as Lin Jianhong had said. She was just like any regular homebody who likes to sleep in and eat fried chicken. Apart from the rapid changes in her demeanor earlier, which made Su Shiqing a bit hard to handle, Ruola La seemed rather pleasant to talk to at other times. At least Su Shiqing thought so. Chapter 87, Troubles at Home. When Su Shiqing walked out of Ruola La's house, the sun had already slanted westward, and the afterglow of the sunset scattered. She patted her stomach and sighed imperceptibly. After half a day together, while unclear about other aspects of Ruola La's character, Su Shiqing realized that Ruola La truly loved eating, especially fried foods. During this half day, Ruola La mentioned teaching could wait, and instead pulled Su Shiqing along to consume a large bag of fried chicken. Although not overweight, Ruola La had a good appetite, even ordering 2 additional takeouts after finishing the meal, still craving more. As a result, when Su Shiqing stepped out of the courtyard, she could hardly walk. In terms of eating, one can have quite an astonishing fighting spirit. Su Shiqing rubbed her slightly bloated stomach and shook her head helplessly. But at least today had a good outcome, right? The matter of becoming an apprentice was settled, clarifying much of the arrangement for the next few days, preparing supplies, absorbing crystal cores, reporting here every afternoon, then waiting for the betrothal banquet. Perhaps out of fear that delays would cause problems, the date of the betrothal banquet was set 5 days later. For such a major marriage alliance between two groups, this time was too rushed, with many details hastily handled. However, Su Shiqing did not care about these things. To her, the betrothal banquet was merely formalities, just retrieving her belongings. As for the true protagonist of the betrothal banquet, Su Shiqing had already said there was someone else. It seems I will have to stay in the modern world for some time. Gazing at the distant setting sun, Su Shiqing raised her hand, letting the remaining glow of the sunset pass through her fingers. Silently, she pondered. Su Shiqing thought about where to stay tonight. She couldn't return to the hospital. Before things were finalized, she didn't want to bring any risk to Enran. And Su Shiqing had no other place to live. After careful consideration, she decided to return to the Su family residence. Yes, it was the very same Su residence that she disrupted the hall this morning into chaos. Since she possessed extraordinary abilities, Su Shiqing could always leave whenever she wanted. Some advantages might as well be taken without hesitation, especially since her return now might very likely add inconvenience to the Su family. With their relationship deteriorating so far, making life difficult for them added amusement, one of the rare fun activities in Su Shiqing's life. And as Su Shiqing expected, Su Mingde wasn't having a pleasant moment either. In the study, he stared at the location displayed on his computer, his chest heaving violently, clearly extremely angry. Standing before Su Mingde were those people he had sent out to track Su Shiqing. Are you telling me that less than 5 minutes after leaving the Su family estate, you lost her? Su Mingde's face turned livid with anger, frustrated by how things didn't go according to his expectations. He grabbed the teacup on the desk and hurled it fiercely at the few people in front of him. What a group of useless garbage. The sound of the teacup hitting the ground, bang, frightened Qin Rugping, who just pushed the door open. What's got you so worked up? Sensing something off about the atmosphere inside the study, Qin Rugping quietly closed the door and approached Su Mingde. Humph. Su Mingde's expression did not soften. His originally sharp features twisted. A bunch of useless trash. Completely incompetent. Those reprimanded lowered their heads silently, feeling aggrieved but powerless to argue back. None of them expected that a sudden gust of wind blinded all of them, and within a few seconds of losing sight, they could no longer find her. It was too coincidental, as if heaven itself was helping Su Shiqing hide her tracks. Qin Rugping walked behind Su Mingde, gently massaging his temples while observing his emotions, saying, "All right, the subordinates still have some use. The tracker at least collided with that stubborn girl, didn't it? Just trace her down following the tracker." Qin Rugping thought these words would offer comfort, but unexpectedly, Su Mingde harshly swatted her hand away upon hearing her speak. "Look for yourself." Su Mingde's face was dark enough to drip water as he shoved the computer toward Qin Rugping's face. On it was the city map, showing a red dot flashing on the screen indicating the current position of the tracker. It was motionless in the outskirts. Needing her eyes to confirm its location, Qin Rugping was instantly astonished. Gee, garbage dump? That stubborn girl is living in the garbage dump. Before Qin Rugping finished her sentence, she realized how laughable her statement sounded. Fool. Clearly, that stubborn girl discovered she was being tracked by the tracker. Su Mingde shouted insults mercilessly, his mood growing increasingly irritable. That meant, currently, they had completely lost Su Shiqing's trail. In the morning, Su Mingde had been so confident that Su Shiqing couldn't slip out of his hands. But within less than a day, reality had slapped him hard in the face. If the tracker has been discovered, then what should we do? That girl isn't going to change her mind, is she? Qin Rugping dared not argue even after being scolded openly by Su Mingde, only carefully probing with caution. Qin Rugping had little say in the Su family to begin with. If it weren't for giving birth to their son Su Ying, she would likely have been entirely overlooked. This was why Qin Rugping regarded this son as her most precious treasure. How dare she? Don't forget, what she wants is still in our hands. Su Mingde's tone was severe, but if one listened closely, a trace of unease could be heard mixed in. Actually, even Su Mingde himself wasn't entirely sure whether Su Shiqing truly cared about the so-called heirloom in his possession. Su Mingde's relationship with his own mother had never been good, and he rarely understood much about her and Su Shiqing's bond. He had merely heard that his late mother left an inheritance for those two sisters. And among the Su family, Su Shiqing only maintained close ties with her grandmother. After the grandmother passed away, Su Shiqing promptly moved out of the Su family residence. By the way, where is that little brat Su Ying? The more Su Mingde thought, the more his headache worsened. He massaged his temples, dismissing the people before him and turning to ask Qin Rugping. Our son went out to hang with friends. Qin Rugping replied with a smile. Judging by the time, he should be back around now. Useless brat, can't even give me some peace. Su Mingde sighed, but from his tone and attitude, he had always shown indulgence towards Su Ying. Going out every day, when will he settle down and take over the company? These past few days, Su Mingde had been exhausted. He feared his siblings and didn't dare delegate too many responsibilities to them. And his own son wasn't yet capable of taking on important roles, which led to the majority of the group's affairs resting squarely on Su Mingde's shoulders. There used to be Su Shiqing who was willing to obediently help shoulder the burden without complaint, but now, forget it. These old bones can hold out for a few more days. Let him play if he loves playing. Qin Rugping smiled faintly at his side, but before she could say anything, there came a hesitant knock on the study door. It was the elderly housekeeper outside, sounding uneasy. Master Su, young master has returned, and the miss has also come back. The two are fighting outside. Chapter 88. You kneel down. At the entrance of the mansion, Su Ying blocked Su Shiqing's way and stopped her from moving forward. TSK, I wonder who it is. Oh, it's my so-called superior older sister. Su Ying said sarcastically with one hand in her pocket and the other leaning against the iron gate frame of the courtyard. So what? Did you fail to make it outside? Now you're scurrying back. He was reeking of alcohol, clearly having had a lot to drink, looking abnormally excited. The two encountered each other at the entrance, and Su Shiqing didn't expect such a coincidental meeting with Su Ying. Seeing the drunken man blocking her way at the mansion's gate, Su Shiqing gave an amused smirk, folding her arms in front of her chest. Are you sure you want to stop me? It seems Su Ying wasn't yet aware of what had happened earlier that morning. Humph. Su Ying tilted his chin up, displaying a defiant attitude without a trace of fear. This is the Su family home, mine. If I want someone to enter, they'll enter. And you don't deserve to come in. Su Shiqing didn't lose her temper. She merely quietly turned off her recording phone, raising her eyebrows slightly at Su Ying. Have you made your decision? Since you won't let me in now, later, you will beg me to enter. Joke. Little master like me has never begged anyone for anything. The alcohol-induced rush made Su Ying's response a little delayed, but also made him more prone to impulsive behavior. He staggered forward 2 steps and stood before Su Shiqing, mocking her while extending his finger in front of her face, shaking it slowly. Su Shiqing, since you couldn't cut it outside, you want to come back here. There's no such thing as that good a deal in this world. How about this? You kneel before me, and perhaps out of great mercy, I'll allow you to squeeze under the eaves for a night. The pungent smell of alcohol made Su Shiqing take a step back, repulsed, and she let out a dry laugh. She still expected him to ask her to kowtow. A moment later, Su Shiqing gave a faint smile, then kicked hard at Su Ying's knee. Before Su Ying even realized what happened, the pain snapped him awake momentarily from his drunken stupor. His leg went limp, and with a thud, he landed on his knees right in front of Su Shiqing. Shit, you piece of crap, are you trying to die? Su Ying's face immediately turned pale. The excruciating pain in his knee made him think his leg might break. Sobering instantly, he started yelling obscenities. Su Ying was astonished that, right at the entrance to the Su estate, Su Shiqing actually dared to strike him. Didn't she care about whether their parents would hold her accountable? Wow, isn't the illustrious young Master Su unable to get up? Watching Su Ying kneeling before her, Su Shiqing bent her eyes slightly, teasing. What? Just a simple kick, and Mr. Su already reacts this much? Why aren't you getting up yet? Can't do it, huh? A few days apart, and Mr. Su is this weak? Hearing Su Shiqing's mockery, Su Ying's face turned red with rage, his chest rising and falling dramatically. What angered him even more was exactly as Su Shiqing had described. Su Ying couldn't manage to rise from the ground. Every slight movement brought sharp pain to his knee, as if being pierced by countless needles, every twitch causing unbearable agony. Fear began to creep over Su Ying. Had his leg really broken? Stuck on his knees beside Su Shiqing's feet, this act surely trampled over what little dignity he had left. Gritting his teeth, he snarled. Girl, once Mom and Dad hear how you've treated me, you're going to pay dearly. Really? Su Shiqing leaned in, smirking without an ounce of fear. I told you, eventually you'd beg me to walk through the doors of the Su family. Not only you, but them too. As the beloved treasure boy of the Su family clashed with the notorious young lady, the nearby servants dared not intervene, standing idly by watching the imperious young master fall on his knees in one kick, hurrying away to find Su Mingda. And Su Mingda, along with Qin Rugping, arrived shortly thereafter. The couple had just entered the courtyard when they saw 2 figures, one standing, one kneeling, at the gate. Qin Rugping immediately noticed her treasured son on his knees, her expression changing in shock. Oh dear, why are you kneeling there? Quickly get up. She rushed over, helping her son up from his kneeling position, glaring angrily at Su Shiqing in front of her. Was it you who made him kneel? Su Shiqing, he's your younger brother. Mom, relieved to see his support arriving, Su Ying, while rubbing his injured knee, pointed at Su Shiqing accusingly. Mom, it's all her. This wretched girl broke my leg. Hearing this, Qin Rugping gasped in horror, looking pitifully at her son. Is your leg broken? Where? Let Mom have a look. Oh dear, quickly, we must send you to the hospital. Saying this, Qin Rugping was about to order someone to take Su Ying to the hospital when she caught sight of Su Mingda behind her, his expression black as thunder, leaving her instantly silent. Su Mingda was furious, almost exploding with anger. Looking at the figure of Su Shiqing who had reappeared before his very eyes, he felt an absurd sense of being played. Just a second ago, Su Mingda was still anxious about not knowing Su Shiqing's whereabouts, and now this brat had directly stormed in. This made Su Mingda feel as if his previous anxiety had been a joke. Not noticing the expression on his father's face or his mother's sudden silence behind him, Su Ying continued to point at Su Shiqing. Look, Mom and Dad, this wretched girl doesn't take the Su family seriously. She broke my leg. You two must give her a lesson. What a good-for-nothing. Su Shiqing looked down disdainfully at Su Ying sprawled on the ground. Stop whining like a baby. I don't know what you're so fussy about, and if your leg were really broken, would you still be able to talk here properly? You. Su Ying seethed, trying to say something but stopped by the rebuke from Su Mingda behind him. Enough. Do you want to make a bigger fool of yourself? Su Mingda walked forward with a cold face, casting a glance at Su Ying kneeling on the ground, his eyes revealing uncertain emotions. At heart, Su Ying still feared his father. Seeing that Su Mingda's mood wasn't good, Su Ying heaved heavily but finally shut his mouth, making Qin Rugping beside him ache for her son. By this time, Su Mingda had no patience left for either mother or son. He ordered all the servants to step back, leaving only the 4 of them in the courtyard. Looking at Su Shiqing with a faint smile playing on her lips, Su Mingda felt a pulsating pain in his temples. Su Shiqing, are you determined to cause turmoil within the Su family until everyone is restless? Su Mingda scolded softly, trying to assert his authority as a father to put pressure on her. However, it was clear that Su Shiqing wasn't intimidated in the slightest. She feigned a sigh dramatically. After much consideration, since I'm supposed to represent the Su family for the arranged marriage, staying out all night might lead to people pointing fingers. Su Shiqing shrugged, looking at Su Mingde innocently. So after thinking it over, I decided it would be best to stay at the Su residence for a few days. Hearing this, a glint of cunning flickered across Su Mingde's eyes. From the start, he had planned to have Su Shiqing live in the Su household so he could keep an eye on her movements constantly, but in the end, he failed even to find her shadow. But now, Su Shiqing had come to him voluntarily, right into Su Mingde's plan. Chapter 89. Come on, beg me. However, before Su Mingde could react, the smile on Su Shiqing's face suddenly disappeared. But now, I've changed my mind. Su Shiqing glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Su Ying beside her. With Qin Rupiying's support, Su Ying struggled to get up from the ground. Her legs were still trembling, whether from pain or for some other reason, no one knew. Seeing Su Shiqing's gaze, Su Ying's face immediately turned pale as she glared back. Look, it's this kind of expression. Unexpectedly, Su Shiqing drew Su Mingde's attention in the next second, leaving Su Ying's fierce expression fully revealed. Su Shiqing shrugged. A spoilsport. I was considering for the Su family, but there's always someone interrupting my mood. Su Mingde's unreadable eyes landed on Su Ying, narrowing slightly. What did you just do? Before Su Ying could speak, Qin Rupiying panicked first. You know our son's temper. If it wasn't for that dead girl. If Su Shiqing hadn't caused trouble first, he definitely wouldn't have done anything. You shut up. Su Mingde, suffering from a headache due to the noise, couldn't help but scold the other side. Precisely because he is my son. So, I understand his temperament even better. Given Su Ying's character, she might indeed be the source of the trouble. Dad, I didn't. Su Ying saw something wrong and quickly clarified her relationship with the incident. It's that dead girl. Su Shiqing who falsely accuses me. I haven't done anything. Before Su Ying finished her sentence, Su Shiqing played the recording she had earlier. This is the Su family's house, mine. Whoever I want to let in can come in, and you don't deserve to enter. Su Shiqing, if life is tough out there and you want to come back, how easy can that be? All right then, kneel down for me, and maybe out of great mercy, I'll let you squeeze under my roof for one night. For a moment, the four people in the courtyard fell silent, hearing only Su Shiqing's phone playing Su Ying's arrogant voice. Su Ying panicked. Her face instantly turned ghastly white. She anxiously looked at Su Mingde, whose face was dark, and dared not open her mouth. Although Su Ying didn't understand why her father suddenly became so concerned about Su Shiqing, she still keenly sensed that she seemed to have messed things up. It doesn't matter. Since the Su family doesn't welcome me, I'll leave then. Su Shiqing chuckled, all while observing Su Mingde's reaction changes from the corner of her eye. She clearly understood what kind of nature her biological father had. Despite Su Mingde seemingly favoring his son, ultimately, he loved the reputation of the Su family and the prestige of the group more. Marrying into the Zhang family mustn't go wrong. Similarly, the status of herself, the unloved daughter, in Su Mingde's heart has also changed a little bit. At least before the marriage alliance succeeds, Su Mingde won't allow any misfortunes to happen to Su Shiqing. Sure enough, the second Su Shiqing pretended to turn and leave, Su Mingde spoke up. Wait. Su Shiqing turned her head slightly, shooting him an oblique glance. She felt no surprise in her heart, yet she still feigned confusion. Then, Su Mingde took several deep breaths, apparently suppressing the irritability inside him, barely forcing a smile towards Su Shiqing. Which Su family child does not come home? Your brother may not understand, but will you follow suit and misunderstand things too? Listen to me and come home. Upon hearing Su Mingde speaking like this, Qin Rupiying couldn't help but widen her eyes. This dead girl injured Su Ying's leg, and yet Su Mingde was kindly inviting her home? Feeling blocked by a breath, Qin Rupiying gritted her teeth and opened her mouth sharply. No, absolutely not. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Mingde slapped her across the face. His gaze was nearly murderous. What are you rambling about? It's perfectly natural for the daughter to live at home. Though Su Mingde also wished deeply to kick Su Shiqing out, the engagement banquet was only 5 days away. What if offending her made her change her mind? The news of the engagement banquet had already spread far and wide. If at this crucial time, Su Shiqing left, not only would the marriage alliance with the Zhang family fall apart, but the entire Su family would become a laughingstock. Looking at Qin Rupiying being slapped so hard her head tilted over, Su Shiqing showed not a trace of emotion in her eyes. Her lips slightly curled upwards unnoticed. Su Shiqing's eyes revealed a thread of mockery. I definitely don't want to return to this home, and if I did, it'd feel suffocating. It'd be much better for me to stay alone outside. Seeing that despite his good-natured tone, his offer was refused, Su Mingde almost failed to maintain a composed facial expression. However, Su Shiqing gave a soft laugh, her gaze sweeping meaningfully over Su Ying beside her. Oh, naturally. If you really want me to move back in, it's not impossible. She extended a slender, fair finger, pointing lightly at Su Ying from afar, raising an eyebrow, and said, but I need your assurance that you truly sincerely want me to move back. Beg me. Su Shiqing gave a bright smile, her red lips parting slightly as she slowly spoke a few words. If you beg me, I'll come back. She had said it before, since they wouldn't let her in at first, later on, she'd make them grovel to have her enter. And Su Shiqing always kept her promises. However, after this statement, Su Mingde's expression finally turned cold despite his efforts to control it. Ridiculous. As the respected chairman of the Su family group and father of Su Shiqing, how could he possibly lower himself to plead with a younger generation member? Anticipating his reaction, Su Shiqing emitted a casual humph and lifted her gaze to Su Mingda, kindly reminding him. Don't forget, you still need me to appear for the engagement banquet. Everyone knows about this news already, and you've invited many influential people to bear witness to the engagement, right? If I were to leave, and the main character of the engagement banquet disappeared, wouldn't the Su family be reduced to nothing but a laughingstock? Today, you saw the results of the tracker and following. You can't do anything against me. And you also shouldn't think about using grandma's heirlooms to threaten me. Objects are lifeless, but I am alive. If I don't like something, I won't care about those things anymore. With just a few sentences, Su Shiqing blocked all possible escapes for Su Mingda, subtly revealing threats that changed his complexion repeatedly. Su Mingda couldn't have imagined that events would unfold this way, with all the initiative firmly in Su Shiqing's hands. And as for himself, he could only make passive choices. Either they could grovel for Su Shiqing to return to the Su family and smoothly complete both parties' transactions, the wedding feast proceeds as usual, or Su Shiqing turns away right now, making her almost impossible to find again. Without the main character at the engagement banquet, the Su family would become a joke, causing a significant drop in group stock prices. Su Mingda's chest heaved violently, his face nearly turning purple from anger as he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his flesh. What do you think? Have you made your choice? Su Shiqing showed no urgency at all, scanning the three people before her with a mocking smirk, already knowing the answer without even needing to see Su Mingda's response. Su Shiqing lightly tapped her fingertips against her red lips, opening her mouth with a soft laugh. Come on, beg me. Chapter 90. Begging me is the right move. Su Mingda had never begged anyone in his entire life, but now he was about to ask for a favor from his own daughter. His lips moved, but not a single sound came out. It's not just you, Su Shiqing reminded them, glancing at the people behind Su Mingda, Qin Rupiying and Su Ying. Her tone left no room for negotiation. All three of you. Not one can be missing. It appeared somewhat pushy, but Su Shiqing didn't care. You. Qin Rupiying clutched her chest, as if she was extremely angry. Combined with the bright red slap mark on her face, it looked rather absurd. Her voice carried a mix of anger and disbelief. We're your parents. What kind of face do you have to make us beg you? What good is face? Can it be used as money? Can it help pay my medical bills? Su Shiqing's tone suddenly grew heavier. She chuckled coldly upon hearing Qin Rupiying try to suppress her using parent authority. Thinking of Ayn Rand, Qin Rupiying fell silent, her face showing discomfort. Similarly, Su Shiqing lost interest and no longer wanted to continue talking with these people. So, Su Mingda, have you made your decision? Su Shiqing cast a cold eye towards Su Mingda, being utterly disrespectful. If you find it hard to say, no problem, I'll leave. After waiting a few seconds without any response, Su Shiqing tossed her sleeves and turned to leave. Seeing her action was not fake, Su Mingda finally couldn't hold back anymore. Wait. Su Mingda gritted his teeth, his expression slightly twisted. Please, go back and live at the Su residence. Upon hearing what she wanted to hear, Su Shiqing's footsteps hesitated momentarily, her expression remaining icy. She glanced at Qin Rupiying and Su Ying, lifting her chin slightly. What about them? Witnessing this, Su Mingda turned around and reprimanded them sharply. Are you dumb? Speak. Dad. Su Ying's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not imagine that his father would really submit to that hateful girl, Su Shiqing. On what grounds? Likewise, Qin Rupiying's face turned scarlet, unable to utter the words beg. But she understood better than Su Ying what had transpired. To keep Su Shiqing calm, it was necessary to swallow their pride now. Once that girl climbs into Master Zhang's bed, Qin Rupiying will see how audacious they remain then. With this thought in mind, Qin Rupiying concealed her fury, softening her attitude. Shiqing, mother begs you. Will you come home and live with us? Su Shiqing's expression didn't change, her gaze merely shifting onto Su Ying, conveying an unspoken implication. Watching her once authoritative parents bowing down one by one, Su Ying felt like the entire world was turning surreal. He had always done as he pleased, yet for the first time, he had to lower his head before someone else, his very own sister whom he despised most, and inside, Su Ying was seething with resentment. Seems like my dear brother doesn't actually want me to return home. Su Shiqing smirked faintly, chuckling ambiguously, taking a small step forward. Since that's the case. Before she finished speaking, Su Mingda interrupted her harshly, scolding Su Ying. Su Ying, she's your sister. Aren't you going to invite her home already? Su Ying clenched his teeth, shrinking under Su Mingda's death-staring glare. He gripped his fists tightly, almost drawing blood. Looking at Su Shiqing, catching the mockery in her eyes, Su Ying nearly spat blood. Dead sister, please. Su Ying ground out the words through clenched teeth. Please come back and live at home. Looking at the reluctant Su Ying, pity flickered in Qin Rupiying's eyes. But when Su Shiqing saw this, she simply lifted her hand to clear her ears and raised an eyebrow saying, What did you say? I couldn't hear clearly. Louder. You. Su Ying became livid. This woman was undoubtedly mocking him. Yet Su Mingda stood nearby, his gaze coldly focused on him. So, Su Ying had no choice but to close his eyes and loudly repeat. Please come home and live with us, sister. Don't call me sister. Su Shiqing pursed her lips disdainfully. Bad luck. Since my beloved parents both hope I return home so much, as a good daughter, I definitely need to listen. Having successfully irritated the three of them, Su Shiqing felt like the air had become much fresher, laughing brightly. Su Mingda and Qin Rupiying wore different expressions, while Su Ying almost lunged at Su Shiqing. However, Su Shiqing chose to ignore all of them. Right? Qingqing listens the best. Qin Ruping forced out a smile, coming forward to grab Su Shiqing's hand. Let's go home. Let's get some rest at home. Su Shiqing avoided her reaching hand and nodded approvingly. You're absolutely right. It's indeed time to go home and have a good rest. By the way, I wonder if my room is still there after being away for so long. I remember that the maid's room on the northern side of the first floor was my room, right? You shouldn't have let other maids live in it, should you? Qin Ruping and Su Mingde gave nervous laughs, both feeling a bit guilty. Su Shiqing's room, that had been converted into a storage room ages ago. How could Qingqing stay in a maid's room? Qin Ruping quickly reacted and hastened to say, let her stay next to the master bedroom, right beside mom and dad. How about that? Right? Su Mingde slightly nodded. Being closer to mom and dad is safer, isn't it? So you can spy on me more conveniently, huh? Su Shiqing smiled faintly, saw through it, but did not expose them. Beside them, Su Ying couldn't stand it anymore, so he stormed back into the house alone, walking furiously but limping strangely, somehow making it seem comical. Qin Ruping was a little worried about her darling son, hesitated for a moment, then left Su Shiqing behind and hurried after him. Qingqing, mom needs to check on your brother. That left only Su Mingde and Su Shiqing standing there. Su Mingde called a servant and had him lead Su Shiqing to stay in the room next to the master bedroom, then rushed back to his study himself. At this moment, Su Mingde didn't want to see Su Shiqing. He needed to calm down properly. After following Su Ying, Qin Ruping went into his room. As soon as the door closed, Su Ying couldn't help venting. Mom, what exactly are you two planning? You just watch me get bullied by that damn girl. Even make me beg her? Do you even consider me as your son? Oh, my poor dear, don't be angry, don't be angry. Be careful not to harm your body. Seeing her precious son, who she'd pampered since birth, suffering tremendously here rendered Qin Ruping heartbroken. You are mom's son, of course. Rest assured, mom promises you that damn girl won't be able to act arrogantly for much longer. Hearing this, Su Ying seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. Mom, what do you mean? Kicking up her lips derisively, Qin Ruping's eyes gleamed with scheming. That damn girl is going to become engaged with Zhang family's fool soon. At the engagement banquet, we'll play a few tricks and have that girl consummate the marriage prematurely with that fool right there. Can you guess how difficult life will be for that damn girl afterward? Chapter 91, Buying to One's Heart's Content. Rest assured, mom has already secretly dealt with the media, ensuring that girl becomes utterly disgraced. Qin Ruping patted Su Ying's back gently as she whispered. Su Ying's eyes visibly brightened at this, but soon his expression faltered. He hesitated before speaking. But won't father get angry? Wouldn't this also make our Su family a laughingstock? Foolish son. Qin Ruping grinned eerily, putting her finger to her lips in a hushing gesture. We just don't tell your father, that's all. Anyway, in the end, the Su family will certainly be yours alone. As for Su Shiqing, that accursed girl, we'll announce to the world and expel her from the family. It won't greatly affect the group. After hearing this, Su Ying's heart, which had been heavy with worry, gradually eased back to its original state, and a smirk tugged at his lips, much like the curve on Qin Ruping's face. Mom, you really do care about me most. Just thinking of Su Shiqing being disgraced a few days later gave Su Ying a feeling of clarity and relief, quickly casting away the previous frustration he felt. Whom else should I care about if not you, my only son? Qin Ruping affectionately ruffled Su Ying's head. From now on, I will depend entirely on you. The mother-son duo plotted their plan while Su Mingde remained unaware of it all. At this moment, Su Mingde was completely focused on Su Shiqing. Having lost track of Su Shiqing earlier in the day during his pursuit, she now voluntarily returned. Su Mingde was certain that he wouldn't make the same mistake again, so he spent the entire night monitoring the surveillance system inside the Su estate. He observed Su Shiqing indeed resting calmly in the room next to the master bedroom without any disturbance throughout the night. After an exhausting all-nighter, bloodshot eyes began to show under Su Mingde's gaze until late morning when he realized something wasn't right. Why hasn't this girl come out of her room yet? An ominous premonition surged through him. Without hesitation, Su Mingde hurriedly stood up from his study and rushed toward the room where Su Shiqing rested. Just as he reached the door, Qin Ruping appeared out of the master bedroom. Seeing Su Mingde's disconcerted look, she curiously inquired, "What's the matter?" Without responding, Su Mingde roughly flung open the door in front of him. The window in the room was wide open, with the wind blowing the curtains back and forth. However, in the center of the room, the bed remained completely empty. Once again, despite Su Mingde's vigilant all-night watch, Su Shiqing managed to leave effortlessly. It was as if she treated the Su estate like a free inn, briefly resting overnight, then disappearing without a trace. Already drained after staying up all night, elderly Su Mingde stared at the empty room, feeling dizzy and almost fainting. Qin Ruping hurried forward to support him, but Su Mingde forcefully shoved her off. "You useless fool. That girl stayed next to you. Did you hear nothing at all when she left?" Su Mingde pointed his finger at Qin Ruping and exploded in anger. "Look at us now, we're just a joke. That's impossible." Qin Ruping anxiously glanced towards the empty room, disbelief flashing in her eyes as she muttered, "Even if the girl jumped straight from the second floor, I should have heard something." Yet, the truth was that Qin Ruping hadn't heard any unusual noise throughout the night. It was as if Su Shiqing had become completely silent. "Imbecile, what good are you both?" A profound sense of humiliation washed over Su Mingde, having been tricked numerous times. His complexion turned pale with rage as he tightly pressed his chest, his expression distorted as if ready to kill. For many years, Su Mingda had never been manipulated to this extent. His plans failed, his soft words fell on deaf ears, and even though he personally begged for help, Su Shiqing ran away again in the end. On one side, Su Mingda nearly fainted from fury, while Su Shiqing was leisurely eating breakfast and casually walking down the streets. Although the wood-based abilities didn't have the destructive power of thunder or fire abilities, in some circumstances, they were incredibly useful. The height from the second floor of the Su residence was around 5 or 6 meters. Yet, as Su Shiqing leapt out of the window at dawn, there was not a single sound. At the blind spot of the surveillance cameras, the lawn in the courtyard seemed to come alive, securely catching Su Shiqing just like a soft blanket. Calculating the time, it should have been around the moment when people inside the Su estate would start realizing something was wrong. As Su Mingda found her missing again, the expression on his face would surely be fascinating. With a steaming rice ball in hand, Su Shiqing munched happily, imagining the scene in a pleasurable manner. It was still early, no rush to go to Rola's place, so Su Shiqing took the card Lin Jianhong had given her beforehand, entered the mall, and planned to stock up on supplies needed for the apocalypse. As the weather in the post-apocalypse world gradually turned colder, it was time to start preparing some warm clothing. This was especially important for Enran, who was still young and had a weaker immune system. Even though Su Shiqing possessed healing powers, she remained cautious. Su Shiqing also didn't plan to only buy clothes needed for herself. In the harsh winters, thermal clothing was something that everyone would need. Its importance wasn't lesser than food. Of course, the quality of the clothes she and Enran wore would definitely be the best. While selecting clothing, Ning Xinyan's calm face suddenly flashed in Su Shiqing's mind. Hiss. She seemed to recall that Ning Xinyan had mentioned leaving the base together with them, hadn't he? After hesitating for a moment, Su Shiqing turned into the men's section. Since she was already here, she might as well pick out some cold-resistant clothing for him. After all, after they left the base, there would only be the three of them relying on each other. There were many stylish clothes in the mall, but Su Shiqing, who had been around during the apocalypse for a while, didn't give them a second glance. These kinds of clothes were unsuitable for wearing during the apocalypse. Not only could zombies rip them easily with just one claw, some tight-fitting designs would also affect fighting abilities. Aesthetics were irrelevant during the apocalypse. Practicality was the priority. Of course, this did not apply to what Enran would wear. The little bundle of joy should dress brightly and adorably, making people feel soft-hearted at the sight. Who would send a 6-year-old girl alone against zombies? There was Su Shiqing and Ning Xinyan to do that. Thus, the clothes in Su Shiqing's hands started showing a clear split. Colorful children's outfits ranging from red, pink, green, blue, and adorable caps and gloves for Enran, whereas the adult clothes she picked for herself and Ning Xinyan were all black, gray, or white. For inner layers, sweaters and vests, buy them all. For outer layers, thick padded jackets and coats, buy them all too. Oh, and thermal underwear mustn't be forgotten either. How can one go without thermal underwear in the cold winter? In the previous host's memory, Su Shiqing vaguely recalled that the winter after the apocalypse was going to be extremely cold. It would snow both in the south and north, with snow piling up to a meter high. Therefore, when it came to warmth preservation, Su Shiqing dared not let her guard down. On top of these warm clothes, Su Shiqing ordered several thousand boxes of self-heating heat pads to be sent directly to the warehouse they'd chosen earlier. As for Lin Jianhong's reaction upon receiving the bill, that was not within Su Shiqing's considerations. Chapter 92, Patricide. Food and water go without saying, but as for medicine, Su Shiqing had limited channels, so she handed it over to Lin Jianhong. And upon learning that all the plant seeds in the post-apocalyptic world had been contaminated, Su Shiqing added various types of seeds to her shopping list. Food and water were aimed at most ordinary people and psychics in the post-apocalyptic era. For them, basic sustenance was the most important. As for these seeds, Su Shiqing planned to sell them to the base management. Not all base commanders were like Luo He, who only cared about their own survival. Many more were sincerely thinking about the base. Seeds that could achieve self-sufficiency were undoubtedly invaluable to them. Continuous upgrades had expanded the size of the space countless times, which was more than enough to support Su Shiqing's extensive purchasing spree. After resolving food, water, clothes, and seeds, there was still plenty of room left in the space. Thus, Su Shiqing's gaze fell on the bookstore next door. Upon reflection, 6-year-old Enran should have started her education by now, but due to the apocalypse, schools no longer existed. However, Su Shiqing believed that spiritual needs should also be taken seriously. At least, one should teach basic literacy and moral principles. Letting the little girl grow up as an illiterate, easily tricked by others later in life, was something Su Shiqing wanted to avoid. With this thought in mind, Su Shiqing bought quite a few children's reading books and picture books, planning to embark on the journey while teaching Enran along the way. Is there anything else I need to prepare? Su Shiqing played with the card in her hand, lost in thought, mulling over what other supplies her space lacked. The smell of cooking wafted faintly into the air, and Su Shiqing slightly twitched her nose as she spotted a restaurant by the roadside. Suddenly, she remembered that during this apocalyptic period, she and Enran mostly survived on bread and milk, occasionally using fruits to supplement vitamins. Although their condition surpassed most others in the post-apocalypse, how could dry bread and cold milk possibly compare with hot, delicious meals? Unfortunately, though ingredients were available in Su Shiqing's space, she truly did not know how to cook. Time inside the space was frozen, so food would not cool down or spoil after being placed inside. But how would she explain if the food suddenly appeared warm and freshly cooked? Since Ning Xinyan was traveling with them, Revealing such items might certainly catch his attention. Items like bread and milk, she could perhaps pass off as scavenged from the apocalypse or produced by her supermarket ability mutation, though whether he believed her was another matter entirely. But directly producing fresh delicacies seemed rather far-fetched, didn't it? After all, psychic abilities aren't Doraemon's magical pocket, are they? Regretfully dismissing the idea of packing ready-to-eat meals, Su Shiqing turned around to buy various spices instead. Su Shiqing hadn't forgotten that Ning Sinan had said he could cook. Since she couldn't carry pre-made meals, then bringing materials and letting the cook take care of it was a viable alternative. The ingredients were all provided by her. Making Ning Sinan just do the work wasn't excessive, was it? Without any sense of guilt, Su Shiqing purchased an entire set of pots, pans, bowls, and dozens of seasoning agents. All morning, she busied herself going back and forth between different shops, with the ordered goods being continuously sent to the warehouse. By afternoon, Su Shiqing was punctually at Rao La's house. Is nobody home? After knocking on the courtyard gate several times with no response, Su Shiqing stood at the entrance, frowning in confusion. Was it because she came too early? Had Rao La not woken up yet? It was already 1 in the afternoon, and with the sun blazing high in the sky, Su Shiqing glanced at the time on her phone and felt this was hardly considered early. As Su Shiqing hesitated whether to continue waiting or leave, the air suddenly carried the faintest whiff of blood. Having stayed in the post-apocalypse long enough, Su Shiqing was very sensitive to the scent of blood and quickly looked behind her. About 20 meters away, a figure slowly approached, smiling brightly upon seeing Su Shiqing. Hey little sister, you're so proactive. Looks like you really took my invitation to heart. Rao La flicked her big waves of hair, winking at Su Shiqing and walked forward, smiling as she lifted her chin teasingly. Rao La was dressed casually today, a crop top, jeans, paired with pink slippers, yet none of it diminished her dazzling beauty. Though it didn't seem out of the ordinary, Su Shiqing still acutely detected the faint trace of blood emanating from Rao La. Recalling Rao La's identity and considering her appearance as if just returning from somewhere outside, Su Shiqing unconsciously furrowed her brows slightly, and it seemed that Rao La had perceived Su Shiqing's thoughts. She covered her mouth and chuckled, then pushed open the gate while walking in and said to Su Shiqing, "Tell me, do you think there's anything different about me today?" Su Shiqing followed her into the yard where the flowers in full bloom exuded a faint fragrance, subtly masking the scent of blood. After helping to close the gate, Su Shiqing looked at Rao La, pursed her lips, and asked, "You went to kill someone?" In the modern world with ubiquitous surveillance, it was hard to imagine how Rao La managed to escape unscathed, but this was the only possibility Su Shiqing could think of. "You're quite perceptive." As if killing had become as commonplace as eating or drinking water, Rao La showed no surprise upon hearing this, but instead praised. "Tell me, how did you figure out that I've killed someone? There is a bloody smell on your body." Su Shiqing closed her eyes and sniffed lightly. Under the cover of floral fragrance, the scent of blood had become less pronounced, but Su Shiqing still detected a trace of it. Rao La raised an eyebrow and lightly touched Su Shiqing's nose with her fingertip. "Your sense of smell is sharp, which is a good quality. A keen sense of smell can help you perceive danger more quickly." However, Su Shiqing's slightly furrowed brows did not ease up in the slightest. "Can I ask you a question? Just call me sister." Rao La smiled softly. "Sister, who did you kill?" Su Shiqing looked directly into Rao La's eyes and softly asked. Though aware that she was an ex-mercenary, if Rao La were committing wanton murders domestically, Su Shiqing couldn't pretend it didn't happen. But Rao La gave her an unexpected answer. "The father of Lin Jianhong." Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing's wide-open eyes froze her brain for a moment. "Who? The father of Lin Jianhong? Does Lin Jianhong know?" Seeing Su Shiqing's stunned expression, Rao La laughed and stretched out her finger to tap lightly on the other's chest. "Don't be so nervous. I'm just doing my job for money." Doing a job for money? A notion began to form in Su Shiqing's mind, and she hesitated before uncertainly asking, "Did Lin Jianhong ask you to do this?" Rao La snapped her fingers and nodded slightly. "Bingo, you're right." Chapter 93, Basic Skills. Specifically spent money to hire mercenaries to kill his own father? Although Su Shiqing knew that Lin Jianhong's methods should not be underestimated, she didn't expect that the other party would be so ruthless. Also, what grievances did Lin Jianhong have against his father? Why would he resort to lethal measures? Just a few sentences had her mind racing, and it took her quite a while to digest this fact. Beside her, Rao La couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. "Little sister, didn't see that coming, huh? Men like him aren't good news. Some men are one way in front of you, and another behind your back, just like little Hong Hong." I remember that little Hong Hong gave his father an ancient artifact worth tens of millions just a few days ago, but today he asked me, big sister, to take care of his father. Rao La sniffed lightly. "Humph, dogman." Hearing this, Su Shiqing furrowed her brow slightly, as if contemplating something. "Murder is illegal in this country. Don't you mercenaries value money over your lives?" "Not at all." Rao La shrugged. "Other mercenaries generally don't take jobs for domestic killings, but I'm an exception. Besides, since the person I killed was little Hong Hong's father, little Hong Hong naturally helped cover my tracks." Su Shiqing wasn't sure what past disputes there were between Lin Jianhong and his father, but she had heard rumors about the bankruptcy of the Lin family group earlier. It seemed that it was due to internal conflicts within the Lin family, with Lin Jianhong's father being the key issue. While lost in deep thought, Su Shiqing suddenly got flicked on the forehead by someone. "Don't think about the dogman anymore. With a beautiful woman like me right here, shouldn't you be thinking about me?" As she spoke, Ruala sat down on a stone bench in the yard, legs crossed, hand propping her head up, and threw a sultry glance at Su Shiqing. Didn't we agree to learn skills? Come on, let me teach you. Hearing this, Su Shiqing immediately snapped out of her reverie. Lin Jinhong's affairs didn't concern her much, but learning combat techniques from Ruala was the most important thing now. These spindly arms and legs, going toe-to-toe with others in a fight, will definitely put you at a disadvantage. Ruala looked Su Shiqing up and down. Her deep blue eyes, under the sun's rays, shone like sapphires. From what I see, you've got good reflexes. If you could become more agile and add some explosive power, you might produce decent results. After their last rushed half-minute encounter, Ruala had analyzed Su Shiqing's strengths and weaknesses. Of course, the most important point is endurance. When you fight others, if the two sides are evenly matched, the game is who exhausts first. If the enemy is stronger and weaker respectively, based on your quick reactions and enough stamina, you might also gradually wear down the opponent. Ruala glanced at the blazing sun overhead and smiled slightly at Su Shiqing. So, sister recommends you start from the basics. Squat into a horse stance. Come on, let sister see how long you can hold it. Though it wasn't summer, the day's sunshine was exceptionally bright. In the small courtyard adorned with clusters of flowers, Ruala pulled out a deck chair from the house, lying on it while drinking cola, looking incredibly relaxed. In contrast, Su Shiqing slightly crouched down, her hands spread flat, maintaining the horse stance posture under the scorching sun. Large sweat droplets streamed down her cheeks, and her breathing became progressively heavier. Her legs began to feel weak. Even though she had heightened physical abilities through ESP, extrasensory perception, after only 15 minutes, Su Shiqing was already beginning to struggle. Ultimately, this modern body was still too weak. If it were her body dealing with zombies during the apocalypse, Su Shiqing might have been able to hold on longer. Feeling her body reaching its limits, Su Shiqing closed her eyes, concentrating, trying to endure a little longer. Even in the modern era, even with ESP at her side, such a frail body wouldn't do. It wouldn't help her protect her sister. The only real strength lay in making oneself strong. Determined to push beyond her physical limits, Su Shiqing had perhaps overestimated herself. Her body started swaying, seemingly on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. However, in the next second, a hand reached out and pulled Su Shiqing up firmly. Why are you being so stubborn? All I wanted to do was check your physical fitness. Why push yourself this hard? Rarely frowning, Ruala stared at Su Shiqing's abnormally red face, somewhat annoyed. Doing well for your first time holding out for so long is already impressive. Plus, with this scorching sun, if you keep pushing yourself, little sister, you'll pass out directly. Ruala simply intended to conduct a quick test of Su Shiqing's physical capabilities, but her overly determined manner shocked her. Su Shiqing said nothing, her face flushed red, looking a bit disoriented. Ruala gently shook her head, sighing inwardly. Sister, I'm at a loss for words. Ruala sighed and pulled her into the house. Ruala lived in a not-so-large two-story villa. Out of some unknown habit, all the curtains in her living room and bedroom were tightly drawn, so even with such a big sun outside, the inside of the house was still dimly lit. Ruala had her sit on the sofa. The cool environment made Su Shiqing feel a little more awake. Then when she looked up, she saw Ruala approaching with a glass of honey water. Blinking her eyes, Su Shiqing gradually came back to her senses. However, in just less than half an hour of practicing the horse stance, her muscles were already sore, and it felt like her body wasn't hers anymore. It's no good to rush things. Ruala sat down next to Su Shiqing, reaching out to tap her forehead. Little sister, nobody's going to chase you or try to kill you. Why are you working so hard? Don't you care about your life? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing remained silent, barely managing to curl her lips upward before taking the honey water from Ruala. While drinking to replenish her strength, Su Shiqing took the chance to observe her surroundings. Ruala's house was much like her personality. Things appeared to be placed haphazardly on tables and cabinets, but were far from messy. The living room wasn't small, featuring basic furniture like sofas, a TV, and a coffee table. Close to the inner rooms, there was also a bar counter installed. The counter was better organized than other areas. It housed a few cans of cola and only one small palm-sized photo frame. Due to the distance, Su Shiqing couldn't make out what was in the frame clearly, but she could vaguely distinguish four human silhouettes. Yeah, the foundation of combat training needs to be solid. Your physical condition is fairly decent, so for now, focus mainly on mastering the horse stance and strengthening your lower body. Once your basics become stable, sister will teach you some combat techniques. Of course, these kinds of skills can best be mastered through first-hand experience in real combat situations and summarized by yourself. And, as Ruala said earlier, since she didn't take apprentices and had never taught others combat techniques, she needed to carefully deliberate over many points. She babbled on quite a bit, then suddenly looked up and saw Su Shiqing still holding the honey water, her expression somewhat dazed. Her voice cut off abruptly. Great, all that talk was wasted. Chapter 94, The Eve of the Engagement Banquet. With only 4 days left until the engagement banquet, Su Shiqing spent every afternoon at Luo's house and returned to the Su family home leisurely in the evening. Seeing Su Mingda and others greet her with feigned concern despite their constipated expressions brought Su Shiqing little joy. To put it simply, she no longer cared about her so-called parents. Day by day, Su Shiqing's life was quite fulfilling. She had to consider resources for the post-apocalyptic world and learn combat techniques, leaving her no time to pay attention to Su Mingda and the rest. On the day before the engagement banquet, standing in the courtyard of Luo's house, Su Shiqing paused her sparring with Luo. Breathing heavily, she wiped the sweat from her head. Her loose practice suit was soaked through. Luo stood not far away, looking relaxed as if the just-finished training session were nothing more than a sprinkle of water for her. You're progressing quickly. There was some surprise in Luo's voice. In just a few days, you can withstand 8 moves from me. Su Shiqing leaned over, resting her hands on her knees, gasping for air, and chuckled lightly when she heard this. Could she not progress quickly? For the past 4 or 5 days, she hadn't slept at all. At night, she absorbed crystal cores to strengthen her physical abilities, while during the day, she started morning runs early in the morning and immersed herself completely at Luo's house in the afternoons. Su Shiqing hadn't given herself much rest time. Even though the modern body wasn't the same as her apocalyptic one, and absorbing crystal cores didn't boost her future self, why should modern times lack precautions? By the way, panting to catch her breath, Su Shiqing looked up at Luo. Luo sis, I might not be able to come tomorrow. Hearing this, Luo tilted her head. Why? Seeing Luo's puzzled expression, Su Shiqing hesitated slightly, feeling a bit lost. Did the other person not care at all about entertainment news? The marriage alliance between the Su and Zhang families had already been spread widely, with every headline being about it whenever one opened their phone. My engagement banquet is tomorrow, said Su Shiqing, laughing and shaking her head without further comment. Engagement banquet? This news seemed completely unexpected to Luo, who showed an incredulous look on her face. Younger sister, do you have someone you like? No. Su Shiqing shook her head again, nonchalantly saying, it's just a transaction, a union between 2 conglomerates. After hearing this, Luo's face darkened instantly. It seemed she realized something. Picking up her phone nearby, she flipped through it for a moment, then stopped on a page to read. Su Shiqing, are you the young miss of the Su family? Luo's eyes fell upon the top story on her phone. Her smile vanished, replaced by an ugly expression. Is the person getting engaged to you a fool? A trace of coldness flickered in her deep blue eyes. She frowned at Su Shiqing with an almost reproachful glare. Are you really going to spend your whole life with a fool? Little sister, what are you hoping for? Perhaps due to the past few days of interaction, Luo had developed some fondness for Su Shiqing. Suddenly rising, she exclaimed, if all else fails, let me take action. I'll kill that fool, and let the engagement banquet be damned. Calm down. Su Shiqing quickly got up, holding onto Luo's arm. She wasn't sure why, but whenever it came to this arranged marriage, Luo became extremely impulsive. However, Su Shiqing couldn't afford to waste time pondering. She pulled her back immediately, fearing that Luo would rush out any second. This person mustn't be killed. When Luo had killed Lin Jianhong's father last time, it drew considerable attention. If it weren't for Lin Jianhong's influence dampening things, who knows what kind of mess could have happened now. And this time, even though he was a fool, the man was still the young master of the Zhang family. If this person met a mysterious death, there was a chance it could expose Luo's identity. Though they had only been together for a few days, Luo's teasing personality strangely matched Su Shiqing's own temperament. Moreover, she had taught her some useful skills. Su Shiqing did not want to involve her. Luo sis, think about what kind of character I am, said Su Shiqing, helplessly tugging on the other's arm. I've said this is merely a deal. The Su family has what I need. Once I get it, I'll leave. I've never enjoyed the treatment befitting a miss of the Su family. Why should I sacrifice myself for the group? Am I the type of person who lets themselves lose? Honestly, yes. Luo lowered her gaze, scrutinizing Su Shiqing's very misleading face, clear and demure, with a glint of mischief in her eyes when she smiled, making her seem like a cunning little fox, harmless to those who saw her. Her initially stirred murderous intent was just barely pacified. Luo rolled her eyes, sitting back on the stone bench, propping her chin up with one hand. You'd better not have taken any losses. Luo raised her hand and poked Su Shiqing's chest, her gaze carrying a tinge of melancholy, as if recalling something unpleasant. All right, you're only allowed to miss tomorrow. Luo let out a soft snort, twirling a strand of her golden hair. If I don't see you the day after tomorrow, this big sister won't be reasonable and will kill without restraint. Despite the tough words, Su Shiqing detected a hint of concern in her tone. Her heart softened slightly, and Su Shiqing smiled while nodding. Don't worry. After all, I do have some skills. If the situation goes wrong, I'll definitely run first. That's best, said Luo with a touch of tsundere-like behavior as she sniffed again. Since you have business tomorrow, go home earlier today. All right, Su Shiqing grinned broadly, putting on a coat, winking at Luo. See you the day after tomorrow. There was no way they'd see each other the day after tomorrow. As Luo watched Su Shiqing's figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate, she lightly tapped her fingers on the stone table, the rhythm growing faster, subtly betraying her inner unease. In the end, Luo picked up her phone and found Lin Jianhong's name among the few contacts. Little Hong, I heard that tomorrow is the engagement banquet for the marriage alliance between 2 major conglomerates. Arrange an identity for me to get inside, said Luo lazily, but her tone revealed no room for refusal. Lin Jianhong was quite surprised to receive this call and paused slightly upon hearing it. An engagement banquet? Are you worried about Su Shiqing? Cut the chatter. Just tell me if you can arrange it or not. It's possible, but my father's unexpected death has just been covered up, and I can't guarantee your absolute safety. Humph, said Luo, unable to resist scoffing. When do I ever need someone else to protect my safety? Luo closed her eyes briefly, her voice growing colder. If you can arrange it, just put me into the engagement banquet, and the rest doesn't concern you anymore. Rest assured, even if I get caught, for little obedient one's sake, I wouldn't sell you out, said Luo. Chapter 95. The show is about to start. Even though the main characters of the engagement banquet were Su Jia's unpopular young lady and Zhang Jia's almost never seen in public, foolish, young master, there was no reduction in formalities. They booked the best hotel in the city and sent out invitations to all sorts of elites. Under the tight supervision of Su Mingde and Qin Rugping, today Su Shiqing walked out of the room with an easygoing attitude, without any intention of running away like she did in the past few days. Seeing Su Mingde and Qin Rugping standing by the door, Su Shiqing's lips curled up slightly. What's wrong? Worried I'll run away. Su Mingde and Qin Rugping stiffened slightly and forced a smile. How could we? Qin Rugping feigned concern, attempting to grab Su Shiqing's hand. The stylist downstairs has arrived. We just came to tell Qingqing it's time to get up and start preparations. The hotel is already arranged. You're the main character of this engagement ceremony. You can't be late. Su Shiqing took a small step back, avoiding Qin Rugping's reaching hand, showing no consideration for her frozen gesture, and spoke coolly. As agreed, give me back my grandmother's heirloom. I'm right here. Where are the things? She leaned against the doorframe, scanning her eyes indifferently between the two people before her, clearly indicating that she wouldn't move until she had her hands on the items. Upon hearing this, Qin Rugping looked uneasy as she glanced at Su Mingde beside her. Then Su Mingde coughed lightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, once we reach the hotel, and you've confirmed your presence at the engagement banquet site, I will naturally hand over the items to you. Evidently, Su Mingde appeared to be wary of Su Shiqing's martial skills. For the past 4 or 5 nights, Su Shiqing always came back brazenly through the front door every night. No matter how many people Su Mingde assigned to monitor her, she would disappear every morning and not leave any trace on surveillance. So this time, Su Mingde was more cautious, worrying that once he handed over the items to Su Shiqing, she would vanish immediately. You'd better keep your word. After some deliberation in her mind, Su Shiqing reluctantly accepted the arrangement. The fashion designer downstairs had been waiting for quite some time. Accompanied by Su Shiqing's parents under the pretense of care but actual monitoring, Su Shiqing slowly descended the stairs. Her gaze swept around the living room hall and didn't spot Su Ying. Apparently upset by Su Shiqing's return on the first day, these days Su Ying refused to come home, leaving things quiet. The prepared engagement gown was a wine-red strapless long dress. When Su Shiqing emerged dressed in the gown, even Su Mingde and Qin Rugping paused momentarily in their disbelief. It seemed they had never really appreciated their eldest daughter seriously until now. When the girl stepped into the long dress and pinned up her hair, only then did they notice that, unknowingly, Su Shiqing had grown so elegantly refined. With her raven-like hair tied neatly behind, a strand gracefully falling by her ear, her posture seemed inadvertently alluring. The wine-red long dress accentuated her porcelain-like skin and perfectly outlined her swan-like neck and back. A slight touch of makeup was all that was needed to mesmerize hearts. When she wore a cold expression, Su Shiqing exuded a distant aloofness that repelled others, but when her eyebrows softened and her gaze twinkled, she suddenly became vibrant and vivacious. Still, Su Shiqing herself felt somewhat uncomfortable with this outfit. She lifted the hem of her dress, looked around left and right, feeling that such a ceremonial dress was ill-suited for movement, not to mention the high heels under her feet. Su Mingde seemed to have gone down to confirm the situation at the hotel side, while Qin Rugping was on a phone call. She wasn't sure who was on the other line. Glancing sideways and noticing no one paying attention to her, Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids and pulled out her phone, where there were a few messages from Lin Jianhong. I've arranged for reporters from the newspaper I own to go inside, ready to act whenever ordered. I've discovered something suspicious. Your mother and brother seem to be planning something and are secretly buying off journalists attending the engagement banquet. Be careful, they're targeting you. They want you disgraced at the engagement banquet. Want me to disgrace myself? Shutting off the phone screen, Su Shiqing's gaze fell on Qin Rugping in the corner not far away, talking on the phone. Her body was slightly turned away, seemingly not wanting anyone to know what she was doing. Interesting, Su Shiqing muttered softly, her mouth curling into an icy smile. Not only treating me as a tool for marriage alliance, but also aiming to disgrace me. Sometimes, it was really hard to imagine this was what a mother could do to her biological daughter. No matter, wasn't she already indifferent about it long ago? Su Shiqing's eyes grew firm little by little. She didn't want to continue playing the game with the Su family anymore. After getting her grandmother's heirlooms back, it was time for her to leave. Her stay in this era had been long enough. It was time to return to the post-apocalypse. At this moment, it seemed Su Mingde had also confirmed the situation at the hotel and walked back. It's time to leave. His gaze remained on Su Shiqing, as if he feared that if he blinked for a second, she would vanish again. In just a few days, Su Mingde was nearly suffering from mental exhaustion. Dark circles were faintly visible beneath his eyes, which made Su Shiqing involuntarily curl her lips slightly upward. Qin Rugping hastily hung up the phone and also approached. Qingqing, let's go. The hotel side is ready. However, Su Shiqing did not rush to depart, but gave Qin Rugping beside her a sardonic glance instead. Who were you talking to just now, Mrs. Su? A somewhat guilty gesture stiffened momentarily. Sensing Qin Rugping's uneasiness, even Su Mingde glanced over skeptically. Huh, I was calling your younger brother. Qin Rugping laughed nervously. Su Ying has already arrived at the hotel, saying he's just waiting for us. And Qingqing, how can you call me Mrs. Su? She quickly shifted the topic, looking discontentedly at Su Shiqing while reminding her, you should call me Mom. And Su Mingde, too, with a grave expression, frowned at Su Shiqing and said, your mother is right. Are you deliberately trying to make fools of our Su family in front of others? In response to the displeased expressions of both parents, Su Shiqing shrugged indifferently, smiled vaguely, and responded half-heartedly, "All right, I get it." As for whether she would actually change her words or not, Su Shiqing's answer was certainly no. From the moment they decided to sacrifice her hand in marriage to benefit the group by marrying her off to a fool, Su Shiqing had already ceased to recognize them as her parents. From now on, her only family left was her sister from both worlds. Thinking this far, Su Shiqing took the lead to walk out of the Su residence, leaving behind a detached remark, "Let's go. The engagement banquet is about to start." The show was about to begin as well. Chapter 96, Stealing the Show. For some reason, when Qin Rupiying met Su Shiqing's half-smiling gaze, she inexplicably felt a pang of guilt, as if her plans had been seen through. But upon closer reflection, Qin Rupiying found this thought absurd. She drugged Su Shiqing, then bound her to the bed of the Zhang family's foolish young master before calling in journalists to document the entire scene. The meticulously planned operation was only known by herself and Su Ying. Even Su Mingda was still in the dark about it all. How could Su Shiqing, a girl with no connections or strength, who idly wandered around outside, possibly know? At this thought, Qin Rupiying's heart settled back down. As Su Shiqing walked out with Su Mingda, she subtly lingered behind, sending a message to Su Ying at the hotel. "Son, is everything ready? Don't worry, Mom. I've taken care of both the materials and the journalists. This engagement banquet will surely ruin that girl's reputation, exposing her as a laughingstock." The largest hotel was rented out for the event. A long red carpet lay at the entrance. It was barely 10 in the morning, yet the area around the hotel was already packed to the brim. Because the Su and Zhang families had intentionally promoted it, along with Su Shiqing orchestrating Lin Jianhong's covert assistance, the attention on this engagement banquet reached unprecedented heights. Various media outlets didn't want to miss the grand union between the two powerful conglomerates, either tasked with covering it or simply chasing after blockbuster news. Their cameras were pointed toward the hotel entrance. When Su family's limousine slowly pulled up at the hotel's main entrance, the volume of the surrounding noise escalated several decibels. Flashes of cameras focused on the two low-key black luxury cars, snapping photos frantically. Yet, the car doors remained stubbornly closed. Inside the vehicle, Su Shiqing extended her hand towards Su Mingda, the stuff. She had already arrived at the engagement ceremony, so the heirloom from Grandma should be handed over now. After a brief moment of silence, Su Mingda seemed to realize that if he didn't give her what she wanted, Su Shiqing would not get out of the car. Anyway, they were already at the hotel, and under the intense glare of so many flashlights and cameras, there was no possible way Su Shiqing could escape. Thus, Su Mingda took out a prepared leather suitcase and handed it over to Su Shiqing. Since Su Mingda was the de facto spokesperson of the Su family, the mementos left by Grandma weren't numerous and were far from covering Anren's one-day medical expenses. However, Su Shiqing had never cared about the monetary value of the heirlooms, but instead cherished the owner of these items. They were something Grandma personally said she wanted to leave for the two sisters, and regardless of what it took, Su Shiqing intended to reclaim what belonged to her. Still, there was one point where Su Mingda miscalculated. After confirming the contents inside the suitcase, Su Shiqing picked up the case, lifted her skirt, and decisively pushed the car door open. She had no intention of fleeing from the engagement ceremony. What she wanted was for the Su family's reputation to crumble. In the moment Su Shiqing appeared, all the reporters and media gathered around the red carpet couldn't help but let out a collective exclamation. Su Shiqing elegantly carried the leather suitcase, walking gracefully along the red carpet toward the hotel. With high heels clicking against the ground, she walked alone without needing anyone's support. Calmly, she maintained an unwavering composure, exuding a commanding presence. Holy crap, is that the young miss of the Su family? She's stunningly beautiful. Why do I rarely see her in the news? You idiot, she's a rich heiress, not a celebrity scandal you'd encounter daily. Where do you think you'll see her just like that? Are you serious? Being from a wealthy family guarantees exposure? Isn't Su family's young master always featured on headlines, his side stories never ending, and girlfriends changing every few weeks? Lower your voice. Today's spotlight belongs to the Su and Zhang families. Discussing too much might get you kicked out. The cacophony of comments caused even Su Mingda's brow to furrow slightly after getting out of the car. He had intended to use the news of this marriage alliance to stabilize the Su family's position and hence made a splash. Yet, wasn't today's turnout far too many? Within the hotel, representatives of groups and companies that had cooperation ties with the Su and Zhang families looked curiously towards the commotion outside. Lin Jianhong stood nonchalantly, one hand in his pocket, wearing a well-fitted suit, while holding a glass of red wine with his other hand. From the brink of bankruptcy, the Lin family business had been pulled back under his capable management, stabilizing within days. Partners that once fled had now returned, and he was naturally invited to participate in this engagement ceremony. Hearing the commotion, Lin Jianhong glanced toward the hotel's exterior. When he saw the burgundy-clad figure walking ahead, his pupils slightly contracted. Su Shiqing usually dressed in casual wear, or suits for official matters. This was the first time Lin Jianhong saw her in formal attire. The wine-colored off-the-shoulder long dress perfectly outlined Su Shiqing's curves, with elegant hook-line patterns that gave an air of understated grandeur. Her raven black hair was neatly tied up at the back, with a strand draping down, adding an indescribable touch of cold elegance. Her smile usually carried a fox-like cunning, but now, Su Shiqing had an inexplicably alluring calm expression on her face. Lin Jianhong, holding his glass of red wine, unconsciously gripped it tighter for a moment as his deep gaze contracted. It took him several moments to snap out of it. With utmost composure and grace, Su Shiqing turned the tens of meters of the red carpet into a majestic queen's entrance. Behind her, Su Mingda and Qin Ruping looked somewhat uncomfortable, but since they were in front of the media, they had no choice but to force smiles and quickly catch up with Su Shiqing. Filthy girl. Shiqing, slow down and walk together with your mom and dad. Su Mingda suppressed his urge to curse, lowering his voice to whisper towards Su Shiqing. After all, in front of the media, Su Mingda definitely didn't want the next day's headline to be suspected discord between father and daughter of the Su family. The Zhang family had already arrived as well. Greeting them at the hotel entrance were Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. Zhang Xingjing, the chairman of the Zhang group, and his wife, Jiang Ming. Of course, as the other main character of the engagement banquet, the fool young master of the Zhang family naturally wouldn't appear here. Because they wanted to avoid any rude behavior from the young master in public, he would only show up briefly during the formal announcement of the alliance. Hey, old Su. Zhang Xingjing laughed heartily as he approached, slapping Su Mingda's shoulder before turning his eyes to Su Shiqing and giving an impressed glance. Old Su, you never mentioned your daughter is so likable. Not really. Su Mingda replied politely with a laugh. As the two men exchanged pleasantries and forced laughter, Su Shiqing suddenly noticed a malicious stare directed toward her. She arched an eyebrow and followed the line of sight, only to meet the piercing eyes of Mrs. Zhang, Jiang Ming. Oh my, how could Chairman Su let such a charming girl come to this event? My son truly has great luck, Jiang Ming said insincerely, her tone playful, yet masking disdain. Su Shiqing immediately caught the underlying hostility behind her seemingly friendly remarks. Chapter 97 Cliched Methods. Jiang Ming and Zhang Xingjing only have one son, Zhang Mingqing. Unfortunately, this only child was detected to have intellectual issues right from birth. Now, with such a vast family business in the Zhang family without anyone to take over, the increasing conflicts in the couple's relationship are also becoming more apparent, yet they only display a facade of marital harmony in front of the media. This was the first time Su Shiqing met Mrs. Zhang, unsure why the latter harbored such animosity towards her. Then Jiang Ming cast a glance at the strapless long dress Su Shiqing was wearing and smirked. The girls from your Su family are indeed very pretty, but I still think young ladies should dress more conservatively. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing's gaze quietly fell on the off-the-shoulder gown Jiang Ming wore, which had a slit all the way up to the thigh, not much different from her own strapless long dress. And Jiang Ming continued speaking. After all, my son needs someone to take care of him. Since Miss Su has become my daughter-in-law, naturally you'll have to learn how to personally care for your husband, right? Wearing skirts is inconvenient. Qin Rugua on the side softly laughed and nodded. That's right. My dear mother-in-law can rest assured. Our girl is really good at taking care of others. As the two madams began chatting, Su Mingda and Zhang Xingjing merely watched, with no intention of speaking up for Su Shiqing. Just then, Su Shiqing suddenly let out a laugh, raised her hand to caress her face, and looked askance at Jiang Ming in front of her. Who would have thought that the illustrious Zhang family couldn't even afford a nanny to take care of someone, instead asking me, who hasn't even married into your family, to do such things? But one thing Mrs. Zhang said is true. This dress really isn't suitable for me to wear. After all, no matter how well I dress myself, it's not something someone with low intelligence could appreciate. The location of their conversation was at the entrance of the hotel. Although they weren't at the center of the crowd, there were invited guests behind them, and Su Shiqing's voice wasn't particularly soft either, so many people almost heard it. The fact that her son had mental disabilities had always been a sore spot for Jiang Ming, rarely mentioned in front of her. Lin Jinhong, standing silently a bit away, subtly curved his lips, focusing his eyes on the burgundy figure before taking a sip of red wine. It was indeed as Su Shiqing had said. She wouldn't let herself lose out on anything. Sure enough, after hearing Su Shiqing's words, Jiang Ming immediately flared up. Her eyes darkened as she glared fiercely at Su Shiqing, her hand clenched into a fist by her side, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, as if she might explode at any moment. At that point, Zhang Xingjing pulled Jiang Ming aside. Enough, stop causing trouble. Zhang Xingjing warned his wife with a glance, reminding her not to make an issue out of this situation. He had already given up completely on his disabled son. If it hadn't been for the need of this alliance, Zhang Xingjing would have abandoned his son long ago, leaving him to survive on his own. This union with the Su family was a great help to them, and Zhang Xingjing didn't want the whole matter to fail because of Jiang Ming. After her chest rose and fell sharply a couple of times, Jiang Ming coldly huffed and turned on her high heels with a stomping sound, heading upstairs. Judging from her direction, she seemed to be going to find her son Zhang Qingming in one of the rooms upstairs. Of course, Zhang Xingjing deeply glanced at Su Shiqing with unclear meaning and gave a humph. Miss Su is quite unique. Anyone could tell from his expression how displeased he was. If Su Shiqing truly married into the Zhang family, what awaited her might be endless torment. But now, Su Shiqing simply raised an indifferent eyebrow, picking up her suitcase, leaving the three of them behind as she gracefully walked into the hotel. Sorry about that. Su Mingda shook his head helplessly and patted Zhang Xingjing's shoulder. That girl has quite a temper. If she marries into your family, you'll have to teach her some manners on my behalf. The word teach was emphasized by Su Mingda, implying something else. Zhang Xingjing glanced oddly at Su Mingda and, seeing the distaste in his eyes, knowingly burst out laughing. Naturally. The banquet hadn't officially started yet, and most people inside the hotel gathered in small groups, discussing various corporate cooperation plans. However, as the main characters of this engagement party, Su Shiqing and Zhang Chengming, who had not appeared since the beginning, seemed to have no presence, receiving little attention. Wearing a burgundy strapless long dress, Su Shiqing held a glass of red wine and quietly stood in a corner of the conference hall, like a beautiful vase, serving a purely ornamental role, with no one giving her another look. But Su Shiqing didn't mind, enjoying the peace. She tilted her head back slightly and took a sip of wine, her eyes unconsciously sweeping over each person coming and going in the venue. She was waiting for the perfect moment, the time when Su Ying and Qin Rugua couldn't help but make their move against her. Since learning from Lin Jianhong that the mother and son duo intended to ruin her reputation, Su Shiqing had been on constant alert. Suddenly, Su Shiqing's gaze met Lin Jianhong's across the room. The two locked eyes for a moment, and Su Shiqing slightly raised an eyebrow before noticing him seemingly lifting his wine glass in a gesture of sorts. The next second, a passing waiter accidentally bumped into her shoulder. Her glass wobbled and spilled some of its contents onto her dress. The waiter seemed frantic, bowing repeatedly without daring to look up, apologizing endlessly. "I'm so sorry, miss. I'm so sorry." But as Su Shiqing watched this scene unfold, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Such a cliched method. Next, they would likely invite her upstairs to tidy herself up. "Miss, let me take you upstairs to clean your dress." The waiter spoke in a trembling voice. How predictable. Su Shiqing smiled gently, stepping forward to steady the frightened waiter with reassurance. All right, it's no big deal. Then come on, take me upstairs to clean up." Compared to the hustle and bustle of the hotel's first floor, the second floor lounge was much quieter. The waiter led Su Shiqing to an unoccupied restroom and softly murmured, "Miss, please come in." At the exact moment the door opened, Su Shiqing keenly picked up on a sweet and cloying scent. Something wasn't right here. There was something placed inside this room. And the long corridor was, whether by coincidence or intention, now empty except for Su Shiqing and the waiter. Su Shiqing stood at the entrance of the room, hesitating to step in as she contemplated what to do next. Walking straight into the room was out of the question. Although Su Shiqing didn't know exactly what kind of unknown gas might be in there, if she didn't enter, Qin Rugua and Su Ying might start suspecting things were amiss. Noticing Su Shiqing's hesitation, the waiter seemed anxious and tried to speak up. "Miss you." Before he could finish, his body froze abruptly, and then under Su Shiqing's startled gaze, he collapsed softly onto the ground. Chapter 98. I want Su family's reputation shattered. The server's neck was struck hard, and he instantly fainted, collapsing to the ground. Behind him stood the perpetrator. "Sister Rua?" Su Shiqing's pupils contracted slightly in shock as she recognized the woman in the server's uniform. "Why are you here?" "Well, your sister was worried about you." Ruala reached down to play with a strand of her blonde hair and gave Su Shiqing a flirtatious look. She then smoothly kicked the unconscious server into the restroom. "Don't go in. The gas inside will make anyone go limp and lose their strength." After kicking the server inside, Ruala closed the door and whispered a warning to Su Shiqing while pulling her hand. "That one called Su Ying is definitely your younger brother, right? He planned to drug you here and send you to that idiot's bed. So why don't we leave now? Just now, I wandered around the hotel, used some tricks, and now all the people in the surveillance room have passed out. All the monitors are destroyed too." Ruala blinked her sapphire-like eyes as if seeking praise. Su Shiqing opened her mouth but couldn't think of anything to say. She never imagined that Ruala would sneak into the hotel at this time, nor did she know that the other had quietly done so many things without telling her. But as she thought of Su Ying, Su Shiqing's eyes grew cold. So, this was how they planned to ruin her reputation completely? The well-bred Su family miss, scandalously losing control on the very night of her engagement party and rolling into bed with an idiot. It certainly made for a juicy headline. Looking at Ruala, who appeared casual but was actually deeply concerned, Su Shiqing suddenly turned back and gripped the other's hand. "I'm not leaving." Su Shiqing's expression remained calm, but there was a flicker of resolve in the depths of her eyes. "If we already know someone plans to trick me, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't pay them back. I want the Su family's face lost forever." Upon hearing these words, Ruala froze, stared at Su Shiqing's face for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "You remember every slight, definitely showing some hired soldier toughness." Ruala smiled as she pinched Su Shiqing's cheeks, with a hint of melancholy in her deep blue eyes. "Sister Rua, do you know which room is where Zhang Shengming, the Zhang family master, is resting?" Su Shiqing wasn't clear about the hotel's arrangement, and checking room by room would take too long, so she looked at Ruala. Ruala didn't disappoint. In almost no time, she pointed toward the end of the corridor, the furthest one, room number 2011. Quietly memorizing the location, Su Shiqing smiled at Ruala and said softly but sincerely, "Thank you, Sister Rua." Ruala's unexpected appearance was something Su Shiqing hadn't anticipated, proving that the former came purely of her own will because she was concerned about Su Shiqing. Accustomed to mutual manipulation, what Ruala had done indeed made Su Shiqing feel somewhat uneasy. "I'll stay within the event hall. If you need to leave, I can immediately come rescue you." Ruala winked at Su Shiqing, then put on a mask, covering her bright features before heading down the corridor. At the moment they brushed past each other, Su Shiqing heard Ruala mutter quietly, "There are footsteps. Your younger brother is coming." The second Ruala left, Su Shiqing saw a figure hurrying along from the far end of the corridor. Su Ying's face showed a trace of impatience. But when he saw Su Shiqing by the doorway, his expression stiffened momentarily before adjusting quickly, managing a strained smile. Sister Su, what are you doing here? Rarely, Su Ying even addressed Su Shiqing as sister, though the tone clearly carried reluctance. In his hands, he held 2 glasses of wine and hurried towards Su Shiqing as if fearing she might run away. As Su Ying approached, Su Shiqing's demeanor gradually grew cold. Her gaze fell on the 2 glasses of wine in his hands. Remembering what Ruala had told her, she was confident there was something added to the drink. Why hasn't your dress been taken care of yet? Observing the still visible wine stains on Su Shiqing's gown, Su Ying stopped abruptly, looking around and finding no sign of the server. Seeing his suspicious expression, Su Shiqing pressed her lips together for a second and next leaned weakly against the doorframe, pretending to be feeble. The server said this dress was tricky to handle and asked me to wait in the rest room while he went to find Madame Su for advice. Su Shiqing raised a hand to support her forehead, closing her eyes slightly to appear frail, yet keeping an eye on Su Ying through her peripheral vision. I've waited in the room for quite a while, and the server hasn't returned yet, so I came out to check what was going on. Su Shiqing's tone was indifferent, showing her usual disdain for Su Ying. She sighed faintly, saying in a lethargic voice, the room seems suffocating, making me dizzy now. At the mention of dizziness, Su Ying's eyes gleamed, but then he reminded himself not to reveal any sign of suspicion and managed to calm down somewhat. Hey, it's all such a small matter. Su Ying stepped closer with a mischievous grin. The room is indeed too stuffy. Sister, you should take a few steps out here, and later I'll take you to another room to change your gown. Whether it was due to Su Shiqing's impeccable acting or Su Ying's sheer lack of brainpower, this dullard had merely doubted for a brief moment before happily believing that the drugs in the room had taken effect. Why did you come find me? Su Shiqing leaned against the doorframe, as if she would slump onto the ground at any second, yet her gaze remained disdainful towards Su Ying. Su Ying grinned cunningly and picked up one of the 2 glasses of wine he brought over, offering it to Su Shiqing. Today is sister's engagement banquet. These past few days, I've deeply reflected on myself, realizing just how excessively terrible I've been. This glass of wine is my tribute to sister, wishing that after marrying into the Zhang family, everything goes well for you. Surely, sister won't refuse it? For some reason, whenever she heard and ran gently calling her sister, Su Shiqing's heart would soften like mush. But looking at Su Ying addressing her this way now, Su Shiqing only felt revulsion. Why do you think? Su Shiqing let out a mocking chuckle. I would drink this glass of wine. You recognizing your faults is your business, and I rejecting your apology is my choice. As soon as those words were spoken, Su Shiqing was pleased to see Su Ying's face twist into an unpleasant expression. She sighed lightly, under Su Ying's shocked gaze, and then suddenly grabbed his wrist with great force, firmly controlling both his arm and the glass of wine. Su Ying struggled, but shockingly, the Su Shiqing who seemed so weak moments ago now held a grip that he couldn't budge at all. During their struggle, the other glass of wine fell from Su Ying's hand, crashing onto the ground with a sharp sound. Su Shiqing, what are you going to do? Somehow, a chilling premonition sprang up inside Su Ying. What am I going to do? Su Shiqing tightly gripped his hand, forcing Su Ying to look up at her. She laughed softly, the other hand gently tilting Su Ying's chin upwards. Her pitch-black eyes carried a chilling coldness. Obviously, whatever you plan to do to me, I'll pay back to you in equal measure. Chapter 99, An Eye for an Eye. Su Ying, do you know there's a saying, when someone shows kindness for no reason, it's either for ulterior motives or theft? Su Shiqing, wearing high heels, was still very steady. She lifted Su Ying's face and sneered as she took away the glass of drugged red wine from his hand. Su Ying knew something was wrong. The situation had clearly spiraled out of his control. He didn't care about anything else. Seizing the moment when Su Shiqing let go of him, Su Ying ran towards the first floor. The second floor was now completely empty. Everyone had been arranged by Qin Ruping to leave, making it easier for them to act against Su Shiqing. But instead, Su Ying got into more trouble. How could a spoiled rich second generation like Su Ying possibly outrun Su Shiqing, whose physical abilities had greatly improved? Despite her high heels and tight-fitting formal gown, Su Shiqing easily blocked Su Ying, not spilling even a drop from the glass in her hand. Judging by Su Shiqing's attitude, it seemed like she already knew about their plan. Though Su Ying wasn't sure how she found out, his instincts told him that things were about to get unpleasant. Mom, help me. Su Ying fumbled with his phone, attempting to call Qin Ruping for help. However, before he succeeded, Su Shiqing kicked the phone away. Su Shiqing gripped Su Ying's chin tightly and coldly forced the wine down his throat. Su Ying tried hard to spit it out. He was all too aware of what had been added to the glass. The drug, no matter how simple one's willpower may be, would begin taking effect within 4 to 5 minutes, leaving the person hot all over and gradually losing control. But Su Shiqing's strength was shocking. Su Ying not only failed to break free, but also ended up choking several times. In the desolate hallway, it was just the two of them. It was at this moment that Su Ying finally showed genuine despair in his eyes. But this wasn't the end yet. Su Shiqing smiled and began unbuttoning her dear younger brother's suit collar, lips parting slightly as she said, I know, the young master of the Zhang family should be right at the end of this corridor in the lounge, correct? Su Ying widened his eyes in terror, seemingly understanding what Su Shiqing intended to do. Just as Su Shiqing had said herself, she would repay Su Ying exactly for what he had planned to do to her. Su Shiqing, cough. If you do this, you'll regret it. Su Ying violently coughed while trying to back away in panic. But Su Shiqing grabbed his hair, forcing Su Ying to kneel on the ground and dragged him forward. Su Shiqing picked up Su Ying's phone lying on the floor and forcibly unlocked it using his face. On the phone screen appeared the chat box with Qin Rupiying, and the last message received read, "Son, once you're ready, send Mom a message. The reporters downstairs are all set." Upon seeing the message, Su Shiqing lightly chuckled. Excellent. Her mother truly participated in this scheme, so there was no need for her to hold back. She typed onto the phone, "Mom, I'm ready." After sending the message, Su Shiqing tossed Su Ying's phone aside and lowered her gaze, looking at the man who was twisting painfully on the ground. The drug was starting to take effect. Su Ying's face turned unnaturally flushed, breathing heavily, eyes hazy. His rationality was being eaten away by desire, unable to recognize who Su Shiqing was, nor remember who he was himself. Instinctively, he just wanted to tear off his own clothes. In merely a few minutes, the effects were already this intense. A slight, emotionless smile appeared on the corner of Su Shiqing's mouth as she dragged the man, much like a lifeless dog, towards the resting room at the end of the corridor. To ensure no one would discover them, Jiang Ming had been taken earlier by Qin Rupiying for a chat downstairs. Thus, when Su Shiqing kicked open the door, the lounge only contained the young master of the Zhang family. Seeing the unfamiliar woman dragging in a man whose face was flush with heat, Zhang Shengming, who was originally sucking his fingers, tilted his head slightly and opened his mouth wide, saliva dripping down from the corner of his mouth. A grown man behaving like a mentally incapacitated infant was undoubtedly dissonant. Seeing Zhang Shengming's vacant stare, Su Shiqing's eyes darkened slightly as she threw the now restless Zhang Shengming onto the large bed inside the lounge. With a flicker of her finger, delicate vines appeared and completely tied Su Ying's limbs to the bed. Su Shiqing could manipulate these vines at any time, and given that Su Ying had lost all sense of reality, this precaution ensured that he wouldn't harm the dim-witted young master before the reporters arrived. Huh? Yeah. The doltish young master couldn't understand what was happening and could only blurt out some unclear syllables. Su Shiqing gave one last look at this nominal fiancé of hers, glanced at the slightly ajar window in the room, and lifting her skirt, leaped down. Jiang Ming was pulled by Qin Rupiying into an endless chat about the household matters. For some unknown reason, his heart felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Jiang Ming was growing slightly worried about his son, left alone in the resting room. He was just about to rise, planning to politely decline Qin Rupiying's invitation and check on Zhang Shengming. But right at that moment, the journalists who had been circling around the outside of the hotel suddenly surged inside all at once. This shocked the guests in the hotel, who rose one after another in astonishment, not knowing what was happening. What's going on? Su Mingda's face darkened as he stared at the reporters rushing in, his eyebrows twitching nervously. Where's the hotel security? How did they get in? And just then, someone shouted out loud from the crowd. 2011. Everyone, there's a bombshell story in 2011. Miss Su can't contain her thirst. While things are pleasant downstairs, they're getting passionate upstairs, folks. At this, it wasn't just Su Mingda's complexion worsening. Even Qin Rupiying's expression changed instantaneously. Who shouted that? She hadn't made such an arrangement. The person shouting was naturally following Lin Jinhong's instruction, as arranged by Su Shiqing, dragging the Su family directly into the spotlight. And Jiang Ming instantly clenched his fists, standing up abruptly. 2011? Wasn't that his son's resting room? What was that wretch Miss Su doing in his son's resting room? Just then, the hotel security finally swung into action, trying to evict the reporters inside, but still many insisted on rushing upstairs. This inevitably aroused the curiosity of the guests. What on earth was going on upstairs? Why were so many reporters crazily fighting to push their way up? And at that very moment, Qin Rupiying also began sensing something was wrong. There were far too many journalists. She certainly hadn't arranged for so many. Chapter 100. Is someone looking for me? A faint sense of unease crept over her as she felt events spiraling out of control, but Qin Rugwa glanced at her phone and her eyes turned dark and resolute. The drugs have been administered, the person is tied up on the bed. If I give up now, all the plans my son and I have plotted for these many days will be wasted. Seeing many journalists being driven out by hotel security, Qin Rugwa grabbed the arm of Jiang Ming standing next to her, whose face was already showing signs of displeasure, and in a voice loud enough for everyone around to hear, feigned grief. This is slander. Our Qingqing is such a gentle and lovely girl. How could she do something so immoral at her own engagement party? Mrs. Zhang, you must not believe this. Qin Rugwa held Jiang Ming's hand with an earnest tone. Your son is surely unharmed. Upon hearing these words, Su Mingda, standing not far away, changed expression slightly, as if realizing something. He stared at Qin Rugwa, both incredulous and furious. But Qin Rugwa dared not turn around and meet his gaze. And right then, Jiang Ming, worried about her son's condition, began to feel restless. She harshly threw off Qin Rugwa's grip and gritted her teeth. Won't we know if there's any trouble just by checking? Qin Rugwa, let me tell you this. If your daughter has done anything to my son, even if I were a ghost, I would never let you go. Jiang Ming strode toward the upstairs direction in high heels, while hotel staff and guests moved aside. Some reporters took the opportunity and followed closely behind. Lin Jinhong stood outside the crowd, calmly sipping the drink from his wine glass, his gaze discreetly sweeping across some small-time bosses among the guests. Immediately, several people from the guests mixed into the crowd, following after Jiang Ming up the stairs. No matter how much Su Mingda and Zhang Shengjing tried to stop them, they couldn't. Even the two of them were squeezed to the back of the crowd. The resting room for Master Zhang's son was located at the end of the second-floor corridor. A large group stormed upstairs, following Jiang Ming, all wanting to see what had happened. Jiang Ming didn't want her son exposed under these flashing lights, but she had no time to think about that at the moment. It was as though the telepathic bond between mother and son warned her that something terrible was about to happen. And Qin Ruo followed close behind Jiang Ming. Thinking about what kind of scene might unfold once the door to the restroom opened made Qin Ruo almost uncontrollably excited. Once such a scandal was publicized, Su Shiqing's reputation would be completely ruined, and everything the Su family owned would ultimately fall into the hands of her son. As for the cooperation with the Zhang family, it could crumble. It wouldn't affect her much since she trusted in her Su family's strength. Without this partnership, nothing major would change. It was only somewhat difficult to explain to Su Mingda, but wasn't he also not fond of Su Shiqing, that little wretch? Qin Ruo believed that as long as she spoke softly and gently persuaded him, Su Mingda wouldn't hold on to it too much either. When they arrived at the tightly shut door of the resting room, Jiang Ming's hands started trembling slightly. Behind her, reporters and media already had their cameras ready, prepared to record every single detail inside. Qin Ruo looked on in satisfaction, ensuring her arranged people were ready. Seeing Jiang Ming hesitating, she stepped forward first, pushing open the door to the resting room. "You'd better open your eyes wide. My Qingqing isn't as impolite as you've claimed," Qin Ruo shouted loudly as she stepped aside, letting the lenses focus more directly on the situation inside. However, at the moment the door was pushed open, heavy breathing sounds came out from inside. Men's hurried breaths interwoven with indistinct moans. Without needing to look, one could already understand what was happening. Peering through the doorway, one could see that beneath the covers on the grand bed in the resting room were two silhouettes entangled together, moving continuously. "Ah!" Two screams rang out simultaneously. Qin Ruo, feigning shock, covered her mouth as she saw the two figures tangled together inside the room. And Jiang Ming was genuinely shocked. Almost losing all composure expected of a member of high society, she screamed in hysteria and nearly fell to the ground. Instinctively wanting to move closer and lift the covers to see who dared to seduce her son like this, she was forcefully held back by Qin Ruo. Flashes from cameras behind flashed crazily. Qin Ruo clutched Jiang Ming's hand tightly. I didn't expect it to actually be Qingqing. Qingqing has always been so obedient. Why would she do such a thing? Mrs. Zhang, I am sorry, our Su family has wronged you." As she spoke, Qin Ruo also adjusted her position carefully to avoid blocking the doorway, so that the media behind her could capture every detail inside the room. "Let me go." Jiang Ming was furious and struggled desperately to free herself from Qin Ruo's grip, but the other woman's hand clung to her wrist like it was welded there, impossible to shake off. The flashbulbs went off behind them. "Don't ruin your health with anger, Mrs. Zhang." A look of disappointment and grief covered Qin Ruo's face. "Rest assured, we will certainly make Qingqing give you and your family an explanation." "Is someone looking for me?" Before Qin Ruo had finished her sentence, a clear voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. For a moment, the entire corridor fell silent. Qin Ruo and Jiang Ming stopped their actions simultaneously and looked back in surprise to see Su Shiqing stepping out from the crowd. She still wore the burgundy dress, but somehow Su Shiqing had found a pristine white mink coat and draped it over her shoulders, covering the stained parts. Su Shiqing's lips curled slightly upward as she took steady steps forward, the high heels clicking crisply on the floor. "What were you saying just now? About what kind of explanation should I give?" Qin Ruo's expression turned ghostly pale as she stared at Su Shiqing, who shouldn't be here at this very moment, almost thinking it was a hallucination. Hadn't Su Ying said everything was arranged properly? Jiang Ming's thoughts were much simpler. If Su Shiqing was standing right in front of her eyes, then who was the person rolling around with her son on that bed? Seizing the moment while Qin Ruo was stunned and lost in thought, Jiang Ming quickly pulled her hand away and rushed into the restroom. Although the commotion around the door was loud and many people were crowding around, the two figures intertwined on the bed showed no signs of separating. Enraged, Jiang Ming heaved the quilt off the bed and thundered, "Which lowly tramp dared to climb into my son's bed? Do you really think you can match our family, Zhang?" Her words trailed off abruptly as Jiang Ming froze upon seeing the two people on the bed. Her son, collar open, struggling fiercely with a flushed face, emitting weak moans. And lying on top of him, it was Su Ying. Chapter 101, Public Opinion. The angle was such that Su Ying's face was perfectly aligned towards the door, allowing anyone to clearly see the confused flush on his face. Qin Rugping felt as if all the blood in her body had rushed back to her head at this moment. Her ears were buzzing, and she could no longer hear the commotion around her. At just this moment, Su Shi smoothed out the sable coat on her shoulders, lightly covering her lips as if slightly surprised. "Oh, isn't that my dear younger brother? What are you two doing?" Before her sentence was even finished, Jiang Ming, standing by the bed looking at this scene, rolled his eyes and slumped to the ground, fainting. As for Su Ying lying on the bed, he seemed utterly oblivious to all of this. His mind had already been clouded by the drug's effects, causing him to violently attempt to tear off Zhang Shengming's clothes. The vulnerable Zhang Shengming beneath him, with a mind similar to that of a child, could not resist, only panicking and crying out. At this point, Qin Rugping suddenly seemed to realize what was happening, her complexion immediately turning deathly pale. Looking at Jiang Ming lying unconscious on the floor, and Su Ying and Zhang Shengming intertwined on the bed, Qin Rugping nearly collapsed herself. Behind her, various journalists and media members paused only momentarily before continuing their snapping, their flashlights flickering madly, crazily capturing the scene within. Wait, stop. Don't take pictures. Qin Rugping, realizing what was happening, hurriedly attempted to stop those reporters, but Zhang Shengming's situation on the bed also did not look good, leaving her completely overwhelmed. Don't take any more pictures. I said stop. Are you all deaf? Her panic grew inside as she watched the journalist continue without hesitation, making her feel like the situation was spiraling out of her control. She thought everyone present was under her control, unaware that most of them were there following instructions from Lin Jianhong and Su Shi. Su Shi stood nearby, quietly observing Qin Rugping's increasingly panicked demeanor, raising an eyebrow and smirking softly. Approaching, she placed a hand on Qin Rugping's shoulder and whispered into her ear, Mrs. Su, do you like the show I've sent your way? Upon hearing this sentence, Qin Rugping's pupils abruptly contracted. She turned around sharply and glared furiously at Su Shi, who was calm and smiling faintly, trembling fingers pointing at her while yelling hoarsely. It's you. This is your doing. You beast Su Shi, that's your own brother. Su Shi stepped back one step, using a single hand to lightly cover her chest, slightly frowning, feigning an appearance of rage. Injustice, Mom. How could it possibly be me? I went to deal with the soiled dress earlier. I wasn't even here. I know, accepting your younger brother's sexual orientation is hard for you. But, you little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Su Shi's latter statement, Qin Rugping erupted angrily. The cameras behind her continued diligently recording. Su Shi publicly declared that Su Ying had a problematic sexual orientation in front of everyone. Wasn't this solidifying his guilt? But the frantic interruption in Qin Rugping's manner, under the lens, appeared as shame-induced rage. I never imagined. Rumors say that the Su family master has countless women but none that truly satisfy him because their gender was wrong. Sigh, while we should respect each person's sexual orientation, having sex with his own sister's fiancé on the very day of his sister's engagement banquet. Truly, these high-profile families have lost all sense of decency. Not only journalists arranged for this spectacle were present, but also other small enterprise bosses eager for gossip. Looking at this scene, they couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Su Shi gently stroked the sable coat on her body and, unseen by the cameras, provocatively raised an eyebrow at Qin Rugping. Wanting to destroy my reputation through public opinion? Sorry, but I know a thing or two about stirring up trouble. Initially, Su Shi hadn't intended to push things this far. It was supposed to be a fair deal. She got what she wanted and then left. But her own mother and younger brother wouldn't let her be. They were adamant to ruin her reputation on her engagement day. Su Shi simply couldn't understand. Why, as family, must they rejoice over her misfortune? Since that's how it was, Su Shi didn't hesitate anymore. Watching the Qins become completely disoriented brought her immense joy. If you don't go stop your precious son soon, he might really go too far. Su Shi politely gestured toward the restroom, indicating Qin Rugping should look inside. On the big bed in the restroom, Zhang Shengming struggled until his face was flushed red, gasping for breath, while Su Ying had almost entirely undressed himself, exposing his skeletal frame devoid of much muscle. There was no way Qin Rugping would let Su Ying ruin Mr. Zhang's life in such a manner, as this would make it impossible to resolve the situation peacefully. Almost grinding her teeth into powder, Qin Rugping glared at Su Shi with eyes filled with murderous intent before rushing forward to separate Su Ying and Zhang Shengming. Son, my dear son, it's your mother here. Let go quickly. Abandoning all pretense of elegance, Qin Rugping hastily avoided the unconscious Jiang Ming on the ground as she struggled to pull Su Ying off the bed. But Su Ying, whose mind was overwhelmed by the drug's potency, couldn't care less about anything else. He might not even recognize Qin Rugping. The drug that Su Ying bought himself had been selected for its intense and long-lasting effects. Now he was reaping what he sowed. The corridor was completely blocked by journalists and onlookers from both the Su and Zhang families, who were unable to come forward to help. Qin Rugping could only attempt to stop the farce by herself. Her hair was disheveled, and she'd kicked off her high heels as she tried to restrain Su Ying like a wild beast gone mad. Desperately, she poured all her strength into holding him back. Meanwhile, Su Shi glanced behind her toward the other end of the corridor, calculating the time and concluding that Su Mingda and Zhang Xingjing, stuck near the back, should have caught up by now. She didn't want the blame to shift back to her once the performance was over. With the drama unfolding, the main characters had already been decided. Having obtained what she needed, and having set the drama in motion, Su Shi had no interest in being involved in the ending. Seizing the moment when Qin Rugping's attention wasn't on her, Su Shi quietly slipped away from the crowd. Ruola had disabled all surveillance cameras in the hotel, ensuring no one else would step down. Turning into the restroom, by the time Su Shi came out again, the wine-red evening gown she had worn earlier was gone, replaced by a black overcoat. The suitcase she'd stashed in her spatial dimension earlier for convenience was retrieved at this point. With that, she stealthily avoided the crowd and went down another staircase on the side of the hotel. Waiting at the side entrance was Ruola. Dear, is everything done? Leaning against the car door, Ruola's golden tresses shimmered under the sunlight. Spotting Su Shi emerging inconspicuously, she flamboyantly snapped her fingers. It's done. Su Shi jiggled the suitcase in her hand, smirking enigmatically. And I've also given the Su family quite a present. Chapter 102, The Paternity Test Report. It was only after sitting in Ruola's car that Su Shiqing relaxed her guard and let out a long breath. Ruola's car had a special aroma, like a faint tea scent mixed with the freshness of morning dew, which could ease one's mind. Ruola stepped on the gas pedal with a single foot, cheerfully whistled, and glanced at Su Shiqing beside her. After all that effort, what did you manage to bring back? Su Shirqing gently stroked the patterns on the leather case, and a rare hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. It's my grandmother's legacy. Grandmother? Ruola raised an eyebrow. Dear, are you serious? Your parents already don't like you much. Is your grandmother actually someone who would have liked you? You're a fool if you aren't afraid of being deceived. Su Shirqing shook her head slightly, smiled softly, and her gaze darkened. I don't know why either. Maybe it's a matter of perspective, but when I was little, Grandma truly cared for me. Before she passed away, I didn't have my own room and always shared one with her. She was the only person in the Su family who treated me well. These legacies were left to my sister and me before her passing. Bringing them back also resolved a lingering issue for me. Su Shirqing lifted her gaze to look out the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, as if gazing at something through the glass. After a while, she shrugged indifferently. And even if grandmother didn't really like me in her heart, at least she shielded my childhood. That's enough. It's unnecessary to be fixated on whether feelings are genuine or not. Su Shirqing understood thoroughly. True intentions can change in an instant. Who knows for sure about this thing called emotion? She followed her life philosophy. What belongs to her will forever belong to her. Whoever treats her well, she'll treat well in return. Moreover, vengeance must be exacted. You're young, but you see things quite clearly, Ruola murmured lightly, then chuckled meaningfully. But, it's good. Where do you want to go next? Stopping at a traffic light, Ruola turned her head to ask. Let me give you a ride since it's on the way. Where to go? The surveillance cameras were destroyed, so Su Mingda probably couldn't track her movements anymore. And since everything has been resolved, there was no need to keep going back and forth to the Su household. Su Shirqing's gaze softened gently, seemingly thinking of something. To the hospital, the one under the Lin family enterprises. Hospital. Ruola blinked, puzzled. Ruola truly knew little about Su Shirqing's situation. She only learned yesterday that the other party was the Su family's miss, not to mention the rarely seen Anren from the Su family. My younger sister is in the hospital. Su Shirqing had no reservations and nodded slightly, saying, now that everything is over, I want to visit her. A father driven by interests, a mother who loves only her son, a hospitalized sister, and her fractured self. Ruola slightly pursed her lips, furrowing her eyebrows. What kind of pitiful little creature is this anyway? Knowing better than to inquire further, Ruola turned a corner and headed toward the hospital. While making use of this time on the road, Su Shirqing opened the relatively small leather suitcase. Since Su Mingda handled matters in the Su family, her grandmother couldn't leave too many items behind. A layer of dust covered the leather suitcase, seemingly untouched for a very long time. Thinking about it, the few items belonging to Grandma were nothing the Su Mingda family valued, and they might even find them unlucky because of their association with death. After all, the relationship between Grandma and them was never good, often facing each other coldly. However, as for the specific reasons, Su Shirqing did not know, as conflicts among elders were beyond her knowledge. Su Shirqing placed the leather suitcase on her lap, slowly opening it. She saw that there wasn't much inside, just a few pieces of jewelry, some documents, and a notebook. Jewelry took up most of the space in the leather suitcase, most of which were ones Grandma liked to wear during her lifetime. Those few documents were property certificates, all assets under Grandma's name, not in the best locations, but sufficient for an average person to live off rents for life. It was the notebook in the leather suitcase that Su Shirqing had never seen before. Just as she was about to reach out to take a look at the contents of the notebook, Su Shirqing suddenly paused her movements, her fingertips brushing over the bottom of the box and finding uneven bumps. There was something. Seemingly noticing Su Shirqing's hesitation, Ruola turned her head with one hand still on the steering wheel. What's wrong? There seems to be something hidden at the bottom of the box. Su Shirqing felt around carefully, realizing it was a few pieces of paper hidden in a compartment at the bottom of the box, impossible to take out. As Su Shirqing was pondering how to open the compartment at the bottom of the box, Ruola already reached out and pulled a small knife directly from her driving position. Here, use this. Thank you. No wonder someone who used to be a mercenary could produce weapons from anywhere. Taking the knife, Su Shirqing didn't hesitate and began cutting a slit into the bottom of the leather case right there in the car. Several yellowed sheets of paper immediately fell out slowly, clearly old. Su Shirqing carefully gathered them up. She hadn't had time to read through them thoroughly when the title on the top document caught her eye. Paternity test report, she murmured aloud, suddenly holding her breath and feeling her heartbeat quicken. Why would Grandma keep something like this? Could it be? Her pupils constricted as a guess formed in her mind, making her breathing grow heavier. Flipping through briefly, there were 6 pages in her hand. Test reports for herself, Anren, Su Ying, and their father and mother. According to analysis, there exists a biological relationship between Su Shirqing and Su Mingda. According to analysis, there exists a biological relationship between Su Shirqing and Qin Rugping. According to analysis, there exists a biological relationship between Su Anren and Su Mingda. According to analysis, there exists a biological relationship between Su Anren and Qin Rugping. According to analysis, there exists a biological relationship between Su Ying and Su Mingda. According to analysis, there does not exist a biological relationship between Su Ying and Qin Rugping. Su Shirqing whispered softly after reading the small print, then fell silent. Su Ying was not Qin Rugping's child. Her eyes grew increasingly bewildered. Her full-blooded younger brother all these years had suddenly become half-brother? Then who was Su Ying's mother? If Qin Rugping's second child wasn't Su Ying, then who was it? And, over all these years, if Qin Rugping loved Su Ying so much but treated her and Anren so harshly, what did that even mean? Chapter 103, Old Affairs. Su Shirqing's hands began to tremble slightly as she held the paper, and her usually clear eyes showed a rare trace of confusion and loss. Why did this parentage test report appear among the relics left by Grandma? Does this mean that Grandma knew long ago that Su Ying was not Qin Rubin's child? Then why didn't she say it until her death? And does Su Mingda and Qin Rubin know about this matter? If they know, why do they still care so much about Su Ying? Dear, what's wrong with you? Ruala didn't hear clearly what Su Shirqing just murmured, but noticed that something seemed wrong, frowning and looking over. At the moment, Su Shirqing's brows were tightly furrowed too. Without realizing it, she gripped the paper in her hand even harder, crumpling it slightly. Sister Ruwa. Su Shirqing lowered her head and looked at the parentage identification report in her hand, raising her hand unconsciously to rub her temples. Su Ying and I were not born from the same mother. Ruala raised an eyebrow. Su Ying? Your younger brother? Yes. Su Shirqing lightly bit her lower lip, repeatedly flipping through the 2 sheets of paper in her hand, making sure she hadn't read them wrong. But I don't understand. Since Grandma already knew about this, why has she never mentioned it? Despite her and Anren being unliked, and Su Ying growing up under excessive indulgence, Grandma had never touched on bloodline issues. The car fell into silence for a while. Su Shirqing was thinking, and Ruala let out a deep breath. Sister, I might sound a bit harsh, but if you ask me, your grandmother isn't such a good person either. Ruala rested one hand on the steering wheel and gave a light snort. Darling, have you ever considered that the problem lies with your father? She is your grandmother, but she is also your father's mom. If she knew all the ins and outs but delayed revealing the truth, could it be possible that she was covering for someone? Upon hearing these words, Su Shirqing's pupils shrank slightly, and her sharp mind quickly grasped what Ruala meant. Su Ying was Su Mingda's child with another woman but was brought to the Su family, growing up happily as Qin Rubin's child. And all this was probably due to Su Mingda's intention. As Su Mingda's mother, despite possibly being ashamed of her son's actions, Grandma chose not to expose all this due to their mother-son relationship. To ease her guilt, was that why Grandma paid attention to Su Shirqing like this? Opening her mouth, she realized at some point her voice had become a little hoarse. If she concealed it all her life, then why did she hide this parentage test report among her relics and leave it to me? Elders tend to be superstitious. Probably your grandma also realized the incorrectness of such behavior, worried about going to hell after death. Ruala caught a glimpse of Su Shirqing's distracted expression with her peripheral vision and sighed inwardly. Of course, these are just my own speculations and might not be accurate. It wasn't inaccurate. With her thoughts triggered, many past details surfaced in Su Shirqing's mind. She remembered when her grandmother and father's relationship started to deteriorate. It seemed to have happened soon after Su Ying was born. Back then, Su Shirqing was still young, and many memories were hazy. She only recalled that after Qin Rubin got pregnant, she stayed in the hospital for a long time, and later came back home with Su Ying. During the time Qin Rubin was hospitalized, everything was personally arranged by Su Mingda, and Su Shirqing couldn't visit. Probably during that time, Su Mingda planned carefully to switch the babies right after delivery, leaving both Qin Rubin and Su Shirqing in the dark. No wonder, both Su Shirqing and Su Anren grew up fair-skinned and elegant, each a beauty in the making, whereas Su Ying was unusually rebellious, with his hooligan-like aura unable to be hidden, looking quite unpleasant. This was originally a genetic issue. Dear, are you okay? Ruala was somewhat worried about Su Shirqing's emotions, glancing back frequently. She blinked twice gently, tightened her lips, and shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Calmly, she put away the parental identification report along with Grandma's legacy items into a leather suitcase. Finding out suddenly that Su Ying had a different biological mother than hers, Su Shirqing's heart was slightly disturbed, but fundamentally nothing had changed. What's done is done. The feelings between Su Shirqing and Qin Rubin have been depleted. Even if at this point she holds the parentage identification report to reveal the truth to her, what use would there be? What would be Qin Rubin's reaction? Doubt? Regret? Despair? But what use were these pale emotions to Su Shirqing? Abuse, forced marriage, drugging, everything that was meant to happen had already happened. Was she supposed to simply forget all those things just because Qin Rubin said a few careless words? How despicable. In an instant, Su Shirqing thought about many things, but in the end, she only calmly placed the leather suitcase by her feet. This composed demeanor, however, seemed somewhat aimless in Ruala's eyes. She fell silent for a moment before abruptly slamming her hand on the steering wheel, letting out a sharp car horn that startled Su Shirqing. Dear, if you can't swallow this, sister will take you back right now and settle it. Ruala gave Su Shirqing a meaningful look, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling. Sis, we're driving. Calm down. Su Shirqing sighed helplessly, waving her hand lightly. I'm really fine. After what happened today, the Su family has no connection to me anymore. Su Shirqing smiled wistfully, with a hint of reflection in her gaze. I don't want to fight over meaningless rights and wrongs, and being called the young miss of the Su family means nothing to me. I won't change because my identity changes, so all these bloodline disputes seem meaningless as well. Lowering the car window, the wind played with Su Shirqing's hair. She squinted slightly and looked at the bright sunny sky outside, sighing softly. Ruala's eyes quietly settled on Su Shirqing. After a while, she approvingly raised her brow and stopped discussing the matter further. Some people know their place from birth and clearly understand what they want to do. They don't need others to comfort or persuade them. With one press of the gas pedal, Ruala drove Su Shirqing straight to the hospital and got out of the car together. Come to think of it, I haven't met your sister yet. Ruala swung the car key on her finger and blew Su Shiqing a kiss. Do you mind if I come up with you? Su Shiqing paused for a moment, her eyes darkening slightly, then smiled lightly and shook her head. Of course not. After all, she still had something to ask of her. Chapter 104, Visiting the Ward. And Ran was in a private independent ward on the top floor of the hospital. Because of Su Shiqing's specific instructions, there was almost no one coming and going around this ward. Ruala followed behind Su Shiqing, walking deeper down the corridor. Looking around at the quiet surroundings that didn't resemble a hospital, she slightly narrowed her eyes. The two stopped in front of a ward door, and Ruala voiced some doubts. Dear, is your sister really staying here? There's not a soul around. Won't your sister feel lonely? Before she could finish speaking, Su Shiqing had already pushed open the ward door. Upon seeing the situation inside, Ruala's voice abruptly cut off. The curtains were half opened, allowing bright sunlight to shine in, illuminating the ward clearly. One could clearly see the small figure lying on the bed, and Rant's eyes were tightly closed, her cheeks showing signs of emaciation, and her small body was full of tubes. Beside her, the vital sign monitor was working slowly. Yes, and Ran being alone here is too lonely. Su Shiqing revealed a hint of pity in her eyes, quietly walked to the bedside, and gently kissed the little girl's forehead. On ordinary days, only I can chat with her. I don't even know if Ran can hear me. Su Shiqing muttered softly, unclear whether she was speaking to Ruala or herself. Ran, your sister is back. Have you missed your sister during these few days? Ruala stood quietly by the entrance of the ward, silently observing the expression on Su Shiqing's face. Her face carried a faint smile, not very noticeable, but one could feel it was truly a heartwarming grin. Ruala always felt that Su Shiqing was a person with deep thoughts, but in front of her sister, Su Shiqing seemed to be able to let go of all her defenses and appear naturally relaxed. Don't mind it, my sister has always been like this. Su Shiqing turned and smiled at Ruala. She has been in a coma for several years, and until now, there are no signs of awakening. Is there no way to cure her? Ruala carefully stepped into the ward, taking a glance at Ran lying on the bed. This tiny individual tugged at one's heartstrings. Not yet. Su Shiqing subconsciously touched the area around her collarbone, lowering her eyelids, her tone carrying a trace of inexplicable determination. But there will be in the future. Absolutely there will be. Once modern affairs were settled, Su Shiqing would set off to the apocalyptic world. While strengthening her own capabilities, she also planned to find Hien, who was rumored to be the strongest healer. Su Shiqing believed that she would certainly find a way to treat her sister. However, before embarking on her journey to the apocalypse, there was still something that needed to be done. Su Shiqing looked at Ruala. Do you have any connections to foreign mercenaries, Sister Ruo? I need to hire a few people. Even though Ran was currently in the most private hospital possible, Su Shiqing couldn't fully relax. After thoroughly falling out with the Su family, it was certain that the Zhang family wouldn't let matters rest today. If Su Mingde were pushed too far, Su Shiqing did not know what measures he might take, or if they would target Ran. Especially after learning that Lin Jianhong personally arranged for patricide. Such ruthlessness made Su Shiqing slightly concerned, thus wanting to provide an extra layer of security for her sister. Mercenaries' motto, with money, you're God. Fortunately, Su Shiqing had plenty of money. She intended to hire a few mercenaries to guard her sister 24 hours a day. After all, she herself would often have things to attend to and could not stay in the ward all the time. Mercenaries? Ruala thoughtfully glanced at the child lying unconscious on the bed. You want someone to protect your sister? You don't trust Lin Jianhong? At a glance, Ruala seemed to have seen through Su Shiqing's thoughts, raising an eyebrow with ambiguous meaning. It's just a transactional relationship, so talking about trust doesn't make sense. Su Shiqing gave a faint smile without directly answering. I do have some connections to mercenaries. Ruala covered her lips and laughed lightly, taking a step forward, teasingly lifting Su Shiqing's chin, her gaze flickering. But guess what? Right now, one quite renowned mercenary is standing right in front of you, dear. Don't you want me? Su Shiqing met her gaze, finally realizing. Sister Ruo, do you mean yourself? But aren't you under Lin Jianhong's command? Ruala frowned unhappily, interrupting. When did I ever say I'm under Little Hong's command? Thinking of something, Ruala's expression darkened slightly as she coldly snorted. If it weren't for an old friend's last wish, I wouldn't give such a despicable man a second glance. An old friend's last wish? There's definitely a story behind that. But seeing Ruala's poor mood, Su Shiqing wisely chose not to ask further questions. As for Ruala's skills, Su Shiqing knew them best. If Ruala was really helping guard Ran, then it would indeed bring peace of mind. Perhaps due to being on guard for too long, Su Shiqing instinctively harbored suspicions about Ruala's goodwill. The woman had not only taught her martial arts, but also infiltrated today's engagement banquet to rendezvous with her. Now, she was even offering to help protect Su Shiqing's younger sister. The most crucial part was that they'd only known each other for less than a week. Why was Ruala being so kind? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Su Shiqing's mind until Ruala curiously leaned in. Dear, what are you thinking about so deeply? It's nothing. Su Shiqing smiled, her eyes and brows softening. If it's you, Sister Ruo, naturally I'll feel much more at ease. There was no reason for the other party to suddenly show hostility now. Ruala hadn't displayed any malice yet, and had already helped her significantly. There was no way Su Shiqing could turn hostile toward her right now. As Ruala stared intently at Su Shiqing's expression, she paused slightly, then arrogantly snorted. Of course my strength is worth your trust. Oh, And remember to ask little Hong to arrange a separate ward for me nearby. I like eating foods with strong smells, so it'd be best not to bother your sister. No problem. This small matter was something neither Ra La nor Su Shiqing needed to negotiate over. Lin Jinhong wouldn't have any reason to refuse since he relied heavily on both their combat abilities and technical expertise. With her sister's protection arranged properly, Su Shiqing had truly finished everything else for now. She just needed to wait for Lin Jinhong to acquire the car fuel, and then Su Shiqing could return to the apocalypse world. While Su Shiqing had her affairs settled, the Su family, by contrast, was still in chaos. Su Mingda managed to finally push through the crowd alongside Zhang Shengjing and noticed 3 silhouettes entangled inside the resting room at the end of the corridor. Upon closer inspection, there was someone lying on the floor. When they saw Su Ying's dazed, flushed face and Zhang Shengming's disheveled clothes, both heads of their families immediately grew furious. Such disgraceful behavior during the engagement banquet would bring shame to both families. Chapter 105. The Fermenting Public Opinion Online. The engagement banquet could certainly not continue. Zhang Xingming had been startled, and the other protagonist, Su Shiqing, had disappeared into the crowd without anyone noticing. No matter how Su Mingda's face turned ashen with anger, he could only barely maintain his sanity and cancel the engagement banquet. And that wasn't even the most headache-inducing part. What troubled Su Mingda even more was the discontent of the Zhang family and the public opinion storm that erupted almost instantly online. Just in the short distance from the hotel back to the Su residence, everything that happened at the engagement banquet had already spread like wildfire across the internet. Every netizen seemed to be a die-hard gossip lover, especially when it came to disputes among wealthy families. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Did you hear? The much-publicized marriage between 2 major tycoon families exploded today at the engagement banquet. I know about this. It seems that the sister's younger brother hooked up with the fiancé himself. There are even pictures on the internet. WTF? Is this for real? This is the fiancé's own brother we're talking about, right? How did he end up sleeping with the man supposed to marry his sister? There's more. You may not know this, but the male lead of this engagement banquet has mental issues. He's intellectually disabled. Sigh, doesn't this qualify as attempted rape? Taking advantage of someone with an incomplete mind? Is this what the Su family calls a gentleman? So disgusting. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the miss of the Su family? A normal person wouldn't want to marry a stranger who's mentally handicapped. Now the engagement banquet is ruined by her own younger brother. Who isn't saying it? Let me tell you, the chairman of Su Group is also bloodless beast. How dare they treat their daughter like this? And raise such sons, what good could come out of them? Bang! A glass cup was thrown hard to the ground, shattering into pieces. Su Mingda scrolled through the comments on the web, so infuriated that his face turned pale and his hands trembled continuously. Even if Su Mingda wanted to suppress these negative opinions, new posts kept emerging on the internet, as if someone were deliberately antagonizing the Su family. After all the trouble, the discussions online not only refused to cease, but escalated even further. Pictures of Su Ying and Zhang Shengming entwined on the bed circulated clearly on the web, with visuals as evidence. Hiding the truth was no longer possible. Su Mingda nearly fainted from rage. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to the Su family stock under this kind of public discourse. Su Ying, after being forcibly administered an antidote, was now sleeping upstairs, completely unaware of her transgression. Qin Rugping stood nearby, trembling nervously, too afraid to utter a word. Slap. A sharp slap echoed through the hall. Su Mingda used full force, delivering a heavy slap to Qin Rugping, tilting her head and causing a trace of blood to seep from her lips. Her cheek instantly swelled red and hurt upon touch, but she didn't dare to provoke the enraged Su Mingda at this moment. She clenched her teeth tightly without making a sound. Scum. Poisonous woman. What exactly do you think you're doing? At the hotel, Su Mingda had already sensed something amiss. The security at the hotel was extremely strict, and journalists shouldn't have been able to enter without permission. Today's situation indicated obvious manipulation by someone behind the scenes. Combined with Qin Rugping's previous reactions, Su Mingda almost immediately deduced it was her fault without much thought. Minor disruptions were forgivable, but today's massive scandal left Su Mingda clueless on how to handle it. Public opinion online was uncontrollable, filled almost uniformly with defamation towards the Su family. The Zhang family was still awaiting an explanation. Answer me. What do you intend to do, you dead bitch? Su Mingda pointed at Qin Rugping, gritting his teeth furiously. How do you expect me to save face now? How should I explain ourselves to the Zhangs? Kneeling abruptly due to weakened legs, Qin Rugping struggled to give Su Mingda a shaky smile. Honey. Listen to my side. I just wanted to give that brat a taste of hardship. I planned everything. That drug girl was absolutely meant to be her. But for some reason, it turned into our son. I remember now, I understand. It's all her plan. She intentionally harmed our son. Kneeling on the floor, Qin Rugping lunged forward and grabbed Su Mingda's leg urgently. Quickly, let's find that dead girl. Just let that slut admit this is all her doing. Then we can recover the Su family's reputation. In response, Su Mingda delivered another resounding slap. This time, Qin Rugping was directly knocked down to the floor and lay there for half a minute without getting up. How dare I marry a moron like you? Su Mingda was almost enraged to the point of fainting. If he could only locate Su Shiqing, would he still be raging here in such helplessness? The key is, he can't find her. There were so many cameras and journalists at the hotel, yet not one had served any purpose. An imbecile must have sabotaged all the cameras in that hotel without leaving behind a single trace, which caused Su Mingda to completely lose track of Su Shiqing. Now, both items and people are gone. Even the reputation of the group has been hit. Qin Rugping thought that Su Mingde didn't believe her words and, ignoring her swollen cheeks, hurriedly came closer again. Mr. Su, how could you not trust me? How can you not believe me? I didn't do it on purpose. I swear I wasn't intentional. It's all that dead slut Su Shiqing. It's all her. She destroyed our perfect plan. If we can just catch her, everything will be solved. It's not difficult to deal with someone who is just stupid. However, someone who is stupid and unaware of their own ignorance is the most headache-inducing. The wrinkles on Su Mingde's face seemed deeper. In just a few short hours, he appeared to have aged several years, exuding numbness and despair. What should he do? How can Su family restore its reputation? And how can cooperation with Zhang family be salvaged? His eyes turned dark and vengeful. There was one thought that both Su Mingde and Qin Rugping shared unanimously. It was Su Shiqing who destroyed it all. Neither of them paused to consider that if Qin Rugping and Su Ying hadn't tampered with the drug initially, would Su Shiqing have taken such extreme measures? Su Mingde's chest heaved violently. Then a silhouette suddenly flashed through his mind, calming him down. If he wanted to find out where Su Shiqing is now, perhaps at this moment there was only one way left. Chapter 106. Ready. The car and gasoline you asked for are all ready. They're in that warehouse. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jinhong's voice was as steady as always. I also had someone take care of the pile of gold and jewelry in the warehouse. In the hospital room, the mobile phone lay on the table. Su Shiqing held a fruit knife, slowly peeling an apple. Upon hearing the message, she replied, "All right, I understand." Also, Lin Jinhong seemed hesitant, pausing before sighing. "Never mind. Anyway, you'll see it soon." Faced with his hesitancy, Su Shiqing was curious, unsure which matter he referred to. "It's about the technical data you gave me earlier," Lin Jinhong added. "There are no concrete results yet, but you might find out after some time." Su Shiqing was confident in the materials brought from the post-apocalypse world and believed they wouldn't fail her. Seeing that Lin Jinhong wasn't planning to divulge further details, she didn't press further. After hanging up, Su Shiqing peeled the apple and handed it to Ruala sitting beside her. Ruala, leaning her head on one hand, grinned mischievously and winked as she took the apple. "Thanks, darling." After spending some time together, Su Shiqing had grown accustomed to Ruala's flirtatious personality and paid no mind. She glanced at Ran lying unconscious on the bed, stood up, and adjusted the blanket around him. "Miss Rual, I'll be going out for a bit. Could you help keep an eye on Ran?" Su Shiqing smiled, bowing her hands respectfully to ask for help. "Piece of cake." Ruala took a bite of the apple and arched an eyebrow. "With me here, you can go without worries." After Su Shiqing stepped out of the hospital room, Ruala slowly erased her smile. Face devoid of expression, she took another bite of the apple, then approached Ran's bedside, staring down at him intently. Such resemblance. Why is it so striking? Ruala frowned slightly as her fingers lightly grazed Ran's cheek, murmuring softly, "He looks exactly like Xiao Guai did when he was younger." And Ran remained motionless, completely unaware of his surroundings. Recalling the parentage test document from the Su family, Ruala's frown deepened, uncertainty flickering in her deep blue eyes. "Xiao Guai, could you be the Su family's child?" As Su Shiqing pushed open the door to the warehouse, her eyes immediately landed on the impressive off-road vehicle parked in the center. Its sleek black body featured lines so fluid, even the headlights were made of bulletproof material. The four wheels below were almost wider than Su Shiqing herself, radiating robustness and stability. Su Shiqing knocked on the car window and used a small knife to scratch the surface of the vehicle. Not a single mark appeared, showing just how sturdy it was. The car was large enough to seat 5 people. If the front seats were reclined, 3 or 4 individuals could sleep on them, though they'd have limited space to stretch. The bottom of the car hovered nearly half a meter above the ground. If Su Shiqing were any shorter, climbing into the vehicle would require significant effort. Upon seeing this car, Su Shiqing instantly fell in love. It was truly the ultimate travel companion. Driving this vehicle, Su Shiqing felt capable of rolling right over zombies. Next to the SUV, hundreds of barrels of gasoline were prepared, wrapped tightly by Lin Jinhong. She effortlessly transported all of them into her spatial storage. Now everything was ready, and matters of this era had come to a close. It was time to return to the post-apocalypse world. With a slight mental command, the plum blossom mark on Su Shiqing's collarbone tingled faintly. In the next second, the teleportation initiated. Last time Su Shiqing teleported, she had been in her bedroom in the post-apocalyptic world, so this time, she reappeared in the same spot. Before Su Shiqing could move, the closed door was softly knocked, a gentle voice asking from outside, "Sister? Are you there, sister? Can Ran come in?" "Of course you can." Su Shiqing got up, opened the door, and saw the little girl holding an empty milk bottle looking up expectantly. "What does Ran need from sister?" Then, Ran earnestly spread her hands wide, white light appearing in her palms. "Sister, sister, last time you gave Ran the shiny crystal, and Ran has absorbed it all. It makes me feel super powerful." Recalling that she had previously given Ran a crystal core to enhance her abilities, Su Shiqing nodded. Though normal crystal cores contained impurities and direct absorption might pose future risks, the ones retrieved from her spatial storage were different. After all, before Su Shiqing's discovery, the space had been slowly upgrading by absorbing the impurities from crystal cores. Purified crystal cores could now be absorbed without any issues. Ran is such a good girl, excellent job. Su Shiqing gently ruffled the little girl's head. Hearing the praise, Ran blushed slightly, her smile tinged with shyness. Since Ran is doing so well, sister can feel much more at ease. Su Shiqing picked up the lightweight child with one arm and pinched her chubby cheeks with the other hand. We'll be leaving the base soon. And Ran will be on her best behavior, right? Yes. And Ran raised her tiny fists, her chubby face full of solemn determination. Everything was prepared almost completely. Trades with the base had been concluded, and Su Shiqing planned to set off the next day. And Ran, go ask the neighbor boy if he wants to leave with us tomorrow. Su Shiqing put and Ran down, and then added thoughtfully. Also ask if he needs me to use my spatial storage to take anything for him. After all, Ning Sinan didn't have any spatial abilities. He'd lived in the Chongping base for so long. Surely, he must have accumulated a decent amount of stuff. Without mentioning anything else, just the experimental equipment Su Shiqing had helped gather for him recently would have been too much for a single person to carry. With the upgrades her space had undergone, there was still plenty of room left, and Su Shiqing wasn't stingy. She was willing to help Ning Sinan bring along some things, as long as it aligned with his own preferences. And Ran understands. I'll complete the mission for sure. The little girl shook her small fists energetically, her expression serious. Then, she sprinted away like a happy little bunny, skipping cheerfully toward the neighboring room. Su Shiqing smiled, watching the little figure disappear into the doorway. With a sigh of relief, she turned her attention to her temporary residence in this post-apocalypse world. There wasn't much for her to pack, as most of her supplies were already stored within her space. All that remained were a few changes of clothes that needed to be folded, meaning she could practically leave at any moment. Chapter 107, Gift. When Ran tapped over to the next room, Ning Sinan was already packing his things. Despite having lived in this base for quite some time, there really wasn't much to pack up when it came down to it. A few sets of commonly used change of clothes, dozens of thick stacks of manuscripts, some well-preserved materials, and a few precious personal items. One suitcase was enough to contain everything. The only difficult thing to deal with were the experimental apparatus Su Shiqing had previously brought him, as well as those dozens of boxes of disinfectant and surgical gowns. Ning Sinan was hesitating whether he should bring these things or not, when suddenly, a neatly dressed little girl tapped her way into the room. And Ran, seeing the little girl bounce into his house, Ning Sinan paused and put down what he was holding. Why did you come? I've come to deliver a message from my sister. And Ran had great fondness for this older brother. After all, if you count correctly, he had saved her twice. Deliver a message? Ning Sinan squatted down so that he would be at the same level as Ran, preventing her neck from craning too long. Sister wants to ask brother if it's alright to leave tomorrow. And Ran counted on her fingers as she tried to remember what Su Shiqing had told her earlier. She pouted slightly. And also, does brother need space to help carry some things? As Ran spoke intermittently, Ning Sinan's gaze softened. He could almost imagine how Su Shiqing must have looked while saying these words. He didn't think leaving tomorrow was too rushed, since it was he who was supposed to follow the two sisters. The timing was entirely up to them anyway. However, Ning Sinan indeed needed some space to help take along some things. Thank you, little Ran, for delivering the message. Ning Sinan whispered gently. Then please tell sister that her brother indeed needs assistance. And Ran was happy to act as a messenger. Perhaps because life had improved recently, the little girl's complexion had brightened, and her mental state was much better than most people in the base. After hearing Ning Sinan's words, she happily ran back. It was unclear how the message had been relayed, but just as Su Shiqing was about to head to Ning Sinan's place to help pack, Luo Qing showed up out of nowhere. Standing outside Ning Sinan's door, Luo Qing wiped away non-existent tears and complained bitterly. Big sis, old Ning, how could you two leave without even informing me? That's not being very brotherly, now is it? If we're leaving tomorrow, isn't the timing too rushed? Not really. Su Shiqing shrugged, her tone calm. Think about it. I'm not exactly someone with particular skills. The departure time makes no difference to me either. Not rushed. Ning Sinan stood beside her and nodded slightly in agreement, not even sparing a glance at Luo Qing, quietly watching Su Shiqing's silhouette instead. Seeing this, Luo Qing felt increasingly heartbroken. These two were both talents for the base's development, yet they were both leaving now. So, old Ning, have you considered staying in the base longer? Luo Qing pursued further, unsure what had happened that night, nor Ning Sinan's current decision-making mindset. Hey, Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Don't fight with me over this person. Ning Sinan has already agreed to leave with us. After all, their transaction hadn't been completed yet. If Ning Sinan stayed behind in the base now, Su Shiqing wouldn't know whether she herself should leave or not. Seeing Su Shiqing speaking out first, Ning Sinan's lips curled slightly upwards, almost imperceptibly. He agreed. Yes, it's already settled. I won't stay. When did you two agree on this? Luo Qing felt like he might have missed something. His suspicious eyes darted back and forth between the two before finally resting on Ning Sinan. Perhaps because packing made it inconvenient, Ning Sinan had set aside his gold-rimmed glasses. In the sunlight, his eyes revealed a light brown hue, exuding inexplicable tenderness. Of course, Ning Sinan usually didn't express his emotions outwardly, and that tenderness was equally concealed deep within his eyes. Nevertheless, familiar with him, Luo Qing still noticed something amiss. While Luo Qing was observing, Su Shiqing was hesitating. Inside her space, two small chicks lay quietly at this moment. These were the ones she brought in during her last attempt at transporting living creatures into her space. All the seeds of the world had been infected by the virus, let alone those poultry animals, which had either directly died or turned into mutated beasts. Not only were they highly aggressive and frightening, but it was unsafe to kill and eat them. Originally, Su Shiqing thought she'd use these two chicks to negotiate a trade with the base, but just those seeds themselves had already drained the base of its reserves. Moreover, first presenting the uncontaminated seeds, and then introducing the two lively chicks would make it far too hard to explain. The matter of seeds could still be related to her wood element ability. If asked, she could say her wood element ability had mutated, but there was no way to explain the poultry. Therefore, Su Shiqing had been hesitating whether or not to give these two baby chicks to Luo Qing. Luo Qing was a good person, righteous, and willing to consider the ordinary people, and Su Shiqing had received a lot of care from him during this period of the apocalypse. Su Shiqing was always clear about grudges and favors. She was a businessman, but not a cold-blooded animal. For those who treated her well, she naturally gave back. Looks like I can't keep you here. Luo Qing glanced meaningfully at Ning Sinin, then pretended to sigh. Big sis, when are you planning to leave tomorrow? Let me find some people to see you off. No need for such trouble. Su Shiqing didn't want to leave too conspicuously, so she declined. It's no trouble at all. Luo Qing patted his chest. Just a few familiar people will see you off. After all, you have helped the base a lot. Without your material support, we probably wouldn't have been able to survive this wave of zombies. Luo Qing looked at Enran hiding behind Su Shiqing and smiled broadly. And our little Enran has saved many lives. People in the base really like her a lot. Hearing this, Ning Sinin sent a cool glance over. So what about me? Did I not contribute any effort? You? Luo Qing smirked, very candidly. I can exaggerate on behalf of Big Sis with no problem. But as for old Ning, nah, I can't bring myself to do that. Ning Sinin. Su Shiqing chuckled softly and waved to Luo Qing. Fine, sending us off is okay. Just a few people would suffice. No need to make a big fuss. Keep it low-key. Got it. Leave it to me. Big sis, you can rest assured. Luo Qing proudly crossed his arms. Watching the cheerful Luo Qing before her eyes, Su Shiqing felt vividly how every individual in the apocalypse era remained alive and vibrant. There were people fighting side by side with her, and there were people joking around with her. It felt great. It was certainly better than Su Shiqing's life in modern times. Her fingers lightly caressed beside her body as Su Shiqing closed her eyes and let out a soft sigh from the bottom of her heart, a slight smile creeping onto her lips. Since that was the case, this gift would go to all of them. Chapter 108. Farewell. The next morning, the sun had just risen in the east when Su Shiqing and the two others were already standing at the gate of the base. Since the zombie wave had only been over for a few days, even though Luo Qing had organized people to go outside and clear the remains, the stench in the air still lingered. Su Shiqing put a white mask with a cute strawberry pattern on and ran, making her look even more adorable. As Luo Qing had said, this farewell was not overly ostentatious, and those who came were familiar faces. Like Lu Qingfeng, He Xiaoyan, members of the small team, as well as Huang Ying'er with a black ribbon tied around her arm. Big sister, old Ning, take care of yourselves. Luo Qing tapped Ning Sinin's shoulder, took a deep breath, and pretended everything was fine. You must all be okay. Communication is difficult in the apocalypse. No one can guarantee what will happen next. If Su Shiqing and Ning Sinin left, it was very possible they might never see each other again in their lifetime. Ning Sinin didn't say much. He just glanced at the base behind Luo Qing and said quietly, I've improved the power supply system of the base and made a paper backup of the operating principle. There won't be any big problems within decades at least. Hey, I'm getting emotional with you, and you tell me this? Luo Qing chuckled with anger, but also knew this was the result of Ning Sinin pulling an all-nighter. Beside him, Su Shiqing held Enran's hand and waved at a few people at the gate of the base. If everything goes smoothly, we'll come back to see you. However, these words were merely polite to Luo Qing. Transportation in the apocalypse has collapsed. It's almost impossible to find vehicles that can work normally. And from Chongping Base to Nian Base would require at least 20 days of walking. Not to mention many bridges and roads are impassable after the apocalypse. There's also the danger of encountering zombies, natural disasters, and other unexpected situations. If things don't go well, just going would take over 100 days, and Su Shiqing was traveling with a 6-year-old child. This hiking efficiency is quite concerning. But what Luo Qing could never have guessed, right now, Su Shiqing's space already contained a high-performance modified off-road vehicle. Then we're leaving. Su Shiqing looked up at the sun rising in the distance to the east, thinking the timing was about right, and waved to the few people by the gate. To be honest, goodbyes were always somewhat painful. It's just that neither Su Shiqing nor Ning Sinin were used to exposing their inner feelings openly. But while they weren't, someone was. Big sister, old Ning, and little Anren, the three of you must stay safe. Luo Qing called out emotionally with reddened eyes, a large man being quite sentimental at this moment. If it weren't for Lu Qingfeng stopping him nearby, Luo Qing would have already thrown himself on a Ning Sinin. Although in the end Ning Sinin would have only disdainfully pushed him away. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us. For some unknown reason, watching the current scene made Su Shiqing feel slightly less sad, shaking his head with a smile. You all should take care too. Ning Sinin looked at the grief-stricken Luo Qing, silent for a moment, then finally sighed softly, murmuring, don't die. And Rand blinked her bright big eyes and waved her little hand at the brothers and sisters in front of her. Brothers and sisters, goodbye. Be careful and stay safe. Eat well, sleep well, your body will be strong. Sadness didn't show much on Enran. For her, where her sister was, that was home. Having her sister was enough. Under the gaze of Luo Qing and others, Su Shiqing held Enran's hand and walked side by side with Ning Sinin towards the distance. And when the three figures disappeared from view, Huang Ying'er cautiously stepped forward and deeply bowed to Luo Qing and others. I should leave too. Huang Inger touched the black ribbon on her arm, her eyes cold. I'm going to seek revenge on Luo He. I know which direction they are heading. When I resolve this matter, I'll return back to this base to atone for what I did before. Luo Qing didn't say much, patted Huang Inger's shoulder heavily, and said solemnly, stay alive, there's nothing living can't solve. Upon hearing this, Huang Inger only managed to smile at the corner of her mouth, without uttering a word, just carrying a small backpack, walking towards the distance. While Luo Qing was sighing over the continuous departures of people in the base, turning his head slightly revealed two small chicks leisurely passing through the grass near the door. Luo Qing, Luo Qing, Luo Qing. The next second, a high-pitched scream echoed across the base. Capture the chickens. Let me take a look at the map. By the side of the road, Su Shiqing took out the map from her space, unfolded it in her hands, and compared it to figure out their current position. We should go north. Because a large river lay between the two bases, and the bridge over it had been blown up, forcing them to take a detour. Ning Sinin had a single shoulder bag on his back, which contained some personal items. While Su Shiqing was figuring out the route, he quietly looked at her. He wanted to find a topic to bring into the conversation, but Ning Sinin wasn't good at talking, pondering for a long time without coming up with anything. In the end, by the time Su Shiqing confirmed the direction, he still hadn't thought of what to say. Of course, Su Shiqing was completely used to Ning Sinin's silence and didn't notice anything unusual about him. It looks so far. Su Shiqing folded up the map, helplessly rubbing in Rand's head. I wonder if there are any other bases along the way where we can rest. She still had to do business and make money, and it would be interesting if they didn't run into a single base along the way. There probably are. Ning Sinin finally found a chance to interject, saying, before I came to Chongping base, I also ran into a few other bases. Is that so? Su Shiqing clapped her hands, her mood improving. That will be easy then. Ning Sinin's gaze shifted downward, landing on Ran, who was obediently following Su Shiqing. After hesitating for a moment, he extended his hand toward the little girl. It's such a long way. Children can't walk for that long. Do you want me to carry her? Ning Sinin wanted to share some of Su Shiqing's burden, but before he could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared before his eyes. An extremely large and powerful modified off-road vehicle instantaneously materialized. This instantly cut Ning Sinin's words short. Su Shiqing giggled as she picked up Ran and kissed her cheek, raising an eyebrow at Ning Sinin. How could I let my sister suffer? Of course, I was well prepared. Pamper your own sister. For a moment, Ning Sinin was speechless, while Ran gave Su Shiqing an even bigger kiss in return and cheered. Sister is so great. Sister is so awesome. Chapter 109, A Day of the Chauffeur. Su Shiqing always managed to bring unexpected surprises, like right now. Ning Sinin looked at the robust and sturdy modified off-road vehicle, his eyes darkening slightly as he turned to Su Shiqing. Is this something else you conjured up with your mutated ability? No, Su Shiqing walked towards the car door while holding in Ran. I picked it up along the way. A fleeting look of exasperation passed over Ning Sinin's face. He pinched the bridge of his nose and chuckled, following behind Su Shiqing. Such good luck? Next time, take me along too for some scavenging. Clearly, Su Shiqing had secrets, but since he wasn't willing to talk about them, Ning Sinin didn't pry too much. After all, who doesn't have a few secrets? Do you need me to drive? Ning Sinin glanced at the two large off-road vehicles in front of him and offered. Let's take turns. Su Shiqing placed and ran on the back seat of the vehicle and said, if you get tired, I'll take over. Having come to an agreement, the two took their positions respectively, one at the steering wheel and the other in the passenger seat, starting down the road ahead. However, having the car might slightly alter their route. The city center has become a disaster area after the zombie virus outbreak. The roads are heavily congested, and our big vehicle might not be able to pass through easily, Ning Sinin explained, hand resting on the steering wheel. All right, we won't go through the city center then. Su Shiqing unfolded a map on the passenger seat, tapping his chin thoughtfully with a frown. We'll have to detour. If you don't want to detour, that's fine too. Ning Sinin spoke calmly. I can blow up the cars blocking the road, though there might be quite a bit of noise. It might attract zombies, who knows? Thinking about the thunderous power of Ning Sinin's abilities, Su Shiqing could almost picture the scene already, shaking his head quickly. This kind of power isn't supposed to be used like that. Su Shiqing chuckled softly, stretching comfortably and leaning against the backrest of the passenger seat. Detour it is, safety first. And Ran poked her little head out from the back seat, curiously peering forward to observe the current road situation. This was Ran's first time leaving the base since the zombie virus outbreak to witness the outside world firsthand. On the outskirts, stray zombies could occasionally be seen wandering aimlessly by the roadside. Except for Su Shiqing's group, there were almost no other human figures around. And Ran, remember, safety first. Pinching the little girl's cheek affectionately, Su Shiqing reminded sternly yet casually. I got it. And Ran clapped her small hands, glancing at the faint white glow on her palms. Big brother and big sister must also pay attention to safety. If you get hurt, and Ran will just blow it away. Ah, good girl. Su Shiqing retrieved a fruit candy from the space storage and gave it to Ran in the back seat. Then he turned to Ning Sinin driving in the front. How about a piece of candy? Ning Sinin turned his head briefly, hesitating for a moment. Do you have mint candy? Of course, sure thing. Su Shiqing was generous with his companion, pulling out a large handful from his space storage and handing it to Ning Sinin. As they exchanged candies, their fingers accidentally brushed against each other. Feeling the coolness of Su Shirqing's fingertips slide across his palm, Ning Sinin couldn't help but feel ticklish as if touched by kitten paws. He had no resistance at all. In a corner where Su Shirqing couldn't see, Ning Sinin's ears flushed faintly red, making him drift momentarily into thought. Brother's ears looked like shrimp, seated in the back seat, and Ran could clearly see Ning Sinin's transformation. She mumbled around the candy in her mouth. Su Shirqing looked back in surprise and noticed how, under her gaze, Ning Sinin's ears were redder than ever, as if about to bleed. Yet the expression on Ning Sinin's face remained unchanged, serene as always, leaving it impossible to gauge what he was truly thinking. Ning Sinin, you. After a moment of silence, Su Shirqing opened his mouth cautiously. Are you feeling hot? Before Ning Sinin could reply, Su Shirqing hastily added, if you're hot, you'll just have to endure it. The temperature is dropping. I'm afraid Ran might catch a cold if I open the window. Though unable to comprehend why Ning Sinin would feel hot nearly in winter, rolling down the car window was absolutely not an option. I'm fine. Ning Sinin let out a long breath, refusing to meet Su Shirqing's gaze directly. It's just a bit suffocating. I'll be alright in a while. He peeled open a wrapper of a mint candy, tossing it into his mouth. Its cooling flavor helped him calm down finally. Good, as long as you're fine. Su Shirqing nodded in relief. The entire day's journey proceeded abnormally smoothly. Aside from a few scattered zombies by the roadside, they encountered no significant mishaps. As for those lone zombies, they didn't even need to deal with them deliberately. Ning Sinin simply floored the gas pedal, running them over directly. Worried about Ning Sinin driving all day, Su Shirqing offered to take turns, but was refused, and so Ning Sinin drove the entire day by himself. It wasn't until the sun gradually set, leaving the surroundings pitch black, that the off-road vehicle found a sheltered corner to stop. When Su Shirqing got out of the car, his whole body nearly froze stiff. But he turned around to see Ning Sinin as calm as ever, already quietly starting a campfire. Buddy, aren't you tired? Even Su Shirqing couldn't help but admire Ning Sinin as he led and ran out of the car and walked toward Ning Sinin. Picking up some dry branches casually, Ning Sinin was trying to create sparks with his thunder ability when his movements slightly paused at Su Shirqing's question. Unnoticed, Ning Sinin massaged his tingling legs, striving hard not to fall due to weakness as he responded expressionlessly. Not bad. I'm not too tired. Standing next to Su Shirqing, and Ran chewed her finger and noticed Ning Sinin's slightly trembling legs because of her height difference, blinking her eyes innocently. I'll start the fire. Su Shirqing pulled out a lighter, effortlessly lit the pile of wood in front of him, patting his hands in satisfaction. See, storing items always comes in handy sometime. Then, under Ning Sinin and in Ran's gaze, Su Shirqing retrieved 3 chairs, a table, a pot, a spatula, various seasonings, vegetables, eggs, cured pork, and other ingredients. And the more Ning Sinin observed, the stranger it felt, only to meet Su Shirqing's expectant eyes upon looking up. Didn't you say last time that you knew how to cook? Su Shirqing pushed the items towards Ning Sinin, folding his hands together earnestly. Chef, please. After saying this, Su Shirqing winked at and ran on the side. Quick, act cute. Whether we sisters can eat warm food depends on this moment. Receiving the signal, and Ran immediately put her little hands together and bowed politely towards Ning Sinin. And Ran wants rice. Hot rice, brother, okay? Looking at the 2 pairs of hopeful eyes fixed on him, Ning Sinin could barely hold up for a second. Just little and Ran alone was already heartwarming enough, let alone Su Shirqing's eyes brimming with expectation. Ning Sinin resigned himself to pick up the spatula and began cooking for the 2 girls after being a chauffeur for the whole day. Chapter 110. Free labor delivered to the doorstep. Since this had been premeditated, Su Shirqing was particularly well prepared with all kinds of tools for everything. There was even an apron. Looking at the pink apron in his hands, Su Shirqing touched his nose and handed it to Ning Sinin. Sigh. So, are you going to wear this? Ning Sinin's lips twitched as he sent a cool look over. Let's skip that. Anren wants to wear it. Anren raised her little hand beside them and trotted over to Su Shirqing, reaching for the pink apron. All right then, let's put it on Anren. How could he refuse if his sister wanted it? Su Shirqing turned around and slipped the apron over Anren, tying the ropes behind her. Since it was an adult-sized apron, it nearly reached the ground when worn by the tiny child Anren. But the little girl still grinned foolishly with delight, clearly very happy. The surroundings were dim, lit only by the moonlight, while the place where Su Shirqing and others rested was alive with a blazing bonfire. The flickering firelight cast warm waves over their faces. Anren held the edges of the apron, playing happily. Su Shirqing sat nearby, leaning on one hand and watching his younger sister with a faint smile curling his lips. This was a rare moment of warmth in the post-apocalyptic world, which also brought a brief moment of daze for Ning Sinin. It seemed like they were back in those days before the virus outbreak, camping and having picnics outdoors. Without realizing it, Ning Sinin's lips curved upward slightly as he lowered his head and continued processing the ingredients in his hands. With ample preparation this time, Ning Sinin didn't repeat his last hasty porridge cooking. Instead, he made several proper dishes. Green vegetables stir-fried with cured pork, mapo tofu, shredded potatoes, and tomato egg drop soup. 3 dishes and a soup, a mix of meat and vegetables, flavors varying from salty to light. The aroma was irresistible. These were the most common home-cooked meals, but, amidst the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse, they became incredibly precious. While Su Shirqing wasn't too affected, Anren, who hadn't smelled the scent of cooked meat in a long time, practically lunged forward the moment the aroma wafted out. Sniffing at the aroma in the air, Anren nearly drooled down her chin, her bright eyes fixated on the food. So fragrant. Seeing this, Ning Sinin casually used chopsticks to pick up a piece of cured pork and offer it to Anren, carefully saying, "It's hot. Blow on it first." The impatient child opened her mouth to take it, but was stopped just in time by Su Shiqing. "What if it burns and blisters?" Su Shiqing worried yet amusedly retrieved the piece of meat from her space and patiently blew on it before offering it again to Anren. "So good. So good." Anren, chewing the flavorful slice of meat in her mouth, exclaimed unclearly through her bites, waving her small hands in joy. Setting the 4 dishes on the prepared table, Ning Sinin wiped his hands and finally paused his work. Seeing how ravenous the little one was, waiting for rice would clearly be unnecessary, so Su Shiqing pulled out a few steamed buns from his storage for the evening meal. Anren ate heartily. This was the best meal she had since the apocalypse began, free from interference from her aunt and uncle or the despised cousin. She had her sister and good-natured older brother beside her. Witnessing Anren's content expression, Su Shiqing once more confirmed the righteousness of his choices. If he had the ability, why wouldn't he provide a better life for his sister, even in this apocalypse? As for whether others might covet it, that was something Su Shiqing needed to deal with properly. Anren only needed to be happy and carefree. Ning Sinin thought about it much more straightforwardly. He didn't find anything wrong with eating so well during the apocalypse. It was simply someone else's skill, and anyone envious of it could easily be disciplined with a punch or two. After tasting Ning Sinin's cooking skills, even Su Shiqing widened his eyes in amazement. "Wow, your cooking is so good." The stir-fried vegetables with cured pork were perfectly balanced in saltiness and freshness, blending the crispness of the vegetables and the savory aroma of the cured pork expertly. The tofu was tender yet intact without any mushy clumps. The spiciness adjusted to suit children as well. The potato shreds weren't raw in the slightest, reflecting an oily sheen that stimulated appetite. "I can't believe this." Su Shiqing looked at Ning Sinin's elegant, distinctively jointed hands and sighed. Su Shiqing always assumed someone like Ning Sinin, a bookish academic, probably spent most of his time in labs, perhaps managing a quick bowl of porridge and nothing more complex. However, he was evidently mistaken. Ning Sinin truly knew how to cook. "My parents were always busy working when I was a kid," Ning Sinin said as he nonchalantly picked up a bite of shredded potato. "After being hungry for a few meals, I learned to cook myself, and have been doing it for over a decade." More than a decade? That meant he started learning to cook before he was 10 years old, didn't it? Su Shiqing reflected on his own childhood but could only recall the time when he almost blew up the kitchen, ending with a grumble as he took a bite of the steamed bun in his hand. He suddenly felt that bringing Ning Sinin along was an incredibly correct decision. After all, with Ning Sinin around, they could almost always have hot meals ready at any time. The only issue worth pondering was how to bring it up. While Su Shiqing was still contemplating how to know, not deceive, but how to persuade Ning Sinin to cook daily, Ning Sinin spoke up first. "Is it tasty?" Ning Sinin looked at the expressions on the 2 sisters' faces, his eyes revealing indulgence. "If it is, I'll cook for you every day." Anren's sense of satisfaction was obvious, while Su Shiqing appeared to be deep in thought. Coupled with the previous comments from Ning Sinin, it seemed like she probably found the food delicious. Ning Sinin wasn't entirely sure what Su Shiqing was thinking. Little did Ning Sinin know that Su Shiqing was already inwardly marveling. "Oh my goodness, why does someone willing to work for free still exist in this world?" Ning Sinin really was too obedient. "Yes, yes." Without needing any reminder from Su Shiqing, Anren started giggling, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Ning Sinin. "Brother, it's so yummy. Anren wants to eat your cooking every day." This way, she could have piping hot meals without troubling her sister. It was just brilliant. Ning Sinin had no idea what the 2 sisters were thinking. He merely heard the compliment and let out a faint sigh of relief. Of course, if Ning Sinin knew that one person regarded him as hired help and the other said it only to avoid making her sister work hard, he might have suffered from heart failure. "That will surely put you through a lot of trouble." Su Shiqing didn't hesitate and patted her chest proudly. "Don't worry, I'll provide the materials, and you'll just need to do the cooking." As Su Shiqing herself had said earlier, she wouldn't outright deceive Ning Sinin, but she'd never look back on her path of exploitation either. Chapter 111, Nightmare. At night, they didn't plan to continue moving forward. After all, this was the time when zombies were most active, and with the dim surrounding light, it was easy to put themselves in a passive situation. By reclining the front seats of the SUV, a large bed that could accommodate 3 or 4 people for rest was created. As Su Shiqing and Anren walked towards the car, Ning Sinin deliberately did not follow. He covered his mouth with one hand, cleared his throat, and volunteered. "You rest. I'll take the first watch." After all, there are distinctions between men and women, and Ning Sinin maintained proper boundaries actively, fearing he might annoy them. "Have you driven all day, gathered materials to start a fire, cooked us a meal, and now you're telling me you want to stay up all night?" Su Shiqing ticked off points on her fingers, raised an eyebrow, and said with some surprise, "Dude, are you made of iron?" Though this diligent helper had been so self-disciplined, even if Ning Sinin was a Psi user, Su Shiqing worried that he might suddenly die from overwork right before their eyes. Taking out a set of tent bedding from her space pocket, Su Shiqing tossed it to Ning Sinin and winked at him. "Rest well. I'll take the watch tonight." In a certain sense, Su Shiqing didn't need sleep. The energy absorbed from crystal cores allowed her to remain in top mental condition without rest, making her the ideal person to keep watch. With her space pocket, Su Shiqing also didn't have to worry about impurities within the crystal cores becoming future problems, giving her even more confidence. Using the bedding thrown to him, Seeing Su Shiqing's unceremonious expression, Ning Sinan quietly began setting up a tent next to the car. "Come here, baby," and ran. Su Shiqing lifted and ran up, kissed her cheek, and shoved her into the car. "Let's sleep." The reclined backrest inside the car provided plenty of room for Ran, so much so that she could roll around 3 times. Although Su Shiqing had agreed to keep watch, she did not remain outside in the cold wind, but instead crawled into the car as well. There was naturally her own reasoning behind this. The roof of the SUV was high enough for Su Shiqing to sit cross-legged inside comfortably. She spread her palms, and a lush green glow gradually appeared. Delicate vines began to sprout slowly. With Su Shiqing's intention, her psi energy expanded outward, causing the grass around the car to sway gently despite no wind, as though they had their own consciousness. As the source guiding them, Su Shiqing could clearly perceive every breeze or sound around her. This was something Su Shiqing discovered when she jumped from the 2nd floor of the Su family residence in modern times. She could not only actively grow vines, but also control surrounding plants to some extent. But this wasn't all. Didn't she have her space? Within a 20-meter radius, Su Shiqing could clearly perceive any changes. When combined with her psi abilities, she could feel not just mosquitoes but extend her awareness even further. With both psi power and her space pocket at hand, even sitting inside the car without looking outside, Su Shiqing could still be aware of every move outside. Ning Sinan, who was busy setting up the tent, seemed to sense something and glanced at the disordered grass by the side of the car, pausing for a moment before smiling contentedly. It appeared that Su Shiqing had improved significantly during this period. Her abilities had evolved to the point where she could harmonize with ordinary plants. Through the window of the SUV, Ning Sinan took a glance inside but saw nothing, yet he still slightly curled the corners of his lips. To avoid drawing attention, he extinguished the nearby fire pile and then entered the already erected tent. Before moving, Ning Sinan kept a sharp eye out, tying a thin rope to the car door and connecting the other end to a small bell which extended into the tent. This way, if anything happened in the middle of the night and the car door was opened, Ning Sinan would be immediately aware. Once Ning Sinan climbed into the tent, the area finally fell completely silent. Sitting cross-legged in the car, Su Shiqing could hear Ran's breathing gradually stabilize, and she quickly fell asleep. Glancing out of the car window, the fire pile that had just been extinguished still held faint embers. Apart from that, only the pale moonlight illuminated the surroundings. Quietly taking out the crystal core from her space pocket, Su Shiqing concentrated fully, keeping an ear out for external sounds while starting to absorb the energy within the crystal core. In the dim light, she failed to notice that Ran's sleeping face started showing signs of unrest, her brows gradually furrowing. Ran had a nightmare. In her dream, there was blood everywhere, corpses, and gunfire. She stood among them, anxiously looking around in confusion, trying to find the figure of her sister. Everyone's face in her dream was blurred, and Ran couldn't distinguish anyone. But instinctively, she knew her sister wasn't there. Restlessness, fear, confusion, an overwhelming tide of emotions surged in Ran's heart, almost suffocating her. Sister, standing bewildered amidst the blood, a glance downward revealed a blood-dripping knife in her own hand. Ah! At the break of dawn, a muffled yet panic-stricken scream suddenly emerged from inside the car. Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan had already woken up and were preparing breakfast outside. Hearing the scream, Su Shiqing dropped the egg she was holding. It shattered on the ground into pieces. Her expression changed abruptly as she turned around without hesitation and rushed towards the car. Ran? What's wrong? Meanwhile, Ning Sinan furrowed his brow and quickly checked their surroundings for danger before following swiftly after. Wah? Sister? Wah? Ran, with red eyes, sobbed uncontrollably like pearls falling endlessly down her cheeks. Pulled out by Su Shiqing tenderly, she clutched onto her sister tightly and buried her head into Su Shiqing's chest. I had a nightmare, Wah. Sister. So scared. Don't be afraid. Your sister is here. The little girl cried in hitches, making Su Shiqing's heart ache profoundly as she consoled her gently by patting her back. Dreams are illusions. Sister is here. You'll be fine. Ran continued to weep softly, evidently still shaken from last night's nightmare. Ning Sinan hesitated to interfere, but silently handed over some tissues nearby, while unconsciously frowning. Why would she have a nightmare? It's said that one dreams about what they think about during the day. Although yesterday Ran appeared clearly happy, why did she end up having a nightmare at night? Su Shiqing also felt confused, but considering Ran's unstable emotions right now, she set aside her doubts and focused solely on comforting her. Chapter 112. Someone. After hugging Ran for quite a while, the other person's emotions gradually stabilized. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she sobbed quietly in Su Shiqing's arms. Ran, tell big sister, what kind of nightmare did you have? Su Shiqing gently patted the little girl's back, her voice gentle and patient. Ran wiped the tears at the corner of her eyes, but there was still a hint of bewilderment in her tearful eyes. She hugged Su Shiqing tightly, burying her head on her sister's shoulder, her muffled voice saying, I forgot. Ran can't remember. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing slightly furrowed her brows, a flash of worry crossing her eyes, but she still stroked Ran's head gently, her tone soft. Then don't think about it anymore. Ran, wipe your face. Shall we eat breakfast? Children's emotions come quickly and go quickly too. Upon hearing this, Ran lightly nodded her head and obediently jumped down from Su Shiqing's embrace. After preparing the water and towel for Ran to wash her face, Su Shiqing stood not far away during the time the little girl washed up, frowning slightly as she looked at her. Having nightmares like this without any reason might be related to environmental factors or psychological factors. Ning Sinan silently walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Shiqing, watching the little girl who was obediently wiping her face, reminding them. Su Shiqing's eyelids slightly lowered, and she unconsciously tightened her lips. Was it because the influence of living with her uncle and aunt before had been too deep, leaving Ran with a huge shadow? Su Shiqing had thought that during this time, as the little girl became more lively day by day, and Ran would have been able to forget the past. But looking at it now, it seemed she had been too careless herself. It's my neglect. Su Shiqing slowly exhaled and raised her hand to pinch the bridge of her nose. I didn't notice anything abnormal with Ran. It's okay, there's still time. Ning Sinan softly consoled. When Ran came back after washing her face, Ning Sinan had almost finished his breakfast. A cup of hot milk, a fried egg, half a boiled corn cob, and a few freshly washed blueberries. This was practically a luxurious breakfast level even in the post-apocalypse era, and Ran was greedy, and upon seeing the breakfast, she almost immediately forgot all about her unhappiness from the morning. Not rushing for time, they slowly enjoyed this meal before tidying up the table and tent chairs, then got into the car. Once again, Ning Sinan was driving, and Su Shiqing sat in the back seat, sitting together with Ran. Although having nightmares is very normal, for some unknown reason, every time she thought about Ran's frightened and scared look this morning, Su Shiqing's heart felt heavy. It made her begin to reflect on whether she had been ignoring Ran too much in daily life. With 3 people in the car, and no one of her own age for the little girl, perhaps it was making her feel too lonely. Holding the little girl's shoulders, Su Shiqing thought of something and gently asked, Ran, do you like any small animals? Small animals? Ran's gaze returned from the window, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Su Shiqing. Yes, Ran likes little pigs. Little pigs? Su Shiqing choked slightly, raising an eyebrow as she continued asking, why doesn't Ran like little pigs? Because they are delicious. The topic of food lit up Ran's eyes immediately. The cured meat yesterday was so good. Big brother said that it was pork, so Ran likes little pigs. Su Shiqing wanted to find a small animal to keep Ran company, but the little girl directly went straight to eating. Even Ning Sinan, who was driving ahead, couldn't help but bend his lips slightly. Sister wants to find Ran a good friend. Doesn't Ran like kittens or puppies? They can play with Ran. Su Shiqing sighed helplessly, rubbing Ran's head and explaining more clearly. Puppies. Ran chewed on her fingers, her eyes shining brightly. Ran likes puppies. She stretched out her 2 small hands to show the size, spreading out her whole body. Ran wants one. So big. Dear treasure, that's not a puppy, that's a big dog. While thinking in her mind about what breed of dog would be suitable, Su Shiqing patiently asked, such a big dog. Why doesn't Ran like dogs with large bodies? Because the outside world is very dangerous. Big dogs can protect big sister. Ran hugged Su Shiqing, rubbed against her happily, full of reliance. Unexpectedly, this was the reason. Su Shiqing was stunned for a moment, then felt warm-hearted, and her expression softened immediately. Look at that. Her younger sister was always so considerate and cute. Just when Su Shiqing wanted to say something more, her body swayed slightly. She obviously felt the car slowing down. There's someone up ahead. Ning Sinan's voice carried a tinge of caution, warning the sisters in the back seat. Someone. Yesterday, they traveled all day without encountering a single soul. But today, they actually saw someone? According to the map, they had already left the area covered by the Chongping base. Would the figure appearing now be from another base? Su Shiqing's smile gradually faded, and she gripped Ran's hand tightly, looking toward the road ahead. They could see that on the wide main road ahead, there were 5 or 6 people gathered together. From head to toe, their appearance was grimy, and so were their faces, as if they hadn't taken care of themselves for months. At this moment, those people were placing obstacles on the road, using large rocks to completely block it off. This was the reason why Ning Sinan had slowed down the car speed. Are they blocking us? Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression turning colder little by little. Ning Sinan kept driving slowly forward, his face calm, revealing no emotion. He simply said, there were roadblocks before we arrived, so it doesn't seem like they were deliberately targeting us. But with the road blocked by boulders, if they drove through forcefully, the SUV would definitely sustain some damage. And at this moment, those 5 or 6 individuals appeared to have noticed the SUV too, stopping what they were doing and walking over. It was impossible to tell immediately whether they were friends or foes. Carrying boulders by hand, Su Shiqing muttered softly, they're all strength-type psychics. As the group got closer, Su Shiqing suddenly realized that there was something odd about their appearances. Despite being covered in dust, their faces showed an underlying redness, indicating healthy complexions. Their cheeks were flushed, showing no signs of malnutrition. Aside from being completely filthy, one might not have guessed they were refugees from the apocalypse. But how could this be possible? Seeds were contaminated, animals started mutating, and humans struggled just to survive. How could their nutritional problems have been resolved? What do we do? Ning Sinan stopped the car, glancing at the strange figures approaching them. His tone was calm, but carried a hint of lethal intent. Should we just plow straight through regardless? No, wait. Su Shiqing furrowed her brows deeply. I want to figure out something first. Chapter 113. Are you planning to rob us? Su Shiqing made her living by trading between the modern era and the post-apocalyptic world, depending on the scarcity of supplies in the latter, especially food. But now, she didn't know where these strange people had come from, their rosy complexion suggesting they had been well fed. Su Shiqing couldn't figure out where they got their supplies from, or if it would affect her future plans. Therefore, she decided to uncover some answers. Hearing this, Ning Sinian paused briefly before nodding. All right. He gave a quick glance and noticed that everyone before him possessed psychic abilities ranging between levels 1 and 2. Even if they had ill intentions, they could hardly cause any real trouble. Su Shiqing was about to open the car door when she turned back to remind Anren. Anren, stay here quietly, all right? No, Anren wants to go down with Big Sister. Anren immediately shook her head violently, her little face full of grievance. Big Sister said, next time we go out, Anren must be taken along. After contemplating, Su Shiqing thought leaving Anren alone in the car without knowing what was happening outside might make her overthink things. Thus, Su Shiqing extended her hand towards Anren. Okay, but you must closely follow your sister, Anren. The three of them got out of the car just as the group of people up ahead reached the vehicle. Ning Sinian silently leaned against the car door, standing slightly ahead of the two sisters. His emotionless gaze calmly swept over the 5 or 6 people in front of him, unintentionally exuding an aura of oppression. Anren held on to Su Shiqing's clothing, timidly following behind and peeking out from behind her sister with a small head poking out. And as the only articulate member among the trio, Su Shiqing had her hands tucked into the pocket of her black coat as she stepped forward. The instant her eyes met theirs, Su Shiqing quickly detected a trace of greed in their expressions. Among this disheveled bunch were 3 men and 2 women, all seemingly middle-aged. Their murky gazes never left the off-road vehicle behind Su Shiqing and her companions, radiating unfiltered greed. Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes and whipped out a vine lash. With a flick, it struck the ground sharply. Bang! The crisp explosion startled the 5, allowing Su Shiqing to curve her lips faintly, her voice neither warm nor cold as she weighed the vine whip in her hand. Ladies and gentlemen, your stones have blocked the road. Could it be you're planning a robbery? The leader, a man around 40 to 50 years old with grizzled temples and a scar on his left cheek, hastened to flatteringly laugh. What is the young lady talking about? We're all good people, good people, good people. Su Shiqing mulled over these words, suddenly smiling and pointed to the massive boulder nearby on the road. Fantastic. Then kindly let these good people move out of the way. Oh, miss, hear me out. The man adopted a stern demeanor, pointing further down the road. This path. It's dangerous. Don't take it. At this, both Su Shiqing and Ning Sinian exchanged glances, suspicion clouding their eyes. Why not? Su Shiqing asked coolly, one hand casually playing with the whip while the other stayed in her pocket. The man scratched his face, somewhat awkwardly explaining. Down that way, there's a factory. Recently, it has become infested with countless zombies. Uncle Zhang, why are you telling them all this? If they want to go, let them. A younger woman beside him stomped her foot, glaring fiercely at Su Shiqing and the others. After hearing this, the leader, Uncle Zhang, quickly shot the woman a stern look. Shaoli, in the midst of the apocalypse, there are already so few survivors. How can we watch them walk into their deaths? As the pair acted together like seasoned performers, Su Shiqing remained expressionless. How interesting, they've gone through the trouble of acting this out. If Shaoli had interrupted before Zhang finished speaking, perhaps it might have seemed more convincing. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Shiqing noticed Ning Sinian's expression slightly changing, instantly alerting her inner alarm bells. Brother, please don't tell me you're buying into this. Even though I know you're easy to deceive, still, please don't be so naive. Of course, Ning Sinian hadn't fallen for it. His change in expression stemmed from noticing something unusual. These individuals, despite being covered in dust, still had rosy complexions. However, Ning Sinian observed a peculiar crimson hue in their eyes. It was very subtle, almost imperceptible unless carefully examined, which Ning Sinian naturally did since he wasn't particularly talkative and tended to observe keenly. The redness in their eyes inevitably linked them to zombies. Yet the 5 spoke clearly and coherently, showed no signs of decomposition, confirming them as normal psychic individuals. Ning Sinian had never encountered such study subjects before. His curiosity inevitably piqued. If conditions allowed, he'd even want to put on gloves and pry open their eyes for a closer examination. Realizing he was being stared at, Ning Sinian quickly turned back, only to see Su Shiqing looking at him with disbelief. Ning Sinian? Did something happen? Why was she looking at him like that? Seeing how Uncle Zhang and Shaoli were so cooperative, it was clear they didn't want Su Shiqing and the others to leave. So she decided to play along. Su Shiqing pretended to believe their conversation. Really? There are so many zombies on this road. Furrowing her brows slightly, Su Shiqing put on an expression of difficulty. Oh no, what should we do? We've already come this far, out in the wilderness. Should we turn back? As soon as she finished speaking, Uncle Zhang hurriedly interjected. No need, no need. Though the main road is blocked, there's still a side road. I know a smaller path which goes around the factory. It's just further, and it's already late in the day. We might not make it. Coincidentally, our base is nearby. How about you stay overnight here? I can take you away early tomorrow morning. Inside, Su Shiqing smirked faintly. They couldn't help themselves and bit the bait too quickly. She was precisely curious about the source of these people's supplies. They were shrouded in mystery, and she wasn't sure if they would impact her future business. To be safe, Su Shiqing planned to investigate a little. The individuals before her were all 1 or 2 level psychics. Su Shiqing could handle them alone. Even if there were stronger beings in the base, she had a ready-made combatant by her side. She glanced at Ning Sinian, her eyes seeking his opinion, wondering if he had any objections. Naturally, Ning Sinian had no issue. He was also curious about what these people in the wild were doing and why their eyes resembled those of zombies. And Anren had no objection either. She was fine as long as her sister was there. Seeing this, Su Shiqing then feigned hesitantly nodding. There's actually a base nearby. Alright then, it seems there's no other choice. Uncle Zhang, where exactly is your base? Chapter 114, Pretentiousness. Uncle Zhang rubbed his hands, pointing at the distant woods by the roadside. Look, sis, our base is hidden in the woods. You won't be able to spot it unless you look carefully, right? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing turned her head and saw through the lush trees that there were indeed faint shadows of some rooftops. There was actually a base, but it didn't seem to be very large. Su Shiqing glanced at Ning Sinan beside her. The two exchanged glances and both got ready. Then we'll be troubling you, said Su Shiqing with a gentle smile on her face, paired with her delicate appearance, giving off an illusion of harmlessness. After hearing this, a fleeting flicker of joy passed over Uncle Zhang's face. Even Xiaoli, who had just spoken up, changed expression slightly. Our base is separated from here by a patch of woods. Your car might have difficulty driving in. Uncle Zhang's eyes shifted around a bit, then focused on the impressive SUV behind Su Shiqing. Why don't I help you find a place? Su Shiqing's eyes darkened. He has designs on her car? But before she could speak, Ning Sinan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. Not necessary, Ning Sinan said softly, glancing at Su Shiqing with meaning. He then turned around and touched the SUV, and in the next second, the car vanished before everyone's eyes. What? A flicker of unwillingness crossed Uncle Zhang's face as his expression shifted momentarily. Never seen it before. Ning Sinan lazily glanced at a few people, disdain gleaming in his eyes. He snorted and said, Space-type psychic abilities. Su Shiqing, who used space ability to help with covering, pressed her lips to stop herself from laughing out loud. Let him pretend for now. From the moment Ning Sinan moved his hand, Su Shiqing already knew what he intended to do. Before fully understanding their opponent's situation, concealing a part of their own strength would give them the upper hand. Among them, in terms of the killing power of psychic abilities, naturally Ning Sinan's lightning-type psychic ability ranked the highest, so they hid this point first, disguising him as having a space-type psychic ability. And Su Shiqing had already demonstrated the power of wood-type psychic ability from the beginning, thus no need for further disguise. Failing to get what he wanted and being indirectly criticized for lacking knowledge, Zhang's face darkened for a moment, but after thinking about something, he laughed again. Oh, then that's fine, everything's fine. Zhang smiled amiably and waved at the group. Then let's go back to the base first. It's not safe outside. As Su Shiqing took a step forward, Zhang's gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing a strange expression when he noticed Ran, who had been hiding behind her sister. Who is this child? My younger sister. Su Shiqing immediately pulled Ran's little hand, her face becoming colder, seemingly sensing Zhang's inappropriate attitude. Is there any issue? Oh, no issue. No issue at all. Zhang's eyes lit up all of a sudden, making him appear even more enthusiastic. Children are great. Children brimming with vitality. In the apocalypse era, children are our hope. Ran, whose hand was being held by her older sister, subconsciously shrank back upon seeing the look in Zhang's eyes. She felt uneasy looking at this strange uncle. His gaze towards her was like looking at a delicious delicacy, which stirred an inexplicable fear within her. At this point, Su Shiqing's mood had already started souring. Her younger sister was her bottom line. Sensing Zhang's abnormal interest in Ran, Su Shiqing began to feel somewhat irritated and considered leaving without investigating further, taking her sister away directly. With the strength of the three of them, if they wanted to leave, the people in front of them would absolutely have no way to stop them. The atmosphere froze momentarily. Ning Sinan noticed Su Shiqing's displeasure and nonchalantly pulled out a pair of gloves from his backpack, putting them on slowly, looking ready to act any time. Just at this moment, Ran gently tugged Su Shiqing's hand. Sister, let's follow uncle, Ran whispered quietly, Ran wants to see what the base looks like. She obviously understood that both her sister and the older brother had intentions to investigate the unknown base. If her emotions disrupted the plan, it would show how immature she still was. Let's take a look. I've been saying kids have vitality. Kids inherently possess drive. Unfortunately, Zhang didn't notice the slight awkwardness in the atmosphere and opened his mouth cheerfully. Ran. Su Shiqing looked down at the little girl's expression and saw her return a big smile. Yet this made Su Shiqing feel even more uncomfortable. Perhaps past experiences had made the little girl too mature for her age. As her older sister, Su Shiqing didn't want the younger one to be this understanding and self-sacrificing, making herself miserable instead. Completely ignoring Uncle Zhang and his group as though they were irrelevant, Su Shiqing squatted down on her own, gently rubbing Ran's head and softly saying, Ran, do you really not mind? If you don't want to go, you can just say so. It's fine. In Sis's heart, you are more important than anything else. We can turn back right now. Upon hearing that the three were about to leave, Uncle Zhang and the few people behind him all changed expressions, almost instinctively stepping forward to surround Su Shiqing and the others. However, Su Shiqing didn't look back. Ning Sinan stepped forward and blocked the two sisters. Without uttering a word, those eyes swept over them in a calm manner, exuding pressure and an intent to kill. More importantly, Ning Sinan's hand was mysteriously holding a gun at some point. The black barrel of the gun pointed directly at Uncle Zhang, who was leading the group, and Ning Sinan's tone remained calm. Mind your actions. You ungrateful ones. Xiaoli stomped his feet, gritting his teeth accusingly. Uncle Zhang kindly invited you to spend the night at the base, and you're pointing a gun at him like this. Uncle Zhang's face also turned unpleasant as being targeted by the gun wasn't a comfortable feeling. Cold sweat slowly seeped from his back, yet he managed to force out a smile. Big brother, Don't get too worked up. We really don't have any ill intentions. We'll send you off first thing tomorrow morning. Ignoring what was happening behind her, Su Shiqing squatted there, quietly looking into Enran's eyes and softly asking, Enran, do you want to leave? Don't. Enran shook her head resolutely, jumping forward to hug her sister's neck and whispering, Sis, it's fine. I'm not afraid. I've grown up. This little girl who hadn't even reached her own knees spoke softly about how she had grown up, and Su Shiqing didn't know whether she should laugh or feel heartache. Su Shiqing sighed faintly in her heart. When will my younger sister realize that she is more important than anything else? Chapter 115, Meet Aroma. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his late 20s or early 30s beside Uncle Zhang hesitantly spoke up and ran. Is it Su Anran? Su Shiqing paused her actions, holding Anran's hand and turning back to look. She saw the raggedly dressed man and furrowed her brow slightly. She couldn't find any relevant identity in the memories of the original host. Then that middle-aged man swallowed nervously, rubbing his hands together, looking somewhat flustered as he smiled at the two sisters. I'm called Yin Ying, and my daughter is called Yin Qingqing. Yin Qingqing? Anran's expression froze for a second on her face, as if she remembered something, then tugged lightly at Su Shiqing's sleeve, whispering softly, Sister, Anran thinks I know them. Before Su Shiqing could say anything, Ying excitedly slapped his thigh. Yes. You remember, don't you? Before the apocalypse broke out, my daughter was your classmate in kindergarten. Not so easily lowering her guard, Su Shiqing glanced at Anran's expression, seeing no adverse emotions when mentioning this kindergarten classmate. Only then did she rise to her feet. Isn't this a coincidence? Despite being pointed at with a gun by Ning Senian, Uncle Zhang seemed entirely unfazed, chuckling dryly twice. In the post-apocalypse world, encountering an acquaintance is an extremely precious thing. Little girl, wouldn't you like to go and greet your classmate? Anran blinked her eyes and whispered softly, I want to. Seeing this, Ning Senian, who had been holding the gun, shifted his gaze towards Su Shiqing, wanting to know what the other party intended to do. Su Shiqing's gaze landed on the enthusiastic Uncle Zhang, her eyes darkening slightly. This was too strange. Even someone with a good heart, after being questioned and having a gun pointed at them, might change their expression or show fear. But this Uncle Zhang didn't, or more accurately, none of their group showed any sign of fear. It seemed they were determined to lure Su Shiqing and her two companions into their base. The saying holds true, unnecessary kindness is often a cover for villainy. However, glancing at the slightly hopeful expression on Anran's face, Su Shiqing allowed herself a trace of indulgence. In this post-apocalypse world, it was rare for Anran to encounter peers with whom she could speak freely. Besides, this base was indeed peculiar. Not clearing things up would leave Su Shiqing feeling uneasy. Thus, Su Shiqing slightly shook her head at Ning Senian, who immediately and compliantly retracted his weapon. So it's old acquaintances. Su Shiqing gave a faint smile towards Yin Ying who first spoke, then looked at Uncle Zhang. We acted impulsively just now. Our apologies. Although lacking sincerity, Uncle Zhang appeared completely unaffected, enthusiastically beckoning them to follow towards the direction of the base. Oh, it's all right. In the post-apocalypse, heightened vigilance is a good thing. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's head back to the base. The outside world isn't safe. Because he sensed that among the three people, the little girl Anran seemed most valued, Uncle Zhang particularly coaxed her with a kind smile. Little girl, Qingqing is inside the base. Would you like me to take you to play with her? Anran instinctively gripped Su Shiqing's hand tightly, nibbling on her lower lip lightly before slowly nodding. Uncle Zhang walked ahead, flanked by Xiao Li and Yin Ying, while the remaining two stayed at the rear, placing Su Shiqing's trio right in the middle. Ning Senian and Su Shiqing each stood on one side, protecting Anran between them. As they got closer to what Uncle Zhang described as their base, Ning Senian closed his eyes momentarily to sense the surroundings, then quietly assured the two sisters, Don't worry, there's no major issue. The here and there presence of abnormal abilities mixed around, but the strongest ones are only third stage. There won't be a problem. People here give me an eerie feeling. Su Shiqing, pulling Anran's hand, fixed her gaze on Uncle Zhang walking ahead, speaking softly. Let's conduct a quick investigation, ensuring everyone stays safe. Calling it a base, by the time Su Shiqing's group arrived, it turned out to be merely a small village at best. Dozens of shabbily constructed wooden houses were scattered throughout the open forest area. To the west, they rested against steep slopes, while the other three sides were fenced off using simple, 1-meter-high railings. Not to mention zombies, even a wild boar might break through. Is this your base? Su Shiqing looked at this scene and naturally doubted. Your defensive measures are so rudimentary. What will you do if the zombies attack? That's impossible. Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively and smiled, unconsciously showing pride and satisfaction in his facial features. You've newly arrived and don't understand. Our leader possesses great powers. With him around, zombies dare not approach. After hearing this, both Su Shiqing and Ning Senian slightly furrowed their brows. Being able to intimidate zombies into not coming close was likely something even 6th or 7th stage ability users couldn't accomplish. Su Shiqing indicated with her eyes. Are you sure the highest level here is only a 3rd stage ability user? Ning Senian frowned deeply but did not respond. He is currently a 4th stage ability user, and if his perception can be blocked, there are only two possibilities. Either the opponent's strength far exceeds his, or, like the last zombie wave, the opponent has psychic abilities. Is your base leader really that powerful? Su Shiqing casually inquired. What stage of ability user is he? He's the only third-stage ability user we have here. Uncle Zhang proudly proclaimed. We all call him Brother Long. Indeed, it was confirmed as third stage. Before her doubts could even subside, they had already reached the gate of the base. Speaking of the gate, it wasn't even an actual proper door. A gap in the fence served as their entrance and exit. However, just as they arrived at the gate, the wafting aroma of meat caused the three of them to stop simultaneously. Meat fragrance? Anren sniffed her nose and her eyes slightly widened. So fragrant. Seeing this, Yining smirked faintly, pretending unintentionally, and said, "Ah, every afternoon our base stews a large pot of meat on the open ground, and everyone in the base gets a share." Hearing this, Su Shiqing stroked her chin. No wonder everyone here looks rosy-cheeked. It seems they're eating well. But at this time, animals either die suddenly or mutate. Where were they getting the meat from? Ning Xinian narrowed his eyes and suddenly stopped, his tone cold. Are you eating human flesh? It wasn't something Ning Xinian hadn't seen before. When people are extremely hungry, they'll do anything. Su Shiqing's expression changed, and Anren's little face turned pale with fear. So these people lured them in to eat them when the opportunity arose. No, young man. What terrible things are you imagining? Uncle Zhang hastily coughed twice and quickly waved his hands to deny it. How could we possibly eat human flesh? Who could stomach such a thing? So, where does your meat come from? Su Shiqing immediately followed up, determined to find out the source of their food. Truly unbelievable. Xiaoli couldn't help but scoff aloud, annoyed by their persistent questioning. Where else would meat come from? It's obviously the flesh of those animals. Chapter 116, Worrying Emotional Quotient. Are you eating the meat of mutated animals? Ning Xinian's eyes narrowed, and his tone became serious. Ever since the apocalypse began, Ning Xinian had been studying issues related to this matter and was naturally well aware of the side effects that could occur after consuming the meat of mutated animals. Mutated animals adapted to the presence of zombie viruses within their bodies, allowing them to survive and even awaken unique powers like humans. But in reality, these animals coexisted with the virus inside them instead of eliminating it. Their bodies carried the virus. Eating their flesh might directly infect ordinary people into becoming zombies. And even if they were power users, long-term consumption of mutated animal meat would lead to mental confusion and uncontrollable powers. Don't you know that the bodies of mutated animals carry zombie viruses? Ning Xinian observed the expressions of the five present as he questioned them. Big brother, don't fool us. Zhang Shu, however, didn't take this seriously at all, shrugging indifferently and saying, honestly speaking, all the people in our base have been relying on the meat of these mutated animals to survive until now, and no one has had any issues. No incidents? Ning Xinian's voice caught in his throat for a moment, his eyes slightly widening, finding it hard to believe. Hiss. This wasn't right at all, completely contradicting his research findings. Su Shiqing was equally puzzled and somewhat concerned. If the meat of mutated animals could be used, it would be good news for humans struggling painfully in this apocalypse. But for her, who dealt in supplies, it meant blocking off a business route. Uncle Zhang, they wouldn't know since they haven't tried it. Yining shook her head with a smile nearby, saying, let them try it personally, and they'll realize how delicious the meat of these mutated animals really is. Little Li coldly snorted. Why should we give them such advantage? Ah. Uncle Zhang waved his hand laughing, making an inviting gesture towards Su Shiqing and the other two. At this time point, Brother Long should be leading people to stew meat in an open area. If you're curious, why not let me take you there personally? Good. Su Shiqing and Ning Xinian said in unison. Upon hearing their voices, both paused and looked at each other, their eyes filled with curiosity. Su Shiqing wanted to figure out whether the meat of those mutated animals could truly be eaten, and if so, her future resale strategy would need to change. And Ning Xinian felt the same way. He had to see what kind of mutated animal it was that completely went against his research results. And Ran raised her head, looking at her sister and brother, blinking thoughtfully and lowering her gaze. Seeing Su Shiqing and others' great interest in the stewed meat, Zhang Shu seemed extremely satisfied, leading everyone towards the center of the base. As they got closer, the aroma of the meat in the air grew more apparent, and the youngest and Ran couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Su Shiqing quietly took out a piece of dried meat from the storage space and stuffed it into the little girl's mouth, satisfying her craving so she wouldn't succumb to temptation and want to eat the stewed meat later. And Ran covered her mouth, slowly chewing the dried meat in her mouth, her eyes smiling contentedly. Because of her height, almost no one noticed the little girl's movements. After walking a short distance, they soon saw a crowd gathered in the open area ahead, their voices raucous and excited. In the center of the open area stood a dilapidated large iron pot over a fire that burned fiercely, its contents bubbling up and down. One could vaguely see chunks of white flesh boiling inside, releasing a tempting fragrance. Standing by the iron pot and constantly adding pieces of meat into it was seemingly the Brother Long, Uncle Zhang mentioned. Far from Su Shiqing's imagined image of someone robust, a highly refined man stood there. His black sweater appeared as though it hadn't been washed in quite some time, slightly frizzy, yet it still did not look dirty compared to others in the base, showing a relatively clean impression. Brother Long held a basin in his hands, filled with white, bloody chunks of meat, but ignoring the fact that he was handling the meat barehanded, Brother Long exuded an elegant demeanor to bystanders. He seemed somewhat like an academic type. Su Shiqing looked meaningfully toward the high IQ researcher beside her. Noticing Ning Sui's indifferent expression, she silently withdrew her gaze. Not all academic types are alike. Brother Long, we've brought back guests. Uncle Zhang waved toward him and shouted loudly. Many people in the open area turned their heads upon hearing the shout, their gazes strange, part greedy, part pitying, which caused Su Shiqing to instinctively frown, feeling uncomfortable. Brother Long followed the sound and glanced over, dumping all the meat in the basin into the pot before wiping his hands and walking over. "Welcome to my base," Long Gu said with a faint smile, breaking the ice. "I'm the commander here, Long Siwen." He extended his hand graciously, as if intending to shake hands with Su Shiqing and her two companions. His fingers were long but carried a faint shishing scent from having just handled raw meat. Su Shiqing subtly furrowed her brows, hesitating to extend her hand in return. However, someone else was quicker to act. Ning Xian. Ning Xian calmly took Long Siwen's hand while he already had gloves on his own hands at some point. Long Siwen seemed somewhat surprised by this. Su Shiqing thought that due to his cleanliness obsession, Ning Xian wouldn't greet others like this with a handshake. Nevertheless, since Ning Xian had taken the initiative, Su Shiqing felt somewhat relieved. She smiled politely and briefly introduced herself. "I'm Su Shiqing. Thank you for having us." Just as Long Siwen was about to pull back his hand to say something, Ning Xian acted even faster, quickly releasing the grip and immediately discarding the gloves on the ground as though disdaining to touch anything more. "Long Siwen. Su Shiqing. Brother, can we work on your emotional intelligence a little?" Ning Xian remained unperturbed as if nothing had happened, leaving Su Shiqing no choice but to awkwardly cough twice to change the topic. "We heard from Uncle Zhang that there are a large number of zombies appearing near the factory ahead on our way, so it would be safer for us to take a detour through a smaller road. Due to the lack of time today, we've troubled your base." Long Siwen's expression froze momentarily, but given his seemingly mild temper, he didn't seem upset. He smiled warmly. "It's not trouble at all. Being able to provide even a little assistance is an honor for our base." "Oh, not at all. If your base doesn't mind, then it's our honor," Su Shiqing politely responded. Having always been adept at adjusting her words depending on who she spoke to, she noticed Long Siwen enjoyed formalities and thus added a few more courteous phrases. Chapter 117, Yen Qingqing. Long Siwen's gaze swept over Su Shiqing, finally settling on Ran who stood quietly beside her, a hint of indiscernible emotion flashing in her eyes. Just then, Uncle Zhang approached and introduced with a smile. "Dragon brother, we met them on the road today. They seem to have never tried meat from mutated animals. Since all guests are treated equally, why not let them try our stewed meat here?" "Oh." Long Siwen raised an eyebrow and smirked lightly. "Since the apocalypse began until now, the three of you haven't touched meat? No wonder you look so pale and emaciated." Before he could finish, Long Siwen awkwardly closed his mouth as he suddenly realized that any one of the three people in front of him looked better than those in the base. The people in the base appeared ruddy-faced, but their eyes carried a faint redness, and their clothes hadn't been changed for months, emitting a strong stench. On the contrary, Su Shiqing's group had excellent complexions. Their skin was fair with a healthy glow, and each person was clean and tidy, handsome men and beautiful women. The little girl was even wearing a fluffy coat, looking obedient and adorable. Pale and emaciated? Not even close. Long Siwen's reaction gave off a sense of absurdity, like using canned rhetoric only to find it out of place, prompting Su Shiqing to silently note this down. Cough cough. Long Siwen covered his mouth with a cough, trying to mask his embarrassment, but soon resumed his elegant demeanor. "Gentlemen, please try our stew. Though the taste may be lacking, in this post-apocalyptic world, it's already a rare delicacy." Ning Sinen's eyes darkened slightly, taking a step forward and saying firmly, word by word, "Mutated animals contain zombie viruses. Allowing your base members to eat their meat is essentially harming them." This conclusion was reached after extensive study by Ning Sinen, who also tried various methods to eliminate the viruses within these animals, but failed in every attempt. It was unusual to see Ning Sinen so resolute, causing both Su Shiqing and Ran to look at him in surprise, while Long Siwen burst into laughter. "My friend, you might have misunderstood something." Long Siwen responded calmly with a smile, holding up his hands. "I've never denied that mutated animals carry viruses. But the animals in our base cannot strictly be called mutated. I've used special means to completely eliminate the virus within them. These animals now form the greatest support for our base and offer the best hope for survival for everyone here." Ning Sinen's pupils contracted slightly. "What? The virus inside the animals has been completely eliminated? How could that be possible? Before an antivirus agent is developed, the zombie virus cannot be thoroughly eradicated." "Yes, friend." Long Siwen's smile widened, seeming quite pleased with their reactions. "Believe it or not, the people in the base have eaten this meat for a very long time, without any accidents occurring." As Long Siwen's grin broadened, Su Shiqing sensed a strange aura, as if there was something hidden beneath his polite exterior. This fleeting feeling disappeared as Long Siwen laughed, extending his hand toward the group. "Just talking isn't enough to convince anyone, right? Why don't the few of you try it yourselves?" Su Shiqing's fingers at her side rubbed gently, betraying a thoughtful expression. Although she had not witnessed firsthand the consequences of eating mutated animal meat, everyone in Chongping Base, including Ning Sinen, knew that the meat contained lethal viruses. Now, someone of unknown identity claimed to have removed the virus and declared it safe to consume. Despite the incredibility of this claim, it was clear that everyone in the base appeared well, showing no adverse effects after eating the meat. Except their eyes. Under the sunlight, the crimson hue in the base members' eyes became increasingly obvious, casting an eerie shadow. Something was definitely wrong with this meat, but the exact problem remained unclear. At that moment, Yanning, who had left earlier, returned with a little girl by her hand. And Ran, who had always stood quietly next to her sister without speaking, suddenly lit up when she saw the little girl, exclaiming, "It's Ching Ching." Because of family circumstances, and Ran, who was sent away at a young age, was rather introverted. She barely had any friends in kindergarten and was almost invisible. Back then, Yen Qingqing stepped in. Yen Qingqing came from a good family and had many friends in kindergarten, yet for some unknown reason, she befriended and Ran. Su Shiqing had thought that after the apocalypse, the two children would never meet again, yet fate brought them together here. However, it seemed Yen Qingqing hadn't fared well during this time. Maintaining long hair in the apocalypse was too much of a hassle, so Yen Qingqing cut hers short. However, the person who cut her hair lacked skill, leaving the hairstyle messy and haphazard. The pink sweater she wore was so dirty its original color was unrecognizable. Though Yen Qingqing's face carried a hint of rosy redness, there was an undeniable sense of lethargy about her, suggesting poor mental health. In contrast, An Ran sported a carefully styled braid crafted by Su Shiqing. With improved nutrition, her chubby cheeks glowed as her fluffy coat made her look even more adorable. Just then, Yanning patted Yen Qingqing's shoulder, saying something with a serious expression, but the little girl kept her head low, concealing her emotions. Su Shiqing silently observed all of this until Yanning smiled and led Yen Qingqing to the group. "Qingqing, do you know who this is?" Yanning gently pushed Yen Qingqing forward, pointing toward An Ran. Upon seeing her old playmate, An Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved timidly and softly said, "Qingqing, it's me, An Ran. We went to kindergarten together." Yen Qingqing, with her disheveled hair, quickly glanced up upon hearing her name, only to lower her head again and speak almost inaudibly, An Ran. "Long time no see. The two haven't seen each other in a while. Let them catch up," Yanning smiled, turning to Su Shiqing. "There's nothing dangerous in the base anyway." Su Shiqing looked down at the anticipation on An Ran's face, gave a faint smile, and patted her back, quietly saying, "Go ahead, An Ran, have fun. Your sister will wait for you here." An Ran beamed, rushing over to Yen Qingqing with a mixture of excitement and cautiousness as she tried gently holding her hand. Yen Qingqing didn't resist and obediently followed and ran aside. "Qingqing, I'm so happy you're all right." Without showing any disdain for Yen Qingqing's dirtiness, An Ran swayed her hand, grinning widely. Yen Qingqing subtly glanced back at the adults behind her, smiled shyly at An Ran, and suddenly hugged her tightly. Startled by the sudden embrace, An Ran blinked in confusion, but then heard Yen Qingqing whisper hurriedly into her ear, "Run, An Ran, run. There are monsters here that eat people. Run. Look, how well those two little ones get along." Yanning looked at the two children hugging each other in the distance and chuckled twice. Because Yen Qingqing deliberately concealed it, no one saw An Ran's slightly pale face, only feeling that the friendship between the two long unseen children was very close. An Ran and Yen Qingqing were on an open space not far away. Su Shiqing could use vines to pull them back to his side at any time, so he relaxed a bit. The little girl finally met a peer she could talk to. Su Shiqing wanted her to play for a while longer, and the long sea wind before their eyes was still encouraging them. "These meats absolutely do not carry any viruses. You just need to try it yourself, and you will know that I am telling the truth." Su Shiqing looked at the position of the big iron pot not far away. It seemed that the meat was already cooked, and some people had already started grabbing it directly, screaming with pain from the heat, but not letting go. Looking at the constantly rolling chunks of meat in the iron pot, Ning Sinan wrinkled his eyebrows slightly, wanting to take a piece for research. He did not believe that someone could completely eliminate the zombie virus. When the apocalypse first arrived, all the researchers combined couldn't find any solutions. How could one person claim to have solved it? But obviously, if he wanted to take the meat now under the watchful eyes of Long Siwen and others, forget about researching it, it would probably end up eaten. Since the head of the base has recommended it so much, then I might as well give it a try. Su Shiqing suddenly spoke, the corner of her mouth slightly curling. Ning Sinan sharply turned his head towards her, revealing a trace of worry in his eyes, but he saw Su Shiqing lightly wink at him. "Of course you can." Long Siwen smiled faintly, extending her hand to lead Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan towards the iron pot. The closer they got, the more enticing the aroma in the air became. But upon getting closer and looking into the iron pot full of boiled white meat, Su Shiqing really didn't have much appetite. People in the base had no inhibitions. After the meat was cooked, they extinguished the fire under the pot and reached directly into the pot with their hands. And when Long Siwen brought people over, the crowd unconsciously made way for them. Using a branch to spear a small chunk of meat from the pot, Long Siwen handed it to Su Shiqing with a slight smile. "Here you go, the taste is bound to please you." Boiled meat without any seasoning carried a pungent smell. Su Shiqing remained calm, seemingly putting the meat into her mouth, but actually threw it into the space. She pretended to chew a bit before swallowing. Raising her eyebrows as if somewhat surprised, Su Shiqing held the branch in her hand and asked with raised eyebrows, "The taste isn't bad?" "Haha, naturally." Long Siwen seemed quite satisfied with Su Shiqing's reaction, laughing heartily and waving a hand before looking at Ning Sinan beside her. "This friend, why don't you give it a try too?" Su Shiqing refused on behalf of her companion first, shrugging her shoulders and saying, "My companion here may not be so lucky. Eating meat makes him nauseous. It would be better not to trouble him." What a joke. She herself could cover it up with the help of space, but how could Ning Sinan hide it? There was no way she could let anyone eat this problematic meat, right? Cooperating perfectly, Ning Sinan covered his nose with his hand, inadvertently showing a hint of disgust in his gaze toward the iron pot. Upon hearing this, Long Siwen quietly scanned both of them for a moment, then laughed silently after a short silence. That's really regrettable. His tone revealed no emotion, leaving it unclear whether he believed or disbelieved them. On the other hand, Ran looked at Yin Qingqing, who trembled slightly in front of him, feeling a bit at a loss. Qingqing, where are their monsters? And Ran was somewhat scared, looked at the elder sister and brother talking not far away, wanting to pull her little buddy's hand. Shall we find our sister? My sister is very capable. She can solve everything. No, no way. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingqing trembled even more violently, not daring to look back at those adults. My father will beat me to death. He definitely will beat me to death. The adults here are accomplices with that monster. All of them are? And Ran, you should leave here quickly. Qingqing. The calm voice of a man came from not far away, immediately freezing Yin Qingqing on the spot. Yanning seemed to sense something unusual, slowly walking over, squatted down in front of Yin Qingqing, gently touching her head with a calm tone. Qingqing, what are you talking about with little Ran? Aye. Being touched on the head, Yin Qingqing didn't even dare to breathe heavily, whispering weakly. I told Ran that the meat here is very delicious, and I want her to try it. Is that so? Yan Ying's tone did not change, making it impossible to tell his emotions. His eyes, filled with redness, gazed quietly at his daughter. Then Qingqing, why have you become like this? Could it be that Qingqing is cold? And Ran suddenly stepped forward and took Yin Qingqing's little hand, softly exclaiming. Qingqing's hands are so cold. And Ran, holding her buddy's hand, trembled slightly but smiled at Yanning and asked, Uncle. Qingqing said the meat in the pot is particularly delicious. Is that true? Yanning did not answer. His gaze swept over the two children, mysteriously sensing a hint of ferocity. And Ran, noticing that Yanning had gone to the children and hadn't returned for some time, Su Shiqing slightly furrowed her brows and instantly followed up. Sister. The moment Su Shiqing approached, and Ran was visibly relieved. What are you two chatting about? Su Shiqing walked beside Yanning, slightly leaning down. Mr. Yin, didn't you say you wanted the two little ones to play well? At the sound of Su Shiqing's voice, the gloomy expression on Yin Ying's face instantly dissipated, replaced by a forced laugh. Nothing much. I just noticed Qingqing seemed to be shivering, so I thought she might not feel well, and came to check. As the weather grew colder, and Ran was already wearing a fluffy coat. Conversely, Yin Qingqing's thin sweater was already showing signs of wear. Su Shiqing didn't respond to what Yanning said, instead letting her gaze rest quietly on Ran's small face. Those bright eyes blinked anxiously, carrying a tinge of nervousness about being discovered, and Su Shiqing almost immediately understood that the little girl had something important to tell her. And Ran, are you tired from playing? Would you like to rest a bit? Su Shiqing extended her hand toward the little girl and asked kindly. Yes. And Ran rushed into her sister's embrace, whispering, I'm a little sleepy. Beside them, Yanning saw this and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Su Shiqing completely ignored him and turned away, walking off with Ran in her arms. Long go, my sister is a bit sleepy. Could you arrange a place for us to rest? Su Shiqing went back to find Long Siwen, patting Ran's back gently. Long Siwen glanced at the sky, noting the sun had only just begun its westward tilt, but understanding that children can easily become drowsy, he smiled in agreement. Of course. Chapter 119, Old Profession. Judging from Ran's appearance, there must be something important she wants to tell me. To avoid the crowd, Su Shiqing decided to go to a quiet place first. Long Siwen acted swiftly and almost immediately sent someone to take Su Shiqing and the others to an unoccupied room. The outdoor stewed meat feast was still going on. After bringing Su Shiqing and the other two to an empty room, the guide quickly left and went back. After shutting the door, only Su Shiqing and the other two remained in the room. Seeing that Ran was about to say something, Su Shiqing quickly made a shoot gesture and closed her eyes, sensing the surrounding situation to make sure no one was eavesdropping before turning her attention to Ran. And Ran, what do you want to say? Nervously biting her lower lip, and Ran appeared uneasy. Just now, Qingqing said to leave quickly because there are monsters here. And Ran wanted to seek help from big sister Qingqing, but Qingqing said not to. The adults here are in cahoots with the monsters, and Qingqing's father even tried to beat her to death. Hearing this, both Su Shiqing and Ning Xining furrowed their brows. This base definitely wasn't right. After a brief thought, Su Shiqing used a plate to scoop some meat she had stored earlier and handed it to Ning Xining. This is the meat from just now. Check if it's infected with any viruses. Ning Xining took out gloves and glasses from his shoulder bag, adjusted his glasses frame, and looked at Su Shiqing. I need my lab bench. Su Shiqing waved her hand, and instantly the lab equipment appeared in the room. Since there weren't many things in the unoccupied room already, placing the equipment in there was simple and straightforward. Seeing Ning Xining begin his analysis, Su Shiqing patted Ran's head and started thinking. The purpose of coming to this base was simple. Su Shiqing just wanted to find out if there was indeed a source of clean and stable food supplies, and whether it would affect her transactions. But now, it was clear that something unexpected had occurred. The young girl named Yin Qingqing seemed to have a good relationship with Ran, and she had taken the initiative to warn them to leave quickly. And Ran, did Qingqing mention what kind of monster it is? Su Shiqing, while gently rubbing the little girl's head, asked softly. No. And Ran shook her head, biting her fingers, and hesitated before speaking. But Qingqing said it's a man-eating monster. A man-eating monster? Her mind whirled as Su Shiqing slightly squinted her eyes. So Zhang uncle and the others wanted to bring them back to the base at all costs just to feed them to the supposed monster? A man-eating monster, zombies? Or mutated animals? Why would this base risk keeping such a monster? Could it have anything to do with the pieces of meat in the pot? As Su Shiqing was deep in thought, Ning Xining worked quickly and soon reached a conclusion. It is indeed the meat of a mutated animal. Ning Xining slowly removed his gloves, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose bridge, and a hint of gravity showed through his gaze behind the lenses. It's rabbit meat. And according to research, the virus inside these pieces of meat has not been completely eradicated. Not completely eradicated? Su Shiqing couldn't resist asking. Then why hasn't anyone who ate this meat shown any adverse reactions? Although the virus hasn't been completely eliminated, it's merely a residual amount of toxicity left. Eating it once or twice might not cause much harm. However, if people depend on it for survival like those in the base. Ning Xining pointed to his own eyes and calmly said, they will eventually mutate, blood-red eyes being the first sign. Everyone in the entire base is gradually walking toward death. Realizing this, Su Shiqing muttered under her breath, does Long Siwen realize how many people she could kill? This doesn't matter. Ning Xining shook his head, closed his eyes briefly, and sighed lightly, but I can't understand right now how they've managed to suppress the toxicity within the mutated animals. The room fell silent for a moment as both Su Shiqing and Ning Xining knitted their brows in deep contemplation, and Ran looked at the left side, then the right, and finally carefully tugged on her sister's sleeve. Sister, and Ran whispered timidly, can we help Qingqing? She's really scared. Su Shiqing didn't speak, but continued to pat the little girl's head and glanced at Ning Xining. What do you think? The fate of this base has nothing to do with them. If they wish, they could leave anytime. Su Shiqing didn't possess strong altruistic tendencies, and she could sense that the people in the base didn't show much kindness towards them. Just pity mixed with discrimination. Even during their first encounter, Zhang uncles and others were eyeing her car with intention. Moreover, if her guess proved correct, Zhang brought them back to the base simply to satisfy the hunger of the monster. Even a child like Yin Qingqing knows about the existence of the monster, so it's impossible for anyone in the base to not know. And until now, apart from Yin Qingqing, not a single person has come to warn Su Shiqing and the others. These people don't deserve sympathy. According to Su Shiqing's character, it would already be generous enough not to make them pay for their actions, let alone help them. But this was one of the few times Ran had asked her for something. The little girl was very well behaved and never made requests, but on this occasion, Ran hesitantly voiced her wish to help her good friend. Su Shiqing couldn't bear to refuse. Ning Xining glanced at Ran's face, then settled his gaze on Su Shiqing. It seemed he already understood what the two sisters were planning. He chuckled lightly, took off his glasses, and without the lenses blocking his eyes, his features softened a bit. Let's stay for a while. I'm curious too, how exactly did they manage to suppress the virus? Su Shiqing squatted down, pinched Ran's cheeks, and raised an eyebrow. Then we'll stay for a while. Let's see if we can help that little girl. After all, she's Ran's good friend. Big sister is the best. Ran immediately threw herself at Su Shiqing and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. What about me? Ran, doesn't brother Ning count? At the sight of this, Ning Xining slightly narrowed his eyes, rarely having the intention to tease the little girl. Brother Ning is also great, and Ran likes brother Ning. Hearing this, Ran quickly turned her head and smiled sweetly at Ning Xining. Since they planned to stay a bit longer to observe, there were more things to consider. If the man-eating monster Yin Qingqing mentioned really exists, Long Siwen will surely take some action. Su Shiqing's fingertips lightly tapped on the table as she fell into thought, suddenly reminded of something. She arched an eyebrow and smirked mischievously at Ning Xining. For some reason, seeing that smile, Ning Xining suddenly felt a premonition of impending doom. Ning Xining, why don't you fall back on your old profession? Just snatch the kid back directly. Ning Xining. Chapter 120, Inquiring for Information. Fearing Ning Xining didn't understand, Su Shiqing glanced at Anren and added, it's like how we snuck Anren out before. Go directly kidnap Yin Qingqing. Recalling the pitiful and dirty state Yin Qingqing was in just now, Yining had already put on a relatively warm padded jacket, but the little girl only wore a thin sweater, clearly showing signs of neglect. If it was really true as Anren said, Yining didn't care much about this daughter and even showed no concern for her life or death, Su Shiqing didn't mind adopting some coercive measures. Of course, on the premise that Yin Qingqing is willing to leave with them. As for the future, whether taking Yin Qingqing along or bringing her to a more reliable big base can all be discussed gradually. Taking care of one more child is not a particularly difficult matter for Su Shiqing, as long as Anren wants it. To put it more brutally, if Yin Qingqing were just a strange child, no matter how miserable they lived, Su Shiqing wouldn't care. But as Anren's rare good friend, if Yin Qingqing could bring happiness to Anren, Su Shiqing could also consider taking her along. Everything hinges on whether Anren likes the other party. Su Shiqing doesn't care whether this is fair for the child called Qingqing. She thought this way anyway. Yes, that's right. She was an outright younger sister enthusiast. Upon hearing Su Shiqing's words, Anren's mouth formed into an O shape, full of shock. Wow, can we do it this way? Ning Xining twitched the corner of his lips and finally closed his eyes helplessly. He knew, once Su Shiqing smiled, all sorts of crazy ideas would pop up. What does he think he is? A human trafficker? It's not impossible either. After a moment of silence, Ning Xining sighed deeply. After these words came out, both sisters' gazes immediately converged onto him, making Ning Xining's lips stiffen again. With a resigned glance outside toward the sky, Ning Sinin spoke. However, if you want to get out with 2 children without incident, it's best not to draw attention from the people in the base. I will go familiarize myself with the routes and see if I can bring the little girl back when it gets darker. The faster the better. Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids in contemplation. If I haven't misunderstood, our role brought back to the base should be to satisfy the hunger of that monster. There aren't many people in the base. If that man-eating monster truly exists, the best approach might be finding someone from outside and luring them into the base. This also explains why when they met Uncle Zhang's group, even with poor attitudes, Uncle Zhang still insisted on taking them back to the base. Uncle Zhang probably stopped viewing them as living beings from then on. The longer time drags on, the harder it gets to handle. Su Shiqing rubbed her forehead as she looked at Ning Sinin. It's best to resolve things quickly. As for what exactly happened here, if you're curious, after securing the 2 young girls in a safe place, I can accompany you back again. Understood. Ning Sinin got up and walked to the door, placing his hand on the handle and nodding slightly towards Su Shiqing. Watching Ning Sinin leave, Su Shiqing supported her chin with one hand, her gaze falling back onto Anren. Anren looked somewhat uneasy, for reasons unknown. Anren, are you tired? Do you want to rest? Su Shiqing revealed a hint of dimness in her eyes, cradling Anren in her arms. Sister, Anren isn't tired. Anren wrapped her arms around her sister's neck and buried her head into Su Shiqing's shoulder, her voice muffled. Does sister think Anren is being naughty? Does Anren's request cause trouble for sister? Not at all, Anren. Su Shiqing made Anren face her, her eyes gentle and earnest. Anren, you need to know, sister loves you, very much, immensely. Your request makes sister feel needed and relied upon, never troubled. Sister sincerely hopes to help solve your worries. So, Anren, will you trouble sister more often in the future? While saying this, Su Shiqing lightly patted Anren's back. Anren rubbed against Su Shiqing's shoulder, not raising her head, just holding on a bit tighter. Feeling warmth and dampness seep into her shoulder, Su Shiqing smiled, teasing. Oh dear, hasn't Anren wiped all her tears and snot on sister's clothes? No way. Anren lifted her head abruptly, glaring with reddened eyes. Anren is not that naughty. Su Shiqing kissed the little girl's cheeks twice and whispered softly. Anren can be naughty. With sister, you don't have to act too mature. The sky outside grew darker little by little. Su Shiqing and Anren waited for Ning Sinin to return at the original spot, but by evening, no one had come back, and they gradually began to feel something was off. Sister, Anren glanced through the window at the already darkened sky, somewhat uneasy. Why hasn't brother returned? Given Ning Sinin's personality, he said he would only familiarize himself with the routes, which usually meant a quick return. But from leaving home until now, it had been at least 3 hours, and this base wasn't that big. So why hadn't he come back yet? Has something happened? This was Su Shiqing's first thought. But upon careful consideration, it seemed there was no one in this base who could pose a threat to Ning Sinin, right? Long Siwen was the strongest ability user here, and she was only rank 3, while Ning Sinin was already a rank 4 ability user. What could possibly happen to him here? Sister, should we go look for brother? Seeing Su Shiqing frown in deep thought without saying anything, Anren cautiously spoke up. Before Su Shiqing could answer, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It wasn't Ning Sinin waiting outside. It was Uncle Zhang with a plate of meat. Little sister, dinner time has arrived, and I'm worried you two didn't prepare any food, so the base leader asked me to bring you some. Uncle Zhang smiled broadly as he extended the plate forward. Su Shiqing lowered her gaze and scanned over the meat. It looked exactly like the stew in the iron pot from earlier. Without hurriedly taking the plate of meat, Su Shiqing tentatively inquired about Ning Sinin's whereabouts. Uncle Zhang, have you seen my companion in the base today? Are you talking about the tall and thin man? Uncle Zhang paused for a moment, then glanced into the house. Didn't he stay with you? His expression showed hesitation. Little sister, let me tell you straight. If I'm not mistaken, your space-type friend left here driving a car sometime in the afternoon. Chapter 121, Peeping. Uncle Zhang hesitated in his tone, with a conflicted expression, seemingly worried about a conflict arising among Su Shiqing, Ning Sinin, and another person. Ning Sinin drove away. What car? Whose car? If it weren't for the off-road vehicle quietly lying in Su Shiqing's space, she might have believed it. In the eyes of Uncle Zhang and others, Ning Sinin was the one with spatial abilities, but they didn't expect that Su Shiqing and her group were hiding something up their sleeves. Since this is the case, Su Shiqing raised her hand to lightly cover her mouth, her pupils slightly shrinking before countering. How could this be possible? Uncle Zhang, did you perhaps make a mistake? Maybe, perhaps I'm old and my vision isn't good anymore. Uncle Zhang shook his head, sighed, and spoke hesitantly. But the design of your car was very distinctive. I indeed saw that car driving far away on the road outside. I hope I'm mistaken. Uncle Zhang handed over the plate in his hand to Su Shiqing, smiling. Young miss, your friend might come back after a while. Here, take these snacks. Don't starve yourself. Su Shiqing took the plate, her face displaying a distracted expression. Upon hearing this, Shimingqing hooked her lips, then hurriedly closed the door. The moment the door closed, Su Shiqing's features immediately turned cold. She didn't know what purpose Uncle Zhang had in mind to incite discord between them and Ning Sinin. But since the other party dared to directly say so by coming up to their house, it represented that he knew Ning Sinin wouldn't return in the short term. In other words, Uncle Zhang and his people know where Ning Sinin is. Sister, and Ran slowly approached, tugging at Su Shiqing's clothes, lifting her head. Big brother. Su Shiqing stroked Ran's head, placed the plate she held onto the nearby table, and said softly, Ran, things may not be right. Whatever happens, follow sister tightly, okay? And Ran nodded vigorously, her little face tense. Su Shiqing took a deep breath, bit her lip as she thought about the current situation, and planned what the next step should be. Although she doesn't know where Ning Sinan went, his strength probably doesn't need her to worry. What needs to be considered now is the safety of herself and Ran. Currently, Su Shiqing is a second-tier psychic ability user who can easily deal with most people here. With the crystal cores inside her space which can provide energy replenishment at any time, endurance isn't an issue. But she couldn't guarantee Ran's safety under a full-on assault. Uncle Zhang and others mentioned earlier during the day that they would send them off in the morning. So, if they intend to capture Su Shiqing and her companions to feed to the monster, the timing of their move would likely be tonight. Lost in some thought, Su Shiqing looked towards the plate of meat on the table and narrowed her eyes. On inspecting the meat closely, apart from its inherent gamey smell, Su Shiqing acutely noticed a faint abnormal fragrance. Someone has tampered with this meat. Standing up, Su Shiqing walked to the window of the room and discreetly observed the scenes outside. The end-of-the-world night was pitch black, and tonight was overcast, the moonlight and stars all covered under layers of clouds, making the external environment even darker. Candles illuminated Su Shiqing's room, while other homes in the base were completely dark. However, a sense of being peered at gradually rose within Su Shiqing's heart, surpassing her sensory range, as if someone in the darkness was far away, watching them from a distance. Without hesitation, Su Shiqing instantly extinguished the candle in her room, preventing her actions from being exposed under the watchful eyes. Anren, put this on. Su Shiqing swiftly withdrew everything in the room into her space, then pulled out 2 black cloaks, one large, one small, and quickly put them on both herself and her sister. Subsequently, she picked up the little girl, pushed open the window of the back room, and agilely jumped out. Under the cover of the night, everyone's sight and perception are obstructed, but Su Shiqing is different. Having both her space and special abilities, she not only clearly perceives every wind and grass movement around her, but also ensures that her own actions become soundless. Hiding in the shadows, this is Su Shiqing's main battlefield, and Ran hugged Su Shiqing's neck silently as she felt her sister carrying her while moving fast. Just like their first impression of this base, it was chaotic and dilapidated. The weeds growing between houses were almost as tall as half a person, and the subtle rustling sounds produced by the friction between grass leaves and clothing. With a flicker of intention, the weeds in front of her obediently parted to each side, leaving a clear path. With Ran along, Su Shiqing does not intend to confront the people in this base head-on. Under the cover of night, she plans to leave this place with her younger sister first, and then consider what to do next. Just after running only 20 to 30 meters, Su Shiqing's steps abruptly stopped, as if she had sensed some abnormality. Hugging Anren, she rolled to the side and hid behind a giant tree. The next second, fire lit up, illuminating 4 or 5 figures. Su Shiqing hid behind the tree, carefully observing a few times, then noticed that those figures were somewhat familiar. Uncle Zhang, Yaning, Shaoli, among others. The candle in that house suddenly went out, and there's been no sound since. Did something go wrong? Another man with a slightly unfamiliar face glanced toward the resting place of Su Shiqing and her companions, and couldn't help but speak. Shaoli, put out the fire. Uncle Zhang seriously reminded Shaoli beside him, whose fingertips danced with flames. What if we expose ourselves? Brother Long has told us to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Shaoli did not retract his ability. Instead, he tilted his head. But Uncle Zhang, didn't you already put drugs into that meat? That was Brother Long's specially researched powerful sedative. The 2 people inside that house are probably already unconscious by now. Right, Uncle Zhang. Yanning rubbed his hands together as the fire cast shadows on his face, making him appear eerily sinister. There hasn't been any movement for so long now. The 2 individuals inside must have passed out. Let's act quickly. It's hard to find outsiders these days. The 2 divine beasts in the base are starving. If we don't feed them soon, Brother Long may not even be able to control them anymore. As they conversed, none of them realized that Su Shiqing and Ran were merely separated from them by a single tree. And Ran shrank into Su Shiqing's embrace, trembling slightly, afraid to even breathe, striving to avoid making any sound. By comparison, Su Shiqing became increasingly calm. She used one hand to gently soothe Anren's back, while silently digesting the intelligence she had overheard. It seems that the man-eating monster Yin Qingqing mentioned really exists, and there are 2 of them. From what it looks like now, Uncle Zhang and the group referred to the monsters as divine beasts and intended to lure newcomers to fill their bellies. This matched the prior speculation exactly. Chapter 122 Explosion. Now, it seemed that Uncle Zhang and others had finished their discussion. They started to walk toward the house, where Su Shiqing and her group were resting. Seeing this, Su Shiqing, hiding behind a tree, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. There was no one in the house. If Uncle Zhang and the others discovered they were gone, it would be even harder for them to sneak away unnoticed. Hugging Anren tightly, Su Shiqing took advantage of the moment when Uncle Zhang and his group headed towards the house. Without hesitation, she discerned the direction and ran toward the outside of the base. The wild grass beneath parted, as if making way for Su Shiqing. Despite running at full speed, only a gust of wind followed her, without any sound being heard. And just as Su Shiqing anticipated, Uncle Zhang and his group almost immediately noticed something amiss in the room after forcefully breaking the door open, but found not a single soul inside. Escaped. Uncle Zhang's face turned pale with shock at the sight of the empty room. Disbelief etched on his face. What are you standing there for? Quickly search for them. Turning around, he saw the rest of his companions also standing there dumbfounded, leading to an uncontrollable outburst from him as he pointed at them and shouted excitedly. The sacred beast has been hungry for so long. If these people run away this time, all of us will end up as its meal. Call for more people to strengthen the patrols near the base. I just saw those two sisters. They haven't gone far. They must still be inside the base. In no time, the previously silent base suddenly ignited with numerous torches, conducting searches in every area in an attempt to locate Su Shiqing and Anren. Every person within the base wore looks filled with anxiety and hostility, as if finding Su Shiqing and Anren was the most important matter to them, resulting in everyone springing into action. Su Shiqing, holding Anren firmly, crouched silently on a large tree with dense branches, quietly observing the situation. Sister, what should we do? Anren, noticing that it seemed like everyone in the base was searching for them, couldn't help but furrow her small brow slightly, showing a bit of concern. At each few meters along the base's fence stood a guard. To leave without alarming anyone was practically a fantasy. Su Shiqing didn't speak. She silently calculated the possibility of breaking through by force in her mind. However, this thought didn't last long before being interrupted by a massive explosion. The aftermath of the explosion caused the ground to tremble, shaking the tree beneath their feet as well, nearly causing Su Shiqing to lose her footing. She abruptly looked up, her eyes widening as she stared at the source of the sound. The western hillside of the base seemed to have exploded, boulders rolling down the ridge, smashing into the houses below and enveloping everything in dust. Before Su Shiqing could figure out what happened, someone nearby screamed suddenly. It's the sacred beast. The sacred beast is enraged. Hurry. Hurry, if we can't find the people, forget about it. We need to quickly find a way to fill the sacred beast's stomach. Who's going to feed it? Are you volunteering? How about sacrificing yourself to bring blessings to others in the base? Bullshit. I want to live. You go if you dare. Staring blankly at the hill where the explosion occurred, Su Shiqing felt a gentle tug on her sleeve by Anren beside her, who whispered softly. Sister. That flash seems like Brother Ning's. To be honest, Ning Xinyan hadn't foreseen things turning out this way either. The story rewinds to the afternoon. After warning the sisters not to leave recklessly, Ning Xinyan wandered alone around the base, silently memorizing the streets and finding Yin Qingqing's home. Ning Xinyan originally intended to ask someone about Yin Qingqing's residence, but unexpectedly, passing by one of the houses, he suddenly heard cries from inside. No, Daddy, I didn't say anything. Woo-woo, please don't hit me, it hurts woo-woo. Qingqing didn't tell anyone else. Woo-woo really didn't. I didn't talk about the monster. Stop hitting me, Daddy. Qingqing. Qingqing hurts woo-woo-woo. The self-constructed home since the apocalypse had poor soundproofing. Even though Ning Xinyan wasn't intentionally eavesdropping, these sounds clearly reached his ears. The little girl's cries, accompanied by loud crackling whip strikes, didn't include words from Yining, yet it was evident that he was harshly punishing his daughter. Ning Xinyan's face grew colder as he traced the sounds to one of the houses. The door was shut tightly, the front covered by weeds waist-high, and the windows sealed. From the outside, Ning Xinyan couldn't see anything happening inside. Yin Qingqing's cries became increasingly sharp, giving the impression that she might die under the beating. Ning Xinyan's brows knitted together more tightly. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him with a chuckle. Brother, Ning. Long Siwen smiled faintly, wiping his hands clean, then slowly moved towards Ning Xinyan. At the sound, Ning Xinyan paused his movements, looking back with alertness. Upon seeing that it was the base commander, a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. What is Brother Ning doing here? Long Siwen's smile showed no trace of friendliness. He glanced at the house in front of Ning Xinyan and raised an eyebrow, having apparently heard the wailing cries coming from inside. He chuckled sarcastically. Ah, I understand. Brother Ning must feel sorry for this little girl's cries. Without waiting for Ning Xinyan to say anything, Long Siwen stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Yining, you're scaring the guests. The sounds within the house abruptly stopped. Not only did the whip strokes cease, but Yin Qingqing's wails also vanished instantly. It seemed as though the house had plunged into deathly silence. Ning Xinyan's heart leapt, an ominous premonition rising in him. What have you done? I haven't done anything. Long Siwen shrugged innocently. Isn't it because Brother Ning felt sorry for the crying? I just made them quiet down. It's just a small trick. Long Siwen lifted his hand, lightly rubbing his fingers together, smiling softly. Satisfying the guests' wishes is my duty as the host. Rest assured, I cherish every resident of this base. They're all fine. As if knowing what Ning Xinyan would think, Long Siwen shook his head and explained beforehand. Long Siwen was much like Su Shiqing. Both liked to fix smiles on their faces to cover their real thoughts. Looking at Long Siwen's gentle smile, Ning Xinyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. You show concern for this little girl, which shows Brother Ning has a kind heart. Long Siwen took a step forward, closing the distance with Ning Xinyan. His voice grew softer. I have something that might interest you. Do you want to know how to end the apocalypse? Chapter 123, Mutant Rabbits. Ning Xinyan's pupils shrank slightly, but when he saw Long Siwen step forward, he instinctively took a step back and coldly broke free from the other person. If you've researched the zombie virus, you would know how terrifying its diffusion rate is. Without developing an antibody for it, ending this apocalypse would be a pipe dream. Ning Xinyan crossed his arms in front of him, his gaze growing colder. He had personally participated in research on the virus and knew this all too well. There was no politeness in his tone. But Long Siwen didn't get upset at all, lightly shrugging while laughing. What if I told you that I have the antibody for this virus right here? Ning Sinen's frown deepened. He was fully aware of how tenacious this virus was. Countless top scientists working together hadn't been able to produce it. Could they really have succeeded? Long Siwen wore an air of calm confidence. Otherwise, do you think where do we get edible animal meat from in our base? To be honest, before the apocalypse, I was also one of the researchers. I know who you are, Dr. Ning Sinen, the famous young doctoral scholar. Believe me, there's definitely a lot for us two to talk about. Long Siwen extended her hand toward Ning Sinen, her smile unchanged, her voice carrying a trace of persuasion. Would you like to take a look? It won't take up much of your time. Looking at the hand stretched out in front of him, Ning Sinen hesitated for a moment and then turned his head away. Fine, let me see the antibody you're talking about. Long Siwen's smile widened, making a polite gesture toward Ning Sinen as she murmured, "It's my great honor." Ning Sinen never expected that she would lead him to the steep mountain wall at the west end of the base, or that there was actually a passage through the mountain body. The corridor was dark, with only the faint luminescence of crystal cores embedded in the walls. Where are you taking me? As they walked further, Ning Sinen's doubts deepened. Looking ahead at the dark and endless tunnel, he asked in a cold tone. Don't rush, Dr. Ning. Long Siwen replied calmly. My lab is inside. Everyone knows that experiments require sufficient lighting. However, this tunnel grew darker and darker as they walked deeper into it, making Ning Sinen feel more and more skeptical. Not only that, but the deeper they went, Ning Sinen could smell an abnormal blood scent. It smelled somewhat like decomposing corpses. And just as Ning Sinen was contemplating, Long Siwen stopped suddenly in front of him, smiling. We're here, Dr. Ning. In front of them, light emanated from the tunnel. Once outside, they discovered that the other side of the tunnel directly connected to the bottom of a canyon. Shaped like an overturned cup, one could directly see the blue sky above their heads, surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides. The earlier mentioned tunnel led straight to the bottom of this cup. As Ning Sinen stepped forward, his pace came to an abrupt halt. Two colossal creatures coiled up in the canyon before him, causing Ning Sinen's pupils to shrink sharply. Fourth stage mutated rabbits? And there were two of them. How could he have never sensed their presence? These mutants, nearly 3 stories tall, rested at the bottom of the canyon, emitting thunderous snores. Their fur was a blood red, sticky to the touch, seemingly glued together by some unknown secretion. Their several meter-long ears dragged limp against the ground, exposing the skin beneath where there was no fur covering. Their flesh was filled with crisscrossed blood vessels, alarmingly red, looking ready to burst open at any moment. Surrounding these two giant rabbits, heaps of bones piled high. Human bones. All the meat had been stripped from the skeletons, leaving nothing but piles of white bones scattered haphazardly, stained with dried blood. These mutant rabbits fed on humans. Rabbits' reproductive capacity is at the top tier in the animal kingdom. And after the apocalypse, the fertility of mutated rabbits has been extraordinarily enhanced. Long Siwen slowly moved forward, her eyes slightly curved as she watched the two monsters nearby, almost as if admiring her successful children. I spent a long time finding such perfectly matched mutated rabbits. As long as we solve the virus issues within their bodies, their outstanding reproductive capabilities will provide us with a continuous supply of food. Seeing nearly a quarter of the canyon occupied by skeletal remains, a horrifying idea crept into Ning Sinen's mind. You're using humans to feed and breed these rabbits. No, not breeding. Long Siwen abruptly turned around, raising one finger and gently pressing it against her lips, glaring fixedly at Ning Sinen, her eyes frighteningly intense. Disinfection. Ning Sinen froze for a moment. Then his pupils involuntarily contracted to the size of needle points. As expected of Dr. Ning, you catch on quickly. Long Siwen applauded appreciatively. You didn't expect it, did you? The antibody that countless people have failed to discover is actually carried naturally by every mutant. Long Siwen pointed at her temple with a smile. Right here. All I need to do is keep finding mutants from the outside and bring them back to feed these two mutated rabbits. The zombie virus inside them will be suppressed, and the offspring they give birth to can be eaten. But those viruses are not completely eliminated. Ning Sinen waved his sleeve in disbelief as he questioned her. Didn't you see the crimson eyes of the people in the base? I saw them. Yet Long Siwen seemed completely indifferent. But so what? If not for me, those people would have been dead a long time ago. It's me who kept them alive until now. There will always be some instability in the early stages of an experiment. Someone must make sacrifices. Long Siwen turned around, spreading her arms as if she were ready to embrace the two mutated rabbits. If I persevere, these two mutated rabbits will eventually rid themselves of all toxicity and become the only salvation for this apocalypse. Listening silently to this madman's rhetoric, Ning Sinen remained silent, watching Long Siwen's back, seeing through her silhouette to the shadows of many others. This is a farce. Ning Sinen shook his head, showing no intention of persuading her, just raising his hand, with lightning flickering in his palm. Dr. Ning, aren't you going to join me? Long Siwen turned back upon hearing the sound, completely ignoring the lightning in Ning Sinen's hand, softly speaking. We don't have the right to let others sacrifice for an illusory hope. Ning Sinen didn't reply. The movement in his hands expressed his stance. Haha. Long Siwen laughed. Are you planning to kill me then? If you kill me, everyone in the entire base will die along with me. Chapter 124. Another Psyenergy user. These two mutated rabbits, when not hungry, can be completely controlled by my ability. Long Siwen spread her hands and took a step closer to Ningxuan, smiling arrogantly. You tell me, how many people in this base can withstand a 4th-rank mutated animal? Ability? Control? The opponent was a psychic-type ability user. Ningxuan's eyes darkened. No wonder he hadn't been able to sense the existence of these 2 4th-rank mutated rabbits. Long Siwen had used her ability to hide their presence. And just as the other party said, everyone in the base was either 1st or 2nd-rank ability users. If these 2 mutated rabbits were to lose control, go berserk, and start hurting people, apart from Ningxuan, no one would be able to resist them. Dr. Ning, I appreciate you. In the base, only you can converse with me about matters concerning the virus antibody. Long Siwen smiled faintly, snapping her fingers lightly. So, let's keep you here for now. In the next moment, the ground trembled slightly, and not far away, the mutated rabbits slowly opened their eyes. There was no trace of reason in those blood-red pupils, only ferocity and thirst for blood, but it seemed like they were bound by some kind of restraint. My dear children, Long Siwen issued an order to the 2 rabbits. Keep an eye on him, don't kill him. With that, she turned and walked back towards the tunnel. At the same time, Ningxuan's eyes grew serious as he realized something was off. The moment he tried to leave, he didn't know from which corner a large group of shadows emerged. Hundreds of human-sized mutated rabbits darted out, blocking Ningxuan's way. They were all offspring of the 4th-rank mutated rabbits, with merely 1st or 2nd-rank abilities, so Ningxuan could easily fell dozens with just one thunderball. But there were too many of them, and he was delayed by several seconds. And within those few seconds, the 4th-rank mutated rabbit had already charged up. The stench of blood and manure instantly filled the air, and Ningxuan's expression turned grim. He raised his hand, summoning a lightning bolt several meters long that struck the rabbit directly, hitting one of its ears accurately. Just like an exploding lump of flesh, the mutated rabbit's ear became bloody and unrecognizable. The pain seemed to make the mutated rabbit even more frenzied, its eyes turning entirely crimson, revealing streaks of bloodthirsty intent. After being briefly delayed, another rabbit had blocked the tunnel leading out of here with its body. Madmen really do exist everywhere. Ningxuan cursed under his breath, concentrating on dealing with the mutated rabbits before him while worrying about Suching Su's situation. He might have difficulty extricating himself, but there was no real life-threatening danger to him. However, the situation regarding Suching Su was uncertain. However, given the cunning nature of the other side, they definitely noticed his delay. Ningxuan silently prayed in his heart, run fast. If these 2 rabbits go mad, there'll be no escape. It's not that Suching Su doesn't want to run, but the current situation is beginning to seem increasingly dangerous. The holy beasts are enraged. They're going to come out. What shall we do? Hurry. Where are those 2 outsiders? Grab them and feed them to the holy beasts. Full search. No one is allowed to rest. While the holy beasts haven't completely left the cave, find them. On the western mountain slope, there was a loud boom. As the rock face cracked open, some of the mountainside collapsed, revealing an empty space in the middle. Just as people in the base had said, this was where the holy beast resided. The lightning strike that split the mountain clearly came from Ningxuan, indicating the other side had indeed encountered trouble. But obviously, Suching Su currently didn't have the capability to help. Hugging Anren while hiding high up in a tree, using the branches and shadows to mask themselves, Suching Su watched quietly as people moved about below, each face marked with cruelty and hostility. If the sisters were to reveal themselves in front of those base residents now, they'd certainly be attacked by all at once. What a predicament. The residents who had, during the day, reluctantly shown kindness in greeting the trio, were now aggressively searching for their whereabouts. Suching Su silently calculated in her mind whether a sudden surprise attack could secure a safe path for her to fight her way out. Instinctively, she touched the position of her clavicle. The protective shield that appeared after the space upgrade could be utilized. If Suching Su protected Anren in her embrace and rushed out with the shield over her, it would likely work. After all, the last crystal core Luo Qing gave her wasn't insignificant, enough to support the energy consumption of one use of the shield. Anren, sensing the urgency of the situation, though worried, obediently remained silent, waiting for her sister's next plan. She tightly pressed her lips together, looking down at the menacing figures below holding kitchen knives, sickles, and other weapons with ill intentions. Anren suddenly felt an unusual sensation when she saw the weapons. Involuntarily, she spread out her little hands to look at her palms, somewhat dazed. In the next second, Su Shurqing's expression suddenly grew stern. She cradled Anren with one hand, used her toes to push off a branch, and leaped high into the air. Bang! A giant boulder as tall as a person came crashing down hard on their previous position. Holding Anren in one arm, Su Shurqing conjured up a whip made of vines with her other hand, sweeping it horizontally across the ground. The people below, hearing the sound, panicked and scrambled away as they watched the two sisters land gracefully, like descending from the sky. Looking up, they could see Uncle Zhang holding a large stone, standing beside Long Siwen, glaring fiercely at them. Long Siwen smiled gently. Her scholarly and elegant face exuded composure as she mimicked firing a gun with her fingers at Su Shurqing. I found you. Su Shurqing said nothing, but with a flick of her sleeve, countless sharp and hard leaves flew toward the other side, at an incredible speed. As the leaves were about to pierce through Long Siwen and his companions, in the next second, Su Shurqing's head was struck by intense pain, like being pricked by needles. For a moment, Su Shurqing lost control over her power, making the originally razor-sharp leaves fall softly to the ground just before they touched Long Siwen and the others. A second-rank wood-type user who can manipulate powers quite meticulously. Long Siwen smiled faintly and snapped his fingers, but unluckily for you, I am a whole rank higher, so you cannot defeat me. Sister. Anren became anxious and placed her glowing white palm onto Su Shiqing. Hey, there's another first-rank healing type here. Long Siwen raised an eyebrow, showing some surprise. Third-rank psychic ability user? With Anren's assistance, Su Shiqing quickly regained clarity and gained some understanding of Long Siwen's abilities. The psychic type that kills silently. Long Siwen raised a finger, lightly pressing it against his lips, and glanced pointedly at the two sisters. If you listen and peacefully become food for my two children, I'll let you die quickly. To him, one first rank and one second rank were no match against his third rank capabilities, not to mention the base also had many low rank ability users. The only person with countermeasures, Ning Sinan, was already trapped by him. Long Siwen couldn't imagine who else would come to save these two. Long Siwen expected panic and despair from the two sisters, but instead he froze. He noticed Su Shiqing smiling. Psychic type? That's interesting. Su Shiqing's eyes slightly curved as she whispered softly. I wonder if you can upgrade this space. Chapter 125, Space Power. If Long Siwen were any other type of mutant ability user, Su Shiqing might have had some trouble dealing with her. But coincidentally, the opponent was a psychic type. It's the psychic type. Last time, even the fourth-rank psychic zombie Wang Jian couldn't kill Su Shiqing. So how could this third-rank psychic ability user be so arrogant? They say that psychic types kill silently because their spirit power far exceeds that of ordinary mutants, easily capable of shattering another's spiritual world. And you want to destroy Su Shiqing's spiritual world? Sorry, space powers can nullify it. Even without activating the protective shield of space abilities, facing mental attacks, space abilities can absorb half of the damage and convert it into its own energy, while the remaining half is effortlessly absorbed by Su Shiqing. She's already endured a full attack from a fourth-rank psychic zombie. Would she fear a third-rank mutant? From a distance, Long Siwen looked at Su Shiqing with increasingly strange eyes. Was it his illusion? Why didn't he see fear in her face, but instead, a look of eagerness to try? Was this normal? Su Shiqing put Anren down and raised her hand, causing vines to sprout from the ground, weaving them into a cage that protected her younger sister. This was a technique she learned from Lu Qingfeng during her time with Luo Qing's team, very practical. Without any restraint now, Su Shiqing stretched her limbs, raised an eyebrow as she looked around at the group surrounding her, wiggling her fingers teasingly. Who goes first? Or all together? Her long black ponytail swayed with the evening breeze. Su Shiqing's delicate face beamed with ease and defiance, seemingly not regarding the current encirclement at all. This mannerism made everyone else in the base hesitate whether they should capture these two sisters or not, so they just turned to look at Long Siwen for his command. Long Siwen's expression darkened slightly. He didn't understand where Su Shiqing's confidence came from. A second-rank fighter taking on a third-rank 1+ over 10 others of ranks 1 and 2. It just sounds impossible. Ever since Su Shiqing and the two others arrived at the base, Long Siwen was certain that the only one he couldn't handle was Ning Sinan of the fourth rank. The other two young girls? Solving them should have been like snapping one's fingers. But Su Shiqing's composed attitude unsettled him. Still, at this moment, even if he wasn't confident, Long Siwen could not stop his plan. The two mutated rabbits in the cave hadn't eaten for nearly 3 days, and being merely a third-rank ability user, Long Siwen was already struggling to control these two fourth-rank mutated beasts. If he allowed them to fall into extreme hunger, he also doubted whether his powers would still function effectively. Thinking of this, a flash of ferocity crossed Long Siwen's eyes as he waved his hand. Seize them, dead or alive. In an instant, more than a dozen mutants surrounding Su Shiqing rushed forward, unleashing their powers. Blue, red, green, purple lights filled the air, water, fire, wood, thunder elements immediately brightening up the dim surroundings. Su Shiqing remained unperturbed, smiling as she snapped her fingers. The next second, countless vines, each thick as a man, sprouted from the ground. My legs are going to be torn apart. Ah, damn vines. Why won't fire break them? And they're impenetrable to knives too. Help, save me. Vines coiled around those mutants' legs, bodies, tightening bit by bit despite their panicked efforts to free themselves, all futile. Sitting comfortably on a vine a meter thick, ascending slowly into the air, Su Shiqing propped her cheek on her hand and watched the hapless crowd beneath with an amused smile, displaying calmness and malice. Somewhere unseen, the moon emerged from behind clouds, hanging high above Su Shiqing's head, casting a silver glow as if cloaking her in a shimmering veil. Beneath her, cries of agony rose. She smiled, looking innocent yet sly, lowering her eyelids slightly, seeming compassionate, yet coldly observing those below. This base was defended by fourth-rank mutated creatures, so low-rank zombies dared not invade, leading to the lack of real combat experience among the base's residents. They almost lacked any combat techniques entirely. Moreover, due to their habitual consumption of mutated animal meat, the zombie virus had somewhat affected their physical constitution. Even compared to others of the same rank, they weren't even comparable to Su Shiqing in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Long Siwen's eyes grew darker. He focused intently, using his power again, intending to employ the old trick once more to interfere with Su Shiqing's movements. But this time, Su Shiqing, who was already prepared, didn't falter even for a second. The moment Long Siwen acted, she glanced at him, still smiling. Is that all you've got? Su Shiqing, propping her chin, appeared somewhat disappointed. This much energy wasn't enough to upgrade her space power by even a tenth. With that, you can't protect them either. The vines coiled around those low-rank ability users, gradually tightening, causing their faces to turn pale as they slowly choked, as if waiting for Long Siwen's reaction. Su Shiqing's eyes were cold, showing no sympathy for these people at all. This was the end of the world. There was no point talking about humanity or morality anymore. These people wanted to sacrifice her and Anrin to that so-called sacred beast just to survive. Su Shiqing understood it. After all, in such a dire situation, most people could only think of themselves. But understanding them didn't mean she would forgive them. Su Shiqing didn't know whether similar individuals had been lured here before, but since these people chose to act against her, they should have expected retaliation. That was the survival rule of this world. If Su Shiqing wasn't strong enough, then she and Anrin would be the ones suffering now. And at this moment, Long Siwen's face had already turned completely different. Why wasn't his psychic attack working? How could a second-rank ability user show absolutely no reaction to his attacks? Long Siwen couldn't help but take a slight step backward, but was immediately grabbed by Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang hadn't charged forward like the others, so he wasn't bound by the vines. He anxiously shook Long Siwen's arm, saying, "Brother Long, you need to do something quickly. If you don't act soon, they're all going to die." "Shut up." Long Siwen finally lost his composure, the elegant demeanor disappearing, replaced with an expression dark enough to drip water. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang became even more agitated. "Brother Long, we've been risking our lives daily for you, searching for newcomers. Now that we're in danger, are you going to abandon us?" "Humph, Uncle Zhang, stop trying to glorify yourselves." Long Siwen sneered and roughly shook off Uncle Zhang's hand before casting him a scornful glance. "It's mutual benefit. Don't act like you're doing something noble. All of you were supposed to become food for my children, but you begged me on your knees, offering to bring suitable meals for them. You know how many people you've tricked these past days? Don't think of washing your hands clean when it's too late." Long Siwen glanced at those who were almost motionless in the grip of the vines and scoffed softly. "I've never cared about your lives." Chapter 126, Out of Control. Su Shiqing listened to the argument between the two people below, idly playing with a strand of her black hair that had fallen over her ear. She indifferently shifted her gaze. As Long Siwen had said, there wasn't a single person here who was innocent. They had deceived countless unsuspecting passersby to die in their place so they could survive. Everyone has the right to pursue life. Su Shiqing didn't feel inclined to judge such actions, nor did she believe she had the authority to seek vengeance for those wrongfully killed. But it just so happened they had provoked her. Su Shiqing tilted her head back, gazing at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Raising her hand, she snapped her fingers lightly. Snap! A chorus of crisp bone-breaking sounds immediately echoed through the air. Uncle Zhang turned around in extreme terror, only to see the bodies of dozens of people on the vines collapsing limply, silenced forever. Since Long Siwen didn't care about these people, Su Shiqing saw no reason to let them linger any longer. Looking down at the two individuals below, one a third-stage mentalist, and the other a second-stage earth user, neither of them stood a chance against Su Shiqing. Seated on the vine, Su Shiqing extended a slender finger, flicking it in the direction of Long Siwen and Uncle Zhang without even making physical contact. In a calm voice, she spoke, "Hand Ning Sinan over." After the explosion sound from the mountainside, there had been no further commotion. Su Shiqing wasn't sure what Ning Sinan was up to, but if he had disengaged, he would surely have returned to regroup with them by now. Ning Sinan's absence suggested his mission hadn't yet concluded. Long Siwen snorted with derision. "Hand him over? I doubt he's still alive. By now, he might have already ended up inside the bellies of my two children." "Do you know what your comrade is facing?" Long Siwen asked mockingly. "They are two mutated rabbits at the 4th stage. Do you think, after half a day, your friend can still hold out?" Long Siwen wanted to see Su Shiqing suffer, her anguish, anger, despair, but when he glanced up, her expression remained as composed as ever. "Two mutant animals that couldn't even handle someone like you." Su Shiqing sized up Long Siwen coolly, shrugging dismissively. "They're not much stronger than you either." She simply didn't believe Ning Sinan could be defeated. Long Siwen choked, looking extremely uncomfortable, especially since Su Shiqing hadn't spoken falsely. The two mutant rabbits under his control could barely perceive the ongoing struggle. Ning Sinan, fighting 1 against 2, hadn't fallen behind yet. Damn it. How had every single person this time proven harder to deal with? Through such deceptive methods, Long Siwen had eliminated numerous psychics before, always achieving success easily. But this time, things weren't going well. Not only were the mutant rabbits unlikely to last, but even Long Siwen himself seemed increasingly unable to protect himself. He glared furiously at Su Shiqing above, his mind racing, pondering escape strategies. Gradually shifting his gaze downward, Long Siwen's eyes landed on the nearby cage made of vines. The emerald green vines tightly enveloped and ran, offering no room for attack. But that didn't faze Long Siwen. His mental attacks were invisible, rendering any barriers useless against his assault. Seeing Long Siwen's focus shift toward and ran, Su Shiqing's face darkened entirely. Before, Su Shiqing merely intended to kill him, but the moment Long Siwen set his sights on and ran, she was already considering ways to brutally torture him. While keeping a wary eye on Long Siwen's movements, Su Shiqing hesitated, unsure if this was some kind of trickery. However, Zhang beside her clearly understood the significance of the situation. Zhang's face lost all its color as he trembled and turned towards the West Mountain Range, nearly shaking uncontrollably. "Finished." Finished, Zhang stammered, staring at the partially collapsed mountain nearby. The divine beast might lose control. Perhaps due to prolonged starvation or the grueling battle against Ning Sinin, the hunger of the two mutated rabbits had reached its peak. In an instant, they broke free from Long Siwen's control, reverting to their primal instincts. Simultaneously, Long Siwen suffered a backlash, becoming severely weakened. Sitting on the vine, Su Shiqing had a clearer vantage point. The ground began trembling slightly, and in the moonlight, she witnessed massive stones falling from the distant mountain. Two enormous shadows slowly emerged. In the dim light, details were hard to make out, but the two pairs of crimson eyes stood out vividly in the darkness. Su Shiqing's breathing hitched slightly, and before she could make any move, the two massive black figures suddenly flashed with lightning. It was Ning Sinin. To prevent the mutant rabbits from escaping outside and threatening others, Ning Sinin had been battling them inside the mountain. The fight was intense, as if heaven and earth were darkened. However, for some unknown reason, in that instant just now, the two mutant rabbits abruptly abandoned Ning Sinin as their target and started heading outwards. Not only that, the auras emanating from the mutant beasts gradually grew more terrifying, as if all the bloodlust within their bodies had erupted. Unable to stop the mutant rabbits from advancing, Ning Sinin could only retreat temporarily. While the mutant rabbits were still figuring out their direction, he rushed back towards the base. He didn't know how Su Shiqing was faring, or whether she had left the base. Ning Sinin worried that the numerous people at the base might gang up on the two sisters. But when he looked up, what caught his eye was an unusually prominent cluster of vines nearby. Each end of the vines was wrapped around a person, or rather, a corpse. The corpse's hands and feet hung down, swaying lightly with the wind in a bone-chilling manner. And on the thickest vine, Su Shiqing sat conspicuously. Upon seeing Ning Sinin running over, Su Shiqing casually and innocently waved, "Hey, over here." Witnessing dozens of corpses swinging with the wind, and the one responsible calmly smiling, Ning Sinin was momentarily speechless. There was evidence of bullying, but it was unclear who had bullied whom. Chapter 127, Being Targeted. But now is not the time to think about that. After a long battle, Ning Sinin's hair was somewhat disheveled, and his originally clean white windbreaker was covered with dust and bloodstains. It wasn't clear whose blood it was. He hurriedly ran towards Su Shiqing's direction while glancing back at the distance between him and the two mutated rabbits. Upon seeing Long Siwen lying on the ground nearby, spitting blood and weakened, Ning Sinin immediately concluded that the two mutated rabbits had lost control by now. A mutated animal without control is undoubtedly irrational. They only follow their most primal instincts. Not to mention that these rabbits had been starving for a long time already. Extreme hunger made their destructive power grow several times over. "Hurry, go." Ning Sinin panted slightly as he shouted towards Su Shiqing. These are two fourth-stage mutated rabbits in a state of starvation. They eat people. Fourth-stage mutated rabbits? Su Shiqing's expression turned grave as she leapt down from the vine and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, chaos erupted throughout the base. The three-story-tall mutated rabbits moved, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The ordinary civilians within the base who lacked any abilities were hiding inside houses earlier, but now that they sensed something amiss, they screamed and ran out, attempting to flee from here. Divine beasts. The divine beasts have escaped. I don't want to die. Where's Brother Long? Can't Brother Long control those two divine beasts? Hurry up and make him act. Don't bother looking for that nonsense called Brother Long anymore. Run quick. If you don't run, we'll die here. People scrambled desperately, trying to escape what used to be their refuge. Cries, screams, and angry shouts filled Su Shiqing's ears, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. Run? Where could they possibly run? It was clearly visible. Those two mutated rabbits with crimson eyes were moving at an incredibly fast speed. After a brief assessment of the direction, they charged directly towards the base. In mere seconds, the distance was significantly shortened. If simply running on two legs against the rabbits was considered, there was no way they could outpace them. Even if Su Shiqing had a car, the surrounding woods around the base would make driving impossible. And obviously, Ning Sinin also realized this very quickly. When he turned back to see the two rabbits' figures, one set of crimson eyes had locked onto him like a predator targeting its prey, as if Ning Sinin was the only prey in their sight. This was the rabbit whose ears were initially shattered by Ning Sinin. Now, its long ears hung limp, with dried blood clumped together. Ning Sinin's gaze darkened slightly. This creature seemed hell-bent on catching him. Breaking suddenly about 20 meters away from Su Shiqing, Ning Sinin sharply changed direction and threw her a handgun. This rabbit has a grudge against me. I'll draw them away. You all run. His voice scattered with the wind. Su Shiqing swiftly caught the gun thrown her way and stepped forward in concern toward Ning Sinin's direction. By then, Ning Sinin's figure was almost swallowed by the night, visible only as the massive form of a mutated rabbit chased after him wildly. Without giving attention to Uncle Zhang, who had collapsed out of fear, or Long Siwen, who was too weak to stand, Su Shiqing retracted all the vines and picked up Anren. Anren, who had just been protected within the vines, couldn't see what was happening outside and could only hear some sounds. So upon emerging and seeing dozens of corpses on the ground, Anren widened her eyes momentarily, unable to react before being quickly scooped up by Su Shiqing. You're safe, Anren. The bad guys have been taken care of by your big sister. Don't be afraid. Su Shiqing reassured her while running, worried that the bloody scene might terrify the young girl. In reality, Anren's face didn't display much fear. She leaned on Su Shiqing's shoulder, glanced at the pile of bodies nearby, and felt a fleeting sense of déjà vu. It felt familiar. The next second, Anrin's pupils shrank abruptly. She saw, behind them, an immense rabbit charging straight toward her and her sister. Su Shiqing also felt something strange and looked back, instantly tightening her brows. Good news. Both mutated rabbits hadn't pursued Ning Sinan, suggesting he'd likely handle himself well. Bad news. It appeared she and Anrin had caught the eye of this rabbit. As Su Shiqing correctly guessed, no one in this situation could outrun the mutated rabbit, not the ability users, certainly not the normal people. The mutated rabbit, extremely famished, snapped its head and bit into a young man struggling desperately to flee. Before the victim could let out a single cry of agony, he was swallowed whole. Having tasted food for the first time in a long while, the rabbit's crimson eyes intensified with excitement. Its next target fell on Su Shiqing, standing not far away. To the mutated rabbit, a Psi user's taste is better than an ordinary person's and more nourishing. Almost instantly, it gave up chasing the others who were fleeing in all directions and charged madly towards Su Shiqing ahead. Of course, countless people were trampled to death under the mutated rabbit's feet. The rabbit's fur seemed completely soaked in blood, sticky and tangled into clumps. Seeing that the rabbit didn't go after anyone else and was clearly targeting her, Su Shiqing cursed softly in her heart. But there was no time for complaints now. Almost instantly, Su Shiqing analyzed the situation at hand. There was no way she could outrun it, so she could only try to use her smaller size to her advantage and tangle with the rabbit. She set Anrin down and took a backpack from her spatial ring, putting it on the little girl's back amidst her panic-filled eyes. Anrin, listen to me and run ahead. Su Shiqing smiled and patted the little girl's shoulder quickly, her words rapid fire. Don't worry, your sister will come find you later. In the backpack, Su Shiqing placed food, water, warm clothing, a small knife, and a crystal core, just a bit of insurance. Sister. Anrin was filled with panic, wanting to say something, but the rabbit had already caught up from behind. Hurry up and go. Su Shiqing urged the little girl while turning herself toward the direction of the mutated rabbit. She didn't know if she could match this rabbit, but Su Shiqing had to buy Anrin some time to escape. As the distance closed, Su Shiqing realized just how overwhelming a 3-story tall mutated rabbit truly felt. The stench of blood mixed with animal odor made her unable to open her eyes, causing Su Shiqing to frown as she looked at the handgun in her hand. It was the one Ning Sinan threw to her before he left. But how the heck was she supposed to use it when she didn't even know how? Born in a country where gun control was extremely strict, Su Shiqing had never touched anything like this. But right now, she could only try anything she could think of. As the mutated rabbit hadn't yet reached her, Su Shiqing decided to test whether the handgun could harm it. Thus, she raised her hand, gripping the handle with both hands, slightly narrowing her eyes, aiming the barrel at the mutated rabbit rushing madly toward her. Her finger pressed against the trigger, applying force suddenly. Bang! Chapter 128, 1,000 Years of Harm. With full concentration, the bullet grazed past the mutated rabbit's face with perfect accuracy. Su Shiqing. Perhaps this was still a sign of good aim? Shit. Su Shiqing laughed out of frustration, rarely losing control and cursing, then casually tossed the pistol aside and charged forward barehanded. What did she need a handgun for? She could just fight with her powers. Su Shiqing knew very well that in direct combat, she definitely couldn't match the mutated rabbit. So, she had to try to use her smaller size to grapple with it. As the massive body came into view, Su Shiqing's eyes turned fierce. Vines on her right side sprang from the ground, using them as leverage to pull herself up, narrowly dodging the powerful blow of the rabbit's claw. At the same time, Su Shiqing leaped several meters high, seizing a handful of fur from the mutated rabbit and climbed onto it. The palmful of fur was wrapped in some mysterious slimy substance, slippery, cold, nauseating to the touch, and the smell was overwhelming. But that wasn't the key point. Clutching her grip tightly on the rabbit's fur despite gritting her teeth, Su Shiqing began climbing upwards until she stood on its back, a place that was one of the few spots where the mutated rabbit couldn't attack effectively. The mutated rabbit seemed to realize something was wrong at this moment, becoming increasingly frenzied. Its claws might not reach Su Shiqing on its back, but that didn't mean it was powerless. Having barely stabilized her stance, Su Shiqing suddenly felt a jolt beneath her feet. The next second, she lost control of her balance. With one kick of its paws, the mutated rabbit flipped over completely in a 360 degrees rotation, intent on throwing Su Shiqing off its back. Su Shiqing had no choice but to let go, leaping down from the rabbit's back. If she didn't, just the rolling motion would be enough to crush her into pulp. Damn it, how smart is this rabbit? Su Shiqing panted slightly, maintaining distance from the mutated rabbit with the help of her vines. The short time she spent standing on its back revealed that even within moments, the rabbit had devised a countermeasure. Watching as the rabbit ceased its rolling motion and slowly got back up, its pair of crimson eyes locked firmly on her. Su Shiqing felt an uncontrollable dip in her confidence. Now there was no way around it. It was going to come down to brute force. Around the mutated rabbit, vine-like plants erupted from the ground, as thick as a person. Instantly, they bound its limbs, restricting its movements. Su Shiqing stood nearby, her expression sharp, continuously producing crystal cores in her hand, which shattered instantly. By replenishing her energy this way, she didn't have to worry about running out anytime soon. However, her second-stage vines were too fragile against a fourth-stage mutated creature. The bound rabbit screeched abruptly, exerting immense force. Suddenly, all the vines tightened. In the next second, with a sharp snapping sound, the mutated rabbit broke free of its bonds, tearing apart the vines as thick as a human being. Su Shiqing's face paled, and she tasted a faint metallic tang in her throat. Indeed, it isn't easy to overcome 2 stages of ability difference. Su Shiqing wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, watching as the angry and enraged mutated rabbit charged toward her. But if you think you can kill me like this, you're sorely mistaken. Seeing the distance between them closing to less than 10 meters, Su Shiqing could even feel the mutated rabbit's breath laden with the stench of blood upon her. The next moment, Su Shiqing violently swung her sleeve, sending out over 100 emerald flashes streaking through the air, the sharp leaves flying like blades straight towards the mutated rabbit. The hide of mutated animals was especially tough, and these leaves plunged into its skin without leaving visible wounds, seemingly having little effect on the rabbit. However, Su Shiqing hadn't expected to break through the defenses of a 4th-stage mutation. Under her meticulous control, most of the leaves targeted the mutated rabbit's face. No matter how tough its fur defense was, the rabbit's mouth, nose, and eyes were utterly unprotected. With such close proximity, even if the mutated rabbit realized the danger, its enormous frame made evasive maneuvers impossible. The mutated rabbit's left eyeball burst open. Blood and an unknown yellowish liquid spattered everywhere, half-blind, and excruciating pain momentarily disorienting it, giving Su Shiqing the opportunity to evade from the front. Mutated creatures possessed only instinct, not intellect. Under extreme hunger, their lethality would increase many times over. However, at the same time, their lack of intelligence often placed them at a disadvantage compared to humans who could strategize. Now, with its left eye heavily injured and mobility hindered, if Su Shiqing wanted to escape, now would be a good chance. Looking back, she saw no sign of and ran, assuming the young girl must have escaped far enough already. Her hand, hanging loosely by her side, trembled slightly as Su Shiqing felt a surge of exhaustion. Yet, she forced herself to remain alert. Glancing at the mutated rabbit screaming and thrashing wildly due to the loss of one eye, she decided to seize the opportunity to leave. Just then, a sudden, sharp pain pierced through her temple. The needle-like pain caused her to momentarily lose focus. She, who was already fatigued, nearly stumbled to the ground. This method of attack was all too familiar. With a grim expression, Su Shiqing looked toward a tree not far away. On it sat Long Siwen, her face deathly pale, perched on a branch. Earlier, when the mutated rabbit had suddenly charged out, Su Shiqing hadn't had time to deal with Long Siwen. But she hadn't expected that the weakened Long Siwen wouldn't have been trampled into a pulp by the rabbit. Truly, evil lives for 1,000 years. Be a good child, listen. Long Siwen's gaze was firmly locked onto the mutated rabbit's eyes, muttering under her breath as if performing some strange ritual. Listen, help me. Kill her. At the same moment, the mutated rabbit behind Su Shiqing gradually calmed down, evidently successfully controlled by Long Siwen. Licking her slightly cracked lips, Su Shiqing took a deep breath, steadying her erratic breathing, her eyes fixing upon Long Siwen with a look as if observing a dead person. If I can't kill a 4th-stage mutated rabbit, do you think I can't handle a 3rd-stage psychic like you? Crushing another crystal core, Su Shiqing raised her 2 fingers together in an upward motion. Instantaneously, vines erupted from the base of the tree where Long Siwen was seated, their sharp ends aimed straight for her heart. And just at that moment, the wind behind Su Shiqing changed abruptly, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her. Without giving another thought to Long Siwen, Su Shiqing instinctively summoned vines to encircle her body, flinging herself into the air, just in time to avoid the ferocious rabbit claw that struck where she had been standing moments before. Ha ha! Long Siwen's low laughter emanated from the tree branches, growing louder until she was laughing uncontrollably despite spitting blood from constant coughing. What would have been certain death for her earlier now offered a chance of survival, and how could she not be elated? Ha ha ha! Long Siwen sat on a tree branch, laughing loudly without the slightest restraint, looking down at Su Shiqing from above. Miss Su. Didn't expect it, did you? The one who's about to die now is you. Avoiding the mutant rabbit's attack, Su Shiqing slowly landed back on the ground and glared coldly at the mutant rabbit that had lost one eye. Upon hearing Long Siwen's words, Su Shiqing didn't even turn her head. She raised her middle finger toward him. I've already said it. Any mutant beast controlled by you can't be a formidable creature. You're still stubborn as death approaches. Long Siwen's expression turned grim but soon broke into laughter again. But I never argue with a dead person. My child, kill her. At Long Siwen's command, the mutant rabbit let out an ear-piercing scream and, disregarding the blood gushing out of its left eye, bared its claws at Su Shiqing. When under control, the mutant rabbit appeared to lose much of its perception of pain, unaffected by the serious injury to its left eye. The opportunity to escape had been lost. Now, not only did Su Shiqing have to face a 4th-stage mutant rabbit, but she also had to endure Long Siwen's occasional mental attacks. Worse yet, she had already used up most of her energy in the initial struggle with the mutant rabbit. However, Su Shiqing's face showed no panic. She still had a trump card up her sleeve. The crystal core in her hand could sustain her for another use of the space protection shield. With this shield, Su Shiqing could fend off one attack from the mutant rabbit while attacking Long Siwen all out. If Long Siwen were killed, the mutant rabbit would lose its control, and the severely injured left eye would likely impair its movement. But this plan carried risks too. Su Shiqing was unsure whether the mutant rabbit, upon regaining clarity, would go completely berserk and ignore its injuries to kill her anyway. If so, then she truly wouldn't have any way to counteract. In the face of life and death danger, Su Shiqing could choose to return to modern times immediately, pause time at this moment, and ensure she would never come back to this apocalypse world again. All opportunities for trading or acquiring advanced technology from the future would vanish, which was undoubtedly a huge loss for Su Shiqing. Not to mention her younger sister was still in the apocalypse. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Shiqing didn't want to use this method. With the help of her powers, Su Shiqing continued to engage the mutant rabbit while observing and selecting the best moment to act. However, Long Siwen couldn't wait any longer. Sitting on the tree branch, he could see flashes of lightning in the woods nearby with no sign of stopping. Ning Xining seemed to handle a mutant beast effortlessly, fighting stronger as time passed, possibly finishing off the rabbit soon. If Ning Xining returned, it meant certain death for Long Siwen. Absolutely unacceptable. Long Siwen's face darkened as he closely watched every move Su Shiqing made in the distance battlefield. Somewhere along the line, he pulled out a crossbow. This was his carefully chosen self-defense weapon based on his own abilities. With the assistance of his psychic power, Long Siwen almost never missed his targets. He waited for Su Shiqing to expose a weakness so he could send her to her death with one arrow. As Su Shiqing hadn't noticed Long Siwen's small moves, Long Siwen hadn't seen either. Somehow, a gun barrel was already aimed directly at him. Su Shiqing was wrong, and Rand didn't obediently leave as instructed. The grass nearly half a person tall concealed and Rand's tiny body almost perfectly. Her lips were tightly pressed together, trembling slightly as though afraid or worried. And Rand watched her older sister battle the monster that towered over her like a building. Every step was dangerously close to disaster, causing her to bite her lower lip until it almost bled. Sister. And Rand couldn't help but whisper softly. Sorry, sister, this time and Rand doesn't want to obey. And Rand wants to be with her sister, no matter what happens. And in Rand's small palm was a pistol ill-fitted for her small hands, the one that Su Shiqing had discarded earlier. Somehow, and Rand had secretly picked it up. As a bystander, and Rand could clearly see that Long Siwen was loading his crossbow and aiming at her older sister. Her breathing quickened suddenly, her face pale, but for some unknown reason, and Rand's mind was terrifyingly calm at this moment. Gripping tightly the pistol that was too big for her, and Rand raised both hands, shakily aligning the gun's muzzle with Long Siwen perched on the tree branch. It was a strange sensation, although it was her first time handling firearms, and Rand felt strangely familiar with their operation. She knew exactly where her shot would hit. Even separated by almost 40 to 50 meters from Long Siwen, the moment and Rand grabbed the gun, it was as if she heard a voice echoing in her ears. That's right, just like that, shoot, you'll hit him. The young face gradually calmed down, revealing a hint of seriousness beyond in Rand's years. I won't let you hurt my sister. Bang! The gunshot echoed. Ugh! Two cries rang out simultaneously. Although the recoil of the pistol was relatively small, it was still too much for Rand at her age. Her arm went numb and ached with pain as the pistol fell to the ground. And Rand let out a soft cry of pain, falling on the ground, hitting her shoulder, tears welling up in her eyes. But worse off than Rand was Long Siwen. In the middle of focusing intently on his aim, he suddenly heard a gunshot. Before Long Siwen could figure out what happened, he felt a jolt in his body. Realizing belatedly, Long Siwen looked down at himself, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he stared at his abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly soaking through his clothes. The pain slowly came on, almost driving Long Siwen mad. Who's so dishonorable to sneak attack? The sudden gunshots made Su Shiqing's pupils shrink slightly as she quickly scanned around. Her eyes landed on Long Siwen pale as a sheet, tumbling headfirst off the tree branch with blood gushing from his stomach. What? Su Shiqing hadn't yet realized who had come to her aid when the mutant rabbit in front of her reacted first. Clearly, Long Siwen could no longer control the mutated rabbit. It started regaining its consciousness, screaming fiercely, going berserk over its lost left eye. Seeing this, Su Shiqing immediately dismissed everything else, focusing intently on the erratic movements of the mutant rabbit before her. From 100 meters away, in the bushes, and Rand held her bruised arm, struggling to get up shakily. It doesn't hurt, and Rand is strong. She hastily treated herself with her psychic ability before wobbling back to pick up the gun again. Sister still needs Rand's help. Once more, she raised her hand, the dark gun muzzle slowly aligning with the frenzied mutant rabbit. Chapter 130, and Rand? Breathing slightly heavy, Su Shiqing's hand hanging at her side was slightly trembling. Even though the crystal core constantly replenished her abilities, her body still had its limits. Fighting a mutant beast 2 levels above her and being able to hold on until now was already the result of Su Shiqing giving it her all. Looking at the murderous mutated rabbit not far away, with only one blood-red eye left that was locked onto her, Su Shiqing pressed her lips together and quickly thought about how to escape. But just at this moment, another gunshot rang out. Bang! Squeak! The front leg of the mutated rabbit suddenly exploded with blood, its screams becoming increasingly ear-piercing. It panted heavily, completely enraged by pain. Since the moment Long Siwen got shot, Su Shiqing had been aware of someone else's presence around her, and she consciously guarded herself against any danger from all sides. After all, she wasn't sure if she would become the next target either. Thus, when the gunshot sounded again, Su Shiqing instantly captured their location and locked it down to near 100 meters away in the grass. It was actually very difficult to see clearly who was in the grass on such a dark night, but Su Shiqing noticed that the person in the grass was not tall, shorter even than the grass itself. That little figure, Wasn't she someone Su Shiqing knew all too well? And ran. Even if she could vaguely make out only a smaller figure, Su Shiqing recognized the person at first glance. She whose expression hadn't changed much even when facing the mutated rabbit. Her expression changed abruptly at this moment, her pupils shrinking drastically, almost unable to believe what she saw. How come? Why isn't Ran here? Didn't she leave as told? And the gunshot just now, didn't Ran fire it? In an instant, Su Shiqing's brain buzzed, as if completely unable to understand what had happened. And Ran, due to the recoil from firing the gun, fell onto the ground for the second time. Ouch! The little girl sat firmly on the ground, but this time she wasn't as badly hurt as before. From afar, it seemed like Su Shiqing looked towards her direction, seeming to already know of her existence. And Ran couldn't help but feel nervous and subconsciously touched her nose. But right now, Su Shiqing didn't have time to settle accounts with Ran. After confirming that the person who fired the gun was Ran, there was a look of killing intent in Su Shiqing's eyes when she looked at the mutated rabbit. If previously she was considering how to escape, then now, for Ran's safety, she began thinking about how to kill this mutated rabbit thoroughly. Yes, to completely kill it. Even with a difference of 2 levels, if Su Shiqing revealed all her trump cards, there was still a chance she might succeed. And her biggest advantage lay in the protective barrier of space. As Su Shiqing pondered how to maximize the benefits of the protective barrier, she suddenly felt a chill in the air around her. Young girl, step back. A gentle female voice came from behind her. Su Shiqing sharply turned around, not seeing the person yet clearly, but several shadows of ice cones whizzed past in front of her eyes. The sharp ends of these ice cones, as thick as arms, viciously pierced towards the nearby mutated rabbit. The mutated rabbit quickly reacted to the new danger ahead, its massive body leaping aside to dodge, causing the ground to shake somewhat. However, it didn't completely evade the attack. Soon, the fur of the mutated rabbit was almost dyed red, with its injuries worsening, yet because of its extremely resilient constitution, it was still alive. You are. Su Shiqing suspiciously inspected the woman who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere behind her. The woman sported a neat short haircut, apparently middle-aged, roughly around her 30s, wearing clean athletic wear, which made it evident she was an ice element ability wielder. However, what caught Su Shiqing's attention more was the fact that the other person's appearance looked somewhat familiar. My name is Lung Yan, 3rd stage ice element ability wielder. Lung Yan smiled gently yet composed, her gaze always focused on the mutated rabbit. A 4th stage mutated rabbit is a tough opponent. Su Shiqing cautiously maintained some distance from the other party. After all, at this point, the sudden emergence of someone raised many suspicions. Moreover, the mutated rabbit was already severely wounded, so Su Shiqing reasonably suspected that the person came to claim the spoils. Regardless of whether they were zombies or mutated beasts, there would be crystal cores inside their brains, and the higher the rank, the better the quality of the crystal core. The crystal core of a 4th stage mutated rabbit was definitely not something anyone could easily obtain. Lung Yan's next words reinforced Su Shiqing's suspicion even more. Young girl, do you want to cooperate? You and I, let's fight this mutated beast together. Not necessary. Su Shiqing decisively refused, forming vines in her hands, forcefully throwing them on the ground, pointing straight at the mutated rabbit. This is my prey. It was a joke. Su Shiqing would eat anything, except for losses. How could she possibly let someone else take the half-dead mutated rabbit that she had worked so hard to injure? 2nd stage wood element. Are you really that boastful? Lung Yan squinted her eyes, her tone strange. However, instead of getting angry, Lung Yan took a slow step forward, an ice cone appearing in her palm. But I'm sorry, young girl. This is something our base commander specifically requested. Base commander? The base commander Lung Yan referred to obviously couldn't be Long Siwen, who was probably already dead. So there was another base nearby? But Su Shiqing didn't have time to ponder this. Her eyes darkened. Was this person trying to snatch her crystal core? Lung Yan raised her hand, the ice cone in her palm, not yet launched, when suddenly, a blue-purple lightning bolt erupted out of nowhere, striking directly toward Lung Yan. Lung Yan's pupils shrank as she hastily dodged back. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing, upon seeing the lightning, paused for a moment and then smiled with relief. Why did you come so late? Su Shiqing giggled as she looked over at Ning Sinan, slowly stepping out from the forest. My rabbit is almost exhausted here, and you're 2 levels higher than me. Your speed is really lacking. Ning Sinan's white windbreaker was torn to shreds, and his right arm bore a deep wound over 10 centimeters long, exposing raw flesh that made one wince just by looking at it. Yet despite all this, his expression remained composed, as though he barely felt the pain. His deep, night-like gaze rested quietly on Su Shiqing. Ning Sinan first scanned her from head to toe, and finally fixed his eyes on the streak of blood at the corner of Su Shiqing's mouth. Sorry for taking too long. Ning Sinan dimmed his eyes slightly and tossed Su Shiqing the crystal core of the mutated rabbit he had just killed. This is for you. Then, turning his attention to the mysterious Lung Yan, Ning Sinan calmly shed his tattered windbreaker and tossed it aside. If you're here to steal mutated beast crystal cores, you can leave now. Strands of blue-purple lightning began to flicker around Ning Sinan, his voice calm. Anything Shiqing wants, no one can take away. Chapter 131. Let go of that little girl. Ning Sinan's voice carried an unwavering certainty, as if he was sure that Lung Yan wouldn't be able to take the crystal core. And in the moment he looked at Su Shiqing, his gaze softened a bit. You've done incredibly well to last this long. The rest is up to me. The instant the 4th stage Ning Sinan appeared, Lung Yan's expression darkened slightly. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing beside her arched an eyebrow and casually let the vine she had just conjured dissipate. She was somewhat exhausted too, but seeing Ning Sinin return at this moment, she simply retracted her efforts. Su Shiqing's eyes fell on Ning Sinin's injured right arm, revealing a flicker of concern. Is your hand alright? It's just a minor injury, no big deal. Ning Sinin shook his head lightly, with lightning crackling in his palm. He slowly turned around, casting a cold and fierce look towards the mutated rabbit not far away. The neglected mutant rabbit had somehow managed to get its limbs under it at some point. Its body was a mixture of ice chips and blood strands, yet the only thing that remained unchanged was the crimson and killing intent in its eyes. Humph, mutants and psychics don't fight on the same level. Long Yan crossed her arms in front of her chest, sneering slightly at Ning Sinin's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. Careful, pretending to be tough won't work out, and you'll end up losing your life. It was clear that the man had just gone through a fierce battle, and Long Yan didn't believe he could still handle the mutant rabbit ahead. She would still have to intervene later, wouldn't she? Ning Sinin ignored her, whether or not he'd heard what Long Yan had just said. However, Su Shiqing standing nearby heard every word clearly. Her expression turned unpleasant. Wasn't that cursing Ning Sinin? Long Yan's attention was completely fixed on Ning Sinin, entirely unaware of the shift in Su Shiqing's expression. Young man, you're still inexperienced. I advise you not to show off unnecessarily. Long Yan's sentence hadn't even finished when her tone abruptly stopped. Her pupils contracted sharply, sharp vine tips pointing directly at her eyes, mere inches away. Su Shiqing dusted off her clothes, wearing a faintly amused smile, while raising a finger to wave it at Long Yan. Auntie, just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. For instance, he alone can deal with that mutated rabbit. Or me, a second-stage psychic, can take down a third-stage psychic like you. Though Su Shiqing was smiling, Long Yan inexplicably felt a hint of threat emanating from the other girl. For some reason, despite being one stage higher in ability than Su Shiqing, Long Yan didn't feel any sense of danger when the vine sprouted. Cold sweat trickled down her back, and she quietly shut her mouth, glancing up to see Ning Sinin mercilessly pinning the mutated rabbit to the ground with his fists. His knuckles were enveloped in a layer of lightning. Standing atop the rabbit, each punch electrified its fur, making it crackle with occasional burnt odors wafting through the air. There was little change visible on Ning Sinin's face, his gaze growing darker, his lips pressing tighter, as if harboring some anger. In Ning Sinin's hands, the large mutated rabbit seemed to become like a cotton toy, devoid of all resistance. Long Yan stared in awe. Even in the base, she had seen other fourth-stage psychics, but none were as formidable as Ning Sinin. As Su Shiqing observed Ning Sinin taking complete control of the fight, she relaxed but grew serious in her thoughts. Since the mutant rabbit was no longer her problem, she should start considering other matters. Su Shiqing frowned as she stretched her hand toward the bushes, flicking her fingers. Thick vines burst from the ground there, immediately wrapping around in Rand's waist and pulling her out. At Su Shiqing's will, the vine thick as an arm securely brought and ran over next to her. When suddenly pulling someone out of the bushes, Long Yan was startled again, carefully observing and ran for a moment, then paused. And Ran had been hiding in the bushes for quite some time, and her neatly braided hair had unraveled somewhat. Her face was covered with smudges of dirt, looking disheveled and pitiful. Her once pristine, fluffy coat was now dotted with leaves and dust, appearing dull and dingy. And Ran pouted slightly, hanging her head with her hands gripping the gun before her, apparently knowing her elder sister was upset and dared not utter a sound. Su Shiqing frowned slightly, looking at the ragged appearance of the little girl, feeling complex emotions. To be precise, she wasn't angry, she was scared. And Ran had stealthily returned to the battlefield without her knowledge. If danger approached and Ran, Su Shiqing wouldn't have been able to defend her. She couldn't help but imagine how tormented she would feel if she failed to protect and Ran in this dangerous world. Sighing deeply, Su Shiqing was just about to say something when Long Yan suddenly spoke up from the side. And Ran? Is that you, and Ran? Long Yan looked at the little girl covered in dust before her, uncertainly asking. And Ran and Su Shiqing turned their heads at the same time. The former's eyes carried confusion while the latter's carried suspicion. What's going on? How come every random person knows her younger sister? Long Auntie. And Ran blinked her eyes a few times and actually recognized her. Upon hearing this, Long Yan's expression grew severe as she saw the vines of Su Shiqing still entwined around in Ran's waist, and immediately made a move. Let go of that little girl. With a raise of her hand, countless ice needles condensed and shot straight towards Su Shiqing's face. And Ran. Su Shiqing. Are you telling me to let go of who? Let go of my sister? Who are you anyway? In an instant, Su Shiqing laughed with anger and moved and ran out of the way to prevent accidental injury. Subsequently, numerous vines, flexible like swimming snakes, instantly grew from under her feet, blocking the ice needles while charging towards Long Yan. Clang! The moment the ice needles collided with the vines, it produced a metallic-like clashing sound, crisp and melodious. When the two abilities clashed, both Su Shiqing and Long Yan stepped back a step uncontrollably, softly groaning. Long Yan widened her eyes in disbelief. How could a second-stage psychic have such control over her power that rivals a third-stage psychic like herself? Meanwhile, Ning Sinin, who had already subdued the mutated rabbit, sensed something was amiss. He turned his head and caught sight of the distant collision between their powers. A faint streak of blood trickled down from the corner of Su Shiqing's mouth. His pupils slightly contracted. Faster than his brain could react, Ning Sinan leapt off the mutated rabbit. In the next second, he appeared beside Su Shiqing. Supporting her shoulder with one hand, his brows furrowed as his gaze pierced into Lung Yin, filled with bone-chilling coldness. If you wish to die, I can grant your wish. Just then, Anran finally caught up with what had happened. Everything had happened so fast that Anran hadn't fully grasped the situation, yet when Su Shiqing had already engaged in combat with Lung Yin. Seeing them both somewhat injured, she became anxious. Sister, Lung Auntie, stop fighting. That's Qingqing's mom. Chapter 132, Misunderstanding. Sister, Qingqing's mother? Upon hearing this, Lung Yin and Su Shiqing were both momentarily stunned, and Ning Sinan, who had already begun forming a lightning ball with his hands, abruptly stopped his movements. Yes. Anran didn't bother with anything else, running over to grab Su Shiqing's hand. This is Anran's sister, her real sister. She then pointed towards the opposite side at Lung Yin. This is Qingqing's mother. I call her Aunt Lung. Su Shiqing arched an eyebrow as she subtly clutched her slightly tight chest, while surreptitiously examining the so-called Qingqing's mother from across. No wonder upon first glance, she felt that the other woman's features seemed familiar. A closer inspection confirmed some resemblance to Yin Qingqing. However, if the other party really was Yin Qingqing's mother, then why would Lung Yin be here now? Was it suspicious? Did she know her daughter was here? Lung Yin might not have the same privileged background as Su Shiqing and others, but her clothing was clean. Did she know her daughter had been living so poorly? Furthermore, earlier Lung Yin had mentioned that the mutated beast's crystal core was something their base commander explicitly requested. That meant they had known all along that Long Siwen was raising mutant beasts? Sister. Lung Yin frowned slightly, looking back and forth between Su Shiqing and Anran, truly discerning a resemblance. Her expression softened somewhat. It was just me being too worried before. I thought you, Anran, were being threatened by her. The children of these two families had been close friends at the same kindergarten before the apocalypse broke out, but in reality, Lung Yin hadn't met Su Shiqing. Concerning the host's pre-apocalypse memories, Su Shiqing only retained a vague impression. What she did know for certain was that both their parents had passed away early. Their aunt and uncle were unwilling to raise two additional children and seize the inheritance left by their parents. In order to fund her younger sister's schooling, the original host could only drop out of school early to work and was always very busy, having almost no social life. Lung Yin had only heard rumors that Anran had a sister but had never truly met her, which led to the misunderstanding moments ago. Now, with the misunderstanding resolved, there seemed to be no reason to continue the fight. Ning Sinan quietly stood behind Su Shiqing, withdrawing his abilities. But his eyes remained vigilant and unfriendly toward Lung Yin. He glanced at the streak of blood lingering on the corner of Su Shiqing's mouth, hesitating whether to help wipe it off due to its impoliteness. Instead, he pursed his lips and asked softly, "Were you injured just now?" Having already expended too much energy and endured the attack of a third-stage ability user, Su Shiqing felt a sharp pain throb in her temples and her chest felt constricted. Despite that, after hearing the question, she smiled at Ning Sinan. "Of course not. I'm nowhere near that fragile." Seeing Su Shiqing's slightly pale face, Ning Sinan's gaze darkened, unsure if he believed her or not. He silently stood firm behind her. At this distance, he could immediately notice any oddities in Su Shiqing's condition and respond promptly should any emergencies arise, ensuring to shield her if necessary. "Anran, why do you look so disheveled?" Looking at the dusty little girl, Lung Yin frowned even deeper. "Did your sister not protect you properly?" Hearing this, Ning Sinan was momentarily taken aback. He knew better than anyone how much Su Shiqing cared about her younger sister. How could she not have protected her? Still, glancing over, Ning Sinan noticed Anran's scattered hair, messy clothes, and dirt-streaked face. It was unclear what exactly had happened. As the conversation shifted back to herself, Anran nervously touched her nose, hesitant to meet Su Shiqing's eyes. "Anran." Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids, sighing lightly. "Tell me, why didn't you listen this time? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in a safe place? I want to be with my sister." Anran kept her head bowed low, yet her voice was steady and clear, carrying into everyone's ears. On certain matters, the normally soft-spoken and sweet-tempered girl displayed an unusually firm stance, revealing a stubborn streak that even Tenoxen couldn't pull her away from. Unfortunately, Anran's mannerism left Su Shiqing helpless. She wanted Anran to survive safely, but thinking about it from Anran's perspective, how could she bear to let her sister die to protect her? Anran simply wanted to stay by her sister's side, and she truly hadn't become a burden to Su Shiqing. In fact, she'd helped significantly. Su Shiqing intended to ask Anran about the two shots she had fired earlier. When had she learned how to shoot a gun? But since Lung Yin was nearby, Su Shiqing decided not to say much right now. Quietly, taking advantage of the moment when Lung Yin wasn't paying attention, she took the gun back from Anran's hands. "Sister, don't be mad." Anran cautiously edged closer, grabbing Su Shiqing's hand and shaking it gently as she tilted her head slightly upward. "Anran knows she was wrong, and next time I will listen." Su Shiqing raised a hand to ruffle Anran's hair, knowing full well what the girl was thinking. "Knowing you were wrong doesn't mean you'll change next time, right? Sister still knows your little tricks, doesn't she?" Without any rebuttal, Anran only grinned foolishly and rubbed herself against Su Shiqing's side, as if clearly aware that doing this would make her sister incapable of disciplining her. And indeed, Su Shiqing had no way to deal with Anran, who stayed behind purely out of worry for her. It was hard to scold her. She didn't have the heart to shout, or even lay a hand on her. In the end, She could only let out a sigh, musing up the young girl's hair firmly. Meanwhile, during this period, Ning Sinin kept observing Long Yin opposite him and noticed something was amiss. Long Yin had shown concern when she saw Anren, but after standing here for so long, Ning Sinin couldn't detect even the slightest hint of yearning for her daughter on her face. No matter whether Long Yin knew Yin Qingqing was still alive or that Yin Qingqing was here, upon seeing Anren, who was roughly the same age as Yin Qingqing, wouldn't she associate the sight with her own daughter? Ning Sinin wasn't good at expressing himself. Despite noticing something was off, he didn't speak up, but instead quietly shifted his gaze to Su Shiqing, just in time to see her also looking at him. Ning Sinin hesitated, then noticed Su Shiqing frowning slightly at the center of his eyebrows, her eyes falling on the grotesque wound on his right arm. The wound had bled profusely due to its size. After so long, there was no sign of it beginning to form a scab, with blood continuing to drip down. However, Ning Sinin seemed entirely indifferent to this and hadn't mentioned anything about dressing it yet. Chapter 133, a puzzling feeling. But while he didn't mind, Su Shiqing certainly did. Dude, you're not afraid of bleeding to death? Su Shiqing looked down at Ning Sinin's wound on his arm, extending a finger and lightly pressing it against the other's shoulder. You should bandage it. At the mention of bandaging, and Rant's little head immediately popped up, her small hand raised. Let me do it. I'll help my brother. Ning Sinin pursed his lips, about to decline, but was cut off by Su Shiqing. If you don't cherish your own body, who else will? Su Shiqing's tone was firm as he grabbed Ning Sinin's hand and nodded slightly toward Anran. Anran, go ahead. Su Shiqing's hand firmly gripped Ning Sinin's wrist, forcefully asking Anran to treat him. There was no reason for this. How could someone keep moving around with such a gruesome wound? That wasn't normal. Hey. Anran instantly tiptoed and gently patted Ning Sinin's arm. A white light shone in her palm, and Ning Sinin felt warmth flow from under Anran's small hands, gently covering his wound. The flesh immediately began to heal visibly. Ning Sinin slightly lowered his eyelids, looking at the delicate, pale hand gripping his wrist, and his eyes softened subtly unnoticed. He quietly allowed the person to continue. While this was happening, Su Shiqing took a glance around. The battle with the mutated rabbit had left the surrounding houses and trees severely damaged. This small base was now completely ruined. Corpses and bloodstains were everywhere on the ground. Not far away, the corpse of the mutated rabbit lay like a small mountain. Further away, Long Siwen's body rested silently under a tree, a large pool of blood beneath her, appearing to have died from excessive blood loss. Some people from the base fled to a distance. Others weren't so lucky. They either became food for the mutated rabbits or were trampled into mush. Yet another part remained huddled trembling in their houses, lacking the courage to race the rabbits. Now that the sounds outside diminished, they cautiously peeked out. Looking at the pile of mutated rabbit corpses not far away, many were dazed. The holy beast is dead. We survived? No, that's wrong. Without the holy beast, how are we going to find food? What will we eat to survive? What about Brother Long? He must have a plan. Look, Brother Long is dead too. Murmured conversations arose among the survivors as they came out of their houses, filled with panic, unease, and uncertainty about the future. But none of these concerns were within Su Shiqing's scope. After attempting to feed the three of them to the mutated rabbit, it was already generous of her not to hold them accountable, let alone waste time worrying about what they thought. Moonlight poured down, and bits of firelight began to shine throughout the base, faintly illuminating some areas. Su Shiqing tried to find Yin Qingqing's figure in the flickering light, but was unsuccessful due to obstruction. She then simply turned her gaze toward Lung Yin without beating around the bush and bluntly asked, Aunt Lung, do you know your daughter is still alive? You mean? Qingqing. Lung Yan's eyes flashed, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth, barely able to believe it. It's been a year. Ever since the apocalypse outbreak, I haven't seen Qingqing, and I assumed she's here. Su Shiqing shrugged without hiding anything, directly saying, whether or not she was lucky enough to avoid the disaster just now, I don't know. As she spoke, she carefully observed the changes in Lung Yan's facial expressions, trying to find something unusual. Up until now, Su Shiqing still felt things were too strange. She couldn't pinpoint exactly where the problem was, but Su Shiqing instinctively felt these events were too suspicious. If Lung Yin really got separated from her daughter a long time ago, as she claimed, the chances of reuniting in this apocalyptic world were incredibly slim. Could she coincidentally discover her daughter's location because of a command from the base leader? And if Lung Yin lied, and if she always knew her daughter's whereabouts, that would be even more terrifying upon further thought. Right, Qingqing? After healing Ning Sinin, Anran pulled back her hand, suddenly remembering something and anxiously looked around. Seeing Ning Sinin's arm fully healed, Su Shiqing also withdrew her hand, patting Anran's shoulder in comfort. Ning Sinin touched his wrist where Su Shiqing's warmth seemed to linger, making him feel somewhat nostalgic. Yin Qingqing should be fine. Ning Sinin pointed towards a direction further away in the base and said indifferently, her home is that way. It wasn't affected by the mutated rabbit, so as long as she didn't come out, she should be safe. Before the words had even finished, a dark shadow flashed before Su Shiqing and the others, and Lung Yin had already darted out in one swift motion. She really did look like a mother worried about her daughter's safety. Su Shiqing stroked his chin, shifting his gaze, and noticed Ning Sinin beside him looking suspiciously at Lung Yan's retreating figure. Do you feel there's something off too? Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Ning Sinin met Su Shiqing's eyes after retracting his own, nodding slightly. There's no such emotion in her eyes. What kind of emotion? Su Shiqing didn't quite follow. Ning Xinan glanced at and ran by Su Shiqing's side and patiently explained, like when you mention and ran, your eyes instinctively soften, showing everyone that you love her deeply. Upon being mentioned, and Ran smiled sweetly. But there's none of that in Long Yan's eyes. No concern for her daughter, no worry, not even an overflowing affection. They often say the eyes are the window to the soul, and many times, someone's gaze is enough to reveal their thoughts. At this point, Ning Xinan paused, adding cautiously, of course, it's all just my feeling. I might be overthinking it. And Su Shiqing grinned with a wink. Coincidentally, I have the same feeling. On the side, and Ran bit her finger, listening to the back and forth between her brother and sister, vaguely sensing unease. Sister, is Aunt Lung a bad person? Su Shiqing patted the little girl's head gently. And Ran, the definition of bad person is too vague. It's hard for sister to make a definitive judgment right now. You can try observing her yourself and make conclusions based on what you see and know about her. For now, without understanding Long Yan's motives or thoughts, Su Shiqing truly wasn't sure what she intended to do. After all, earlier, her apparent concern for Ran seemed genuine. Hearing this, Ran nodded slowly, as if comprehending. Seeing Long Yan stop in front of a house door and seem to try kicking it open, Su Shiqing exchanged a glance with Ning Xinan and Ran, then all three followed closely behind. Chapter 134, No One Can Protect You. Long Yan stood facing the door, her back to Su Shiqing and others, making it impossible for them to see her facial expression. By the time Su Shiqing and the other two approached, Long Yan had already knocked on the door several times. Losing patience, she forcefully kicked the door open. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. At the moment the door was kicked open, a shrill scream erupted, revealing a trembling man behind the door. Yanning fell on the ground, raising his hands to shield himself as he panicked and continuously backed away. Next to him, Yan Qingqing lay face down, her entire body motionless on the cold floor. She was barely breathing, her clothes torn and in disarray. The exposed skin displayed streaks of red marks and bruises, oozing blood, a ghastly sight. Even Su Shiqing and Ning Xian couldn't help but frown. And Rant's face turned pale. Qingqing, Qingqing, and Rant's eyes filled with concern, and she ran past Long Yan into the room. Gently, she reached out to touch her unconscious friend on the ground. Thinking of her own supernatural ability, and Ran immediately extended her hand and lightly swept it over the other person's body, trying to heal their injuries. Yan, Ing. The intimidating aura of a third-stage ability user completely unleashed from Long Yan as she glared fiercely at Yan Ing on the ground, who could barely articulate words. Word by word, she said, "Is this how you take care of our daughter?" "Xiaoyan, let me explain." Yan Ing swallowed hard and hurriedly tried to justify himself. "It's because Qingqing didn't listen. I just wanted to give her a lesson." He was also an ability user, but only a first-stage one. Compared to Long Yan, he paled significantly, and his complexion was already close to white. Perhaps due to regional differences, domestic violence is not seen as a teaching method here. Su Shiqing stood by the door, sneering lightly as he shrugged. When they saw Yan Qingqing earlier that day, although she looked slightly disheveled, she was still spirited. But now, Yan Qingqing was lying quietly on the cold floor, her breathing weak, with obvious whip marks all over her body. Ding! An ice spike viciously stabbed into Yan Ying's arm, causing him to scream in pain as blood continued to flow despite his attempts to hold the wound. Lung Yan's face was stone cold as she looked down on Yan Ing. "You can do anything else, but above all, you shouldn't have hurt Qingqing like this." Meanwhile, Rant's face went slightly pale as she retracted her hand. Exhausted from using too much ability, she took a step back and was caught by Su Shiqing standing beside her. Su Shiqing handed and ran a crystal core, then focused his gaze on Yan Qingqing on the ground. In cases involving flesh wounds, healing abilities are often quite effective. Even though Ran was currently only a first-stage ability user, she had managed to heal most of Yan Qingqing's terrifying injuries. The eyelids of Yan Qingqing on the ground flickered twice before slowly opening, as if awakening from her unconscious state. Her childlike eyes were still filled with bewilderment, as if momentarily forgetting what had just happened. But soon, Yan Qingqing remembered. Her expression gradually shifted to terror as she glanced around nervously, seemingly searching for where the next whip strike might come from. "Qingqing, you're awake." And Rant's somewhat joyful voice brought Yan Qingqing back to reality. And Ran, looking at Su Shiqing and Ran nearby and Ning Xian standing at the doorway, Yan Qingqing blinked in astonishment. Then she saw her father clutching his injured arm sitting on the ground while a vaguely familiar woman stood in front of her. Yan Qingqing widened her eyes slightly and murmured dreamily, "Mom?" It wasn't that Yan Qingqing forgot what her mother looked like, but Lung Yan's demeanor was utterly different from before. Their former mother had been preoccupied with caring for her children, neglecting to dress up or attend to herself, which made her appear tired and introverted. However, the Lung Yan before her now, though without any makeup, exuded an ease and confidence that had never been seen before. Yan Qingqing felt as if she were dreaming. How could she ever see her mother appear before her? That soft murmur naturally did not escape Lung Yan's notice. Lung Yan tilted her head slightly and gazed at Yan Qingqing, whose expression was both dazed and incredulous. Her emotions flickered across her face as she opened her mouth, but found no words to say. Finally, she could only softly respond, "Yes, your mom is here." At the sound of "your mom is here," large teardrops began streaming down Yan Qingqing's face, splashing on the ground with a pat-pat sound. "Mom, is it really you, Mom?" Yan Qingqing's eyes instantly reddened. As if all the grievances accumulated over such a long period of time had found their outlet, the 6-year-old girl couldn't control her emotions. She stumbled up from the ground and ran toward Lung Yin, arms wide open, wanting to rush into her mother's embrace. And Lung Yin indeed caught her. "Wah, Mommy, I miss you so much. I thought I would never see you again." Yin Qingqing sobbed, almost out of breath. Dad kept hitting me, and I was so scared." Children in the post-apocalyptic world were especially resilient, shedding tears only when their loved ones were around. Otherwise, their cries would fall on deaf ears. But now, it was evident that Yin Qingqing had found her trusted one. Mommy knows, and Mommy will make sure Daddy pays for his actions. Lung Yin gently patted Yin Qingqing's back, while her cold eyes landed on Yin Ying's body lying on the floor, brimming with murderous intent. "In the future, shall we go together, Qingqing? Mommy now lives in a large base where it's safe. No one will dare to bully you there." And for Yin Qingqing at this moment, wherever she went didn't matter as long as she was with her mother. Su Shiqing silently pulled and ran to the doorway and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ning Xian, watching the 3 family members inside. His gaze darkened slightly, as if lost in deep thought. Seeing Yin Qingqing's complete trust in her mother, it was clear that the plan to bring her along as company for Ran had failed. Now that Yin Qingqing had been reunited with her mother, it was obvious Su Shiqing and the others no longer had any justification to take her away. Still, watching Lung Yan's somewhat stiff attempts to comfort Yin Qingqing, Su Shiqing narrowed his eyes just a bit, his brow furrowing unconsciously as if pondering something. At that very moment, Lung Yan's eyes glanced over. "Could you please help watch over Qingqing for a moment?" Lung Yan gently nudged Yin Qingqing towards Su Shiqing and the others, then turned to look coldly at Yining lying there, pale as death. "I have some matters to discuss with him alone. Xiaoyan, hear me out." Yin Ying's wound from the ice spike piercing his arm had stopped bleeding, not because it had healed, but because the extreme cold had nearly frozen his arm solid. "I am the father of your child. Xiaoyan, have all these years of our feelings gone down the drain?" But all he received in response was the sound of the door shutting. Su Shiqing took Yin Qingqing outside, leaving only Lung Yan and Yining in the room. Under the dim light, Lung Yan's smile was chilling. Her voice was soft. "I remember warning you. If you harm Yin Qingqing, no one will be able to protect you." Chapter 135, Exchange. Outside the room, Su Shiqing and Ning Xinan stood guard on either side of the 2 little girls, waiting for Lung Yan to come out while watching the 2 youngsters chatting. Perhaps because the mutated rabbit was dead, some of the people who had previously fled from the base returned cautiously. But looking at the severely damaged base, the dead sacred beast which couldn't be any deader, and Long Siwen's body that was growing colder by the minute, almost everyone in the base was lost in confusion. The base was ruined. Where would they go now? The sacred beast was dead. What would they eat? Dragon Brother was gone too. Who could lead them forward? As night deepened into stillness, a faint sense of panic began spreading through the base, though it did not affect Su Shiqing and her group. With a lazy yawn, Su Shiqing glanced at the sky. All this commotion, and the night is almost over. "Are you tired?" Ning Xinan turned his attention to Su Shiqing upon hearing her words. Noticing the slight fatigue on her face, he seemed concerned. "After things are settled, you and Anrin can sleep in the car." "Tired? Not quite. Absorbing the crystal core could keep her awake for 24 hours. But exhausted, yes." Though only a day had passed, it felt like so many things had happened that Su Shiqing hadn't rested properly at all. "You too." Su Shiqing glanced at the formerly savage wound on Ning Xinan's right arm, which had been fully healed under Anrin's care. "Don't ignore your body like this every day. Among the 3 of us, you sustained the worst injuries and fought the longest. You should rest properly. Relax." The corner of Ning Xinan's lips lifted slightly, though the smile disappeared quickly. "I'll be fine." The 2 exchanged idle chatter intermittently, as the 2 little girls nearby were very excited, talking nonstop. "Anrin, it's wonderful. I found my mom. She isn't dead. She's alive." A genuine smile appeared on Yin Qingqing's face, something that had not been seen in a long time. Perhaps since the apocalypse, this was the first time she truly smiled from the heart. Her face still bore traces of undried tears, her voice quivered with overwhelming excitement, carrying a hint of sobbing. "That's wonderful, Qingqing." Anrin smiled and nodded beside her, sincerely delighted for her young friend. Even though they wouldn't be able to leave together and would soon part ways, Anrin was genuinely happy for her. If she thought about it another way, if she and her sister were separated for a long time and suddenly reunited one day, Anrin felt she would have an even harder time controlling her emotions than Yin Qingqing. Just at that moment, the door before them creaked open. Lung Yan emerged with a bloody scent, her expression grim. "Mom." Yin Qingqing, overwhelmed with excitement, started moving toward her but hesitated mid-step. Seeing the serious look on Lung Yan's face, she seemed momentarily disoriented. She had never seen her mother in such a severe state. For some reason, it made her feel a little distant. But soon, a soft smile appeared on Lung Yan's face as she embraced Yin Qingqing. "Qingqing, the matter has been resolved. Will you follow Mom?" Resolved physically. Behind the slightly ajar door, Yining lay nailed to the floor in a gruesome manner, a large pool of blood spreading beneath her. Her eyes were wide open, unseeing, refusing to close even in death. It was the kind of sight that would haunt a child's dreams. "Good. Qingqing will follow Mom." That brief sense of strangeness swept over Yin Qingqing's mind momentarily, and she quickly agreed. Then, the next second, a sharp gaze landed on Su Shiqing. That look was far from friendly. "Miss Su, I'm still holding on to what I said earlier." Lung Yan pursed her lips slightly. The crystal core of the mutated beast was explicitly required by the base commander. Please hand over the item. The faint trace of a smile vanished instantly from Su Shiqing's face. What? Still thinking about those two mutated beasts' cores at a time like this? Not to mention, Leng Yin had done almost nothing. On what grounds was she demanding the two give up the items? At the instant Su Shiqing's smile faded, the atmosphere among the group became heavy as well. Ning Xinan remained silent but stood steadfast beside Su Shiqing, his actions making clear his stance, ready to act at Su Shiqing's command. The second mutated beast's core had already been extracted by Ning Xinan and given entirely to Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing took out the two cores from her storage space and played with them in her hands without meeting Leng Yan's eyes. In a casual tone, she asked, "You think you can just demand and take my things? Have you considered that I might not agree?" The value of the two fourth-stage mutated beast crystal cores was self-evident, but realistically, they likely weren't enough to justify a direct demand by the base commander. Su Shiqing harbored doubts internally, but didn't show it on her face, maintaining her usual air of indifference. Her demeanor gave off the impression that she wasn't someone who would be easily swayed by words. For her, these two cores had been obtained through great effort and were not going to be handed over without clear justification. If an ordinary person refused, Leng Yin might have resorted to force immediately, but against Su Shiqing's group, she couldn't afford such brashness. Thinking about using force? A single vine manipulation from Su Shiqing combined with a lightning ball from Ning Xinan would suffice to keep things in check. However, orders are orders. Leng Yin understood the importance of these crystal cores to the base commander. This was something he absolutely needed. Miss Su, these crystal cores truly are very important for our base commander. He is willing to offer you something in exchange. Leng Yin pointed toward the west. Our base, the Ningen base, isn't far away. You're more than welcome to visit. Exchange? To be honest, Su Shiqing doubted if there was anything now that could possibly entice her into making such a trade. She wasn't short on supplies, nor did she lack crystal cores. Even regarding post-apocalypse technology, with Ning Xinan around, Su Shiqing had all she needed. But clearly, Leng Yin was unaware of Su Shiqing's circumstances, speaking confidently. If you agree to an exchange, our base is prepared to provide a large quantity of supplies. Large? How much exactly? Could it exceed what was already stored within her own spatial item? Chapter 136, Playing the Long Game. For Su Shiqing, the least appealing thing was supplies. Although in this apocalypse world, a bottle of water or a piece of bread could seem so precious, Su Shiqing didn't feel this way. Rather than exchanging for supplies. Exchange? Sure. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. But I don't want your supplies. I want zombie crystalline cores. If you really asked what Su Shiqing needed now, it was only the crystalline cores. Although there were still plenty stored in her space, when she actually used them, these numbers would be far from enough. Not to mention, just activating the protective shield of the space once could deplete all the cores she currently had. This doesn't even account for upgrading the space and her own need to enhance her abilities. Overall, the more crystalline cores, the better. After saying this sentence, her voice slightly paused. Then she glanced at Ning Xinan beside her, waving the two crystalline cores in her hand. Do you need the crystalline cores for mutated beasts? One of these cores came from Ning Xinan's solo battle with a mutated rabbit. Su Shiqing felt the need to ask, worried that he might care. You can have it, you handle it completely. Ning Xinan shook his head, not caring at all. Just crystalline cores for mutated beasts. As long as Su Shiqing liked them, she could handle them however she wanted. And Ning Xinan himself had other ways to obtain more high-grade cores. Zombie crystalline cores? Leng Yin hesitated for a moment, fell silent, seemingly pondering whether to agree or not. We can give you first and second stage zombie crystalline cores. How many do you need? Ningen base was of considerable size, and they naturally had reserves of crystalline cores, most of which were from low-stage zombies. Only crystalline cores from third stage and above zombies were considered valuable. The energy in these low-stage cores was impure, and overabsorption by psychics could affect their future development. Therefore, for Ningen base, these crystalline cores were mostly used for research. So if they could trade these low-stage zombie crystalline cores for fourth-stage mutated beast crystalline cores from her side, this would indeed be a profitable deal. Su Shiqing wasn't concerned about the difference in stages since her space could purify them. Even though first-stage cores held less energy than fourth-stage cores, quantity could compensate for quality. Su Shiqing toyed with the crystalline core of a mutated beast in her hand, contemplating something, and decided to abandon the idea of asking for an exorbitant amount. A base that could easily let a third-stage psychic go out must be of significant scale. Thinking about the long-stored supplies in her space, Su Shiqing's thoughts shifted. She had another plan in mind, visiting Ningen base to reopen her business. This time, she didn't just want to trade with ordinary people in the base. She also wanted to try connecting with the base's upper management. In such case, making a good impression was crucial. 2,000 zombie crystalline cores for one mutated beast crystalline core. Su Shiqing carefully considered this for a moment before decisively speaking. In her opinion, this price was not high. After all, low-stage crystalline cores were like useless things to common people, having some use, but with significant drawbacks. On the other hand, the fourth-stage mutated beast crystalline cores in her possession were absolutely great things. Trading garbage for treasure, if Su Shiqing didn't increase the number, she would truly be losing out. Deal. As if worried that Su Shiqing would change her mind, Leng Yin quickly agreed without hesitation. Leng Yin thought this young girl lacked experience. How could she actually agree to trade low-stage crystalline cores for high-stage mutated beast crystalline cores? It was a terrible deal for her. Su Shiqing paid no attention to whether she was losing or gaining this time. To her, playing the long game was key. For now, leaving a good impression on the other party was important. When she personally visited Ning'an base, who knows whose profit would skyrocket? Then Miss Su, shall we depart for the base now? After settling the matter, Long Yin relaxed visibly, resuming her gentle demeanor as she gestured towards Su Shiqing and her group. She definitely wouldn't carry that many crystalline cores on her person. They would need to return to the base to complete the transaction. However, before Su Shiqing could respond, a shrill objection arose from not too far away. No, wait, you can't just leave like this. Everyone turned their heads. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, dimly illuminating the area around the remaining survivors. There were about 20 to 30 of them, with slightly red eyes, fear, confusion, and anxiety etched on their faces. They stared fixedly at Su Shiqing and her group. While Su Shiqing was conversing with Long Yin earlier, the group of survivors who remained had been secretly watching them, hesitating to approach. The survivors thought their subtle actions went unnoticed, unaware that every move failed to escape the perception of the psychics. It seemed the remaining survivors were wary of their abilities. Only when they overheard talk of leaving did they hastily step forward in protest. Perhaps due to prolonged stress, when Yin Qingqing heard the shrill shout, she instinctively trembled and was embraced by Long Yan. Long Yan's expression wasn't pleasant. With a faint gaze, she swept her eyes over the crowd that surrounded them, muttering coldly, "My legs are attached to my body. Are you planning to stop me?" Most of the surviving people were ordinary individuals. Even if there were one or two psychics among them, it wouldn't make much difference. But maybe fear for the future outweighed everything else. Despite being pressured by Long Yan, a third-stage psychic, someone still shouted out defiantly, "You can't just leave like this. You killed Brother Long, killed so many of us, and you even cut off our only source of food. You've ruined our future, so how dare you just walk away? Life inside the base used to be so peaceful. All this happened because of these outsiders. They were the ones who destroyed everything." Oh, before anyone else could finish speaking, Su Shiqing already seemed to have grasped their intention. With a mocking smile, she shrugged slightly. "So what exactly do you want? To make us responsible for all of this?" The surrounding atmosphere fell silent briefly for a second before someone shouted feebly, "Aren't you supposed to take responsibility? Killing the sacred beast, killing Brother Long, and massacring so many of our people in the base. Don't you owe us responsibility?" After saying this, everyone around closed ranks as if giving up all hope, encircling Su Shiqing and her group entirely. The crowd clearly refused to let them go without an explanation. Chapter 137, Get Lost. Long Yan's expression clearly became somewhat irritated. She sniffed coldly and looked askance at the people around her. "Yes, shout louder, best if you're loud enough to attract the zombies. I'd like to see whether you can escape the zombie attack without the intimidation of the mutated rabbit." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately fell silent. Just by looking at their trembling faces, it was clear that they had no experience dealing with zombies. "Then, will you not care about all those people in our base?" Someone spoke up again, though this time the voice was much softer. "Oh." Su Shiqing raised an interested brow, lightly tapping his finger on his temple. "If I'm not mistaken, you lot wanted to feed us to that mutated rabbit. What? Are you morally blackmailing after a failed attempt at murder?" This was the truth. The surrounding crowd seemed to recall the events from earlier today, their faces becoming grim, indeed leaving them unable to refute. But still, some were dissatisfied, pointing at Long Siwen's corpse under the distant tree. "I don't care. Our base has been destroyed by you guys. How are we supposed to survive in this apocalypse? You must take responsibility. If not, none of you will be allowed to leave here today." After prolonged entanglement, even the always smiling Su Shiqing turned a bit serious. Having already been tormented all night, now being subjected to such moral blackmail made Su Shiqing rather annoyed. The vines in his palm began to stir restlessly. But remembering that Ran was by his side, he did not want the child to witness overly bloody scenes. With a light sigh, countless vines instantly sprouted beneath Su Shiqing's feet, dancing in the air as if endowed with life, carrying an eerie air. "Firstly, the one who ruined your base is that mutated rabbit, also known as your so-called sacred beast. Without my companions and my joint effort in killing those two mutated rabbits, there would be no possibility for any of you to have survived until now. To put it frankly, it's us who saved your lives. Secondly," Su Shiqing chuckled softly, pointing towards the corpses nearby on the ground which hadn't been dealt with yet. "On what grounds do you think you can stop us? More than 10 Psi-energy users couldn't deal with me alone. Do you seriously think that ordinary people like you can stop us?" Under the moonlight, one could clearly see the dead state of those dozen bodies on the ground. Their faces pale with stiff expressions, deep marks of strangulation around their necks, and obvious dislocations. These necks had been violently twisted off. In the quiet night, these dozens of bodies lying haphazardly overlapped together brought an inexplicable chill. The group encircling Su Shiqing and others shivered involuntarily, finally realizing that the individuals before them weren't easy ones to deal with. Two 5- or 6-year-old girls, a woman of unknown origin, a taciturn and frail intellectual, and a seemingly harmless young girl. These appearances gave them a false sense of control over the situation. But they forgot, almost everyone among those facing them was a Psi-energy user. And how many Psi-energy users were actually easy to provoke? You should know clearly, it was you who intended to trick us into becoming prey for the mutated beasts. Whatever happened to your base has nothing to do with us. Su Shiqing's smile gradually faded, gently rubbing the vines beside her as her tone grew colder. Of course, if you want to hold us responsible because I killed your companions, I could also handle things more directly, sending you down to reunite with your comrades. Although Su Shiqing remained calm emotionally, this did not mean she would tolerate anyone bullying her indiscriminately. For people who meddled unjustly and used morality to manipulate, Su Shiqing knew exactly how to deal with them. Indulgence would only make them grow increasingly audacious. And Ran stood aside, holding onto Su Shiqing's clothing. Watching the surrounding adults whose faces were pale with fear, she didn't feel anxious at all. Instead, she looked at her elder sister with admiration. Next to her, Leng Yan, who was hugging Qing Qing, had a slightly changed expression. Staring at Su Shiqing's back, she didn't seem to be thinking of anything in particular. Ning Sinan spread out his palm, displaying the lightning that flickered in his hand. He glanced sideways at Su Shiqing, his voice unhurried but audible enough for everyone around him to hear. Why bother arguing with this kind of person? Resolve it directly, and we'll have peace. Ning Sinan showed little change in expression, but precisely this blankness made him appear more like a ruthless killer. The people around him were terrified and instinctively took a step back. Upon seeing this, Su Shiqing carelessly scanned the group of people in front of her and smiled. Now, may I ask you all to get lost? No one dared to block Su Shiqing and her group's way anymore. Not too far away, the blood-soaked bodies on the ground served as grim lessons for them. These survivors wanted to live. They weren't ing Su Shiqing at all, just to ensure their survival. But it was obvious now that if they didn't know better, not only would they fail to survive, but they might end up dead right here. Silence spread among the crowd. They unwillingly cleared a path with reluctance and helplessness in their eyes. There was both fear towards the Psi energy users and confusion about their future. Most of all, there was resentment against Su Shiqing and her companions. In their minds, life in the base had been so good before. No need to worry about zombie attacks or food shortages. All they needed to do was lure some outsiders into becoming food for the sacred beasts. This seemed fair, even profitable, wasn't it? Trading others' deaths for their own survival, one life for another, regardless of the process. At least they managed to stay alive, didn't they? But now everything was shattered. The base was destroyed, the sacred beast was dead, and no one was left to protect them. In this vast world of the apocalypse, where should they find a safe haven? With no self-defense skills, how could they face zombie attacks? And where could they find food and water to survive? A feeling of despair enveloped everyone's heart, and the root cause of all this misery was the group of outsiders standing right before them. Of course, no matter how the survivors complained inwardly, Su Shiqing paid no heed, because there was no point arguing with a bunch of soon-to-be dead people. Yes, in her mind, these survivors were already as good as dead. They had been protected too well earlier and simply lacked the ability to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. In no time, they would either starve to death or be torn apart by zombies. Just as Su Shiqing was about to leave with Ran and Ning Sinan, someone suddenly spoke up. If you have nowhere to go, why don't you come to our base? Leng Yan extended her hand toward the group. Chapter 138, Back to the Base. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them immediately fell into an eerie silence. Yin Qingqing trembled in fear, Su Shiqing and Ning Xining frowned, not understanding what they were looking at, and Ran was confused about her surroundings. The survivors even doubted if they had heard correctly. It was truly unexpected that the other party would say such a thing. Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes, giving Cold Yin an up-and-down look filled with unclear meaning. Tisk, is your base really so indiscriminate that it accepts anyone? The reason these people had survived until now was entirely thanks to those two mutated beasts. During this time, they had unknowingly caused countless innocent lives to perish under the mouths of mutated rabbits. Of course, with the world already having ended, natural laws and moral concepts had collapsed, and Su Shiqing had no right to judge their actions. However, one thing was certain. The minds of the people before her were not pure. Taking them back to the base would easily lead to disputes. Judging by the current situation, Cold Yan's proposal to take so many people back to the base was undoubtedly a risky suggestion. Judging by the current situation, Cold Yan's proposal to take so many people back to the base was undoubtedly a risky suggestion. Su Shiqing didn't clearly know how far the base was, but she knew for sure it wasn't near. Just imagining it was enough to understand how difficult it would be to travel the road ahead with so many ordinary people. Su Shiqing couldn't comprehend why Cold Yan suddenly became compassionate, wanting to bring so many people back to the base. But upon hearing this, the surrounding people became discontented. What do you mean? What's wrong with all of us? The base is willing to accept us poor unfortunates, yet you young miss dares to criticize them from the sidelines. Hearing these words, Ning Xining's expression turned cold. Pitiful people? Are the skeletons of those who died under the mouths of mutated rabbits not pitiable enough? That one sentence successfully shut up the crowd surrounding them. Cold Yin stepped forward, waving her hand. Anyway, since the matter has been resolved, let's stop quarreling. Su Shiqing glanced at Yin Qingqing beside the other, her gaze deepening slightly. Are you sure you want to bring these people back to the base with you? Cold Yin nodded, smiling faintly. Our base is developing rather well. The original purpose of establishing the base was to protect those suffering in this post-apocalyptic world. I have no reason not to take them back to the base. If that's the case, Su Shiqing shrugged. Then we beg to part ways. She certainly didn't want to set off with these people before her. Without thinking, it was clear just how much of a headache and distaste the journey would entail. These people had previously grown accustomed to eating the flesh of mutated rabbits. Now that the mutated rabbits were dead, they no longer had a stable food source. It would be better for everyone to lack food than for only her to possess ample supplies, because there was bound to be more trouble concerning food. Su Shiqing didn't want to lower her standard of living or inconvenience herself for these people. Moreover, should danger arise, these individuals would become burdens. From every perspective, she did not wish to travel alongside them. Upon hearing this, both Cold Yan's and the surrounding people's expressions changed dramatically. Not allowed. If you don't walk with us, who will protect us from dangers on the road? Someone immediately complained loudly. However, his voice hadn't even faded before emerald green vines started growing from beneath his feet, instantly tightly winding around his neck. What duty do we have to protect you? Su Shiqing hooked her finger, causing the vine to move according to her will, choking the man until he rolled his eyes white. Her expression remained cool and detached, indicating her impatience with their continued Jishan entanglement. But Cold Yin was even more anxious. Immediately, an ice spike shot out from before her, precisely breaking Su Shiqing's vine. The person whose neck had been squeezed lost the support of the vine, falling heavily to the ground. Supporting himself with one hand, he coughed violently, almost unable to catch his breath. This was without a doubt dismantling Su Shiqing's act in public. Su Shiqing paused her movement, a chilling glance towards the woman beside her. What does this mean? He is already considered a member of our base, and you cannot casually decide his fate. Cold Yin similarly had a tense expression. The eyes of the two women met, a faint whiff of tension spreading between them. Su Shiqing felt somewhat displeased, starting to regret her earlier negotiations. She regretted not demanding exorbitantly more during the price discussion, asking only for 2,000 crystal cores. Also, what do you mean by not going the same way? Cold Yan's expression darkened further. Are you trying to back out of this deal? Deal? Initially feeling somewhat irritated, Su Shiqing suddenly paused mid-action, seemingly thinking of something. Subtly furrowing her brow, her eyes swept over the surrounding crowd and Cold Yin. The leader of the base demanded 2 crystal cores from this mutated rabbit, and Lung Yin was strangely concerned about the people in the base. These two things seemed unrelated. However, when considering the oddities Su Shiqing had felt at the beginning, they seemed to connect. There was one question. Long Siwen had obviously hidden the 2 mutated rabbits well. So how did the Ning'an base where Lung Yin was located know about the existence of the mutated beasts? Moreover, just when the mutated rabbits escaped, people were sent to collect the crystal cores at exactly the right time. This didn't seem right at all. It was too coincidental. If all other accidental factors were excluded, then perhaps only one possibility remained. The base leader knew what Long Siwen was doing. He had always known that someone here was raising mutated beasts, attempting to research meat not infected by the virus, and had been quietly observing this place all along. But if that were the case, things would be somewhat terrifying. Now collecting the crystal cores and bringing the survivors back to the base. Were they planning to continue the research? If the research succeeded in creating mutated beast meat free of zombie virus, it would have extraordinary significance for the entire apocalypse world. But don't forget, mutated beasts had to be fed with live humans. If Ning'an base really intended to continue this research, then no one could say for sure what these survivors would face once they were taken to the base. Su Shiqing silently glanced around, noticing the faint hint of crimson in everyone's eyes, her brows unconsciously knitting closer together. A deal is a deal. I never go back on my word, Su Shiqing said as she gestured casually to Lung Yin. However, I lose myself in my own rhythm, which might make me unsuitable for traveling back to your base. I will visit Ning'an base eventually, and our deal will continue. You can rest assured. But clearly, Lung Yin wasn't reassured. Why don't you give me the crystal core of the mutated beast first? Once you arrive at the base, I'll send someone to deliver the agreed-upon crystal cores to you. Chapter 139, setting off again. If you don't trust me, we can terminate this deal. Su Shiqing shrugged indifferently. She would not compromise herself for the deal. Those who wanted mutant beast crystal cores were from the Ning'an base. Su Shiqing wasn't in a rush. Upon hearing this, Lung Yan's expression turned cold, yet she glanced at Su Shiqing and Ning Xin with some hesitation, knowing well that she wouldn't stand a chance if they fought. After a moment of thought, her gaze fell on Ran nearby. Are Ran and Qing good friends? Lung Yin squatted down, holding Yin Qing's hand, smiling as she looked at Ran. Would you like to visit the base with your sister? Auntie invites you. At this, Yin Qing looked expectantly at Ran, softly saying, Ran, will you come? Ran appeared somewhat moved, but still tilted her head up to look at Su Shiqing's expression first. Seeing the young one's gaze, Su Shiqing smiled brightly and ruffled Ran's hair. You decide, I support you. But the moment Ran disappeared from view, Su Shiqing's smile faded instantly, her eyes probing Lung Yin, her expression unclear. Lung Yin knew clearly who the best crack was, wanting to ensure that Su Shiqing and others couldn't run away, using the bond between children to force them into heading to Ning'an base. But Su Shiqing had never intended to flee. She had accumulated plenty of supplies, and was even worried about how to get rid of all the items in her storage space if no base could be found along the way. After all, upon careful calculation, Su Shiqing figured out that the modern world still needed much funding. Now aware there was a sizable base nearby, she definitely planned to make some gains from it. Thus, despite seeing through Lung Yan's intentions, Su Shiqing remained silent. In any case, Ran had rarely encountered a familiar playmate in this post-apocalyptic world, so Su Shiqing wanted her to have more fun. That, Qing, Auntie Lung, and Ran will come to play later. Ran happily agreed upon noticing her sister's approving demeanor. Great, pinky promise. Auntie Lung smiled and hooked fingers with Ran. We won't go back on our words. Auntie and Ching Ching will wait for you in the base. With that, the matter was settled. The map handed to Su Shirqing and others was marked with the base's location, and Lung Yin didn't intend to stay long in this near-defunct base, preparing to leave immediately. Having been restless all night, the survivors had hardly slept. Upon hearing the announcement of departure, sighs and complaints followed. Clearly, Lung Yin paid no heed to their thoughts, wishing to return to the base as quickly as possible, fearing delays might lead to unforeseen situations. Su Shirqing held and ran, while watching over 20 people walking toward the forest edge, their figures vanishing soon after into the night. A yawn escaped and Ran snuggled in her arms. Like a pecking chick, her head drooped repeatedly. Sister, and Ran is sleepy. Patting her back gently, Su Shirqing let her lay her head on her shoulder, whispering soothingly, sleep if you're tired. I'm here, rest peacefully. Meanwhile, an indistinct streak of morning light rose in the east. One night had passed just like that. Under Su Shirqing's meticulous adjustments, and Ran had always kept a regular schedule. Tonight was truly exceptional, staying up all night. Before the girl could linger further, she slumped, closing her eyes, falling asleep. Ning Xinyan glanced around at the tattered remains of the base. Not far away, mutant beast corpses lay everywhere. The air was thick with blood, making finding proper shelter almost impossible. Confirming no one else was around, Ning Xinyan turned to Su Shirqing, speaking quietly. Release the vehicle. You and Ran need to rest. Su Shirqing, with one arm cradling and Ran, waved dismissively at her nose with the other. It smells too bad here. Let's release the car outside on the road, then rest. Ning Xinyan glanced at the bloody mess around, silently agreeing, extending his hand to Su Shirqing. Is holding and Ran exhausting? Do you need help? And Ran is so light, not tiring at all. Su Shirqing showed Ning Xinyan how effortlessly she carried the child with one hand, giving him a light smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Xinyan sighed inwardly. What should he do when his crush was so competent? There was no way to find chances to close the gap. The current situation was exactly the same as before when facing the mutant rabbit. Ning Xinyan even doubted whether, if he had come a little later, Su Shirqing could have dealt with that fourth-stage mutant rabbit all by herself. And that was a fourth-stage creature, while Su Shirqing was only at second stage right now. In the distance, the sky faintly lit up, and with the dim light, they could just barely distinguish directions. Following the road from yesterday, they cautiously walked out. Out of the woods came into view the familiar road from earlier. There were still enormous boulders on the road that hadn't been cleared away. But this didn't matter too much. Su Shirqing directly went around the rocks and released the off-road vehicle further down the road. After fighting all night, the three of them were almost all covered in dirt and blood, and Ran's clothing was dusty, while the other two were soaked in blood. Since the fight ended, Ning Xinyan has been feeling extremely uncomfortable all over. His white windbreaker was torn and ragged, his undershirt was patchy red and black, and the parts soaked with blood stuck sticky to his body. Given the circumstances earlier, Ning Xinyan had not said anything more. Now, looking at the off-road vehicle before him, Ning Xinyan was contemplating where they could go to clean themselves, since otherwise getting in like this would surely make the car dirty too. As he thought, suddenly a hand stretched out towards him. Su Shirqing arrived with a few buckets of water and some clean men's clothing. Here, don't hesitate. Wash up, Su Shirqing offered after noticing Ning Xinyan's obvious discomfort, holding the supplies up in front of him. She knew Ning Xinyan had an obsession for cleanliness. Although such refined habits were hard to indulge in during the apocalypse, she had the means at her disposal, so immediately after finishing up everything, Su Shirqing fetched these supplies for him. After all, he was their chauffeur plus chef plus highly capable bodyguard who could accomplish so many tasks, so why wouldn't Su Shirqing take extra care of him? After telling Ning Xinyan to wash, Su Shirqing also took a small towel to wipe in Ran's face, who slept soundly, and Ran, asleep, seemed to feel something brushing against her face. It itched slightly, but she wasn't woken up. Instead, she emitted two soft noises similar to those of a kitten. Chapter 140, Lung Yan's Contradiction. Thick blankets and pillows were laid out on the back seat of the off-road vehicle. Su Shirqing even stuffed two small animal plush toys in, simply arranging them to create a cozy little bed. After carefully laying the still sleeping and Ran into the back seat, Su Shirqing tidied herself up a bit. Turning her head, she saw Ning Xinyan had already prepared himself and was about to climb into the driver's seat. Sometimes, Su Shirqing really wondered what material Ning Xinyan's body was made of. Was he never tired? As the weather grew colder, the clothing Su Shirqing chose for him became increasingly thick. A dark brown sweater paired with an outer jacket of the same color softened Ning Xinyan's originally cold and hard facial features. Sitting in the driver's seat, Ning Xinyan carefully took a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his backpack, wiped them clean, and put them on. Through their time together, Su Shirqing realized that Ning Xinyan didn't actually have myopia. Those glasses were more of an accessory than something needed for seeing clearly. Each time they went out, Ning Xinyan would carefully put away the glasses, as if he cherished them very much. While Ning Xinyan was still putting the glasses case away, he suddenly felt a weight beside him. Turning his head, he saw Su Shirqing sitting down in the passenger seat. Are you not going to rest a bit? Ning Xinyan slightly tilted his head in surprise and glanced at Ran sleeping soundly in the back seat through the rearview mirror, showing concern. I'm okay, I'm not too tired. Su Shirqing stretched lazily, propping her cheek on her hand as she looked at Ning Xinyan. I'm afraid you'll fall asleep halfway while driving, so let me keep an eye on you. Hearing this, Ning Xinyan chuckled softly, shaking his head. How could that happen? Because Ran was sleeping, the two spoke in low voices, yet every word was clear. Okay, okay, if you say it won't happen, then fine, said Su Shiqing without any intention of going back to rest, continuing to chat with Ning Sinan. But I'm actually not too tired either. How about you go rest, and I'll drive instead? Ning Sinan did not reply, silently starting the engine, placing his hands on the steering wheel. Hey you. Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Do you enjoy taking everything upon yourself? You know, that could backfire eventually. Ning Sinan's expression relaxed a little, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. He didn't follow the topic, but changed its direction instead. Our next step is to head to the Ningen base, right? That's right. At this mention, Su Shiqing's face lost a bit of its smile as she turned her head to look outside at the scenery rapidly passing by the window. It's rare to encounter a base like this. We should definitely go check it out. As Ning Sinan focused on the road ahead, his thoughts wandered somewhere, making him unconsciously glance at and ran in the backseat through the rearview mirror. His voice dropped lower. Don't you find something odd about Lung Yan? This question was something Ning Sinan had wanted to say from the start. Lung Yan, being the mother of Yin Qingqing, gave off a strange, eerie feeling when it came to dealing with her own daughter. It wasn't easy to describe that sensation. While Ning Sinan wasn't particularly sensitive to other emotions, the calculating glint he saw in Lung Yan's eyes was all too familiar. Yeah. Su Shiqing's response paused Ning Sinan momentarily in his movements. Su Shiqing lowered her head, looking at the palm of her hand, her voice light. Let's say, if you saw your parents lying in a pool of blood with the murderer standing right there, would you first confirm the condition of your parents, or would you rush to kill the murderer first? The murderer. The shadow in Ning Sinan's eyes flashed instantly. I'd kill the murderer first. Su Shiqing fell silent. Ning Sinan glanced over in confusion, only to see Su Shiqing wearing a helpless expression. All right, you're thinking maybe a bit different, Su Shiqing sighed lightly. But if it were me, and Enran were lying in a pool of blood, I'd immediately focus on Enran. I would first make sure whether she's okay or still alive, and only after that would I deal with the killer. But Lung Yan didn't do that. When she entered the house earlier and found Yin Qingqing, even though her long-lost daughter seemed to be in grave danger, Lung Yan first asked Yining questions. Not once did she actively look at her own daughter until Yin Qingqing rushed into her arms herself. Su Shiqing's gaze deepened. She glanced at Ning Sinan, shaking her head lightly. The strangeness you sensed is precisely due to Lung Yan's contradictory behavior. She claims to care deeply and miss her daughter, but from Lung Yan's actions alone, we cannot see any sign of such sentiment. Ning Sinan's expression froze for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, his face darkened. He suddenly understood why the calculating look in Lung Yan's eyes when she gazed at Yin Qingqing felt familiar. It was as if her own mother had looked at her the same way. Lung Yan's gaze towards Yin Qingqing was like appraising a piece of merchandise, evaluating her worth, and contemplating whether to accept her or not. Once Lung Yan confirmed that Yin Qingqing was still useful to her, she began to play the role of a gentle mother, albeit with rather clumsy acting. Noticing Ning Sinan's delayed response, Su Shiqing couldn't help but glance at him, only to see his expression had darkened at some point. She had never seen Ning Sinan in such a manner. His dark pupils were like an abyss, his face cold with a hint of disgust. Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing frowned slightly, softly calling out to him as a reminder. What are you thinking about? You're still driving. The hands on the steering wheel tightened briefly. Ning Sinan took a deep breath, and his complexion quickly returned to normal. He shook his head towards Su Shiqing. Nothing. I wasn't thinking anything. If you also feel something is off with Lung Yan, then why did you let Yin Qingqing go with her? At this, Su Shiqing wrinkled her nose. Even if I wanted to take the girl away, don't you think her willingness matters? Su Shiqing rubbed her temples, letting out a soft sigh. Do you know how excited the girl was when her mom showed up? I'm hardly in a position to fight with someone's biological mother for their child, especially when the child herself wouldn't agree. Upon hearing this, Ning Sinan nodded slightly, agreeing with the logic. Do we need to watch over the little girl during our trip to the Ningen base? Ning Sinan adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked softly. Su Shiqing sighed deeply, looking at Enran who was still asleep in the back seat, then shook her head. We'll see. We'll decide once we get there. Still, from Lung Yan's attitude, Yin Qingqing shouldn't encounter any life-threatening dangers in the short term. Chapter 141. Worrying over someone you care about. Even though their departure time was around the same, Su Shiqing's group was progressing much slower. Lung Yan was in a hurry to rush back to the base, but Su Shiqing and her companions seemed more like tourists on a sightseeing trip rather than rushing. Despite having the road all to themselves with just one car, Ning Sinan drove very slowly, smoothly, and without any bumps, allowing Enran in the back seat to sleep soundly. For a brief moment, silence fell between Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan as neither of them continued speaking. Through the rearview mirror, Su Shiqing's gaze fell on Enran who was sound asleep in the back holding a doll. She softly pressed her lips together, lost in thought. Su Shiqing had not forgotten how earlier, when she was dealing with the mutated rabbit, Enran had fired 2 shots, both hitting the target accurately. She had never taught the little girl how to shoot, or at least Su Shiqing herself didn't have that kind of precision. So why could Enran hit perfectly with both shots? Was it luck? Or did Enran possess such natural talent? However, these weren't the main concerns weighing on Su Shiqing's mind at the moment. What she was now worrying about was whether today's events might leave some psychological trauma for Enran. When you really think about it, Enran killed someone today. Long Siwen died directly from a single gunshot by her. Though Su Shiqing tried to avoid letting Enran notice Long Siwen's corpse, and Enran herself appeared completely unaffected, Su Shiqing couldn't help but worry. She feared that Enran might be suffering from a more serious case of post-traumatic stress, especially after the nightmare the little girl had the night before. Under this constant concern, Su Shiqing kept glancing at Enran sleeping in the back seat, so frequently that even Ning Xinian noticed something was amiss. What are you worried about? Ning Xinian adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and looked at Su Shiqing with concern before glancing at Enran in the back seat again. Are you worried that Enran will continue having nightmares tonight? Since Ning Xinian hadn't been there during that moment, he was unaware that Enran had bravely taken the shots. He only knew that Enran had disobeyed the order to leave, while Su Shiqing dealt with the mutated rabbit. Su Shiqing gave a soft acknowledgement. I've seen too many battles and killings, and I'm worried what kind of effect this might have on Enran. Ning Xinian smiled lightly and reassured her. You need to believe that children growing up in the apocalypse must become stronger. Enran is a resilient child. She'll definitely adapt to life in the apocalypse. Dealing with end-of-the-world situations always involves violence and fights. If Enran were overly protected, Ning Xinian believed it would not be beneficial in the long run. Flowers nurtured in greenhouses wouldn't survive the harsh conditions of an apocalypse. To survive well here, one first needs the courage to face unknown dangers. Upon hearing Ning Xinian's words, Su Shiqing frowned slightly. Then, as if realizing something, she sighed deeply. You're right. It was her overworrying that made her lose focus these past few days. The panicked appearance of Enran having nightmares had caused undue anxiety, making her forget that Enran had already survived through difficult times for a considerable period. The little girl could adapt to the rules of the apocalypse. Once she understood this, Su Shiqing felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and visibly relaxed. Didn't we hear before, when we first met Uncle Zhang, that there was a factory ahead with a lot of zombies? I wonder if it's true, and whether we'll encounter them as we keep going. As she spoke, Su Shiqing already pulled out the map and started considering the distance between Ning and base and her current position. There indeed was a factory located on their necessary route, but it was unclear whether the number of zombies inside matched what Uncle Zhang had described. There shouldn't be too many zombies inside. Ning Xinian shook his head lightly. This factory isn't far from Ning and base, so if there truly were a threat, the base would certainly send people out to handle it. That makes sense. Su Shiqing nodded contemplatively. Then we won't change our course. Let's drive straight past the factory entrance. Using the time spent driving, Su Shiqing could absorb a few crystal cores. The battle with the mutated rabbit seemed to have triggered her potential, and she felt as if she was nearing the threshold to reach level 3. If she just put in a little more effort, she might break through to level 3 before reaching Ning and base. In the apocalypse, only improving one's strength can bring true peace of mind. Advancing abilities combined with modern combat techniques she had learned would make Su Shiqing capable of handling most dangerous situations. Oh, and we're not in a rush, are we? We didn't eat properly all day yesterday. Can we find a place to stop and grab something to eat? Su Shiqing rambled on, put the map back into her space ring, took out a candy and threw it into her mouth, leaning against the passenger seat backrest. Her voice became a little unclear. Ning Xinian just listened quietly, silently remembered what she said, and waited for Su Shiqing to finish speaking before slowly nodding indulgently. All right, I'll do as you say. He acted obedient and compliant, without any intention to contradict. If Luo Qing were here, he would definitely point his finger at Ning Xinian and lecture him with great pain in his heart. But now, there was only Su Shiqing, who would smile and look forward to Ning Xinian's cooking skills today. Oh my goodness, isn't it true that people who know how to cook are just amazing? While Su Shiqing and Ning Xinian were talking up front, they didn't know that Enran in the back seat had started dreaming again. But this time, it wasn't a nightmare. Enran saw herself in her dream holding a gun, then lifting her hand and shooting cleanly and crisply. Monsters that appeared in front of her fell one after another. You're so awesome. A mysterious and unrecognizable female voice rang in her ear, praising Enran. Not surprising considering I taught you how to shoot. Your talent is simply extraordinary. Is she really that good? Is Enran truly talented? Looking at the monsters lying all over the ground, Enran felt that she might be pretty capable indeed. Can such a self protect her sister? Can she help her sister shoulder some burdens? Before Enran could think further in her dream, the monsters on the ground began to twist and change, eventually turning into fragrant fried chicken. Yes, dozens of fried chickens, with their golden crispy skins, began to dance in front of Enran's eyes, exuding tempting fragrances. Unable to think of anything else, Enran couldn't help but swallow saliva loudly, gulping, making a huge sound, and then she woke up. The bad news. The fried chicken in her dream hadn't made it into her mouth yet. The good news? When Enran looked out of the car window, she saw that her sister and brother had already lit a fire outside. Chapter 142, Smell. At the moment Enran woke up, Su Shiqing seemed to sense something and looked up at the car window. Then she saw Enran pushing the car door hard with one hand holding a stuffed bear, drowsily sticking out half of her head. It was an overcast day today, looking up without seeing the position of the sun, but the time was already close to noon, just the right time for lunch. Seeing the sleepy appearance of Enran, Su Shiqing stopped what she was doing, wiped her hands clean, and warmly went forward to greet her. You're awake, Enran. Su Shiqing walked up and picked up the little girl, smoothing the strands of hair beside her ear. Did you sleep well? Did you have any nightmares? Upon hearing this, Enran blinked a few times, puffed her cheeks while thinking for a moment, then shook her head, laughing foolishly. Enran slept really well yesterday. It was a good dream. But Enran can't remember what it was about. Hearing that there were no nightmares, Su Shiqing relaxed and sat Anren down by the campfire, starting to braid the little girl's hair. Ning Sinan sat nearby, leisurely grilling the steak. Although he was also very surprised that Su Shiqing could bring out something like steak, it seemed like he had already accepted the difference in her space. Even if Su Shiqing pulled out a plane now, Ning Sinan might only be briefly shocked before easily accepting it. He was curious, but he controlled this aspect well. Before Su Shiqing wanted to tell him, Ning Sinan didn't intend to ask too many questions. And this undoubtedly saved Su Shiqing a great deal of talking. The alluring aroma of the meat drifted away, directly causing the little girl's mouth to water. The steak sizzled with oil, its texture clear, reflecting an inviting luster. Meat alone would be too greasy, so Su Shiqing also prepared some washed fruits on the side. Peaches cut into pieces, peeled lychees, and sparkling blueberries. Fresh fruits like these were almost impossible to find in the post-apocalypse world, yet Su Shiqing casually took them out every day, each day different from the last. This life was simply living to the fullest. If you ignore the desolate scenery around them, you might think they were dining in a Western restaurant. Su Shiqing was very adept. During the time Ning Sinan grilled the steak, she quickly braided Anren's hair. She tied Anren's long hair over her shoulder into two small buns, cute and lively, without hindering movement. By the time Anren finished washing up, Ning Sinan had already plated the steaks, and the little girl couldn't wait, trying to bite into the steak while blowing on it. It's about a day or so to Ningshan base, explained Ning Sinan as he wiped his hands and turned to the two sisters. If we travel full speed, we can probably arrive tonight. Su Shiqing picked up two blueberries and threw them into her mouth, their fresh juices bursting in her mouth. She squinted slightly and shook her head. There's no need to rush, we don't have to hurry. Su Shiqing wasn't in a rush to go to Ningshan base. There was no need to make all three of them exhausted. Why not take things slowly? Anren also raised her small hand. Anren isn't in a rush either, brother and sister can drive slowly. After hearing this, Ning Sinan nodded and flipped through the map nearby. If there are no unexpected incidents, we should be able to reach Ningshan base around noon tomorrow. The weather was getting colder day by day. Even with the campfire lit, it still felt chilly when the wind blew. After having lunch, Su Shiqing tightened her collar and looked up at the sky. On an overcast day without the sun, the sky appeared grayish, with thick clouds gathering as if it was about to rain. Rainfall in the post-apocalypse wasn't a good thing, especially now as the weather gradually got colder. If caught in the rain, followed by cold winds, chances were that one might catch a cold. And in the resource-scarce world of the apocalypse, even a simple cold improperly handled could worsen the condition and even lead to death. But obviously, none of this would happen to Su Shiqing and her group. It seems like it's about to rain. Ning Sinan also noticed the odd changes in the sky and murmured lightly, then turned to Su Shiqing and Anren. Let's get back in the car. We don't want to get soaked later. Anren imitated Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan, tilting her head to look at the clouds in the sky. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and her nose twitched. The next second, unable to control herself, she sneezed. Immediately, Su Shiqing walked forward, squatted down in front of Anren, and helped tighten her collar. Do you feel cold, Anren? Don't catch a cold. Not very cold, Anren truthfully answered. Her clothes were clean and warm, the best clothing she had worn since the apocalypse began, perfectly suitable for the current season. However, Anren furrowed her little eyebrows and rubbed her nose, muttering softly. It smells bad. What? Su Shiqing didn't hear clearly for a moment and was puzzled. Anren inhaled deeply again, then covered her nose, her face scrunched up like a bitter melon. Anren smelled a bad smell. A bad smell? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing slightly frowned and sniffed the air in front of her. She didn't know if it was because her sense of smell wasn't sensitive enough or something else, but she didn't detect any unusual odors in the air. The bad smell. Hearing this, Ning Sinan also came over from tidying up the car space, his gaze sweeping around and finally landing on the recently extinguished campfire. He walked over, pulled out a pair of gloves from his backpack and put them on, then picked up a piece of wood from the extinguished campfire pile. This piece of wood was completely charred black. Is it the smell of burned wood? Ning Sinan shook it in front of Anren and asked. Anren sniffed while frowning, hesitatingly nodding her head. It seems a bit like that. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Su Shiqing relaxed, picking up Anren and getting back into the car. We'll leave here soon, and we won't smell this odor anymore. The three of them all got into the car, planning to drive further ahead before the rain came. Once it rained, they would decide whether to continue moving forward based on the size of the rain. Perhaps because the road they had chosen was located in the suburbs, they rarely saw other vehicles along the way, so traffic jams were almost non-existent. On both sides of the road, there were only lush grasslands and forests, with almost no signs of human habitation. And just less than half an hour after their departure, the sky indeed began to drizzle. At first, the light pitter-patter of small raindrops, then before long, the rain gradually became stronger, large raindrops hitting the car windows like pebbles, making a pattering sound. This rain came so suddenly. Su Shiqing lightly remarked, staring at the scenery outside which had become somewhat blurry due to the curtain of rain. Given the uncertain conditions during rainy days, let's not rush for now. Ning Sinan slightly nodded in agreement. This location isn't far from the factory ahead. Should we check if there's a place there where we can take shelter from the rain? After all, staying curled up in the car for too long could easily lead to soreness in the limbs and joints. Su Shiqing thought for a moment, then nodded afterward. Let's go check there. Chapter 143, The Creepy Factory. The torrential rain almost blinded people from seeing the distant scenery. Under the gloomy sky, They could vaguely see the shadow of a large building ahead. That must be the factory. Even though the tires of the off-road vehicle had anti-slip design with extremely strong grip, in such heavy rain, Ning Sinin still couldn't drive too fast. They slowly drove towards that factory in the distance. Outside the car, it was stormy, but inside the car, it was as if time stood still. And Ran sat obediently in the back seat, hugging her plush toy, listening to Su Shiqing and Ning Sinin discuss their next destination. Suddenly, Ran's eyebrows instinctively furrowed. She couldn't help but sniff again, and the smell she had felt earlier came again at this moment. That smell seemed to exist faintly, not like the smell inside the car, but more like it seeped in from outside. Because of the rainy day, all the windows and doors of the car were tightly shut, which made that smell not very strong, but it did exist. Sitting hesitantly in the back seat, and Ran called out uncertainly after looking at Su Shiqing and Ning Sinin, who were unaware in front. Sister. Su Shiqing instantly responded, turning her head to look at Ran in the back seat. What's wrong, Ran? Are you bored? Not bored. Ran shook her head, raising her hand to cover her nose. Ran still feels smelly. The off-road vehicle moving steadily on the road suddenly stopped, and Su Shiqing and Ning Sinin both frowned at the same time. They knew how obedient Ran was. There was no way she would lie to them or play around. If Ran said she could smell that odor, it meant that this stench really existed. Where could this stench come from? After stopping the car, Ning Sinin closed his eyes slightly and held his breath, trying to perceive the stench Ran mentioned but failed to do so. His obsessive-compulsive cleanliness made him sensitive to many scents, yet Ning Sinin currently had no idea where this smell originated. Ran, can you tell what kind of smell it is? Su Shiqing also felt nothing unusual, only able to seriously ask her sister. Neither Su Shiqing nor Ning Sinin treated Ran's words as a joke, instead showing immense concern. But Ran frowned, sniffed hard, and eventually shook her head. Ran doesn't know what this smell is, but it's really smelly. Moreover, it seems to be the smell from outside. The smell from outside? Su Shiqing and Ning Sinin looked out the car window at the same time, only to see raindrops constantly hitting the car windows, splashing into water droplets, blurring the faraway scenery. They could vaguely make out shadows of bushes and trees, as well as the factory submerged in shadows in the distance. When people focused on the factory, coincidentally, a streak of lightning flashed across the darkened sky at this moment, and thunder roared. The factory was illuminated by lightning for an instant, but quickly merged back into darkness. Looking at the factory, Su Shiqing gradually narrowed her eyes, her heartbeat accelerating. Was there something wrong somewhere? According to their previous analysis, the factory was close to the Ningen base. If there was real danger inside, the base would not just sit idly by, they would handle it right away. But the factory sitting silently under the heavy rain now. Its mute silence resembled some monstrous devourer, instilling an inexplicable sense of fear. Just as Su Shiqing pondered over it, Ning Sinin slowly removed his glasses from his nose bridge, his expression becoming solemn. There are human silhouettes in the factory, Ning Sinin opened softly. In the moment when the lightning struck just now, I seem to have seen someone's silhouette shaking at the factory's window. Ning Sinin's words fell, causing the car to fall into a silence for a while. Su Shiqing was thinking, while Ran recoiled further into the rear of the car out of fear. Who would be inside in the rainy day, darkness, and abandoned factory? Because of the rain, even though it was just afternoon, the sky was already gloomy, and the factory there was pitch black. Not a single glimmer of light could be seen through the windows, giving off an uncanny and terrifying sensation without reason. Are you sure? Su Shiqing looked at Ning Sinin. Are there really human silhouettes inside the factory? Ning Sinin closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them again, and once more looked in the direction of the factory. If another lightning strikes, I'll be able to see more clearly. Without rushing to move forward, the three individuals in the car remained silent for a moment, looking at the curtain of rain outside the car window, looking at the vague outline of the distant factory, waiting for the next flash of lightning and rumble of thunder. Raindrops fell against the car windows like hailstones. The wind outside was fierce too, and one could faintly see the grass patches bent due to the wind. The next lightning strike didn't keep them waiting long. Soon, a streak of white light slashed across the horizon. In an instant, half of the factory, originally cloaked in darkness, was illuminated. At the window, countless black figures flashed by, densely packed. This time, not only Ning Sinin, but even Su Shiqing saw clearly. So many. Su Shiqing murmured softly, then her eyes darkened. Are there really zombies inside the factory? They don't seem like zombies. But Ning Sinin immediately shook his head. Those figures, they don't appear to move. From afar, the factory in the heavy rain made no sound at all, as quiet as if it were completely empty, unlike the scene where a large number of zombies would gather. But regardless, something was definitely wrong with this factory. It looks like we won't have a place to rest. Su Shiqing thought about their next plan and let out a light sigh. We won't stay inside the factory. Let's just drive straight past. With strong winds, heavy rain, and insufficient lighting, Su Shiqing had no intention of investigating the factory. Would that not just put themselves in unnecessary danger? It would be better to detour. If they can't avoid trouble, can't they simply steer clear? All right. Ning Sinin stepped on the gas pedal again, his hands on the steering wheel. While keeping an eye on any movements near the factory, he started the car. Su Shiqing turned around and saw Ran curled up in the back seat, hugging her plush toy. Her heart ached momentarily, and she reached out her hand to the little girl. Are you scared, Ran? Do you want to come sit in front with your sister? The thunderstorm and the mysterious shadows from the factory had indeed frightened and ran somewhat. So she dropped her plush toy and obediently came to sit in front, with Su Shiqing. Being held by her sister made Ran feel much more at ease. The area surrounding the factory had high walls, though likely due to lack of maintenance. Most of the paint had peeled off. Its gate stood on the right side of the road along which the off-road vehicle was traveling. Chapter 144, The Hanging Corpse Forest. As they approached the factory, Su Shiqing's and Ning Sinen's expressions grew increasingly serious. It seemed as if everything was really just as Ran had said. Where did this stench come from? It might be coming from the factory in front of them. They didn't know exactly what was going on inside, but that nauseating smell could even seep through the car windows, spreading an indescribable stench. The closer they got to the factory, the more concentrated the smell became, almost making people vomit. When the car drove past the main gate of the factory, Ning Sinen didn't stop and intended to drive away quickly with a full throttle. Just at this moment, another lightning strike flashed across the sky. This time it was up close. Even though the rain showed no signs of letting up, Su Shiqing could clearly see the scene inside the factory building illuminated by the lightning. Countless shadows were hanging from ropes suspended from the ceiling, densely packed together, swaying slightly under the light of the lightning in midair. At that instant, Su Shiqing's pupils constricted sharply. Her heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed, pounding wildly, nearly making her scream aloud for a moment. Even though the vehicle only passed the entrance of the factory for a fleeting second, the horrifying image Su Shiqing just saw was deeply imprinted in her mind, unable to be shaken off. What was that? Why were there so many shadowy figures hung up inside the factory? Were they zombies or humans? And who could have done this? Su Shiqing now understood where the overwhelming stench in the air came from. The corpses in that factory must have been hanging for a long time, likely already decomposed. With so many bodies left unattended, silently rotting away in the factory, it was no wonder the smell was so heavy. In a split second, countless questions flashed through Su Shiqing's mind, only to be abruptly brought back to reality by a piercing scream. And Ran gave a short shriek, seemingly having seen something terrifying. She hastily retracted her head, burying it in Su Shiqing's shoulder. Just now, and Ran also caught sight of the situation inside the factory. There are so many people. And Ran trembled, clutching onto Su Shiqing's neck so tightly, she almost couldn't speak coherently, her voice tinged faintly with crying. Sister, why? Why are they all hanging from the ceiling? Among the three, only Ning Sinen's attention was on the road, not noticing the abnormality inside the factory. Upon suddenly hearing Ran's scream, Ning Sinen thought something bad had happened and immediately turned his head toward the passenger seat beside him. He saw two sisters, one with an ashen face, and the other trembling non-stop, seeming to have seen something truly terrifying. What's wrong? There are people hanging inside the factory. Before Ning Sinen finished asking, Su Shiqing quietly answered first, tightening her hold on Ran while nodding slightly toward Ning Sinen. Let's drive away from here first. It was too eerie. Though none of them knew exactly what had happened in that factory, even a brief glance was enough to make one shudder. Amidst the current storm with thunder and lightning, it wasn't suitable to investigate further into the factory, which might inadvertently expose them to danger. Upon hearing what Su Shiqing just said, Ning Sinen's brows twitched lightly, and he started contemplating more possibilities. If all those shadowy figures in the factory were indeed dead bodies hanging by suicide, wouldn't that mean the factory would turn into a natural breeding ground for viruses? Back at Chongping Base, even after experiencing the zombie wave, everyone was very tired. But under Luo Qing's command, they still managed to clean up all the corpses outside the base before daring to rest. Because if the corpses were allowed to decompose and rot, it was uncertain how many viruses and bacteria they would breed. If such accumulation continued, it could lead to epidemics and diseases. And now, right in front of their eyes, there were numerous corpses hanging inside the factory for God knows how long. This place was essentially a festival for viruses. Moreover, judging from the intense smell, the situation inside the factory probably wasn't good at all. Ning Sinen dared not delay and stepped down hard on the accelerator, absolutely unwilling to linger near the factory gates any longer. Swiftly leaving the factory behind, Su Shiqing glanced back once, comforting Ran nestled in her arms. There's nothing to worry about. We've left that place, Ran. But Ran kept her head buried, showing no intention of lifting it. The impact of what she had just witnessed was far too immense. Ran had seen corpses before and wasn't afraid of dead people. However, seeing such a dense cluster of hanging corpses was the first time she experienced anything like it, and she was thoroughly terrified. Rain continued to fall outside the car window, pounding heavily against the glass, quickly obscuring the distant view of the factory. Su Shiqing's breathing became somewhat rapid. She, too, was seeing such a grotesque scene of hanging corpses for the first time, its haunting image not easily erased. Although Ning Sinen hadn't directly witnessed that scene, judging by the reactions of the two sisters, he understood that it must have been quite an alarming sight. Su Shiqing raised her hand and gently covered Ran's ears, then looked at Ning Sinen, whispering, There probably aren't any zombies in the factory, but it's filled with corpses, likely already decomposed and rotten. Otherwise, the stench wouldn't be so intense, able to seep directly into the car. In such a situation, there shouldn't be any living people left in the factory. After all, no one could endure that kind of environment. Ning Sinen and Su Shiqing fell silent simultaneously without speaking, seemingly lost in thought. After calming down, Su Shiqing felt as if her thoughts had become clearer. She now had just one question. Did Ning and Base know about what happened in this factory? Since the factory wasn't far from the base, if there was any danger inside, the base would definitely have intervened to resolve it. Similarly, given their proximity, did that mean the base also knew about the bodies in the factory? Or, thinking more conspiratorially, could the hanging corpse forest inside this factory have been orchestrated by someone from Ningen base? Feeling like she was catching glimpses of the truth. Earlier, Long Siwen's subordinates mutated beasts were known to the head of Ningen base, who could even immediately recover the cores. And now, they had discovered this factory not far from the base, making it hard not to draw connections. But truly connecting these incidents together was still missing a piece of evidence. Su Shiqing stroked her chin, glanced at the little girl shivering in her arms, patted her back, and nodded slightly toward Ning Sinan. It seems we need to be cautious when visiting Ningen base this time. An instinctive feeling told her that this base might not consist of good-natured people. Although concrete evidence was still lacking, everything along the way had already put Su Shiqing on high alert. Likewise, Ning Sinan's face turned grave, also noticing the anomaly and raising his guard. Chapter 145, Memories. They left the factory far behind before the off-road vehicle finally came to a slow stop near the side of the road. The rain continued outside, accompanied by occasional flashes of lightning and thunderclaps. The dim light made it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Ning Sinan stopped the car, slightly frowning as he looked toward the two sisters in the passenger seat. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? One person might hallucinate, but two people would not make the same mistake. Su Shiqing patted Anren's back while nodding her head. It's impossible to be mistaken. That factory is probably full of hanged corpses. Do you remember saying that before reaching Chongping base, you went through many other bases? Have you ever heard of Ningen base? Su Shiqing blinked and asked, remembering Ning Sinan's previous words. Upon hearing this, Ning Sinan briefly fell silent for a moment with a composed expression. To be honest, I only remember going through quite a few bases, but regarding their names and details, I paid absolutely no attention. Su Shiqing frowned suspiciously. Why? You might forget some details after resting at a base, but at least you should remember its name, right? But Ning Sinan simply shook his head. No. Back then, I had neither the heart nor the strength to care about these things. He raised his head and gazed out at the curtain of rain outside the car window. His pitch-black pupils reflected emotions that were unclear. Though still looking composed, there was an inexplicable sense of loneliness. I might not have told you, but I escaped from Lunyan base. Escape. This word was used very precisely. Even Anren, who clung fearfully to Su Shiqing's shoulder, couldn't help but raise her little head, staring at him with both curiosity and concern. Ning Sinan instinctively reached up to adjust his glasses frame, but remembered halfway that he'd already put them away. He quietly let his hand drop again. The situation in Lunyan base was very complicated. There were two major factions vying for control of the base, one headed by my father, the other by my mother. Su Shiqing silently raised an eyebrow. So Ning Sinan was sort of like the crown prince of the base? But it seemed that the opinions between his parents were at odds. Perhaps due to differing ideologies. Eventually, I no longer wanted to stay in that base, so I ran away. Ning Sinan's voice remained calm, as if he were narrating someone else's story rather than living it himself. He didn't specify what ideological differences caused it, but whatever they were must have been serious enough to drive him away. Neither Su Shiqing nor Anren spoke, content to play the role of listeners as Ning Sinan appeared lost in memory. Leaning against the backrest of the driver's seat, Ning Sinan tilted his head slightly back, covering his eyes with his hand, making it hard to discern his emotions. To be honest, those days were pretty rough for me. My mother didn't allow me to leave just like that. She sent 17 psychics to capture me. All along, I had to go out of my way to hide my tracks. I really didn't have any spare mental capacity to learn about other bases. Back then, Ning Sinan was only a third-tier psychic and faced 17 others of his same rank. It was already impressive that he managed to escape pursuit, so naturally, he had no clear impression of the bases he'd passed through. Ning Sinan raised his hand to cover the upper part of his face, lips pressed tightly together. This memory clearly wasn't a pleasant one, and Su Shiqing silently dismissed her earlier thought. What kind of crown prince was this anyway? If anything, the treatment he got was on par with how dangerous criminals are dealt with. Being able to mobilize 17 psychics at once meant Ning Sinan's mother was ruthless. Anren, cradled in her arms, gently bit her fingertips, her eyebrows furrowed, revealing confusion in her eyes. Does brother dislike his mom? Why didn't he talk it over with her properly? Anren. Su Shiqing lightly covered Anren's small mouth and shook her head. It was obvious that Ning Sinan's relationship with his mother wasn't good, and probing into old wounds isn't a good habit. It's fine. Ning Sinan dropped his hand and glanced over to see Su Shiqing's actions. His originally cold and stern expression softened slightly. He took a deep breath, his lips curving upward faintly as his gaze rested steadily on Su Shiqing. There's nothing too bad to say about it. My relationship with my mother is indeed strained. Right now, perhaps compared to wanting me to return, she would rather kill me. Anren's little mouth immediately formed an O shape, her eyes displaying even more bewilderment. Their parents died long ago, and Anren could barely recall what her parents looked like, let alone the specifics of their time together. However, during the time she stayed at her uncle's house, she had seen how much her Aunt Su Xiaoping adored her precious son. It was as if he would break if held too tightly or melt if kept in her mouth. Her aunt seemed eager to offer him everything that was best. In Anren's understanding, parents should deeply love their children, though she herself hadn't experienced this kind of love. But Anren had a sister, so she didn't feel particularly sad about it. Yet now, Upon hearing that her brother's mother wanted to kill him, Anren couldn't help but feel shocked and confused. Compared to Anren's naive reaction, Su Shirqing could understand a little more. After all, even in modern times, her relationship with her own mother wasn't good. After the commotion at that engagement party, Su Shirqing figured Qin Ruping must also have harbored thoughts of wanting to kill her own daughter. Wait, something didn't add up. Su Shirqing suddenly remembered something, her entire demeanor becoming more alert as she straightened her posture. So you still plan to go with us to Nianliu base? Your mother already wants to kill you, and you're just going to walk right into it with your neck washed clean. Don't forget that their destination for this journey was Nianliu base, where they planned to inquire about the whereabouts of Ning Xinian's senior disciple. Now hearing about the rift between Ning Xinian and his mother, Su Shirqing immediately thought of this matter. At the time Ning Xinian left, his mother could send out 17 psychics to chase after him. Now, after so much time had passed, her forces would only be stronger. If his mother still wanted to kill her own son, could Ning Xinian possibly escape a second time? Su Shirqing unconsciously knitted her eyebrows tighter, concern showing in her eyes. Unless, Ning Xinian, you don't go with us. Issues of life and death aren't to be taken lightly. Ning Xinian fully noticed the worry in Su Shirqing's eyes. Her gaze deepened, revealing a subtle tenderness that went unnoticed by others. It's fine. She might want to kill me, but there's no way she'd dare. Ning Xinian's voice carried a tone of calmness and reassurance, seemingly unconcerned about the situation. Moreover, the internal affairs of Nianliu base are far more complicated than you can imagine. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you take Anren there alone. Chapter 146, on the verge of a breakthrough. And what? Su Shirqing looked over and asked. Ning Xinian did not say the rest of his words. Seeing Su Shirqing curiously continuing to inquire, he merely smiled slightly and shook his head gently. Nothing. I've been away from the base for quite some time. I should go back and take a look. As for his concerns, Ning Xinian finally swallowed them silently. Seeing that Ning Xinian's expression showed no sign of coercion, Su Shirqing didn't continue persuading him either. Once they arrived at Lonian base, she would see with her then current strength if she could help him at all. After all, Ning Xinian had taken care of them a lot on this journey. Su Shirqing was just like that. She treated others well who treated her well. The conversation somehow drifted off topic, but this managed to alleviate the heavy atmosphere in the car just moments ago. Reverting her attention back to Ning and base right before her, Su Shirqing rested her chin on her hand and mused. In other words, we currently know nothing about Ning and base. If so, it might be difficult to find a starting point to figure out what happened in the factory. Of course, if the matter did not affect the three of them, not understanding what happened would also be inconsequential. After all, they never intended to stay in this base for long. After a brief rest, they would leave. Following the principle that it's better to avoid unnecessary matters, it wasn't necessarily essential to get to the bottom of everything. It would be wise to keep an eye out and prevent danger from sneaking up unnoticed. The rain outside the car showed no signs of stopping, and there were no places to stop before or after. It seemed like they'd have to spend the night in the car today. With such heavy rain, it was natural not to let Ning Xinian risk going out in the rain to set up a tent. They decided to sit back in their seats and rest their eyes for a while. Su Shirqing arranged Anren comfortably in the back seat, winking at Ning Xinian. So, tonight we'll just make do? I don't mind. Ning Xinian nodded slightly, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples which were slightly sore, unintentionally revealing a trace of fatigue. Thinking about it, Ning Xinian was the one who had rested the least along the way, almost without sleep for a day and night. Don't overexert yourself tonight. Let me take the watch, Su Shirqing offered before Ning Xinian could speak. Before Ning Xinian could protest, she added, look at the heavy rain today. It's impossible to see distant things clearly only with the naked eye. My wood element ability has a larger perception range. It will be safer if I take the watch. Ning Xinian opened his mouth as if considering for a moment, unable to come up with any objection. All right. If you sense anything unusual, call me immediately. Relax, Su Shirqing snapped her fingers, raising an eyebrow. I'm extremely reliable. Anren's little head popped up from the back seat, raising her hand with a yawn and mumbling. Anren will also take the watch. Anren will take the watch with sister. Before she finished speaking, her head began nodding drowsily like a chick pecking grains. Su Shirqing chuckled softly, reaching out to rub Anren's head, simultaneously undoing her tied hairstyle. All right, Anren, how about you take the watch in the second half of the night? I'll call you when it's time. Okay. Anren immediately nodded seriously, burying herself into the soft cushion at the back seat, quickly falling asleep. As for whether Su Shirqing would wake her up in the second half of the night, it didn't require much thought to know the answer. I'll take the watch in the second half of the night, Ning Xinian said in a low voice. Sure. Su Shirqing waved her hand, agreeing readily. After all, when the time came, she wouldn't wake the person anyway. Su Shirqing could absorb crystal cores and rest simultaneously without needing sleep, but Ning Xinian was different. After enduring for so long without rest, she didn't believe he would wake up on time to switch shifts unless reminded. Pulling out a few blankets from the storage space, Su Shirqing covered Anren at the back seat and handed one to Ning Xinian, reminding him, hey, the temperature drops at night. Don't catch a cold. Slightly adjusting the angle of the driver's seat backrest, Ning Xinian accepted the blanket and covered himself, not bothering to take off his coat, lying down fully clothed. He was indeed tired. Leaning against the driving seat like this, it wasn't long before his breathing became steady. However, due to the environment, Ning Xinian's sleep seemed very light. His eyebrows unconsciously furrowed slightly, as if ready to wake up at the slightest noise. Seeing the faint dark circles under his eyes, Su Shirqing was secretly astonished. Was she exploiting him too much? She already got him black circles under his eyes. But even so, Ning Sinen's good looks weren't affected. No matter how hard it was for someone to approach during the day, once they fell asleep, their facial features always softened, reducing their coldness and remoteness, and adding more tranquility and vulnerability. Ning Sinen's sleep seemed restless, for some unknown reason. His lips remained tightly pressed together in a straight line the whole time. Su Shiqing couldn't help but glance at him more than a few times. Even as he slept, his eyebrows were still furrowed. Seeing this, she lightly bit her lower lip. Su Shiqing turned back to look at Anren on the rear seat. The little girl was lying flat on the back seat with a plush toy hugged in her arms. She had unknowingly wrapped herself up in the blanket like a caterpillar. A soft snore came from Anren, showing that she was sleeping relatively peacefully, without any sign of nightmares. Shaking her head helplessly, Su Shiqing sighed inwardly. Both their quality of sleep was concerning. Perhaps next time she returned to modern times, she should bring back some incense? After musing over it for a while, Su Shiqing didn't waste time. She took out a crystal core from her space and held it in her hand, slowly absorbing its energy. The battle against the mutated rabbit earlier had unlocked Su Shiqing's potential. For a moment, she felt as if she'd just about reached the threshold of the third stage. It seemed that before too long, Su Shiqing would be able to break through once again. She planned to try reaching the third stage before arriving at Ningen base. That way, when faced with unexpected situations, Su Shiqing would feel more confident. While absorbing the crystal core's energy, Su Shiqing also released her special ability, coordinating it with her spatial skills to sense the surroundings. Although the sound of the rain greatly affected sensory judgment, Su Shiqing's ability wasn't hindered by it. Under the dark rainy night, centered around the SUV, vines would instantly sprout from underground, dealing with the scattered wandering zombies around. They were all low-stage zombies, easy to handle, even while Su Shiqing multitasked. It wasn't difficult for her at all. Chapter 147, Exploring Life. Su Shiqing absorbed crystal cores while handling zombies wandering outside from time to time. Before she noticed, half a day passed by. Like an alarm clock went off, Ning Sinen almost woke up quietly on schedule. His breathing remained unchanged with no other movements, just slowly opening his eyes. The momentary confusion in his eyes quickly became clear. Ning Sinen instinctively looked at the passenger seat beside him and saw Su Shiqing sitting there with her eyes closed slightly, unsure if she was asleep or not. For a moment Ning Sinen didn't move, gazing at her deeply with fluctuating emotions deep in his eyes. The quiet night and narrow space easily stirred people's reveries and tugged at their emotions. Maybe only at this time did Ning Sinen dare to openly linger his gaze on her. Every time his gaze fell on Su Shiqing, Ning Sinen felt that he liked her more than before. He liked her eyebrows and eyes, her character, her way of dealing with things, her meticulousness. He liked her from head to toe. Ning Sinen's parents never taught him what love was, but fortunately, he had a good teacher. The teacher said that love is when your heartbeat accelerates as soon as you think of that person. It is wanting to present all the best things to that person. It is hoping for their safety, smoothness, happiness, and fulfillment. Ning Sinen once thought he would never encounter someone who could make him feel this way, but perhaps heaven pitted him and let him meet Su Shiqing. He was an emotionally reserved person, and no one had ever taught him how to love someone. So Ning Sinen could only fumble awkwardly and cautiously test the other person's limits. Even long stares were impossible, and he could only watch quietly when Su Shiqing was sleeping. However, Su Shiqing was not asleep at this moment. Half the night had passed, and she had consumed hundreds of crystal cores, finally sensing a breakthrough barrier faintly. At this moment, Su Shiqing was fully concentrated on breaking through her abilities, completely unaware that Ning Sinen had awakened and was looking at her lost in thought. As Ning Sinen was silently staring at her, he suddenly felt something odd, sensing Su Shiqing's aura gradually climbing, her brow wrinkling tightly. Ning Sinen immediately snapped back to reality, sat up straight, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Is she going to break through to stage 3? How long has it been since when Su Shiqing will be promoted to stage 3? A sense of relief and impending crisis washed over Ning Sinen, making him wonder, at this promotion speed, wouldn't it be long before her power surpasses mine? Would Su Shiqing still need me then? Would she still allow me to continue traveling with her? Have I been too negligent about improving my own abilities recently? Just as Ning Sinen was lost in his thoughts, Su Shiqing already opened her eyes full of joy, her bright gaze full of spirit. Turning around, she saw Ning Sinen sit up straight, with his brow furrowed tightly. Su Shiqing was instantly surprised. Are you awake? This time was roughly midnight, the exact time for changing shifts while keeping vigil, causing Su Shiqing's surprise to grow even further. Isn't it true that no one can wake up on time like an alarm clock under such fatigue? Is he human? Seeing Su Shiqing's astonished gaze, Ning Sinen just nodded lightly. We agreed that I would keep vigil during the second half of the night while you rested. Since Anran was still asleep, both of them spoke in hushed tones. Su Shiqing had planned to keep vigil throughout the entire night, and hadn't expected Anran or Ning Sinen to wake up. However, she really found someone capable of waking up on time for a shift change. But after breaking through to stage 3, Su Shiqing wasn't sleepy at all. In fact, her energy was high. She could probably punch 10 zombies. Or, you should sleep for a little longer. Su Shiqing touched her nose, helplessly shrugging. I'm not sleepy now. Indeed, from Ning Sinen's perspective, there wasn't a trace of weariness on her face. Her mental state was excellent, as if she had just woken up from a 12-hour nap. In that case, Ning Sinen paused slightly. Let's stay up together then. There were only 3 people in the car. Now, Except for Enran, who was still sound asleep, the remaining two stared at each other blankly. Did you break through to stage 3? It was Ning Sinin who initiated conversation and broke the silence. Mentioning this, Su Shurqing's expression immediately lit up. Yeah, when I was fighting with the mutated rabbit, I felt I could touch the threshold of stage 3. I calmed down and gave it a try on my own, and I smoothly broke through to stage 3. Su Shurqing looked very pretty when she smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curving like a little crescent moon, lively and stunning, bright without being garish. Under the yellow light of the SUV, it was as if a soft veil had been laid over her. Congratulations, Ning Sinin said, seemingly affected by her smile, involuntarily curving his lips in happiness for Su Shurqing. Just as Su Shurqing was about to say something, she noticed Ning Sinin's body tilting towards her, his handsome face abruptly magnified in her sight. Her words faltered suddenly, her pupils slightly shrinking as she stared at Ning Sinin, who had moved closer unexpectedly, leaving her feeling somewhat lost and unsure of what was happening. The distance between them was now less than just a few inches, their noses almost brushing together. The sudden proximity almost made Su Shurqing lash out with a vine directly at Ning Sinin's face, but Ning Sinin spoke first. Don't move, there's something on your head. Ning Sinin lightly touched Su Shurqing's head as if picking something up, then sat upright again, creating distance between them. He examined his palm, showing a dry leaf nestled in his hand. There was something, I took it off for you. Su Shurqing exhaled in relief. If there was something, you should have just said so. I thought maybe you saw zombies suddenly press against the rear window behind me. But why would there be a dry leaf on my head? Upon hearing this, Ning Sinin hesitated briefly, not answering, only managing an understanding smile. Su Shurqing. He called her name softly, noticing her looking over before becoming nervous and pressing his lips tightly together. Have you ever thought about life after the apocalypse? Huh? Su Shurqing was taken aback. What? You want to contemplate life in the middle of the night? Ning Sinin's outward expression showed no ripples, yet no one knew about the sweat in his palms. Not really. I was just wondering while doing nothing late at night. Ning Sinin carefully watched Su Shurqing's face, speaking gently and even sounding tender. I just want to ask, if all tasks were done, how would you continue living in the apocalypse? Chapter 148. Terminal Patient Su Shurqing. The heavy rain that had been going on for a long time finally began to subside slightly. The drizzle pattered against the windows, silently, as if it would soon come to an end. Upon hearing Ning Sinin's question, Su Shurqing was silent for a moment. She had never thought about this question before. Suddenly asked, she didn't know how to respond. Perhaps, I'll find a base that suits me, build my own little yard, and live a simple life with Anren. Maybe when she could fully master her space abilities, Su Shurqing would take Anren from this post-apocalyptic world to modern times, where there were no zombies or hunger, which might provide better living conditions for the young girl. Su Shurqing had no grand ideals. She didn't want to worry about too many things. She only wanted to lead a peaceful life with the person she loved. But before that, Su Shurqing still needed to accomplish a lot of tasks. For instance, finding the strongest healing ability in the apocalypse to cure Anren's comatose state in the modern world. For instance, improving her own strength so that she could take living people through the two worlds. And again, for example, taking all necessary precautions in the modern world to ensure no one disturbed her life. What future life would be like, Su Shurqing couldn't yet conclude, but one thing was certain. There would always be a place for Anren by her side. To tell you the truth, I've never known why you're looking for the strongest healing ability. Ning Sinin's eyes dimmed momentarily, as if he was thinking of something. This question had actually been troubling Ning Sinin for quite some time. He had observed both Su Shurqing and Anren carefully for a while, unable to detect any abnormalities between them. Healing ability is naturally used for curing diseases. Su Shurqing supported her chin, lowering her eyelids slightly to hide the evasive look in her eyes. To be honest, I have suffered from a terminal illness since childhood. You can't tell now because my abilities have enhanced my physical condition, allowing me to stay lively. She spoke calmly, taking responsibility for the matter entirely upon herself. After all, Su Shurqing couldn't reveal the truth about how she possessed a space-traveling ability meant to save her younger sister in another world. Instead, she decided to shift the reason onto herself. Since the apocalypse had already erupted and powers had emerged, even the most absurd matters seemed plausible enough. While speaking, Su Shurqing looked up occasionally to see if there was any suspicion on his face. As her gaze met his, however, she saw Ning Sinin's pale complexion and trembling pupils, filled with turbulent emotions, making Su Shurqing pause in surprise. She wasn't sure if she was mistaken, but she seemed to see a flicker of sorrow in Ning Sinin's eyes. Ning Sinin's voice sounded hoarse as he stared at Su Shurqing quietly. His tone was soft. A terminal illness? What kind of illness is it? Is it serious? What will it cause death? If Su Shurqing had observed closely at this moment, she would have noticed that the hand resting beside Ning Sinin was trembling slightly, betraying a hint of restlessness. However, Su Shurqing was too stunned by the emotion in Ning Sinin's eyes to notice these details. Seeing Ning Sinin believe her story wholeheartedly made Su Shurqing feel slightly guilty. Good news. Ning Sinin believed her. Bad news. He seemed emotionally off-kilter. Since the words had already left her lips, Su Shurqing couldn't take them back and simply nodded weakly. It's fine for now. It's not serious yet. The disease is rare. Even before the apocalypse arrived, although my vital signs remained stable, it often led to extended periods of unconsciousness, accompanied by general weakness. Describing parts of Anren's condition in the modern world, Su Shurqing presented her tale convincingly. But if Ning Sinan pressed too hard, it wouldn't take long to find discrepancies. For the time being, Ning Sinan wasn't probing. All he could think about was the bizarre fact that he had just begun to care for someone, only to discover she suffered from a terminal illness. Keeping his composure under such circumstances was already impressive. It'll be okay. It'll get better. Ning Sinan reached out and gently patted Su Shurqing's back, his voice raspy but patient as he consoled her. I'll go with you to see my elder sister. She must be able to cure you. Su Shurqing pursed her lips, remaining silent, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. Had her lie gone too far? It caused such a strong reaction from Ning Sinan. At this point, Su Shurqing had no choice but to keep pretending. Don't mention this to Anren. She doesn't know yet. I understand. Ning Sinan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Suffering from a terminal illness while alone raising a younger sister in this harsh post-apocalyptic world, Ning Sinan couldn't help but imagine what would have happened to Su Shurqing if she hadn't awakened her powers. Just the mere thought sent painful jolts through his heart. Seeing the worry and care in Ning Sinan's brows, Su Shurqing silently sighed in her heart. It's over. This guy really believes every word I said. The cost of telling this lie was that Ning Sinan had become increasingly diligent in his actions. Even Anren felt something was off. The next day, on the way to the Ningen base, Ning Sinan was still driving, but he surprisingly broke his usual silence. Shurqing, are you tired from sitting? Would you like me to stop so you can stretch outside? If you're sleepy, you don't have to stay in the front seat. You can rest in the back. It's about time. Shurqing, are you hungry? Do you want me to get out and cook now? Shurqing. Almost every 5 minutes, Ning Sinan would express concern, causing Anren in the back seat to stare repeatedly. What happened overnight for the older brother and sister to interact this way? Did she miss something? Similarly, Su Shurqing couldn't help but press her forehead in frustration. Save me. If it weren't for knowing her identity as a terminal patient, Su Shurqing would think Ning Sinan was trying to pursue her. Shurqing. Ning Sinan opened his mouth for the umpteenth time, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Su Shurqing raising her hand. Stop. Su Shurqing smiled helplessly. Ning Sinan, I am perfectly fine right now. There's no need for all of this. Ning Sinan hesitated for a moment, then subconsciously pressed his lips together. Am I being too annoying? I'm sorry. He slightly lowered his eyelids, his lashes quivered, and there was an inexplicable sense of wronged feeling. Su Shurqing. Anren. No problem. Su Shurqing slumped back into her seat as though resigned, waving her hand casually. I know your intentions are good. It's okay. Ning Sinan immediately perked up and blurted out. Are you hungry now? Huh. Su Shurqing smiled faintly. Not at all, dear. Let's just reach the Ningen base first, alright? Chapter 149, Ningen base. It had rained last night, and the road was still a bit muddy. The SUV slowly drove by, splashing some water droplets as it went. Just as Ningxing and I had said yesterday, when it came to noon of the next day, they saw the wall of the base ahead. The 4 characters Ningen base were neatly carved on a huge rock placed in the most conspicuous position, visible from afar. Looking from a distance, this base in front of them appeared to be larger than the Chongping base. Even its outer walls looked visibly more robust and reliable. A long queue could be seen at the main gate of the base, with numerous residents bustling back and forth. Their clothes, though not as clean and tidy as Su Shurqing's group, were at least intact, providing a minimum level of warmth. Their complexion also seemed better than the average people in the previous Chongping base, indicating a relatively decent quality of life. Ningen base. Looking at this scene, Su Shurqing slightly narrowed her eyes and murmured these 4 words thoughtfully. It seems really peaceful here. The SUV slowly stopped about 100 meters away from the base. Ningxing and I pulled the handbrake and also started scrutinizing the base in front of them. After the apocalypse 1 or 2 years, the residents in this base still look healthy. It seems that the base commander here has his own way. Let's go in and take a look. Su Shurqing didn't make many comments but smiled enigmatically and prepared to get out of the car and walk into the base. Before she even pushed the door open, Ningxing and I had already stepped out beside her. He walked over to Su Shurqing's side and opened the car door for her. With one hand supporting the top edge of the car to prevent hitting her head, and the other extended towards Su Shurqing, he said, "Be careful." Su Shurqing's movement momentarily froze. For some reason, Ningxing Ni's current attitude made her feel like a fragile porcelain doll. This wasn't right, was it? But since Su Shurqing herself had declared she was terminally ill, she had no choice but to reluctantly place her hand in Ningxing Ni's and step out of the car. Thank you. Anren at the back seat had already pushed the car door and jumped out on her own. She carried a small shoulder bag which contained her favorite plush toy and some candies prepared by Su Shurqing. Seeing her sister twitching at the corner of her mouth and looking at the gentle and caring brother, Anren bit her lower lip and felt lost. Adult's world was so complicated, Anren couldn't understand. Come on, Anren. Su Shurqing took Anren's little hand, then casually touched her hand on the SUV and instantly stored such a large vehicle into her space. We've arrived. You will see Qingqing soon. Are you happy? Yeah. Upon hearing that, Anren immediately threw off her confusion, nodded heavily, and grinned. Happy. Ningxing and I followed behind the sisters, carrying his single shoulder bag and walking toward the Ningen base along with them. His eyes were vigilant but softened whenever he glanced at Su Shurqing's back, making him look almost schizophrenic from others' perspectives. Despite getting out of the car far away from the base, the 3 of them had already attracted quite a lot of attention. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, hardly anyone can use a large SUV as a means of transportation. Especially after seeing 3 neatly dressed people come out of the car, it further amazed those at the entrance who looked around in awe. In this era, Few people dress so neatly, let alone all appearing rosy-cheeked, man, woman, and child alike, not looking like one struggling to survive in an apocalyptic world. Su Shirqing knew the three of them stood out a lot, but she didn't have any intention of concealing it either. That was part of her plan, to start her business in this base. Being noticed by others was definitely advantageous, indirectly serving as an advertisement for her business. And when the obviously extraordinary trio approached the base, the staff managing the entry and exit of the base gate did not dare to slacken and hurriedly came forward from afar. The simply dressed middle-aged man scanned the three people before him and quickly made a guess, approaching nervously. "Are you the guest that Ms. Linyan mentioned earlier?" Hearing the name Linyan, Su Shirqing and Ningxing and I exchanged a glance. It seemed someone had already sent a message in advance, saving them much trouble. Su Shirqing responded with a bright smile, nodding. "Yes, my name is Su Shirqing. If you know us, you must have heard that there's a deal between us and your base commander." "That's absolutely true." The middle-aged man laughed, nervously rubbing his hands together. "If so, would the three esteemed guests please follow me to meet our base commander?" "Why such a rush?" Ningxing Mi's gaze hardened slightly, and he spoke calmly. The base commander seemed so eager to meet them, which showed that the mutated beast crystal cores in their hands were indeed of utmost importance to her. Hey, after all, the base commander specifically instructed us to report immediately when the three guests arrive. The middle-aged man chuckled, not daring to show any disrespect toward the three people in front of him. He was fully aware that among the three, the man was a fourth-tier ability user, and such power ranked within the top 5, even in the Ningen base. As for the woman, she wasn't to be underestimated either. Though she was second-tier, she could exchange blows with a fourth-tier mutated beast. And as for that little girl, she possessed the rare healing ability, one that would be highly sought after in any base. None of the three were easy to provoke. "In that case, let's go and see her," Su Shirqing said, her voice light, but her demeanor confident and self-assured, every move exuding ease and poise. "Great. Please follow me." Feeling relieved that there was no resistance, the middle-aged man quickly guided the trio further into the base. Unlike others at the gate who had been checked thoroughly, they entered Ningen base without much delay or questioning. Inside the base, everything was orderly. Unlike Chongping base, where destitute civilians set up stalls hoping to trade for scraps of food, here both ability users and civilians moved briskly, each appearing to have tasks on hand. The environment was calm and comfortable. This clearly demonstrated how responsible the base commander of Ningen base was, definitely more capable than Luo He. "Your base commander is quite capable." As they walked deeper into the base with the middle-aged man, Su Shirqing glanced around and raised an eyebrow appreciatively. Naturally, pride radiated from his face as he spoke of his base commander. "Our base commander understands and empathizes with the people, fulfills her duties diligently. Thanks to her, our base has reached its current size." Chapter 150, Zhuang Minglu. The middle-aged man led them to the courtyard at the center of the base, lightly knocking on the door of one of the rooms. His tone involuntarily carried a hint of respect. "Base commander, your guests have arrived." "Let them come in," came the reply from a woman inside. Su Shirqing raised an eyebrow as the door opened, revealing the room's layout. A small room of just over 20 square meters with a window slightly ajar, the light breeze moving the curtains gently. Inside was simply a bed and a set of table and chairs. The short-haired woman sat upright at her desk, with numerous papers on it covered in scribbles and sketches. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her gaze towards them, and upon seeing Su Shirqing and the others, smiled openly and approached. She extended her hand toward the three, speaking with confident and composed demeanor. "Hello, I am Zhuang Minglu, the base commander of Ningen base." Zhuang Minglu had clean-cut short hair that accentuated a touch of masculinity around her features. Likely due to her high position, her smile lacked softness but carried sharpness. She wore a simple white shirt and black pants, without any flamboyant decorations, appearing extremely unadorned. "Hello, this is Su Shirqing." Su Shirqing shook her hand, returning the smile. After briefly greeting all three, Zhuang Minglu turned to look at the middle-aged man standing nearby, nodding slightly. "Uncle Luo, you've worked hard. Please rest now." Then, smiling warmly, she looked at Su Shirqing and his companions. "My house is humble, but if you don't mind, please come in and take a seat." Every movement and gesture from her was poised and proper. After exchanging glances, Su Shirqing and Ning Xining both entered the room. Though the commander of the base, Zhuang Minglu's room was rather sparsely decorated, even lacking additional chairs. It seemed that Zhuang Minglu only realized this after the fact, patting her head. "Apologies, I forgot my room doesn't have extra chairs. Let me send someone to fetch some." "That won't be necessary." Su Shirqing silently took out 3 chairs from his storage space, just enough for each person. "We should focus on discussing the main matter at hand." As the base leader who emphasized frugality, Zhuang Minglu clearly did well in this aspect. Combined with others' praise for their leader, she currently seemed like an excellent leader. "Lang Yan has already told me the deal. Exchange 4,000 ordinary zombie cores for the 2 mutated beast cores in your possession." Zhuang Minglu snapped her fingers, and 4 fully packed burlap bags appeared inside the room. "I've already prepared everything." Upon witnessing the bags appear seemingly out of nowhere, Su Shirqing and Ning Xining immediately thought, space-related psychic abilities. Zhuang Minglu also didn't seem to hide her abilities at all, smiling and clapping her hands together. "Everything is ready on my side. What about yours?" Unexpectedly straightforward, Su Shirqing hesitated for a moment before extending his hand and revealing the 2 large mutated beast cores in his palm. Not rushing to hand them over, Su Shiqing casually asked, "Excuse my boldness, but could I ask what use the commander has for these mutated beast cores?" "To save people," Zhuang Minglu replied softly yet firmly, looking directly into Su Shiqing's eyes without retreating. "To save people?" Recalling how Long Siwen harmed countless lives for raising those two mutated beasts, Su Shiqing's eyes deepened momentarily. He wondered if Zhuang Minglu knew about this, or if her statement held any truth. As Su Shiqing and Zhuang Minglu locked eyes, similar faint smiles were on both faces, but neither showed any intention of backing down. "The items are here." Su Shiqing waved the two mutated beast cores in his palm. "Commander, have you checked them clearly?" "Naturally." Zhuang Minglu moved the sack by her feet onto the empty space between them and simultaneously reached out to receive the two cores. "Thank you for your cooperation. With the trade completed, you three are now honored guests of our base. Welcome to visit anytime." Upon obtaining the two mutated beast cores, Zhuang Minglu's mood seemed to improve somewhat. She took out a rare pack of cookies from this world post-catastrophe and offered it to Enran sitting quietly beside. "Little sister, this is for you. We hope you like our base." She meant to demonstrate goodwill. Even though Enran loved snacks, Su Shiqing had taken good care of the little girl, ensuring nothing was ever missing. Thus, she didn't rush to accept the bag of cookies placed in front of her, but first glanced at her older sister. Only when Su Shiqing nodded gently did Enran take it, and shyly smiled at Zhuang Minglu. "Thank you, handsome big sister." With the matter of the mutated beast cores settled, next, it would be Su Shiqing's turn to address his own affairs. "Ning Xining," Su Shiqing, with one hand propping his head, turned to Ning Xining beside him. "Take Enran to find Qing for some fun. I have a few things that need to be discussed with the base commander." Discussing business was far too boring, so Su Shiqing didn't ask the two of them to stay any longer. Upon hearing this, Ning Xining glanced at Zhuang Minglu sitting upright at her desk before standing up and replying coldly, "Fine, I'll wait for you outside with Enran." After the door closed, only Su Shiqing and Zhuang Minglu remained in the room. "Miss Su, what would you like to discuss with me?" Zhuang Minglu raised an eyebrow curiously, her smile tinged with a hint of mockery. "It's best if you clarify quickly. Delaying for too long. Your companion's gaze just now didn't seem very friendly." "Of course, it's about a business deal." Su Shiqing gestured casually, maintaining his calm demeanor as he inclined his head slightly toward Zhuang Minglu. Since stepping into this base, Su Shiqing had been observing the situation here. Judging from the residents' appearance and attire, this Ningen base wasn't like the previous Chongping base, where food and water supplies were severely lacking. The people here seemed to be living frugally, but still managed to make ends meet. Although Su Shiqing didn't know how much food and water they had left in reserve, based on the current situation, he might not be able to gain much advantage. At least not more than from the Chongping base. As for those clean, unpolluted seeds, Su Shiqing wasn't in a rush to bring them up yet, planning to observe for a while longer before deciding whether to propose a trade. "I have a large amount of supplies, and am looking for a place within your esteemed base to sell them. What do you, Commander, think?" Su Shiqing hadn't finished speaking when Zhuang Minglu suddenly stood up sharply. Under Su Shiqing's astonished gaze, Zhuang Minglu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Supplies? Where are the supplies? How much do you have? What kind of supplies are they?" "I'll take them. I'll take all of them." Chapter 151, The Black Cloak. Su Shiqing was momentarily at a loss for words, her interlocutor's reaction making her start to doubt her earlier judgment. If Ningen base didn't appear to have any shortage of supplies, why did Zhuang Minglu react so intensely when discussing the topic? At this moment, it seemed Zhuang Minglu had also realized her own awkward behavior, propping her hand on the table while covering her mouth with the other, coughing slightly in embarrassment. I hope I didn't scare you." Before Su Shiqing could say anything, the door suddenly opened, revealing a figure cloaked entirely in black. Without knocking or announcing himself, he barged straight into the room. The instant the door opened, a gust of wind entered. Su Shiqing furrowed her brow slightly, a faint stench followed in. As the figure approached, Su Shiqing couldn't help but feel a slight chill spreading through her chest. She discreetly glanced at the cloaked figure. From head to toe, his body was wrapped tightly in cloth, wearing gloves and a mask, his hat pulled low over his eyes, not an inch of bare skin exposed. And the moment this man entered, the atmosphere in the room grew quiet all of a sudden. Su Shiqing said nothing, while Zhuang Minglu's smile vanished completely. "Ho ho!" A dry, raspy laugh erupted from beneath the cloak, impossible to determine the gender. "Looks like I've arrived at an inconvenient time. It seems the esteemed base leader is discussing supply matters with someone." Being able to walk right in without knocking, interrupt Zhuang Minglu mid-conversation. Eyeing the mysterious figure whose identity wasn't clear, Su Shiqing's gaze darkened. This person didn't seem ordinary. "No, sir has arrived just in time." Zhuang Minglu took a deep breath, her gaze falling on Su Shiqing beside her. "Miss Su, please leave first. If you need to discuss something, come back later." It was obvious they didn't want outsiders knowing what they were talking about. After a brief moment of thought, Su Shiqing stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing the empty chair in the room, the black-cloaked figure was just about to sit down when his bottom met nothing but air, almost toppling to the ground. "Oh, sorry." Su Shiqing withdrew the chair back into her spatial pocket, her tone cool as she innocently shrugged at the cloaked figure. "This is my chair. I'll be taking it with me." Unprepared, the cloaked figure nearly fell, but managed to catch himself before sitting hard on the ground. His movements paused briefly upon hearing her words. No one could see his expression hidden under the hood, but a dissatisfied huff echoed from underneath. His cape shimmered faintly in the sunlight, revealing an intricate pattern hidden beneath. Unable to resist, Su Shiqing looked closer, quickly recognizing it. It was a swallow. Look, Qin, look. This is chocolate, sweet and delicious. Try it. Anren took candy out of her small bag and stuffed it into Qin's hand. Qin visibly appeared healthier since cold Yin took her away, suggesting the treatment in Ning and base was indeed favorable, giving some roundness to her cheeks. However, Yin Qing's eyes still carried a faint red hue, a side effect from consuming mutated animal meat which hadn't yet fully faded. Qin carefully bit into the candy that Anren handed her, her eyes brightening instantly. So good. It tastes a little like what we used to have. Anren, where did you find the chocolate? Hee. Well, of course, sister gave it to me. Anren proudly swayed her head. My sister is super capable. Whoosh, whoosh, and she can take down many zombies. Stretching her intonation, all her admiration lay solely in Su Shiqing. Qin countered. My mom is also very powerful. On our way back to the base, mom alone could protect all of us. My sister is stronger. Your sister definitely wouldn't match my mom. Strangely enough, these two little girls began arguing over who was more powerful, getting increasingly agitated. Still, squabbles between children dissipate fast without harming their friendship. They played in Cold Yan's courtyard, with Ning Sinin and Cold Yin standing nearby watching them. Because Cold Yin herself was a third-stage ability user with some authority in the base, her accommodation consisted of a separate one-bedroom apartment with a small yard. Ning Sinin's gaze casually swept over Qing's face, noticing a faint reddish tinge in her eyes. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but during Yin Qing's emotional excitement, the red hue in her eyes seemed even more intense. Since the arrival of the apocalypse, Ning Sinin had spent a long time studying zombies and naturally understood that when a person's eyes completely turned blood red, the individual was already entirely infected and had become a zombie. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Qing again, his brow unconsciously furrowing. What? Do you seem interested in my daughter? Long Yin suddenly spoke from beside him. She stood up and walked to Ning Sinin, her expression not particularly kind. Unaccustomed to close physical contact with others, a flicker of annoyance passed through Ning Sinin's eyes, and he stepped aside, creating some distance between himself and the other. I'm not interested in your daughter. I'm merely concerned about Anren's friend. Ning Sinin replied indifferently, looking at the two little girls playing happily nearby. After hesitating for a moment, he finally reminded her. Qing consumed a lot of mutated beast meat earlier, which might affect her body. You should. I know. Long Yin snorted softly, her gaze falling on Qing with an unfathomable expression in her eyes. Qing is my flesh and blood. I wouldn't let anything happen to her. Rather, Long Yin abruptly shifted the topic, casting a sideways glance at Ning Sinin. You brought a 6-year-old girl wandering all over the world in this apocalypse. Aren't you worried about accidents? Although their strength shouldn't be underestimated, the world after the apocalypse harbored countless dangers, and no one could guarantee that they would never encounter unsolvable peril. Ning Sinin seemed lost in thought for a moment, slightly lowering his eyelids with a faint sigh. I won't allow any accidents. Humph. Arrogant as always. Long Yin rolled her eyes, features that usually appeared gentle revealing a touch of sharpness at this moment. But Ning Sinin just touched his shoulder bag, as if feeling for something inside through the fabric, his expression somewhat cold and distant, though he remained silent. He suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look at the road outside the small yard, catching sight of Su Shiqing massaging her temples as she approached. The formerly indifferent demeanor softened instantly. Ning Sinin left Long Yin standing aside and quickly walked forward to greet her. Chapter 152, Commission Center. Having found out the address of Long Yan's residence, Su Shiqing made her way there while rubbing her temples deep in thought. The mysterious black-clothed individual inside the house earlier had left her with an inexplicable unease. Before leaving, she seemed to have heard him mention supplies, which put Su Shiqing on alert. Could it be that he was also after trade supplies? Was he trying to take away her business? Or, perhaps, was the black-clothed man here to seize supplies for Ning and base? If it was the latter, then there wouldn't be much effect on her. However, if it was the former, her plans would inevitably be impacted. Even so, she couldn't quite figure out who else besides herself could possess enough resources to sustain a base. Of course, the foul stench emanating from the black-clothed man also unsettled Su Shiqing deeply. It smelled like zombies, a scent of decay and putrefied flesh, subtly nauseating. From what she observed thus far, the black-clad figure definitely had some sort of connection with Zhuang Minglu. Su Shiqing wasn't certain yet whether he was friend or foe, but everything felt off about this situation. Zhuang Minglu's unusual concern over mutant beasts, a factory near Ningen base stacked full of corpses, a mysterious black-clad man, and furthermore, walking along the road within the base, Su Shiqing brushed shoulders with someone and clearly noticed the crimson in their eyes. They were residents from Long Siwen's base who had habitually consumed mutant beast meat, posing an inherent threat, yet they had been brought back here by Long Yan. Everything was riddled with doubts, and this sense of being surrounded by mystery left one uneasy. Nevertheless, Su Shiqing didn't entertain the idea of simply leaving. She needed this opportunity to accumulate wealth. In modern times, money is crucial in many aspects. Even the gold and jewelry collected from Chongping base wouldn't last very long. With a finger massaging her temple, Su Shiqing let out a soft sigh. Things are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. As she walked further, a shadow suddenly loomed before her. Then, someone steadied her by the arm. Shiqing, has the matter been resolved? Looking up, Su Shiqing saw Ning Xin standing in front of her, his expression filled with concern. Not yet. Su Shiqing shook her head. This situation is somewhat complicated and hard to explain. By the way, where's Ran? Not too far away, outside Lung Yan's yard. Two little girls could be seen playing together. It was rare to see Ran smiling so carefree, as though the days before the apocalypse had returned. Watching this scene, Su Shiqing gradually relaxed her previously tense expression. Cold Yan, who stood near the gate of the courtyard, also noticed Su Shiqing's approach and moved towards them. Would you all like to stay here at the base temporarily? Cold Yan raised an eyebrow and gestured toward them. The house next door to mine is empty and can be lent for your use. Of course, accommodation only, no meals included. Our base operates under certain rules, Cold Yan explained while shrugging his shoulders. Do you see that tallest building not too far away? That's the commission center, where everyone in the base must go to accept missions in order to earn supplies through accumulating points. No matter how important our guests are, Cold Yan stared at them and shrugged again. This rule does not change. Obtaining supplies by exchanging the residents' labor effort, seemed like a reasonable rule. After pondering for a moment, Su Shiqing smiled and nodded to Cold Yan. I see. So, what types of missions can be found in the commission center? The head of the base has thoughtfully categorized the tasks, Cold Yan elaborated. Tasks such as clearing zombies around the base are only accessible to those with special abilities. However, tasks concerning improving base facilities and safety are given to ordinary residents. Listening to Cold Yan's explanation, Ning Xin beside her slowly furrowed his brows. This plan of managing a base seemed familiar to him from the past. Back then when he was still at Liunyuan base, during discussions on maintaining normal operations, Ning Xin remembered someone suggesting a similar solution. Establish a task assignment office where everyone uses their own hands to work for supplies. But that proposal was rejected immediately. There was no other reason, just one point. The base itself couldn't supply enough materials. Following the outbreak, nearly all production lines had come to a standstill. Seeds had been contaminated, animals mutated, and became toxic within. Even though initially plenty of materials could be gathered around the base area, as time passed, these materials would eventually run out. No matter how many material collection teams were sent out, the food and water they brought back kept decreasing and wasn't sufficient to sustain the entire base operation. To exchange for supplies, first and foremost, the base needs to maintain an ample supply reserve. Where does your base get its stable supply of resources? Ning Xin stared into Lung Yan's eyes, his gaze slightly darkening. As soon as those words were spoken, Su Shiqing knew that he had the same thought as her. In this apocalypse world, food only dwindles with every use. There are no intact shops or supermarkets near Ning base, so where do they get their abundant supplies? The matter of resources has always been fully managed by the head of the base. If you ask me, I wouldn't know either. Lung Yan shook her head, seeming genuinely unaware of the resource origins. Have you ever wondered why the head of the base is so beloved among the residents? Naturally, it's because she can provide enough supplies to sustain everyone. For some reason, Su Shiqing suddenly thought of the black-clothed man she'd encountered earlier. Could the abundance of resources be due to him? Supplies sufficient to support an entire base certainly wouldn't be given away for free by the black-clothed man. An exchange must have taken place between him and Zhuang Minglu. Soon, Su Shiqing quietly resolved in her mind. She would find an opportunity to personally investigate the commission center. They naturally stayed in the house next to Lung Yan's, conveniently close enough for Ran and Yin Qingqing to visit each other anytime. Although Lung Yan showed little warmth towards Su Shiqing and Ning Xin, she was notably patient with Ran, appearing pleased that the two girls played together. When Lung Yan left, Su Shiqing recounted everything about the black-clothed man and her confusion to Ning Xin. Although I don't know what kind of deal exists between Zhuang Minglu and the black-clothed man, based on intuition, I feel like there's something off about him. After Su Shiqing finished speaking, Ning Xin nodded lightly, furrowing his brows in agreement. The black-clothed man with the cloak indeed sounds suspicious. I trust your instincts on this one. Glancing at Ran, who was still whispering secrets with Qingqing, Ning Xin paused in thought for a moment before signaling Su Shiqing. You rest here with Ran. I'll go around the base to look for clues. To see if there's anything more to uncover. Chapter 153. Do you know me? Su Shiqing and Ning Xin were discussing the questionable aspects of the Ning base, while Ran and Yin Qingqing were also chatting about something. Qingqing, your eyes are all red. Does it not hurt? And Ran squatted on the ground, her hands supporting her chin as she examined the eyes of her little partner. It wasn't that Ran was intentionally asking. It was just that the crimson in those eyes was too striking, catching anyone's attention almost instantly upon meeting them. In response, Yin Qingqing instinctively rubbed her eyes. My mom said it's fine. It'll get better on its own in a few days. Although Ran wasn't entirely clear on the details, she had heard from brother Ning Xin before that mutated animals still carried viruses within them, and the reddish eyes were due to eating the meat of such animals. Will this condition really heal by itself? And Ran didn't understand, but it seemed Qingqing wasn't bothered at all. Don't worry. My mom said if my eyes hurt, she'll tell the doctor. Doctor? A long unheard term since the apocalypse began. Doctors have been practically invisible, replaced more by healers with psychic powers. However, for zombie viruses, healing psychic abilities don't seem to work at all. Recalling something, and Ran bit her nails and frowned slightly. There's actually a doctor here? Then, Qingqing, why don't you go see the doctor first? Do you have to wait until your eyes hurt before you want to visit a doctor? Apparently, Yin Qingqing was also taken aback by the question. Yes, why hadn't she gone to see the doctor first? Maybe, Mom said, doctors are very busy. Yin Qingqing wrinkled her brows, trying hard to recall what Lung Yin had once mentioned offhand. She could barely remember, but vaguely recalled hearing something like that. Just then, Su Shiqing and Lung Yin walked up together, each reaching out their hand toward their sister/daughter. And Ran, did you have fun playing with your buddy? Su Shiqing stepped forward and smoothed the stray hairs behind Ran's ears. What were you talking about with Qingqing just now? Seeing Su Shiqing, and Ran immediately grinned broadly, wrapping her arms around her sister's neck confidently saying, and Ran says big sister is the greatest. But Qingqing doesn't believe it. She thinks her mom is the best. At the same time, Yin Qingqing also pulled on Lung Yan's hand, shaking it back and forth while muttering competitively. Mommy, aren't you the best? Definitely better than Ran. Don't be silly. Lung Yan lowered her gaze, her look faintly passing over her daughter with a hint of warning. Yin Qingqing fell silent immediately, her movements stiffened, unsure whether to release her grip on Lung Yin or not. And Ran held onto her sister's neck, unaware of what happened behind her. However, Su Shiqing observed every single movement between mother and daughter. Lung Yan's attitude was somewhat odd. Suspicious point +1. Su Shiqing silently noted this down. Meanwhile, Ning Xinyan strolled alone through Ning and base, his eyes casually sweeping over everyone he passed. Frankly speaking, this base was indeed much more prosperous and stable compared to Chongping base. Every person walking on the streets appeared to be occupied with some tasks of their own. Though not overly well fed, at least there was no sight of skeletal figures from famine. Unconsciously, Ning Xinyan arrived at the entrance of the commission center where Lung Yin had previously mentioned. This seemed to be one of the liveliest spots in the base, with people continuously going in and out. Those entering held pieces of paper in their hands, whereas those exiting carried various supplies. Ning Xinyan also noticed that the trading area of this base was gathered right around this place too. Along the road leading to the commission center, you could spot individuals setting up tiny stalls, seemingly preparing for transactions. Silently making a mental note of this fact, Ning Xinyan thought he could mention this to Su Shiqing upon returning. He hadn't forgotten Su Shiqing's previous occupation. If the other party wasn't in a hurry to leave Ning and base, they probably intended to conduct business. Thinking about Su Shiqing's money-loving tendencies, Ning Xinyan couldn't help but curve his lips slightly at the entrance of the commission center, revealing a hint of amusement. But soon, Ning Xinyan's expression turned cold in an instant. Without turning around, he could feel a pair of eyes fixed on him from some distance behind. The noises around him were somewhat chaotic, filled with people rushing to exchange items at the commission center. Yet, Ning Xinyan stood quietly among them, his face cold, slowly turning to lock gazes with someone behind him. Somewhere along the way, an individual cloaked entirely in black from head to toe had silently positioned themselves only 3 to 4 meters away from Ning Xinyan. As he looked at the black cloak in front of him, Ning Xinyan slightly narrowed his eyes and almost instantly associated the figure with the black-cloaked person Su Shiqing had mentioned. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Ning Xinyan hadn't expected to encounter this person so directly on this trip, especially considering that it seemed as though this black-cloaked individual had deliberately come looking for him. Thinking about this, Ning Xinyan's eyes took on a note of caution. Neither of them spoke first or made any move. They just stood still, gazing at each other from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. To be more precise, Ning Xinyan was unilaterally looking at the other party since the black-cloaked man's eyes were entirely obscured by his conical hat. There was no way to tell if he could even see. Yet, despite the tension, no one around seemed to notice anything unusual. After a long while, Ning Xinyan heard the raspy, faint laugh of the other person. Are you Ning Xinyan? The slight movement of Ning Xinyan's brows signaled his narrowing gaze. He knows me? In the next second, the black-cloaked man abruptly stepped forward, instantly closing the distance between them. The pungent smell invaded Ning Xinyan's nostrils in an instant, causing his breathing to catch and his pupils to contract. The black-cloaked man was very close now, so close that Ning Xinyan could make out the stitching on the cloak. Leave here, came the hoarse, dry voice of the man, with an undertone of authority like a warning. Take your people and leave this place. Perhaps due to spending too much time with Su Shiqing, Ning Xinyan had become more sensitive to emotions. He immediately picked up on the hint of hesitation in the black-cloaked man's tone, as though he was fearful of something. Before Ning Xinyan could ask his question, the black-cloaked man took a few steps back, creating distance between them again, as if nothing had happened, and turned to leave. Ning Xinyan immediately frowned deeply. Wait. The black-cloaked man didn't turn around, only leaving behind a final warning. If you're not gone in 7 days, don't blame me for not warning you. Chapter 154, almost exploded. For some unknown reason, the number of residents coming and going on the road suddenly surged. The crowd was bustling, and the black cloak quickly disappeared among them. Ning Xinyan couldn't catch up with the other person. However, the words left by the black-cloaked figure caught Ning Xinyan's attention. The other person seemed to be urging him to leave as something would happen after 7 days, not wanting Ning Xinyan and his companions involved. But, why did the black-cloaked figure do this? He knows me. Ning Xinyan muttered standing in place, his brows furrowed as he attempted to search his memory for a similar face, but found nothing. He couldn't judge whether the black-cloaked figure was friend or foe. Ning Xinyan never imagined that the mysterious black-cloaked person Su Shiqing mentioned would actively seek him out and even give a warning. However, given the completely unknown identity of the black-cloaked person, the truthfulness of their words remained to be seen. Yet the 7-day deadline mentioned by the black-cloaked figure hung over Ning Xinyan's head like a sharp sword. Moments later, many conjectures flashed through Ning Sinian's mind as he stood there. He looked back at the commission center not far behind him. Despite the end of the world, life seemed relatively pleasant here for its residents. Still, it was unclear what kind of shadow this peaceful life was built upon. With developments happening, Ning Sinian didn't intend to continue observing around the base. He decided to return and tell Su Shiqing about the black-cloaked figure first, then discuss the next step of the plan. As evening approached, and since the house beside Long Yan's family was vacant, Su Shiqing brought Anren over to stay for a few days. Anren sat on a chair with her bottle of milk, swinging her 2 legs happily without a care in the world. She watched her sister take out new blankets and pillows from her space pocket and set up the room simply. The arrangement was identical to Long Yan's house next door, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Naturally, Anren shared a room with Su Shiqing, while Ning Sinian lived alone in another room. These days were getting colder, especially at night when the chill crept up from underfoot to the top of one's head. Proper warmth precautions had to be taken. Moreover, Ning'an base wasn't like Chongping base, which had an improved power supply system. Once the night fell, there were almost no lights lit throughout the base. Only torches and candles could provide illumination. This made movement somewhat inconvenient. Su Shiqing took out a flashlight from the space pocket and placed it on the central table. She glanced at the dimming sky outside the window, watching the sun slowly dip down the mountainside, casting a bloody red afterglow across the land. Yet Ning Sinian still hadn't returned. Su Shiqing, supporting her chin, looked at Anren who was happily drinking milk and swinging her little feet. She slapped the desk and stood up. Anren, what do you want to eat tonight? Sister will make it. Having seen Ning Sinian cook several times, Su Shiqing started feeling oddly confident about her own culinary skills, believing she was capable again. After eating hot meals for several days, returning to raw bread and biscuits indeed felt off. Plus, Anren was growing and needed sufficient nutrition. So, Su Shiqing decided to try cooking herself. First, you just do this, then that. Feels like it shouldn't be too hard. Upon hearing this, Anren couldn't help but put down her milk bottle, blinked her big eyes. Sister wants to cook? Anren doesn't have any preference. Whatever sister cooks, Anren will eat. She paused for a moment, lowering her head as her 2 hands played nervously in front of her. Does sister know how to cook? Her voice was soft, making the little girl look slightly timid. Cooking a few dishes? Simple. Su Shiqing rubbed her palms together, arranged various utensils in the empty room, and tied the pink apron around her waist. Anren, wait patiently. Dinner is coming soon. All right. Anren obediently fetched a small stool, sat nearby, while continuing to drink her milk, watching her sister start to work busily. And then, right before her eyes, a flame over a meter tall suddenly erupted from the wok, where green vegetables were being stir-fried. Plop. Anren dropped her milk bottle to the ground, staring wide-eyed at the flames higher than herself, unsure of what to say. Nearby, Su Shiqing coughed from the smoke and consoled repeatedly. Don't worry, it's nothing, Anren. It was an accident. Sister will put out the fire right away. Su Shiqing picked up the lid next to her and pressed it down on the pot. The fire went out, but the next second, the entire pot exploded. Bad. At the very instant she sensed something wrong, Su Shiqing's expression turned solemn. She immediately raised the entire pot into her space. The heated pot on the brink of explosion, once inside the space, froze in time, remaining stationary in a solidified state within the space. Su Shiqing had somehow managed to fill the room with smoke, even though she'd put away the pot. The choking fumes still caused her to cough several times. Hack. Su Shiqing waved her hand to clear the smoke in front of her face as she addressed Anren standing not too far away. Anren, hack. Go outside for a while, and hack, sister will call you back in when it's better. Anren picked up the milk bottle from the ground and sighed with deep concern before decisively running over to Su Shiqing. She shook her sister's hand earnestly. Sister, today, I want mango-flavored bread with cream filling. Would eating bread be good? Anren worried that if her sister kept going like this, the house might get blown apart. Between letting herself be hungry and ensuring her sister didn't cause more trouble, Anren resolutely chose the latter and silently noted to herself. Absolutely cannot let sister cook again next time. But clearly, Su Shiqing wasn't willing to hear this. Anren, trust me, just now was an accident. If I do it again, it surely won't turn out like this. At these words, Anren's entire body quivered, and she immediately clung tightly to her sister's hand. Sister, I'm not hungry really. Anren trusts me. It definitely won't happen again. Anren really isn't hungry. The smoke in the room hadn't dissipated yet as the 2 sisters were locked in their debate. At that moment, the door suddenly creaked open. Ning Sinian appeared in the doorway, stepping inside as he said, I'm back. There's something I wanted to hack. What is going on here? Unaware of the chaos inside, Ning Sinian was caught off guard by a breath of smoke, which made him choke violently. He quickly covered his nose and mouth with his hand, while looking in astonishment at the situation before him. Inside the room, sparse furnishings could be seen in the living area, but now it was filled with swirling smoke. A cleaver and spatula lay scattered across the floor as if they'd just endured some fierce battle. Su Shiqing's high ponytail looked slightly disheveled. Her usually clean and refined face was smudged with black and gray streaks from the cooking fiasco. Her eyes reddened slightly due to the persistent coughing. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Shiqing began untying her apron as she turned around. Her eyes, still slightly red, sparkled faintly with a trace of moisture. It was rarely that Ning Sinian saw her so disheveled, causing him to stand momentarily frozen in place, pupils flickering as he swallowed subconsciously. For once, he was speechless. Meanwhile, upon seeing Ning Sinian return, Anrin was instantly like a drowning person grasping a life-saving buoy. She rushed towards him and cried out wildly, "Big brother Ning, save me." Sister tried to make a bomb. Chapter 155, Clouds of Suspicion. Su Shiqing stomped her feet at the back, laughing with irritation. Anrin, what nonsense? Where is your sister making bombs? Anrin saw it just now. The flames shot up so high. It was almost an explosion. Ning Sinin didn't understand what the two sisters were talking about. When Anrin lunged towards him, he instinctively reached out to catch her. He wasn't wearing gloves, and Anrin came into direct contact with him. But Ning Sinin had no solution in mind. His attention was completely on Su Shiqing. What are you two doing? After a long pause, Ning Sinin finally regained his voice, forgetting everything he'd originally intended to say. The walls of the house were blackened from smoke, making it hard to imagine that all this had happened in less than half a day since he left. Su Shiqing nervously touched her nose. It's getting dark, and I thought I'd make something for Anrin to eat. Maybe because she'd seen Ning Sinin cook so effortlessly, it made Su Shiqing feel confident enough to try herself. But reality proved that she was still the kitchen killer. Looking at the smoky, disheveled house, Ning Sinin was silent for a moment, unsure of what to say. If Su Shiqing hadn't said anything, he would have never connected the scene before him with cooking. After placing Anrin on a chair nearby, Ning Sinin walked over to Su Shiqing and gave a helpless smile. It's fine. Everyone has things they're not good at. Next time, I'll handle the cooking. As he spoke, his tone paused slightly as he looked at Su Shiqing's puffed cheeks that betrayed her bufu-cheap unwillingness to give up. His eyes softened. Taking out a handkerchief from his bag, Ning Sinin reached out to wipe the dirt off Su Shiqing's face and added patiently, "Of course, if you really want to, I can teach you." As their hands moved closer, the distance between them unconsciously shortened. Su Shiqing, lifting her gaze, could clearly see each of Ning Sinin's eyelashes, long, fluttering gently. Ning Sinin's expression was focused, and his deep eyes reflected Su Shiqing's image, as though he only had her on his mind. It was easy to let one's thoughts wander. Su Shiqing's eyes widened slightly, and her breathing involuntarily paused. She felt somewhat uneasy about such closeness. "Here, the handkerchief is clean. You can use it." Ning Sinin noticed her stiffness, his gaze deepening slightly as he handed the handkerchief to Su Shiqing. Anrin, sitting aside, watched as the distance between her brother and sister closed. Blinking, she wondered, why are her sister's ears red? Holding the handkerchief, Su Shiqing wiped her face, smelling the faint aroma of pine wood emanating from it. "How come you came back so late?" Su Shiqing stepped back a few steps, creating some distance between them, her tone calm. At the reminder, Ning Sinin's indulgent eyes instantly grew darker. He crouched down and began tidying up the messy kitchenware on the floor while saying, "I encountered that person in black you mentioned." Su Shiqing immediately became serious. "You've met? When? How did it happen?" Crouching halfway, Ning Sinin's voice sounded slightly puzzled. "It seems like that person came to find me voluntarily. He seems to know me." This statement completely exceeded Su Shiqing's expectations, causing her to momentarily freeze. "No, Ning Sinin? How does he know him?" "He told us to leave here." Ning Sinin summarized his earlier encounter briefly to Su Shiqing. "I don't know whether what he said is true or false, but he said, if we don't leave by the 7th day, don't blame me for not warning you." Even the exact date was mentioned. Su Shiqing also didn't know what the man in black intended. If his intentions weren't pure, why would he bother warning Ning Sinin unnecessarily? But if his intentions were benevolent? Su Shiqing couldn't easily come to a decision regarding the identity of this mysterious stranger. All she could feel was that the base of Ning and seemed to be hiding more and more suspicious points, and this feeling was very unsettling. After cleaning up the things on the ground, Ning Sinin stood up and walked over to Anrin, ruffling the little girl's head. "Are you hungry, Anrin? What do you want to eat tonight?" Su Shiqing hadn't told the young girl about the man in black, so Anrin naturally didn't understand what the two were discussing but obediently refrained from interrupting, despite her growling stomach. When Ning Sinin asked her, Anrin rubbed her belly. Anrin will eat anything. In these past few days, Ning Sinin's cooking had firmly captured the little girl's stomach. It felt like no matter what ingredients went into his hands, they turned into delicious dishes. Lifting his eyes to Su Shiqing, Ning Sinin asked, "Do we have any extra kitchenware? Let me prepare dinner." There were naturally materials available. As Su Shiqing took ingredients and kitchenware out of her spatial storage, she knitted her brows slightly, as if still pondering over the matter concerning the person in black. They currently had no way of knowing whether the 7-day deadline the person mentioned was real or fake, nor what would happen by then. Su Shiqing hesitated, uncertain about their next course of action. Of course, regardless of how events unfolded, Su Shiqing didn't wish to put Anrin at risk. If the man in black spoke the truth, then she would have to consider whether they should leave Ning and base altogether. And it was also possible that the man in black was specifically targeting the three of them, deliberately hoping for their departure from the base. Although the probability was low, Su Shiqing still considered this possibility carefully. After much deliberation, Su Shiqing ultimately decided to consult with the head of Ning and base, Zhuang Minglu. So far, Zhuang Minglu was the only person seemingly connected to the person in black. If something indeed occurred after 7 days, Zhuang Minglu was the one most likely to know. Su Shiqing planned to visit him again tomorrow. She couldn't ask directly, but could try subtly hinting around to see if she could extract some information and thereby decide whether to stay or leave. Anyway, the man in black had stated that there were still 7 days left, so there was no urgency to make a decision right away. While Su Shiqing was deep in thought, neither Anrin nor Ning Sinin disturbed her rashly. The former sat quietly with her plush toy while the latter prepared dinner. It wasn't until the aroma of food filled the house that Su Shiqing seemed to suddenly awaken from her thoughts. Looking down, she saw Ning Sinin already handing her the chopsticks and bowl. Don't think too much. It'll give you a headache. Ning Sinin's voice carried an inexplicable calmness, offering comfort. If you really can't stop worrying, we can leave anytime. He was confident he could bring both Su Shiqing and Anran out safely. This confidence stemmed not from his fourth-stage psychic abilities, but from a trump card Ning Sinin had never revealed before. Chapter 156, Crazy. Watching Su Shiqing furrow her brow with a look full of concerns, Ning Sinin almost wanted to reach out and smooth the creases between her eyebrows. He cared about Su Shiqing's health, worried that too much thought would exhaust her, so he forcibly pulled her thoughts back. Serving a bowl of soup, Ning Sinin handed it to Su Shiqing and softly said, "Does it taste good?" Su Shiqing slapped her face and perked up, taking the bowl from Ning Sinin. "How could your cooking not be delicious?" Beside them, Anran had already started eating eagerly. Hearing this, she indistinctly expressed her agreement while still chewing. "Delicious, very delicious." "Slow down," Su Shiqing reminded with a helpless smile. "Be careful not to choke yourself," Anran. Before the apocalypse outbreak, Ning Sinin's culinary skills mostly only hastily solved his own 3 meals a day. Few people have tasted them, let alone praised them so bluntly. His earlobes couldn't help but turn slightly red. He coughed into his hand twice before opening his lips and saying, "If you like it, that's all I care about." Under the light, Ning Sinin's eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at Su Shiqing. Recalling something, he added, "If you want to learn how to cook, I can teach you next time." Of course, if she didn't want to, he wouldn't mind continuing to cook for her. Ning Sinin didn't care as long as Su Shiqing was happy. Being able to cook well truly earned many points in Su Shiqing's heart, wasn't it? Eating delicacies made her mood unknowingly better. Biting her chopstick lightly, Su Shiqing instructed towards Ning Sinin nearby. "I plan to talk with Zhuang Minglu tomorrow. It will be troublesome asking you to look after Anran once more." Su Shiqing has been increasingly confident in Ning Sinin looking after Anran, leaving her without any worries. But hearing this, Ning Sinin's movements momentarily paused. He didn't say anything, just slightly narrowing his eyes as he waited for Su Shiqing's continuation. "I'll try to gather any useful information." Su Shiqing stared at her bowl and slowly spoke. "If we can't figure out what's going on, we should leave here for safety. Compared to money, life is naturally more important, and Su Shiqing was clear on this point. Leave? Without Ning Sinin's response, it was Anran who first lifted her head, her face showing a bit of unease. "Sister, are we leaving so soon?" She seemed instantly troubled, poking around her bowl with her small spoon. "Sister, is there danger here? If we go, then what about Qingqing and Aunt Long?" Back before the apocalypse erupted, because Anran and Yin Qingqing got along well and Lung Yin took good care of her, it left Anran somewhat reluctant to part ways. Having reunited with her young friends for less than a day, they're leaving so quickly? Seeing Anran's reluctant expression softened Su Shiqing's heart, sighing lightly. She wasn't a particularly kind-hearted person. Actually, Su Shiqing didn't have excessive feelings for Qingqing and the others, but Anran liked them. And seeing how Lung Yin treated Anran with genuine care, treating her better than her own daughter even. Although Su Shiqing found it somewhat strange, it was indeed true that thus far, the other side hadn't shown any ill intentions towards Anran. "Once things are confirmed, I will find an opportunity to warn them." Su Shiqing patted the little girl's head comfortingly. However, whether or not the other side believed it was another matter. "Okay," Anran gave a soft reply and continued to obediently eat dinner. Ning Sinin unfolded the map beside him, his fingers slowly rubbing over it, his gaze slightly deepening, as if recalling something. He was reminiscing whether there were any other large bases convenient to stop it on the way to the Nian base. Although Ning Sinin didn't quite understand why Su Shiqing was so interested in trading supplies, if that was what the other party wanted, he would try to change routes to satisfy it. Even if the current Ningen base cannot allow Su Shiqing to extort a sum, there are other bases. Deep into the night, apart from the faint lights of some lanterns, the Ningen base had no further illumination. Almost no one went outside at night. Only a few patrols remained within the base to prevent surprise attacks by zombies during the quiet darkness. The figure cloaked in black quietly stood on top of the fence surrounding the base, looking down at the houses below, making their expressions unreadable. The setup is complete. The plan can start at any moment. The dark figure held a uniquely shaped communication tool, his voice raspy, seemingly speaking to someone else on the other end. After the zombie virus broke out, the network was completely paralyzed, and mobile phones, computers, and a series of communication devices became entirely unusable. But the long rod-like device in the black-clad figure's hands, adorned with a crystalline core at its top, was able to make long-distance calls. Also, that Ning Sinin you mentioned before is also in the base now. The black-clad figure's raspy voice was hard to decipher. "I've already warned him to leave soon. If he doesn't, don't blame me for taking action against him." The person on the other end of the communication device seemed to say something, and the black-clad figure let out a light hum. "I don't know anyone named Ning Sinin. If he dares to hinder my plan, even if you step in, I won't show mercy." Looking down at the base below his feet, he spread his arms as if wanting to embrace the darkness. "Using an entire base of people as experimental subjects, do you think the results will satisfy me?" The wind blew his cloak, revealing a corner of it, and exposing the horrifying face beneath. Although he wasn't a zombie, the black-clad figure had a face that looked almost rotting, inflamed and filled with pus, emitting a faint stench. Only his eyes were intact, but they were wild, unrestrained, and carried an ambition so blatant it sent chills down one's spine. Only the black-clad figure himself knew that his nearly unrecognizable face was self-inflicted. Countless experiments conducted on his own body led to skin and flesh that couldn't heal properly, leaving behind these many festering scars. These scars caused pain constantly, but the black-clad figure paid no attention to it. He walked alone on the wall surrounding the base, unnoticed by anyone, his black cloak fluttering with the wind, blending seamlessly into the night. Like a madman. Chapter 157, A Busy Lung Yen. The first person to visit early in the morning was Yin Qingqing. As soon as it got light, she came over to play with and ran. She arrived just as Su Shiqing and others were preparing breakfast. Seeing Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan, Yin Qingqing shyly smiled and waved to greet them. Good morning, Sister Su, Brother Ning. Ning Sinan was busy steaming buns, and after seeing Yin Qingqing, Su Shiqing put down the milk powder can in her hands and walked over. Good morning, Qingqing. Are you here to see and Ran? Taking a glance at the closed door inside the room, Su Shiqing shook her head, and Ran is still sleeping. Would you mind waiting a little while, Qingqing? Yes, Sister Su. Yin Qingqing obediently nodded and sat quietly in the corner. Living with Lung Yin, Yin Qingqing was visibly thriving. Although only a few days had passed, she no longer looked as sensitive and disheveled as when they first met. Her hair, which hadn't grown back much after being cut short, showed signs of careful trimming, giving her an added touch of vitality. Yin Qingqing sat quietly on the chair, occasionally covering her mouth to cough a couple of times. It seemed she had caught a cold yesterday due to neglecting herself, but it wasn't serious. Su Shiqing glanced at the baby bottle in her hand, and then at the buns Ning Sinan was about to steam, asking Yin Qingqing. Qingqing, did you come so early? Have you had breakfast yet? Yin Qingqing touched her belly, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Yes, I've eaten. The next second, her stomach betrayed her with a loud rumble that not only Su Shiqing heard, but also made Ning Sinan pause mid-motion. Thinking of Lung Yen, Ning Sinan's gaze slightly darkened, casually asking, Didn't your mother prepare breakfast for you? Waving her hands hurriedly, Yin Qingqing explained, My mom went out early this morning. She seems to have something important to do. Su Shiqing took out 2 more frozen buns from her storage space and handed them to Ning Sinan to steam together, then said helplessly to Yin Qingqing, Breakfast is no big deal. You're and Rand's good friend. Why don't you have breakfast with us today? Yin Qingqing appeared somewhat tense and unsure whether she should accept or not. She understood better than anyone how precious food was in this world after the apocalypse. Even her mother only ate 2 meals a day to save. But Yin Qingqing was really hungry, and the white, fluffy steamed buns in Su Shiqing's hands looked incredibly tempting, almost making her smell the aroma now. Just as Yin Qingqing was conflicted, and Ran sleepily rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room barefoot. Qingqing, why are you here? And Ran, holding onto a plush toy, suddenly became alert upon seeing Yin Qingqing halfway through her walk. Little ancestor, put on your shoes. Su Shiqing immediately noticed and ran running out barefoot, frowned instantly, and carried her sister. The weather was getting colder bit by bit, and even indoors could feel a chill now. Still, and Ran woke up without shoes, wearing only her pajamas, risking catching a cold. She didn't care, but Su Shiqing worried endlessly. Hee, and Ran forgot, and Ran giggled, hugging Su Shiqing's neck for a kiss, cooing, and Ran dreamed about sister last night and missed you, so she forgot to wear shoes. You know how to talk all right. Su Shiqing flicked the girl's nose lightly, sighed softly, placed her on a nearby chair, and took new shoes and an outerwear from her space pocket, dressing and Ran warmly. Looking at the intimate interaction between Ran and Su Shiqing, Yin Qingqing sitting beside them revealed a trace of envy in her eyes, recalling something and silently caressing her arm. Once the buns were done, Ning Sinan leisurely removed his gold-rimmed glasses from his nose. While putting them away in his backpack, he quietly observed Yin Qingqing's expression. A flash of deep thought passed through his dark eyes as Ning Sinan shifted his gaze, seemingly lost in thought, before turning his head to grab the milk powder can on the table. Realizing Sister Su wasn't upset with her, and Ran immediately turned to Yin Qingqing and waved a small hand. Qingqing, how come you came so early? Did you eat breakfast already, Qingqing? Let's eat together. With clothes and shoes properly worn, and Ran enthusiastically called her little friend over while curiosity tinged her tone. Qingqing, where's your mom? Didn't she come with you? My mom has to work. Yin Qingqing replied seriously but with a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She said there's a lot going on at the base recently, so she may not have time to accompany me. Oh, hearing this, Su Shiqing arched an eyebrow. Does Qingqing know what mom is busy with? This time, however, Yin Qingqing quickly shook her head. I don't know. Mom said kids shouldn't meddle with adults' affairs. As she spoke, she couldn't help but coughed a couple of times and sniffed. Qingqing, do you have a cold? And Ran blinked and asked worriedly. After rummaging through her storage space, Su Shiqing took out 2 masks and handed them to the little girls. The weather is getting colder now. The change in temperature can easily cause a cold. Be more careful. Okay. Both little girls responded in unison, then glanced at each other and burst into laughter. Seeing this, Su Shiqing chuckled and shook her head before turning around to help Ning Sinan prepare breakfast. With limited conditions, the breakfast was pretty simple. They steamed some buns, prepared a few cups of milk, which would be distributed among everyone later. This was considered a very nice breakfast in the post-apocalyptic world. Su Shiqing walked over to Ning Sinan, who had already started boiling water. Although they didn't have fire, Su Shiqing's space held everything they needed, including an electric kettle. With Ning Sinan's ability slightly controlled, they could use it smoothly. Electricity was truly one of humanity's greatest inventions. When Ning Sinan saw Su Shiqing approaching, he didn't stop his action but lowered his voice and asked, "Do you think Lin Yan would go do what?" As a third-stage ability user, Lin Yan's strength ranked highly within the base. If even she was too busy to take care of her own daughter, something significant must have happened. Su Shiqing gently shook her head. Naturally, she didn't know either. Regardless, I'll visit Zhuang Minglu today as planned and then decide whether we should leave here or not. Su Shiqing intended to follow yesterday's plan. She reminded Ning Sinan, "Be careful while you're with Ran. Don't worry, I know how important Ran is to you." Ning Sinan smiled helplessly, turned his head, and gazed intently at Su Shiqing's face before speaking softly. "Even if something happens to me, your sister won't be affected." Chapter 158, Nauseating. The moment Ning Sinan finished speaking, the next second Su Shiqing slapped the back of his head, producing a slap sound, stunning him instantly. "TSK, TSK, TSK. What do you mean about being fine or not? There's no such thing as cursing yourself like that." Su Shiqing scowled and frowned at Ning Sinan. "Neither of you two should have any issues. Really, why couldn't one say something positive? Who talks nonsense like if I'm sick then you're not? Establishing baseless predictions for no reason." Having been slapped, Ning Sinan first looked bewildered, then subconsciously rubbed his own nape. The next second, he actually burst out in laughter, revealing an uncommon smile that lingered on. Su Shiqing suspiciously stared at Ning Sinan, who had suddenly laughed, somewhat doubting whether the slap just now had made him dumb, eerily unsettling. During this time, breakfast was soon prepared. When the steaming buns were placed on the table, the two little girls involuntarily turned their eyes towards it, sniffing their noses, completely captivated by the aroma of flour food floating in the air. Big Buns, and Ran, due to her insufficient height, could only stand on tiptoes and lean over the table looking at them with bright shiny eyes, nearly drooling. "Sister, are these meat buns? Are you so fond of eating meat?" Su Shiqing chuckled, lightly tapping the little girl's nose. "Be careful not to get too fat that you can't slim down again." "Humph." And Ran pouted with longing only for the meat buns. "And Ran is not fat, and Ran is slim. I should eat more meat to nourish." Pulling the chair closer, after seating the two little girls and settling them well, Su Shiqing handed them each a big meat bun with chopsticks. "Here, take it, a meat bun each and a glass of milk." It seemed like a small amount, but it was sufficient. For the two kids, it was enough entirely. The buns were almost larger than the sum of both their fists, thin skin with much filling. With a slight pinch, one could expose the stuffing inside, emitting an irresistible fragrance. Witnessing this scene, and Ran couldn't wait to take a bite, whereas beside her Yin Qingqing, upon catching the scent, started turning paler. Neither Su Shiqing nor Ran noticed, but Ning Sinan was the first to sense something amiss, furrowing his brows slightly while looking over. Ugh. The next moment revealed Yin Qingqing firmly covering her mouth, letting out a sound of dry heaving, looking unwell. In that instant, even Ran halted her actions, stunned as she turned to look. Sorry. Yin Qingqing struggled to swallow, covering her mouth and nose, appearing as if nauseous and in great discomfort, vaguely apologizing. I might feel a bit unwell." Before her words had even finished, she jumped down from her chair with urgency, leaving the dining table, running to the doorway, and sticking her head out, gasping loudly, leaving all three people indoors puzzled. Su Shiqing hesitated, glancing at the delicious-looking large meat bun in her hand, wondering how something so appetizing could cause such nausea. Ning Sinan quickly followed up holding a glass of milk, crouching down next to Yin Qingqing at the door, signaling her to drink some. Let the milk soothe her. Yin Qingqing's face turned pale, her entire person seemingly growing frail, drinking small sips from the milk given, still unable to fully recover. "Do you still feel unwell?" Ning Sinan quietly watched Yin Qingqing, focusing on her slightly red-tinged eyes, his gaze gradually darkening. "I'm better already." Yin Qingqing held the glass, slightly uneasy. "Sorry. I don't know why, but the smell of the meat in the buns makes me so nauseous." Despite Ran's brother and sister kindly inviting her for breakfast, Yin Qingqing had upset their appetite, causing her to feel somewhat unsettled. "It's okay." Su Shiqing put down her bun and milk, walking over and gently patting the young girl's shoulder, softly consoling her. Even though her stomach growled, Ran cared not for the breakfast, jumping off the chair and running tap 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 to Yin Qingqing's side, grabbing her friend's hand. "Qingqing is all right. You feel bad. It's okay. How could it ruin anyone's appetite?" And Ning Sinan seemed more concerned about the physical condition of the little girl, observing her expressions inconspicuously, tightening his eyebrows slowly, while Ran continued caring. "Qingqing, do you still feel uncomfortable? I have special abilities to help you. Touch and the discomfort will be gone." Yin Qingqing gazed at the partner concerned for her, warmth flowing through her heart, pursed her lips, and shook her head lightly. "It's okay, Anran. You don't need to worry." Though there was still a bit of discomfort in her stomach, as long as she didn't catch the smell of that meat, Yin Qingqing felt she wasn't dealing with anything major, thus not wanting to bother her buddy with using her special powers. "Has anything like this happened before?" Ning Sinan asked calmly, quietly gazing at Yin Qingqing's bloodshot eyes. His expression was as indifferent as usual, but it carried a strange gravity. "I don't think so." Feeling uneasy under Ning Sinan's stare, Yin Qingqing tried to recall, but she couldn't remember if she'd ever had such reactions in the past. Before arriving at Ningen Base, Yin Qingqing had always been with her father, eating meat from mutated animals every day. These meats looked far worse than meat buns, yet they never made her feel nauseous. "Brother Ning, Is there something wrong with my body? Concerned by Ning Sinan's demeanor, and Rand became slightly worried. Ning Sinan remained silent for a moment, pressed his lips together, then finally shook his head lightly. Nothing's wrong, don't overthink it. It might just be that you're not used to the change in diet. Hearing this, and Rand instantly cheered up and hurriedly ran back to her room to find her small shoulder bag. Don't worry, Ching Ching. I have lots of snacks in my bag. If you don't want to eat buns, let's eat snacks instead, okay? And Rand urged Yin Ching Ching to hurry into the room. Once both little girls had gone inside, Su Shiqing turned to Ning Sinan, her expression serious. So, do you know what's going on? Su Shiqing asked. If my guess is correct, it should be the influence brought about by the zombie virus. Ning Sinan stroked his chin, intently focusing on the half-open door of the room. His voice was very soft. You can tell by looking at her eyes. A child's constitution is still too weak, and relying solely on the body will not completely clear out the virus inside in a short period of time. Zombies love tearing into flesh and blood, whereas normal people obviously wouldn't behave this way. The contradiction between these two attitudes has made her very sensitive, even repulsed by the smell of meat. At this point, Ning Sinan paused his speech briefly, and his tone grew colder. I wonder why her mother, Lung Yin, shows no concern whatsoever regarding this matter. Chapter 159, Tao Xin. Su Shiqing paused for a moment, then asked softly, is there a way to handle it? The other person was currently the only good friend of Ran in this apocalypse world. If Yin Qingqing encountered any issues, Ran would likely be very upset. Therefore, within her capabilities, Su Shiqing didn't want Yin Qingqing to face any danger. From what I can see, her life shouldn't be in danger at the moment. Let me think about it. Ning Sinan shook his head while thinking out loud. The morning's plans were slightly disrupted, but Yin Qingqing quickly recovered, and Ran came out to eat breakfast. The two little ones were playing inside the house. Su Shiqing prepared to visit Zhuang Minglu. She hadn't finished discussing some matters from yesterday when they were interrupted by the sudden appearance of the black-clothed figures. From any angle, she had reason to return again. However, Su Shiqing didn't expect that before she could set out, someone had already come to her door. Luo Shu, who had led them all the way to the base leader the previous day, stood at the entrance and greeted everyone with a smile. Miss Su, the base leader wishes to see you. His attitude was respectful, as if he had been specifically instructed. Su Shiqing stood at the doorway, one hand on the doorknob, and raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Zhuang Minglu's initiative to seek her out was intriguing. Coinciding perfectly with her original plan, Su Shiqing did not decline. She brushed off imaginary dust from her clothes, turned back, and said to Ning Sinan inside the house, I'm stepping out first. Ran is in your care. Ning Sinan stood with crossed arms leaning against the wall. His gaze passed over Su Shiqing and landed coldly on Luo Shu. When Su Shiqing reminded him, Ning Sinan's expression softened slightly, and he nodded gently. All right. We'll wait for you to return. Not long after Su Shiqing left, the door was opened again without a knock. Ran and Yin Qingqing were playing inside the room when Ning Sinan furrowed his brows upon hearing the sound, and he got up to answer the door. There stood Ling Yin, whose busy schedule Yin Qingqing often mentioned. She glanced into the room with shadowy eyes. She appeared somewhat disheveled, and perhaps it was an illusion, but a faint, unpleasant odor seemed to emanate from her. It's you, Ning Sinan frowned, observing her rather grim expression, his heart inexplicably thumping. Then Ling Yin suddenly smiled, staring intently at Ning Sinan. Her voice pressed so low it almost seemed squeezed out from her throat. If you care about Ran's safety, leave here now. Miss Su, please sit down. It was the same house as yesterday, similarly modestly decorated, except now there was an extra chair where Miss Su could take a seat. Zhuang Minglu still dressed cleanly and neatly, yet fatigue showed subtly through her features, as if troubled by something. She gestured for Su Shiqing to sit down, and soon an awkward silence filled the room. Neither made any attempt to speak. Su Shiqing naturally wouldn't be the first to break the silence. After all, it was Zhuang Minglu who sent someone to invite her here personally. There must be a matter to discuss. Until she understood the full situation, Su Shiqing chose to remain silent, waiting for Zhuang Minglu to speak first. Soon, Zhuang Minglu broke the silence with a sigh of helplessness. I recall yesterday, Miss Su seemed to want to talk to me about supplies. Can you elaborate further? Su Shiqing supported her chin with one hand, her eyelids lowered slightly, and spoke calmly. Supplies? I certainly have them. But it seems your base doesn't lack much in terms of supplies. Able to sustain an entire base, surely your base leader has unique methods. Without rushing to reveal her intention to conduct trade with the base, Su Shiqing wanted to probe if anything could be coaxed out of the other side. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Minglu fell silent. It seemed she realized that Su Shiqing had noticed something, yet Zhuang Minglu hesitated, remaining mute. Supplies are, of course, the more the better. After a while, Zhuang Minglu laughed lightly and deflected the topic easily. So, does Miss Su wish to conduct a trade with our base? Seeing the other party unwilling to divulge information, Su Shiqing's gaze grew colder. Before understanding the 7-day deadline mentioned by the black man, Su Shiqing could not remain complacent about staying in Ning'an base, let alone consider conducting a trade deal. How could money ever be more important than life? I had such intentions previously, but now, Su Shiqing stretched out her tone, slowly standing up. Now I've changed my mind. What? Zhuang Minglu's face revealed a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting such an answer. She hurriedly stood up, appearing a bit discomposed, looking at Su Shiqing who was about to turn and leave, and bit her lips. Wait, is there anything Miss Su finds unsatisfactory? To be honest, Su Shiqing already had one hand on the doorknob, slightly turning back, and spoke softly. When we arrived at the base yesterday, someone warned us that there would be danger for the base 7 days later, urging us to leave here quickly. Then she turned back and stared at Zhuang Minglu's expression of astonishment, opening her mouth slowly word by word. So, does the base leader know about this matter? While speaking, Su Shiqing kept her gaze on Zhuang Minglu's face, trying to capture the changes in the other party's expression. However, she soon realized that the other party seemed utterly unaware. 7 days later, the palms supporting Zhuang Minglu on the desk suddenly clenched into fists, her complexion changing repeatedly, becoming worse and worse. Who said it? Zhuang Minglu doesn't know about this? Su Shiqing's thoughts flickered, her brow creasing almost imperceptibly as she began reconsidering the situation. The black-clothed figure reminded Ning Sinan to leave promptly, but didn't mention even a word to her business partner, Zhuang Minglu. What could be the reason behind this? Could anyone be lying? Was it the black-clothed figure? Or was it the Zhuang Minglu standing right before her eyes? Miss Su, who exactly told you all these things? Can you tell me? Seeing Su Shiqing remain silent, Zhuang Minglu became somewhat anxious, biting her lips and initiating the inquiry herself. This is truly important to me. After contemplating for a while standing by the door, Su Shiqing came back and sat down on the chair again. I can tell you who it is. But likewise, you also need to answer me one question. Su Shiqing lightly tapped her fingertips on the desk surface, gesturing toward Zhuang Minglu. Where do your base's supplies come from? Zhuang Minglu took a deep breath sitting on the chair, seemingly making some sort of resolution, speaking heavily. It's Tao Xine, the hooded figure who suddenly intruded yesterday. I agreed to his condition, and he promised to provide sufficient supplies for the base in return. Chapter 160, as much as you want. Just as Su Shiqing had guessed, the source of supplies for Ning'an base indeed came from the hands of the mysterious man in black from that day. However, it seemed that Zhuang Minglu was reluctant to disclose what deal she had struck with the man in black. Given that someone was already providing supplies for the base, Zhuang Minglu's apparent fixation on Su Shiqing's supplies couldn't help but raise suspicions. Could it be that the other party was about to have a falling out with the man in black? Since Zhuang Minglu wasn't willing to reveal everything to Su Shiqing naturally couldn't let down her guard against her completely. Fingers lightly tapping on the table, Su Shiqing lifted her gaze and calmly looked at Zhuang Minglu. Word by word, she began, what if I said that the person who reminded us to leave is actually Base Commander Tao Xine, your partner? Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Minglu's face surprisingly didn't show any sign of shock as she murmured softly, it's him, all right. Lowering her eyes, she seemed to be pondering something, her brows furrowing more tightly, giving her a slightly troubled look. After a long pause, Zhuang Minglu finally lifted her head again, managing a weak smile at Su Shiqing. To be honest, Miss Su, the base currently appears to still be functioning normally, but our stockpile of supplies is already running low. As the weather gradually turns colder, the apocalyptic winter will only get harder to endure. Right now, there aren't even enough warm blankets in the base, let alone food and water. Who knows if we can even last through the month? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing arched an eyebrow. Is the black-clad person willing to provide supplies to the base? Why wouldn't they do this? Him, Zhuang Minglu replied, her tone cold. His demands are becoming increasingly excessive. There's no way I can continue to indulge him. This resulted in the base losing its stable supply of resources. While Zhuang Minglu wasn't sure how many supplies Su Shiqing had in hand, anyone willing to proactively suggest a trade with the base definitely wasn't short of supplies. And in another sense, regardless of the quantity, Zhuang Minglu was practically desperate to take whatever Su Shiqing offered. Otherwise, she really didn't know how the base could survive the coming winter. Of course, Zhuang Minglu wasn't foolish enough to believe that Su Shiqing alone could solve all their problems, but every bit would certainly help. Su Shiqing remained silent, absent-mindedly touching the area around her collarbone. Her dark, lively eyes held an indiscernible expression. Her intuition told her that Zhuang Minglu wasn't lying about the dire situation of Ning'an base. They were truly lacking supplies. This meant the time for extortion had arrived. With her legs crossed casually, Su Shiqing leaned back into her chair with grace and extended her hand toward Zhuang Minglu. I'll make a deal with the base concerning these supplies. But I have one condition. Zhuang Minglu nodded solemnly. Go ahead. I'll provide the base with supplies, Su Shiqing continued firmly. In return, you must exchange gold, jewelry, valuable items, as well as crystal cores. She raised 3 fingers, adding, and within 3 days, the goods must be in my hands. She wasn't entirely certain if the man in black's 7-day deadline was real or fabricated, but if Su Shiqing received her share beforehand, there'd be no risk involved. No problem, Zhuang Minglu agreed without hesitation. The base had been established for some time, so there was no shortage of stored crystal cores. When it came to gold and jewels, gathering them would also pose no challenge given the scale of the base. From what she knew of Su Shiqing, only she herself among the group possessed spatial abilities. How much could one person carry? Zhuang Minglu reckoned. Likely just a warehouse-sized amount, which she thought would be easily covered by her current stockpile of crystal cores. But as Zhuang Minglu agreed so quickly, Su Shiqing knitted her brows suspiciously. Hold on. Su Shiqing tapped on the desk. That quick decision. Are you sure? Swapping for supplies to sustain the livelihoods of so many people isn't a trivial matter. Can you gather everything within 3 days? Zhuang Minglu chuckled lightly. Certainly. After all, the base does have some reserves. Wait, what did you say? Realizing belatedly what had caught her ear, Zhuang Minglu's smile froze abruptly. Her face management faltered as she stared wide-eyed. stunned and incredulous. How many supplies are you talking about? Blinking innocently, Su Shiqing appeared somewhat puzzled. Supplies? You want as much as there is. I've come here to negotiate with the base commander, and of course, I have enough to support this base. She spoke as if it were a self-evident fact, while Zhuang Minglu was left utterly astonished. How could someone make such a claim so effortlessly? As much as you want. Such a rare statement, even Tao Xian from earlier hadn't dared to proclaim. Zhuang Minglu suddenly felt that she'd made a grave error, a colossal misjudgment. Who were these guests of honor when they were nothing less than saviors of their base? Her breathing gradually grew heavier, her chest heaving violently a couple of times. Zhuang Minglu stared seriously at Su Shiqing. You are not joking? Of course not. Su Shiqing spread her hands, appearing calm and confident as she emphasized. How much do you need? I have it all. Zhuang Minglu bit her lips slightly, her expression suddenly turning severe. Are you not afraid that I might have sinister thoughts and simply kill you for your goods? Hearing this statement, Su Shiqing wasn't frightened. Instead, she let out a soft laugh. If you could do it, then good luck to you, was her casual reply, but the words revealed Su Shiqing's confidence. After all, Zhuang Minglu was only a spatial type ability user. In a real fight, Su Shiqing would have no problem beating her down. Even if other high-level abnormals from the base showed up, Su Shiqing wouldn't be scared. She could quickly take the commander hostage, forcing them to hesitate. Zhuang Minglu wasn't like Luo He before. She had great respect within the base, beloved by many. She'd be an excellent hostage. Still, even if the threat didn't work, there'd be no problem. The protective dome from her space hadn't been depleted yet. If genuine danger arose, Su Shiqing had full confidence in escaping safely. And Ran was also with Ning Seer, whose abilities as a fourth-stage lightning abnormal weren't something to mess around with. Su Shiqing had absolutely no worries. This was exactly why she so openly and confidently came alone to negotiate with Zhuang Minglu. Seeing Su Shiqing smiling merrily, as if daring her to make a move, Zhuang Minglu's harsh expression gradually softened, replaced by a complex look on her face. All right, I believe you're telling the truth, Zhuang Minglu sighed lightly. 3 days, indeed feels too rushed. Sustaining an entire base required no small amount of resources. Ningen base, after all, housed tens of thousands of people, so gathering vast amounts of crystal cores and gold jewels wouldn't be easy. Moreover, Tao Xian seemed to be making some moves, and Zhuang Minglu needed to divert her attention to investigating, leaving her more overburdened than ever. Su Shiqing grinned craftily. That's something Commander Zhuang has to worry about. I'm just a businessman. You pay me, I do the job. Chapter 161. Found you. Good. Zhuang Minglu nodded seriously. Miss Su, don't worry. 3 days is 3 days. The base will not let you down. For these few days, Miss Su can wander around the base at leisure. If there's anything, you can send someone directly to me, and I will treat you with the highest specifications. This was, after all, currently the most important supplier of resources for the base. Zhuang Minglu was almost about to have people guard her. Great. Su Shiqing extended her hand towards Zhuang Minglu. Base Commander, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. The negotiation went unexpectedly smoothly. The next steps didn't require too much concern from Su Shiqing. She just had to wait for them to prepare the items, and then she would hand over the supplies to complete the transaction. As the sky was still early when she stepped out of the room, Su Shiqing paused for a moment, deciding to visit the commission center mentioned yesterday to take a look and understand better. At the main entrance of the Ningen base, many refugees kept arriving, wishing to enter the base. Guards at the gate were carefully screening each person, checking if there were any wounds caused by zombies to prevent those who might soon turn into zombies from infiltrating the base. Of course, identities of unknown psychic users also needed to be registered. While psychic users couldn't be infected as zombies, their abilities could not be underestimated either. Registering them served both as a precautionary measure and an observation process to see if they could be recruited to work for the base. Name? The management staff at the gate looked at the queue and urged impatiently. Before him stood a girl who appeared exhausted after traveling long distances, clad in a large coat, wearing a mask, tying her hair back into a ponytail, with her arm wrapped in a white bandage. Only her eyes were visible through the mask, showing hints that she was young. Hurry up, what's your name? The administrator grew increasingly restless, pressing once again. She finally responded, her voice calm, yet slightly hoarse. Huang Inger, a third-rank wind element psychic user. Huang Inger pulled her mask up slightly. Her sharp eyes gazed at the base ahead of her, carrying an indescribable emotion. Though not much time passed, this Huang Inger already gave off a very different impression compared to before. Her piercing gaze left a profound impression. Upon hearing the incoming individual was a psychic user, and even one of a third-rank wind element user, the expression on the manager's face changed immediately. Psychic users cannot be infected into zombies, so I assume I don't need to undergo inspection, right? Huang Inger coolly looked at the base manager, radiating a quiet pressure with every movement. Of course not. The manager quickly smiled and moved aside. Please enter, please enter. You can go to the commission center in the central part of the base to find someone to consult about housing. On hearing this, Huang Inger didn't rush into the base, but instead looked at the manager in front of her. During this period, has anyone named Luo He brought people here? Based on her observation along the way, Luo He and his group seemed to be heading towards Ningen base. This base enjoyed a good reputation, with robust measures to prevent zombie attacks, making it a fine place for refuge. Luo He. The manager hesitated, frowning as though deep in thought. Now that you mention it, indeed, a group of people came 5 days ago, led by someone called Luo He. her hand clenched tightly at her side before loosening again. Huang Ying'er closed her eyes momentarily, suppressing the overwhelming hatred welling up inside her. I found you, the murderer of my grandfather. Thank you. Huang Ying'er opened her eyes and nodded politely to the manager, but her smile appeared odd in some way. The manager involuntarily felt a chill down his spine. Watching Huang Ying'er walk further into the base, he muttered to himself, what a nice young lady. Why do I sense killing intent? It was Huang Ying'er's first time stepping into Ning'an base. Observing the pedestrians on the street, despite their simple clothing, at least their faces still carried a bit of color, which made her somewhat lost in thoughts. So, there truly are bases where ordinary people can lead decent lives. Also, what did the manager just now say about a commission center? What exactly is that place? It sounded like an important building within the base. Perhaps going there would help her discover clues regarding Luo He's whereabouts. Having quickly made her decision, Huang Ying'er lowered her gaze and clutched her grandfather's old coat tighter. After asking passers-by for directions to the commission center, she quickly set off in that direction. Other than brief rest periods, Huang Ying'er had been practically on the move continuously, which was also why Su Shiqing and her companions, driving vehicles, matched her travel pace roughly. The coat passed down by her grandfather had long been covered in dust, making her appear disheveled and messy in the commission center, extremely noticeable. However, she had skillfully concealed her features, such that even acquaintances standing right in front of her might not recognize her, thus removing any worry of being identified accidentally should she bump into Luo He. Excuse me, may I assist you with anything? The commission center was considered the largest building in the base, where tasks could be accepted and distributed, resources handed out, and also where residence management and identity registration took place. Huang Ying'er walked up to one of the administrative staff, who quickly asked if she needed any help. I'm looking for someone. Huang Ying'er leaned on the table with one hand, her voice hoarse, and the look in her eyes dark and unclear. The manager was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head gently. I'm sorry, this is not within our service scope. Biting her lower lip, Huang Ying'er straightened up and looked around. She quickly noticed the huge notice board at the center. On it were tasks posted by the base, requests made by residents, along with the rewards after completion written at the back. In that case, I want to post a task. Without troubling the present staff too much, Huang Ying'er shifted her approach. She took a piece of paper and pen and wrote something down swiftly. Then she walked to the notice board and stuck the note on it with a decisive snap. In front of all these people coming and going at the commission center, Huang Ying'er remained unfazed, raising her voice, catching everyone's attention. I'm looking for someone. Whoever can provide me with Luo He's current whereabouts, I will offer all my supplies as a reward. It just so happened that Su Shiqing had stepped into the commission center at that exact moment, and upon hearing the familiar yet strange name of Luo He, she couldn't help but pause. Luo He? Could it be the same Luo He she thought of? The voice of the speaker seemed somewhat familiar. Su Shiqing raised her eyes and caught sight of the gray figure standing in front of the notice board, noticing how familiar the coat on the person was. Very quickly, Su Shiqing recognized her. Huang Ying. Su Shiqing was somewhat surprised and simultaneously found it hard to believe. How did she get here so fast? After all, her group of 3 had only arrived at Ning'an base yesterday, yet Huang Ying'er had caught up just by walking. This speed was truly remarkable. Chapter 162, Repayment in Blood. Even though the person was wearing a mask and the coat almost wrapped her completely, Su Shiqing still recognized her. It wasn't because of her familiarity with Huang Ying'er's appearance, but due to that coat. It was the same coat that the old master had once given to Su Shiqing, which she later returned to Huang Ying'er herself. Su Shiqing knew its pattern and style better than anyone. I'm looking for someone. Whoever can provide me with the current whereabouts of a man named Luo He, I will use all my supplies to thank you. Watching as more people gathered, Huang Ying'er pointed at the note she had posted on the bulletin board and said again. Upon hearing what she had said, Su Shiqing's eyes dimmed slightly. Is Luo He also here in this Ning'an base? She had been completely unaware of it. Come to think of it, back then Luo He escaped so quickly. Things were happening one after another, and there were some accounts Su Shiqing hadn't had the chance to settle yet. For instance, the way he tried to use and ran to threaten her, and how he sent Mo Bing to try and take her life. She had thought that with the vastness of the apocalypse world, the possibility of meeting Luo He again would be exceedingly slim. But who would have thought they would both end up living in this Ning'an base? After pondering for a moment, Su Shiqing did not rush forward to reveal herself to Huang Ying'er. Instead, she quietly stood among the crowd and observed from afar. Soon, someone couldn't resist asking, Miss, how much supplies are you talking about? Huang Ying'er didn't say much. She simply unhooked the backpack on her back, turned it upside down, and let everything inside fall out onto the ground. Bread, cookies, water bottles, and several changes of clothing scattered all over the floor. These items immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Is there anyone who knows where Luo He is? Huang Ying'er, with her dark and resolute gaze, pulled out all her belongings, seemingly giving no thought to how she would survive next. There was no trace of desire for survival in her eyes, only murderous intent directed towards Luo He. I know. Unable to resist the allure of the supplies, someone quickly jumped out. Luo He. Don't I recognize him? Is he the big and fat guy surrounded by groups of psychics protecting him? At these words, Huang Ying'er's sharp eyes immediately turned to focus on the speaker. With a flick of her hand, an intense wind blew all the items before her straight into that person's hands. Tell me where he is now, and these supplies are yours. Eyes fixed on the several bottles of water and many biscuits, he went stiff, fearful of being outpaced by others. Hastily, he blurted out, "That gang rented a big house inside the base, not far from here. I'll show you the way." Clasping her hands tightly into fists at her side, Huang Inger smiled, a sinister glint flashing in her eyes. "Good, lead the way." The previous speaker quickly scooped up the supplies and led the charge forward while those around them sighed in regret, lamenting their own slow response. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing quietly observed this scene, lightly stroking her chin and silently trailed not too far behind. Her instincts told her that Huang Inger rushing headlong like this would surely meet with trouble. Not only were there certainly quite a number of psychics protecting Luo He, but also the rules of the Ning and base did not allow indiscriminate killing within the premises. This was not Chongping base where Huang Inger had connections. In this new place, she might very well run into trouble. After some deliberation, Su Shiqing decided to follow and see how things unfolded. Out of sentiment, Su Shiqing did not want anything unfortunate to happen to Huang Inger, and logically, she did not wish for Luo He to live peacefully either. Back when he fled the entire base with all its supplies, he nearly caused the complete collapse of Chongping under the zombie tide. She too wanted Luo He to pay for his misdeeds. Indeed, Luo He's life was quite leisurely. With plenty of supplies on hand, he had no need to pick up jobs from the commission center. He leased a mansion in Ning'an, enjoying fine food and drink daily with 7 or 8 of his men, leading an exceedingly comfortable life. Guided by the person who led the way, Huang Inger soon reached the front of the large mansion. Despite it already being late morning, the curtains of the house remained tightly drawn, offering no clue as to what transpired within. Due to the ruckus Huang Inger created earlier at the commission center, several curious individuals followed her here, among whom Su Shiqing mixed, keeping her distance and observing from afar. Gazing at the house before her, Huang Inger instinctively touched the coat on her body, her expression becoming colder and sharper by the moment. Regardless of other people's gazes, Huang Inger took a step forward, sneering coldly. "Luo He, get your sorry self out here now." Her voice echoed through the air above the base. As Huang Inger swung her hand, a third-stage psychic power burst forth. The strong winds surged dramatically, attempting to tear the door apart with sheer force. A psychic? This is a third-stage psychic. What does she intend to do? Private fighting is prohibited in the base. Security personnel? Why doesn't anyone manage this? Help! How terrifying. What is she planning to do to the people inside? Will she attack us in the end? The crowd who originally gathered around for entertainment instantly widened their eyes in horror and stepped backward a few paces, fearing that they might be caught in the storm. They had no idea about the grudge between Huang Inger and Luo He. They only saw the fierce-looking girl before them behaving as if insane, recklessly unleashing her powers. "Too rash," Su Shiqing softly muttered, then thought for a moment and chuckled with relief. "But I can understand. After all, it was her dearest one." Put another way, if Ran were killed by someone someday, facing the murderer, Su Shiqing wouldn't have any rationality either. Puffed, puffed, puffed. What nonsense, and Ran would be fine. Su Shiqing shook her head, throwing this idea out of her mind, and spat at herself secretly. As thoughts flickered, Huang Inger showed no hesitation in her actions, the gale directly sweeping up the door of the house. What person is this? The people inside seemed still sleeping. Sensing the odd situation outside, someone anxiously shouted, and the aura of psychics could also be felt from within. When the base was abandoned, Luo He almost took away more than half of the psychics from the base. Yet strangely, now only 7 or 8 remained by his side. "Luo He, get out here." Huang Inger roared furiously, her eyes slightly red-rimmed. "I'm going to make you pay with your life." And at this moment, Luo He finally recognized who was outside. Huang Inger. How could she find her way here? Luo He's face changed dramatically. He shouldn't step out at all. No. Could it be that zombie tide didn't kill her too? He hurriedly looked at the psychic individuals inside. "You go quick. Halt her. Don't let that crazy woman come in." Chapter 163, Paying with a Life. Several bursts of chi from the psychics immediately erupted in the room, resisting the howling wind outside together. The door, forced open by the gale, slammed against the walls. Chairs and tables inside were overturned, crashing down. Luo He's psychic underlings managed to steady their bodies with gritted teeth as they struggled against the strong winds outside. Huang Inger's coat flapped loudly in the wind. Her expression was cold, raising one hand to summon the fierce gusts around her. Her long hair fluttered wildly while her eyes were fixed on the open doorway, locking onto Luo He, who was scrambling inward. "Luo, huh?" Huang Inger's eyes slightly reddened. "Repay my grandfather's life." Hold her back." Luo He, disheveled and covered in his coat, scurried backward into the house, while barking orders at his subordinates. "I've treated all of you well. Are you just going to eat without doing anything?" The violent wind surged like an uncontrollable rage within Huang Inger, nearly tearing apart the entire structure. Ordinary people couldn't even stand upright and fled in panic, shouting for the base's guards to handle the situation. Strands of Su Shiqing's hair blew about chaotically due to the strong wind. She gathered herself, pulling her coat tighter and softly exhaling into her palms, observing from not too far away with slightly narrowed eyes. It seemed that after some time apart, the other side had grown more powerful. The transformation in their nature was profound, with a killing intent almost solidifying in their gaze. Looking further ahead, Su Shiqing noticed several individuals rushing over from the end of the road, all of whom appeared to be psychics, heading directly towards this chaos. The security personnel of the base had arrived. Huang Inger also realized the urgency. If the Ning'an base intervened, her actions might get thwarted. Without pause, the storm continued to rage as Huang Ying pulled out a small knife from her sleeve, clenching it tightly in her hand and striding resolutely into the room. At the entrance, Luo He's 7 or 8 psychic subordinates quickly formed a straight line to block her way. Each of them activated their abilities in an attempt to stop Huang Ying. Their skills had been inferior to hers even during the Chongping base period, let alone now after spending days fleeing with Luo He without much worry or training, gradually becoming slack and improving themselves. Without thinking, it was clear they wouldn't match Huang Ying's prowess. Various powers manifested. Stone cones sprouted from underground, fireballs hurled toward her, vines attempted to ensnare her ankles, while 2 physically enhanced psychics charged forward with large swords. However, with the aid of wind-based abilities, Huang Ying moved extraordinarily nimbly, evading each attack like a phantom before drawing near to those rushing at her with knives. Using her agility, she leaped high over them by pressing her toes firmly into the ground. Get out of my way. Huang Ying violently swung her sleeves, unleashing a sharp wind blade that surged even stronger than earlier directly toward the group blocking the door. These were only 1- and 2-tiered psychics. Facing such an unrestrained strike from Huang Ying, they had no countermeasures, struck and spat blood while being thrown back hard, slamming into the walls behind. Luo He hiding in the corner of the room was now exposed before Huang Ying. Lacking any psychic ability, he cowered trembling, both terrified and desperate. After taking a deep breath, Huang Ying darted forward swiftly, flipping the short knife in her hand without hesitation and stabbing it deeply into his abdomen. Why did you deceive me? Huang Ying whispered lowly next to Luo He's ear, her tone chilling and laced with a hint of indescribable sorrow. Ugh! Luo He's legs had gone limp. Trying to struggle and retreat, Huang Ying kept him firmly pinned where he stood, already pierced through the stomach. Overwhelmed by searing pain, he moaned helplessly, his face pale as he stared at Huang Ying as if she were a devil risen from hell, unable to speak clearly through chattering teeth. Spare me. Luo He opened his mouth laboriously, leaving traces of blood with every word. Spare you. Huang Ying gripped the dagger embedded in his abdomen tightly, slowly twisting it with brutal force, mutilating his flesh while listening to his screams, yet strangely smiling. Did you spare me? Did you spare my grandfather? Each word was heart-wrenching. Huang Ying's hands trembled, her breathing heavy and her eyes bloodshot. But right at this moment, reinforcements from Ningen base arrived on the scene, shouting, "Stop!" A wind blade instantaneously shot toward Huang Ying's back. She kicked Luo He lying in pools of blood on the ground, sidestepping swiftly but still receiving a shallow scratch across her face. Thrown away by the kick, Luo He rolled pitifully across the ground several times. His body twitched twice before stilling, unclear whether alive or dead. 2 healing-type psychics soon rushed over to provide emergency treatment to Luo He. Seeing this scene, Huang Ying's nails dug deeply into her flesh, almost drawing blood. He deserves to die. She raised her hand to use her psychic power to stop the 2 healing psychics before she acted. However, someone had already intercepted her first. Stop! A wall of stone shot up from the ground, blocking Huang Ying and Luo He. A man with dark skin stood solemnly in front of Huang Ying, his gaze both vigilant and cold. I am captain of the Ningen base guard squad, Luo Jun. The base strictly forbids private fights that harm others. Rule breakers will be expelled immediately. His tone paused for a moment as he glanced at Luo He, whose life hung in the balance, and his attitude became even colder. Those who intentionally harm others will face harsher punishment and must be handed over to the base commander. Fine, you can deal with me however you wish. Huang Ying tore off her hairband, letting her hair flow wildly in the wind with an air of desperate resolve. Her eyes were bloodshot as she pointed at Luo He behind the stone wall, gritting her teeth. But I will kill him. No regrets. Seeing this, Luo Jun wasted no time, raising a protective stone wall around himself and Huang Ying to prevent accidentally injuring civilians. Then I have no choice but to turn you over to the base commander. To become the captain of the guard squad, Luo Jun's strength had already reached the 3rd tier, with signs of breaking into the 4th. As an earth-type psychic, he was nearly matched against Huang Ying. Huang Ying now only had one thought, to kill Luo He. Frustrated by Luo Jun's repeated interference, her patience was worn thin, and dozens of wind slashes as sharp as blades flew toward him. However, earth-type psychics are among the strongest defensively. Facing dozens of unrelenting wind blades, Luo Jun simply raised his hands upward, summoning a wall of stone to shield himself. Clang! The wind blades collided with the stone wall, producing a ringing sound like clashing metals, leaving marks about an inch deep on its surface. Chapter 164, Rescue. Huff, huff. Huang Ying was breathing slightly heavily, gritting her teeth as she looked at the stone wall in front of her. The agility of wind abilities was very strong, but against the most defensive earth abilities, it was still too demanding. However, things had already escalated to this point today, and Huang Ying was unwilling and not ready to give up now. Even if she were to back off now, Ningen base would probably not let her go. It would be hard for Huang Ying to extricate herself from this situation, let alone letting Luo He escape once again. Who knows when she'll have another chance. At the moment, she could die here, but she wanted to take Luo He down with her. Daring to cause trouble in the base. Girl, you're being too arrogant, said Luo Jun after dismantling his stone wall, observing Huang Ying's somewhat exhausted expression and sneering. He didn't know what grudge there was between Huang Ying and Luo He. He was just acting according to the rules. As to who was right or wrong, that would naturally be decided by the base commander. As the captain of the guard team, Luo Jun's job was to protect the residents of the base from danger. Energy coalesced in his palm, and Luo Jun narrowed his eyes. His gaze towards Huang Inger was like looking at a prey on the verge of death. It's my turn to act. Still can't win, huh? Huang Inger bit her lip and saw the stone walls enclosing her from all sides. There was no way to get to Luo He, nor could she escape Luo Jun's encirclement. Can I not avenge my grandfather after all? A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes, but despite facing Luo Jun's offensive, Huang Inger did not give up. She was preparing for a desperate fight to the death. Rise, Luo Jun growled softly. The ground beneath Huang Inger immediately began to tremble. Her pupils contracted as she prepared for spikes to burst out of the ground at any moment. However, she didn't expect the ground to suddenly crack apart. With a sudden shift in balance and nowhere to support herself, Huang Inger screamed as she plummeted into the cracked ground. Seeing this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Luo Jun's lips, while Huang Inger felt both shocked and despairing. Am I still weaker than him? But at this moment, thick vines, about the size of an arm, erupted from somewhere unknown, wrapping tightly around Huang Inger's waist and lifting her slowly up from the crack. Huang Inger's falling body abruptly came to a halt. Realizing the force around her waist, she stared down in surprise and saw sturdy, deep green vines pulling her completely out of the fissure. What person is this? Luo Jun's face darkened instantly as he glanced warily around, glaring at Huang Inger, clinging helplessly onto the vine. Do you have accomplices? Accomplice? Huang Inger was also momentarily confused. Accomplice? How does she even have one? These vines seem familiar somehow. The term accomplice sounds a bit too distant. At some point, Su Shiqing sat atop one of the stone walls erected all around, swinging his legs carefree and leaning on one hand, looking down at the two below with a smile playing on his features. Let me think. We should call ourselves friends, shouldn't we? Huang Inger, ensnared by the vines, gazed dazedly upward at Su Shiqing above her. For a moment, she forgot how to speak, her trembling lips murmuring quietly. Su Shiqing, how coincidental. Su Shiqing winked at Huang Inger, laughing heartily. Having seen that Huang Inger seemed truly unable to defeat her opponent, Su Shiqing no longer watched silently and directly intervened, pulling her up effortlessly. If she continued to stand idly by, someone really might lose their life. Friend, are you also here to create chaos in the base? The expression on Luo Jun's face hardened with determination, though uneasiness bubbled up within him. Before Su Shiqing acted, he hadn't noticed anyone watching covertly from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing merely shook his head. His fingertips gently touched the air as he gently set Huang Inger safely on the ground. Then, he turned and smiled amiably at Luo Jun. Creating chaos? I'm just an honest and decent person. Smooth talker. With a serious look, Luo Jun said sharply. Then you come with her to face judgment from the base leader. At this statement, Huang Inger grew somewhat frantic, trying to explain. This was her business and had nothing to do with Su Shiqing. She didn't want Su Shiqing to be unnecessarily dragged into the mess. However, when she looked up, she saw Su Shiqing smiling more brightly without fear. Judgment. Su Shiqing shrugged nonchalantly. I'm actually a distinguished guest personally named by your base leader. Didn't you know? Distinguished guest? Both Luo Jun and Huang Inger froze for a second, halting all actions. They couldn't tell whether Su Shiqing was telling the truth or lying. Huang Inger's face, which was filled with killing intent before, now carried a trace of astonishment as she stared at Su Shiqing chatting leisurely atop the stone wall. Confusion enveloped her. She knew how many significant achievements this person had made in Chongping Base, supplying large amounts of resources, finding the key to resolving the zombie wave crisis, and even bringing out uncontaminated clean seeds. However, Huang Inger hadn't anticipated that, in just a few days, how Su Shiqing had become a distinguished guest of another base. Is this true? Could it happen so fast? Luo Jun narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat hesitant. He truly didn't know about this matter and suspected that the person before him might be bluffing. Yet, seeing Su Shiqing sitting there on the stone wall so confidently, he was somewhat unsure. Could she really be the base commander's honored guest? No. Even if she were the base commander's guest, daring to recklessly harm residents inside the base would still warrant her arrest. I advise you not to interfere. Luo Jun snorted coldly, pointing directly at Huang Inger while his gaze remained fixed on Su Shiqing. In consideration of your status as the base commander's guest, I will refrain from holding your earlier actions against you. But the person in front has disrupted the order of the base and maliciously harmed lives. I will not let her go unpunished. Huang Inger straightened up again, tidying her coat, and cast a cold glance at Luo Jun. Shiqing, stay out of this. It's my business. As both sides once more faced off, neither wanting to involve themselves further, Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, leaning both hands on the stone wall. She glanced over at Luo He outside, who was being treated by a healer-type ability user, and suddenly smiled faintly. Inger, hold on for a moment. I'll deal with Luo He for you. Su Shiqing casually dropped this statement, and then prepared to stand and leap down from the wall. Huang Inger was taken aback, and Luo Jun's expression changed instantly. You dare? Killing someone right before his eyes within the base? Did he count as nothing more than heir to her? Instantly, Luo Jun no longer paid attention to Huang Inger. He swiftly dismantled the stone wall and rushed quickly towards Su Shiqing. This suited Su Shiqing perfectly. Seeing Luo Jun's punch coming towards her, Su Shiqing sidestepped deftly, using his momentum to grip onto his wrist. Though her movements appeared light and casual, they were not easy to break free from. With minimal effort, maximum effect. Recalling the techniques Ruala had taught her, Su Shiqing moved gracefully without even using her abilities, effortlessly deflecting Luo Jun's punch. Chapter 165. The distinguished guest of the entire base. At this moment, Luo He, who had been barely saved by a healer, slowly opened his eyes. His face was pale due to excessive blood loss, and upon waking up, Luo He seemed somewhat disoriented, muttering, "Cough. Am I dead?" Just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er beside him, and his eyes immediately widened in shock. Why were they two here? Hadn't they been swallowed up by the zombie horde? How did they catch up here? Possibly out of guilt or the emotional fluctuations being too intense, Luo He's eyes rolled back into his head after just regaining consciousness, and he passed out again. Dodging a punch from Luo Jun, Su Shiqing took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. Behind her, Huang Ying'er quickly caught up, surprised yet worried. "Su Shiqing, I didn't expect to meet you here. Where are Xiao Anren and Ning Sinan? Are you all okay?" Su Shiqing blinked. "We're fine." Recalling Su Shiqing's skills, Huang Ying'er smiled with relief. Survival wouldn't be easy for anyone in this apocalypse, but Su Shiqing would surely make it through well. Luo Jun briefly glanced at Luo He, who had fainted again, confirming that Su Shiqing hadn't yet attacked him before refocusing his attention elsewhere. The abnormal abilities users who accompanied Luo Jun came forward, asking, "Captain, what do we do next?" Luo Jun's gaze hardened as he looked at Su Shiqing and Huang Ying, even more unfriendly. Sensing the stare, Huang Ying'er tightened her guard. However, Su Shiqing patted her shoulder and smiled confidently. "Don't worry. Luo He won't get away today." Just as Su Shiqing's words died down, another person approached on hearing the commotion. "Luo Jun, what happened here?" Zhuang Minglu walked over quickly, her short hair neat and tidy, appearing as though she'd rushed here after hearing the news. Base Commander. Several ability users, including Luo Jun, respectfully greeted her, their eyes showing respect. Luo Jun stepped forward and pointed to Huang Ying'er and Su Shiqing, speaking gravely. "Commander, there are those attempting wanton killings within the base, disturbing its order. I'm leading my people to deal with them." Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped as he watched Su Shiqing smiling at Zhuang Minglu with familiarity. And more importantly, the commander responded. "Miss Su." Zhuang Minglu looked at Su Shiqing, momentarily startled, then softened her tone. "Why are you here?" Stunned, Luo Jun glanced repeatedly between Su Shiqing and Zhuang Minglu, a big question mark on his face. It didn't seem right. This situation was developing unexpectedly. "Just passing by." Su Shiqing shrugged, gazing distantly at Luo He lying unconscious nearby, with an indistinct smile on her lips. "Then I coincidentally ran into some old acquaintances." Seemingly aware of Su Shiqing's watchful eyes, Luo He's eyelids fluttered slightly, and his fingers moved slightly. He was pretending to be unconscious. Zhuang Minglu quickly scanned the surroundings and soon grasped the general situation. Her gaze also fell upon the unconscious Luo He, whose abdominal clothes were stained red with blood, clearly having sustained serious injury which had already been repaired by healing powers. Is there enmity between Miss Su and this man? Zhuang Minglu raised an eyebrow, glancing past Su Shiqing to land on Huang Ying'er behind her. And who might this young lady be? Huang Ying'er's expression was much more obvious than Su Shiqing's, her glare directed at Luo He brimming with killing intent, as if eager to pulverize and disperse his bones. Su Shiqing revealed no secrets, nodding directly. "Yes, we have enmity. I want him dead." Although her face still maintained a cheerful smile, she emphasized the word dead, sounding very genuine. Luo Jun instinctively stepped forward to block her, but reconsidered something, hesitatingly looking towards Zhuang Minglu beside him. "Commander, is she truly your honored guest?" "She's the distinguished guest of our entire base." Zhuang Minglu's tone left no room for negotiation, her deep gaze penetrating. Upon hearing this, Luo Jun paused, but, looking at Luo He, who was covered in blood stains, hesitated and asked, "But Commander, should we not stop her from harming regular residents of the base?" Keep in mind, Zhuang Minglu held a high status among the residents of the base, built on their trust in her. If today Zhuang Minglu allowed Su Shiqing to kill a resident of the base without interference, rumors could easily spread, tarnishing her reputation. After all, everyone wondered if they would become the next Luo He, if the commander would overlook the lives of common people to protect her honored guest. Once trust collapses, it's not easy to win it back. Zhuang Minglu was well aware of this, and couldn't help but press her lips together. On the surface, the base seemed peaceful, but underneath the facade, there were hidden currents stirring. The 7-day deadline mentioned by Tao Xian still left Zhuang Minglu perplexed. If at this time her position was to be further shaken. Standing nearby, Huang Ying'er observed Zhuang Minglu's prolonged silence with growing coldness in her expression. She stepped forward and declared firmly, "Luo He must die. If none of you want to be the bad guy, then let me take the lead. After killing Luo He, I will willingly accept any punishment from you." Just as Huang Ying'er finished speaking, Su Shiqing grabbed her wrist, sighing softly, "Don't be impulsive. Your life is far more valuable than Luo He's. Good people deserve long lives." Huang Ying'er's grandfather hadn't managed that fate, but Su Shiqing could never allow Huang Ying'er to die here needlessly. Fixing her gaze calmly on Luo He from a distance, Su Shiqing gave a faint smile before turning back to Zhuang Minglu. "Do you even care what grudges exist between us and Luo He?" Before Zhuang Minglu could respond, Luo Jun interjected, arguing, "Regardless of the private grievances between you two, does it really have to come down to taking someone's life?" "Absolutely." Su Shiqing arched an eyebrow and stated word by word. I want his life as compensation. What do you say about that? Life for life is only fair, and Luo, he doesn't just have one death on his hands. Su Shiqing tapped her head as if realizing something suddenly. Oh right, you might not know who Luo he actually is. She extended her finger toward the direction of Chongping base and said coldly. He used to be the commander of another base, living in decadence daily. He exploited the residents of the base mercilessly. Countless people starved or froze to death. Yet he himself had no shortage of food or drink. When the zombie horde was approaching, he fled with all of the base's supplies and took away most of its ability users. He left everyone else in the base to their doom. Watching Luo Jun and Zhuang Minglu's expressions grow increasingly grave, Su Shiqing snorted lightly, the laughter fading from her face as she pointed at the unconscious Luo he on the ground. I intend to take his life as repayment, and no one here can stop me. Chapter 166. Can't pretend anymore. In this area, besides Luo Jun and Zhuang Minglu, there were also a few Yinengjia from the Ningen base. After hearing these words, they all paused for a moment in surprise. The two healing Yinengjia helping with treatment even furrowed their brows, and their gaze on the ground where unconscious Luo he lay changed slightly. These were bases struggling to survive in a harsh world. Putting themselves in that position, if their own base had a leader like Luo he, they would certainly hate such a situation deeply. Zhuang Minglu was extremely disgusted by such behavior. Luo he, lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, twitched his eyelids as if he had sensed the changing gazes around him. He began to feel uneasy. Can you really protect someone who plunges the entire base into peril? Su Shiqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, observing Luo he's subtle movements with a faintly curved lip. Zhuang Minglu's eyes glinted. If what Miss Su says is true, then for the safety of the base, I will expel this person. Expelling him meant that Luo he would no longer be protected by the Ningen base. In other words, after being expelled, whether Luo he lived or died would be no one's concern. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying'er beside Su Shiqing hardened her expression. Her gaze fell onto Luo he's body, as if trying to burn holes through him. Once Luo he was expelled from the base, Huang Ying'er assured herself she would immediately send him to death. It was clear enough, but there were always dissenters. Do you know so much because you escaped from that base? Luo Jun scrutinized Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er carefully, suspicion evident in his expression. Standing behind Zhuang Minglu, he questioned, if what you say is true, that during the zombie wave, Luo he took away all the base's supplies and most of its how did you survive? You must understand that escaping from a zombie wave is no easy feat. With an endless horde of zombies surrounding you, even exhausting all your Yineng could barely clean up a small area in front of you. And very quickly, new zombies would surge forth. Only Yinengjia at least of the 4th or 5th rank could hope to escape unscathed from the midst of a zombie wave. And both Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er were merely 3rd rank Yinengjia. How could they still be standing here? Availing herself beside Zhuang Minglu, her eyes sparkled as if realizing something. She turned sharply towards Su Shiqing, mouth opening slightly. Just then, Su Shiqing scoffed lightly. I only said that Luo he placed the entire base in danger. I didn't say that the base actually perished in that zombie wave. Impossible. Luo Jun contradicted directly. As the captain of the guard team, he frequently encountered zombies and thus naturally knew that without resources and manpower, it was impossible to resist a zombie wave. Even if there was just a lack of manpower, perhaps the geographical advantages of the base could still withstand the waves of zombies. But the absence of resources was the deadliest. Facing a zombie wave was already a prolonged battle. The energy consumed by fighting was immense. Without sufficient supplies to support them, the people in the base wouldn't last long before exhaustion set in. No. Before Su Shiqing could respond, Zhuang Minglu spoke first, her voice akin to a soft whisper. It's possible. She raised her eyes and looked intently at Su Shiqing. Is it you? Was it you who protected that base during the zombie wave? Leader Zhuang, what are you saying? Luo Jun abruptly turned toward Zhuang Minglu, disbelief clearly written all over his face. How could one person affect a zombie wave? How is it not possible? Hearing someone question Su Shiqing, Huang Ying'er could not contain herself any longer. She immediately raised her voice in defense. She looked at Su Shiqing, who was calmly smiling beside her, admiration evident in her eyes. It was Shiqing's resources that allowed everyone in the base to fight without worry. The base managed to survive that zombie wave largely due to her. After these words, not only was Luo Jun stunned, but all the Yinengjia from Ningen base froze on the spot. Are you saying that a 3rd rank Yinengjia provided resources for an entire base? That sounds more like tall tales than truth. Resources in this apocalypse were precious. Even Ningen base could only maintain basic functionality. Could Su Shiqing alone possess so many resources? Leader Zhuang, Su Shiqing smiled at Zhuang Minglu, slender vines winding slowly around her fingertips, implying a slight threat. We can continue our deal, but you must hand over Luo he. Zhuang Minglu did not rush to speak. Instead, she glanced at Huang Ying'er next to her. The reverence naturally flowing from her gaze when looking at Su Shiqing seemed genuine. Apparently, the story about the base enduring through the zombie wave wasn't false. Su Shiqing's possession of sufficient resources was also likely true. This realization undeniably gave Zhuang Minglu the feeling of reassurance akin to swallowing a calming pill. All right, I agree with you. Zhuang Minglu nodded slightly and glanced at Luo, he who was still lying on the ground nearby. Her eyes were cold as ice. People like him, so selfish and harmful to the base's interests, shouldn't even be in the Ningen base in the first place. Luo Jun beside her opened his mouth, but quickly closed it again. Although he wasn't sure what deal the leader had struck with Su Shiqing, his trust in Zhuang Minglu stopped him from arguing further at this moment. The two healing Ninurg slowly rose to their feet and moved away from the unconscious Luo He on the ground, indicating their compliance with the orders of the base leader. Under everyone's gaze, Luo He's eyelids twitched suddenly before he gradually opened them, appearing confused as if waking from unconsciousness and looking around blankly. Of course, if there weren't any traces of fear in his eyes, it might have seemed more authentic. It was clear that Luo He realized continuing to lie there pretending to be unconscious would likely result in him being thrown out of the base. If that happened, there truly would be no way for him to escape. Since pretending wouldn't work anymore, he had no choice but to open his eyes, faking a just awoken from unconsciousness demeanor. So, finally decided to wake up? Su Shiqing watched Luo He on the ground with a grin, noticing his movements immediately. At the same time, Huang Ying'er's emotions, which had only barely settled down upon seeing Luo He awaken, flared up again instantly. Taking a deep breath, she glared fiercely at Luo He, her eyes beginning to turn red, with hatred etched clearly across her face. If not worried about causing trouble for Su Shiqing earlier by making a move herself, Huang Ying'er definitely wouldn't have waited one bit. What's going on here? Luo He feigned ignorance, pretending not to understand the situation before him, forcing a dry laugh. Isn't that Ying'er and Shiqing? I didn't expect to meet you guys here. I also didn't expect to meet you here. Su Shiqing solemnly nodded, perfectly earnest. Looks like it's fate. Even heaven wants you dead. Chapter 167. The sincerity of the base. Ha ha ha. Luo He's cold sweat slid down his forehead as he opened his mouth dryly. What nonsense about dying. It's all a misunderstanding, right? He attempted to get up from the ground, but whether due to guilt or otherwise, his legs trembled and couldn't bear any force, leaving him sitting on the ground helplessly. Is it a misunderstanding? Su Shiqing's eyes grew colder. So I guess when you sent Mo Bing to kill me before, that was also just a misunderstanding? Zhuang Minglu stepped forward beside him, towering over Luo He with obvious superiority in bearing. As base leaders, instead of serving the people of the base, you've indulged in pleasures. The citizens here are suffering greatly. Ningen base does not welcome someone like you. A disgrace to the cause. Luo Jun. Zhuang Minglu turned to Luo Jun beside her and commanded, drive him and all his subordinates out of the base, never to accept them back. Yes. Upon hearing this, Luo Jun tightened his expression, signaled someone next to him, and they all started moving. The 7 or 8 Ginyu under Luo He's command had already been defeated by Huang Ying'er, completely drained of energy, thus no match for the security team. Luo Jun personally intervened, preparing to escort Luo He off the base. Wait. Luo He's complexion changed dramatically. Panic-stricken, he stumbled backward, his voice almost cracking. You cannot expel me from the base. It's them. They're lying. Things aren't like this at all. I'm innocent. He dared not imagine what would happen if he were truly expelled from the base. Even without other reasons, Huang Ying'er alone would flay him alive. However, Zhuang Minglu did not show even a trace of emotion. A partner who could help the base survive crises versus an entirely useless base parasite? She clearly knew which side was more important. Proceed. With one hand behind her back, Zhuang Minglu's expression remained unchanged as she gave a composed order. Naturally, Luo He could not escape the restraint of the third-level ninja. Just when it seemed he was about to be dragged forcibly away from the base, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a few figures nearby. They peered curiously in this direction, clearly curious about what was going on. They were ordinary residents of the base. Earlier, the noise caused by Huang Ying'er had been so loud, and now, seeing the cessation of wind, they couldn't help but peek in this direction to see what had happened. Luo He paused momentarily in his struggles, his eyes darting around quickly as ideas began to form in his mind. His voice suddenly rose higher, almost shouting. Are you saying the base leader is so authoritative? Because I offended your guests, based on some mere rumors. Are you planning to kick us innocent people out of the base? What kind of logic is this? You're talking nonsense. Luojuan's face changed instantly upon following his opponent's gaze, and spotting a few ordinary people poking their heads out not far away, his heart sank. Are we living in a world where telling the truth is now a crime? Luo He sneered disdainfully, looking towards Su Shiqing and the other. You accuse me without evidence of putting an entire base at risk. Where's the proof? You claim I took away all the supplies from the entire base. Then why don't you explain how a common person like me without Yineng abilities could hide so many resources? You condemn me simply by slandering my reputation through gossip. Where in this world does such reasoning exist? As Luo He continued speaking, his previously hunched posture gradually straightened up as his confidence grew bolder. He was making a gamble, betting that Zhuang Minglu wouldn't dare to unceremoniously drive him out of the base without a clear reason. A base leader might rule with absolute authority and act arbitrarily, but Zhuang Minglu, the public image she built up among the citizens, was caring, considering everyone's interests first. She couldn't ignore the possibility of causing distrust among the citizens because of her actions. This was the conclusion Luo He had reached during his time staying at Ningen base. Huang Ying'er clenched her teeth, watching Luo He's increasingly unrestrained demeanor, nearly losing control of herself. Luo Jun gripped Luo He's arm, hesitating to take the next step as he looked uncertainly at Zhuang Minglu. Having served under Zhuang Minglu for such a long time, he knew her character best. Zhuang Minglu always followed the crowd, whether in food and drink or daily life routine, exactly matching the rest of the base inhabitants. This is why she became the base leader. She cared deeply about what others thought of her. And Su Shiqing similarly glanced at Zhuang Minglu, waiting quietly for her decision. Under her sleeves, 2 fingers clasped together tightly, pinching a leaf sharp as a blade, poised and ready. If Zhuang Minglu insisted on continuing to expel Luo He from the base, Su Shiqing would act, cutting open Luo He's throat directly, preventing him from further nonsense. If Zhuang Minglu cared about gossip and gave up on expelling Luo He from the base, Su Shiqing would also take action, killing him right there on the spot. No matter what choice Zhuang Minglu made, Luo He wouldn't escape his fate today. After listening to Luo He's deliberate words intended for the other residents of the base, Zhuang Minglu lowered her eyelids and slowly approached him step by step. Luo He let out a low laugh, lowering his voice as he spoke to the approaching Zhuang Minglu. Are you sure you still want to drive me out? Acting like this without clear reasons will destroy your reputation as the perfect base leader. Zhuang Minglu strolled over with nonchalance, leaned down, and whispered softly into Luo He's ear. Who gave you the wrong impression that I care so much about my reputation? Hearing this, Luo He was startled for a moment, quickly realizing what she meant, and his pupils shrank. But by the time he wanted to make another move, it was already too late. Poof! Zhuang Minglu, expressionless, plunged a short dagger into Luo He's abdomen. At the same time, her other hand tightly gripped his neck, preventing Luo He from making any sound. Crimson blood stained Zhuang Minglu's pale hand red, and she lowered her eyes, watching as Luo He's face gradually turned greenish-white. She faintly smirked. Sorry, what I've ever cared about isn't any kind of reputation. What I truly care about is Ning and base. Whether being approachable or beloved, all Zhuang Minglu had ever wanted was the stability and security of the base. And clearly, Luo He posed a significant threat. In times of internal unrest and external threats, Zhuang Minglu wouldn't leave him behind just for the sake of some reputation. Yet this sudden move left not only Su Shiqing and Huang Yinger stunned, but also made Luo Jun widen his eyes in astonishment. The base leader had killed someone? He unconsciously loosened his grip on Luo He's arm, causing the latter's body to sway due to excessive blood loss, losing balance. Without hesitation, Zhuang Minglu pulled the short knife out cleanly and kicked the deathly pale Luo He towards Su Shiqing, smiling gracefully. Miss Su, this is our base's sincerity. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 168. What has been concealed? The incident unfolded so quickly, from Zhuang Minglu pulling out her knife to Luo He collapsing. It all happened in a matter of seconds and left everyone present greatly stunned. Zhuang Minglu seemed utterly unconcerned that someone was watching from afar. She shook off the blood on her hands and smiled at Su Shiqing and Huang Yinger, saying, Mr. Luo He no longer has any connection with our base. You two may deal with him as you see fit. No, it's not right. Luo He, bleeding profusely on the ground, struggled to squeeze out a few words from his throat, his pupils trembling violently, as if unable to believe what had just happened. The force Zhuang Minglu used to strangle him showed no mercy. Even though she had let go now, Luo He's throat still burned in pain, preventing him from speaking clearly. Huang Yinger, seeing how calmly Zhuang Minglu acted after killing someone, couldn't help but catch her breath, finding it hard to respond for a moment. Was this right? Wasn't it said that the director of Ning and Base was very amiable and highly reasonable? Could it be right to take action without uttering a word? And then, Zhuang Minglu earlier mentioned, Miss Su, this is the sincerity of our base? Huang Yinger slightly turned her head, looking at Su Shiqing beside her, her shock evident in her eyes. Su Shiqing, looking down at the half-dead Luo He lying on the ground, and then casting her gaze to Zhuang Minglu smiling faintly, raised an eyebrow and suddenly developed a slight interest in her mind. It seems that the beloved director of the base has another side beneath the surface. The sincerity is sufficient. Su Shiqing lightly kicked Luo He lying on the ground, whose breathing was gradually growing weaker. She winked at Zhuang Minglu, saying, I like it. If Miss Su likes it, that's good enough. Zhuang Minglu took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the blood off her hands and knife. Director. The other psychics witnessing everything and Lu Jun nearby were speechless, mouths opening but unsure of what to say. Zhuang Minglu glanced sideways at them but quickly turned away, making no explanation. Yinger, Su Shiqing turned to Huang Yinger beside her, smiling. This person is handed over to you to handle. Huang Yinger hesitated momentarily before realizing what had been implied. Her eyes slowly dropped downward, resting upon Luo He. Her hands began to tremble faintly at her sides. Her eyes slowly reddened, appearing both sorrowful and angry to an extreme degree, as if emotions were about to burst in the next second. Go ahead, remember safety. Su Shiqing stepped back slightly, handing Luo He over to the other person without interference, saying, be safe. Thank you, Huang Yinger whispered hoarsely, before grabbing Luo He by the collar the next second, lifting him as though he were nothing more than a sandbag. With a gust of wind aiding her, she swiftly and urgently carried him away. Facing Luo He, the man who had deceived her, the one who killed the only person she cherished in this world post-apocalypse, Huang Yinger wasn't sure what out-of-control things she might do. Thus she chose to step away from the sight of others. Looking at the retreating figure of Huang Yinger, Su Shiqing redirected her vision to the peculiar expressions on Lu Jun and his group's faces before her. Curious, she asked Zhuang Minglu. If you act this way, won't the people inside the base grow wary of you? What's there to fear? Zhuang Minglu laughed lightly, but her demeanor grew serious little by little. We don't even know if they'll survive to worry. As her words faded, the expressions of Lu Jun and the other psychics instantly shifted drastically. Director, what exactly do you mean by that statement? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing chuckled. Director, aren't you overprotecting your subordinates? Why hasn't anyone found out yet? Zhuang Minglu pressed her lips tightly, glancing at the few people around her, shaking her head lightly. Someone intends harm against the base, but how they'll attack and who will carry it out? Currently, we have no knowledge of these matters. Who could possibly possess such capabilities? There are so many psychics in the base, with abundant resources, how could we be dealt with so easily? Lu Jun's expression was suspicious, full of disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Shiqing quietly observed the expressions on their faces and noticed something amiss. The people standing before her, Lu Jun et al., appeared completely unaware of the matter concerning the black-clothed individuals. In their cognition, the base still held ample reserves of supplies. But Zhuang Minglu had personally stated that their source of supplies came from Tao Xian, the enigmatic figure in black clothes. Now, their trading relationship was severed, leaving them with meager reserves. As Su Shiqing's eyes met Zhuang Minglu's, she realized that the latter also saw her. It seemed as if Zhuang Minglu understood what Su Shiqing was pondering. She gently shook her head, indicating for her not to reveal the matter concerning Tao Xian. Why? What was Zhuang Minglu trying to conceal? Su Shiqing's eyes flickered, and the doubt in her heart grew stronger. She frowned in thought, but couldn't comprehend why Zhuang Minglu would act this way. Surrounded by danger, as the director of the base, Zhuang Minglu was unwilling to inform the rest of the base of the situation. What purpose did this serve? Just at this moment, suddenly a voice of excitement came from afar. Sister. Su Shiqing snapped back to reality and instinctively looked towards the source of the sound, and ran. Then she saw and ran excitedly waving at her in the distance, being carried over by Ning Senian. Putting all her questions aside for the moment, Su Shiqing dodged the clutter scattered on the ground by the wild wind earlier, and quickly ran towards the direction where they were coming from. How did you two come here? Taking and ran from Ning Senian, Su Shiqing held the little girl somewhat surprisedly. I haven't seen you return for a long time. Plus there seems to be some stirrings within the base. Not being able to set my mind at ease, I came out to have a look. Ning Senian explained softly as he adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Su Shiqing glanced up, only to see that there was an air of solemnity on Ning Senian's face, with slight creases between his eyebrows, looking as if burdened by heavy thoughts, which made her hesitate for a second. Is there something wrong? Ning Senian cast a glance towards Zhuang Minglu and others not far away, while Luo Jun was still surrounding the director of the base and talking about something, seemingly too preoccupied to take notice of this side. Cold Yin came to see us just now, Ning Senian said, casting a look at and Ran nestled in Su Shiqing's arms. Aunt Cold came and took Qinger away, and Ran hugged Su Shiqing closely and murmured lovingly. And Ran misses sister so much, so I came to find you. Su Shiqing's gaze flickered, looking up at Ning Senian, as if she understood the gravity in his eyes. Cold Yin. Did she say anything? Ning Senian didn't hide it. He lowered his voice even more, almost as if he didn't want the others to hear. She did. She said exactly the same thing as those black-clothed people that day. She told us to leave Ning in base immediately. Chapter 169, and Ran caught a cold. Could it be? Long Yin also knows something? Su Shiqing tightened her grip on Ran Ran's hand, subconsciously furrowing her brows as a contemplative look appeared in her eyes. And Ran, who was listening to the conversation between her brother and sister, raised her head in confusion, unclear about everything. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly started coughing, her face turning slightly red. Su Shiqing immediately looked over. What's wrong with Ran? Did she catch a chill? Cough, cough. And Ran rubbed her nose, coughing for quite a while before opening her mouth with a furrowed little brow and a pained expression. And Ran's throat hurts a bit. Su Shiqing took out water from her pocket dimension and gave Ran 2 sips. Ning Senian seemed to recall something nearby, frowning slightly. I remember that Yin Qingqing also had a bit of a cough this morning. It might have been contagious. Indeed, they had heard Yin Qingqing coughing earlier in the morning, but since it was only occasionally a few times and not serious, Su Shiqing let the 2 children wear masks and didn't worry too much. Who would have thought that by noon, Ran had actually been infected? I have medicine in my pocket dimension. When we go back, I'll make Ran a cup of cold medicine. Ran should rest well. Su Shiqing gently brushed Ran's disheveled hair behind her ears with concern. Ran drank the water in small sips and obediently nodded upon hearing this. Okay. As Su Shiqing glanced back at Zhuang Minglu nearby, she saw the latter frowning slightly, as if experiencing a headache, speaking with Luo Jun and others about something. Oh yeah, Su Shiqing recalled something and opened her mouth towards Ning Senian and Ran. Just now I saw Huang Yinger. She has come here too. Huang Ying. Ning Senian squinted his eyes and soon remembered the girl from the Chongping base. How did she end up coming here? After briefly recounting what had happened before, Su Shiqing looked at the direction where Huang Yinger had left earlier, somewhat uncertainly said, after a while, once she resolves her issues, she might come back to find us. While saying this, Su Shiqing carried Ran and walked towards the place where they were staying, with Ning Senian quickly catching up. Perhaps feeling unwell, Ran appeared lethargic, lying silently on her sister's shoulder without making a sound. Do you know where Long Yin is now? Returning to their initial topic, Su Shiqing looked at Ning Senian. Did you ask her why she left Ning in base? Upon hearing this, Ning Senian's eyes darkened with a hint of coldness. I did ask, but she refused to elaborate on anything. At that time, Ran and Yin Qingqing were right beside them, so even though Ning Senian wanted to press harder, it wouldn't have been appropriate. Yin Qingqing accompanied her, apparently going to take her to see a doctor. Ning Senian added after recalling something. Because of the residual virus in Yin Qingqing's body? Su Shiqing asked thoughtfully, lowering her eyelids. It should be that. Ning Sinan also nodded. Later, we can visit Lung Yin to question her more thoroughly. After all, both families lived next to each other, which made movement rather convenient. But what about you? Have you settled things with Ning and base? Ning Sinan looked over with concern and spoke softly. It's settled. Su Shiqing smiled slightly, but her forehead still furrowed faintly, unable to relax. My previous guess was correct. The source of supplies for Ning and base is actually that black-clothed person, Tao Xin. However, it seems the trade relationship between Zhuang Minglu and Tao Xin has broken down, and supplies are no longer being provided. Tao Xin. Ning Sinan repeated the name over and over again, trying to find a corresponding person in his memory. He always remembered his first encounter with the individual, how the other party seemed familiar with him, leaving an impression he could not forget easily. Unfortunately, he truly couldn't recall any such person. Su Shiqing seemed to realize what Ning Sinan was thinking about and glanced over casually. Isn't it because you specialize in research? Perhaps that person just knew you from TV or newspapers before the apocalypse. But Ning Sinan shook his head firmly. It's impossible. Huh? Su Shiqing was startled momentarily, a touch surprised. Why is it impossible? Buddy, were you working on some confidential studies back then? Ones where your identity wasn't disclosed? Ning Sinan's expression dimmed, shaking his head without saying much. Sort of, but the likelihood of someone recognizing me from TV or newspapers is too low. That's peculiar then. Su Shiqing gently patted Enrance back in her arms. How does Tao Xin know you? Neither of them could figure it out, so they decided to put it aside temporarily and return to their resting quarters. After preparing a cup of cold medicine for Enran, possibly due to the side effects of the medication, the little one's eyelids started drooping continuously, as if drowsiness had swept over her. Su Shiqing decided to let her go sleep in her room instead. I've arranged with Zhuang Minglu that the transaction will be completed within 3 days. Once it's done, we'll leave this place first. Su Shiqing sat in the living room, tossing a candy into her mouth, her expression slightly relaxed. The 7-day deadline mentioned by the black-clothed person Tao Xin has now 6 days left. Leaving in 3 days would be more than enough. All right, I'll follow your lead. Ning Sinan had no objections, nodding to show his agreement. They could sense something off about this base, but for now, many things couldn't connect the dots. Not knowing what might happen, Su Shiqing decided to disengage, avoiding unnecessary risks. After all, they would obtain both the crystal cores and the gold. She didn't have any other reason to stay here longer. The only thing that troubled Su Shiqing was Yin Qingqing. As Enrance's currently sole good friend, parting this time probably meant it would be hard to meet again. Even more crucially, she couldn't help feeling something amiss every time she noticed Lung Yin glancing at Yin Qingqing. It was unclear what kind of feeling it was, but those weren't purely maternal eyes looking at her daughter. Wait, Su Shiqing, leaning against the chair in the living room, suddenly thought of something. Abruptly straightening up, her brows furrowed as she turned to Ning Sinan with flashing eyes. You said before that Lung Yin also reminded us to quickly leave Ning in base. If she knew there was danger here, why didn't she take Yin Qingqing and leave herself? If aware of the danger in the base, wouldn't the primary concern be ensuring their own safety and Yin Qingqing's? Upon hearing this, Ning Sinan paused, an inkling of confusion crossing his eyes. Perhaps they planned to leave too, but just a few days later? Maybe due to the residual virus in Yin Qingqing's body, starting the journey right away could burden her physically? This was Ning Sinan's guess. Could it truly be like that? Su Shiqing pressed her lips together, quietly leaning back against the chair, lost in deep thought. Seeing this scene, Ning Sinan supported his chin with one hand, his gaze calmly resting on her without interrupting, like a silent statue quietly guarding her. Chapter 170, Vengeance Achieved. Sitting in the living room lost in thought, Su Shiqing also kept an eye on the commotion next door, waiting for Lung Yin to come back so he could ask her a few questions. However, before Lung Yin and her daughter returned, another familiar voice arrived first. The door was lightly knocked. Ning Seer got up to open it, and saw Huang Inger standing outside, timid and covered in blood. Huang Inger had taken off her coat and was carefully holding it in her hands. The color of the gray undergarment she wore underneath had deepened, as if soaked in blood. The skin exposed outside was spattered with blood, and even Huang Inger's face was tinged with some crimson, but it was very clear that none of the blood was hers. Dr. Ning. Seeing Ning Seer opening the door, Huang Inger let out a light sigh of relief and managed a weak smile. Long time no see. Her face showed a hint of pallor. Her eyes were red as if she had cried her heart out. She looked exhausted, completely drained of energy, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. Seeing Huang Inger in this state, Ning Seer couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, his pupils slightly constricting. The blood on you. It's not mine. Huang Inger's voice was very soft, but she shook her head quickly, closing her eyes briefly. It's that beast Luo He's. This might have been the first time Huang Inger willingly ended someone's life. She didn't allow Luo He to die easily. Instead, she droned on about her grandfather, and with each sentence, she would cut deeply into his flesh with a knife. She watched as Luo He's expression, already weakened, twisted grotesquely in anguish, despair reflected in his eyes like an animal, only able to be slaughtered. He felt every touch of the blade cutting through his flesh. The pain was intense, yet not immediate enough to take his life. The agony was prolonged endlessly, until Luo He almost ceased to look human. But while Huang Inger acted, she gained a sense of twisted revenge gratification. She threw the nearly minced corpse of Luo He far away. It might rot and stink, or become zombie fodder. However, after finishing these actions, an endless void overwhelmed her. Having heard the noise outside the door, Su Shiqing also walked over and paused at the sight of the bloody Huang Yinger. But soon, she sighed lightly, unrepentantly took hold of the blood-stained hand of the other person, and led her inside. All right, come in first. Su Shiqing pulled out clean clothes and water from her storage space and handed them to Huang Yinger. Go wash yourself. Change into something cleaner. The clothing size was based on Su Shiqing, which turned out to be a little too large for Huang Yinger. Her frame wasn't large to begin with, and during this period, she never rested well, becoming excessively thin, looking as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Nevertheless, in the post-apocalyptic world, being able to wear clean clothes counted as good fortune. Huang Yinger looked at the clothes offered to her, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her voice hoarse. Thank you. Perhaps due to the significant emotional upheaval beforehand, a hint of numb exhaustion showed through the depths of her eyes, her facial expression extremely fragile, as though touching her lightly would cause her to shatter. For this, neither Su Shiqing nor Ning Seer had any effective way to alleviate her feelings. Even though her great vengeance had been achieved, the loss of family members could not be undone. Huang Yinger appeared to have thought of her grandfather while dealing with Luo He, finding it hard to recover momentarily. Her forlorn appearance stirred sympathy without reason. Su Shiqing pressed her lips together, stepped forward and gently embraced Huang Yinger, who stood there dumbfounded, consoling her. If you feel upset, just let it all out. After venting, we will continue to live well. Okay. They freed one of the inner rooms for Huang Yinger to clean herself. The soundproofing of the house wasn't good. Shortly after closing the bedroom door, both Su Shiqing and Ning Seer in the living room heard the muffled sounds of crying. Ning Seer walked over to Su Shiqing's side, lowering his gaze to her face and softly speaking. Do you think she can move past this? Su Shiqing closed her eyes. You've said it. Children in the apocalypse are resilient. They can adapt to such lives. Huang Yinger is no exception. For some unknown reason, watching Su Shiqing utter these words, Ning Seer suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Su Shiqing's tone and expression seemed like observing those in the apocalypse from an outsider's perspective, calm and objective, yet oddly gave Ning Seer a feeling that she could detach at any moment. He knew this feeling sounded absurd, but for a brief moment, Ning Seer indeed harbored such a ridiculous notion. It was as if Su Shiqing did not belong to the apocalypse, and she could leave the world at any time. This indescribable and elusive feeling caused Ning Seer's heart to rare flutter with unease. His gaze was fixed on Su Shiqing's face for a long moment, hesitant to move away. It was as if he feared that once he glanced away, Su Shiqing would vanish right before his eyes. What's wrong? Su Shiqing finally noticed Ning Seer's unusual stare, snapping out of her thoughts. Confused, she looked over at him. She had no idea that her previous words had already led Ning Seer to these musings. She only sensed something off about his gaze, restless, anxious, yet laced with hints of longing. Su Shiqing waved her hand in front of Ning Seer's eyes. What are you thinking about? You're looking at me like I'm a ghost. Snapping back to reality with a jolt, Ning Seer's breathing became slightly hurried. He hastily averted his gaze, coughing lightly as if to cover up. Nothing. Just that what you said makes a lot of sense. Please. Su Shiqing sighed helplessly, smiling. Didn't you say those exact words to me last time? It was just that she was increasingly coming to understand those words better. Every world has its own survival rules, even in the apocalypse. There will always be resilient souls who manage to persevere, without worrying too much. Let Huang Yinger stay by herself for a while. Su Shiqing stretched lazily and glanced toward the door direction. Next door remained eerily quiet, as though Lung Yin hadn't returned with Yin Qingqing yet. The sky was getting late, and the sun outside was slanting westward. It would be dark soon. Through the window, one could see other residents rushing indoors. Does seeing a doctor really take this long? Su Shiqing couldn't help but frown, not sure why a foreboding feeling crept into her mind, making her feel subtly uneasy. Looking at the clock, she shook her head and exhaled deeply, pushing all concerns aside for now. Su Shiqing got up and headed towards the room where Ran was resting, intending to check on the little girl. I'll go see Ran. She slept for so long, she should wake up soon. Chapter 171, The Eerie Virus. In the dimly lit room, Anran curled her body and lay quietly on the bed, wrapped snugly in a quilt. Su Shiqing carefully pushed the door open, peeking halfway inside. Seeing that the little girl showed no sign of waking up, she silently smiled. She must have been exhausted after playing around so wildly. Initially, Su Shiqing had no intention of disturbing Anran's continued sleep. However, after pondering for a moment, it was nearly time for dinner, and if she kept sleeping like this, she would probably not be able to sleep tonight. So, Su Shiqing entered the room. Gently sitting by the bedside, Su Shiqing patted Anran's shoulder softly and said tenderly, Anran, sweetheart, it's time to wake up. Before her words were finished, Su Shiqing suddenly sensed something wrong and quickly touched Anran's forehead. It was scorching hot. Unbeknownst to Wen, Anran had developed a high fever. Under the dim light, the face of the young girl appeared abnormally red with a slightly sickly tone, and her breathing was slightly rough. How could she suddenly develop such a high fever? She had taken her medicine, and at noon, it was just a simple cold. But Su Shiqing didn't have time to think much further. Anran's forehead was clearly hotter than normal, even much hotter than when she fell ill at the Chomping base. This was clearly not an ordinary fever. Su Shiqing is not a doctor, and the world after the apocalypse doesn't offer specialized medical equipment. She could only call out, Ning Sinan, come take a look quickly. A trace of unusual panic crept into Su Shiqing's voice, causing Ning Sinan, who was in the living room, to instantly change expression and rush into the room. Anren has a fever, and this temperature seems somewhat abnormal. Sitting by the bedside, Su Shiqing illuminated the dim room with a flashlight, clearly revealing Anren's flushed cheeks. Seeing this, Ning Sinan's expression darkened. Without wasting any more words, he took several steps to the bedside, bent down, and felt the little girl's forehead. As expected, it was unusually hot. How could it be this hot? Ning Sinan muttered under his breath, checking Anren's condition carefully, without delay. After rummaging through space, Su Shiqing pulled out antibiotics, fever reducers, various medications, piling them on a table nearby, without hesitation. She also took out a basin of water, using a towel to simply wipe Anren's hands and feet, almost shaking while performing these actions. Meanwhile, Ning Sinan's face was serious as he first checked Anren's pulse, and then gently opened her mouth to examine her throat's inflammation status. Finally, hesitatingly, he forced Anren's tightly closed eyelids open. The next second, both Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan froze where they stood. They noticed that Anren's eyes, unknown from when, were stained with a familiar tinge of crimson. Clanging to the floor, Su Shiqing's basin fell with a loud sound. Despite the noise, Anren, lost in unconscious slumber, gave no indication of awakening. Her eyebrows lightly knitted together as if she was uncomfortable, muttering instinctively, "Sister, is this the zombie virus?" Su Shiqing gritted her teeth, nearly unable to believe what she saw in Anren's eyes. Retracting his hand, Ning Sinan's face, usually devoid of much emotion, rarely revealed a flicker of shock. "No, this isn't the usual zombie virus." With extensive knowledge in this field, Ning Sinan firmly shook his head. Empowered ones wouldn't react this severely to the zombie virus, and the method of transmission here is incorrect. But Anren's eyes resemble those of people who have long consumed mutated lean meat. Su Shiqing looked exceedingly grim, her delicate features showing a rare harshness. If we talk about the mode of virus transmission, almost simultaneously, they thought of one person, Yin Qingqing. Could Yin Qingqing have transmitted the virus to Anren? Ning Sinan murmured to himself, raising his head to glance at Su Shiqing nearby, eager to hear what she thought. However, Su Shiqing abruptly stood up, turning sharply to walk outside. "Shiqing, what are you going to do?" Ning Sinan's eyebrows twitched anxiously, hurriedly stepping forward to block her. Grasping Su Shiqing's wrist without hesitation, he intervened. Ning Sinan realized that whenever Anren's safety was involved, Su Shiqing became someone entirely different, completely disregarding the consequences of her actions. It was the same during the zombie tide battle at the Chongping base, and now again as Anren spiked with a high fever. "Let go." Su Shiqing coldly turned away from Ning Sinan's grasp, stating, "If I find out the person responsible, I will know exactly what happened. You need to calm down first." Ning Sinan firmly re-grabbed her shoulders, whispering persuasively, "This virus is too strange. It doesn't resemble the original zombie virus at the start of the apocalypse. We don't know anything now, and your impulsive visit." Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing slapped the other person's hand away, her eyes slightly red and her expression resolute yet fierce as she whispered sternly, "Lying in bed is my younger sister. I am clearer than anyone about what I'm doing right now. I advise you not to stop me. In any world, Anren will always be Su Shiqing's weakness. This was the zombie virus. No matter how bizarre this virus might be, its danger is undoubtedly present, and every second of delay means more danger for Anren." Su Shiqing was incredibly calm, calmly analyzing the situation within moments. Currently, the only way was to find Yin Qingqing and Leng Yan. Based on Leng Yan's previous attitude, she likely knew something, and this was the sole clue at the moment. Ning Sinan had never seen Su Shiqing behave like this, which left him momentarily stunned, causing him to instinctively step back. A rare look of confusion appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, seemingly unsure where to start advising her. Undeniably, Ning Sinan thought perhaps finding Leng Yan would provide a better understanding of this virus. But the act itself was fraught with danger, and out of selfish concern, Ning Sinan didn't want Su Shiqing to leave. He took a deep breath and gripped Su Shiqing's shoulders again, speaking gravely, "I'll go find someone. My empowered level is higher than yours. If I encounter danger, I can extricate myself more effectively." Glancing at Anren lying in bed with her eyes tightly closed, Ning Sinan's voice softened as he met Su Shiqing's icy gaze, gently saying, "You should stay here. Anren needs her older sister. Anren needs you." These words acted like a sedative, making Su Shiqing press her lips together and lower her eyes. But the next second, Su Shiqing pushed Ning Sinan's hand aside. "No, the one who should stay here is you." Chapter 172, I'm not leaving. Su Shiqing took out the complete set of research equipment from her dimensional space and looked at Ning Sinan with a determined gaze. "I know you've done a lot of research on the zombie virus, and I want you to try and see if you can come up with any results regarding the virus in Anren's body." If Su Shiqing stayed in the room, all she could do was worry about Anren without being able to contribute anything. But Ning Sinan was different, as he had studied viruses and single-handedly devised the power supply system for the apocalypse. Although there was no guarantee that Ning Sinan could make any significant progress regarding this particular virus in Anren's body, it would still be better than Su Shiqing remaining idle indoors. Ning Sinan didn't expect that his extensive knowledge would eventually become the excuse keeping him busy. His brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the determined expression on Su Shiqing's face and opened his mouth. "But there are no buts." Su Shiqing shook her head, cutting off what Ning Sinan was about to say and looking earnestly into his eyes. "I believe in you." Knock knock knock. The slightly ajar door was gently tapped, interrupting the conversation between Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan. It turned out to be Huang Inger, who had changed into a clean set of clothes, now hesitating at the door, peeking in cautiously. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried for a very long time, but thankfully her emotions seemed to have stabilized. Miss Su, Dr. Ning, what are you arguing about? Seeing the two standing against each other in the dimly lit room, Huang Inger hesitated before asking, glancing inside to notice the little girl lying on the bed, her face flushed red. What happened to Anren? Immediately spotting something wrong with the little girl on the bed, Huang Inger was surprised and pushed the door open fully, stepping inside. Lifting a hand to rub her temples, Su Shiqing pursed her lips. Anren seems to have been infected by some kind of special virus, running a high fever and unconscious. As she spoke, Su Shiqing's eyes dimmed and the hand dangling at her side clenched slightly. Huang Inger's eyes widened. How could this happen? I need to go find someone right now. The Ningen base has not been peaceful recently. If your affairs are resolved, you should return to Chongping base as soon as possible. Su Shiqing reminded Huang Inger softly, seeing her attempt to tidy herself after her pursuit. Huang Inger had originally chased He Luo, but now with the enemy dead and vengeance fulfilled, she had no reason to stay any longer. It was time for her to return. Upon hearing this, Huang Inger fidgeted with the hem of her clothing and glanced at the grave expressions on Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan's faces before turning her gaze to Anren lying quietly on the bed, making a decision. I'm not leaving. Huang Inger unfolded her hands, staring at her palms while biting her lips. Though I may not be as capable as either of you, I can surely be of help somehow. Eyes that had previously been red and swollen from crying now shone with determination, as Huang Inger looked sincerely at Su Shiqing. Miss Su herself mentioned this base is unsafe, so having me around could provide more support. Su Shiqing paused for a moment, then looked up at Ning Sinan, noticing that he too appeared somewhat surprised. A zombie virus wasn't something to joke about, yet Huang Inger had not hesitated for a second, choosing instead to join Su Shiqing and others in this potentially deadly mission, walking a thin line between life and death. As if realizing their hesitation, Huang Inger placed a hand over her heart lightly. You both have helped me greatly, whether it's preserving my grandfather's intact remains or dealing with He Luo. I remember everything. So, please don't reject me. Let me also do something for you. Huang Inger spoke with focused and unwavering eyes, clearly having made her decision. Su Shiqing contemplated silently for a moment, and then slowly exhaled. Thank you. Su Shiqing reached out and grasped Huang Inger's hand, simply uttering these two words, yet her tone was filled with profound gratitude. Both of their hands were somewhat cold, but the moment they clasped together, they brought warmth. Huang Inger's eyes softened slightly as she smiled for the first time in a long while. Even though she had endured many struggles during this period, her smile still revealed traces of her previous shyness and modesty. Well then, it's settled. Su Shiqing turned towards Ning Sinan, her expression once again becoming solemn as she instructed, stay here, and Inger and I will go outside to find someone. Being a third-stage abnormal talent, and with Su Shiqing's abilities, the duo going together provided a certain amount of security, giving Ning Sinan no reason to decline. For a long while, those dark deep eyes stared intently at Su Shiqing's face. Ning Sinan closed his eyes briefly, sighing faintly like in compromise. In an instant before Su Shiqing realized it, he pulled her into his arms and embraced her tightly. Su Shiqing's pupils suddenly contracted, seemingly not expecting this action. The faint scent of pine wood at her nose quickly spread, and for a moment, she became rigid, unsure where to place her limbs. Then she felt a warm breath near her ear. Su Shiqing heard Ning Sinan softly speak close to her ear with an emotion that was difficult to identify. Be safe. I'll wait for you to come back along with Anren. Ning Sinan embraced Su Shiqing with his hands neatly placed on her back, his eyes slightly closed. In a corner Su Shiqing couldn't see, there was a trace of yearning on his face. This scene did not escape the keen observation of Huang Inger standing behind Su Shiqing. Huang Inger opened her mouth slightly in surprise, looking at the expression on Ning Sinan's face. She belatedly seemed to realize something. Dr. Ning and Miss Su. At first, Su Shiqing was caught off guard by the sudden embrace, then quickly realized Ning Sinan's subtle unease, blinking her eyes. She patted Ning Sinan's back from behind, attempting to ease him with a light-hearted assurance. All right, it's just finding someone. Why is the atmosphere so solemn? As Su Shiqing pulled away from Ning Sinan's embrace, she held up 3 fingers earnestly, saying, Don't worry, safety comes first, I've got it. Her gaze fell on the slight bulge on the bed beyond the man before her, and her expression softened completely. Besides, for Anren's sake, I wouldn't take risks. Recalling how last time Su Shiqing directly jumped into a horde of zombies from the wall to kill that mental zombie, Ning Sinan felt that her words of not taking risks sounded like a joke. His gaze darkened as he turned toward Huang Inger, whose thoughts were still somewhat distant. He spoke coolly. Thanks for your help this time. The distant and chilly tone immediately brought Huang Inger back to reality. Dr. Ning, please don't worry. Huang Inger appeared a little nervous under Ning Sinan's gaze, her voice stammering. Chapter 173, Looking for Someone. The plan was hastily made. Ning's Nian was inside the house, trying to research this bizarre virus, while also taking care of Anren, who had a high fever. Su Shiqing left ample supplies in the room, including food, water, and various medicines, then went out with Huang Inger. The night at the base was almost deserted, with only faint candlelight seeping out from houses along both sides of the road, and the moonlight shining down from above. A cold wind blew over them, making them shiver. Su Shiqing rubbed her hands together and moved forward with a determined gaze. Miss Su, where are we going first? Huang Yinger, new to the place, wasn't very familiar with anything and quietly asked as she followed behind Su Shiqing. Just call me by my name. There's no need to be so formal. Su Shiqing shook her head lightly, feeling uncomfortable with being called Miss Su repeatedly. Hearing this, Huang Yinger hesitated for a moment, but soon couldn't help smiling slightly. All right, Shiqing. The person I'm looking for is called Lung Yan, and she has a girl about the same age as Anren named Yin Qingqing. As they walked, Su Shiqing briefly explained the current situation. Lung Yan is an ability user in this base. If we want to find their whereabouts, the most direct way would be to go to the base leader. So now, we need to look for Zhuang Minglu. Zhuang Minglu. Thinking of the short-haired woman she met earlier in the day, Huang Yinger nodded in understanding and quickly caught up with Su Shiqing. Because of Anren's condition, Su Shiqing was practically running the entire way, arriving quickly at Zhuang Minglu's resting place. Perhaps due to Zhuang Minglu's prior arrangements for security protection, the guards guarding the safety of the base leader didn't stop the rushed Su Shiqing and Huang Yinger, allowing them to smoothly reach the door. Surprisingly, even though it was already late at night, there was still candlelight in Zhuang Minglu's room, bright enough that faint voices could be heard coming from inside. Ignoring everything else, Su Shiqing knocked on the door directly. It's me, Su Shiqing. The sound of speaking inside stopped abruptly, and soon Zhuang Minglu's voice came from within. Miss Su? Come in. Su Shiqing pushed open the door with Huang Yinger and walked inside. She immediately saw Luo Jun in the room, noticing the obvious signs of exhaustion on his dark face, as if he had a headache. Zhuang Minglu was seated at a table, rubbing her temples, and looked similarly worn out. Is there something you needed, Miss Su? Despite being very tired, Zhuang Minglu managed to gather her energy to receive Su Shiqing, an important trading partner for the base. I need to find someone. Su Shiqing slapped her hand on the table, leaving no room for doubt in her tone. Where is Lung Yan from your base? Where is she right now? Luo Jun might have thought Su Shiqing's attitude was inappropriate, so he furrowed his brow. Lung Yan? The ice element ability user? How would we know where she is? Luo Jun shook his head and added. She hasn't chosen to join the base's system structure. She occasionally helps the base with some things, but we really don't know her specific movements. Not joining the base's structural system? Su Shiqing paused, clearly not expecting this answer. Considering Lung Yan's usual behavior, she had naturally assumed that Lung Yan was part of Ningen base, believing her to be one of its ability users. What do you need from this person, Miss Su? Zhuang Minglu observed Su Shiqing's expression closely and narrowed her eyes. Su Shiqing didn't answer her. Instead, she frowned and asked another question. Well, where does your base's doctor live? Before leaving last time, Lung Yan said she was going to take her daughter to see the base doctor because Yin Qingqing's crimson eyes hadn't faded. Perhaps they could trace her location through this lead. Doctor. Zhuang Minglu was taken aback, unfamiliar with the term. Do you mean the healing type ability users? I do know about them. Healing type ability users? They're pretty much the same thing. But for some reason, Su Shiqing felt an odd sense of unease. How many healing type ability users are there in the base? Are any of them researching zombie viruses? Zhuang Minglu let out a soft sigh, seeming a bit bewildered by Su Shiqing's consecutive questions. There are 5 healing type ability users in the base, but none of them specialize in studying the zombie virus. Looking at Su Shiqing, Zhuang Minglu shook her head helplessly. So, Miss Su, what exactly do you intend to do? No one in the base is researching the zombie virus? Then who is the Dr. Lung Yan mentioned? And where are she and Yin Qingqing now? It seemed that all leads had been lost, and no one knew where Lung Yan had gone. As Su Shiqing stood lost in thought, Luo Jun grew somewhat irritated, rubbing his hair. I mean, if there's nothing else, don't come disturbing the base leader. The base has a lot on its plate right now, and we can barely keep up ourselves. Go find who you want on your own. Jun Luo. Zhuang Minglu gave Luo Jun a warning glance and shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with his tone. But Su Shiqing didn't have time to care about what others thought. She glanced back at Huang Yinger and saw the same furrowed brow of uncertainty reflected on her face. Sorry for disturbing. Seeing no additional clues would come from Zhuang Minglu, Su Shiqing stepped back a few paces, planning to leave and search elsewhere for any trace of Lung Yan. But before she had taken a few steps, Zhuang Minglu called out to stop her. Miss Su, I'd like to discuss something with you. Zhuang Minglu pressed her lips together, seemingly reluctant but forcing herself to speak. Could I borrow some supplies from you? It's getting colder recently, and many people in the base have caught colds or developed fevers. They need these supplies. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get every bit of crystalline nuclei gold promised. Could you lend some supplies to help the base through this crisis? Su Shiqing wasn't paying attention to what Zhuang Minglu was saying next. Instead, she caught just one crucial point. Many people in the base are running fevers? It's more than just fevers, Luo Jun groaned, looking thoroughly stressed by what sounded like an impossible situation. For some reason this afternoon, a whole bunch of people started having unexplained fevers. The ones worse off even fell into comas. The healing type ability users in the base are going crazy trying to keep up, but we have no idea why. Chapter 174, The Survivors. Without warning, they started to run fevers, even falling into a coma. These symptoms sound familiar. Aren't they just like in Rance? Could it be that not only in Ran, but others in the base were also infected with this strange virus? Su Shiqing's expression shifted again and again, her thoughts swirling through her mind, sinking deeper into unease. As Luo Jun talked on, Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er's faces both started to change. Zhuang Minglu acutely noticed the changes in their expressions and immediately focused her gaze. Miss Su, do you know something? Su Shiqing took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and met Zhuang Minglu's gaze with an icy stare. To be honest, my younger sister has also contracted a similar illness, which is why I've come out to look for help. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Minglu abruptly stood up from her seat, and Luo Jun beside her also grew solemn. Your implication is that the sudden outbreak of the epidemic in the base was Cold Yan's doing? Zhuang Minglu looked straight at Su Shiqing, her eyebrows carrying a trace of suspicion. I can't be certain, said Su Shiqing as she lowered her eyelids, pondering how to inform Zhuang Minglu about the strange virus. According to Ning Sinan, the method of transmission for this zombie virus was too bizarre, impossible to guard against. If it couldn't be controlled, soon no one in the entire base would escape its effects. Wait, no one in the whole base would escape? Suddenly, Su Shiqing's mind recalled the figure of the man in black. Her breathing halted momentarily, her pupils contracting sharply to pinpricks. In 7 days, if you don't leave, don't blame me for not warning you. Could it be that this was Tao Xian's 7-day deadline as mentioned by the man in black? Using this strange zombie virus as a means to thoroughly infect Ningen base? But it hasn't even been 7 days yet. Miss Su? Miss Su, seeing Su Shiqing suddenly fall silent, with increasingly troubled expressions on her face, Zhuang Minglu frowned, repeatedly calling out. Miss Su, do you know something? Could you tell us all so we can share the information? This is really important for our base. Luo Jun beside her became anxious as well. In those who exhibited these symptoms this afternoon, there were not only most of the common people in the base, but also several first-tier ability holders under his command who experienced high fever and slipped into comas. And he, as captain, had no solutions whatsoever. Su Shiqing's thoughts were disorganized. She bit her tongue hard, the pain snapping her back into a more composed state. After taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing quietly revealed what she knew. If I'm not mistaken, the disease breaking out in the base should be the same kind as what my younger sister caught, originating from a strange zombie virus. At the mention of a zombie virus, Zhuang Minglu and Luo Jun both underwent noticeable shifts in demeanor. Zombie virus? It's impossible. Luo Jun countered first. Abnormality carriers won't be infected with zombie viruses. Everyone knows that. Yet, some abnormality carriers among my subordinates were also afflicted with this illness. Interrupted, Su Shiqing gave him an impatient glare. So that's why I said it's a weird virus. You probably know that near Ningen base, there's another smaller scale base raising mutated rabbits to sustain the livelihood of the whole base. When this statement came out, Zhuang Minglu pressed her lips together. On the other hand, Luo Jun and Huang Ying'er, unaware of the full story, were visibly shocked. Raising mutated animals as food? Those people are insane, exclaimed Luo Jun, filled with disbelief. Everyone knows that mutated animals from the apocalypse contain zombie viruses. Once ordinary people eat the meat, they're likely to be infected and turn into zombies. How could the people from that base dare to eat it? Mentioning those 2 mutated rabbits, Su Shiqing perceptibly picked up on a subtle flicker in Zhuang Minglu's expression, but didn't point it out right then. The meat from mutated creatures can't be eaten directly. The head of that base employed some improper methods to barely weaken the viruses inside the mutated animals' bodies, using them to sustain the life of the base. Huang Ying'er slightly covered her mouth, stunned all over. The viruses in mutated animals can be weakened? Doesn't that mean we'll never lack food again? No, certainly not. Zhuang Minglu let out a slow breath, her gaze darkening as she continued the topic. That virus is merely weakened, not completely eradicated. Consuming the meat of these mutated animals over long periods will still cause harm to the body. Exactly. Su Shiqing glanced meaningfully at Zhuang Minglu and explained further. People who consume this meat over time will gradually have their eyes turn the bright red of a zombies. Though not fully infected, they've undergone bodily changes. And these people are the carriers of the mysterious virus. A brief silence fell over the room, as if everyone was digesting what had been said, but no one spoke up for a long time. Finally, Luo Jun raised his head in confusion. But what does that base have to do with our Ningen base? This time, it was Su Shiqing's turn to be surprised. You don't know? That base was completely destroyed, and all the survivors came to your Ningen base for refuge. In fact, the crystal cores of those 2 mutated beasts were personally handed over by Su Shiqing to Zhuang Minglu. There's no way the latter could not know about this matter. However, when she glanced at Zhuang Minglu, she saw the same look of shock on her face. You mean, the survivors from that base all came here to join us? Zhuang Minglu's breathing quickened slightly, and her face was filled with disbelief. She rested one hand on her forehead, frowning deeply as though trying to recall something, muttering softly and disbelievingly. No, it's impossible. How could I not know about this? Zhuang Minglu looked up, locking eyes with Su Shiqing who was studying her carefully, then shook her head, as if attempting to prove something. No, I do know about the existence of that mutated beast base, and I did indeed have intentions toward their mutated beast crystal cores. But I didn't know. When did the survivors come to our base? Zhuang Minglu held her forehead, clearly struggling to believe what she'd heard, continuously repeating under her breath. No, this doesn't make sense. Her expression seemed genuine, making it hard for Su Shiqing to quickly decide whether Zhuang Minglu was feigning ignorance or telling the truth. But if Zhuang Minglu truly knew nothing about the survivors coming to the base, then there was much to reflect upon. Su Shiqing remembered. The person who originally proposed bringing the survivors back to Ningen base was none other than Cold Yan, who had vanished without a trace now. Could it be that Cold Yin hadn't acted on Zhuang Minglu's orders to bring people back to the base? Then what was her real purpose? Was she allied with the man in black? Chapter 175, A Living Warehouse. If you still can't fully trust me, you can send someone to check the eyes of those patients and see if they have turned crimson. Su Shiqing glanced at Luo Jun, standing nearby. Luo Jun had a grave expression. He nodded towards Zhuang Minglu, and then quickly ran off. Currently, all the people in the base who suddenly developed fever and fell unconscious were gathered together to prevent further infection and make it easier for healers with special abilities to treat them. Luo Jun soon headed towards that location to verify whether the situation was as Su Shiqing had described. Left in the room were Su Shiqing, Huang Yinger, and Zhuang Minglu. The atmosphere was tense, and an oppressive silence spread. If this bizarre zombie virus was truly created by Tao Xian, the man in black, what was his motive? What did he have against Ning'an base that he would aim to destroy it? Su Shiqing's gaze fell on Zhuang Minglu in front of her, and her expression grew colder bit by bit. She approached step by step and leaned her hands on the table in front of the other woman. Zhuang Minglu, what kind of deal did you reach with Tao Xian before, and why has the transaction been terminated now? Su Shiqing fixed her eyes firmly on Zhuang Minglu, not missing any subtle change in the other's expression. To find out what feud existed between the man in black and Ning'an base, it might just be Zhuang Minglu who knew something about it. Su Shiqing wanted to clarify these matters to understand what Tao Xian truly intended and how they should respond next. In the face of Su Shiqing's pressing question, Zhuang Minglu pursed her lips slightly and lowered her eyelids. Her deal with Tao Xian wasn't something she could proudly admit, which is why Zhuang Minglu had never mentioned it to anyone. But looking at Su Shiqing's unwavering expression in front of her, it seemed as though the latter wouldn't let up unless she provided some kind of answer. The current state of the base was filled with unexpected situations. Zhuang Minglu lacked the ability to ensure that she alone could handle this so-called virus, and Su Shiqing was holding on to materials that she needed most desperately. Perhaps only being straightforward about everything was the last hope. Watching Zhuang Minglu's conflicted facial expressions continuously shift, finally slumping back into her chair exhaustedly, Su Shiqing realized that the other had come to a decision. Before I start, Miss Su, can you promise that what I am about to say won't get out? Zhuang Minglu raised her gaze and quietly looked at Su Shiqing, asking softly. She pointed toward Huang Yinger behind Su Shiqing, then closed her eyes, appearing very tired. And also includes her. I need your assurance that nothing I say will be disclosed to others within the base. Huang Yinger, suddenly mentioned, stiffened like a frightened rabbit. Then after listening carefully, she looked over at Su Shiqing, hurriedly covering her mouth and nodding to signify that she wouldn't blabber. After turning his eyes around briefly, Su Shiqing responded, I can guarantee that no one else in the base will know, but my companions are exempt from this. The image of An Ran and Ning Sign surfaced in Zhuang Minglu's mind. After pondering for a moment, she finally nodded. All right. Slouching in her seat, she raised one hand lightly pinching her nose bridge, showing signs of extreme fatigue. In fact, the transaction with Tao Xian was rather simple. He would supply me with the resources necessary to sustain the entire base, and I would provide him with enough corpses. Corpses? Upon hearing this, both Su Shiqing and Huang Yinger were taken aback. In this apocalypse, corpses were the most common sight, whether human or zombie-related. One only had to take a few walks outside the base to encounter many lying openly in the wilderness, decomposing and rotting away. Why would anyone trade such things for the precious resources needed to survive the end times? Yes, corpses. Seeing the incomprehension on Su Shiqing and Huang Yinger's faces, Zhuang Minglu shook her head slightly, unsurprised, since she had initially been shocked herself beyond measure upon hearing his requirements. She explained, the corpses had to be those left by humans who had not yet become zombies, and the time of death could not exceed 3 hours. Fresh human corpses? What did Tao Xian intend to do with them? The source of these corpses? Su Shiqing's eyes dimmed slightly, seemingly already piecing together part of the puzzle. You're correct. All the corpses I handed over to the other party came from the residents within the base, Zhuang Minglu confirmed directly, without denial. The number of corpses Tao Xian required wasn't particularly large. Only 50 per month was sufficient. I thought it was a highly practical deal because even with the existence of a base during the apocalypse, we couldn't guarantee that everyone could survive unscathed. At the beginning, I secretly collected and gave the bodies of those who died of old age, froze to death, or starved to death inside the base, to Tao Xian. However, as the supplies provided by Tao Xian gradually arrived, the number of natural deaths in the base started to significantly decrease, and it became somewhat difficult to reach the target of 50 bodies per month. So I began to select targets, listing those who bullied the weak and caused chaos within the base and eliminating them personally under the cover of night. Zhuang Minglu's gaze remained calm, her expression unmoved. Of course, all these things were done behind everyone else's back. I am the most trusted base leader in their hearts. If someone noticed that there were fewer people in the base, they wouldn't pursue the matter further as long as I explained briefly. And those who died were all pests in the base. Exchanging their corpses for more resources gave hope for more survival. I believe that, as a base leader, this was the best I could do. She calmly recounted what she had done over the years, her tone indifferent, as if she were talking about someone else. Huang Yinger, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. But one cannot deny that if Zhuang Minglu hadn't done this, traded dozens of lives for supplies, the Ning'an base might already have ceased to exist. In comparison, Su Shiqing maintained a bit more composure internally. As she listened to Zhuang Minglu's confession, she didn't make any judgment, but raised an eyebrow when the other finished speaking, pointing out another issue. It sounds like your cooperation was quite pleasant, so why has the transaction between you and Tao Xian been terminated now? Phew. Zhuang Minglu exhaled deeply, her expression growing colder little by little as she said word by word. Because his demands started to change. He no longer wanted 50 bodies per month, but rather a steady supply of living humans. Zhuang Minglu's eyes were fierce. He wanted the entire base's residence to become a living warehouse he could draw upon at any time. Chapter 176, The Eerie Factory. Base Commander, we've been trading for so long now. Are you interested in taking it further? I can guarantee your life of food and security without the worry of zombie attacks forever if you simply do one thing. Play the role of a responsible base commander here. You stabilize the internal affairs of the base, ensure that the residents don't grow suspicious, and turn a blind eye to my actions. In return, when I need to, I will come here to take away those who catch my eye. Oh yes, rest assured, I will be very, very careful when doing these things so that no one finds out. After all, I don't want to put our beloved base commander in a difficult position. That day Tao Xian's raspy, mocking voice rang again in her ears, causing Zhuang Minglu's hand on the desk to clench involuntarily. Tao Xian thought his proposal was enticing enough to move anyone struggling desperately in the apocalypse, but Zhuang Minglu refused. All I do is just to help this base find a ray of hope amidst the chaos of the end times, not to allow it to become someone else's cattle ranch. Zhuang Minglu turned her head to look out the window, gazing at the distant flickering candles outside with a melancholic expression as she said, So, Tao Xian and I fell apart. When he left, he smiled at me. I sensed his ill intentions, combined with what you told me about the 7-day deadline, which made me realize that he definitely wasn't going to leave quietly. But she couldn't uncover anything from her investigation. Judging by what's happened, the sudden outbreak of this strange virus was most likely due to Tao Xian's manipulation. Do you know what he wants those corpses for? Su Shiqing stroked his chin, trying to piece together the scattered clues in his mind. I don't know. Zhuang Minglu shook her head. He has never mentioned it voluntarily. Although 50 corpses each month might seem like a significant number, it isn't too conspicuous during the apocalypse. Listening to it, Zhuang Minglu's trade with Tao Xian seemed to have existed for quite a while, leading to a considerable accumulation of corpses in Tao Xian's possession. But what did Tao Xian intend to do with them? Corpses. Virus. Is he conducting research? Su Shiqing murmured, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. From the current situation, Lung Yin appears to be working alongside Tao Xian. This indicates that Tao Xian also knows about the mutated creature's base. This mysterious virus seems to originate from those people who were consuming products of the mutated creatures for an extended period. They then spread the virus throughout the base, under Tao Xian's instruction. This shows that Tao Xian has knowledge of the virus and understands its infectious nature. Is he also involved in this kind of research? In that case, Tao Xian's demand for numerous corpses and his desire to control everyone in the base makes more sense. He aims to turn all the residents into his test subjects. Cold and rigid corpses could no longer satisfy his needs, so Tao Xian set his sights on the living inhabitants of the base. If Su Shiqing's assumptions are correct, many aspects suddenly fall into place. There are still a few details that remain unclear, but now isn't the time to dwell on these thoughts. Zhuang Minglu, do you know where Tao Xian usually resides? The priority now is to find Tao Xian. Even Ning Sinan doesn't understand much about this strange virus, whose symptoms develop rapidly. To find a solution, it might be necessary to question Tao Xian directly. However, Zhuang Minglu appeared hesitant. I don't know. Tao Xian doesn't reside in the base. His movements are unpredictable. Even the corpses he requested, I would simply place them in a specific room, and he would retrieve them whenever he wanted. Now that our transaction is broken, it is even harder to track him down. We've been searching for a long time, but we haven't uncovered any leads. This complicates things. First Lung Yin and Yin Qingqing disappeared. Now there's no trace of Tao Xian either. The clues seem to be severed here. Tao Xian. Corpses. Su Shiqing closed his eyes, pondering where to start. He obtained countless bodies from the base. It's impossible there hasn't been a hint of activity. He must have had somewhere dedicated to research. Could it be there? Wait. Su Shiqing suddenly realized something, his eyes snapping open, a shadow of a building flashing in his mind. That factory. The factory they passed by when heading to Ningen Base. They clearly saw the inside when the lightning illuminated it. Countless bodies hanging upside down from the ceiling, grotesque and horrifying. At that time, they were still suspecting why there were so many bodies in that factory. Now it seemed that it was very likely the place where Tao Xian conducted his research on the corpses. But that factory wasn't far from Ningen Base. Could it be that during this long period of time, no one noticed the eeriness inside the factory? Shiqing, Miss Su, Huang Inger and Zhuang Minglu both looked over as Su Shiqing's eyes suddenly widened, calling out her name with confusion. Did you think of something? Zhuang Minglu asked, her eyes lighting up slightly at Su Shiqing's expression of sudden realization. I might know where Tao Xian keeps those bodies now. I'm not sure if Tao Xian himself is there, but perhaps we can send someone to check it out. Su Shiqing nodded in acknowledgement without hiding anything. However, before revealing the existence of the factory, Su Shiqing asked Zhuang Minglu a question first. Minglu, as the base commander, do you know about a deserted factory not far from the base? Factory. Zhuang Minglu first paused in surprise, then furrowed her brow as she recalled. I think there is such a factory. Rummaging through the drawers of the desk, Zhuang Minglu pulled out a map and examined it carefully before decisively nodding her head. If my memory serves me right, there indeed is a factory. Long ago, psychics from the base went to investigate that factory and confirmed that there were no usable resources inside, nor any dangers threatening the base. Afterward, few people visited that factory. Midway through her words, Zhuang Minglu suddenly caught on. You mean, Tao Xian stores the bodies in that factory? On the way to the base, we passed by that factory, Su Shiqing said gravely, exhaling slowly. The ceiling of the factory was covered with countless upside-down bodies. Even though the factory wasn't far from the base, Zhuang Minglu had never heard of such an occurrence, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. No, the conclusion reported by that psychic back then was that the factory was normal, and that was when I had already made this deal with Tao Xian. Realizing a possibility, Su Shi's fingertips lightly tapped the table as she spoke calmly. Do you remember who that psychic was? It was. Zhuang Minglu stopped mid-sentence, her body jolting as her eyes widened involuntarily, whispering in disbelief. It was Leng Yan. Chapter 177, More Harm Than Good. Mommy. Yin Qingqing was led by her hand by her mother, stumbling into a room. It was very dark around her, and Yin Qingqing couldn't see the inside of the room clearly. However, the uncomfortable smell that had been bothering her suddenly intensified as soon as she entered, almost making the little girl vomit on the spot. Though there wasn't a trace of light here, Leng Yan didn't seem as disoriented as Yin Qingqing. She strode forward quickly, without any missteps, as if she were familiar with everything here. Being practically dragged forward forcefully by Leng Yan, Yin Qingqing couldn't break free. She didn't understand why her mother had brought her to this entirely unfamiliar place when they'd agreed to go see a doctor. Mommy. Slower, slower, Qingqing can't keep up. Yin Qingqing's head spun uncontrollably. Her face felt flushed, and her throat hurt as if it had been slashed by a knife. Yin Qingqing thought she must be sick. Otherwise, why would she feel so terrible? In her hazy state of mind, she wasn't sure how far or for how long she had walked following her mom. All she knew was that her legs were about to lose all feeling. The sun had moved from above to setting down the mountain, and time seemed to have passed for a very long while before reaching this foul-smelling room. Yin Qingqing felt like vomiting and wanted to sit down to rest for a moment, but her mom remained silent and continued walking forward, holding her hand tightly, not giving her a second to catch her breath. Mommy, mommy. Yin Qingqing was already half-dazed, each exhaled breath feeling hot, instinctively calling out to her mother, her voice tinged with sobs. Qingqing feels so uncomfortable, mommy. Finally, at this moment, Leng Yan's pace slowed down. Her fingertips formed a piece of ice, which she pressed rather roughly against Yin Qingqing's face. Her tone was cold and indifferent. You have a fever, you'll get better later. The already sensitive skin due to the illness was abruptly met with the icy block, causing Yin Qingqing to shiver violently, breathe faster, and let out a moan in her confused state. If there had been any light at that moment, one would have noticed Yin Qingqing's face red as if it had caught fire, her lips pale, looking unable to continue any longer. But obviously, Leng Yan didn't care about these things, and Yin Qingqing's body seemed to finally reach its limit. She slumped forward helplessly without any support and fell heavily onto the ground with a thud, slipping into unconsciousness. Tisk. In the darkness, Leng Yan sighed impatiently. Fainted? What a bother. She was considering whether to leave the kid lying there or drag her along further. Then, the next second, a hoarse laugh suddenly rang out. Huh. They say even tigers don't eat their own cubs, but I didn't expect you, as a mother, to show no mercy. As his words ended, flames flared up suddenly in the room. Countless bodies hanging upside down from the ceiling immediately came into view in front of Leng Yan, yet she looked unfazed, adjusted to the light, took in the sight of the factory, and eventually focused her gaze on a figure dressed in black, not far away. Tao Xian held a torch, draped in a black cloak, standing quietly among the forest of corpses. He was very thin, almost skeletal like a bamboo stick. Even though he wore a large cloak, he still looked like he could be blown away by the wind at any moment. The fire illuminated the grotesque wounds on his face, revealing them in sharp detail. His whole face was virtually unrecognizable, the wounds suppurating and decaying. If it weren't for his relatively normal eyes, he might as well be considered no different than a zombie. Surrounded by rotten, blackened corpses, Tao Xian stood among them like a devil freshly crawled out of hell, sending chills down anyone's spine who laid eyes on him. However, Leng Yan seemed to have become accustomed to Tao Xian's dramatic appearance. Not only did she show no fear or panic, but her expression even carried a hint of reverence. She left Yin Qingqing lying unconscious on the ground, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully to Tao Xian. Her tone was respectful. Dr. Tao, I've already brought back, according to your requirements, all those infected by the mutated beast virus. The virus should already be spreading in the base at this moment. It won't take long before your plan succeeds. Huh. Tao Xian's rotting face seemed to twitch slightly, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Not bad. Fast work. Do you want me to commend you? No dare. Leng Yan shook her head immediately, thinking of something, her eyes gradually turning fanatical. Being able to share Dr. Tao's burden is my honor. Before her sentence finished, the next second a black shadow flashed before her eyes. With speed beyond human capability to capture, Tao Xian instantly appeared right in front of Leng Yan. Doctor, before Leng Yan could react, Tao Xian had already landed a punch on her abdomen. Her body was suddenly hit hard, and Leng Yan flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Struggling to rise, She clutched her stomach, coughing uncontrollably while a metallic taste of blood spread in her mouth. Doctor, panic finally crept into Long Yan's eyes as she didn't understand why he had turned against her so abruptly. Her heart raced wildly, feeling like it would leap out of her throat. Humph. Tao Xian let out a cold snort. His voice was hoarse and eerie. I said it. We can't act yet. There are people inside Ning and base now who both you and I don't want to anger. If something happens to him, we're all dead. With Ning Sinin showing up unexpectedly, Tao Xian was forced to temporarily set aside his plans and warn her to leave quickly. He also informed Long Yan of this matter because Tao Xian knew that if anything happened to Ning Sinin, their superior might not forgive either of them. But what he didn't expect was that after just one day of not keeping an eye on her, Long Yan had already begun her scheme to trigger the virus outbreak. Truly, someone who fails at everything they attempt. And upon hearing this, Long Yan instantly forgot about the pain in her abdomen. She struggled to stand up, shaking with fear as she tried to explain, Doctor, I didn't know. I thought you were worried about that fourth stage ability user, so I sent my daughter to interact with them. Useless. Is following orders really so difficult? Tao Xian cared nothing for Long Yan's excuses, glaring at her with fierce malice, as though he would strike again at any moment. Fortunately, the person infected wasn't Ning Sinin himself, but rather the little girl traveling with him, meaning there was still room for negotiation. Otherwise, Tao Xian wouldn't waste time chatting nonsense here with Long Yan. He'd have scurried off long ago to write his own will. Chapter 178. There's no time left. However, the virus has already begun to spread through Ning and base. Tao Xian still needs to carefully deliberate his next move. This virus was discovered by Tao Xian accidentally in the base that bred mutated beasts. Currently, even he hasn't found any way to cure it. Out of curiosity for this unknown thing, Tao Xian originally intended to use Ning and base as his experimental petri dish, hoping for some new discoveries. But Ning Sinin suddenly appeared here unexpectedly. This virus is different from ordinary zombie viruses. Even psychics have a chance of being infected. The higher the psychic level, the lower the infection risk. While Ning Sinin has yet to be infected, Tao Xian needs to find a way to drive him out of the base. Glancing around this factory, Tao Xian looked at the rotting corpse hanging from the ceiling without changing expression, casually waved his hand, and instructed Long Yan. You burn all the corpses in this factory clean, don't leave too many clues. He lowered his eyes and saw the little girl lying unconscious on the ground with her face flushed and weak. His gaze didn't change one bit. He walked over and kicked her leg carelessly. As for your daughter, I've told you before, there's currently no way to treat this virus. Don't worry, Dr. Tao, I understand. Long Yan coughed twice and quickly propped himself up, responding before Tao Xian finished speaking. Long Yan lowered his eyes and stared at Yan Qingqing lying unconscious on the ground from a height, his expression unclear whether it was hate or resentment. If she can't bear it, then it's her fate. I will not intervene. Tao Xian squinted his eyes, looked deeply at Long Yan, and chuckled humorlessly. I haven't seen a mother so merciless and unkind like you for a long time. Long Yan faintly smiled, smoothing her hair behind her ear, and closed her eyes, seemingly reminiscing about something. I am her mother, but first of all, I must take care of myself. Do as you wish. Tao Xian had no interest in the grudges between these mother-daughter pairs. Remember to handle the corpses in the factory properly. With a flick of his sleeve, he pulled his cloak back over his face and jumped down from the window nearby. Tao Xian still needed to go back to Ning and base to drive Ning Sinin out. After seeing him leave, Long Yan began diligently dealing with hundreds of corpses inside the factory. Yan Qingqing was abandoned in a corner unnoticed, breathing weakly, her face flushed, looking as if she were on her last breath. No one noticed that her fingers twitched lightly, and a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. Mom. Under Zhuang Minglu's guidance, Su Shiqing and Huang Inger arrived at the temporary hospital that had been hastily erected. On rudimentary beds made from scavenged materials lie numerous patients high fever and unconscious. Looking around, the room contained at least 100 makeshift beds. The scarce 5 healer-type psychics of the base wore masks, unclear where they were sourced, and busily cared for the patients. Among them could be seen the figure of Luo Jun. Upon noticing the arrival of the base leader, he hurried over after giving quick instructions to someone beside him. Base leader, I've investigated. Luo Jun gasped slightly, removing his mask. The eyes of these patients have indeed changed, somewhat resembling the crimson eyes of zombies. I see. Zhuang Minglu nodded, indicating she understood. As Su Shiqing anticipated, the sudden outbreak in the base bore striking resemblance to the virus affecting and ran. Looking at the staff caring for the patients inside, Su Shiqing slightly frowned. Their masks don't look very hygienic. Will they even work? The conditions are limited. This is merely better than nothing. Zhuang Minglu worriedly gazed at the scene inside, murmuring lowly. We're not entirely clear how this virus spreads yet. But apparently, as long as you don't come into contact with those people's saliva, blood, or other bodily fluids, there should be no problem. And it seems high-level psychics are less likely to be infected. Before Zhuang Minglu finished speaking, several crates suddenly thudded heavily onto the ground in front of their eyes. This is... Both Zhuang Minglu and Luo Jun blinked in surprise. The latter hesitantly stepped forward, opened one of the crates to check. They discovered neat rows of clean, brand-new masks, protective suits, and other medical equipment neatly arranged within several cartons. With the unexpected outbreak of this virus, our preventive measures need to be more meticulous. Otherwise, sooner or later the entire base won't be able to survive. Su Shiqing frowned while watching the emergency workers attempting physical cooling methods for the patients inside the house. She glanced at Zhuang Minglu beside her and warned, "These items also fall under the transaction between you and me. Gold cores need to compensate me later." "No problem." Zhuang Minglu nodded quickly, her breathing slightly restrained as she stared at the protective gear in front of her. "Luo Jun, you take these things inside and distribute them among the medical personnel. Make sure they pay attention to their own safety." "All right." Luo Jun wasted no time, hoisting all the boxes in one breath and walking swiftly towards the house. Su Shirqing's expression remained calm, with no visible emotion, yet there was an inexplicable sense of severity about her. "Zhuang Minglu, I can provide the supplies for our deal in advance to help the base get through this difficult situation." Su Shirqing's fingertips lightly rubbed against each other by her side as she turned her gaze outward, seemingly looking at something distant. "But I have one condition. I want you to send psychics with me to leave the base and investigate that factory." Su Shirqing's tone left no room for negotiation, as if she had already made up her mind. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Minglu instinctively frowned. In her view, this action was undeniably risky. The internal matters of the base had yet to be properly addressed, and now part of the combat force would need to leave the base. Moreover, if that factory truly was Tao Xian's research base, whether there might be more dangerous viruses inside was still unknown. Huang Ying'er, who had been quietly standing beside Su Shirqing all along, also paused upon hearing this announcement. After a moment of silence, she firmly stood by Su Shirqing's side. "I'll go with you." Huang Ying'er looked seriously at Su Shirqing, determined to follow wherever she went and do her best to protect her safety. Su Shirqing smiled faintly, turning her head toward Zhuang Minglu with a serious look. "We cannot continue to remain passively confined within the base. The origin of the virus, its infectivity, and methods to solve it are all unclear to us. In fact, even when facing the high fever patients in a coma, regular drugs can only provide minimal assistance. We don't have time to keep waiting here any longer." Chapter 179, Departure Now. Su Shirqing could afford to ignore the other people in the base, but she couldn't forget that Ran was still at home, with a high fever and unconscious. No one knew what consequences delaying this virus might bring, and Su Shirqing didn't have the courage to gamble on an unknown possibility. Of course, she knew that the factory might be dangerous, but simply sitting here and wasting time for her was even more of an internal torment. "We don't have time to drag this out." Su Shirqing's expression was serious as she stared directly at Zhuang Minglu in front of her. "Perhaps only Tao Xian knows how to deal with this virus. We must find him." These words left Zhuang Minglu silent. That's right, they had little time. The virus was spreading rapidly, and several patients with weaker bodies were already in critical condition. No one knew what consequences further delays might bring. Seeing Zhuang Minglu still deliberating, Su Shirqing frowned, stepping forward. "The supplies you want, those foods and water, are something only I can provide right now. Not only can I give you these, but I can also offer various medicines. Although these drugs may not be able to eliminate this virus, they can provide some weak auxiliary functions. Send a few people with me to investigate the factory, and I will give you these supplies right now." This statement amounted to a straightforward threat. If Zhuang Minglu refused, Su Shirqing would leave with her supplies. Zhuang Minglu sighed deeply, giving a helpless smile. "Since you've said it like that, do I really have any room to refuse?" Su Shirqing arched an eyebrow, making no comment. "I can provide you with manpower, but I'm speaking candidly too." Zhuang Minglu calculated quietly in her mind, then held up 5 fingers. "I can only give you 5 people. As the base leader, I must also protect the safety of the base, and sending away too many psychics at once means I'll have no way to handle unexpected situations." 5. Including herself and Huang Ying'er, that made 7 people, which wasn't much, but was just enough given the current situation. "All right," Su Shirqing nodded, while pointing towards Luo Jun, who was currently distributing masks and protective suits inside the house. "But one of the 5 must be him." As the captain of the psychic team, Luo Jun was one of the top forces in the base. Moreover, his Earth-based psychic abilities offered strong defense, which might prove especially effective within the complex terrain of the factory, so Su Shirqing chose to bring him along. Zhuang Minglu did not refuse. "Besides Luo Jun, I will assign another 4 third-tier psychics to accompany you." This could also be seen as Zhuang Minglu showing sincerity. Each third-tier psychic possessed formidable combat ability. "Can we summon them now?" Su Shirqing showed no intention of lingering. "We will depart immediately." Every second of delay added uncertainty. Despite how late it was, Su Shirqing had no patience to wait. "Sure." Zhuang Minglu acted decisively too. As the leader of the base, she never procrastinated when faced with major issues. "I'll go call them right now." While Zhuang Minglu went to communicate with Luo Jun and others, Huang Ying'er hesitated for a moment before lightly tapping Su Shirqing's shoulder and asking in a low voice, "Shirqing, should we inform Dr. Ning about our departure from the base?" Ning Shining. Dr. Ning's figure appeared in her mind. Recalling the anxiety he showed earlier during their farewell, after pausing silently for a while, Su Shirqing shook her head. "If I tell him, he wouldn't join us in action anyway. All it would do is cause Ning Shining unnecessary worry." Su Shirqing's expression was firm as she refused resolutely. "So let's not tell him." Letting Ning Shining stay peacefully indoors guarding and Ran, researching the virus, perhaps based on his talent, he could discover something even faster. Moreover, there was another point Su Shirqing didn't say. If she told Ning Shining directly, and he learned of this matter, he probably wouldn't allow her to take such risks. Shaking her head to discard the messy thoughts, Su Shirqing beckoned Huang Ying'er with a wave of her hand. "Come, Ying'er, help me prepare." Before setting off, the agreed-upon supplies needed to be brought out first. Rubbing her sore eyes, Ning Xining adjusted her glasses again and leaned against the experiment table, looking solemn. Stopping her actions, she walked over to the bedside, checking Enran's complexion under the light of a flashlight. Despite having taken medicine and applying the cooling patches, Enran's face was still frighteningly red, like a fully ripened persimmon. Enran's eyes were tightly closed, her eyebrows furrowed, seemingly restless. Ning Xining took a wet towel from the basin beside the bed and carefully wiped Enran's face and limbs with patience, his brows slightly furrowed with concern. Ever since Su Shiqing had left, he hadn't wasted a moment, immersing himself fully in research. This virus seemed no different from an ordinary zombie virus, yet its effects on the human body were entirely unlike those of its usual strain. In normal cases, upon being infected with the zombie virus, it immediately began to destroy brain tissue, transforming a living person into a walking corpse within just minutes. But this current virus was different. It did not act as quickly after infection as its predecessor. It seems like a weakened version of the zombie virus, perhaps due to the moderating effect of the mutated beasts that carry it. Ning Xining closed his eyes, frowning slightly as if pondering over the connection between the two viruses. He remembered Long Siwen saying earlier that the virus carried by the mutated beasts had weakened because they were being fed with psionic humans. Inside the brains of psionic humans lay antibodies specifically targeted at the zombie virus. Long Siwen's words kept echoing in Ning Xining's mind, causing his brow to crease unconsciously. Tap, tap, tap. A sound, as if glass was lightly tapped, suddenly resonated in the room, startling Ning Xining back to awareness. His first thought was that Su Shiqing had returned, but Ning Xining quickly realized it was wrong. Su Shiqing had the key and could have simply pushed the door open and walked in. With wary eyes, he looked out the window. Outside the glass was total darkness. Many people in the base appeared to be resting. The candle lights had been extinguished, and even the moon in the sky seemed to be hidden behind the clouds. The room was bright under the flashlight's illumination, allowing Ning Xining to see his reflection clearly on the glass. Had he misheard? The faint sound didn't reappear. Standing up, Ning Xining opened the window, and a cold breeze rushed in through the gap, briefly waking him. There was no one outside the window. After shutting the window again, Ning Xining was about to return to his seat by the experiment table when he paused momentarily, his expression subtly changing. Chapter 180, It's him again. There was someone on the roof. In the instant Ning Xining closed the window, he caught a subtle sound from the ceiling above, as if someone was crawling and hiding there. Who is it? What does this person want to do? His steps halted momentarily as he had originally intended to walk back to the experiment table. Pretending nothing happened, Ning Xining returned to the bedside, ensuring that Anren remained within his reach. While gently wiping the small face of the child beside him, he quickly calculated in his mind. Most people in the base at this hour were already asleep. Who would be sneaking around on another person's roof? No matter who it is, they surely are not good. Ning Xining lowered his eyelids, pondering what he should do. Directly rush up to the roof and confront the person with an unknown identity? No, too risky. If it were only himself, Ning Xining could act more aggressively. But now there was also Anren inside the room. A frail 6-year-old girl. If anything really happened, Ning Xining wasn't sure if he could protect her properly. Now, the person on the roof seemed to remain silent, their intentions unclear. Due to Anren's presence, Ning Xining couldn't make a rash move. His eyes glimmered, and he quickly made a decision. Everything must prioritize Anren's safety. An ultra-long-lasting flashlight lay quietly on the table, every corner of the house illuminated by its light. Ning Xining rubbed his hands, seemingly frozen by the low temperature of the night. He picked up a thick coat given to him by Su Shiqing and wrapped it around himself. Taking one last look at the experimental tables and equipment in the room, Ning Xining's gaze grew darker as he turned around and lifted Anren out of bed, wrapping her securely in a cotton blanket. The next moment, the flashlight on the desk suddenly exploded as if controlled by some force. The sizzling sound of electricity accompanied sparks, plunging the entire house into darkness instantly. Tao Xin on the roof heard the commotion inside the room and paused in confusion. What's going on? He had originally planned to stealthily approach Ning Xining under the cover of darkness, find the right time, and knock him unconscious, then carry him away to prevent him from staying any longer in the base, where he could still be threatened by the virus. However, unexpectedly, a noise similar to an explosion came from the room. Due to the angle, Tao Xin, hiding on the roof, couldn't see what had happened inside the room. Carefully leaning out a bit to look down, he found the room plunged into darkness. There was already little external light, and once the flashlight inside went out, it became impossible to discern anything. After listening carefully for a while, he noticed there was no sound coming from inside the room, as though the people inside had vanished instantaneously. Tao Xin couldn't help but feel alarmed. Where's the person? Listening intently for about 10 minutes or so, confirming there was truly no sound inside the room, Tao Xin then jumped lightly off the roof. Tao Xin raised a finger, with a small flame flickering on his fingertip, providing a bit of visibility. The explosion earlier appeared to have shattered the glass windows, coincidentally. Tao Xin wanted to look inside from the edge of the window, but the lighting was still too dim, making the room pitch black. What happened with that explosion? Was the researcher so engrossed in studying that they ended up blowing themselves up? And where did the person inside go? Could they possibly have been knocked unconscious by the explosion? The rotten face beneath Tao Xion's black cloak twitched a couple of times, seeming puzzled and wanting to take a closer look, but hesitating mid-step. It doesn't make sense. Ning Xining is a 4th-level abnormality user. How could such a minor explosion harm him? It's a trap. Sensing something amiss, Tao Xian instinctively tried to flee far away using his foot strength, but his movements were just a fraction too slow. A blue-purple lightning bolt instantly tore through the darkness, approaching Tao Xian at a speed beyond human perception. It aimed straight for his vital points, striking down powerfully. Instinctively, Tao Xian threw a fireball, but didn't dare aim it directly at Ning Sinin, fearing injuring the latter. So he could only use his fireball to defend against the other's lightning. Another explosion immediately rang out. This one was clearly many times more powerful than the previous one. The house exploded, flames lighting up the sky and illuminating nearly dozens of meters around. Thrown several meters backward by the shockwave, Tao Xian finally staggered to stabilize himself, feeling discomfort in his chest, coughing a few times. Damn, kid's setting up an ambush. Tao Xian pulled down his hood, looking up sharply to find the house already destroyed by fire. A few places were burning, and the faint firelight partially illuminated the area. But Ning Sinin's figure had disappeared completely. Tao Xian realized belatedly. This kid knew I was lying in wait on the roof. His expression changed repeatedly. Though it was hard to discern much from his rotting face, one could only see the decaying flesh continuously wriggling. Shit! Tao Xian muttered a curse under his breath and wanted to search for Ning Sinin's figure once more. However, the commotion had grown too large here, catching the attention of others in the surrounding base. If he stayed any longer, he would surely be exposed. Even though he was already a 4th-stage fire-type anomaly user, if over a dozen 3rd-stage anomaly users in the base were to gang up on him, Tao Xian would still be outnumbered. He could only retreat for now. Hastily readjusting his cloak, Tao Xian quickly left before others from the base arrived. Tao Xian didn't notice that just within the shadows less than 10 meters away from him, a pair of eyes calmly watched him. Ning Sinin held onto the unconscious Anrin and silently observed Tao Xian's retreating figure. Shadows obscured half of his face, making his expressions inscrutable. It's him again. That man in black. Why is he so obsessed with me? What does he want to do? If it were another time, Ning Sinin would have undoubtedly chased after him right away, determined to extract some answers from him. But now, Ning Sinin glanced down at the child in his arms who remained unconscious with a high fever, pressing his lips together. He tightly wrapped Anrin in the cotton blanket, leaving only part of her face uncovered to protect her from the wind and cold. Under Ning Sinin's careful protection during the 2 earlier explosions, Anrin hadn't been affected even slightly. Clearly, he couldn't chase after Tao Xian while carrying a child. Ning Sinin looked towards the direction of the base center, and then at the house that was almost half destroyed, pondering briefly before deciding to meet Su Shiqing and inform her about his new discovery. Based on Ning Sinin's understanding of Su Shiqing, if she intended to find someone, she wouldn't painstakingly search inch by inch, but would go directly to the base commander. Thus, Ning Sinin planned to head straight for the quarters where Zhuang Minglu rested to locate her. Besides, Ning Sinin remembered something else. There was something he still needed to ask Zhuang Minglu for. The crystal cores of those 2 mutated beasts. Chapter 181. Protect everything she cares about. After failing to find any clues in Zhuang Minglu's room, Ning Xinyan made a brief inquiry and learned the current situation of the base. It turned out this virus wasn't only infecting Anrin. There were no less than 100 patients with the same symptoms in the base at the moment. When Ning Xinyan carried Anrin to the makeshift hospital, Zhuang Minglu was directing the distribution of various supplies left by Su Shiqing. A strong medicinal smell spread throughout the room. Although those common cold and fever medications had little effect on the virus, they could alleviate the patient's symptoms to some extent. From somewhere, a few pots were found, and the fire element wielders lit fires, busy boiling mineral water, creating steam. Ning Xinyan stood at the doorway, his eyes scanning through the shadows inside the room, trying to locate Su Shiqing and Huang Yinger, but without success. They weren't here? Zhuang Minglu seemed to sense something unusual at the entrance, turning around and spotting the tall man wrapped in a coat, holding a child at the door as if searching for someone. She couldn't help but pause. Although she didn't have much interaction with Ning Xinyan, Zhuang Minglu still instantly recognized him. He was Su Shiqing's companion. After giving a few instructions to those nearby, Zhuang Minglu temporarily set aside her current tasks and quickly approached. Mr. Ning? Zhuang Minglu looked at Ning Xinyan, who appeared windblown and weary, somewhat surprised. Why are you here? Looking at Zhuang Minglu's expression, Ning Xinyan knew that the explosion that had just occurred at the base hadn't reached her ears yet. I'm looking for Su Shiqing. Ning Xinyan quietly spoke, his gaze continuously sweeping over the room beyond Zhuang Minglu. Haven't you seen her? Miss Su did come to me, but she has already left, Zhuang Minglu explained upon realizing that Ning Xinyan was looking for someone. Left? Where did she go? For some reason, an ominous premonition uncontrollably arose in Ning Xinyan's heart, and his brows slightly furrowed as he asked. However, Zhuang Minglu was also astonished. You don't know? Miss Su led a group to the factory near the base. She speculated that it might hold clues related to this virus. They just departed. The hands holding Anrin tightened abruptly. Ning Xinyan's pupils contracted slightly, and his breathing paused for a moment. Factory? What immediately came to mind was the bizarre factory along the way to Ningguang base that was festooned with corpses, an unmistakably ominous place. And Su Shiqing simply rushed into it without saying anything? Was this what she meant when she said she wouldn't take risks? Just feeling like his brain buzzed loudly, Ning Xinyan closed his eyes momentarily before barely managing to maintain his composure. Noticing something off about Ning Xinyan's demeanor, Zhuang Minglu hesitated slightly before asking, Mr. Ning? Is something wrong? When did she leave? Who went with her? How did she infer there would be virus-related clues in that factory? A trace of authority laced Ningxi Yan's cold face, questions firing rapidly one after another. He fixedly stared at Zhuang Minglu, his eyes slightly narrowed, his voice low and raspy. What did she say to you before leaving? Tell me. Ningxi Yan's tone carried no room for negotiation, a naturally commanding attitude from someone higher up, which momentarily left Zhuang Minglu feeling somewhat suppressed. She frowned. Mr. Ning, many of the affairs at the base require my personal handling. If you're concerned about Ms. Su's safety, you should go after her yourself rather than incessantly interrogating me here. Ningxi Yan wanted to truly. Given his character, if possible, he wouldn't stay here even for a second, immediately turning around to chase in Su Shiqing's direction. But his now calm mind told him, he couldn't leave. After all, they were strangers to Ningguang base, and handing Anren over to others for care wasn't something he trusted. Not even sure whether Su Shiqing would want to kill him later when she returned. Moreover, the recent covert approach of the black-clad man was still vivid, showing that even within the base, things weren't entirely secure. Ms. Su inferred that all this had to do with Tao Xian. She believed the factory near the base was likely where the research took place, so she went to investigate with her team. Zhuang Minglu pinched her nose bridge and briefly summarized these words before planning to return to dealing with the base's issues. However, just as she hadn't turned away yet, Ningxi Yan suddenly called her back. Tao Xian. His facial expression changed uncertainly for a moment. I've just encountered him. He sneaked into the base for reasons unknown, but I drove him away with an explosion. What? Zhuang Minglu sharply stopped her steps, her expression serious. Which direction did he run? Ningxi Yan pointed towards the direction he had come from. There, I don't know if he's still in the base at this moment. Since Tao Xian wasn't identified as the person they were currently looking for, Ningxi Yan hadn't recklessly chased him at that time. Now, his whereabouts were also uncertain. I'll immediately send people to search the base. Zhuang Minglu dared not delay and made the decision right away. Regardless of why Tao Xian had returned, someone capable of spreading a virus that could endanger the entire base couldn't possibly have good intentions. Very quickly, under Zhuang Minglu's arrangements, all those who were currently available carried torches and began a widespread investigation of the situation inside the base. Watching this scene, Ningxi Yan closed his eyes briefly. The faint concern on his brows didn't dissipate for a long time, as though he was hesitating about something. After a while, he opened his eyes and turned them toward Zhuang Minglu, speaking quietly. Are the two mutation beast cores still in your possession? Although Zhuang Minglu didn't know what Ningxi Yan intended to do, she nodded anyway. May I borrow them? Ningxi Yan's dark eyes steadily locked onto her. The virus originated from those who ate mutated beast meat. If we want to find a solution, perhaps it could be done starting with the cores. Aren't you going to look for Ms. Su? Zhuang Minglu was quite surprised. Anyone with good judgment could see how worried Ningxi Yan was about Su Shiqing. Yet at this moment, he wasn't rushing out to find Su Shiqing to reunite, but instead patiently chose to research the virus. Ningxi Yan looked down at Anren's reddened face in his arms, his brows still laced with worry, but his gaze softened a little. She has what she needs to accomplish. I trust her ability to handle crises. She will return safely. I also have my own responsibilities. Since Shiqing chose to go out to look for clues, then I'll guard everything she cares about on her behalf. Turning his head toward the direction outside the base, Ningxi Yan softly murmured. She promised us she'd return safely. Chapter 182, The Great Fire. After the apocalypse arrived, the power system collapsed. Once it became night, it was as if the entire world had been shrouded in a black veil, and everything was blurry. Tonight, even the moon was hidden by the clouds, leaving no trace of its silver glow, making the outside pitch black. Su Shiqing held a flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness and illuminating a space about 10 meters ahead. Behind her followed Huang Inger, Luo Jun, and others, their faces tense with vigilance, alert for any sudden danger. Of the 7 people, only Su Shiqing herself seemed not to be overly anxious. Although the flashlight's beam did not cover a wide area, Su Shiqing's spatial awareness enabled her to perceive every little movement within a 20-meter radius. With the assistance of her wood-based ability, at least she wouldn't be ambushed. The direction of the factory should be over there. Su Shiqing flicked the light of her flashlight, eventually pointing towards a certain direction. Under the dark night sky, it was difficult to make out the buildings hiding in the shadows, but relying on her memory, Su Shiqing felt they weren't far from the factory. Luo Jun stepped forward, his determined face showing a serious expression. Miss Su, I'll take the lead. He was the one with the highest abnormal ability among the group, nearing a breakthrough to the 4th stage. Also, being an Earth-type abnormity user, he had better means to protect himself against some dangers. Su Shiqing didn't refuse, handing over the flashlight to him and stepping back. Huang Inger moved lightly, gently pulling Su Shiqing's hand and whispering, Shiqing, I'll go scout ahead. Wouldn't it be dangerous for you alone? Su Shiqing frowned, worried. In the light of the flashlight, Huang Inger smiled faintly. No, the wind will warn me of the danger. She blinked at Su Shiqing, then opened her hands. But could I borrow a flashlight? Su Shiqing thought for a moment, then took 6 flashlights directly from her dimensional pocket, handing one to each person. Everyone, keep them and be careful. She handed out the flashlights to everyone else in the team and reminded Huang Inger, don't go too far ahead. Huang Inger activated her abnormality, her whole body seemingly gliding on the wind, landing silently. If someone were in a dark environment where visibility is limited, almost no one would detect her approach. Seeing this, Luo Jun couldn't help but comment lightly. This ability, it's truly a pity if not used for assassination. At this statement, the figure of Huang Inger ahead momentarily paused, seemingly pierced by the remark. An assassin, huh? Isn't what she used to do kind of similar? Huang Inger went ahead alone, while the remaining 6 people rushed toward the direction of the factory as quickly as possible, hoping to deliver the message back sooner. As they walked, Su Shiqing warned those around her who still weren't fully aware of the situation. That factory currently houses countless corpses. We're unclear on the exact circumstances, but we need to be ready for danger at all times. Our purpose here is to look for clues about the virus. In necessary situations, it's crucial that we prioritize our own safety. Luo Jun chimed in from the front, saying, "Don't worry, the base commander selected people who've experienced plenty of things. Miss Su doesn't need to worry." Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was too heavy, Luo Jun lifted his eyebrows jokingly. "They're all good brothers who've dealt with danger alongside me. Haven't we seen all sorts of big storms? Even if the factory isn't filled with corpses, but instead with bombs, we'd still have ways to handle it." Su Shiqing chuckled, shook her head, and just as she was about to say something, suddenly, firelight pierced through the darkness in the distance. Boom! A violent explosion resounded loudly nearby. Before their astonished gazes, the flame shot up into the sky, nearly lighting up half the sky. Black smoke rose high, the shadows of the buildings outlined starkly by the flames. It was their destination, that very factory. The building at the center of the factory, which Su Shiqing and the others had once seen countless bodies hanging upside down from, was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. The reflection of the flames danced in everyone's eyes, carrying with them shock and unease. That's... Su Shiqing's grip on the flashlight tightened abruptly as she stared at the structure consumed by the firestorm, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. Did the factory explode? On Luo Jun's swarthy face, the reflected light of the rising flames flickered as he stood frozen in place. He muttered absent-mindedly, "There really was a bomb? No, this doesn't seem like an explosion caused by a bomb." Su Shiqing stared intently at the distant firelight, her eyes dimming slightly as she shook her head. "It looks like someone deliberately set it on fire. I've said it before, in that factory, there are countless corpses. As the bodies gradually rot, the putrid gases accumulate inside them, causing the corpses to bloat, eventually turning into something like Jurin Gui, and they might explode at any time." After saying this, Su Shiqing paused for a moment and murmured softly, "Someone is destroying evidence. We need to hurry up." Her expression turned solemn. She didn't care whether the others could keep up as she quickened her pace toward the direction of the factory. If the corpses inside the factory were destroyed by fire, even if there truly were some clues within, everything would be obliterated under the flames, leaving nothing behind. The only hope was that they could move fast enough to catch whoever started the fire in the factory. As they got closer to the factory, a strong, unpleasant smell grew more and more overwhelming. It was the stench of burnt rubber, an acrid odor that constantly irritated the nasal membranes, making one feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Su Shiqing covered her nose, unable to suppress a few choking coughs, leaning on her knees to catch her breath as she stopped at the entrance of the factory. She looked up and saw the raging inferno inside, her eyes being irritated by the thick black smoke. It forced Su Shiqing to close her eyes for a moment. The fire was massive, showing no signs of stopping even when Su Shiqing had reached the front gate. There was clearly no way to go inside. However, Su Shiqing soon spotted 2 figures standing not too far away. Huang Inger stood with her back to Su Shiqing, cradling something in her arms while eyeing the woman in front of her with a defensive stance. Rubbing her eyes, Su Shiqing then finally recognized who Huang Inger was facing. It was Leng Yan. Leng Yan appeared disheveled, with scorched marks all over her clothes and face, her hair in chaos, looking as though she had just escaped from the fiery disaster. "Leng Yan, I knew you'd be here." Su Shiqing gritted her teeth and ran forward quickly, taking her place beside Huang Inger. Huang Inger tightly pressed her lips together, showing signs of tension, but her eyes brightened instantly upon seeing Su Shiqing come up. Anxiously, she spoke. "Shiqing, when I arrived, the factory was already on fire. I saw a shadow sneaking off, so I stopped her." And Huang Inger revealed the child she was holding to Su Shiqing. "Look at this kid. I found him right at the edge of the fire site. He doesn't seem to be doing too well either." At this sight, Su Shiqing froze completely. Yin Qingqing. Chapter 183, Organization. Su Shiqing never expected to witness such a scene upon meeting Yin Qingqing. During the day, although the little girl had a slight cough, she was still smiling and playful, full of vitality. But now, Yin Qingqing had her eyes tightly closed. Her body seemed to be slightly convulsing, her face flushed red, and her lips were pale white. Her condition looked even worse than Anran's. Su Shiqing couldn't help but pause for a moment. Wasn't Yin Qingqing Lin Yan's daughter? Why did she end up in such a pitiful state? And taking advantage of Su Shiqing's brief daze, Lin Yan swiftly glanced around, deciding to seize the opportunity to escape. She had only taken 2 steps when a wall of dirt suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Lin Yan's path. "Lin Yan, we've caught you," said Luo Jun, his demeanor stern as he controlled his abilities with one hand while leading his 4 comrades in gradually surrounding her. "Was it your own decision to bring back those people infected with the virus after eating mutated beast meat?" The fury in Luo Jun's eyes was unmistakable. "Do you have any idea how many lives are now at stake in the base because of your actions?" Realizing she was surrounded with no way out, Lin Yan slowly retracted her step. Under the angry gazes of those around her, she started laughing wildly instead. "Ha ha!" Lin Yan arched an eyebrow, shrugged nonchalantly, and laughed recklessly. "Of course I know. I know the base must be in chaos right now, right? This kind of viral outbreak came without warning, leaving you all unprepared, correct? Now there are countless people on the brink of death because they got infected, right? Ling Yan smiled lightly, her tone casual. Well, that's simply wonderful. Apparently enraged by Lung Yan's words, Luo Jun shouted angrily. Ling Yan, the base has been very kind to you. So why are you doing this? To treat the lives of so many people with such disdain, as if it were nothing more than a joke. Luo Jun could not comprehend how Ling Yan could possess such an attitude. Why? Ling Yan smirked, standing against the fiery glow, arms wide open. Naturally, to fulfill Doctor's wish. Tao Bo's knowledge surpasses all others worldwide. It's only the stupid woman Zhuang Minglu who would betray him. In my view, being able to assist the doctor is an extremely honored duty. Dr. Tao? Tao Xin. While Su Shiqing was about to feed water to Yan Qingqing, she abruptly paused, her gaze sharply darting toward Ling Yan, noticing the fanatical and obsessive expression on her face. Her heart sunk. Is she brainwashed? Meanwhile, Luo Jun and the 4 other psychics beside him were even more bewildered. Who is Dr. Tao? Why does she say the leader of the base betrayed him? Su Shiqing handed the water bottle to Huang Inger, asking her to take care of Yan Qingqing momentarily, then stepped forward, furrowing her brows as she turned to Ling Yan. Does Tao Xin even deserve to be called doctor? What kind of poison has gotten into you? What Su Shiqing didn't expect was for Ling Yan to look at her with something akin to pity in her eyes. None of you understand what Dr. Tao and the organization behind him are striving for. They are humanity's greatest researchers, the only hope in this entire apocalypse. I'm just fortunate enough to realize this earlier than you, allowing me to follow Dr. Tao and do everything for him. Unlike her usual quiet, gentle nature, the expression Ling Yan bore at the moment was undoubtedly that of a madwoman. Su Shiqing, Luo Jun et al. The atmosphere suddenly plunged into an eerie silence, only the crackling sound of burning flames cutting through the night with unusual clarity. After hearing Ling Yan's words, Su Shiqing frowned deeply. From what she said, it seemed there might be an organization behind Tao Xin, and it might be researching post-apocalyptic issues. Since arriving in this world, Su Shiqing had never heard of any such organization existing, which made her suspicious. Even if you're trying to help Tao Xin with his schemes, why didn't you leave Qingqing alone? Su Shiqing pointed towards Yan Qingqing and Huang Inger's arms, questioning Ling Yan coldly, her gaze icy. She is your daughter. At first glance, Su Shiqing thought that Ling Yan would treat Yan Qingqing well when letting the child stay with her after witnessing the girl's dependence on her mother. But half a day later, Yan Qingqing's condition under Ling Yan's care turned out like this. Daughter. Ling Yan didn't even bother looking in Yan Qingqing's direction, snorting contemptuously as she absently played with her nails. When did I ever acknowledge that she was my biological daughter? Su Shiqing froze, slowly comprehending the implications of Ling Yan's words, her pupils constricting. Yan Qingqing wasn't Ling Yan's biological daughter. The daughter of some despicable man with his ex-wife calling me mother for a year or two won't change the fact that she is not my biological daughter. Ling Yan's gaze was harsh, seemingly holding no regard whatsoever for Yan Qingqing. In the past, considering her contributions to doctor's research, I could maintain a friendly attitude toward her. But now, there's no need to keep up this charade anymore. I've never considered her as my daughter, her current condition. What does it have to do with me? Ling Yan's words cut deep, enough to make anyone who hears them feel heartbroken. Su Shiqing instinctively turned back, confirming Yan Qingqing was still unconscious and couldn't hear Ling Yan's remarks. Ling Yan, you should pay for your actions. Luo Jun stepped forward, ready to act. Come back with me and see the base leader. Let him give you the punishment you deserve. The other psychics by his side became more alert, waiting for their captain's order to rush in and capture Ling Yan. Go back? No, I've never thought of going back. Ling Yan smiled faintly, raising a finger to gently press against her lips, her grin sinister. Right now, only I know where Dr. Tao is. If I die, you'll never find him. Behind her was the blazing inferno. Ling Yan lightly tapped her foot on the ground, slowly stepping back, laughing as if she were about to throw herself into the flames. Wait, something's not right. Su Shiqing realized this, her expression instantly focusing as she utilized her ability. Vines burst forth from beneath Ling Yan's feet, swiftly entangling her legs tightly to prevent her from jumping into the fire as planned. Luo Jun also caught on that something was off, his face suddenly changing as he personally charged forward while issuing an order. Attack. Don't let her succeed in killing herself. It didn't matter if Ling Yan died, but now that the factory was destroyed and Tao Xion's whereabouts unknown, she was the sole lead. At least for now, Ling Yan must not meet any harm. Chapter 184, Space. Reel it in. Su Shiqing's vines appeared delicate but were, in fact, very strong as they tightly bound Lung Yan's ankles, preventing her from taking another step towards the sea of fire. At the same time, Su Shiqing didn't pause her movements. Together with Luo Jun, she charged forward from both sides intending to subdue the opponent. Humph. Lung Yan tried pulling her leg free a few times and discovered the vine held too tightly, almost hindering the blood circulation. She let out a cold snort, realizing that moving was futile for the moment. With a wave of her hand, two ice walls suddenly rose between her and the others, keeping Su Shiqing and Luo Jun at bay. However, behind her was a roaring blaze which raised the temperature of the surroundings significantly. Since Lung Yan possessed cryokinetic abilities, the two ice walls quickly bore traces of melting after their formation. Luo Jun then delivered a powerful strike against the ice wall. His sharp gaze triggered stone spikes to rise from the ground, shattering the ice wall into pieces instantly. Su Shirqing's movements were even more agile. She dashed toward the ice wall, and, just before crashing into it, thick vines sprouted rapidly from her feet. With a strong push on the vine, Su Shirqing gathered her strength and leapt up, utilizing the vine's support to effortlessly jump onto the ice wall. The icy surface was slippery as it melted slowly, but Su Shirqing remained firmly planted on it, scanning her surroundings with authority. After confirming Leng Yan's location, her expression turned stern. Without hesitation, she jumped off the ice wall, stretching out her hand aiming to grab Leng Yan's arm. Her dark eyes gleamed coldly. "Explain yourself clearly." But Leng Yan suddenly smirked, flicking her sleeve sharply. Countless ice blocks, each about the size of a fist, immediately formed, rushing towards Su Shirqing with immense force. The power of these abilities was not something to be trifled with. A direct hit might result in severe injuries or death. Witnessing this scene nearby, Luo Jun's pupils contracted. However, there was no time to use his abilities to create a protective barrier for Su Shirqing. But Su Shirqing showed no sign of hesitation while advancing towards Leng Yan. Facing the incoming ice blocks, she seemed completely unbothered. Su Shirqing slightly narrowed her eyes, focused her attention, and silently chanted in her heart, "Space. Reel it in." Leng Yan's body suddenly stiffened as if paralyzed. Her eyes widened considerably as she nearly lost balance. Had the connection between her and those ice blocks been severed? In the blink of an eye, those blocks floating midair disappeared without a trace, leaving even Leng Yan clueless where they had vanished to. On the other hand, Su Shirqing slowed her rush towards Leng Yan momentarily, took a barely noticeable breath, and then accelerated further, quickly reaching Leng Yan's face. Indeed, as her ability reached the third stage, her command over space became much more refined. Recalling the last time she utilized space to counterattack someone else, Su Shirqing herself suffered significant backlash, but this time she only felt a mild dizziness before swiftly recovering. Seeing this scene, Leng Yan paused for a moment, and similarly, Luo Jun and the others stood stunned with wide eyes. Taking advantage of this brief span of a few seconds, Su Shirqing rushed instantly to the front of Leng Yan. Before the latter could react, Su Shirqing extended her hand to choke. Her neck. Ugh. Leng Yan's head tilted upward slightly, her face turning red from difficulty in breathing. If it weren't for the vines wrapped around her ankles, she would probably have already been lifted off the ground by Su Shirqing's one hand. Despite being threatened with life-risking danger, Leng Yan did not panic or struggle. With great effort, she managed to slightly tilt her head to glance sideways at Su Shirqing, her lips curling upward slowly. "Your sister is probably also on the brink of death right now? Cough cough. With such skills, why don't you just cough cough? Kill me right now." Her throat squeezed. Leng Yan managed to utter a few words arduously, yet both her expression and tone carried a hint of provocation. Such a crude method of instigation naturally had no effect on Su Shirqing. Her expression remained calm and indifferent, her arms exerting sudden force, and threw Leng Yan hard onto the ground beside Luo Jun. The original vines growing from the ground and wrapping Leng Yan's ankles snapped from the soil, like ropes, following Su Shirqing's will, and securely bound Leng Yan's feet together, ensuring that she couldn't escape. After being roughly thrown onto the ground, Leng Yan coughed heavily. There was a clear red mark of choking around her neck, and she collapsed onto the ground breathlessly. "Take her back." Su Shirqing brushed her hands, wiping them as if disdainful. Then, lowering her eyelids and looking down at the panting Leng Yan on the ground, masking the killing intent lurking in her eyes. Looking at how Leng Yan was directly flung to his feet, Luo Jun swallowed saliva. Respect shone in his eyes as he looked at Su Shirqing. What impressive arm strength. Then, the look in Luo Jun's eyes changed instantly. With a grim face, he squatted down to drag the other person up. "I advise you to be obedient. Once we return to the base, you must clearly explain everything that happened." Luo Jun's teammates also swarmed forward, encircling Leng Yan, to prevent any possibility of her escape. Having handed over Leng Yan for Luo Jun and others to deal with, Su Shirqing raised her head, looking once again at the burning factory before her. Gradually furrowing her brows, she let out a quiet sigh in her heart. Since the factory was burned to this extent, they didn't have any firefighting equipment in hand. Not only could they not search for clues inside, they couldn't even step into the factory. Moreover, Tao Xian's figure wasn't seen here. She could only return to the base with Leng Yan for interrogation, hoping to extract some useful information. The night breeze was slightly cool, but the towering fire nearby made up for it well enough. Despite this, Su Shirqing's palms remained icy. She didn't notice, though, that among those surrounding Leng Yan stood Luo Jun, whose gaze flickered as an alarming resolution crossed his eyes. "Watch out!" Someone suddenly shouted in alarm. Realizing something was wrong, Su Shirqing quickly turned around, only to see that one of the individuals who had surrounded Leng Yan had been stabbed in the abdomen with a dagger somehow, and the other end of the dagger was tightly clutched by Leng Yan herself. The heavy smoke from the raging fire irritated their eyes, and everyone was on guard against Leng Yan's last desperate counterattack. They all focused on preventing her abilities from coming into play, without expecting her to retrieve a dagger from her sleeve. Luo Jun was the first to perceive the danger. He shouted loud warnings and attempted to subdue Leng Yan, yet still acted a step too late. Shit. Watching this unfold, Su Shirqing couldn't help muttering a low curse. How did she manage to cause so much trouble after Su Shirqing had already subdued her and delivered her into Luo Jun's hands? Chapter 185, Ice Sculpture. Captain. The man who had been stabbed in the abdomen slowly lowered his head, and saw blood gushing out of his body. His face turned slightly pale. He opened his mouth, seemingly trying to say something. But in the next second, with the dagger as the center, he was instantly encased in a layer of frost, his movements frozen in that very moment, like an ice sculpture. Aji. Luo Jun watched this scene in disbelief, his lips trembling slightly. But Aji made no more sound. His actions were halted at that precise moment, his eyes showing confusion, his lips slightly parted, as if wanting to say something. Witnessing his battle-hardened good brother turn into an ice sculpture right before their eyes, whether it was Luo Jun or others, all of them stopped breathing for a moment, their pupils shaking violently. However, Su Shiqing noticed that the corner of Lung Yan's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile. A bad premonition spread in her heart. Su Shiqing shouted through gritted teeth to those still surrounding Lung Yan, "Get away!" Luo Jun, still a little dazed from everything happening so quickly, followed Su Shiqing's words instinctively despite not understanding why. He slapped the ground hard, causing a solid earthen wall to block himself and the others from Lung Yan. But what they didn't expect was that the danger wasn't from Lung Yan. It came from their companions beside them who were frozen into ice sculptures. Clang! In the instant that no one could react, several cracks appeared on Aji's body, and then in the next second, it exploded. No blood splattered. His flesh seemed to have frozen into ice chunks, which shattered into countless sharp ice shards under the violent impact. Each shard carried a razor-like edge. Luo Jun and the others were extremely close, helplessly watching their companion explode, these flying ice shards cutting over their bodies, leaving countless bloody scratches. Despite their quick reactions, the tiny sharp ice shards managed to pierce into their bodies under the explosion's force. Luo Jun and others were blown back several meters by the explosion. They scrambled to support themselves on the ground with their hands, their faces and arms covered in fine bloody scratches, bleeding slowly. They looked very disheveled. In comparison, Su Shiqing and Huang Inger, standing further away, were unaffected. What kind of attack is this? Su Shiqing's expression changed, unable to pay attention to the wounds of Luo Jun and the others, instead looking warily towards Lung Yan and noticing that something about her seemed off. Her face, just now flushed from being choked, was now as white as paper, lacking any color even in the firelight. The ice shards scattered by the explosion hadn't harmed Lung Yan at all. It seemed as though the ice would melt the moment it approached her. But that earlier explosion seemed to have exhausted all of Lung Yan's strength. She sat on the ground, her head hanging slightly as she breathed heavily, her complexion pale and her hair disheveled against her forehead. Her feet were tightly bound by Su Shiqing's vines, leaving her no chance of escape. At this moment, Lung Yan looked incredibly weak. After glancing at Luo Jun and the others covered in bloody marks a distance away, she smirked satisfactorily and looked down at the dagger in her hand. The next second, the dagger flipped sharply in her hand, aiming straight for her own chest. She was still trying to commit suicide. From the moment Lung Yan's gaze landed on the dagger, Su Shiqing realized something was wrong. However, she was still a fair distance from Lung Yan, unsure if the time it would take for her vines to grow and restrain Lung Yan would be enough to stop her quicker suicide attempt. Inger! Su Shiqing yelled out loudly, without time to say more, already rushing toward Lung Yan. Fortunately, although not directly involved, Huang Inger's attention remained fixed on everyone else, and she naturally sensed the impending danger. Upon hearing Su Shiqing's voice, Huang Inger embraced Yan Qingqing, closed her eyes, and a gentle breeze stirred her hair, also aiding Su Shiqing. Experiencing wind elemental assistance for the first time, Su Shiqing felt her steps become unusually light, running so fast she barely noticed the changes around her. In just a blink, she surprisingly rushed in front of Lung Yan, arriving precisely in the last split second before Lung Yan plunged the dagger into her own chest. Without time to think, Su Shiqing forgot about using her abilities and directly pounced forward, grabbing Lung Yan's hand. The dagger hovered precariously an inch away from Lung Yan's chest, refusing to move regardless of how hard Lung Yan tried. Su Shiqing held Lung Yan's wrist tightly to prevent her successful suicide, while attempting to seize the dagger herself. "You're not worthy to die yet." Su Shiqing gritted her teeth, speaking each word deliberately, her eyes intensely focused on the tip of the dagger. Even though Lung Yan appeared so weak, she somehow possessed an alarming strength, whether it was her intense will to die or something else entirely. Her strength rivaled even Su Shiqing's. Do you think you can stop me?" Lung Yan coughed twice, refusing to release her grip on the dagger, her eyes fierce and cold. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Lung Yan suddenly changed the force of her hold, and the tip of the dagger sharply turned towards Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing almost didn't have time to react as the dagger rushed closer to her face. Fortunately, reacting just in time, the blade only left a shallow cut across her left cheek. Gripping Lung Yan's wrist tightly, Su Shiqing tried prying open her fingers one by one, attempting to wrestle back the dagger. Pressing Lung Yan fully onto the ground, Su Shiqing fought against her for control until she spotted the perfect opportunity. She quickly raised her leg and kneed under Lung Yan's elbow joint. Ugh! Lung Yan grunted in pain, feeling her entire arm go numb, and involuntarily let go of the dagger. Su Shiqing immediately threw the blade far away and wasted no time binding Lung Yan completely with vines. This time it wasn't just her legs that were bound. Even Lung Yan's mouth was gagged by Su Shiqing. Though it seemed complicated, everything unfolded within mere seconds. Before Huang Inger could lend a hand, Su Shiqing had already dealt with the situation. Breathing heavily, Su Shiqing's hands at her sides trembled slightly from overexertion. Feeling dampness on her face, she lifted her hand to wipe it and found it covered in blood. The stinging sensation followed shortly after. Shiqing, are you alright? Huang Inger, holding the sick child, hadn't been able to help in time and rushed anxiously over to check on Su Shiqing. Seeing the bloody gash on Su Shiqing's left cheek, Huang Inger gasped, biting her lower lip. Shiqing, your face. Does it hurt? It's fine, just a minor wound. Su Shiqing shook her head, downplaying the injury while managing a reassuring smile at Huang Inger. She glanced toward Luo Jun and the others not far away. The ones who might be in trouble are them. Chapter 186, Return to Base. An explosion had just occurred at the ice sculpture site, and Luo Jun and his group were hit hardest. Their exposed skin was cut with blood-streaked wounds by the sharp ice fragments, and even finer ice shards had pierced into their bodies, causing them a dull ache. Fortunately, being an ice elemental user, the icicles inside Lung Yan's body would eventually melt on their own, leaving only some wounds behind. Su Shiqing took a few deep breaths, choking from the black smoke of the fire scene, and slowly moved several steps toward Luo Jun and his group. Are you alright? The moods of the group clearly weren't good. After all, they had just witnessed their comrade turn into an ice sculpture and then explode. Their thoughts were complex. Luo Jun closed his eyes for a moment, struggling to rise from the ground. He coughed twice. It's fine, it's our fault. They hadn't expected Lung Yan to have such a move up her sleeve. If Su Shiqing and Huang Inger hadn't intervened in time, the opponent might really have succeeded in committing suicide. At this point, Luo Jun didn't know how he could explain the situation if they returned. This place isn't safe to stay long. Let's take Lung Yan and head back to the base as soon as possible. Su Shiqing shook his head and did not say much more, merely glancing up at the sky. After all the turmoil, much time had passed. In the distance, the east was beginning to show a faint light, like the belly of a fish. By the time they returned to the base, it would likely already be daylight. Luo Jun looked around sorrowfully. Due to the slightly higher temperature at the fire site, there was no longer any trace of his comrades who had turned into ice sculptures, making it impossible to even recover their remains. He forced himself to suppress his emotions, nodded, and gazed in Lung Yan's direction before speaking up. Alright, let's head back quickly. Before he finished his sentence, he saw the bundle-like figure wrapped in vines and paused mid-sentence. Su Shiqing did not care what the other person was thinking, rubbing his temples and looking slightly tired. But still, he walked over to Lung Yan in a few steps and hoisted her onto his shoulder. I'll personally carry Lung Yan back to the base. Su Shiqing's tone was calm, without further explanation, clearly not trusting Luo Jun and the others' handling ability. Luo Jun had no basis to argue, so he silently nodded and led his teammates following behind. Huang Inger glanced at Yin Qingqing, who was feverish and unconscious in her arms, then looked at the big figure on Su Shiqing's shoulders, pressed her lips together, and stepped forward, opening her mouth quietly. Shiqing, shall we swap? You've been busy all night. No matter what, children are always lighter than adults. Put on a mask and swap with me. Because they knew the virus was contagious, as soon as Yin Qingqing's condition was discovered, Su Shiqing made sure that Huang Inger wore a mask and took protective measures immediately. Upon hearing this, she gently shook her head. No need, I'm not tired yet. I'd rather carry Lung Yan back myself for peace of mind. Seeing Su Shiqing's determined attitude, Huang Inger did not say anything further. She quietly used her abilities, doing everything she could to make his journey easier. Aware of this gesture, Su Shiqing's lips curved upward slightly, and he glanced at Huang Inger beside him. Without saying a word, they simply exchanged glances and shared a silent understanding, both smiling naturally. As Su Shiqing had anticipated, by the time they all returned to the base, it was already completely bright outside. However, despite it being daytime, the base appeared far less bustling than before. There were visibly fewer people on the streets. Some were infected with the virus, while others received notifications advising them to minimize going out as much as possible. Zhuang Minglu issued an announcement advising residents of the base to avoid going outside during this period. As for supplies, everything would be provided by the base. Though a solution to the virus had yet to be found, Zhuang Minglu had already taken steps using her authority as leader of the base to minimize its spread as much as possible. Su Shiqing carried Lung Yan along with Luo Jun and the rest, returning to the makeshift hospital that had been hastily set up. In just half a night, the number of patients here seemed to have increased significantly, almost filling up all the beds in the rooms. The news of Su Shiqing and his team's return also reached Zhuang Minglu's ears almost immediately. Dropping whatever she was doing, Zhuang Minglu hurriedly came over, looking at the travel-worn group and furrowing her brow. How is the situation? Luo Jun stepped forward, briefly updating Zhuang Minglu. The factory was destroyed. We didn't find Tao Xin, but we located Lung Yan. The specifics can be gleaned from interrogating her. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shiqing tossed the vine-entwined Lung Yan, bound tightly like a bundle, to the ground. This stick-like thing rolled twice and finally stopped near Zhuang Minglu's feet. Zhuang Minglu stared for a moment. Is this Lung Yan? Su Shiqing said calmly. When you keep an eye on her, be strict. She has a very strong will to die. As for Zhuang Minglu, Su Shiqing still trusted her methods. With the large base managed so well, Zhuang Minglu couldn't possibly be someone with simple thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Minglu also understood and nodded seriously. I got it. Also, I have some news to tell you guys. Zhuang Minglu's expression grew more serious as she thought about what happened last night. Tao Xin visited the base last night. Once these words were out, everyone immediately became alert. No wonder they couldn't find Tao Xin in the factory. Wow. Turns out the guy actually had the nerve to run back to the base. Zhuang Minglu briefly recounted the events of last night to the group. The moment they heard that Tao Xian's target was Ning Sinan, Su Shiqing abruptly stood up straight. And Ning Sinan? And Ran? Where are they now? Are they safe? Su Shiqing couldn't resist stepping forward, asking urgently. Only then did she realize that Ning Sinan had his own way of protecting himself. If he could send a message to Zhuang Minglu, they were likely fine. Miss Su, please calm down. They're all right. Zhuang Minglu shook her head and explained. To ensure their safety, I've arranged for them to stay at the center of the base. You can go see them later. That's good. Su Shiqing let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. But still, Tao Xian coming after Ning Sinan multiple times was enough to raise suspicion. Unfortunately, the guy was a riddle, saying nothing clearly and leaving behind vague words before disappearing, making it impossible to figure out his intentions, which was giving everyone a headache. So, did the base manage to find Tao Xian's whereabouts? Huang Ying'er seized the key point and asked quietly. No, Zhuang Minglu sighed deeply, with a touch of sorrow in her eyes. The guy is just too good at hiding his tracks. Even though we send out a large number of people to search, there wasn't a single clue found. Chapter 187, Crystal Core Energy. After entrusting Leng Yan to Zhuang Minglu for handling, Su Shiqing planned to check on Ning Sinan and Ran. Zhuang Minglu was surprised to see the little girl in Huang Ying'er's arms. Her face flushed red from fever. She hesitated. This is Leng Yan's daughter. Yes, we'll handle her first, Su Shiqing said, not planning to let Yin Qingqing mix with the patients in this room. He signaled Huang Ying'er to follow him and gave Zhuang Minglu a nod before preparing to leave. Because of Su Shiqing, Zhuang Minglu didn't dare to let anything happen to Ning Sinan and Ran who were left at the base, so she had arranged for them to stay at a location near the center of the base, which wasn't far from here. Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er learned the direction from Zhuang Minglu and walked about 100 or 200 meters. They could see the closed door from afar, and there were guards patrolling nearby. Meanwhile, inside the simply decorated bedroom, Ran lay quietly on the bed, her lips slightly pale. Even though unconscious, her brows were tightly furrowed, showing signs of restlessness. The curtains were only half drawn, letting some light into the room where Ning Sinan sat. His eyes carried slight dark circles, clearly indicating he hadn't slept all night. He was sitting on an uncomfortable chair, his eyelids lowered as he held in his hand 2 large blood-red crystal cores that highlighted the fineness and pallor of his fingers with distinct knuckles. The experimental equipment set up earlier by Su Shiqing had been largely destroyed by the explosion, preventing Ning Sinan from continuing his study of the virus. However, Ning Sinan already had a basic understanding of this type of virus based on his previous research. As he conjectured, the virus might be related to mutated beasts, and perhaps the core crystals of these beasts could play a certain role. After obtaining the 2 crystal cores from Zhuang Minglu, just as expected, Ning Sinan sensed a gentle, yet dominating energy within them. The domineering aspect came from the inherent savagery of the mutated beasts, while the gentle sensation was likely the result of later nurturing. Could the crystal core be the key to curing the virus? This thought lingered in Ning Sinan's mind. Whether it was indeed true or not would require experiments to confirm. Although simple in theory, now with infected patients all over the base, picking anyone could be a trial. In practice, however, things were more complex. Firstly, the surface of the crystal core was extremely hard. Even heavy cuts with a blade wouldn't leave a mark. In order to unleash its effects and suppress the virus, patients would need to autonomously absorb the energy inside the core. But therein lay the problem. Almost all those infected with the virus at the base were unconscious, accompanied by high fevers. Making them voluntarily absorb the energy within the crystal core seemed like a dream. Secondly, the ability of the crystal core from a 4th-rank mutated beast was incredibly powerful. Absorbing it entirely into one's body would lead to immediate explosion and death, not even counting the viral effects. It was still unknown how much energy was needed to suppress the virus since no one had ever attempted this behavior. Even Ning Sinan didn't know how well comatose patients with hazy consciousness could control the dosage. If abandoning the path of using mutated beast crystal cores, solving the current viral outbreak appeared utterly hopeless. Ning Sinan sat on this stool all night, continuously turning the 2 crystals in his palm. His complexion looked somewhat exhausted, with a deep gaze. Could he find a conscious patient willing to cooperate with him in studying the appropriate dosage of crystal core energy? Lost in thought, suddenly a sound came from outside the door. A few light knocks followed by a familiar voice. Ning Sinan? Are you inside? Seeing no one at the door, Su Shiqing glanced around uncertainly, then lightly tapped the door again, attempting to call out. Before she knocked again, a shadow flashed black before her eyes, the door opening almost instantly as Ning Sinan rushed out and tightly embraced her. I'm here. Ning Sinan leaned his head gently against Su Shiqing's shoulder, his hands encircling her waist. His eyelids were downcast, concealing the worry in his eyes as he spoke softly. Welcome back. The faint scent of pine enveloped Su Shiqing. For the second time being embraced, she appeared much more accepting. Smiling faintly, she returned the embrace, giving Ning Sinan a firm pat on the back. Su Shiqing opened her mouth cheerfully. See? I told you I'd return safely. The fatigue accumulated throughout the entire night seemed to fade significantly under this warm embrace. Just as Su Shiqing began to relax, she completely failed to notice Ning Sinan's eyes gradually taking on a dangerous look. Safe. Ning Sinan narrowed his eyes and let out a light hum. So, not telling me and sneaking off to investigate the factory is considered safe? His tone was cool, causing Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er's bodies to stiffen. Oh, it seemed like they were caught. The urgency of coming back to find Ning Sinin and his sister made Su Shiqing momentarily forget that Zhuang Minglu had mentioned Ning Sinin visited her. If he saw Zhuang Minglu, and they chatted even briefly, Ning Sinin would surely know that Su Shiqing took people to investigate the factory. Huang Ying'er stood nervously on the side with Yin Qingqing in her arms, afraid to say anything extra, fearing that Ning Sinin might notice her. Su Shiqing avoided eye contact, glancing around guiltily, coughing awkwardly before stammering. This was unexpected. Plans can't keep up with changes. But look, didn't I return unharmed? I do prioritize safety. Ning Sinin sighed helplessly, releasing his embrace around Su Shiqing, straightening up to speak, only to abruptly notice a bloody scratch on her face, his eyes narrowing sharply. You're injured? His eyebrows furrowed as his fingers gently grazed near the blood-streaked wound, bending down to examine it closely. Feeling an itch on her face, Su Shiqing looked up into Ning Sinin's magnified handsome features directly in front of her, reading the worry and care hidden in his gaze. Her eyes widened slightly, some unfamiliar emotion flickering through her heart. She slapped Ning Sinin's hand away, shaking her head as if to hide something. No big deal. It's just a minor injury. It'll heal on its own in a bit. It'll leave a scar, Ning Sinin instinctively countered. The depth of the gash wasn't shallow, about 3 to 4 centimeters long, covered by a thin layer of dried blood scab. It looked terrible and clearly hadn't been treated properly. An infection could easily occur, possibly leaving a lifelong scar on her face. Chapter 188, I won't lie to you. However, Su Shiqing didn't seem to care at all and firmly shook her head. If there's a scar, then so be it. It won't affect my life anyway. What she was truly worried about right now was her younger sister. How's Amren doing? Has she not woken up yet either? Ning Sinin's gaze lingered for a few seconds on the blood-stained wound on Su Shiqing's face. Then he lowered his eyelids, took a step back, and let them through. Come in first. Like other patients infected with the virus, Amren's body temperature has been constantly maintained between 39 degrees and 40 degrees Celsius. Even with antipyretics, it can only decrease by a fraction of a degree. She hasn't woken up since falling into a coma. Ning Sinin led them into the small bedroom, where one could immediately see the slightly bulging figure under the blanket. Amren lay covered, her little face flushed red but pale at the same time, giving off an impression of frailty and illness. When Su Shiqing saw this scene, the tension in her heart tightened again after having momentarily relaxed. She tiptoed quietly to the bedside, leaned down, and touched Amren's forehead gently. It was burning hot. Her little sister, whom they had managed to nurture healthily even during these hard post-apocalyptic times, had instantly turned so feeble that her life seemed precarious, leaving Su Shiqing breathless. This state easily reminded Su Shiqing of her modern-world sister lying unconscious as well, the contrast making her heart ache as if being cut by a knife. Su Shiqing visibly sank into depression. She carefully sat down beside the bed and gently smoothed Amren's hair, her eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. Without disturbing Su Shiqing's actions, Huang Ying'er quietly approached Ning Sinin, handing over a similarly lifeless little girl in her arms. Dr. Ning, this child is what we found at the factory. Shiqing asked me to bring her back. Ning Sinin looked down after hearing this, startled when recognizing Yin Qingqing. Is it her? Huang Ying'er nodded solemnly. We found her outside the burning factory. From what Shiqing said, she seems to be Leng Yan's daughter, but Leng Yan doesn't want her anymore. Yin Qingqing's condition appeared worse than Amren's. Her lips were cracked and white, her breathing weak, and her hands and feet occasionally convulsed. She hadn't received proper care in time and had followed Leng Yan running a long way while already feverish. Eventually, she was left abandoned in the fiery disaster zone. Had Yin Qingqing's constitution been weaker, she might have been beyond saving by now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ning Sinin instantly grew serious. He quickly put on gloves and took the little girl from Huang Ying. Hand me the bottle of water on the table. Sitting near him on a stool, Ning Sinin examined Yin Qingqing's eyes while speaking without raising his head. Yin Qingqing's lips were clamped shut tightly, preventing any water from entering. Ning Sinin thus resorted to soaking a cotton swab in water to gently coat her lips. His motions were somewhat clumsy and rough, clearly revealing that he rarely performed such caretaking tasks before. Even Huang Ying'er standing nearby couldn't help herself, extending her hand toward Ning Sinin. Dr. Ning, let me do it. If Ning Sinin continued using the cotton swab like that, the child's lips would surely be worn raw. After hearing this, Ning Sinin paused his action momentarily, handed the child to her calmly, and gave low instructions. Give her some water, also feed her a bit of antipyretic from the table, and use water to clean her body. That was all they could do currently. Facing this kind of virus, most other methods were ineffective. Huang Ying'er nodded, fetched a chair, and sat down, carefully tending to Yin Qingqing. At this moment, Su Shiqing slowly stood up from the bedside, lowering her head slightly, looking somewhat despondent. Seeing this, Ning Sinin pursed his lips and immediately stepped forward, lightly placing his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Ning Sinin softly consoled Su Shiqing, glancing up and noticing her faintly reddened eyes. Her appearance suggested that she seemed somewhat fragile. Such emotion was rarely seen in Su Shiqing. In Ning Sinin's memory, no matter what happened, Su Shiqing always wore a faint smile on her face, calm and composed, as if nothing could trouble her. Therefore, upon seeing Su Shiqing's reddened eyes, Ning Sinin visibly froze, then became a little unsure of how to handle the situation. Su Shiqing didn't cry. Tears were never a solution. However, Looking at the lifeless Anren on the bed, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just like when she couldn't afford her younger sister's hospitalization fee, she felt powerless and disappointed in herself. Taking a deep breath, Su Shiqing raised her hand to cover her forehead, as if muttering softly, "The factory has been destroyed. Tao Xine is nowhere to be found now, and I don't know where to look for a solution to this virus. Anren, what should we do?" The room was very quiet, so quiet that it was possible to hear clearly Su Shiqing's confused and helpless muttering. Her last sentence carried a quiver, and Su Shiqing struggled to imagine how to move forward if she were to lose her sister. Huang Yinger paused, tilted her head up, and looked at Su Shiqing. She saw a solitary and powerless figure. It seemed as though even the silhouette conveyed immense sorrow. No one understood the pain of losing family better than Huang Yinger. She opened her mouth, wanting to console Su Shiqing, but did not know what to say. Words seemed so powerless and inadequate at this moment. At just this time, Ning Sinan suddenly grabbed Su Shiqing's cold hand tightly. "Shiqing, Anren will be fine." Ning Sinan earnestly looked at Su Shiqing while firmly grasping her cold hands. Rarely seen, a faint smile appeared on his face, and his voice was soft yet resolute. "Don't forget, I have dealt with zombie viruses for quite some time already. A slightly mutated virus like this, I can handle it." Su Shiqing's breathing momentarily halted, raising her eyes to meet Ning Sinan's. Her pupils trembled lightly, reflecting the gentle and confident image of him. Her heart began pounding, causing Su Shiqing to take an unconscious step forward. Staring deeply into Ning Sinan's eyes, she asked in a barely audible whisper, seemingly struggling to believe, "Is what you're saying true?" Ning Sinan raised his hand, hesitating briefly in midair before finally letting it fall gently atop Su Shiqing's head, rubbing it soothingly. A hint of a smile graced his lips, and that face which usually remained stoic broke out into a kind expression filled with warmth. "I won't lie to you," Ning Sinan replied sincerely, his tone carrying a trace of devotion. "You must trust me. I am Ning Sinan after all." Chapter 189, The Best Test Subject. The man before her had his eyes half lowered, his gaze soft and resolute, with a hint of devotion as he looked at her. Su Shiqing didn't know why, but she suddenly felt this look was too intense. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning?" Her heart was pounding, but Su Shiqing still managed to maintain a shred of rationality, instinctively opening her mouth to ask. "I'm used to doing things well first before telling others." Ning Sian sighed helplessly, shaking his head as if he couldn't deal with Su Shiqing any longer. "But seeing how upset you are, I have to bring this news forward. Give me a day, and I'll give you a healthy Anren." Ning Sian leaned down slightly, aligning his gaze with Su Shiqing's, tilting his head a little. "All right?" The light from outside streamed in, perfectly illuminating Ning Sian's figure, giving his silhouette a halo that caused a brief moment of dizziness. Su Shiqing stared blankly at the gentle man who smiled softly and asked if she was okay, unsure why an odd feeling arose within her, causing her to hesitate without nodding. She trusted Ning Sian, but his abnormal behavior made Su Shiqing feel something was slightly off instinctively. However, with her mind in disarray, she couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. "You're not saying anything, so I'll take it as agreement." Ning Sian gently patted Su Shiqing's head again, smiling faintly with a lowered gaze, concealing the determination in his eyes. "You've run all night, rest a bit. By the time you wake up, everything will be over." Ning Sian lightly pushed Su Shiqing, indicating for her to leave. Meanwhile, Ning Sian also looked at Huang Yinger. "Leave Yin Qingqing here. You and Shiqing go find an empty room to rest for a while." Huang Yinger gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Ning Sian, distracted for a second, then quickly nodded, placing Yin Qingqing on the bed before turning to leave with Su Shiqing. "Wait." Su Shiqing paused mid-step, suddenly spinning around and gripping Ning Sian's collar with her hand. Her breathing quickened as her eyes swept over him. Are you hiding anything from me?" Ning Sian lowered his eyelids, letting Su Shiqing pull his collar, lightly shook his head with a smile. "No. Trust me, I'll give you a healthy Anren." Su Shiqing eyed him with doubt, slowly releasing his collar and stepping back a few steps. After a moment of silence, she exhaled slowly, raising her gaze to meet Ning Sian's with a serious and solemn expression. "I'll trust you." Ning Sian remained calm, one hand behind his back, his smile lingering as he watched the two leave. Once the door closed and he confirmed that Su Shiqing and Huang Yinger had left, Ning Sian's smile gradually faded. The hand behind his back slowly dropped, and clearly visible were blood marks on his palm from his subconscious reaction due to earlier nervousness. In the room, Ning Sian chuckled bitterly. "It seems lying isn't quite suitable for me." What he had just told Su Shiqing was a mix of truth and lies. For combating this virus, Ning Sian did indeed have a practical idea, using the energy from the mutated beast crystal core. But it had been said before, patients cannot absorb this energy autonomously, nor is it known how much energy would be needed to eliminate the virus without harming the patient. So, this part Ning Sian concealed from Su Shiqing. But since the words were already spoken, Anren had to be cured, starting with studying the appropriate amount of energy threshold, which meant they would need a proper test subject. Ning Sian's expression grew colder, taking a disinfected, empty syringe from the table, his gaze turning towards the two young girls on the bed. Anren and Yin Qingqing lay side by side, showing identical signs of weakness and illness. Ning Sian's gaze scanned between the two children, finally settling on Yin Qingqing, approaching her slowly with the syringe in hand. The smile disappeared completely from his face, as cold and distant as when Su Shiqing first met him. He bent down next to Yin Qingqing, inserting the needle into her arm and extracting about 10 milliliters of blood. Bathed in the light streaming through the window, Ning Xian squinted, holding the syringe above his head, silently examining the dark red blood inside, sighing imperceptibly. He drew the curtains to prevent anyone outside from peeking in, then sat back in the chair with the syringe in hand. Closing his eyes, as if making a decision, he deeply inhaled, and in the next second, the syringe precisely punctured his arm, slowly injecting Yin Qingqing's blood into his own body. As mentioned earlier, this virus spreads through the bodily fluids of infected patients. Ning Xian had always been meticulous with his protective measures, so he had not been infected. But now, by directly injecting the patient's blood into himself, even as a fourth-stage psychic, with such close contact with the virus, the probability of infection was almost 100%. Yet Ning Xian showed no hesitation, injecting all 10 milliliters of the blood into his own body in one breath. He needed a test subject, a clear-minded and communicative one. He required someone who could cooperate in studying the effects of crystal core energy on the virus and clearly report any physical changes. And that person could be none other than himself. Ning Xian himself was the best test subject. In the dim room, the two unconscious little girls on the bed remained completely unaware of what had happened. Ning Xian sat on the stool, calmly discarding the syringe as if he didn't care at all about the dangers of his actions. The truth, however, was quite the opposite. Ning Xian fully understood just how risky his behavior was. Turning himself into an infected patient for a more accurate study of the virus was undoubtedly a mad move. But contrary to expectations, Ning Xian's eyes revealed no trace of madness, only an icy calm like stagnant water. Nothing else mattered. All that mattered was finding a way to cure the virus. Ning Xian believed in his judgment. The mutated beast's crystal core would definitely have an effect on the virus. As for the process, he didn't care. An image of Su Shirqing's reddened eyes flashed in his mind, her disheartened and powerless figure still vivid in his memory. Before the virus took hold, Ning Xian closed his eyes, and an abrupt soft laugh echoed in the room. If it were the old him, Ning Xian would never have imagined himself being this impulsive one day. People always change, don't they? Chapter 190, A Solution Found. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room into a dim light that made it hard to see anything clearly. Ning Xian sat on a bench against the wall, silently waiting for the virus to kick in. Not long after, he felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by dizziness and a muffled groan of suppressed pain ringing out abruptly. He felt the air he exhaled was scorching hot. Ning Xian raised a hand to his forehead, closing his eyes tightly as he panted with restraint. Ha. Ning Xian opened his eyes slightly. The things before him began to blur. His hands and feet were almost cold, but his face burned. It was as if countless ants were crawling through his limbs, and Ning Xian could feel his joints aching faintly. His normally clear mind now felt like it was filled with crumpled paper. His eyelids felt heavy, like they were hung with a 1,000-pound weight. It seemed that if he closed them, he would fall into a deep sleep. I can't fall asleep. Ning Xian grabbed a handful of his hair, pulling painfully to regain some clarity, but it wasn't enough. His disoriented mind wouldn't allow him to think too much. Relying only on reflex, Ning Xian instinctively slapped himself hard. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room, the volume indicating the force behind it. Half his face instantly swelled up, but fortunately, Ning Xian managed to stay conscious. Next, that's right, the crystal cores. Ning Xian supported his forehead with one hand, trying to look up through blurry vision at the two large crystal cores sitting on the table beside him. After catching his breath, he reached out for them, but suddenly a wave of dizziness hit, causing Ning Xian to lose his balance and crash heavily onto the floor. He had underestimated the impact of the virus. Now, Ning Xian felt as though his entire body refused to obey his commands, each breath seeming to take every ounce of strength. As he hit the ground, tinnitus set in, making him wince with discomfort. If there had been a mirror present, Ning Xian might have noticed that under the dim lighting, his eyes had already turned a deep shade of blood red, as if blood would soon spill from them. The crash from his fall had knocked over the chair and nearby table, sending the two mutation beast crystal cores rolling twice on the ground. My head is spinning. I hear ringing in my ears, accompanied by weakness and aches in my limbs. Ning Xian muttered, the calm expression on his face replaced with an eerie flush and signs of frailty. Even as his consciousness blurred, Ning Xian thought subconsciously, it seems, the virus outbreak is worse for me than for others. Is it because I'm forcing myself not to pass out? Without the strength to get up, Ning Xian lifted his drooping eyelids slightly and saw the two crystal cores fallen nearby. After a couple of coughs, he strained to reach them. Trembling fingertips brushed against the core, and Ning Xian took a deep breath, struggling to hold it in his palm. This was followed by another uncontrollable bout of coughing. Good, I've got the crystal core. Ning Xian lay half-crouched on the cold floor, placing the core against his chest while murmuring absent-mindedly. Next is, yes, absorb the energy of the core. Just as in absorbing ordinary crystal cores, Ning Xian half-closed his eyes, his breathing heavy as he tried to sense the energy within the core, guiding it bit by bit into his body. The energy from the mutated beast crystal core was just as violent as the beast itself, somewhat more stable after being cultivated, but still far too strenuous for a sick person to handle. Stimulated by the brute energy coursing through him, Ning Xian's body contracted sharply. A painful groan issued from his throat, the metallic taste of blood spreading slowly inside his mouth. Instinctively stopping the absorption process, Ning Xian curled up on the floor, lifting his hand to cover half his face while panting faintly. No good. Absorbed too much. Pain lanced through his head like thousands of needles. Ning Sinian frowned, his eyes barely open as he gazed hazily at the ceiling and whispered, "Try again, just a little less." "Ugh, not working. Need to control the energy more precisely." His current condition was likely similar to when Rand and Yin Qingqing lying in bed, except that Ning Sinian's awareness was barely holding on to clarity. Every time he thought he was about to drift away, Ning Sinian induced pain in his body to remain awake, slapping himself across the face, pinching his flesh until it hurt, and later, even using his thunder-based abilities to electrocute himself. Ning Sinian didn't know how many times he had tried, nor did he know how much time had passed outside. At one point, it seemed like he might have fainted, but not long after, he woke up again purely by force of will. If Ning Sinian had the extra strength to care about his own condition, he would have noticed that after all these attempts at accepting the mutated beast crystal core's energy, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and ears. It pooled on the ground, forming a small puddle, but Ning Sinian hadn't noticed. The burning heat of his body pressed against the cold floor, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. With his eyes half closed, Ning Sinian's fingertips feebly searched for the two cores, beginning yet another attempt to absorb their energy, not knowing which one this was anymore. Drawing on past experiences, Ning Sinian didn't dare to absorb too much energy at once. Just a thread of it, slowly guided into his body. His weakened and overstimulated body finally began Minchang to bear the influx of energy. By now, Ning Sinian's mind was completely muddled, almost unconscious, relying solely on instinct to slowly draw in the energy from the crystal core. Energy flowed out from the core, as delicate as a thread, running along Ning Sinian's trembling fingers and into his body. The previously violent and aggressive sensation lessened, replaced with an unusual warmth. His icy yet feverish body felt as though it were immersed in lukewarm water, somehow overcoming the discomfort brought on by the virus. Ning Sinian's eyelashes trembled twice as he forced his heavy eyes open, his gaze slowly lowering onto the core cradled in his palm. He could feel the gentle warmth radiating from within it. So that's how. Ning Sinian's voice was hoarse and dry, devoid of any extra strength, barely audible. He gradually closed his eyes again, controlling the amount of energy being absorbed, as if finally exhaling a sigh of relief and letting the corners of his lips curve faintly upward. A solution had been found. See, I told you, I wouldn't lie to you. Chapter 191, Finding Tao Xin. Half pushed and half persuaded out of the room by Ning Sinian, Su Shiqing stopped in front of the tightly shut door, standing still for a while without leaving. Her brow slightly furrowed. She didn't know why, but recalling how Ning Sinian had just spoken to her, she felt an inexplicable unease. Shiqing, don't you need to rest for a while? Huang Ying'er, with a look of weariness on her face, stepped forward to scrutinize Su Shiqing's expression, hesitantly saying, Shiqing, your complexion doesn't look quite right. Is something on your mind? Do you feel that Ning Sinian's attitude just now was a bit abnormal? Su Shiqing stared at the closed door and opened her mouth softly, as if talking to herself. Hearing this, Huang Ying'er paused, then tilted her head in thought. Dr. Ning, I think I've never seen him laugh before. Is this abnormal? Su Shiqing furrowed her brows, instinctively taking a step forward and placing her hand on the doorknob, hesitatingly saying, I'm a little uneasy. Huang Ying'er recalled some rumors she heard back at the Chongping base, then shook her head. Since Dr. Ning has already told us, he must have his own methods. He's so capable, we shouldn't worry about him, right? Moreover, I remember hearing people say before that Dr. Ning really hates being disturbed when he is conducting research. Shiqing, let's not go in. That's right. Although Ning Sinian talks little normally, he gives off a mysterious sense of reliability when doing things. He said he had a plan, so surely he would find his own way. Su Shiqing retracted her hand, shook her head slightly, trying hard to ignore the uneasiness she felt, letting out a light sigh. You're right. Let's trust Ning Sinian. If the person can indeed study a way to cure the virus, it will be a great benefit not only for her and Anrin, but also for other patients in the base. Then, Shiqing, what do you plan to do next? Seeing Su Shiqing releasing the door handle and walking a few steps further, seemingly heading in an odd direction, Huang Ying'er couldn't help but ask. Su Shiqing's steps slowed down momentarily. She turned her head to glance at the somewhat weary Huang Ying'er and smiled. Inga, you look tired. Thank you for following me around all night. Go find a place to rest. And you? Huang Ying'er quickly spoke up, looking at Su Shiqing's expression and frowning slightly. Will you not rest with me? Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids, masking the coldness in her eyes. I intend to find Zhuang Minglu. Is this related to Tao Xin? Huang Ying'er immediately caught on to what the other might want to do. Do you want to look for Tao Xin? Su Shiqing didn't conceal her intentions, nodding. Just sitting around waiting for something to happen isn't my style. In case, hypothetically speaking, of course, Ning Sinian runs into trouble and can't come up with a method to counteract the virus, we'll need to prepare ourselves accordingly. Su Shiqing lifted her hand to rub her temples, exhaling slowly. I'll go back to find out more from Zhuang Minglu to see if I can locate Tao Xin's whereabouts. Huang Ying'er rubbed her eyes and pursed her lips, but still couldn't help asking, aren't you tired? Tired? Su Shiqing blinked, smiling wryly. Not too bad. Just pulled through a sleepless night. She resembled a resilient string, casually laid back on normal days, but during emergencies, Su Shiqing could tighten the cord in her heart and keep working tirelessly for several days straight. Well, then, let me accompany you. Huang Inger hesitated for a while, but eventually resolved herself and proposed. Though I am not as talented as Dr. Ning, I am also a stage 3 ability user. I can protect you. What nonsense. Su Shiqing laughed and lightly tapped the other's forehead. Don't underestimate me like that, alright? I am also a stage 3 ability user now. Ah. Hearing this, Huang Inger froze, then wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, What did you say? Stage 3 ability user. She hurriedly sensed Su Shiqing's abilities, startled to discover that the other had truly reached the 3rd stage. Isn't this progressing far too fast? She remembered that not long after leaving the Chongping base, Su Shiqing was still a 2nd stage ability user, yet now, after such a short time, she was already at stage 3? Wasn't her power advancing too rapidly? Huang Inger displayed her astonishment without any concealment, her mouth slightly agape, reacting dumbfoundedly for several seconds. Su Shiqing smiled, patted the other's shoulder, and winked. So, you can relax now. I can take care of myself. Huang Inger finally caught on, her ears turning slightly red. So she had thought all along that she was protecting Su Shiqing, when in fact, she might have been holding the other back? Not knowing what Huang Inger was thinking, Su Shiqing decided to set out now to find Zhuang Minglu, and thus said, That's settled then. I'll be going ahead. Wait. Huang Inger snapped back to reality, pursing her lips and looking earnestly at Su Shiqing. Then I'll go with you. It was Su Shiqing's turn to question her now. Aren't you tired? Not at all. Huang Inger shook her head resolutely, ignoring the dark circles under her eyes, which would have otherwise made her claim more convincing. Huang Inger blinked and lowered her head slightly, speaking softly. I'm not familiar with this base, and here I only know you, Dr. Ning, and one other person. Staying with you gives me a sense of security, and I definitely won't be a burden. Huang Inger raised 3 fingers, speaking solemnly. My abilities are also very useful. Her resolve showed no signs of being swayed easily. Su Shiqing gazed into Huang Inger's eyes for a moment, confirming her sincerity, before shaking her head helplessly. If that's the case, then let's go together. Su Shiqing pulled a candy from her pocket, handed it to Huang Inger, and winked at her. As someone who had long interacted with Tao Xian, Zhuang Minglu would surely have a deeper understanding of him. Su Shiqing intended to seek Zhuang Minglu out to gather more information so she could decide how to proceed in finding Tao Xian's whereabouts. Since Tao Xian aimed to use the entire base as his testing ground, he wouldn't leave until there was a resolution regarding the virus situation. For all they knew, he could be hiding in some secret corner, observing their movements right now. Chapter 192, Mutant Plants. Tao Xian, I have never seen him use his psychic abilities before. As of now, I am not sure what type of psychic he is, but one thing I can confirm is that he is only a 3rd stage psychic. Just a 3rd stage, yet he dares to scheme against the entire base and even manages to evade our search efforts completely. I don't know what hidden strengths he has in his hands, but one point is clear. The organizational background behind Tao Xian is no ordinary one. After all, until now, I still don't know where his supplies come from. Ordinarily, Tao Xian never uses his powers. He uses a gun, a compact silencer-equipped pistol. I don't know who modified that gun for him, but its power cannot be underestimated. If it's fired from a blind spot, even an experienced combat psychic would not be able to react in time. If you want to find out Tao Xian's whereabouts, my suggestion is to check out the forest on the west side of the base. That forest was once swarmed with many zombies earlier, and it became safe after being dealt with by people sent from the base. However, because of the complex terrain, few people go in there. If Tao Xian wants to hide, that place would be good. Seeing Su Shiqing and Huang Inger come to inquire about matters related to Tao Xian, Zhuang Minglu hesitated for a moment and then honestly told them everything. A 3rd stage psychic dare to provoke everyone in a base, and it's hard to believe he does not have a strong backing. Recalling the organization mentioned earlier by Long Yan, Su Shiqing's gaze deepened unintentionally. What kind of an organization could possess so many supplies during the apocalypse and accept a madman like Tao Xian who turns the whole base into his laboratory? No, or perhaps, are all the members of that organization such madmen? If this question were asked right now, it might not be too important. If Tao Xian is just a 3rd stage psychic, then handling him might be simpler, but vigilance cannot be relaxed either. After all, as Zhuang Minglu said, they do not know whether there are any other hidden cards. As for the forest to the west of the base, Su Shiqing tugged at the corner of her mouth, raising her eyes toward Zhuang Minglu, stroking her chin. The forest has a complicated terrain. Can the base commander tell us exactly how complicated it is? Zhuang Minglu pursed her lips slightly, lowering her eyelids while explaining. The trees over there are very dense, making it easy to block vision. Once you lose focus, it's easy to get lost. Is that so? Su Shiqing looked into Zhuang Minglu's eyes and smiled faintly. Since the base commander knows that Tao Xian may be hiding in the forest, have you sent anyone to search there yet? Zhuang Minglu's expression subtly stiffened for a moment, and Huang Inger, standing nearby, belatedly noticed something off in Su Shiqing's tone. She shifted her gaze slightly, coughed twice, and explained, There are many tasks at the base, and I haven't had the time yet. Her words were interrupted by Su Shiqing's casual light laugh. Is it because you haven't had the time, or are you waiting for us to be your cannon fodder? Su Shiqing stared sharply at Zhuang Minglu, her voice gradually turning colder. Considering the current situation of the base, the person who is most eager to find Tao Xian should be you, Zhuang Minglu. And yet, you obviously know where he might be hiding, but haven't sent anyone to look for him. Why? It's quite difficult to guess. Either you're concealing Tao Xian's abilities, knowing he possesses survival tactics, and sending people to search will likely just cost us personnel, or you're withholding some lethal details about that forest, making it a place no one in the base dares to enter. But whichever case, your subtle words earlier urged us to go search there, wanting us to lead the way up front. Whether we find Tao Xian or not, for your base, there won't be any loss. Looking at Zhuang Minglu's silence, Su Shiqing scoffed coldly and stepped forward, staring directly into the other person's eyes. Zhuang Minglu, I hope you remember, I'm not stupid enough to be easily deceived. As if completely hit on all points by Su Shiqing, Zhuang Minglu closed her eyes briefly, not knowing where to start countering. Huang Ying'er stood beside her, stunned, as she realized that everything Su Shiqing said were points she hadn't anticipated. Only after hearing Su Shiqing's analysis did she understand what Zhuang Minglu had been plotting. It made sense. She could help Chongping Base get through difficulties and was the first to discover anomalies in the zombie wave. After questioning Zhuang Minglu to leave her speechless, Su Shiqing took a breath, slowly stepped back, and did not press her too hard. Her half-dropped eyelids smirked faintly. So now, Commander, would you care to explain properly what you've concealed from us? As for Tao Xian, Su Shiqing was completely in the dark. She still relied on Zhuang Minglu for information, so she didn't intend to completely sever ties with the other right now. Zhuang Minglu was merely thinking about her own base, and Su Shiqing did not judge whether she was right or wrong. Yet, her guard rose a little more, and she began to doubt more of what Zhuang Minglu said. After a moment, Zhuang Minglu raised her hand to cover her face and sighed, looking up at Su Shiqing as she shook her head. You're right. I have indeed been withholding some things by not sending anyone to that mountain forest to search for Tao Xian. Su Shiqing remained silent, standing there calmly with her arms crossed as she looked at the other person. That mountain forest. Zhuang Minglu glanced toward the west side of the base and softly sighed. It harbors a mutant plant. A mutant plant? Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing suddenly became interested, straightening her posture slightly as she narrowed her eyes, repeating and muttering softly. A mutant plant? Huang Ying'er seemed to recall something, pressing her lips together hesitantly before speaking softly, uncertainly. Mutant plants have always had a strong sense of territoriality. If we accidentally step into their territory. Yes, Zhuang Minglu nodded and lowered her eyelids. This one mutated from a 100-year-old pine tree. It has an astonishing killing power, and once someone enters its territory, it launches a full-scale attack. And according to current intelligence, Tao Xian very likely hid within the territory of this mutant pine tree. Hold on. Su Shiqing suddenly sensed something off, frowning as she interrupted sharply, her voice filled with suspicion. We've all heard how strong mutant plants are about their territory. So why can Tao Xian hide inside the territory of the mutant pine tree? When this was mentioned, Zhuang Minglu appeared quite infuriated. I would also like to know. That guy has too many strange gadgets in his possession. I don't know what method he used, but somehow he avoided being detected by the mutant plant. As a result, our people couldn't follow him. We could only watch helplessly as he ran into the forest. Chapter 193, Burning the Mountain Forest. If it were truly as Zhuang Minglu said, then dealing with Tao Xian might indeed be quite tricky. Su Shiqing had no experience handling mutated plants. If the person really could hide in the territory of the mutated pine tree without being attacked, then how would they capture Tao Xian? Should they force their way in? Judging from Zhuang Minglu's wary appearance, the mutated plant was probably not an easy opponent either. Then, does that mean there's nothing we can do about Tao Xian? Huang Ying'er bit her lower lip and after a moment of thought, reluctantly voiced her concern. No matter what method Tao Xian uses to evade the mutated plant's perception, he cannot stay hidden in that forest forever. Su Shiqing shook her head, her eyes revealing deep contemplation, then narrowed her gaze. We need to find a way to drive him out. Drive him out? Zhuang Minglu was taken aback. Looking at Su Shiqing with a thoughtful expression, she quickly asked, do you have a plan? Without directly answering the question, Su Shiqing paused for a moment before asking, do you know the approximate range of the mutated plant's territory? This. Zhuang Minglu furrowed her brows and recalled for a while. I cannot confirm too precise a boundary, but that plant has already covered half the mountain forest. In that case, Su Shiqing snapped her fingers, her eyes shining brightly. We set fire to the mountain. With the mutated plant's territory as the boundary, they would first create a simple isolation zone to prevent the fire from spreading uncontrollably. Then they would ignite that area to force Tao Xian out. Though they knew that under material limitations, Tao Xian couldn't remain in that section of the mountain forest for long, the current situation with the virus hadn't been resolved yet, so Zhuang Minglu and the others couldn't afford any delay. Actively setting fire to force the person out was their only option. But this plan carries some risks. Noticing Zhuang Minglu thinking silently without speaking, Su Shiqing added, I'm unclear on the details of that mutated plant. I don't know what effect starting a fire might have on it. That mutated plant shouldn't be much of a concern. Zhuang Minglu shook her head. Although the fire definitely won't kill it, its position is fixed there, and it won't pose any threat to the base. The only thing we need to be cautious about is likely the person lighting the fire. Setting fire at the edge of the mutated plant's forest might irritate it, causing it to attack them. Huang Ying'er softly spoke beside her, her tone carrying a hint of confidence. Then all we need to do is run fast enough, right? She seriously looked at the two in front of her. After igniting the fire, I can quickly lead everyone away from that area. With wind-based powers aiding them, even normal people could run very fast, let alone those with enhanced physical attributes like themselves. Zhuang Minglu paused for a moment. This actually might work. After setting the fire, someone could block every possible escape route down the mountain. Even Tao Xian wouldn't be able to keep hiding. Theoretically, this plan was highly feasible, and it might be the only way to force Tao Xian out at present. Zhuang Minglu took a deep breath, showing a faint apologetic smile on her face as she nodded at Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er. Your plan is good. Please forgive my previous concealment. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing glanced sideways at the other person, shrugged, and did not give any indication. She hadn't forgotten about this matter. Zhuang Minglu had concealed the existence of mutated plants in the forest and lured her and Huang Ying'er into capturing Tao Xian. Had she not been more vigilant, they might never have known how they would die. If not for needing Zhuang Minglu's cooperation now, and because Zhuang Minglu still owed her such a large debt, Su Shiqing would not have been having this calm conversation here. It seemed Zhuang Minglu also noticed Su Shiqing's dissatisfaction, sighed inwardly. She actually didn't want to put Su Shiqing and the other in mortal danger. After all, the other side had provided supplies to her base and were working hard on the virus issue. Zhuang Minglu wasn't so heartless. Just earlier, when Luo Jun returned, he mentioned casually that during the capture of Leng Yan, Su Shiqing performed exceptionally well. In handling some detailed matters, she even did better than he did as the team leader. Zhuang Minglu became curious about Su Shiqing's capabilities and wondered if she could resolve the current predicament, hence indirectly suggested sending Su Shiqing to investigate that part of the forest. The existence of the mutated plants was not exactly secret. As long as they stepped lightly into the mountain forest, they were bound to detect the presence of the mutated pine trees and would not unknowingly step into danger. If Su Shiqing and the other had the confidence, they might continue forward. Even if they felt uneasy inside, they could retreat to the base anytime. What Zhuang Minglu did not expect, however, was that Su Shiqing actually detected her concealment. Now, it seems that Su Shiqing had already developed suspicions about her. Zhuang Minglu was somewhat regretful, but once a wrong decision had been made, it couldn't be changed. She could only try to make amends. Since that's the case, the person setting the fire will be provided by our base. Zhuang Minglu nodded slightly and offered voluntarily. We happen to have a second-stage fire-based Yingzhou in the base. Though their combat prowess is not outstanding, starting a fire should be completely within their capability. Su Shiqing did not refuse this offer. She was not short of means to start a fire herself. Every lighter and matchstick in her spatial ring could accomplish the task, but it was quite evident that the one going to set the fire would bear the greatest risk. After all, this plan was devised to address the rampant virus in the base, so it was impossible to let Zhuang Minglu reap the benefits without contributing anything. Fine, Su Shiqing raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and nodded in agreement. Shall we depart now? No. Zhuang Minglu furrowed her brows as if there were some misgivings. She shook her head. Tomorrow. Let's take action tomorrow. Su Shiqing's toes tapped the ground lightly over and over again, her eyes betraying unreadable emotions. May I ask, dear base commander, why? You know the situation in the base best of all. The virus cannot allow for any further delay. I know. Zhuang Minglu closed her eyes and sighed helplessly after a moment of thought. For the precarious sense of trust between them, she finally decided not to keep anything back. It's about Leng Yan. After you brought Leng Yan back, I personally interrogated her harshly, hoping to extract some useful information from her. Leng Yan has a tight mouth. I don't know why she harbors such loyalty towards Tao Xian, almost making it impossible to get any substantial information out of her. But before she fell into a coma, I vaguely heard her muttering something. It seemed like she was saying, it's useless, even if you find Tao Xian, it's useless. This virus simply has no cure. Chapter 194, Resolved. No cure at all. Upon hearing this sentence, Su Shiqing's and Huang Ying'er's hearts both suddenly dropped. Recalling the confident demeanor of Ningxin Yin who had previously smiled and made promises, Su Shiqing pressed her lips together, a flicker of concern showing in her eyes but quickly dissipating. I've been thinking, if this virus truly has no solution, then what is the significance of my insistence on finding Tao Xian? Zhuang Minglu turned back and looked toward the makeshift hospital set up within the base. After just one day, the number of patients inside had nearly doubled. If Tao Xian also does not know how to deal with this virus, then what I should be concerned about right now are the people in the base. Zhuang Minglu closed her eyes, masking the killing intent in her gaze. I need to try to find new methods during the remaining time of the base and do my best to protect everyone in the base. As for Tao Xian, although Zhuang Minglu would not forget what the person had done, compared to everyone in the base, there was no way they could be equated. This was the reason why Zhuang Minglu chose to act tomorrow. She still needed to interrogate Leng Yan further to confirm this point. Tomorrow's action. Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids, thinking about the situation on Ningxin Yin's side, and the anxiety that had slightly faded resurfaced in her heart. All right, Su Shiqing took a long breath. Then, we will come to find you tomorrow. Huang Ying'er bit her lips, her expression also revealing some unease. Hearing Su Shiqing's response, she glanced at the other, knowing that Su Shiqing might be as worried about Ningxin Yin's situation as herself. Zhuang Minglu didn't know what Ningxin Yin was doing, but upon receiving an affirmative reply, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuang Minglu smiled at Su Shiqing. Miss Su, if the base can get through this crisis, I will double the crystal cores and gold promised to you. Su Shiqing did not respond, as now was not the time to worry about such things. She waved her hand and led Huang Ying'er back the way they came. From their departure, discussing with Zhuang Minglu, to the current conclusion, the sun originally hanging above them gradually dipped westward, leaving behind the afterglow of dusk in the sky. Because it was gradually entering winter, night fell unusually early. Actually, calculating the time now, it was only around 4 or 5 in the evening, but it already felt as though darkness would fall immediately. Zhuang Minglu had arranged an empty room for Su Shiqing and others, separated by a street from where Ning Xinyan stayed. Shiqing, are we going back to rest now? Huang Ying'er looked at Su Shiqing's profile, her gaze falling on the slightly furrowed brows of the latter. Su Shiqing walked slowly forward, her gaze sweeping over the almost deserted roads. She glanced upward at the sky and let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Her steps suddenly paused for a moment, and she turned to look at Huang Ying'er beside her, shaking her head lightly. You go back and rest first. I want to check how Ning Xinyan is doing. To also check Anren's condition, and verify whether the method to cure the virus mentioned by the other party was real. This time, Huang Ying'er did not refuse. Understanding that Su Shiqing couldn't put Ning Xinyan out of mind, Huang Ying'er said nothing more, merely nodding her head. The two parted ways at the crossroads, Su Shiqing making her way towards the house, where Ning Xinyan stayed based on memory alone. As twilight deepened, chilly winds swept across her face, causing her instinctively to pull her collar closer and shiver. In the distance, she saw Ning Xinyan's little house. In the dim twilight, she noticed that the curtains were drawn tightly, revealing not a single gleam of light, as if hiding some secret. Su Shiqing's movements hesitated for a moment. Not sure why, her heart sank suddenly, and the sense of foreboding grew even stronger at that moment. She approached the door and raised her hand to knock lightly on it. Ning Xinyan? Ning Xinyan? Are you inside? After calling out several times without getting a response, Su Shiqing's brow creased more deeply, her expression becoming increasingly anxious. Just as she began considering breaking down the doorknob suddenly turned and the door opened from the inside. Cough cough. Ning Xinyan was wrapped in a large coat, tightly enclosing his entire figure. Only a pale and weak-looking face showed outside. His black smooth short hair lay against his forehead, contrasting sharply with his pale skin. His thin lips remained closed with little blood color, giving him a fragile appearance. Leaning against the doorframe, hands stuffed in his pockets, his eyes quietly fixed on Su Shiqing, calm and slightly gentle. Ning Xinyan had cleaned off the bloodstains on his body just now, so he no longer looked as disheveled. But for a while, his pale, sickly complexion wouldn't improve. Ning Xinyan had expected Su Shiqing to come knocking the next day, but was surprised when the door was already being tapped now. Thus, he could only throw on a large coat to conceal his frail state. Despite the lack of light in the room, Ning Xinyan's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable devotion. However, Su Shiqing did not notice any of these details. As she stared at Ning Xinyan's ashen complexion, her expression sharply changed, and she instinctively moved forward to closely inspect his face. What happened to you? Why do you look so terrible? Ning Xinyan silently shook his head, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet suddenly bent over, covering it with his hand, and coughing uncontrollably twice. His body swayed unsteadily, as though he might collapse onto the ground at any moment, forcing Su Shiqing to immediately step forward and steady him. Cough, cough. Ning Xinyan softly panted, turning his head with a smile to shake it at Su Shiqing. I'm fine, fine. Su Shiqing's tone involuntarily rose, furrowing her brows and looking seriously at him. Do you want me to bring a mirror for you to see how bad your complexion is? It looks like, as if you were infected by the virus. Su Shiqing didn't voice the rest of her thoughts, feeling it would be ominous, yet still looked at Ning Xinyan disapprovingly. Nevertheless, Ning Xinyan didn't pick up on that topic. Instead, his bright eyes sparkled as he reached out and grabbed Su Shiqing's hand. Shiqing, I've resolved the matter concerning the virus. His hand was icy cold, much cooler even than Su Shiqing's after braving the outdoors, further emphasizing his pale, sickly face. Su Shiqing wasn't sure why in just a few short hours, his condition had deteriorated so drastically, but upon hearing his declaration, she froze momentarily. Resolved, Su Shiqing incredulously repeated the word, unconsciously clasping her hands together to try warming his chilled ones. In just a few short hours, had Ning Xinyan found a solution to the virus Lung Yen said was incurable? This meant and ran. Chapter 195, No Danger. Ning Xinyan withdrew the hand that Su Shiqing had held, lowering his eyelids and stepping back slightly to let her pass. The little girl's fever has subsided. She may not wake up for a while, but her condition is stable now. Seeing Su Shiqing almost unable to control her expression, stumbling into the room, Ning Xinyan smiled silently, looking down at his palm and gently rubbing his fingertips as if he were lingering over the previous warmth. The curtains in the room were tightly drawn, with no light seeping through, leaving it nearly pitch dark. Su Shiqing quickly took out a flashlight from her space and pressed the switch, instantly brightening up the room. A glance showed her that the chairs on the other side of the room seemed disheveled, and there appeared to be some dark red stains on the ground. But Su Shiqing didn't have time to worry about anything else and rushed straight to the bedside. Looking down at the two little girls lying side by side on the bed, Anren and Yin Qingqing, the strange flush on their faces visibly disappeared, their eyelids closed lightly, their breathing steady. Even the frowns between their eyebrows that were previously tightened had relaxed, indicating they were sleeping soundly. Su Shiqing leaned forward and placed her hand lightly on Anren's forehead. Just as Ning Xinyan had said, the high fever was gone, and the virus seemed truly resolved. Her eyes widened involuntarily, finding it hard to believe. Su Shiqing really hadn't expected that he would succeed so quickly. Ning Xinyan slowly approached behind her, his figure swaying unsteadily, possibly due to the side effects of forced experimentation. Although the virus in his body had been eliminated, his body remained abnormally weak. From time to time, dizziness clouded his mind, making him feel dizzy with each step. He could only move slowly one step at a time. See? I didn't deceive you. Reaching the bed, Ning Sinan stood next to Su Shiqing and looked at the two peacefully sleeping little girls under the flashlight's light, softly speaking. He had promised her he would take care of things no matter the cost. Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing paused her breathing, turning her head towards him, sincerely praising. You really are incredible. But what's wrong with your body? This turn of her head again drew her attention to his sickly appearance, causing her expression to become more serious. I'm fine. Ning Sinan casually shook his head and brushed it off in a few words. Though I have a clear idea of how to solve the virus, figuring out the specifics cost me quite a bit of energy. Su Shiqing believed him less than ever. Expending too much mental effort wouldn't leave someone looking like this. Ning Sinan now resembled someone suffering from a severe illness after being heavily drained. Seeing his unstable posture, even standing felt difficult. Su Shiqing revealed her concern and pulled him over to sit down beside the chair near them. Considering the two children were still asleep in the room, both spoke very softly. You promised not to lie to me. Su Shiqing's expression turned serious as she touched Ning Sinan's forehead, confirming he wasn't running a fever before letting out a faint sigh of relief. What exactly did you do? Is it because solving the virus impacted your own body? She seriously and earnestly stared into Ning Sinan's eyes, her look filled with concern and severity, waiting quietly for an answer. After pursing his lips, Ning Sinan raised an eyebrow and sighed helplessly as he rubbed his brow. It's a little complicated to explain, but if you want to hear it, I can tell you. We both know that the initial virus carrier became infected after eating mutated beast meat, so I asked Zhuang Minglu for the cores of those two mutated beasts, hoping to gain new insights by studying them. And as it turns out, my guess was right. Mutated beast energy does indeed affect the virus and can even be used for treatment. However, the energy of mutated beast cores is incredibly potent. If too much is used all at once, it wouldn't just cure the virus, it might cause someone to explode instantly. That's why I spent a great deal of energy on controlling the amount. Ning Sinan explained his approach to Su Shiqing, deliberately omitting how he took risks and injected himself with the virus to study how to control the dosage. Since Su Shiqing didn't fully understand this area, she nodded thoughtfully upon hearing his explanation, but still felt something was off based on instinct. Studying controlled doses? How exactly does researching this leave you so weak? Su Shiqing frowned, questioning him with confusion. A simple way to put it is to first import the energy into my body, see if it causes any physical strain, then adjust accordingly. Ning Sinan patiently explained, covering his mouth occasionally to cough a couple times. Was it dangerous? Su Shiqing acutely sensed something was amiss. However, Ning Sinan shook his head with a faint smile. No. It's just like absorbing zombie crystal cores. As long as you consciously control the amount of energy, how could there be any danger? He knew Su Shiqing wasn't someone easy to fool, but fortunately, she wasn't very familiar with this area, giving Ning Sinan some room to argue his point. Ning Sinan wouldn't tell Su Shiqing about the great risks he took to control this energy, and she didn't need to know. Though his words came out with a tone of seeking credit, Ning Sinan's original intention was to solve Su Shiqing's troubles, not burden her heart with new worries. Whether gratitude or guilt, none of it was what Ning Sinan wanted. All he wanted was for Su Shiqing to smile like she used to. Seeing the suspicious look in Su Shiqing's eyes, Ning Sinan reached up to touch his face, suppressing the trembling of his fingertips. Besides, I just look a little haggard. I'm not that weak. Really? Su Shiqing pondered, studying his expression. The suspicion gradually faded from her eyes, turning into concern as she looked at Ning Sinan. You've worked hard. Why don't I make you something to eat to replenish your strength? Since the virus outbreak, we seem to have not eaten properly either. What would you like to eat? A stew? Or, as she spoke, her consciousness began searching through her spatial item storage, considering what might help restore strength. While she was lost in thought, her wrist was suddenly gripped by a cold hand. Startled, Su Shiqing looked up and saw Ning Sinan leaning against the wall, smiling with a trace of helplessness. He sighed softly and shook his head. Shiqing, it's unnecessary. Ning Sinan blinked and glanced away guiltily. If this room gets blown up, we'll have nowhere to live. Chapter 196. Let me go. An eerie silence fell over the room. Su Shiqing touched his nose, seemingly remembering the last time he cooked, and nearly blew up the entire house. That pot, which was on the verge of exploding, was still quietly lying in the space. Haha. Su Shiqing chuckled dryly. You're right. Seeing the other person give up the idea of cooking, Ning Sinan secretly sighed in relief. He didn't have the energy to deal with such things right now. In the end, Su Shiqing only took some instant food from the space and stuffed it all into Ning Sinan's arms. Let me warm you a cup of milk. Su Shiqing got up, intending to boil a kettle of hot water, but was stopped by Ning Sinan. Ning Sinan leaned against the wall, his eyelids slightly drooping as he shook his head lightly. No need for that trouble. Let me rest for a while. He pulled Su Shiqing back to sit next to him, his voice low. Where did you go this afternoon with Huang Ying? When Ning Sinan first saw Su Shiqing upon entering, he could feel a cold aura emanating from the other person. Not at all like someone who had rested properly the whole afternoon, but rather like someone who had been rushing around outside for a long time. Feeling the coolness transmitted from Ning Sinan's palm, Su Shiqing frowned slightly. She sat back down on the chair, not withdrawing her hand, and used her other free hand to take out a hand warmer from the space, stuffing it into Ning Sinan's palm, warming him with her own palm's heat. As she patiently warmed his hands, Su Shiqing began speaking softly, summarizing their harvest from the afternoon. Ning Sinan's eyelids were slightly lowered, silently observing the other person's actions, a slight smile involuntarily forming at the corner of his mouth, as if his cold body was gradually warming up. There's news about Tao Xion's whereabouts. It seems he is hidden in the forest west of the base. There are mutated plants there, so going in directly to capture him would be quite difficult. We plan to burn the mountain tomorrow and force Tao Xion out. Hearing this, Ning Sinen's gaze suddenly flickered. Mutated plants have strong territorial awareness. How did Tao Xion manage to avoid them? Seemingly recalling something, Ning Sinen slightly straightened his body. We don't know either. Zhuang Minglu said that Tao Xion has a lot of peculiar things in his possession, possibly including something that can avoid the perception of mutated plants. Su Shiqing shook her head, indicating that neither she nor Zhuang Minglu could figure it out. However, Ning Sinen appeared lost in thought, his gaze lingering on a corner as if reminiscing about something. Gradually, the shadow of a person appeared in his mind. He remembered that someone had once proposed an experiment to shield mutated plants' perception, but nothing came of it in the end. But that person could never have done what Tao Xion did, using an entire base as an experimental ground in such a morally depraved way. Ning Sinen. Su Shiqing noticed the distant look in his eyes and couldn't help but feel curious, leaning closer to take a look. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? No, nothing. Ning Sinen leaned back against the wall again, closing his eyes and sighing wearily. Burning the mountain might provoke the anger of mutated plants. The risk is a bit high, but it's within controllable limits. I will go with you tomorrow. Go, my ghost. Su Shiqing couldn't help but softly rebuke, stretching out one finger to point at the other's forehead hard, but then retracted because of Ning Sinen's weak body. Come on, take a look. How terrible your face looks now. She took out a mirror from the space and shoved it right in front of Ning Sinen's eyes, shining a flashlight so that the other person could see clearly. If you come along looking like this, I'm afraid you'll faint halfway. Glancing casually at himself in the mirror, Ning Sinen raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't realized how bad his appearance really was. Laughing helplessly, Ning Sinen pushed the mirror in front of him a little further away and fixed his gaze on Su Shiqing. Let me go. Ning Sinen's voice was hoarse as he looked quietly into Su Shiqing's eyes, his gaze gentle and determined, yet tinged with a sense of disappointment from being refused. Though they were discussing this matter, Su Shiqing could detect a hint of determination in the other person's eyes, as if even if she refused, he would still sneak along. After a brief silence, Su Shiqing suddenly laughed, as if finding the other somewhat helpless, nodding reluctantly. All right, agreed. You can come along, but you must not overstrain yourself. No problem. Ning Sinen immediately agreed, without hesitation. Since the person had already gone along, what kind of actions might he take? It would be entirely up to Ning Sinen's own considerations. However, at this moment, Ning Sinen obviously didn't realize that when it came to scheming, how could he possibly outwit Su Shiqing? Since the virus can already be resolved. Su Shiqing paused for a second, her eyes flickering as she glanced at the two little girls on the bed who were still asleep. Her gaze darkened slightly. Could it mean there was hope for all the patients in the base as well? But according to Ning Sinen's implication, to cure those patients, they first needed a normal person to appropriately absorb energy from the crystal cores and then redistribute it to the patients so they could properly assimilate it. Currently, the only person who could precisely control the energy from the crystal core was Ning Sinen. Was she supposed to have him personally cure every patient in the base one by one? Not a chance. Just from looking at his tired face, it was clear how exhausting this task was. There was no way Su Shiqing was going to let Ning Sinen handle all of it alone. Su Shiqing picked up the two crystal cores from the table nearby, caressing them as she examined them carefully, and said to Ning Sinen, tomorrow, I'll tell Zhuang Minglu that the crystal cores can cure the virus. As for curing the patients, don't get your hands dirty. You can give them some verbal instructions at most, so they can figure out how to manage the dosage themselves. Su Shiqing had her own selfish reasons. In her heart, no matter how many people there were in the base combined, none of them weighed as much as Ning Sinen did individually. Since the method and process had already been handed over to them, Su Shiqing wasn't about to let Ning Sinen waste both effort and mental strength actively helping them any further. Fine. Naturally, Ning Sinen had no objection, nodding obediently as his eyelids drooped slightly, leaning against the wall with an air of drowsiness. Su Shiqing put away the crystal cores and, seeing his condition, became immediately worried, gently leading him to lie down on the bed. The room's bed was large, and with the two children occupying just a small space, there was still ample room for all three to sleep comfortably. Su Shiqing turned off the flashlight and patted Ning Sinen's shoulder. Sleep now, rest well. I'll keep watch tonight. Chapter 197. Go to sleep, you. Ning Sinen really couldn't hold on anymore. After a long time without proper rest and the impact of the virus on his body, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. As soon as he lay down on the bed, it only took a few seconds for him to lose control of his consciousness and drift into a daze. In the darkness, listening to the breathing in the room gradually become steady, Su Shiqing blinked her eyes and silently took out some incense from her storage space, lighting it. A light and fresh fragrance started to fill the room, carrying a hint of sleep-inducing properties, allowing the three people in the room to fall deeper into slumber. Su Shiqing curved her lips slightly with a soundless smile. She couldn't trust Ning Sinen dragging this weak body to follow along with the action. Even if she refused him, she was worried he would sneak off alone, so Su Shiqing simply pretended to agree earlier. Although she agreed, if Ning Sinen woke up late the next morning and missed the opportunity, then that would not be her fault. With extreme fatigue combined with the assistance of the incense, Su Shiqing didn't believe Ning Sinen would wake up on time the next day. By the time Ning Sinin regains clarity tomorrow, everything will have already been finished. Just rest well in the base. Since the base was unsafe during this period, Su Shiqing sat quietly guarding by the bedside all night long, practicing cultivation with spirit crystals while waiting for dawn. When a faint light began to shine through the curtains, Su Shiqing slowly opened her eyes, knowing that the time was about right. Just as she expected, Ning Sinin lay still on the side of the bed, breathing steadily, sleeping deeply with no sign of waking. The two young girls beside him were the same. The redness on their faces had long since faded, their appearances now appearing much less terrible, sleeping soundly. Pulling the room's curtains even tighter, Su Shiqing exited the room lightly, carefully closing the door behind her. Huang Ying'er found Su Shiqing at just that moment, catching her halfway bent over, tiptoeing out of the room, carefully shutting the door, looking sneaky. Shiqing. Huang Ying'er stopped, feeling a bit puzzled seeing Su Shiqing's manner. Because Huang Ying'er hadn't waited for Su Shiqing to return until very late last night, she figured Su Shiqing must have decided to spend the night with Dr. Ning and others. Thus, she did not go out to look for anyone and waited until morning to meet Su Shiqing. Shoo. Upon hearing the sound, Su Shiqing quickly turned around, raising a finger to softly press against her lips, giving a gesture to hush. The sound insulation of the housing in the base wasn't good, and Su Shiqing didn't want anyone inside to be awoken by any noise. Huang Ying'er immediately understood and quickly covered her mouth, moving swiftly and silently towards Su Shiqing's side. What happened? Huang Ying'er whispered, casting a glance back at the room behind them, somewhat worried. Is Dr. Ning all right? And Ran and Yin Qingqing are fine, but Ning Sinin doesn't seem to be doing too well. Su Shiqing also spoke in a low voice, explaining briefly. Don't talk anymore. If we wake him up, he will insist on following us today. After walking a certain distance, Su Shiqing finally eased up slightly, confirming that no one was following, then calmly explained to Huang Ying'er. Ning Sinin has figured out the treatment method for the virus. The first sentence felt like a massive bombshell, leaving Huang Ying'er speechless and wide-eyed. Really? Is Dr. Ning really that capable? Huang Ying'er widened her eyes, exclaiming softly in shock. Dr. Ning is amazing. That's right. Su Shiqing revealed a hint of pride on her face as she marveled. Being able to research an entire post-apocalyptic power supply system. How could he be someone ordinary? However, yesterday's research probably exhausted too much of his energy. Now he looks quite unwell. Initially, upon hearing about our mission today, he wanted to come along, but I wasn't comfortable with it. So I used a little trick to make sure he hasn't woken up yet. As Huang Ying'er walked along, she nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Dr. Ning really needs to rest. Given that he has already expended significant effort to solve the toughest issue of the virus, capturing Tao Xin should definitely be left to them. Let's go find Zhuang Minglu. Su Shiqing gathered herself, speeding up her steps and letting her gaze grow increasingly determined. It's time to settle the score with Tao Xin. Zhuang Minglu seemed to have been eagerly waiting for the two since early morning. She paced back and forth in front of the makeshift hospital they'd set up, looking slightly restless and anxious. As soon as she spotted Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er approaching, Zhuang Minglu's steps abruptly halted, and she quickly stepped forward to greet them. Before Su Shiqing or Huang Ying'er could open their mouths, Zhuang Minglu, with a dejected and depressed expression, spoke first. Today's operation has been cancelled. I've already confirmed that what Leng Yan said is true. I'm afraid even Tao Xin himself hasn't found a solution to this virus. Even if we capture him, it would be useless. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying'er blinked and instinctively looked at Su Shiqing, noticing her slightly narrowing eyes. Your purpose in finding Tao Xin is to discover the solution to the virus? Su Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone calm. Shouldn't he pay for what he's done? Of course I want him to pay. Zhuang Minglu closed her eyes briefly, her expression cold as if suppressing her urge to kill. But I am the base leader, and I must consider the long-term interests of the base. I can't risk the safety of everyone else just for revenge. She glanced back at the makeshift hospital they had set up. After confirming there was no cure for this virus, Zhuang Minglu evacuated all medical personnel from inside, preventing more people from getting infected. Currently, the temporary hospital housed hundreds of neatly arranged beds with patients lying on them, their faces flushed, lips pale. They were covered by simple blankets, devoid of any vitality. So many people have already been infected, and I cannot let more people get involved. Zhuang Minglu's gaze grew increasingly firm. She turned towards Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er, smiling apologetically. I'm sorry, but according to yesterday's plan, I may not be able to send anyone to assist you. Su Shiqing casually lowered her eyelids. From the perspective of the base leader, Zhuang Minglu's decision was clearly correct, an extremely rational choice, momentarily putting aside hatred to ensure the survival of others in the base. However, Su Shiqing wasn't the base leader. She believed firmly in the principle of immediate retribution. Tao Xin maliciously spread the virus and even threatened the life of Ran. If Ning Sinin wasn't capable enough, Su Shiqing didn't dare imagine what might have happened. She could lose her most precious sister. Even though the worst scenario didn't occur, this doesn't mean Tao Xin did nothing. Everyone has to pay for their actions. Tao Xin will not escape justice. Chapter 198. A pleasant deal. If they wanted to set fire to the mountain to force Tao Xin out, Su Shiqing and Huang Ying'er alone definitely wouldn't be enough. The issue wasn't with starting the fire, but with the vastness of the forest. Even if they succeeded in forcing Tao Xin out of the mutated plant's domain, no one would know in which direction he might flee. Su Shiqing needed manpower to surround the entire forest and ensure that Tao Xin would be arrested immediately regardless of which direction he escaped from. And at the moment, the only person who could provide such sufficient manpower was Zhuang Minglu. Miss Su, I'm truly sorry, but as the base commander, I must consider many more things. Zhuang Minglu still expressed her apologies with regret, genuinely wanting to cooperate with Su Shiqing and the other to bring Tao Xian back if it were possible. But now that they knew the other party didn't have a solution for the virus either, the gains from this operation had significantly decreased, and it might even come with risks. If she sent a large number of people out to capture Tao Xian, the opposing side might instead take advantage of this weakened moment to attack the base, leading to problems. However, before Zhuang Minglu could finish speaking, Su Shiqing rudely interrupted her. I'll give you the method to cure the virus if you send people with me. How does that sound? Su Shiqing didn't beat around the bush, but directly laid out her offer. Seeing Zhuang Minglu pause there, unable to respond for a while, Su Shiqing frowned slightly and repeated herself again. How does that sound? Miss Su. Zhuang Minglu struggled hard to keep herself under control to not let her expressions become disordered. Her hands and voice trembled slightly. You're not joking, are you? With serious matters at hand, I don't joke. Su Shiqing shook her head firmly and asked again. So, Commander, what's your consideration? Is she willing to make another deal, trading her dispatched manpower for the method to cure the virus? Or will she refuse Su Shiqing's suggestion and abandon those infected by the virus? It was obvious that from Zhuang Minglu's current expression, the latter would definitely choose the former. If this is true, Zhuang Minglu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then, of course, I am willing. Perhaps this was what feeling of rebirth was like. Zhuang Minglu originally thought they could only sit and wait helplessly for the patients to suffer and eventually die in pain due to this kind of virus. But now, Su Shiqing suddenly stood up and said that she had a way to solve the virus problem. How could this not excite Zhuang Minglu? All right, then we will proceed with the plan as arranged beforehand. Su Shiqing didn't drag on. After getting an accurate response, she immediately decided. Time is of the essence. Let's leave now. Wait. Zhuang Minglu struggled to maintain some calmness, pursing her lips slightly. Miss Su, please forgive my caution. I want to confirm first the authenticity of this supposed cure. She wasn't trying to deliberately challenge Su Shiqing. It was just that this news was too astonishing. Even Tao Xian himself couldn't handle the virus, yet Su Shiqing claimed she had a solution. Zhuang Minglu had to confirm the truthfulness of what the other party said before taking the next step. By this point, Su Shiqing's patience had already worn thin. Upon hearing this, she threw 2 cores of mutant beasts over. Zhuang Minglu quickly caught them, looked down, and was momentarily confused. Aren't these the cores I gave to Mr. Ning? The energy within the core can treat the virus, but it requires a normal person first to extract an appropriate amount of energy, then feed it back to the patient. Following yesterday's method described by Ning Sinin, Su Shiqing spoke a little fast. As for how much energy should be extracted, it depends on your own people to figure it out. There's only one point to note. It shouldn't be excessive, or it might cause the patient to burst. Hearing these words, Zhuang Minglu's expression kept changing. She originally thought the method of curing the virus proposed by the other party was stable and reliable, but it turned out to carry such risks. Miss Su, do you have any basis for what you're saying? Zhuang Minglu still harbored some doubts. Using the energy from the core of mutant beasts to treat viruses. This is a bit too extraordinary. Su Shiqing squinted her eyes, lightly pressed her cheek with her tongue, and chuckled with ambiguous meaning. To be honest, this method already has successful cases. My younger sister and Yin Qingqing, those 2 girls have already had their fevers reduced, and all vital signs have returned to normal. They will wake up after some time. If Zhuang Minglu doesn't believe me, there's nothing to be done. You can completely treat what I just said as if I farted and didn't say anything. Zhuang Minglu stared down at the 2 cores in her palm, hesitating, apparently weighing whether to try according to the other party's instructions or not. Could Su Shiqing be deceiving her? After a moment, Zhuang Minglu tightly clenched the 2 crystal cores in her hand, took a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of resolution. I understand, Miss Su. She nodded extremely seriously at Su Shiqing. I will immediately gather manpower to surround that mountain forest and make sure Tao Xian doesn't have any chance to escape. Zhuang Minglu chose to trust Su Shiqing, one part because she trusted the other's character, and the remaining 9 parts because she couldn't think of a reason why Su would deceive her. After all, right now, she owed Su Shiqing an unknown number of crystal cores in gold, and completely ruining their relationship wouldn't benefit Su Shiqing in any way. Good. Seeing the other finally issue the order, the tension on Su Shiqing's forehead finally lessened somewhat. Later, your base's fire element psychic and Huang Ying'er will set fire to the mountain together. Others are responsible for blocking every path down the mountain. Zhuang Minglu nodded, extended her hand, and shook it with Su Shiqing. Looking forward to our cooperation. While the other was still gathering people, Su Shiqing pulled Huang Ying'er aside to a corner, ensuring no one was paying attention, then quietly warned her. Later, only you 2 will be approaching the mutated plant's territory. If something unexpected happens, remember to protect yourself first. You don't need to worry about the other person. Su Shiqing earnestly held the other's eyes and spoke seriously. Remember, your own safety is the most important thing. Even if that fire element psychic dies, I'll handle things with Zhuang Minglu. Although she hadn't spent much time with Huang Ying'er, the latter had truly helped her quite a bit. Su Shiqing considered her as one of her companions, naturally not wanting anything bad to happen to her. Chapter 199, Fire Resistance. Rest assured, Huang Ying'er gave a faint smile, raised her hand to cover her chest, lowered her eyelids, and whispered softly. I have not yet finished atoning for my sins. I will cherish this life. I won't go up the mountain. I'll stay on the perimeter ready to assist you at any moment, said Su Shiqing, whose wooden element ability could not play a very good role when facing fierce fire, so he decided not to climb the mountain together with others. After all, the more people there are, the more energy Huang Inger would need to expend, adding extra trouble. There were probably several thousand Sai warriors in the base, and Zhuang Minglu had sent out almost 70% of them to encircle that forest. The fire-type Sai warrior responsible for setting the fire was a 17 or 18-year-old boy who still looked quite naive. Just standing there revealed his nervousness and apprehension, as if he'd never been in such a large-scale situation before. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking for him, Huang Inger slowly walked forward, placed her hand on the boy's shoulder, and smiled gently. Don't be nervous. What you need to do is simple. Use your best effort to ignite the forest. The rest can be left to me. The boy's face turned slightly red, and under Huang Inger's reassurance, his nervousness seemed to ease somewhat as he gave a soft response. Zhuang Minglu acted quickly, and within 20 minutes, had already prepared the team. As the leader of the base, she chose to stay behind to research how to use the mutated beast core energy to solve the virus issue, delegating full control over the deployed group to Su Shiqing. Today was a rare sunny day in winter. Despite the cold wind still bringing chills, the presence of the sun slightly warmed things, a good day for setting fires. Thanks to the supplies provided earlier by Su Shiqing, all the Sai warriors present wore thick cotton clothes and wouldn't be affected in battle due to the cold environment. The forest was only a few kilometers away from the base, which wasn't far for Sai warriors. At top speed, they quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. The first and second tier Sai warriors form groups of 5, maintain appropriate distances, and surround the forest, Su Shiqing announced after having reviewed the map to get an understanding of the terrain, beginning to deploy formations. Third tier Sai warriors are responsible for blocking each possible route down the mountain, trying their best to keep contact. Remember, upon seeing Tao Xine, send out a small signal to gather everyone together for the ambush. Do not act recklessly with just a few people. Given concern over Tao Xine's unpredictable gadgets, and to avoid unnecessary casualties, Su Shiqing deliberately emphasized the last point. With tools able to block mutant plant perception, Tao Xine likely possessed other survival tactics. Caution was always necessary. Understood, I'll make sure to remind every single one of them. Luo Jun similarly stated among those dispatched for the mission, nodding solemnly in agreement. Su Shiqing glanced sideways at him without comment, raising his eyes to view the vast expanse of mountains ahead, lightly raising a brow, and slightly curling his lips as if lost in thought. Huang Inger had already ascended the mountain with the young man, ready to take immediate action once the arrangements below were complete. Up the mountain, within the territory of the mutated pine trees, Tao Xine wrapped in his cloak, his body slightly trembling with the cold. Huff, what a lousy weather. Tao Xine's voice was hoarse, cursing under his breath, his words shaking. Damn it, I should have brought more clothes up the mountain. The pursuit had come too fast for Tao Xine to prepare properly, so he hastily packed some food and water and came here. Being in the territory of mutant plants, even though Tao Xine used some small tricks to escape their notice, his fire psi abilities were completely ineffective here to warm himself. That behavior would have been too reckless. The flames shooting up would certainly alert the mutant plants, and Tao Xine wasn't ready to die prematurely. Huff! Tao Xine blew into his palm, rubbing his hands to try and warm himself. His rotted face was nearly frozen solid, the blood and pus forming scabs, causing uncontrollable pain even from the slightest breeze. Now hiding on the mountain, Tao Xine was not only freezing but could only chew on hard biscuits and drink cold water, leading a pitiful existence. Since joining the organization, when had he ever suffered such hardships? The one good eye left on his face gleamed with intense resentment as Tao Xine glared downhill, muttering bitterly, when the virus spreads entirely across the base, none of you will escape. They would become the freshest batch of test subjects in his hands, dismembered, limbs cut off, skulls opened, injected, one by one transforming from whole humans into scattered pieces. Tao Xine stuck out his tongue, licking his cracked lips, the rotting flesh on his face twitching as if he were laughing. But what are they up to down there at the foot of the mountain? Tao Xine had still noticed the noise coming from below. Just from the sounds, it seemed like quite a number of people had arrived. But even if more people came, what use would it be? In this mountain forest, this mutated plant was the overlord. Even a fourth-tier Sai warrior might not be able to stand against it. Tao Xine wouldn't believe for a second that people-loving Zhuang Minglu would send so many just to save his little life. Thus, Tao Xine didn't run, but instead remained curled up in the small nook formed by 2 giant rocks, munching on frozen biscuits. However, soon enough, Tao Xine acutely sensed something was off. He saw the slowly rising plume of black smoke in the distance, making him stand and look afar with narrowed eyes. This is... Before his words could finish, the next moment seemed to bring a gust of strong wind, and instantly the flames under the smoke shot sky-high, reflecting in Tao Xine's pupils. Wind only exacerbated the flames, which rapidly spread along the edges of the mountain forest. And finally, Tao Xine reacted. Setting fire to the mountain? Trying to flush me out with this method? Indeed, in this long-abandoned mountain forest, there were countless flammable materials. A single spark could ignite a massive fire, swallowing the entire forest. But, ha 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 ha. Tao Xine burst into wild laughter. The scabs on his face split open again due to the intensity of his movements, blood trickling down painfully, yet his laughter showed no sign of stopping. Want to drive me down the mountain with fire? His eyes reflected the firelight, but without fear. Instead, it was as if he was laughing at a joke. Ha ha, I'm a fire-type Psy warrior. I'm not afraid of fire. Chapter 200, Su Shiqing is gone. Tao Xian couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter, utterly arrogant as he watched the distant flames ignite. A flicker of mockery passed through his eyes. The thought of those people at the base exhausting their efforts and finally coming up with the idea to start a fire, thinking they could use this method to force him out, never once realizing that his fire-type heat energy could fully control the flames without harming himself. Even his originally frozen body would gradually warm up in the embrace of these flames. Those people from the base were like clowns, and if circumstances allowed, Tao Xian truly wanted to appear directly and mock them face to face. Using fire to force a fire-type heat energy user. Tao Xian laughed until his hands trembled, slowly pulling down his hat brim with a sneer. What a bunch of fools. At the instant the flames began to rise, Huang Inger was quick-witted and grabbed the boy by the back of his collar, her steps light as she danced on the wind, quickly fleeing towards the outskirts of the mountain forest at a speed difficult for the eye to catch. As soon as they moved, seeing the slow-spreading flames, Huang Inger waved her hand and created a strong gust of wind, instantly speeding up the spread of the fire. The boy was dragged by the back of his collar toward the outskirts of the mountain forest, scenery rushing past as he faced the fire he had just unleashed. Watching the flames shoot up halfway into the sky, the searing heat rushed toward him. He widened his eyes in terror, sensing an illusion, as though the tongues of fire had already licked his cheek. In reality, Huang Inger's speed was even faster, the boy's moment of illusion lasting only an instant. By the time he came to his senses again, he was far away from the fire scene. Huang Inger slowly stopped, seeming to have sensed something, and glanced back slightly. Under the blazing firelight, there was only the sound of the flames burning, yet they felt the ground subtly trembling. It's that mutated pine tree. Huang Inger murmured softly. It's angry. Fire naturally suppresses plants, but it was clear that such suppression couldn't absolutely overwhelm this mutated plant. No one knew what stage that mutated pine tree had reached, but its trunk and branches had developed a degree of immunity to fire, still stimulated nonetheless. Under the watchful eyes of those at the foot of the mountain and Huang Inger, the center of the fire's site, in the middle of the forest, a towering ancient tree grew rapidly before their eyes, shooting straight into the clouds. Being closer, Huang Inger and her companion saw most clearly, their pupils trembling uncontrollably, mouths gaping in astonishment. This is... At first, the mutated pine tree wasn't noticeable, almost imperceptible amidst the dense forest. But now, it had been provoked. Its form grew visibly larger by the second, standing upright in the heart of the mountain forest, soaring straight into the clouds. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. Nearly 100-meter-high ancient tree rose abruptly from the ground. Its branches and leaves could be seen trembling, either in pain from being stimulated by the flames or in anger as part of the mutated plant's instinct. Huang Inger sucked in a cold breath, glancing at the enormous shadow cast afar by the mutated pine tree. Not daring to linger here for even a second, she snatched the boy's collar once more and bolted toward the outside of the forest without looking back. Run! Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Luo Jun was shocked, staring at the towering 100-meter-high ancient tree, momentarily speechless. Other energy users beside him, no, all the energy users surrounding the mountain forest, were struck by a brief shock. They had never seen the appearance of a mutated plant when it lost complete control, nor did they know that this mutated pine tree possessed such an immense form. Even from such a great distance, they could feel the overwhelming pressure. That guy Tao Xian dared to hide within its territory. Luo Jun muttered, but soon he regained his composure. Guard every direction. This time, Tao Xian absolutely cannot escape. With the assistance of the wind, the ability-driven fire spread at an astonishing speed. In roughly half an hour, it covered the entire mountain forest. However, strangely enough, no news of Tao Xian surfaced. Huang Inger had already returned with that young man to their team, gazing uneasily at the burning mountain forest nearby. So much time had passed, and the fire had completely spread out. If Tao Xian were still inside the fire zone, there would have been no place for him to hide. What's going on? Luo Jun frowned, sensing something amiss. If he hasn't appeared at this point, could he have already burned to death inside? This thought was clearly incorrect. Tao Xian was at least an energy user. How could he so easily die in a fire? Was he really hiding in this mountain forest all along? Huang Inger couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Could it be that we're looking in the wrong direction? It's impossible. Luo Jun shook his head firmly. That day, someone saw Tao Xian take refuge in this very forest with their own eyes. And during this time, those people sent to keep an eye on things didn't notice any signs of Tao Xian leaving. That was quite perplexing. Huang Inger pressed her lips tightly together, glancing worriedly at the roaring flames before her. Suddenly her gaze stopped, as if she remembered something. She quickly scanned her surroundings, searching for the figure of Su Shiqing. Where is Shiqing? After circling her eyes around the vicinity and failing to spot Su Shiqing nearby, Huang Inger asked anxiously. Isn't Shiqing here? Su Shiqing? She's here somewhere. Isn't she over there? Luo Jun pointed towards a certain direction only to realize no one was there, and abruptly cut himself off mid-sentence. He clearly remembered that when the fire first began to spread, Su Shiqing was standing quietly in that very spot, deep in thought, without saying a word. But now, Su Shiqing was gone. Where did she go? Luo Jun opened his eyes wide. realizing he hadn't noticed her departure at all. Meanwhile, Huang Inger let her eyelids fall slightly as though lost in thought. Then, slowly raising her gaze, she looked at the burning mountain forest. Her eyes flickered. Tao Xian hadn't appeared yet, and now Su Shiqing had disappeared without warning. It was easy to guess what she might have gone to do. Shiqing, did you foresee the current situation? Luo Jun continued to mutter under his furrowed brow. The director told us to follow Su Shiqing's orders, but how could she just disappear without leaving any message behind? In the present circumstances, just calm down. Unexpectedly, Huang Inger regained her composure first, gently reminding Luo Jun. Since Shiqing left no further instructions, all we need to do is maintain our position and remain where we are. Maintain our position? Luo Jun seemed restless. With Tao Xen still nowhere in sight, something must have changed. Shouldn't we alter our plan? Yet Huang Inger simply shook her head resolutely. We should trust in Shiqing's judgment. You must understand, Shiqing is more capable than you imagine, she added. Chapter 201, Double Assurance. The flames that seemed to burn everything roared fiercely, and thick black smoke filled the forest, almost choking and blinding anyone caught in it. Amidst this seemingly endless inferno, wherever Tao Xian walked, the flames obediently retreated to either side, as if making way for him. Tao Xian covered his mouth and nose with a wet cloth, carefully navigating away from the mutated plant's territory, relying solely on his memory of the terrain. Though he was not afraid of these flames, it was evident that the mutated plant had become enraged by the fire. The ground trembled continuously now, expressing the wrath of the mutated pine tree. Its branches bore countless needles hard enough to easily pierce through bone and flesh. In its rage, the pine's leaves shook violently, occasionally sending the needles flying explosively into the earth. If Tao Xian did not distance himself from the territory, there was a good chance he would get impaled by a needle during one of the tree's outbursts. Of course, all he needed to do was reach the edge of the territory, dodging the indiscriminate attacks of the mutated plant. As for escaping the fire, for Tao Xian, the fire was more of a natural refuge. Inside it, the people at the base were powerless against him. I just need to wait a little longer. Tao Xian muttered, looking up at the sky ablaze with fire. He only needed to hide here for some time longer before harvesting the fruits of his experiment. As he thought about this, Tao Xian moved slowly forward, quickly arriving at the edge of the mutated plant's domain. Here is good enough. Sensing he was in the right position, Tao Xian scanned the area around him, seeking a decent spot to rest. However, just as he shifted slightly, a sudden warning bell rang loudly in his mind. Before Tao Xian could react, instinct kicked in, and he darted sharply to the side. The supplies he carried fell and scattered across the ground. In the next moment, a vine nearly a meter long erupted violently from the ground where he had been standing. The dark green vine was as thick as an arm, with a sharp tip glinting ominously under the firelight, as if tinged with blood. Who's there? Tao Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Ignoring the scattered items on the ground, he braced himself, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Tisk! Su Shiqing appeared unhurriedly from the flames, her tone laced with disappointment. Missed. She had assumed Tao Xian's apparent calm indicated a lack of vigilance, but she had underestimated his sensitivity to danger. It's you. Tao Xian immediately recognized Su Shiqing, his eyes narrowing sharply. Su Shiqing, the woman who had accompanied Ning Xining. Why was she here? Do you think I don't fear fire? Tao Xian asked, his voice laced with suspicion and disbelief. Su Shiqing lightly covered her nose, shaking her head indifferently. No, I'm guessing. After telling Ning Xining yesterday about her plan, he had paused briefly and disclosed a crucial piece of intelligence. Very likely, Tao Xian is a pyrokinetic user. Be wary of his control over the flames. The wildfire might not be much of a threat to him. During the brief encounter between Ning Xining and Tao Xian during the night raid on the base, Ning Xining had discerned Tao Xian's abilities clearly, and Su Shiqing had taken note of that statement. If Tao Xian indeed possessed pyrokinetic powers, it was plausible that he could navigate the fiery expanse without harm. Yet apart from setting the mountains ablaze, they hadn't devised a quicker or more effective plan. What if they prolonged their wait and allowed Tao Xian to realize the virus was under control, giving him a chance to flee? For this reason, Su Shiqing had kept this consideration to herself and proceeded according to the original plan while secretly leaving room for adjustments. When the fire began to spread, Su Shiqing took the opportunity to slip away unnoticed and infiltrated the burning forest alone. If Tao Xian feared fire, then the original plan would proceed without a hitch, and nets would be set at the foot of the mountain, ensuring his capture with multiple capable users present. But if Tao Xian remained unscathed by the fire, that was fine too. Su Shiqing would intervene. While wooden element powers might be suppressed by the flames, Su Shiqing had more than just her elemental ability up her sleeve. Wearing a dampened mask and dousing her clothes with water, Su Shiqing carried a large bucket full of water, walking steadily while extinguishing the flames on her path. Whenever she encountered fallen tree trunks blocking her way, she would simply gather the entire burning log into her spatial ring without any trouble. Upon seeing the mutated plant grow in anger to a height of over 100 meters, Su Shiqing guessed that, for safety's sake, Tao Xian wouldn't dare stay within the enraged mutated plant's territory. She began searching along the edge. Sure enough, it wasn't long before she found him. For a moment, Tao Xian remained silent, confirming whether there were others lying in ambush nearby apart from Su Shiqing. Once he was sure that she had indeed come alone, Tao Xian visibly relaxed. Such arrogance. I thought you brought an army, and it turns out it's just you. Tao Xian sneered, his gaze dark and menacing as he sized up Su Shiqing. Who gave you the audacity to climb the mountain alone and confront me? The black smoke stung the eyes, yet Su Shiqing didn't blink. You're stage 3, and so am I. Why shouldn't I come up here to face you? Ha ha ha. Tao Xen burst into laughter, spreading his arms as though embracing the entire inferno. Why? Let me tell you why. Why? He held out his hands, and a fiery plume leapt forth from his palms. Because this firestorm is my domain. I possess pyrokinetic powers, and in this burning field, I hold the ultimate advantage. To deal with you. Tao Xen drew out the words, pointing a finger directly at Su Shiqing with disdainful ease. All I need to do is flick my fingers. Chapter 202, Surprise. The wet hair clung tightly to Su Shiqing's forehead. Despite being drenched by water, the intense heat from the fire was still unbearable. In the face of Tao Xian's unmasked disdain, Su Shiqing merely smiled, looking at the other as if they were a fool. Do you think I'm an idiot? Knowing that it's certain death, would I still come here for nothing? Seeing the other person showed no sign of fear, instead appearing relaxed and confident, Tao Xian's gaze sharpened, suddenly sensing something odd. Could it be that she had some trump card? Was it her spatial ability giving her such confidence? When Tao Xian first saw Su Shiqing, he coincidentally witnessed her discussing supplies with Zhuang Minglu. Hence, Tao Xian knew clearly that this woman was a double ability user of wood and space systems. Indeed, under the influence of two abilities, Su Shiqing might be somewhat stronger than average people, but only slightly. The supportive spatial ability, in terms of destructive power, is far less effective in a fire scene compared to wood system abilities. If she thought to defeat him through this, Tao Xian could only say it was sheer imagination. You do have a silver tongue. The flame in Tao Xian's palm danced constantly. As he spoke, he slowly moved towards Su Shiqing, gradually reducing the distance between them. His eyes fell on Su Shiqing's lips, his face, covered in decaying flesh, twisted as if laughing. Why don't I wait until you're dead, then rip out your mouth to make it into a specimen? How does that sound? Though the tone sounded like an inquiry, his voice carried a sense of eerie madness. Under such a near-fiery gaze, Su Shiqing slightly furrowed her brow, exhaled lightly, and hooked her lips in a mocking manner. Too much talking. Prove it if you can't kill me. Facing the reckless provocation, Tao Xian's expression grew more malevolent, losing patience to continue this childish game. Eager to die? Very well, I'll help you. At the very moment his final word echoed, the flame in Tao Xian's palm shot up half a meter high. The tongues of fire danced wildly, following an inexplicable rhythm. Meanwhile, the raging flames surrounding Su Shiqing grew even fiercer. Although there was already a large patch cleared around her feet where there should be no flammable materials, the flames continued to spread rapidly across the ground. The surrounding flames seemed to gain a consciousness of their own, roaring wildly and leaping high into the sky, reaching nearly 2 meters tall. Su Shiqing's space to maneuver was instantly squeezed. Any movement of her foot would likely result in burns from these excited flames. Oh, turns out all talk. Seeing Su Shiqing rigidly controlled in the midst of the fire field, Tao Xen couldn't help bursting into laughter, his already hoarse voice becoming even raspier in the fiery atmosphere. As Tao Xen took steps closer to Su Shiqing, not affected by the flames himself, he stood before her, reflecting her disheveled figure in his pupils, full of arrogance. Goodbye. Tao Xen quickly clenched his extended palm into a fist, extinguishing the flickering flame in his hand, while the flames surrounding Su Shiqing violently shook and rushed towards her, engulfing her entirely within the sea of fire. The blood-red firelight flickered and burned, obscuring the situation inside. In such high temperatures, no one could possibly survive. Su Shiqing probably wouldn't even leave behind a speck of ash. Ho! Tao Xen's laugh began, but was abruptly cut off. The flames encased Su Shiqing completely, coalescing into a fiery sphere, concealing the detailed condition inside. But right now, the outermost layer of the flames began to tremble violently, seemingly struggling against something. Wait, what is this? Tao Xen's pupils contracted sharply. Before he realized what was happening, the fiery sphere before his eyes suddenly exploded. An endless stream of water surged forth like a tidal wave, effortlessly breaking through the fire's containment. The drastic temperature difference produced an explosive rumble, filling the air with white steam, which blurred vision. Surrounding flames flickered intensely and seemed diminished all at once. Standing so close, Tao Xen was unavoidable as he was unexpectedly swept away by the torrential water current and tumbled pitifully dozens of meters away. The water accumulated on the ground to a thickness of about 3 to 4 centimeters. Supporting himself with his hands, Tao Xen tried to get up from the ground, but kept slipping. What is going on? Barely sitting upright on the ground, his clothes completely soaked with water, Tao Xen was breathing heavily, eyeing warily the distant source of the water. It seemed that the endless flow of water originated precisely from where Su Shiqing had been. The rippling water surface reflected the firelight, while white steam clouded the view, obscuring any figures within. Could this woman have water-based abilities? Tao Xen fixed his gaze on the scene ahead, refusing to let down his guard. No. How could anyone possess 3 types of abilities simultaneously? His instincts told him that this ceaseless stream of water must be Su Shiqing's doing. She couldn't possibly be dead. But what Tao Xen couldn't fathom was how she managed to conjure up nearly a ton of water. It wasn't surprising that Tao Xen couldn't figure it out. After all, he would never know just how vast Su Shiqing's space ability was, or how many countless supplies were stored within. Stop hiding and show yourself. Tao Xen shouted fiercely, yet his trembling eyeballs betrayed the tension coursing through him. Now exposed in the open while Su Shirqing remained hidden, the initiative that once belonged to him now fell firmly into another's hands. Tao Xian kept his eyes glued to the center of the water source while one hand stealthily reached toward the back of his waist, gripping tightly the modified pistol tucked there. With no response forthcoming, only the rushing sound of water and the crackling of flames filled his ears. A cold sweat trickled unnoticed down Tao Xian's temple. As Tao Xian remained on high alert for the possible sudden emergence of a shadow from the flowing water, a dagger edged closer inch by silent inch behind him. In the next moment, a ghostly laugh resounded sharply near Tao Xian. Looking for me? Tao Xian's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively flinched aside, but the dagger had already pierced faster, driving deep into his chest. I didn't hide, you see. Su Shirqing held the dagger in one hand while her other hand gently rested on her opponent's shoulder, feeling the slight tremor beneath her fingers. I've been here all along. Straining to turn his head despite his rigid body, Tao Xian saw Su Shirqing's reflection in his dilated pupils. Her drenched hair clung tightly to her cheeks, highlighting her red lips and flawless skin like the finest lamb-fat jade, yet speckled with a few drops of vivid crimson blood, his own blood. He watched as she curled her lips into a smile, her eyes bending kindly, but her voice rang chillingly like a whisper from the depths of hell. Surprise. Chapter 203, Tao Xian's Death. The sharp dagger pierced through Tao Xian's heart with pinpoint accuracy, and the warm blood splattered all over Su Shirqing. Despite this, she only laughed harder. You. Tao Xian felt her body freeze for a moment, and the pain came slowly after that. She opened her mouth to speak, but could hardly utter a sound. Looking down, she could see the sharp tip of the dagger protruding from her chest, covered in her own flesh and blood. Using the rapidly rising steam, Su Shirqing had already concealed herself and moved to a new position. She hadn't foolishly stayed in one place. With the other person's attention completely focused ahead, it was the perfect opportunity for her to sneak up from behind and deliver a fatal strike unawares. And things unfolded exactly as Su Shirqing had planned. I've said it before, I'm no fool. I don't do things that lead to my own death, Su Shirqing whispered gently in Tao Xian's ear, her voice laced with tender cruelty. Then, she struck a fierce blow on Tao Xian's back, leaving her too weak to maintain her stance. She collapsed forward, and the dagger made a soft sucking sound as it slid out of her body. At the same time Su Shirqing revealed herself, the continuous flow of water gradually ceased. These streams flowed down the mountain path in all directions, and soon there was only a shallow pool of water beneath their feet. Tao Xian lay face down in the water puddle, blood gushing from the wound in her chest, turning the water red and spreading a pale shade of crimson. Cough, cough, cough. Tao Xian couldn't get up from the ground, coughing continuously. With each cough, some blood foam emerged from her mouth. Given the powerful physical constitution of psychics, despite being pierced straight through the heart, Tao Xian did not die instantly. Of course, at this point, the situation was almost akin to being worse than dead. Struggling to lift her eyelids, Tao Xian looked towards Su Shirqing, who was walking step by step closer. With what seemed to be all her remaining strength, she managed to ask through clenched teeth. How? How did you manage this? Tao Xian still couldn't understand how. Without any psychic powers aiding her, the other party had been able to summon such a vast amount of water, enough to extinguish all the fires within a 100-meter radius in one breath. But Su Shirqing ignored her question. Her smile faded, replaced by a faint indifference. Standing tall before Tao Xian, she looked down at her with disdain. Su Shirqing squatted down, grabbing Tao Xian by the collar and pulling her struggling body off the ground. Tell me, what is this organization behind you? Su Shirqing gripped Tao Xian's neck tightly, asking coldly. She didn't forget the look of fanatical belief in Lung Yan's eyes when she mentioned the organization behind Tao Xian. Combined with Tao Xian's mad actions, Su Shirqing now harbored a great deal of disgust for their group. She wanted to try and extract some clues from the other party, so that she could be prepared next time a similar situation arose. After all, the post-apocalypse world was large, but in a way also small. They might run into someone from the same organization someday. Cough, cough, cough. The blood drained from Tao Xian's face entirely, giving her a sense of impending death. Nevertheless, the decaying flesh on her face began to squirm, her mouth twisted unnaturally, and in the next moment, an odd, rasping laugh escaped her throat. This laugh started softly, growing louder bit by bit until it echoed wildly, showing that being choked had little effect on Tao Xian's maniacal laughter. Organization. Bloodshot eyes stared intensely into Su Shirqing's, filled with both contempt and pity. That great master will lead us to adapt to the apocalypse, embrace the end times. We will bask in the sunlight of the new world, while you. Her tone suddenly changed. Her hand hidden behind her swiftly drew the pistol tucked at her waist and aimed at Su Shirqing, pulling the trigger fiercely, screaming. You're not among those who belong. The distance between them was extremely close, and even if Tao Xian just shot blindly, she wouldn't have missed. Moreover, the modified gun she carried wasn't a normal one. Its bullets were eerily silent, taking lives before anyone else noticed. Once the trigger was pulled, Su Shirqing would have absolutely no chance to escape. However, Tao Xian's finger on the trigger, though using all her remaining strength, found that the gun seemed welded shut, making no sound whatsoever. The ferocious expression on her face froze abruptly. Only then did she notice that her fingers were unknowingly entangled by a thin vine. No matter how much strength she exerted, it was impossible to move. who the owner of the vine was, went without saying. Su Shiqing had apparently foreseen his move long before Tao Xian even conceived the notion of firing his gun, and she had already taken the necessary precautions. This gave Tao Xian yet another thing to puzzle over. He thought her actions should have been completely hidden under the wide cloak. It should have been impossible for Su Shiqing to notice the gun tucked at his lower back. But Su Shiqing seemed as if she'd been prepared all along, her expression not betraying the slightest hint of panic. Yet, Tao Xian had no more time to think about where things had gone wrong. His body, with a pierced heart, was at the end of its rope, and he could hold on no longer. You? Tao Xian's voice trailed off in defeat, his hand falling limp to the side as the gun clattered loudly to the ground. Gripping Tao Xian by the neck, Su Shiqing felt no pulse whatsoever. She barely furrowed her brow before releasing her grip and tossing the corpse back to the ground. Really got nothing out of this one. Su Shiqing squatted down on the spot, raising a hand to support her forehead as she tried to steady the dizziness coursing through her head. The use of space had once again exceeded the current limits of her physical condition. Transporting several tons of water wasn't exactly trivial, let alone that Su Shiqing had continuously used spatial perception to keep track of Tao Xian's movements, which allowed her to timely discover his attempt. This led to a flood of exhaustion and discomfort washing over her after the event had concluded. Su Shiqing crouched in place for quite some time, letting out a long breath before slowly rising up again, leaning heavily on her knees. She absently picked up the modified pistol that Tao Xian had dropped and inspected it from every angle in the palm of her hand. Su Shiqing wasn't proficient in firearms, only able to tell that the workmanship of this handgun was exceptionally exquisite, though she couldn't specify what made it so special. One thing was certain, this was a good piece of equipment, and Su Shiqing wasn't one to pass up on quality items. Without a second thought, she tossed it into her dimensional space, alongside Tao Xian's corpse, planning to take them both down the mountain. Chapter 204, activated. Hey, don't you think we should change our plan? After waiting at the foot of the mountain for 2 or 3 hours without a single result, Luo Jun had already started pacing back and forth anxiously. If this doesn't work, I can send someone back to inform the base leader. Why don't you go then? I'm not stopping you. Huang Yinger was quietly sitting on a tree, looking far into the mountain forest, not even glancing down at Luo Jun below. Likewise, her face showed a hint of unease, though not because she was worried about the mission being fruitless. Instead, she was concerned about Su Shiqing's whereabouts. After 2 or 3 hours, the fire in the mountains had completely spread, almost engulfing the entire mountain in roaring flames. The mutated plant located in the center of the forest had already been raging in anger for some time, and even at the foot of the mountain, they could feel the ground trembling slightly. However, it was confirmed that the mutated plant had no displacement ability, so as long as they stayed where they were, there wouldn't be any danger. Luo Jun glanced at the fire on the mountain, turned his head toward the direction of the base, and tightly bit his lip, as if deep in thought. And naturally, Huang Yinger wouldn't bother with what he was thinking about. She wasn't from the Ningen base, so naturally, her concerns were fewer. All Huang Yinger worried about was Su Shiqing's safety. With such a huge fire, the person who went alone into the mountain, she didn't know where they were right now. While worrying, Huang Yinger kept gazing towards the direction of the mountain forest, struggling to maintain calmness. Suddenly, her gaze paused, uncertainly rubbing her eyes. Amidst the blazing firelight, there seemed to be a red figure weaving through the flames. Luo Jun at the bottom hadn't reacted yet, when suddenly a shadow flickered before him. A strong gust of wind blew past, and instantly Huang Yinger had already leaped out in one swift move, leaving only her voice trailing in the air. I saw her. Shiqing is back. Her speed was so fast that Luo Jun was stunned for a few seconds before finally reacting, hurriedly looking towards the direction Huang Yinger had run to. Sure enough, a red figure slowly emerged from amidst the fire. Because she had just suppressed the flames, Su Shiqing's entire body was almost soaked in water. Her clothes clung tightly to her, outlining her slender and proportionate figure. Strands of black hair fell, sticking to her forehead, creating a striking contrast with her pale skin. What caught everyone's attention the most was the blood-stained clothes she wore. Crimson blood smeared on her pure white garment, soaking in the water, spread out like plum blossoms blooming on snow, drawing the eye. Shiqing. Huang Yinger rushed forward fiercely, grabbing the seemingly exhausted Su Shiqing and leading her away from the range of the fire scene to settle her at the foot of the mountain before anxiously checking her up and down. Are you injured? Why is there so much blood on your clothes? Su Shiqing looked somewhat disheveled at the moment, but maintained composure in her features. She leisurely patted Huang Yinger's shoulder, stopping her from touching her all over. I'm fine. This blood isn't mine. Miss Su. Luo Jun took a quick step forward, momentarily startled by the sight of the blood-streaked outfit on her. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the important matter. Luo Jun's tone was urgent as he glanced at the fiery mountain behind Su Shiqing and couldn't help asking. Miss Su, where did you go just now? Did our plan fail? Why haven't we spotted Tao Xian descending the mountain? Because he's here. Su Shiqing interrupted his rapid series of questions, raising her hand to reveal the corpse directly before everyone. Huang Yinger and Luo Jun simultaneously drew in a sharp breath as they looked at the corpse wrapped in a black cloak lying on the ground, their faces showing astonishment. Is he really here? It was hard for Luo Jun to believe. Miss Su, you're saying this corpse is Tao Xian? He stepped closer, bent down, and lifted the cloak covering the face of the corpse, revealing a face rotted and oozing pus, exactly matching the description Zhuang Minglu gave of Tao Xian. This corpse was truly Tao Xian's. Stunned, Luo Jun slowly stood up again. His body stiffened as he gradually raised his eyes towards Su Shiqing, unsure of what to say. You're telling me, Su Shiqing boldly entered the fiery inferno alone and returned unscathed? You're telling me, Tao Xian, whom the base sent people multiple times and failed to capture, was apprehended by Su Shiqing alone? You're telling me, Su Shiqing not only brought back his corpse, but she herself remains entirely unharmed? Is that something an ordinary human can do? A normal person probably would struggle just to escape from those flames, let alone handle such a situation. This is the real Tao Xian. He was still hopping around 10 minutes ago. Su Shiqing lowered her eyelids and idly kicked the corpse at her feet, jerking her head toward Luo Jun. There, take it back and mark the task as completed. Returning this corpse to the base only required proving that Tao Xian was dead. After a cure for the virus had been researched, whether he was alive or dead no longer mattered. Besides, capturing him alive would have been difficult anyway. Su Shiqing didn't put the body back in her spatial storage, but instead left it for Luo Jun to handle, finding it ominous. Shiqing. Huang Inger stared blankly at Su Shiqing, unable to stop herself from slightly gaping, murmuring softly, "How did you do it?" Su Shiqing gave a faint smile, lifting her hand to massage her aching brow as she joked, "Maybe, I've got some game cheats activated." During today's operation, the base team had surrounded the mountain forest completely, waiting patiently for 2 or 3 hours, but they received nothing. This left some people looking at each other uneasily, feeling lost. But Luo Jun paid little attention to these feelings. He quickly prepared to gather the team and return to the base, bringing back the news of Tao Xian's death to the leaders there. With Tao Xian gone, there wouldn't be any need to worry about new viruses endangering the base. Once all the sick people currently in the base were cured, this crisis could be considered thoroughly resolved. Chapter 205, Caught. A large group of people who came with great fanfare were now walking back to the base in their entirety. Unlike the excitement and heaviness at the outset, even Luo Jun's face was filled with a bit of excitement now, glancing from time to time at the corpse beside him. Su Shiqing had changed out of the completely soaked and bloody clothes she had been wearing, promptly putting on a warm overcoat. Under limited conditions, she could only simply dry her hair. Perhaps because everything had finally come to an end, after relaxing, all the exhaustion rushed up at once, making Su Shiqing look somewhat weak. Achoo! A cold gust of wind blew towards her face, and despite pulling her collar tighter around her neck, Su Shiqing couldn't help but sneeze. Nearby, Huang Inger asked a fire element boy for some fire earlier and lit a torch. She moved closer to Su Shiqing to keep her warm. "Shiqing, don't catch a cold." Su Shiqing waved her hand carelessly. "Don't worry about me. I changed my clothes right away. I won't catch a cold." But Su Shiqing didn't expect that the first person she would see when returning to the base wouldn't be Zhuang Minglu, but rather Ning Sinan, who had woken up at some unknown time. At the entrance of the temporarily set up hospital, Ning Sinan leaned against the wall, his eyelids slightly lowered, hiding his emotions, lost in thought. The cold wind rustled through his clothing as if he sensed approaching footsteps. Ning Sinan's eyelashes fluttered, and he looked up towards the source. By coincidence, his eyes met precisely with those of Su Shiqing, who was walking ahead. Su Shiqing's lively steps suddenly froze as she looked at Ning Sinan, whose expression was unclear, and her eyes widened slightly. "Oh, caught red-handed." Shiqing. Huang Inger was still puzzled why Su Shiqing's face changed so abruptly. When she looked up, she saw Ning Sinan nearby, radiating a chill, and instantly fell silent. Ning Doctor's demeanor doesn't look too good. Shouldn't she make a quick escape? Ning Sinan's features naturally tilted toward sternness, and once he lowered his eyelids and tightened his lips, an imperceptible pressure emanated from him. Who knows how long Ning Sinan had remained silent after waking up and finding one person missing from the room this morning. When he woke up, it was already near noon. Following the plan of action mentioned by Su Shiqing yesterday, even if Ning Sinan had set out immediately, it might have been too late to catch up. He also found burnt incense ash on the table next to the bed, quickly realizing Su Shiqing's scheme. Expressionless, Ning Sinan stood in the room for a long time, eventually waiting at the entrance of the temporary hospital. His face was calm, and he hadn't spoken to anyone along the way. Now, after finally waiting for Su Shiqing's return, Ning Sinan straightened his body, his hands in the pockets of his coat, and took large strides towards her. Upon seeing Ning Sinan approach like this, Su Shiqing felt a little guilty and started darting her eyes everywhere until Ning Sinan reached her, casting a shadow over her, forcing her to face him directly. Cough cough. Su Shiqing covered her mouth awkwardly, coughing twice, then opening her mouth dryly. "Ha! What a coincidence. Why are you here?" Ning Sinan said nothing. He quietly appraised Su Shiqing and noticed her still damp, wet hair clinging to her cheeks. There were no visible wounds on the exposed skin, but there were faint traces of dried blood on Su Shiqing's face and hands, dark circles under her eyes, looking exhausted and disheveled. As he watched her, Ning Sinan slowly relaxed his tight lips, his gaze becoming increasingly complex, as if relieved, yet brimming with tenderness. "You didn't wake me up this morning." Ning Sinan's eyelids slightly drooped as he quietly stood before Su Shiqing, looking inexplicably aggrieved. "This?" Su Shiqing fidgeted uncomfortably, touching her neck and averting her gaze. "You were sleeping soundly this morning. I wanted you to rest more." "It was the sleep-inducing incense that you put in the room." Ning Sinan took a step forward, staring into Su Shiqing's eyes, accusation present in his gaze. His biological clock was always extremely precise, allowing him to wake up on time even when extremely tired. except someone broke the rules and resorted to external means. Mentioning that incense made Su Shiqing speechless. What should she do? There was no counterargument. Lowering his eyelids slightly, Ning Sinin spoke lowly. You don't care about me. Huh. Su Shiqing paused mid-action, reacting to what she heard and sharply raising her head, startled. For some reason, she seemed to hear a tone of grievance from him. Although the comparison might not be quite appropriate, but Su Shiqing still uncontrollably associated it with the aggrieved expression of a forsaken young wife. You were concerned about my health and wanted me to rest well? I understand. Ning Sinin raised his hand and gently wiped the bloodstain on Su Shiqing's face, locking eyes with her as he spoke softly. But likewise, if you plan to handle these things alone, I will worry about your safety. Su Shiqing was slightly dazed by the touch of his cool fingertips brushing across her cheek. When she lifted her eyes, she saw a look full of deep cherishing in Ning Sinin's eyes, and murmured, "It wasn't just me. There was Ing'erin." She had intended to say that there were actually many people involved in this operation, but when she glanced at Ning Sinin's stern gaze, which pointed towards their clean and unharmed companions beside them, then looked down at her own tired body, she stopped herself. The bystanders, Huang Ing'er and Luo Jun among others, avoided eye contact guiltily. If one were to truly evaluate, it seemed like they hadn't contributed much during today's operation. At least Huang Ing'er had set a fire. The rest just stood idly at the foot of the mountain for hours before returning absent-mindedly. With no way to continue this conversation, Luo Jun quickly dispersed his subordinates and took the corpse directly to Zhuang Minglu. As for Huang Ing'er, glancing at Ning Sinin and Su Shiqing alternately, she quietly stepped away without making a sound, leaving them undisturbed. Su Shiqing was lost for words under Ning Sinin's questioning, unable to find any plausible excuse. Ning Sinin lowered his eyelids, lifting his arms to embrace Su Shiqing into his chest. Feeling the warm, tangible body temperature in his arms, he closed his eyes slightly, whispering softly near Su Shiqing's ear, "Let's leave this aside for now. Next time, whatever happens, will you allow me to go with you?" The familiar scent wafted from him. Su Shiqing thought she could even hear Ning Sinin's heartbeat, rapid and strong. Why was his heartbeat so fast? Being held closely by Ning Sinin, Su Shiqing's hands hung rigidly in midair, unsure where to place them. Su Shiqing felt her own heartbeat begin to accelerate strangely within the embrace. In this moment, an outrageous thought suddenly flashed through her mind, causing Su Shiqing's whole body to stiffen right there. Chapter 206, Let's Go Together. Ning Sinin did not let go, and Su Shiqing stood frozen in place, the atmosphere between the two becoming eerily tense. The silence was broken by a crisp shout from a little girl. "Sister! Enrin!" All thoughts in Su Shiqing's mind disappeared instantly, her eyes wide open, seemingly questioning if what she had heard was real. Ignoring everything else, she twisted out of Ning Sinin's embrace and quickly turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. From a makeshift hospital set up in a nearby empty room, Anrin came bouncing out full of energy. One hand was holding Yin Qingqing, while the other waved enthusiastically at Su Shiqing. Both little girls had awoken from their comas, to Su Shiqing's great delight. "Anrin!" Su Shiqing ran over quickly, knelt down, and hugged Anrin tightly. Upon hearing the cheerful giggles near her ear, her heart softened immediately. "Anrin, when did you wake up? Are you feeling all right? Where does it still hurt?" Su Shiqing pulled Anrin to stand in front of her and examined her thoroughly from head to toe, asking questions one after another. Anrin smiled broadly, two adorable dimples appearing on her face. "Not hurting anymore. Anrin feels like my body is super strong now. I could even lift sister all at once." With that, Su Shiqing couldn't help but laugh aloud, producing her first genuinely relaxed smile in several days. Compared to Anrin's liveliness, Yin Qingqing beside her appeared increasingly silent. Her head hung low, looking somewhat lost, utterly lacking any vitality. Su Shiqing glanced at her, her heart sinking slightly. Judging by Yin Qingqing's appearance, she probably knew at least part of what her mother had done to her. Anrin obviously cared deeply about her little friend and did not ignore her. She pulled Yin Qingqing's hand and shook it towards Su Shiqing. "Sister, can we bring Yin Qingqing along next time we leave? Anrin gets so bored all alone. Let Qingqing stay with me, please," Anrin pleaded with big, shiny eyes, blinking. Anrin didn't know much, but she understood her little friend seemed unhappy. Yin Qingqing's father had passed away, and as for Lung Yan, Anrin didn't understand why the once kind Aunt Lung had ended up this way. But she did know her little friend no longer had parents. Not only that, but finding Yin Qingqing's relatives in this post-apocalyptic world would be almost impossible. Back when they were in kindergarten before the outbreak, Anrin had been quite reclusive. It was Yin Qingqing who had initiated their friendship. So now, Anrin wanted to do something for her. Her sister was very capable, extraordinarily so. If Yin Qingqing could join them, life ahead would surely be better. And Anrin also knew that, if she expressed her wish, her sister would agree. To avoid hurting her little friend again, Anrin did not disclose her innermost thoughts. Instead, she told Su Shiqing that she simply wanted a playmate, carefully avoiding any mention of Yin Qingqing's parents. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing's expression remained unchanged. As long as Anrin was happy, bringing an additional child along wouldn't be a problem. She knelt down and looked patiently at Yin Qingqing. "Qingqing, would you like to go with Anrin and brother and sister?" "Aye." The bowed head of Yin Qingqing lifted slightly, revealing timid eyes, filled with anxiety and unease, looking quite insecure. Meanwhile, Anrin kept Yin Qingqing's icy hand warm with her own temperature. "Qingqing, you definitely want to come with us, right?" Anrin asked earnestly, puffing her cheeks, trying hard to capture her interest. It will be great traveling with us. Sister and brother are incredibly powerful psychics, and there's always delicious food. Yan Qingqing pressed her lips together, tilted her head, looking at smiling Anren, pulling her hand, opening her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Anren continued chattering. And now, Anren can also protect you because I am a psychic too. In case of danger, I can protect you. In case of danger, I will protect you. Neither dad nor mom had ever said such words to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing took a deep breath, gripping Anren's small hand in return, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Anren. Does that mean you've agreed? Excitedly, Anren hugged Yan Qingqing, grinning mischievously. Anren counts that as a yes. We'll go together later. Okay. Yan Qingqing looked seriously at Anren, her eyes brightening slightly, softly repeating, let's go together. Seeing the affection between the two little girls, Su Shiqing couldn't help but smile. She didn't interrupt Anren's normal social interaction, finding peace and tranquility in her heart. Footsteps came from behind, as Ning Sinan slowly approached and stood beside Su Shiqing. At the sight of Ning Sinan, unnoticed by others, both Anren and Yan Qingqing's expressions subtly changed. They exchanged a glance, winking at each other, as if understanding something unspoken. In reality, during the time when the virus broke out and they had fallen into fever-induced comas, their subconscious minds were still able to faintly perceive what happened around them. For instance, Anren and Yan Qingqing both seemed to hear, during their comas, those anguished groans. It was likely the sound of this young man standing before them now, enduring some kind of suffering while muttering words under his breath. Neither of the little girls could remember clearly, but they were certain it somehow related to their ability to stand here alive and well today. Anren had initially thought it was an illusion caused by her prolonged unconsciousness, until Yan Qingqing just now mentioned the same thing to her. Her curiosity mingled with confusion. Anren bit her finger and sized up the man in front of her, unsure what to think. Meanwhile, upon sensing Ning Sinan approaching, Su Shiqing's body involuntarily tensed. She wiped her face, speaking hastily. I need to go find Zhuang Minglu and talk about Tao Xian's situation. Before she could turn to leave, however, Ning Sinan grabbed her wrist. As the base leader, her chosen subordinates shouldn't be useless failures. Luo Jun and the others should handle these matters just fine. His grip tightened, Ning Sinan's tone resolute as he pulled her back, his eyes dark with determination. You should rest now. These past few days since the outbreak, Su Shiqing had been constantly running back and forth, without any proper time for rest. Looking at the dark circles under her eyes now, Ning Sinan's voice left no room for refusal. Chapter 207, Social Disaster. I'm not tired. Her wrist was grabbed by someone, and she felt a slightly cool sensation on her skin. Su Shiqing's movements stiffened momentarily before she pulled away from Ning Sinan's hand. Her gaze wavered, as if she couldn't bring herself to look at Ning Sinan's eyes. Absurd as it sounded, during the time Ning Sinan held her in his arms, a crazy thought suddenly popped into Su Shiqing's mind. Could it be that Ning Sinan likes her? The moment this thought came, Su Shiqing wanted to slap herself, feeling overly narcissistic for imagining Ning Sinan could like her. They were partners who supported each other on their post-apocalyptic journey. But while being embraced by him, Su Shiqing suddenly noticed something odd. Would a partner willingly take on all the big and small daily tasks without complaint, handling everything themselves? Su Shiqing thought perhaps Ning Sinan valued her so much that he would do these things just as long as they were beneficial. But would partners hug each other so often? Su Shiqing thought perhaps her reckless behavior had worried Ning Sinan too much, leading to some inappropriate actions under emotional impulse. Besides, hugging among good friends, what's wrong with that? She'd hugged Huang Ying or two. Still, recalling how last time Ning Sinan gently touched her head with a loving gaze, Su Shiqing found herself swallowing hard, her justifications growing weaker. Would partners really do that? Was it appropriate? This wasn't something to dwell on too much. The more she thought about it, the more she realized all the details from before matched. Ning Sinan took care of all the daily trivial matters, cooking lunch and dinner after driving all day without letting Su Shiqing help. Ning Sinan stood in front during dangerous moments, even using himself as bait to lure away the mutated rabbit, creating an escape opportunity for Su Shiqing. And there was one point Su Shiqing had never figured out. A person like Ning Sinan should have considered Chongping Base his best destination. So why did he choose to leave with her and wander around in a dangerous world? But thinking now, had Ning Sinan already? Su Shiqing had no experience in romance, and could only guess based on the plots described in books. Yet, the more she thought it through, the more frightened she became realizing Ning Sinan might genuinely like her. Su Shiqing preferred directness. Normally, she'd ask questions right away. She didn't want to torment herself with guesses. She wanted a direct answer from Ning Sinan. However, every time she raised her gaze to meet Ning Sinan's eyes, the words stuck in her throat. The usually articulate Su Shiqing suddenly seemed tongue-tied. She apparently didn't dare to ask. What if all this was just her imagination? What if Ning Sinan only cared for her as a partner? If Su Shiqing impulsively asked, do you like me, right now? It would be an absolute social disaster. Would Ning Sinan think she's too frivolous? Would he show signs of disdain? Would he leave? If Ning Sinan stopped walking alongside them. Su Shiqing tried to imagine this scenario. Losing a laborer, losing a strong psychokinesis user, losing carefully prepared meals every day. But those didn't seem to matter most. Subconsciously covering her chest, Su Shiqing's eyes reflected a touch of loss. She seemed to have grown accustomed to Ning Sinan's presence. She didn't want him to leave because of her hesitation. Shiqing? Watching Su Shiqing look lost in thought, Ning Sinin didn't know what she was pondering, calling her name several times with no response. Helplessly, he stepped forward, waving his hand in front of her. Shiqing, what are you thinking about? Why so deep in thought? Su Shiqing froze, seeing Ning Sinin's face drawing near. Coming back to her senses, she instinctively took a step back. This tiny movement wasn't missed by Ning Sinin. Unconsciously furrowing his brows, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Are you avoiding me? Before, she never resisted his closeness. No, not at all. Rarely showing nervousness, Su Shiqing avoided Ning Sinin's gaze, waved her hands, and chuckled dryly. She had made up her mind. She would never ask the question, do you like me? After all, what if the other party didn't have those feelings? After this question was asked, Su Shiqing wouldn't know how to face Ning Sinin in the future. Even if, pushing things to the extreme, if, hypothetically, Ning Sinin did like her, Su Shiqing still wouldn't ask that question. She currently had no intention of dating anyone. Su Shiqing had many concerns and much to worry about. Safety in the post-apocalypse world, her parents in the modern era, and Ran whom she needed to take care of in both worlds, an endless need for crystal cores and gold. Each of these issues was enough to keep her incredibly busy. Romantic relationships were not on her priority list at all. But, even though she decided against it, Su Shiqing's mindset had undergone a subtle change. This left her somewhat hesitant to face Ning Sinin directly. Her behavior became stiff and unnatural, which Ning Sinin interpreted as rejection. Ning Sinin's eyes dimmed slightly as he lowered his eyelids to conceal his emotions. He silently reflected on himself. Was the previous gesture too hasty? Did Su Shiqing dislike his closeness? The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became strange enough that even the two children noticed something was off. And Ran looked from one to the other, confused as to why the brother and sister suddenly seemed so strange. She could only pull Yin Qingqing's hand and slowly return inside, shaking her head and whispering softly, "Sigh, adults' affairs are so troublesome." Yin Qingqing nodded seriously beside her and agreed. Indeed. Chapter 208. How did he do it? Just as the atmosphere between the two fell into an eerie silence, Luo Jun walked over at just the right moment, breaking this atmosphere. "Miss Su, the base commander has something to discuss with you." "Huh? Oh, all right. I'll go right away." Su Shiqing immediately straightened up, and her tone even revealed a trace of urgency. Beside her, Ning Sinin pursed his lips. "I'll go with you." No need." Su Shiqing was just unsure how to face him. She needed some time to compose herself. She hastily refused with a wave of her hand. "I can go by myself. You rest, take a good rest, and I'll be back soon." Without even glancing at Ning Sinin's reaction, Su Shiqing turned around and ran toward Luo Jun, intending to find Zhuang Minglu. And she did not see that after she turned to leave, Ning Sinin's eyes looked dispirited, carrying a tinge of helplessness. Zhuang Minglu had been resting in the nearby house for a while. As she passed the hospital set up by her neighbors, Su Shiqing glanced inside and found that the situation there seemed much improved. Two Eningjira, Psi ability users, were holding onto the crystal core of the mutated beast, continuously moving between the beds, treating the patients according to a specific method. The first batch of patients who underwent treatment already had several waking up. Due to a long period without food intake, they looked somewhat frail, but apart from that, they did not show any other signs of discomfort. Ning Sinin's researched method proved effective. Luo Jun led Su Shiqing to the door of the room where Zhuang Minglu was resting and gestured for her to enter alone. Upon pushing the door open, Su Shiqing saw Zhuang Minglu supporting her forehead with one hand, looking exhausted but showing rare relaxation in her eyes. "You're here." Upon seeing Su Shiqing enter, Zhuang Minglu's lips curled upward, revealing a sincere smile. The patients in the base seemed to have recovered nicely. Su Shiqing arched her eyebrows, unceremoniously sitting down on one of the chairs in the room. At the mention of this, Zhuang Minglu lowered her eyelids slightly, chuckling with some sense of helplessness. Except for the first batch of patients who tried this method, the others indeed have recovered well. The first batch. Su Shiqing frowned at hearing this, inevitably asking with confusion, "What's wrong with them? I thought all the patients in the hospital look like they're recovering well." "You didn't see it wrong." Zhuang Minglu nodded gently and sighed. "The current patients have already been out of danger. With some time to recover, they will soon return to normal. But the first group, those treated with this method, they died." "Died?" Su Shiqing couldn't help but stand up from the chair, her frown deepening, her voice grave. "Why did they die? Was there a problem with the treatment method?" The treatment method was told to Zhuang Minglu by Su Shiqing herself, so if anything went wrong, she feared she would bear the blame. "No, it has nothing to do with Miss Su's treatment method." Zhuang Minglu shook her head, showing not a hint of blaming Su Shiqing. She rubbed her temple and truthfully said, "It's because my people didn't understand the right amount of energy to be given to the patients." Zhuang Minglu recalled that unexpected scene when the treatment method was applied to the first batch of patients, and her lips unconsciously tightened. There was risk in the treatment plan, which Zhuang Minglu anticipated from the very beginning. Therefore, before applying the treatment to the first group of patients, she questioned their surviving family members within the base. These people had the most severe cases of virus infection, maintaining a temperature of about 41 to 42 degrees Celsius. Even without the treatment plan, they wouldn't last long, making them the first candidates. The Psi ability users in the base followed the method, extracting part of the energy from the mutated beast's crystal core and then gradually returning it into the patient's bodies. Initially, everything seemed fine, leading everyone to believe the method was effective. However, suddenly one of the patients emitted a painful groan. only to violently explode in front of everyone in the next second. Terrified, another psi ability user who was handling the crystal core immediately stopped. Fortunately, Ning Sinan woke up in time, arriving here, and simply explained the key points of operation to everyone. This made the following treatments go smoothly. After hearing all of this, Su Shiqing felt something was off. She raised her hand and lightly caressed her chin, slightly furrowing her brow. You mean, the energy used to treat the patients is hard to control? Exactly, Zhuang Minglu nodded, appearing rather helpless. Because these patients are unconscious, their nerves have been paralyzed by the virus. Even if the inputted energy exceeds their body's tolerance range, they wouldn't react much. By the time they react, it's often too late. What follows is a fatal explosion of their bodies. At this point, Zhuang Minglu couldn't help but sigh. If Mr. Ning hadn't been there to guide us, probably more than just those people would have died from treatment-induced explosions. After finishing her sentence, Zhuang Minglu suddenly noticed Su Shiqing's odd expression and couldn't help but pause in confusion. Is something wrong? But Su Shiqing didn't respond. Instead, she gazed off into the distance with an absent look, her breathing slightly quickened. If controlling the amount of crystal core energy was so difficult, how did Ning Sinan perfectly treat and ran and Yenqingqing? Was it successful on the first try? Ning Sinan had said earlier that absorbing the energy from the mutated beast's crystal core carried no danger. He hadn't lied. As psi ability users assisting the patients absorb the energy, they were indeed able to control the core's energy without harming themselves. But what about the patients? One miscalculation could result in a fatal body explosion. Did Ning Sinan take such a risk when treating and Ran and Yenqingqing? No, that was impossible. Su Shiqing quickly dismissed this thought. She understood Ning Sinan's character well. He wouldn't make rash decisions or gamble everything. Ning Sinan must have known that using this method for treatment could lead to fatal explosions. He understood the risks, and without being sure of the results, he wouldn't have treated and Ran and Yenqingqing. So, how did Ning Sinan precisely control that energy? This remained to be figured out. Miss Su? Miss Su? Zhuang Minglu called out several times, but Su Shiqing still seemed lost in deep thought, causing concern. She stood up and walked to Su Shiqing's front. Miss Su, what are you thinking about? Coming back to reality, Su Shiqing felt her heart beat faster for some inexplicable reason. Ning Sinan's face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Chapter 209, Stay Behind. I'm fine. Looking at Zhuang Minglu who stood in front of her, Su Shiqing came back to her senses and said nothing but shook her head slightly. Seeing this, Zhuang Minglu didn't press the issue further and instead brought up another topic. At present, the situation at the base will stabilize soon. The gold and crystal cores that were agreed upon with Miss Su are currently being prepared by my people, and I estimate that it won't take more than a few days to gather them. During these few days, Miss Su can also rest well. We all see your contributions to the base, and at any time, Ning and Base will always treat you as our most respected guest. Zhuang Minglu's tone was extremely sincere and serious as she looked straight into Su Shiqing's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Whether it was the supplies, the method for treating the virus, or the Tao Xian corpse retrieved this time, almost everything could be attributed to Su Shiqing's efforts. If it weren't for Su Shiqing arriving at Ning and Base at just the right moment, Zhuang Minglu might have been truly helpless in the face of the shortage of supplies and the outbreak of the virus. She kept the other person's kindness deep in her heart. In some ways, Su Shiqing was the life-saving benefactor of the entire base. With things finally coming to a close, even Su Shiqing let out a long sigh of relief at this moment, slightly relaxing. The number of days spent at Ning and Base wasn't many, but the experiences of these past few days had truly exhausted her, tiring Su Shiqing herself. And at this point, Zhuang Minglu spoke once again. Miss Su, I don't know the exact status of your supplies reserve, but if possible, could our transactions continue for a longer duration? Zhuang Minglu looked at Su Shiqing expectantly, her meaning unspoken but clear. She hoped Su Shiqing would stay in the base. Though unclear about where Su Shiqing's supplies came from, judging from the ease with which Su Shiqing took out dozens or even hundreds of boxes of supplies earlier, it was evident that Su Shiqing wouldn't lack resources. If Su Shiqing stayed inside Ning and Base, the base wouldn't need to worry about supplies for quite some time. Their lives could potentially become better than they were when Tao Xian was still alive. Of course, Zhuang Minglu would also provide sufficient gold and crystal cores in return. Compared to precious supplies in this post-apocalyptic world, those items were trivial and easily obtainable. Zhuang Minglu could send people to extensively collect them, just as long as Su Shiqing stayed in the base. Su Shiqing had caught the implication in Zhuang Minglu's words, sitting up slightly straighter and raising an eyebrow. You want me to stay in the base and serve as a stable source of supplies? If Miss Su is willing to stay in the base, you can make any demands, and I guarantee we will do everything within our power to meet them, Zhuang Minglu promised, not denying the request. Su Shiqing chuckled lightly before leaning back lazily against the chair. You're really greedy, aren't you? But unfortunately, I won't be staying in any base right now. I need to go to Lianyan base to find someone. Although Zhuang Minglu had somewhat expected the answer, hearing it clearly made her feel a bit disappointed. Unable to hide her disappointment, she asked, May I ask who Miss Su wants to find? A healer-type psi user. Su Shiqing didn't hold anything back, truthfully answering. I need that person to help cure a disease. A healer-type psi user? Caught off guard, Zhuang Minglu quickly responded. We actually have healer-type psi users at our base. If Miss Su needs them, I can call them over any time. Without even glancing up, Su Shiqing replied calmly. Would you mind telling me what's the highest rank among the healer-type psi users in your base? 3rd rank. Unsurprisingly, Su Shiqing shook her head disappointedly. Too low. From her rough understanding via Ning Sinin, healer-type Psi users needed to be at least 5th rank and above to treat mental and cerebral diseases. Low-rank Psi users could only deal with simple external wounds and would be of no use regarding modern Amren's coma. I must find a high-level healer-type Psi user, so I won't linger here, Su Shiqing firmly stated, cutting short any attempt at Zhuang Minglu persuading her further. However, before I leave, we can still conduct a large transaction. The disappointment on Zhuang Minglu's face was unmistakable, but this was Su Shiqing's choice. As the savior of the entire base, she couldn't interfere with Su Shiqing's decision. Upon hearing the mention of one last big transaction, Zhuang Minglu nodded. Indeed, if Miss Su doesn't intend to stay at the base, I'd like to exchange some more supplies from you. There might not be another opportunity like this anytime soon, and Zhuang Minglu had no idea where the supplies to sustain the entire base's population would come from in the future. At best, the things obtained from Su Shiqing would last until the end of this winter. But after that, where would they turn? Therefore, while Su Shiqing was still around, Zhuang Minglu thought it best to get as many supplies as possible. As long as the other party still had supplies, she intended to exchange everything she could for the sake of future preparations. Hearing the intention to trade for supplies, Su Shiqing retracted the words on the tip of her tongue and decided to put selling the seeds on hold for now. Money made was money earned. If she told the other party that she had grain seeds capable of steadily providing a continuous supply of resources, there was a chance the exchanges would stop altogether. With a cunning smile crossing her face, Su Shiqing said lightly, "Sure thing. How many supplies do you want to exchange this time?" Zhuang Minglu shot back, "How many supplies does Miss Su still have?" The last time, the other side had pulled out dozens or even hundreds of boxes of supplies all at once. Zhuang Minglu believed that by now, the supplies left in the other person's possession couldn't be much. After accounting for the supplies needed for their own journey, what was left for the base should be limited. As a spatial ability user herself, Zhuang Minglu was currently 3rd rank. Her space capacity barely managed to hold those hundreds of boxes. She found it hard to fathom how Su Shiqing managed it. Upon hearing these words, Su Shiqing blinked her eyes, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Seemed like someone had once asked her how many supplies she had. At that time, her response was, however much they wanted, she had. And now, looking at Zhuang Minglu standing before her, calm and composed with a faint smile, Su Shiqing couldn't help but smile in return, revealing a mischievous glint. "You're asking how many supplies I have?" Su Shiqing gave a soft laugh, speaking with great ease and confidence. "Truth is, I myself don't quite know. But," she continued without hesitation, her tone firm and brimming with assurance, "I can say this. However many supplies base leader wants, I'll give you just that much." Chapter 210, Not a Dream. There are as many supplies as you want. This, in the apocalypse, is such a niche statement, so niche that even Zhuang Minglu paused, her brain momentarily stalling before digesting it after a while. Miss Su, realizing what she had just heard, Zhuang Minglu's heartbeat quickened and her breathing involuntarily became rapid. "You're not joking, right?" "I never joke about serious matters." Su Shiqing shrugged lazily, leaning back against the chair with her long and slim legs crossed together, radiating composure without a word. "Not joking," Zhuang Minglu whispered, lowering her gaze to her own hands, muttering to herself. "Then I must be dreaming." As she was about to twist her arm hard, Su Shiqing swiftly stopped her action. Annoyed yet amused, Su Shiqing caught her hand and prevented her from doing so. "What kind of dream is this? It's real. As long as you can provide enough gold and crystal cores, I can offer an equivalent amount of supplies." Su Shiqing earnestly looked at her and smiled faintly. No joke. The touch was real, and so was the scene in front of her eyes. Zhuang Minglu realized it wasn't a dream. This was reality. Looking at Su Shiqing, who appeared confident, Zhuang Minglu didn't have a single hint of doubt rising in her heart. "Not dreaming," Zhuang Minglu muttered, her lips trembling. "I thought I was driven crazy by longing for supplies, making me dream such a ridiculous dream." Who knew how much pressure Zhuang Minglu had been bearing in her heart during this period? In the apocalypse, the most crucial thing is sustaining life with supplies. She passively cooperated with Tao Xian's experiments just for the bit of supplies in her possession to sustain the remaining people in her memory. Since ending the business relationship with Tao Xian, Zhuang Minglu could barely sleep night and day, constantly pondering where she could possibly obtain supplies to sustain the entire base. After thinking for a very long time, she eventually reached a desperate conclusion. There was none, no method existed at all. Factories ceased operations, food crops were contaminated. There were almost no means in the apocalypse to continuously produce food. They consumed every day but had no way to replenish the used supplies. Without Tao Xian as a stable supply source, the whole base seemed to enter a death countdown. No matter how much material they had, it would eventually run out one day. It was only a matter of time. This severe issue had always been bottled up in Zhuang Minglu's heart. She hadn't mentioned her anxiety to anyone because she knew that in the present world, no one could resolve this problem. If she disclosed the supply issues to others in the base, it would merely cast a shadow over everyone's minds, making them equally uneasy, with no actual use. Zhuang Minglu silently wrestled with this on her own, dreaming about supply-related matters, hardly resting well for a single day. And now, Su Shiqing stood up and said that when it came to supplies, she would give as much as Zhuang Minglu wanted. The heavy stone pressing on her chest began to loosen. Although Zhuang Minglu knew that no matter how much supplies there were, they would eventually run out. Whether she could survive until then remained uncertain. Su Shiqing pushed the base's death countdown far into an unknown future. Even though it didn't solve the root problem, for the current Ningen base, it was already the best outcome possible. Miss Su, Zhuang Minglu took a deep breath, quickly blinking away the moisture in her eyes. You are truly the great benefactor of our entire base. A great benefactor? Recalling her behavior earlier when she quietly held back the seed information to earn more gold, Su Shiqing felt somewhat guilty, her eyes blinking. She did not deserve it. Seeing the fleeting glimmer of tears in the other's eyes, Su Shiqing couldn't help but pause momentarily. She hadn't expected this matter to move Zhuang Minglu so deeply, to the point of bringing tears. This made Su Shiqing slightly touched. One fact was undeniable. Zhuang Minglu was indeed an excellent leader of the base. She was thousands of times better than Luo He from Chongping base. These two were almost incomparable. Zhuang Minglu truly cared about each individual in the base, hoping that under her limited protection, everyone in the base would be at least free from worry about basic livelihood. Under such difficult conditions of the apocalypse, achieving this was really not easy at all. While Su Shiqing was contemplating this, Zhuang Minglu had also quickly deliberated on this trait. Miss Su, give me 7 days, no 5 days. Zhuang Minglu said seriously with a solemn expression as if making an oath. Within these 5 days, I will gather all the manpower I can mobilize to collect the gold, jewels, and crystal cores you need. After the 5 days are over, you will provide us with supplies according to what we have collected for you. What do you think of this proposal? Every detail of Zhuang Minglu's eyes and expression exuded resolute determination. She was ready to put everything on the line, doing her utmost to secure the most supplies possible for the base. If it could extend the base's survival by even a little longer, then so be it. Zhuang Minglu didn't know what would happen in the future and simply decided not to dwell on those thoughts any further. Seeing the look on the other side, Su Shiqing felt genuinely stuck and inadvertently drew in a sharp breath. Hiss. It seemed that Zhuang Minglu was determined to completely wring out the base for these supplies. What about the seed she hadn't yet brought up? She had planned to harvest some immediate profits and then further squeeze more benefits later. But now Su Shiqing hadn't expected that the first step alone already had the other party volunteering to be squeezed dry. Of course, Zhuang Minglu had no idea why Su Shiqing would take in such a sharp breath. She thought perhaps the latter was dissatisfied with her plan and quickly supplemented. If Miss Su is truly in a rush to set off, 3 days. 3 days will work too. No, that's not what I mean. Watching how anxious the other side was getting, Su Shiqing softened her heart somewhat, shaking her head while explaining. All of us are exhausted. We'd like to stay at Linen Base for a while to rest before setting off again. As for collecting gold, jewels, and crystal cores, we can allow more time for that. Su Shiqing smiled faintly and winked at Zhuang Minglu when she noticed the visible relief on her face. Zhuang Minglu, Su Shiqing suddenly called out. Taken aback at being addressed by name, Zhuang Minglu looked up blankly at Su Shiqing. And then she saw Su Shiqing smile gently, opening her mouth with a mysterious air. Are you still troubled by insufficient stockpiles of supplies? Are you still troubled by the unsustainability of resources? In that case, perhaps the clean, pure, and unpolluted grain seeds I have can help alleviate your concerns. Chapter 211. So desperate to run. Miss Su, no one will fall for this joke. Zhuang Minglu chuckled lightly, raising her eyebrows and shaking her head slightly at Su Shiqing. However, upon seeing that the other party's expression did not change in the slightest and their eyes revealed a look of certainty, Zhuang Minglu's smile slowly froze on her face. Su Shiqing said nothing, just gazing with an ambiguous smile. Under this gaze, Zhuang Minglu's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, like a drum roll. Her voice became slightly hoarse, filled with disbelief and cautious exploration. Miss Su, could this not be a joke? Without saying much, Su Shiqing directly took out a potato from her dimensional space and handed it to the other person. Perhaps you can confirm it yourself. Su Shiqing played with the potato in her hand as she took it out of her dimensional space, still covered in fresh soil. She handed the potato to Zhuang Minglu and smiled. Here, take a look. You just need to find some fire somewhere, and this potato can be roasted and eaten. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Zhuang Minglu tremble slightly as she accepted the potato from Su Shiqing's hand. Then, without regard for the dirt still clinging to it, she directly bit into the uncooked, unpeeled potato. The movement was so quick that even Su Shiqing didn't have time to react, and by the time she tried to stop Zhuang Minglu, she had already started chewing on it. Even though it was raw, there was not a trace of disgust on Zhuang Minglu's face. After chewing twice, it seemed she tasted something, and her movements gradually slowed. Stunned, she looked down at the potato in her hand. It's real. Zhuang Minglu's voice was soft enough to make one feel as if they were dreaming. These days in the apocalypse had almost made everyone forget what these vegetables taste like. That half-raw, slightly bitter potato entering her mouth was like awakening certain memories, making her uncontrollably lost in reminiscence. In those days before the apocalypse descended, recalling past joys. Of course it's real. I never joke about serious matters. Watching the other person's actions, Su Shiqing felt somewhat helpless but understood. Only after satisfying basic needs do people have extra energy to consider the quality of life. For Zhuang Minglu, even eating raw potatoes was nearly as good as a rare delicacy from dreams. Zhuang Minglu held the potato in her hands like a priceless treasure. Usually composed, she now began to tremble slightly. Miss Su, what can we exchange this for? She lifted her head with urgency. Almost unable to wait to ask the question, Zhuang Minglu looked at Su Shiqing with both expectation and concern. She expected, expected that uncontaminated vegetables would grow again on this land. But she also worried that the current base wouldn't be able to afford whatever price Su Shiqing wanted. And Su Shiqing thought the same way. An exchange? What could be exchanged? This base has almost been drained dry by the previous 2 transactions with herself. What else could they offer for an exchange? Zhuang Minglu grew anxious. Miss Su. A finger silenced her lips as Su Shiqing lifted her hand to stop her from continuing. Don't rush. I won't make things difficult for you. Su Shiqing leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between her and the other person. She smoothed out the stray hair by Zhuang Minglu's ear and laughed lightly. Just satisfy me with a small request. Zhuang Minglu's breathing caught slightly as she stared at the enlarged, exquisite and beautiful face appearing before her, lost in thought for a moment. The scar on Su Shiqing's cheek remained, forming a scab that looked fierce, but it did not seem out of place on her face. With liveliness and cunning came a sense of great vigor. It took Zhuang Minglu a moment to come back to her senses before responding belatedly. What kind of request? My other companion, Huang Inger. You've met her, right? Su Shiqing gave a faint smile, gently lifting her hand and brushing her own tresses, speaking unhurriedly. She comes from another base, the Chongping base, which isn't very far from Ning'an base. Su Shiqing blinked and looked at Zhuang Minglu as her expression became more serious. You should know something. The commander of Chongping base, Luo He, fled the base with supplies and a large number of mutants, leaving the current Chongping base severely understaffed. I hope you can send my companion Huang Inger back and dispatch some personnel to help rebuild Chongping base after the disaster. Ning'an base couldn't provide any other items that Su Shiqing needed anymore. After careful consideration, she made such a decision. Su Shiqing didn't hold back on handing over the seeds in her possession, even though she had nothing to gain. She had witnessed firsthand how dire things could become for the civilians of a base without material support. She didn't want that kind of tragedy to be replayed at Ning'an base. Su Shiqing was a businessman, and perhaps could even be considered a penny-pinching one, but she wasn't devoid of conscience or empathy. After leaving Ning'an base, it might be a very long time before she returned, or maybe she never would. In this apocalypse, the communication and delivery of messages and supplies were fraught with difficulties, so giving the seeds to Ning'an base wouldn't likely affect Su Shiqing's future trades in the short term. Thus, Su Shiqing decided to abandon further exploitation, choosing instead to let Ning'an base, which was currently well-staffed and developing well, help rebuild Chongping base. The distance between the 2 bases wasn't very far, so Huang Inger alone could reach there within just a few days, as would other ability users. Offering such a major boost to Chongping base, surely Luo Qing would be thrilled. Agreed. Without hesitation, as if fearing Su Shiqing might change her mind, Zhuang Minglu quickly accepted the offer. Nothing was more important than the seeds right now. Good. Su Shiqing favored straightforward deals like this, so without delay, she slightly nodded her chin at Zhuang Minglu. Does your base have a warehouse? What? Zhuang Minglu paused momentarily in confusion. Su Shiqing smiled faintly. If we've agreed to give the base so many things, do you think these small rooms will suffice to store them all? Realizing what Su Shiqing meant, Zhuang Minglu's face lit up with unrestrained joy as she pulled Su Shiqing outside. Yes, I'll take you there right now. She firmly held on to Su Shiqing's hand, as if afraid that letting go for even a blink might make the latter disappear, and dragged her toward the door. Once they stepped out, they immediately saw Ning Sinan standing under a tree with his eyes closed, seemingly waiting there all along. Seeing him, Su Shiqing's smile momentarily froze. That strange feeling she had worked hard to push aside resurfaced in her heart once more. What should she do? She wanted to run away so badly. Chapter 212, Partner. Seemingly sensing the movement at the door, Ning Nian opened his eyes and looked up. When he saw Su Shiqing's figure, a faint smile curled the corner of his lips. His gaze dropped lower, and he noticed Zhuang Minglu tightly gripping Su Shiqing's hand, which made him momentarily startled. A flicker of an indescribable emotion passed through his eyes, and his lips pressed together as if he felt slightly disheartened. Mr. Ning, Zhuang Minglu greeted with a smile after seeing Ning Nian's silhouette. Are you waiting for Miss Su? Zhuang Minglu admired Ning Nian for figuring out the virus solution all by himself. If possible, she even wished to keep him in the base. A soft sound confirmed Zhuang Minglu's question. Ning Nian's gaze lingered silently on Su Shiqing, and his tone softened visibly as he spoke to her. Have you finished discussing things? Not yet. Su Shiqing shook her head, her tone somewhat dry. I need to go to the warehouse with Zhuang Minglu and take out the supplies from the space. I'll come with you then. Ning Nian complied naturally, walking over to stand beside Su Shiqing in an extremely fluid motion. The two of you seem to have such a good relationship. Zhuang Minglu couldn't help but comment nearby. Anyone could easily tell that Ning Nian treated Su Shiqing differently. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, such deep affection was truly enviable. Hearing this, the corners of Ning Nian's mouth curved upwards, looking rather pleased, whereas Su Shiqing felt something was off about the comment, as if it might be easily misinterpreted. Yeah, I think so too. Su Shiqing shook her head lightly, clearing away any jumbled thoughts. Having a reliable partner in the apocalypse certainly brings peace of mind. The smile that had just formed on Ning Nian's lips disappeared. Partner, another mention of partner. Should he feel relieved that Su Shiqing had dropped the first 2 words transaction this time? There were moments when Ning Nian really wanted to crack open Su Shiqing's brain and see what exactly was inside. Why did a sharp mind that usually handled other things with such cunning become so dull when faced with matters of the heart? With a silent, deep breath, Ning Xian closed his eyes briefly, hiding the sigh of frustration in his eyes. He couldn't rush things. What if he scared her off? Walking alongside them, Zhuang Minglu didn't know why, but she sensed the atmosphere had grown significantly heavier. Opening her mouth uncertainly, unsure of what to say, she simply walked ahead to guide them. The silence was almost suffocating. Su Shiqing struggled to adjust her mood and tilted her head towards Ning Xian. Where is Anren? She only saw Ning Xian alone by the door, without a trace of the two young girls, which inevitably made Su Shiqing worried. Ning Xian pointed in a direction with his finger. They're over there getting some fresh air. Huang Inger is accompanying them. Just recovered from a serious illness, the children's bodies are still weak. Keeping them cooped up inside would have suffocated them, so I let them breathe some fresh air outside. As for Huang Inger, she offered to help supervise the two little girls voluntarily. She noticed Ning Xian's desire to find Su Shiqing, so she stepped forward to assist. Following the direction of Ning Xian's finger, Su Shiqing spotted Anren and Yin Qingqing standing side by side on the empty ground nearby. Huang Inger was faithfully watching over them. Huang Inger's character and ability were trustworthy, so Su Shiqing relaxed a bit. Still, because of the earlier incident with the virus, Su Shiqing was hesitant to let the two little girls run around outside freely. She decided to quickly wrap up business here and go back to check on Anren. Miss Su, the warehouse is right here. Zhuang Minglu led the two to the nearby warehouse. Pushing the door open, one could see many empty cardboard boxes. The total amount of accumulated supplies seemed to have dwindled significantly. Knowing your base is short on supplies, here, let me give you some first. Once we get the promised gold and crystals, I will replenish based on those quantities. As Su Shiqing was speaking, she took a few steps into the warehouse. The two who came afterward gestured for them to step back. Lifting her palm toward the empty warehouse, Su Shiqing inhaled deeply, focused her eyes, and began to exert effort. As if by magic, neatly arranged boxes of supplies quietly appeared in the warehouse, filling the space at a visible pace. Thanks to her increased strength during this period, otherwise, such a large-scale movement of supplies would have been quite burdensome on her body. There are 500 boxes of mineral water and 500 boxes of instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Su Shiqing retracted her hand, glanced at her masterpiece before her, and nodded with satisfaction as she introduced it. In the boxes over there, I've also put in a little bit of vegetables. It's suggested to distribute them as soon as possible so everyone can eat them, otherwise they will spoil easily. Receiving no reply, Su Shiqing turned her head around to see Zhuang Minglu slightly tilting her head, gazing in awe at the fully stocked warehouse, looking dazed. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes was entirely another. Though Zhuang Minglu had mentally prepared herself somewhat, when she actually saw the previously empty warehouse now filled to capacity, she was stunned speechless for a while. It wasn't just in the post-apocalyptic era. Even before the apocalypse, she had only seen such an abundance of food and water in the supermarket. When trading with Tao Xian earlier, the amount of supplies produced over several months barely matched what Su Shiqing took out this time. Seemingly lost in thought, Zhuang Minglu took 2 steps inside the warehouse and remained unfocused for some time. Seeing this, Su Shiqing stretched lazily and slowly walked towards the direction of the warehouse door. Hey, with everything in place, let's call it a day. By Ning Xian's side, he softly chuckled. You've worked hard. Would you like me to do something to reward our diligent Miss Su? Su Shiqing blinked, still somewhat hesitant to meet Ning Xian's gaze directly, turning away her eyes. Not necessary, not that precious. Silently noting her expression, Ning Xian fell silent for a moment. He didn't understand why Su Shiqing's attitude had suddenly changed, seemingly intentionally distancing herself from him. But if it was dislike, it hadn't reached that level yet. Drooping his eyelids, Ning Xian concealed the disappointment in his eyes, uncertain of what to say next, and could only follow silently behind her. The return journey was quieter than the way there, quiet enough that Huang Inger, who came looking for them along with the 2 little girls, immediately sensed something was amiss. Dr. Ning, Shiqing. Huang Inger looked at the 2 walking one ahead of the other, hesitating for a moment before tentatively asking, Did you 2 have a fight? Chapter 213, Don't argue. Don't argue. Anren immediately jumped out, running over to Su Shiqing and Ning Xian, holding their hands anxiously as she looked back and forth. Big brother, big sister, don't argue. Su Shiqing bent down and picked up Anren, patting her back gently. We're not arguing, see? Big brother and big sister are fine. Ning Xian stepped forward awkwardly and ruffled Anren's head. What does Anren want to eat tonight? Your body is just recovering, so let big brother nourish you. As he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and glanced down at the other little girl on the ground. Crouching down, Ning Xian got on the same level as Yin Qingqing and asked softly, Qingqing, what do you feel like eating? You can tell your big brother too. Yin Qingqing remained timid as usual and said nothing, just shaking her head slightly to indicate that she had no suggestions. Anren peeked from Su Shiqing's arms, looking at her big sister, then at the big brother beside them. Seeing they truly did not appear upset, she sighed in relief. She patted her chest, acting older than her years. That's good. No matter what happens, don't argue. If you do, Anren will get mad too. All right. Su Shiqing ruffled the little girl's hair, smiling and poking her nose. To avoid making Anren angry, big sister will be a good girl and not argue with anyone. How does that sound? Anren was about to happily nod when she suddenly thought of something and her face wrinkled up like a bitter gourd. No. If there are bad people, we can't give up, and we must not argue either. Ning Xian stood up and casually spoke. Arguing makes people angry, and anger harms the body. There's no need for it. Just knock all the bad people out. Wow. Both Anren and Yin Qingqing below widened their eyes slightly in realization. So that's how it's resolved? The corner of Su Shiqing's mouth twitched as he helplessly shook his head. Seeing that there wasn't any tension between the big brother and big sister, Anren felt relieved and struggled in Su Shiqing's embrace to go stand next to her playmate. Looking at this scene, Su Shiqing jokingly said with a touch of jealousy, "Now that Anren has playmates, you don't need big sister anymore, right?" Though she said this, Su Shiqing still put Anren down. She was actually happy to see Anren becoming more lively, which might mean fewer nightmares for her. Her gaze shifted to Huang Inger standing nearby, and she suddenly remembered something, taking a couple steps towards her. "Oh yeah, Inger, weren't you planning to return to Chongping Base later?" Huang Inger had initially intended to return to Chongping Base after resolving the Luo He situation to help in some capacity, since the base had recently survived a zombie wave. However, seeing how Su Shiqing and others were struggling with the virus, she stayed longer than expected, wondering if she could lend a hand. With Ning'an Base's current dangers subsiding, Huang Inger saw no reason to stay further and was now considering returning to Chongping Base. When Su Shiqing mentioned it herself, Huang Inger smiled and nodded. "It looks like I'm no longer needed here, so I plan to return to Chongping Base in a few days. I've just struck a deal with the commander of Ning'an Base. She'll send some people to return with you to Chongping Base. It's my gift to Luo Qing." Su Shiqing snapped her fingers and explained briefly what she discussed earlier with Zhuang Minglu. Luo Qing would definitely be glad. Ning Seer also smirked slightly, imagining how excited the man would be. "Before we left the base, he squeezed me for quite some time because of the manpower shortage." That sounds exactly like something Luo Qing would do. Huang Inger also chuckled. Having some extra labor around would indeed be a great thing. Luo Qing should be really happy. "Humph," Su Shiqing lightly scoffed, joking. "Inger, once you're back, make sure to remind him of my contribution. After all, those workers were exchanged using my resources. Where in Chongping Base is there anyone who doesn't already appreciate what you've done?" Hearing this, Huang Inger sobered and said seriously, "Shiqing, one needs self-awareness. You're the hero of the entire base. No way can I take that kind of title." Hearing those last three words, Su Shiqing felt goosebumps all over her skin and quickly waved her hands, retreating. Huang Inger smiled without saying anything, but looked at her with admiration in her eyes. Chongping Base or Ning'an Base, they both seemed to have been rejuvenated in desperate times due to Su Shiqing's existence. "So how about you guys? How long do you plan to stay in Ning'an Base?" Huang Inger couldn't help but ask, recalling Su Shiqing's group's purpose. Ning Seer, Anren, and Yin Qingqing all looked at Su Shiqing, waiting for her response. Su Shiqing stroked her chin and roughly estimated, "We'll stay here for a few days. Zhuang Minglu promised me the gold and crystal cores, but I haven't received them yet." Besides that, Su Shiqing also intended to return to the modern world during this time. Firstly, after everything that had happened in the past few days, she felt a bit weary herself. Although returning to the modern world might not be entirely peaceful either, at least it wouldn't constantly put her life in danger. The conclusion of affairs in this post-apocalyptic world provided the best opportunity to return to the modern era. Secondly, the supplies in her personal space needed replenishment. After the transaction with Ning'an Base, a large area in her space had become empty once again. And thirdly, Su Shiqing still had an item in her possession that she wanted someone to examine, hoping they could decipher its craftsmanship. As far as she knew, there was only one person capable of studying such items, and he was in the modern world. "You're still so fond of your gold." Huang Inger couldn't resist making a remark. Frankly speaking, she was somewhat curious about why Su Shiqing desired so much gold, but her intuition told her this involved the other secrets, so she didn't press further. Before this, Su Shiqing mentioned that they were partners and friends. Huang Inger hadn't had a friend in a long time and treasured this bond immensely. Su Shiqing smiled faintly, not responding directly. She tilted her head back and gazed at today's bright sunshine, exhaling slowly as her expression softened. Of course, she cherished gold because in her own time, money represented something invaluable, her younger sister's life. Chapter 214, A Beautiful Dream. Regarding the cooperation between the two bases, Huang Inger decided to personally discuss it with Zhuang Minglu, so she did not leave with Su Shiqing and the others. The temporary house where they rested had been completely destroyed by an explosion. However, given Su Shiqing's current status in the Ning'an Base, finding a new place to stay was as simple as asking for it. For convenience, Su Shiqing specifically requested a room far from the center of the base, where there were few people living around, and there was quite some distance between each house. Ning Sinan had already recovered his usual demeanor, and he volunteered, "I'll go prepare some food." Although it wasn't dinner time yet, due to today's morning plan being delayed, none of them had eaten lunch properly. Seeing that it was now around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Ning Sinan decided to make something to eat first. After resting overnight, Ning Sinan looked significantly better. The pale face he once had now carried some color, though he still appeared somewhat weak. Su Shiqing looked at him with concern, furrowing her brows slightly. "Maybe we can just have bread and biscuits. That should be fine too." Yes, and Ran patted her stomach. Although she missed her brother's cooking skills a little, she was never a fussy child. Yin Qingqing silently nodded beside her, adding softly, "I can eat anything." Ning Sinan merely smiled faintly and shook his head. "I'm fine, just give me the pot." Seeing his insistence, Su Shiqing could only reluctantly take out spices and kitchen utensils from her space and handed them over. Since very few people lived nearby, there was no risk of drawing attention, so Ning Sinan took the things and went outside to cook in the yard. Inside the house, Only Su Shiqing and the two young girls remained. By the way, and ran. Su Shiqing patted her own head and called and ran to her side, as if uncle had something to say. Yan Qingqing saw this and rose up with spirit, quietly saying, I'll see if I can help outside. With that, she quickly ran out the door. The room then was left with only the two sisters. Looking into Enran's eyes, Su Shiqing's tone became slightly serious. Enran, do you remember the mutated beasts we encountered last time? Yes. Seeing her sister's solemn expression, Enran straightened her back instinctively, blinking her eyes. Well, Enran, do you remember the 2 shots you fired when dealing with the mutated beasts? Su Shiqing squatted down, gently rubbed Enran's head, her gaze deepening. This matter had actually weighed heavily on her heart for a long time. After escaping from the mutated beast's hands, Su Shiqing wanted to find an opportunity to have a talk with Enran about it. Unfortunately, one event after another kept happening. First, they encountered that mysterious factory. Then after arriving at Ning'an base, they were threatened to leave quickly, and shortly after, Enran got infected with a virus, falling into a fever-induced coma. As a result, Su Shiqing's original plan was continuously postponed, almost forgotten. It wasn't until they retrieved that specially made handgun from Tao Xian's body that Su Shiqing remembered again. Yes. Mentioning this matter, Enran's voice noticeably became timid, her small head gradually lowering. Seeing Enran's timid manner, Su Shiqing couldn't hold back her seriousness and helplessly smiled, lightly tapping her forehead. All right. How could your sister misunderstand your little thoughts? Lift your head up, I'm not blaming you. Hearing the absence of blame in her sister's voice, Enran finally raised her head and grinned foolishly. Sister wants to know where Enran learned her gun technique. Su Shiqing continued rubbing Enran's head, patiently questioning. Where did she learn it from? This question actually puzzled Enran. Enran bit her fingers, slightly furrowing her small brow, looking deeply thoughtful. She hesitated, Enran. Enran doesn't know where she learned it from. It was just when I picked up that thing. It felt like someone inside my brain was talking to Enran, telling her how to use it. Someone inside her brain was talking? Hearing Enran's description, Su Shiqing imperceptibly wrinkled her brows. This sounded clearly strange. Enran continued thinking hard. Then suddenly remembering something, she widened her eyes and added, Oh right. Enran dreamed about that person. Dreams? At this point, Su Shiqing's whole body tensed up, anxiously scrutinizing Enran's face. What kind of dream? Did Enran have a nightmare again? No. Enran quickly shook her head back and forth, her eyes sparkling brightly. It was a beautiful dream. There was an older sister in my dream who looked about the same age as you, and she praised me. Recalling that previous dream, Enran couldn't help but laugh. In general, many dreams she had at night would be forgotten by the next day. But this particular dream remained so vivid no matter when she recalled it. The woman's voice and every other detail of the dream flashed through her mind like scenes from a movie. Enran was savoring that beautiful dream again, while Su Shiqing was stroking her chin thoughtfully. The events happening to Enran could not be easily explained scientifically. Even Su Shiqing found it hard to figure out what exactly was going on. However, apart from the excellent marksmanship and the beautiful dream, there seemed to be no other negative effects on Enran, which did bring some relief to Su Shiqing. Well, Enran, feel this pistol and see if the familiar sensation is still there. Su Shiqing took out the modified pistol seized from Tao Xian, emptied the remaining few bullets inside, and finally handed it over to Enran. Enran reached out her small hand to take the pistol. As soon as her fingers touched the cool object, her face showed obvious bewilderment, and without thinking, she blurted out, What a fine gun. Upon hearing this, both of them standing face to face froze momentarily. Su Shiqing naturally knew that this modified pistol was a good treasure. After all, Zhuang Minglu had specifically mentioned it before. But she never expected that Enran, upon touching the gun, immediately sensed its quality. On the other hand, Enran herself now looked bewildered, her eyes slightly widened and blinking repeatedly, as if puzzled why she had let such words slip out. Chapter 215. My little sister Enran is a genius. It was an instinctive reaction, but when reason returned, Enran opened her mouth, looking at the exquisite handgun in her hand, and found herself at a loss for words. Big sister, I don't know why I said that just now. Enran looked up blankly, her two little hands gripping the handgun, unsure of what to do. Your big sister understands. Su Shiqing comforted Enran by gently rubbing her head, her eyes flashing slightly as if lost in thought. For now, although there was no way to explain this bizarre phenomenon happening to Enran, from the result alone, it seemed to be a good thing. Come on, Enran, let's go outside. Su Shiqing stood up with Enran and walked toward the door. Let's see how accurate your shooting is. In the yard outside, Yan Qingqing wasn't tasked with cooking, so she sat quietly on a chair watching Ning Sinan work. Ning Sinan, busy cooking inside, heard the commotion and looked up. He saw the two sisters walking out one after another, and the little girl was holding a gun. What are they planning to do? Su Shiqing led Enran to a place slightly further away from the courtyard, loaded bullets into the handgun, made sure there were no people around who could get hurt, then said to Enran, Go ahead, give it a try. Su Shiqing pointed at a tree 10 meters away. Shoot its trunk. Bang! Enran decisively pulled the trigger. There was no sound when the bullet was fired, only a dull thud as it embedded itself in the tree trunk. After firing that shot, Enran blankly stared at her own hands. That's odd. She didn't fall over this time. The last time she faced the mutated beast, every time she fired a shot, the recoil would throw her down to the ground. But this delicate little handgun was different. After pulling the trigger, She only felt a slight vibration in her wrist, with no other effects. That's why Su Shiqing handed this gun to Enran. This modified handgun not only had its noise reduced, greatly increasing its stealthiness, but also had almost negligible recoil, allowing even a 6-year-old like Enran to handle it easily. Seeing the bullet hit precisely in the tree trunk, Su Shiqing squinted her eyes, reloaded a bullet into the gun, and pointed to a target farther away. Do you see that rod? Shoot it. Bang. Direct hit. Do you see the highest branch of that tree? Shoot it. Bang. The branch was instantly severed and slowly floated down to the ground. Do you see the highest leaf on the tree? Shoot it. Bang. Even though the targets became smaller, Enran still held her little handgun with casual ease and hit all without fail. While experimenting here, Ning Sinan and Yin Qingqing, who were cooking there, seemed to have noticed something and involuntarily stopped their movements, turning to look over. After seeing several shots fired, every single one hitting its mark, Ning Sinan's pupils contracted slightly, standing up directly from his seat. With such precise marksmanship, if Ning Sinan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would absolutely never imagine that a 6-year-old child could achieve something like this. Staring blankly at Enran, who appeared completely at ease, Ning Sinan couldn't help but swallow saliva and close his eyes involuntarily. What kind of monsters were these two girls? What excellent marksmanship. Watching the light leaf falling softly from 100 meters away, Su Shiqing's eyes brightened. She bent down to look at Enran, who was still fiddling with the handgun, picked her up directly while crouching down. Enran is so impressive, being able to shoot accurately from so far away. Su Shiqing bent down and gave Enran a kiss on the face, kissing her cheeks red. Being praised like this by her sister, Enran shyly smiled and looked down at the gun in her palm, her eyes sparkling brightly. Su Shiqing looked at Enran with a smile on her face, while simultaneously pondering on other things in her mind. Based on current observations, Enran obtaining this precise marksmanship skill would undoubtedly be beneficial in the dangerous world of the apocalypse. Healing abilities, although precious, were too weak for self-protection. Plus, Enran was originally a child, and thus sometimes couldn't take care of herself adequately. However, if Enran gained the ability to protect herself with such remarkable shooting skills, she could hide behind others, protecting herself, while perhaps even assisting in dealing with zombies up front. There was just one point that might cause a bit of a headache. That is, currently, they did not have a large number of bullets. Bullets, similar to food and water, follow the same principle. After the end of the world arrives and the factories collapse, it's almost impossible to manufacture more. Gathering usable bullets in the apocalypse is no less difficult than collecting supplies. However, for supplies, Su Shiqing could find ways in the modern world, but bullets were much trickier to obtain. In the country where she was, firearms and ammunition were strictly prohibited, so it was clearly impossible to collect them in large quantities through official channels. If she wanted to gather enough bullets, Su Shiqing would likely have to resort to some underhanded methods behind the scenes. The image of Ruala, the former mercenary, flashed in her mind. Perhaps this person had a few connections? Su Shiqing silently kept this matter in mind, planning to casually ask about it when she returned to the modern era. As she was lost in thought, Ning Sinan had already put down what he was holding and walked over to the two sisters. Enran's marksmanship. Ning Sinan looked at the little girl who was smiling mischievously in Su Shiqing's words, with astonishment in his eyes. Did you actually teach her these things? Su Shiqing patted her nose, gave a dry laugh twice. No, I didn't teach her. Please, she was someone who might even miss a giant target like a mutated rabbit. How could she possibly teach others to use a gun? If you didn't teach her? Ning Sinan was even more surprised. To be honest, Enran's marksmanship surpasses everyone I've ever seen. Enran raised her hand to cover her red cheeks, laughing foolishly. Su Shiqing pressed her lips, blinked, seemingly contemplating how to explain this to him. She looked at Ning Sinan, speaking with genuine sincerity. Do you believe that there are geniuses in this world? Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing patted her sister's shoulder without hesitation, saying bluntly, My Enran is a shooting genius. Perhaps already used to her manner of speaking, Ning Sinan didn't need to think much before realizing she was fooling him again, helplessly curling his lips. Chapter 216, You are my best friend. Ning Sinan sighed helplessly. Alright, I know your sister is a genius. Genius kid and her smart sister, don't just stand there. Dinner is about to be served. Ning Sinan beckoned the two of them over with a wave of his hand, signaling for them to come back. Su Shiqing looked down at Enran who was still playing around with the gun, her brows relaxing. She negotiated with the other party. Enran, could you let sister study this gun for a while? Once sister is done studying it, the gun will belong to Enran. Sure. Enran nodded without hesitation, handing the gun back to her sister. Such a good girl. Su Shiqing couldn't resist giving her younger sister's soft little face another kiss, laughing as she did so. Meanwhile, in a spot where no one noticed, Yin Qingqing quietly walked to the side of the road, picked up the shell casing that had fallen to the ground earlier, and began examining it in the palm of her hand. Looking at the metallic shell in her hand, Yin Qingqing seemed lost in thought for a moment, reaching out with her fingertip to gently touch it. In the next second, the hard shell, as if under some mysterious force shadowing it, slowly melted into a puddle of liquid under Yin Qingqing's watchful eyes, refracting metallic light under the sun, lying still in her palm. It was a rare period of leisure. Many things had come to an end, and the only task these days was to stay in the base and rest well. After lunch, Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan had matters to discuss. Thus, Enran and Yin Qingqing went into the next room, not disturbing the conversation between the two adults. Qingqing, did you see that just now? and Ran's ears were red as she raised her finger to make a shooting gesture. I you like this, and every bullet hit its mark. I saw it. Yin Qingqing nodded seriously, applauding in praise, and Ran, you're so amazing. Hee with her friend's straightforward compliment, and Ran couldn't help but blush all over. She patted her own chest solemnly, making a vow-like statement. Qingqing, from now on you follow behind me, and Ran will protect you. If you get hurt, and Ran will use my skills to blow on you. If there's danger, and Ran will shoot, Bayu, take down one zombie, and then shoot again, Bayu, take down two zombies. And Ran squinted one eye, mimicking the shape of a gun with her fingers as she muttered words in her mouth. Yin Qingqing watched and Ran intently, suddenly grabbing her small hand, with an earnest look on her face. And Ran was startled. And Ran, I'll protect you. Yin Qingqing looked at and Ran earnestly. Though her face was still somewhat innocent, her words were solemn. I will protect you well. Speaking, Yin Qingqing spread out her small hand, revealing a pool of liquid metal suspended on her palm. Metal-based abilities? Seeing this, and Ran was delighted. Qingqing, did you awaken your special ability too? When did it happen? Yin Qingqing shyly tilted her head slightly, explaining softly. Just this morning, when I woke up from being unconscious. As soon as she woke up from her unconscious state, Yin Qingqing immediately felt something had changed within her body, but she couldn't articulate it right away. Not until she picked up the metallic shell did she realize she had awakened her special ability and understood how to use it. After awakening to her powers, and Ran was the first person Yin Qingqing told. Fantastic, Qingqing. And Ran hugged her, her voice filled with joy. This way, you also have the ability to protect yourself. However, Yin Qingqing responded sternly. No, and Ran, I want to protect you. And Ran blinked in confusion, tilting her head slightly. Why? With her brother and sister around to protect her, along with her already impressive gun skills, she felt she could protect herself well. But seeing her young friend's stubborn expression, and Ran didn't say what was on her mind further. Because you are my most important friend. Yin Qingqing tightly held in Ran's small hand, speaking with utmost sincerity. Even though her mother had done such terrible things, and Ran completely disregarded it, and continued to treat her as the best companion. Even her own mother wouldn't care much about her situation, yet Ran would willingly offer and invite her to join their group. In every situation, whenever Ran looked at her, her eyes always carried the warmest concern, and paid attention to Yin Qingqing's emotions. And Yin Qingqing admitted, she hadn't done anything particularly good for Ran. But perhaps, that's what friendship was, such inexplicable connections. Qingqing is also my most important friend. And Ran pulled Yin Qingqing's hand with hers in return, smiling brightly. In the adjacent room wherein Ran and Yin Qingqing were, Su Shiqing suddenly noticed Ning Sinin returning to the house. They then briefly discussed what had happened over the past period. Although due to some of her own thoughts, Su Shiqing seemed somewhat uneasy when facing Ning Sinin alone, she managed to readjust her mindset within a few hours and stabilized herself again. Under normal circumstances, she was stable. I couldn't extract any information about the organization behind him from Tao Xian. As it stands now, the lead seems to have gone cold, and I don't know how to explain why Tao Xian knows you. Su Shiqing recalled her experience in the forest that morning as she looked at Ning Sinin. Upon hearing this, Ning Sinin lowered his eyelids, slightly narrowing his eyes. It seems like he didn't intend to harm me. It might sound absurd, but when Tao Xian sneaked into the base during that night attack, with only me and Ran inside the house, if he wanted to take action, I would have been caught off guard and might have ended up very disheveled. But he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to lie on the roof, as though observing something. No intention to harm Ning Sinin. Su Shiqing thought of something, hesitatingly opening her mouth as if trying to decide how to phrase her words. Could it be someone from the Floyer base? Su Shiqing observed the change in Ning Sinin's expression before speaking slowly. Maybe Tao Xian knows your mother? Ning Sinin frowned, a flash of coldness passing through his eyes. It's impossible for it to be her. If Tao Xian knew my mother, or if he was one of my mother's subordinates, upon seeing me, he would have immediately tried to eliminate me. Ning Sinin spoke decisively, leaving Su Shiqing unsure of what to say. But hearing the other party speak so definitively, Su Shiqing dismissed the thought from her mind. She still believed in Ning Sinin's judgment. However, with this development, the clues seemed to have all vanished. Chapter 217, Idle Days. Judging from Tao Xian's current actions, the organization behind him was probably not a good group either. If possible, Su Shiqing preferred not to deal with such fanatical people and hoped to avoid meeting them altogether. However, Ning Sinin seemed to have some connections with these people. It was still unclear whether only Tao Xian knew him or if all members of that organization were acquainted with Ning Sinin. In order to prevent accidentally putting herself in a passive situation, Su Shiqing remained vigilant. She did consider separating from Ning Sinin, but this thought disappeared as quickly as it came up. Those people were not deliberately looking for Ning Sinin. If they really met, even without being together with Ning Sinin, she might still be affected. After all, Ning Sinin was a fourth-stage psychic. With him around, even if danger arose, there would be more security. Thinking about this, Su Shiqing couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Her psychic ability advancement was too slow. Third-stage abilities were sufficient in most cases, but truly in dangerous situations, she was still too weak. She silently sighed in her heart, unaware that her improvement speed in the end times was already incredibly fast. Many people could not reach such a level even after several months, yet Su Shiqing achieved it within a month. If you can't think of anything, then don't bother thinking about it. Take it step by step. Ning Sinan said when he noticed Su Shiqing frowning tightly. He raised his hand, intending to smooth out the furrowed brows, but then remembered something, paused, and finally quietly withdrew his hand. Su Shiqing didn't notice his small gesture. After hearing him, she just nodded. Yeah, what you said makes sense. I can't come up with any clear solutions, so I won't waste effort here. Let's rest well these few days. There shouldn't be much to worry about. Su Shiqing stood up, smiled at Ning Sinan, and reminded him. These days were indeed rare idle times. Zhuang Minglu worked swiftly and almost arranged personnel on the same afternoon to return to Chongping base with Huang Yinger. When parting, Huang Yinger showed a bit of reluctance. Ning Sinan gave Luo Qing a letter through her, which generally talked about everything being fine, along with the recent power supply system upgrade methods he had devised. Watching Huang Yinger and others leave, their figures disappearing into the distant horizon, Su Shiqing turned back to look at Ning Sinan beside her and raised an eyebrow. Why don't you go back? Ning'an base is relatively close to Chongping base. If you go further away, it won't be easy to return. Are you trying to chase me away? Ning Sinan sharply looked up, frowned at Su Shiqing, and inexplicably revealed a hint of weiqi. That look seemed to say, I've cooked, fought monsters, and researched a solution to the virus. How could you dismiss me like this? No. Instantly amused by his expression, Su Shiqing shook her head and stuck out her tongue. If you don't want to go, why would I drive you away? That's good. Only then did Ning Sinan relax and lower his gaze, slightly calming his heart that had almost leaped out of his throat. Zhuang Minglu's efficient way of handling affairs was certainly demonstrated over the last 2 days. After solving the liaison issue with Chongping base, Zhuang Minglu immediately dispatched all personnel in the base to collect items like gold, jewels, and crystal cores outside. All tasks posted at the commission center in the base were also entirely collection-based, aiming to gather all valuable items in the surrounding area. Su Shiqing found a nice spot in the courtyard, pulled out a reclining chair from the space, leaned comfortably on it, watched the crowds going back and forth on the streets of the base, and slowly took a sip of tea freshly brewed by Ning Sinan. I never expected the base to have so many people. Looking at the residents carrying big and small packages, Su Shiqing couldn't help but express her amazement. The scale was much larger than that of Chongping base, and Ran and Yin Qingqing were whispering enthusiastically in the corner of the yard. Ning Sinan stood nearby, watching both young girls while also keeping an eye on Su Shiqing relaxing in the reclining chair. Zhuang Minglu is an excellent base leader. She runs the base very well. Ning Sinan stood under the shade of a tree nearby, gazing into the distance, seemingly deep in thought. Hearing this, he turned his head to look at Su Shiqing. Once the base's reputation is established, survivors will come to join us during the apocalypse. Over time, the base will grow larger. Ning Sinan explained patiently as he caught a falling leaf from the tree. Su Shiqing bit her lower lip thoughtfully. With Luo Qing in Chongping base, I'm sure it'll develop soon, right? She still trusted Luo Qing's character and ability as the base leader. Of course. Ning Sinan closed his hand, letting the leaf drop to the ground. He stood up, stretched his wrist, and gave Su Shiqing a faint smile. I'll go out tonight to loosen my muscles. Don't wait for me. Hearing this, Su Shiqing straightened herself, leaning on the armrest of the reclining chair. What are you going to do? It's been too long since I fought zombies. I want to refamiliarize myself with the feeling of battle because we will leave the base eventually. Ning Sinan said casually, nodding slightly at Su Shiqing. Don't worry about me. Although people in Ning and base go out daily to clean up nearby scattered zombies, they are constantly wandering, some gradually getting closer to the base. However, for Ning Sinan, those zombies were nothing. A single thunderbolt would exterminate them all. Not that Su Shiqing was overly worried. What concerned her more was Ning Sinan's physical condition. After these 2 days of adjustment, Ning Sinan's face had regained its color. Except for a slight hint of weakness around his eyes, he seemed normal otherwise. Take care of yourself, and come back early. Su Shiqing blinked and reminded him. Oh, and stay away from the mountain forest west of the base. The fire last time damaged the mutated plants there, but their killing power is still very strong. At this reminder, Ning Sinan barely curved his lips into a small smile. Don't worry, I will. Chapter 2:18, Single Combat. After dinner, Ning Sinan left the base alone under cover of night. In his own words, zombies were more active at night, providing better opportunities for exercise. When Ning Sinan walked out of the base and confirmed that no one nearby was paying attention to him, he quickly headed west towards the mountain forest, immediately forgetting Su Shiqing's earlier advice. His target was very clear, the mutated plant in the forest. If the mutated plant was at full strength in such a favorable terrain, Ning Sinan might not be its match. However, 2 days ago, the fire almost destroyed that section of the forest, injuring the mutated plant itself and drastically reducing its power. It was exactly what they called hit it while it's down. If not now, then when? Mutated plants, just like zombies and mutated animals, produce crystal cores. And inside the crystal core of mutated plants are large amounts of pure wood element energy. For wood element ability users, the crystal core of high-level mutated plants is an excellent supplement. Ning Sinan still remembered what Su Shiqing had told him about her terminal illness in the past. Her body only began to improve thanks to her abilities. Ning Sinan wondered if using the crystal core from a high-level mutated plant could enhance Su Shiqing's health. Lately, she had been running around non-stop, which he saw and worried deeply about, with no particularly good solutions coming to mind except considering targeting the mutated plant in the forest. The night deepened, everything silent. Zhuang Minglu was still leaning over her desk, tallying up the crystal cores collected that day. Though exhausted, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, Zhuang Minglu felt invigorated thinking about all the resources now stored in the warehouse. Team 5, 307 crystal cores harvested, approximately 8 kilograms of gold, and various pieces of jewelry. Team 6, 278 crystal cores harvested, approximately 11 kilograms of gold, additionally finding a relatively intact jade shop. Team 7. Boom. While writing down her notes, Zhuang Minglu suddenly heard a loud explosion. Her pen dragged a long mark on the paper, prompting her to quickly look up. What's happening? She threw down her pen and rushed to the window, looking out along the direction of the sound, noticing that the sky seemed lit by a flash of lightning on the western side of the base. There weren't many clouds tonight. The stars and moon were clearly visible. That sudden light certainly wasn't from any natural weather phenomenon. As the rumbling sound slowly faded away, activity from that direction did not cease. They could see bolt after bolt of bluish-purple lightning streak across the night sky, standing out strikingly against the dark background. The thunder roared low but powerfully, seemingly carried over from far away, impossible not to draw others' attention. That direction, isn't that the mountain forest to the west? Zhuang Minglu placed her hand on the glass window, squinting her eyes, trying to discern the exact location before letting out a shocked exclamation. Looking at the position of the lightning, it seemed precisely at the territory of the mutated plant, who had such audacity to attack the mutated plant during the night. Meanwhile, in another room where Su Shiqing was putting two sprawled-out little girls to bed, she paused momentarily upon hearing the sound. Following the sound out the window, her initially casual gaze instantly froze as soon as she saw the familiar bluish-purple lightning. Wasn't this? Su Shiqing knew this electrical signature all too well. Wasn't this Ning Sinen's ability? Where was he? Judging by the direction, isn't this the forest to the west where the mutated plant resided? How had he gotten there? It was already clear who Ning Sinen might be battling right now. Remember to stay far from the mountain forest to the west of the base. The fire last time may have injured the mutated plants there, but they're still dangerous. Rest assured I will. The conversation between the two earlier that afternoon replayed in Su Shiqing's mind like a movie. The hand hanging by her side clenched tighter, bones cracking audibly. Oh, so good. So wonderful of you, Ning Sinen. You promised perfectly in the daytime. Then without a word, went to challenge the mutated plant by yourself at night? In the dim room, Su Shiqing laughed despite her anger, wanting nothing more than to go outside and drag Ning Sinen back. What is he planning to do? He isn't fully recovered and is rushing to fight a mutated plant. Is he overconfident or something? What if an accident happens? What if he underestimates the strength of the mutated plant? Half worried and half angry, Su Shiqing frowned deeply, looking back at the room wherein Ran and Yin Qingqing were sleeping soundly. She had to abandon the idea of going to drag Ning Sinen back. She ran a hand through her hair in frustration. Now there was no way Su Shiqing could rest or even focus on cultivation. She quickly walked out of the house, leapt onto the roof, and from a higher position, she gazed far off toward the direction of the mountain forest. Watching the distant night sky continuously torn by lightning, abrupt and striking, despite the great distance, it was still evident that the power moves were fierce. Ning Sinen, you'd better come back in one piece. Her eyes fixed on the western direction, watching the constantly flashing lightning until the commotion gradually diminished and finally disappeared. Only then did Su Shiqing blink her slightly sore eyes. At such a great distance, she knew nothing about what changes occurred on that battlefield. Who won? Ning Sinen? Or did he fail to overcome the mutated plant and seize the chance to escape? Or an even worse scenario? Su Shiqing shook her head forcefully, driving all those unpleasant thoughts from her mind, her heart rate accelerating involuntarily, both upset with his secrecy and concerned for his safety. She sat on the roof like this, constantly looking toward the gate of the base, hoping to see a familiar figure walking toward her. When Su Shiqing saw the silhouette, wearing a windcoat fluttering in the cold night breeze, slowly approaching, the heart that had been suspended in her throat finally dropped back into place. The tightly clenched fist loosened slightly, nails unknowingly digging into the flesh, causing a delayed slight pain. Looking from afar, Ning Sinen appeared to have sustained no injuries, aside from some dust on his clothes. He looked exactly the same as when he left. But this did not stop Su Shiqing from being angry. It was as if there was a suppressed breath within her. Leaping down from the roof, she took a few quick steps to Ning Sinen's face and swung a punch at his shoulder. Ning Sinen, you've got guts. Chapter 219, Moonlight. Ning Sinen neither dodged nor avoided, letting the punch hit his shoulder as if he intended to endure it. In the last second before the punch landed, Su Shiqing regained a bit of composure, instinctively reducing the force. The punch landed neither too heavy nor too light, not even really painful. Under the moonlight, one could clearly see the flicker of anger in Su Shiqing's eyes. She was truly furious. Every day she advised her to pay attention to safety, yet Ning Sinen had quietly undertaken such a dangerous act without a word. How could Su Shiqing not be anxious? Having traveled together for so long, they were certainly partners now, perhaps even friends. Why did he have to hide something like this? The feeling of being kept in the dark is unpleasant, akin to being deceived. Thinking more made Su Shiqing's chest rise and fall violently, as she bit her lower lip fiercely and struck Ning Sinen's shoulder again with frustration. Do you really enjoy staying quiet and handling big things alone? Then why don't you just leave on your own? Why bother enduring and traveling with us? No, I didn't. Seeing Su Shiqing genuinely angry, Ning Sinen panicked and grabbed her hand, hurriedly explaining. He already felt somewhat guilty on his way back since Ning Sinen had lost control during the fight with the mutated plant and made quite a ruckus, realizing that people at the base might have noticed. Ning Sinin could only hope that at this hour, Su Shiqing had already rested and hopefully fallen into a deep sleep, not realizing what he had done. But unfortunately, almost from a far distance, Ning Sinin saw a shadow sitting atop the house. Su Shiqing sat on the roof, tense, looking as if she were suppressing some emotion, her gaze fixed on the direction of the distant mountain forest. Before Ning Sinin could figure out how to explain, Su Shiqing had already noticed him and leapt over swiftly. I want to go with you. I don't want to leave alone. Ning Sinin grasped Su Shiqing's tightly clenched fists, an anxious expression appearing on his face as he hastily explained. Humph. Su Shiqing remained unmoved, coldly sniffed, and the anger in her heart did not subside. Judging by your appearance, you probably decided this afternoon to take on the mutated plants, right? Why didn't you tell me? Did you think I couldn't help you, or maybe that this wasn't worth telling me about? It's not. Upon hearing these words, Ning Sinin realized something was off. His breathing quickened as well, and he blurted out, I thought that you might worry about my physical condition and wouldn't let me go. Oh, so you knew that I might not have let you go? Su Shiqing laughed, then immediately turned serious, pointing at the distant mountain forest. And you still went anyway? Acting first, thinking later, huh? Upon hearing Ning Sinin's explanation, she became even angrier, becoming emotionally agitated. Even her extended hand trembled slightly. It seemed that the other party also understood what her reaction would be, but despite this, Ning Sinin proceeded without a word. Ning Sinin opened his mouth, not expecting such a strong emotional response from the other side. Opening his mouth once again, his voice faltered. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, unsure of how to explain. The fact stood, Ning Sinin couldn't justify himself. And upon seeing his state, Su Shiqing took a deep breath, stepped back slightly, lowered her eyelids, looking somewhat disappointed. Her voice was very low, giving off a desolate feeling. Ning Sinin, I thought we were at least friends, yet you still hid your whereabouts from me. A sharp pain gripped her heart. Watching the other person withdraw, Ning Sinin was flustered. He hurriedly took a step forward, grabbing Su Shiqing's hand, nearly unable to articulate properly. Of course we are friends. I didn't mean to do it deliberately. Next time I won't hide anything from you, okay? Seeing Su Shiqing still slightly lowering her eyelids, seemingly having no intention to care, Ning Sinin's voice began trembling slightly. The great fire last time severely injured the mutated plant. If we want to defeat it, now is the best opportunity. I am aware of my own strength. I am confident that I can kill it. The crystallized core of the mutated plant is a huge supplement for wood elemental ability users. I thought about taking it for you, so you could use it to strengthen your body. You told me about this last time, and I've remembered it all along. Your body afflicted with terminal illness relies on the supportive abilities to remain lively like it is now. I don't want anything to happen to you. Hearing this, Su Shiqing's body barely stiffened. Wait, what? Recalling the last time she mentioned she had terminal illness to explain why she sought Gao Jie's healing ability, Su Shiqing suddenly held her breath. So he had remembered all along. A sudden wave of guilt inexplicably dampened Su Shiqing's anger. Was it because he had her physical condition in mind, knowing he wouldn't be permitted but still rushed into the forest anyway? She opened her mouth, suddenly unsure what to say. However, this silence made Ning Sinin think that she was angry and didn't want to acknowledge him. His grip on Su Shiqing's wrist tightened slightly. Shiqing, can you stop being angry? Ning Sinin apologized softly, even a tinge of pleading audible in his voice. There won't be a next time, I promise. Next time, wherever I go, I'll let you know, and I'll make sure not to worry you, alright? Ning Sinin's tone was completely different from usual. His head was slightly lowered, eyes carrying a hint of fear as if worried about being abandoned, carefully cautious. Su Shiqing looked up, meeting those pleading eyes, and felt her heart twitch painfully, struggling to catch her breath. What a strange feeling. The moonlight quietly fell. Most of the people at the base had already rested, and the surroundings were silent except for the two of them standing face to face. All they could hear were each other's breathing, and Su Shiqing seemed able to hear Ning Sinin's rapid heartbeat too. It was rare to see him revealing such a look of fear, but now Su Shiqing clearly saw it in Ning Sinin's eyes. He was afraid. Afraid of what? Was he afraid of being kicked out of the group? Why? Su Shiqing stopped looking at Ning Sinin's eyes, instead raising her head and silently gazing at the moon above. The moonlight was quiet, gentle, and watching the bright moon seemed to calm her mood as well. Just as Ning Sinin thought Su Shiqing hadn't calmed down yet and planned to continue staying silent, she unexpectedly spoke. Her voice was soft, as ethereal as the moonlight tonight. Ning Sinin, answer me. Do you like me? Chapter 220. I'll wait for you forever. The air seemed to freeze because of this question. Ning Sinin raised his hand to grab the other person's wrist, but froze in midair, while Su Shiqing slightly tilted her head, her eyes reflecting the moonlight of tonight. Under the moonlight, her eyebrows and eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of silver gauze, bringing an unusual melancholy rarely seen on ordinary days. Her feelings were unexpectedly revealed, and Ning Sinin felt as if everything around him had drifted away. His ears buzzed, unable to clearly hear any sound. All he could see was the tranquil girl standing before him. Although every day he anticipated that his actions would catch Su Shiqing's attention, hoping she would understand his heart, when the matter was openly confronted, all his reason collapsed in that moment. Ning Sinin opened his mouth, his Adam's apple moving slightly. The base of his ear was almost red enough to drip blood, revealing his tension. Su Shiqing remained silent, quietly observing his reaction. Though she was emotionally duller, even someone blind to emotion could discern the answer from Ning Sinin's reactions. This time, Ning Sinan didn't continue to hide from her. You're right, Su Shiqing. I like you. The kind of liking that happens between a man and a woman. The hand frozen midair slowly withdrew as Ning Sinan took a deep breath. Finally raising his eyes, his dark pupils reflected Su Shiqing's figure, focused and reverent, like a vortex pulling one inexorably inward. I don't know when I started liking you. Maybe during the zombie wave. Or perhaps even earlier. I might have been already moved without realizing it. I worry you will get hurt on the road. I fear you might encounter danger. I dread if we were to part ways, there would no longer be any chance of meeting you again. That's why I exhausted all excuses and voluntarily joined your team. Truly, I really like you, Su Shiqing. In this life, I have never learned how to love, but you are the first person who makes me uncontrollably care about you, value you. Under the quiet night, both sides of the road were empty, leaving only Su Shiqing and Ning Sinan facing each other, their shadows intertwining. Ning Sinan's voice was calm. Not just his ears, but even his cheeks turned slightly red, nearly losing coherence in speech. He had never been so nervous in his entire life. Even Su Shiqing could clearly hear his slightly disordered breathing. It was as if he had completely laid bare his heart, placing it thoroughly in front of Su Shiqing. Ning Sinan rambled on for a long time, his gaze firmly fixed on the girl standing in front of him, solemn and sincere. When he finally fell silent and saw that Su Shiqing's expression still showed little change, Ning Sinan almost felt his heart stop. He bit his lips, a trace of disappointment showing in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He pretended to remain calm, managing to force a smile onto his lips as he looked at Su Shiqing. Of course, liking you is my own business. You can refuse me. There's no need to feel compelled. Just promise me one thing, okay? Ning Sinan's voice was very soft enough to make people feel as though he was about to shatter. He said, don't drive me away, let me stay, alright? In the vast world after the apocalypse, if Ning Sinan were to really separate from Su Shiqing, he truly wouldn't be able to find her again. His eyes carried a careful plea, which was extremely rare and incongruous for Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing pressed her lips together, slightly lowering her eyelids, appearing outwardly unchanged, yet her trembling eyelashes betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Actually, ever since asking that question, Su Shiqing began to regret it. She had clearly made up her mind, deciding not to inquire further, yet something had prompted her, causing that sentence to slip out impulsively. And what made Su Shiqing more bewildered was that Ning Sinan actually admitted it. She guessed correctly. Ning Sinan indeed liked her. A complicated emotion surged in her heart, as if her rapid heartbeat due to nervousness also intertwined with a deeper sentiment. Was it joy? No, it wasn't. Su Shiqing's heart felt as though grabbed by a hand, making her breathless. Was it rejection? That certainly didn't seem fitting either. Upon hearing the confirmation of his nod, Su Shiqing experienced not a trace of displeasure or irritation, but rather a sense of relief, like a heavy stone finally landing safely on the ground. At this moment, although her face didn't display much change, her inner emotions churned violently. Her mind buzzed, preventing Su Shiqing from calming down for a short while, her hands trembling slightly, as if gripped by nervousness too. Seeing Su Shiqing fall silent, Ning Sinan didn't interrupt her, merely watching silently, like waiting for the final verdict upon himself, awaiting patiently. After a long pause, Su Shiqing finally blinked her sore eyes and slightly turned her head to look at Ning Sinan. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. You said you like me. What if I reject you? What will you do? Respecting everyone's choice is a person's basic quality. Ning Sinan held his heart against his chest and shook his head gently. Similarly, I will respect your decision. But liking you is my choice. This won't change. Ning Sinan smiled faintly as his eyebrows relaxed, revealing a permissive tenderness. Just keep moving forward, and I'll be behind you all the time. Go ahead on the path you wish to take, and do whatever you want to do, while I'll always stand behind you. Unsure if it was due to the excessively intense gaze from the other side, Su Shiqing seemed to have been burned and hastily pulled her sight away. She could feel her heartbeat speeding up, almost ready to leap out of her throat, with a tingling sensation in her hands and feet. Su Shiqing opened her mouth, but found no words to say. I currently have no intention of considering matters related to emotions. Her voice was rough, as if testing or doubting. Aren't you regretful? Even if you chase me across the entire apocalypse world, you may end up wasting all that effort for nothing. From the perspective of interest, the result often matters more than the process. But from my standpoint, the result is merely an endorsement of my journey. Ning Sinan's eyes slightly darkened as he firmly shook his head seriously. However, everything I've done does not require anyone's validation. His tone brooked no room for argument, with no sign of retreat, which left Su Shiqing unsure of what to say next. Su Shiqing stepped back slightly, closed her eyes, and spoke as if murmuring to herself. I'm sorry, my mind is a little messy right now. Suddenly, a finger lightly pressed against Su Shiqing's lips, abruptly stopping her. Her eyes snapped open wide in astonishment. At some point, Ning Sinan had moved closer, preventing Su Shiqing from continuing. With a gentle smile of warmth akin to soothing a child, he said softly, if you can't answer, then don't answer for now. Just treat what happened tonight as a dream. When you're ready to make a decision, come tell me. I'll be waiting for you forever. Chapter 221, Escape. Su Shiqing abruptly opened her eyes, breathing heavily as she looked around. She had returned to the modern-day cottage. Yes, she was back in the present. More accurately, she had fled back to the present. Ning Sinan had said some comforting words, suggesting that they should regard what happened that night as just a dream. How could that be possible? Just imagining the awkwardness of facing each other the next morning made Su Shiqing feel more and more uneasy, not having prepared herself at all to confront Ning Sinin. Thus, the moment she stumbled back into her room, Su Shiqing's hand instinctively went to the mark on her collarbone. This might also have been a way of escaping, but Su Shiqing didn't have time to consider whether it was right or wrong. It was an unconscious reaction. She had rented an inexpensive apartment near the hospital to use as cover when she traveled back and forth between this era and the apocalyptic future. Now, waking up in this sparsely furnished bedroom, Su Shiqing's chest rose and fell gently as she stared blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, she finally closed her eyes wearily, like coming back to her senses. Lying still on the hard wooden bed that felt uncomfortable, Su Shiqing raised her hand to cover her eyes, sighing with a sense of resignation, muttering, "What kind of mess is this?" Although she had temporarily arrived in the present, the thought of Ning Sinin, such a huge issue waiting for her in the apocalypse, gave Su Shiqing a headache. She could certainly decline Ning Sinin straightforwardly. He had said he would respect all of her decisions. However, Ning Sinin had also said that he wouldn't leave and would always follow her around. Refusing someone's feelings yet allowing them to willingly serve as your bodyguard and handle all aspects of your daily life. Wasn't that merely prolonging their suffering in another form? Though Ning Sinin might be doing it voluntarily, Su Shiqing couldn't help but feel it wasn't right. But if she were to accept Ning Sinin, there were far too many things she had to think about. Matters in the modern world, problems in the apocalypse, Anren's health condition now, and Anren's safety in the future, not to mention unresolved family issues involving her biological parents. Su Shiqing simply lacked the extra energy to consider her future with a man. Clearly, it was supposed to be a simple transactional relationship. So how did it evolve into this? Su Shiqing sat up from the bed, letting out a sigh, anxiously rubbing her hair. Regardless, since she was already back in the modern world, it was essential to arrange matters here first. As for Ning Sinin, his accommodating and gentle smile once again popped up in her mind uninvited, momentarily causing her breath to hitch before she violently shook her head to expel the image. Enough, Su Shiqing. She slapped her cheeks. Pull yourself together and stop daydreaming. She got off the bed, checked her phone, and confirmed the current time. Last time, when she transported back to the post-apocalypse, it was still morning. She bid farewell to Rolla, who was helping take care of Anren at the hospital, saying she had something to attend to and came to this small house. Now, including the period of deep contemplation just then, the time had nearly reached noon, lunchtime. Su Shiqing began contemplating what she should do during this trip to the modern era. Thinking of it, this return had been overly rushed. The promised gold crystal core from Zhuang Minglu hadn't been obtained, and the reserves in her space weren't exactly plentiful. But now that she was back, it wasn't the time to dwell on it. From the previous 2 trips back from the apocalypse, there was still plenty of gold left, which was enough for the moment. First and foremost, gathering supplies was priority. After conducting a series of transactions with Ning and Base, the food and water in her storage space were gradually running out. Also, the remaining medicines and various seeds were dwindling fast. If she didn't replenish them this time, the next time she returned to the apocalypse, she wouldn't have much left. But after the 2 previous major supply collections, Su Shiqing had become quite proficient at it. Gathering materials wouldn't take long to complete. The next task at hand was the specialized handgun in her possession. The modified gun she retrieved from Tao Xian lay quietly within her storage space. This type of modified pistol was something even Zhuang Minglu respected, and Su Shiqing wanted to see if she could figure out its principles. Though she herself wasn't very skilled with firearms, Ning Sinin had excellent marksmanship, and one of his regular weapons was a handgun. Again thinking of Ning Sinin, Su Shiqing felt her heart becoming troubled once more, and she vigorously shook her head, walking to the bathroom, where she splashed cold water on her face. To find someone capable of researching the modified handgun, Su Shiqing had only one resource: Rolla. As a former mercenary, Rolla had dealt with firearms and ammunition frequently overseas and was likely to have some knowledge of pistol modifications. At the same time, Su Shiqing wanted to ask her if she knew of any way to purchase bullets. After all, bullets were a very scarce resource in the apocalypse. Combined, they didn't have many at all. If Rolla couldn't find a source either, Su Shiqing might have to consider going abroad herself to investigate. The third matter was related to the Su family. Although there had been no news from the Su family since the engagement banquet scandal went viral online, Su Shiqing didn't believe they would let her off easily after such an embarrassing setback. Thinking of the previous paternity test results, Su Shiqing's eyes dimmed. Su Ying was not Qin Rugbing's biological son, but the fact remained that she had indeed been pregnant. This meant that Su Shiqing had a sibling, either a younger brother or sister, who was lost somewhere outside their family. So much time had passed, the chances of finding this person were slim. Nevertheless, Su Shiqing still wanted to try. An infant back then, entirely disconnected from the Su family, was truly innocent. What else was there? Oh yes. The last time before returning to the apocalypse, Lin Jinhong had mentioned that there had been progress in studying the materials she had brought back from the apocalyptic era, and there might be news soon. Su Shiqing was quite looking forward to these findings from the apocalypse, since those documents were ones carefully selected by Ning Sinin. Once again, Ning Sinin came to mind, and memories of their conversation that night involuntarily surfaced. Closing her eyes briefly, Su Shiqing took a sharp breath. It just won't end. Chapter 222, Sun Tinglan. Su Shiqing quickly tidied herself up, changed into a nondescript sportswear set, and pulled down the brim of her baseball cap to cover her eyebrows and eyes. After making these preparations, Su Shiqing left the small house. She planned to first visit Anren at the hospital and also discuss some matters with Rolla. She hailed a taxi to the hospital. Sitting in the back seat, Su Shiqing took advantage of the idle time to check her phone, hoping to find any updates regarding the Su family affairs. Her fingertips swiped over a headline on the news feed, and Su Shiqing was about to scroll further. However, when she suddenly realized what she had seen, her finger paused mid-motion as Su Shiqing's eyes widened slightly, hurriedly scrolling back on the news article. The overseas studying young miss of the Sun family has returned today, rumored engagement with the Lin family announced. Could another high society marriage be in the works? The young miss of the Sun family? The Lin family? Both of these names were familiar to Su Shiqing. The Lin family was none other than the powerful clan ruled by Lin Jianhong. Was this a case of an arranged marriage so sudden? And the young miss of the Sun family, Sun Tinglan, by a peculiar coincidence, was Su Shiqing's best friend during her high school days. Back then, Su Shiqing excelled academically, but Sun Tinglan was different. Her exam scores always ranked last in the class. So the Sun family decided to send her abroad for higher education, adding a golden touch to her academic credentials. After graduating from high school, Sun Tinglan immediately left for studies abroad, and her connection with Su Shiqing gradually faded away. It had been 5 or 6 years since they last met. Sun Tinglan. Su Shiqing opened the accompanying picture and saw the familiar figure walking out of the airport. She narrowed her eyes slightly, nostalgia flickering in her gaze. Long time no see. In the photo, Sun Tinglan wore a shawl, her lush wine-red long hair cascading down her back, each strand meticulously styled. Sun Tinglan's features leaned towards purity, with a pair of innocent and simple large eyes. But those who had interacted with her knew well that beneath the appearance of a perfect girl lied rebelliousness from head to toe. Su Shiqing, having mixed around with her during high school, understood this thoroughly. Her fingertip lightly caressed the screen, memories flooding back, causing Su Shiqing's brow to furrow unintentionally. Sun Tinglan. Could she be here for an arranged marriage? How did she remember? Back in high school, didn't Sun Tinglan once say that she believed in lifelong singleness, refusing to marry a stranger under anyone's force? Had she changed her mind? Or was she forced to marry, just like herself? Feeling something was odd about the situation, Su Shiqing focused her gaze, deciding to dig deeper for information. She slid her phone screen twice and sent a message to Lin Jianhong. Su Shiqing. Heard you're getting married off? Lin Jianhong. What rumor are you talking about? Su Shiqing. Isn't it on the top of today's news? The Sun family is going to arrange a marriage with the Lin family. Lin Jianhong. Oh yeah, I remember now. The fiancé is not me, but one of my younger cousins. Both families only agreed on a rough outline so far, nothing concrete yet. Why do you suddenly care about this? Su Shiqing. Why is this arranged marriage happening so suddenly? Is the young miss of the Sun family willing? Lin Jianhong. Lately, the Sun family's market isn't doing well, while the Lin group is thriving. A marriage alliance makes sense. But concerning the young miss of the Sun family, I haven't heard much about her personally. Generally, marriages of this nature follow parents' arrangements. Even though she's the young miss, the Sun family doesn't have her alone. Perhaps she has little say in the matter. Do you know the young miss of the Sun family? As the messages appeared on her phone screen, Su Shiqing's brows furrowed more tightly, sensing something wasn't right. So this time Sun Tinglan's return wasn't voluntary? News of the Su family's arranged marriage broke only days ago, and suddenly news of the Sun family young miss's marriage emerged. This timing seemed suspiciously coincidental. With experience from many incidents, even a minor ripple made Su Shiqing consider the worst possible outcomes. Su Shiqing hesitated. Should she contact Sun Tinglan? Though their friendship was solid in high school, so much time had passed, things had changed, and neither knew if they still wanted to maintain a relationship. Possibly due to her cold-blooded nature, following the idea that less trouble was better than more, Su Shiqing hadn't intended to reach out actively. But before Su Shiqing reached out, Sun Tinglan contacted her first. Just as Su Shiqing was about to turn off her phone, a long unseen nickname popped up in a chat window. Sun Tinglan. Baby, it's been so long since we last met. Do you still remember me? Let's hang out when you have time. She also added a cute emoji at the end. But as Su Shiqing read the message, her heart slowly sank. The tone of the message was just as she remembered it. Yet after years without contact, Sun Tinglan suddenly reaching out to suggest they meet up triggered a bit of caution in Su Shiqing's mind. Anyone who has been online would know about the recent uproar regarding the Su family's engagement party. If Sun Tinglan knew about it, she must realize that Su Shiqing's current situation is somewhat awkward. If the Su family saw them together, it would cause trouble, so going out to meet wasn't really a good idea. Unless Sun Tinglan was actually on the Su family's side. Phew. Su Shiqing pressed her baseball cap brim lower, letting out a deep breath, and put down her phone silently. She hoped this was just because Sun Tinglan was careless enough to overlook that point, rather than having some kind of connection with the Su family. Should she reply? Since Su Shiqing couldn't decide, she simply pretended not to see the message and returned the phone to her pocket. The taxi soon arrived at the hospital entrance. Su Shiqing pushed open the door, got out, and quickly walked toward Anren's ward. When she opened the door, Su Shiqing saw Anren lying in bed and Rolla sitting beside her lost in thought. Oh, darling, you're back? As soon as she saw Su Shiqing come in, Rolla immediately perked up, standing up with a smile to greet her. This behavior reminded Su Shiqing of a housewife waiting alone for her husband to return, making even her hurried steps pause momentarily. Chapter 223. You're going to get into trouble. Dear, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Ruala grinned as she approached Su Shiqing. Her bright golden curly hair added a bold touch to her appearance. She extended a finger, lightly lifting Su Shiqing's chin. Sister really missed you. Su Shiqing sighed and pushed her hand away. Although used to Rua's teasing manner of speaking, each time she heard it, her body still couldn't help but stiffen momentarily. Each time Su Shiqing returned from the apocalypse world, she felt like time had shifted entirely. Seeing the lively expression on the other person made her slightly dazed. But very quickly, Su Shiqing came back to her senses. Well, I've only been gone for half a day at most. Why does it sound like I've been gone for 10 days or half a month? Su Shiqing sighed helplessly, shaking her head and taking a few steps into the hospital room before closing the door. That's none of my concern. Ruala arched an eyebrow. Is it not a good thing that sister misses you? Hearing these words, Su Shiqing smiled slightly, not denying them, and moved further inside toward the bedside. The patient in the bed, Ran, showed no signs of waking up, with various tubes connected to her body, making her already fragile form appear even smaller. Su Shiqing's eyes dimmed as she sat by the bedside and gently combed the strands of hair near Ran's ear, her gaze filled with tenderness. Ruala turned around, seeing this scene, hesitating briefly without saying anything. The smile on her face lessened somewhat, as if she had thought of something. Though only half a day had passed in the modern world since her return from the apocalypse, it had felt like more than a week to Su Shiqing. This caused her eyes to betray a deep longing whenever she looked at Ran. Sitting by the bedside, Su Shiqing softly held Ran's small hand, feeling its cool texture, and exhaled almost imperceptibly. After confirming Ran's condition was unchanged, Su Shiqing felt relieved. Still holding her younger sister's hand, she turned her head to look at Ruala. Sister Ruala, I want to show you something. Su Shiqing looked at Ruala with a slightly serious expression, showing no intention of joking. Seeing this, Ruala curled her lips slightly. Though her face still wore a smile, her playful demeanor from before had disappeared. Approaching the bed, Ruala sat down on the chair next to it and bit into a piece of fruit on the table. Having your sister appraise something isn't free, you know. Su Shiqing ignored her comment, reaching into her shoulder bag as though rummaging around, but actually pulling out a modified pistol from the space pocket. Sister Ruala, take a look at this. Su Shiqing placed the delicate, compact pistol on the table, and the metallic material created a crisp sound upon contact with the tabletop. Ruala's previously lackadaisical expression instantly tightened as her gaze landed on the pistol lying on the table. A gun. Ruala narrowed her eyes. All hints of laughter disappeared from her face, replaced instead by seriousness. Rather than immediately questioning Su Shiqing about the origin of the gun, Ruala noticed some modifications to the weapon structure first. Frowning slightly, she picked up the item and examined it carefully. It's a gun that has been modified. Ruala quickly found that the pistol in her hands did not match any current models available in the market. It had been specifically re-engineered by someone skilled. You're right. Seeing Ruala identify it at a glance confirmed Su Shiqing's belief that she was consulting the right person. She nodded, watching the changing expressions on Ruala's face, and began to speak slowly. This is a pistol given to me by a friend of mine, one that has undergone significant modifications. But since I'm not familiar with this field, Sister Ruala, can you see if there's anything special about this gun? Ruala didn't say anything initially. She first weighed the gun in her palm, then removed the magazine, checked that it contained no bullets, and pulled the trigger twice. Finally, putting the gun down, Ruala frowned slightly, lightly stroking her chin. Your friend is an expert. In all the years I've been a mercenary, I haven't seen a gun improved like this one. Really? What exactly has it been improved? Su Shiqing asked eagerly. Firstly, let's talk about the basic silencer. There's no need to elaborate much, but this one silences sound thoroughly. Based on how this pistol looks, unless you're shooting under someone's nose, the target will generally be unable to notice. Secondly, such small pistols typically have a very short range, losing their effectiveness beyond a certain distance. But this pistol is different. Although precise experiments have not been conducted, I estimate that within at least 400 meters, no, even up to 800 meters, this pistol's killing power would remain unaffected. Finally, the recoil of this pistol can almost be described as negligible. Even I can't figure out at first glance how this was achieved. Ruala looked at the petite pistol on the table and nodded. Dear, you've made a good friend to give you such a great treasure. Maybe one day, you could introduce him to your sister? Su Shiqing snapped back to reality, subconsciously touching her neck with a bit of guilt. An introduction was highly unlikely, not just because they might not even be in the same world, but also because Tao Xian likely didn't even have a body left by now. Fortunately, Ruala had only mentioned it casually and didn't seem interested in pressing further about this friend. Then, Sister Ruala, is there a way for you to replicate this pistol? Remembering the most crucial question, Su Shiqing turned expectantly toward Ruala and asked, Dear, you keep giving me difficult tasks. Ruala sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose with her fingers before shaking her head. But unfortunately, for this particular issue, I truly cannot help. I'm quite knowledgeable when it comes to firearms and ammunition, but from the little I checked just now, I still couldn't discern what principle was used to modify this pistol. So, replicating it would be far-fetched. Although somewhat disappointed, Su Shiqing had anticipated this kind of outcome. Seeing Ruala shake her head in refusal, she didn't push the matter further. Well, Su Shiqing restored the pistol and glanced mischievously, then moved forward and held Ruala's hand. Big sister, do you have a way to get bullets suitable for this gun? Ruala blinked quickly, a shadow passing through her eyes, and her tone changed slightly. You need bullets? For what? Ruala squinted, sharp and quick to catch the essence. You're going to get into trouble? This left Su Shiqing rather hard-pressed to answer since she couldn't honestly disclose the real reason for needing the bullets to Ruola. She had to think hard for a plausible excuse to try and fool her way through. However, before Su Shiqing had a chance to utter a word, Ruola closed her eyes briefly and spoke up first. Dear, guns and ammunition are dangerous things. It's true overseas and domestically as well. You're really going to get into trouble. Chapter 224. If they don't want it, I do. Ruola's tone was unlike her usual casual manner, instead carrying a hint of complexity. It seemed like she was reminding Su Shiqing of something, or perhaps showing concern for her, not wanting her to get into trouble. Her deep blue eyes, akin to the ocean, silently gazed at Su Shiqing. Ruola, looking at the other person's face, had her gaze dimmed slightly, seemingly revealing a trace of nostalgia, as if she were seeing something through Su Shiqing. Confronted with those complex blue eyes, Su Shiqing froze momentarily, opening her mouth but unsure what to say. The atmosphere in the hospital room fell into an eerie silence, with only the unconscious and Ran lying still on the bed, completely unaware. Su Shiqing stared blankly at Ruola. For a moment, she seemed to catch a glimmer of sadness in the other's eyes. Before Su Shiqing could think of how to persuade her, Ruola withdrew her gaze first. She lowered her eyelids, quickly blinked, and slowly exhaled, as if making some kind of decision. Do you really need this bullet? Ruola leaned slightly back against the chair, avoiding direct eye contact with Su Shiqing, her tone returning to its usual nonchalance. Without continuing the previous topic, Ruola lightly asked, do you need it? Yes. Though confused, after a brief silence, Su Shiqing nodded truthfully. Good. Ruola nodded decisively, picking up her phone nearby. I have connections abroad, and I can help you obtain these things, but it will take a few days. She agreed without hesitation, as if not considering the consequences of smuggling firearms and ammunition at all. This left Su Shiqing, who had already prepared her reasons, speechless, with words stuck in her throat. Watching Ruola tapping away on her phone screen for a long time, Su Shiqing finally found her voice. Oh, aren't you going to ask me why I need those things? Su Shiqing looked at Ruola, furrowing her brows, puzzled as she spoke. If I ask, sister, would you honestly tell me? Ruola smirked lightly, arching her eyebrows as if half smiling while looking at Su Shiqing. Su Shiqing immediately lost her words, feeling as though her thoughts had been seen through. See? So why should I bother asking such a meaningless question? Ruola shrugged indifferently, her gaze returning to the phone where she continued typing, as if contacting someone. Without raising her head, Ruola said to Su Shiqing, do what you want to do. Sister will help you. But remember one thing, stay safe. Half a year ago, Ruola had said similar words to Xiaoguai. Xiaoguai had wanted to go out and explore, only to return leaving behind nothing but a suicide note. Now, watching Su Shiqing, whose features slightly resembled Xiaoguai's, Ruola made the same choice she had half a year before. Taking a deep breath, Ruola put down her phone, raised her eyes to Su Shiqing, then lowered them again. She warned quietly, don't die out there. Su Shiqing had always known that Ruola had an unpleasant past, but now, seeing the way she treated herself, she felt a strange sensation. Why? Su Shiqing couldn't hold back the question and blurted it out while looking at Ruola's features. Why are you so good to me, Sister Ruola? Ruola lifted her head, first glancing at Su Shiqing, then turned to look at the unconscious and Ran on the bed. The matter of Xiaoguai lingered on her lips, but she swallowed the words. You've already called me sister. Isn't it normal for me to help solve your problems? Ruola smiled carelessly, acting just like her usual self. She was still investigating whether Xiaoguai was truly related to the Su family. Although the similarity in their appearances hinted strongly at an answer, Ruola wasn't yet in a rush to say anything aloud. The incident from years ago was deeply concealed, and Ruola couldn't find records about the mother and newborn, so the only way to confirm would be through the most definitive method, DNA testing. For Ruola, getting Su Mingda's and Qin Rupiying's DNA samples wouldn't be difficult, and the results would likely come out in a few days. By then, she'd decide whether to reveal everything to Su Shiqing. While Ruola thought all this over, Su Shiqing pressed her lips and spoke once more. Actually, Sister Ruola, there's one more favor I'd like to ask of you. Su Shiqing touched her nose, feeling somewhat awkward for repeatedly asking the other for help. My dear, you're certainly not shy about it. Ruola sighed helplessly, but didn't refuse. Tell me, what is it? I want you to try and help me find a person. Su Shiqing's expression turned serious, her gaze shifting towards and Ran lying on the hospital bed. You should already know that my younger brother, Su Ying, has no blood relation to our mother. Back in the days when Qin Rupiying was pregnant, I remember it clearly. The child in her belly was real. If that child wasn't Su Ying, then it means that I have another sibling, either a younger brother or sister, who might be out there somewhere. I want you to help me try to uncover some clues from back then. Although so much time has passed, and I can't guarantee whether the sibling I've never met is still alive, I still feel compelled to investigate. Su Shiqing looked at and Ran, her eyes revealing a mix of emotions. After finishing what she said, she waited for a response from Ruola but heard nothing for a long time. Puzzled, she turned around to look at Ruola. She noticed that Ruola had frozen in place, staring blankly at her, seemingly lost in thought. Ruola, sister? Su Shiqing called out curiously, which finally snapped Ruola back to reality. Huh? Oh. Ruola blinked her eyes, gradually regaining her composure. Lowering her eyelids, Ruola's emotions became difficult to read. You and that unknown child probably share no connection or feelings. Are you sure you want to search for them? Yes, Su Shiqing nodded without hesitation. Technically speaking, that child could be my real younger brother or sister. No matter what, they're innocent. To be abandoned by their parents as an infant must have made their growing up years incredibly lonely, helpless, and sorrowful. Although Su Shiqing grew up in the Su family, truthfully speaking, having parents or not didn't make much difference in her case. She understood all too well how painful such feelings could be. Turning her head towards and ran on the bed, Su Shiqing's resolve grew firmer. Her tone left no room for argument. If Su Mingda and Qin Ruping don't want this child, then I do. No matter what, sister won't abandon him, or her. Chapter 225, Xiaoguai. Xiaoguai, did you hear that? Your family truly didn't abandon you. She would love you deeply. Although your parents, Xiaoguai, were bastards, you really have a great older sister. Your wish has come true, Xiaoguai. You're not an unwanted child anymore. If you were still alive, wouldn't you be happy? Xiaoguai. Ruola blinked, suppressing the soreness in her eyes, and before Su Shiqing noticed, she wiped away a trace of moisture from the corner of her eye, ensuring no one saw anything unusual. So, Ruola sis, could you please help me keep an eye out for any information related to this? Su Shiqing turned around and earnestly asked. She knew this matter had been over for a very long time, and the difficulty of investigating it was probably immense. Even if Ruola might not be able to uncover everything, Su Shiqing still didn't want to miss any possibility. And Ruola didn't refuse her. Of course I can. Ruola agreed, and in her crystal-clear, sapphire-like eyes, a touch of tenderness seemed to flow. Dear, you are a good sister. However, Ruola didn't know how she would inform the other party when the time came that Xiaoguai had already passed away. Upon hearing this, Su Shiqing simply smiled. As someone who arrived in this world earlier than my younger siblings, some of the hardships I endured, I wouldn't want them to experience if possible. Leave this matter to Big Sis. Ruola stood up, stretched, relaxed her muscles, and smiled at Su Shiqing. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an answer after some time. In that case, thank you, Ruola sis. Su Shiqing sincerely thanked the other person. This time, she really troubled Ruola with many things, and even Su Shiqing herself couldn't figure out why Ruola was so good to her, almost always accommodating her every request. But there wasn't a trace of ill intention in Ruola's demeanor and actions, leaving Su Shiqing confused as to how such a person, with whom she had no past interaction, could possibly harm her. Could it be because of Lin Jianhong? It seemed that Ruola worked under Lin Jianhong, and since she was currently an important partner of Lin Jianhong, was that why Ruola took care of her like this? But in everyday interactions, it didn't seem like Ruola showed much respect for Lin Jianhong. It was really perplexing. In less than 3 hours since returning to the modern era, both the bullet issue and the people finding matter had been resolved, which made Su Shiqing relax a bit. There was no rush for handling supplies matters temporarily, and Su Shiqing hadn't decided yet when she planned to return to the post-apocalypse world. More accurately speaking, she hadn't figured out how to face Ning Sinan. Su Shiqing, I like you, the kind of liking that pertains to romantic feelings. I really, really like you. I will wait for you forever. Once the task at hand was done and her mind idle, Su Shiqing couldn't stop recalling Ning Sinan's words and expressions from that night. Sitting by the hospital window, Su Shiqing silently looked at the scenery outside, watching vehicles coming and going on the street, observing pedestrians walking shoulder to shoulder on the roadside. She noticed a young couple standing under the shade of trees outside the hospital, hiding from the noisy crowd, engaging in intimate gestures. The man leaned down, lightly brushing a kiss on the girl's lips, just like those inexperienced lovers in their first romance. Neither of them engaged in more improper behavior, but both turned red in the face. From the vantage point of the hospital room, one could clearly see the couple's actions, and scenes from that evening repeatedly replayed in Su Shiqing's mind like a movie. Every sentence from Ning Sinan, every subtle change in expression, seemed vividly clear as if it had just happened. If they could also have such a romance. Su Shiqing unconsciously raised her hand, gently touching her lips with her fingertips, lowering her eyelids slightly, as if lost in thought. The next moment, she suddenly realized what she was thinking about, freezing in her movement, quickly withdrawing her hand, her earlobes subconsciously turning red. Just as Su Shiqing's heart was pounding, behind her came Ruo's teasing voice. Dear, what sort of adult content are you thinking about? TSK. Look, your ears are red enough to bleed. Ruola sis. Su Shiqing was startled, turning her head to see Ruola bringing over a chair and sitting down beside her. Supporting her chin with one hand, Ruola looked interestedly at Su Shiqing's bright red earlobes. Come on, tell me, which smelly guy were you thinking about just now? Su Shiqing felt like she was on fire, covering her face with her hand, murmuring, what man? Ruola sis, please don't say such things. No man? Could it be, dear, that you like girls? Ruola blinked and deliberately twisted the meaning. Although I'm not currently interested in dating, if it's what you want, I can make an exception for you, dear. That was ridiculous, getting more outlandish by the second. Now it wasn't just her earlobes, but Su Shiqing's whole face that started to warm up slightly and turn red. Helplessly lowering her hand, she shook her head at Ruola. Sis Ruola, please stop saying these things. Why shouldn't we talk about this? Ruola looked completely justified as she pointed through the window to the young couple outside the hospital. It's just about being in love. It's not illegal. You're no longer a minor, dear, so why wouldn't you fall in love? Su Shiqing's eyelashes trembled slightly twice before she turned away, looking toward the blue sky outside the window, muttering almost to herself, I don't have any plans to start a relationship right now. Upon hearing this, Ruo La raised an eyebrow, glancing at the obviously troubled look on Su Shirqing's face, and smiled. Dear, I don't believe you when you say that. Ruo La extended a finger, lifting Su Shirqing's chin to face her directly, carefully observing her. If you don't plan on falling in love, dear, why are you blushing? This was something Su Shirqing herself couldn't explain either. I don't know. Su Shirqing shook her head, gazing into Ruo La's sapphire-like eyes, and then lowering her own, somewhat bewildered. Then let me guess. Ruo La chuckled softly with a hint of tenderness in her gaze. You don't want to date, but there is already someone you like, isn't there? Already, someone she liked? Ning Sinen's figure immediately popped up in her mind, and Su Shirqing's breath caught slightly without thinking as she shook her head in denial. I don't. Seeing Su Shirqing stubbornly denying, Ruo La laughed aloud. Dear, your expression doesn't suggest no at all. Chapter 226, Extending Lifespan. Su Shirqing couldn't explain what she was thinking, biting her lower lip as she hesitated without speaking. Fortunately, the sound of a text message on her phone saved her. Quickly glancing at her phone, Su Shirqing stood up and hurried toward the door. There's something Lin Jinhong needs me for. I'll go take care of it. Hearing Lin Jinhong's name, the faint smile on Ruo La's face dimmed slightly. Watching Su Shirqing quickly vanish through the door, she shook her head helplessly, gazing out at the blue sky and sighing. It's great to be young. Lin Jinhong really did have something he needed her for. Su Shirqing hadn't actually lied on this point. The research has yielded results. Take a look. Although Su Shirqing didn't understand why he would involve her after producing results from the information she gave him, given the situation earlier, she still did not refuse, but left the ward. She pulled her cap brim lower, called a taxi, and headed in the direction of the Lin Family Corporation. It was still that same office on the top floor. Lin Jinhong sat at his desk with a stack of paper documents spread before him, one hand propping up his forehead, while his brows were slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. Upon hearing Su Shirqing's footsteps enter, Lin Jinhong shifted slightly, lowering his hand to pick up the coffee next to him and take a sip. You've come. Quite unexpectedly, Lin Jinhong personally rose and pulled out a chair for Su Shirqing, gesturing for her to sit down. However, Su Shirqing took a small step back upon seeing his action, fixedly staring into Lin Jinhong's eyes with suspicion. Something's off with you, Lin Jinhong. Lin Jinhong paused slightly at her words, looking over with an expression of mild surprise. As they say, when someone suddenly becomes overly attentive, it usually means either mischief or betrayal. Su Shirqing sighed, choosing not to sit on the chair Lin Jinhong had pulled out, but instead finding a place to sit nearby. Just say what you need directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinhong fell silent for a moment before letting out a helpless laugh. Su Shirqing, has anyone ever told you that you're too straightforward? He put the chair back in its original position, then returned to his seat, picking up the stack of paper documents on the table and trying to show them to Su Shirqing, but she refused. Just tell me what's wrong straight away. I can't even understand half of those technical terms anyway. Su Shirqing shrugged, observing Lin Jinhong's expression carefully. It was strange, very strange. The last 2 times they met, Lin Jinhong still maintained a distant demeanor, fully focused on his business endeavors. He treated her, a partner, with indifference. But today, very unusual. He actually personally pulled out a chair for her. Abnormal behavior usually means trouble, and Su Shirqing felt certain that Lin Jinhong must want something from her again. Seeing that Su Shirqing wasn't interested in looking at the documents, Lin Jinhong didn't get upset, but placed the items back on the desk. His smooth, unhurried voice sounded very soothing. Since you don't want to see it, let me give you a brief summary. I assigned specialized personnel to study the data you gave me last time, and they have uncovered some things. I'm curious about where exactly you got these materials from. It's incredibly useful, much more than you could possibly imagine. Ignoring his curiosity, Su Shirqing blinked. Oh, how useful is it? She herself was also quite curious, wondering just what Ning Sinin had unearthed to gain such high praise from Lin Jinhong. It's a technique that slows down human organ aging. Lin Jinhong lightly tapped his fingers on the desktop, making a crisp sound. In other words, it extends human lifespan. There's a conservative estimate that this technology could extend the average human life by 20 to 30 years. And once certain conditions are met, this technology could rapidly become universal among all humans. This was a truly terrifying thing. The richer and more powerful someone is, the more they value their own life. If there's a way to extend it by decades, in the future, they will do anything to acquire it. Currently, this technology is in the hands of the Lin Corporation. If used well, it wouldn't take long before Lin Jinhong and the company behind him see their net worth multiply exponentially. Su Shirqing understood this as well, widening her eyes slightly. She hadn't expected that what Ning Sinin had produced would be like this. This was pure profit. In the future, nothing in the world would be more valuable than life, which meant that the profits brought by this technology would greatly increase. Frankly speaking, if Su Shirqing had known the significance of this technology earlier, she might not have been so willing to hand it over to Lin Jinhong. What to do with a little regret? But Su Shirqing didn't notice that Lin Jinhong's face didn't display the imagined joy. Instead, his brow was deeply furrowed, as though troubled by something. Seeing Su Shirqing's lack of particular reaction, Lin Jinhong couldn't help but sigh lightly and took the initiative to speak. But I also said that this technology can only be truly promoted under certain conditions. This time Su Shirqing caught the underlying meaning in his words. What do you mean? With your abilities, could there really be a technological condition you can't meet? Lin Jinhong shook his head, revealing a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. If it were anything else, I could definitely handle it. But one of the materials mentioned in this technology is something I've never heard of. Now Su Shiqing became interested. She had a vague suspicion brewing inside her as she sat upright waiting for him to continue. Lin Jianhong stood up, took out the manuscript Su Shiqing had given him earlier, walked a few steps, and handed it over personally. His fingertip traced along the text until finally stopping at the last two characters, while simultaneously opening his mouth. This manuscript mentions the final material, a crystalline structure, entirely translucent, colorless and odorless, containing an energy force. I have gathered many people to study this, yet none can figure out what it is. Lin Jianhong looked into Su Shiqing's eyes with an indescribable expression at the bottom of his gaze. Su Shiqing, do you know anything about it? Su Shiqing lowered her head to stare at the elegant handwriting on the paper without speaking, narrowing her eyes slightly as she read the description. Hiss. This description seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be crystal core? If the goal was to extend human life, the crystal core from the apocalypse seemed indeed capable of achieving this. Absorbing the energy within the crystal core could enhance the power of psychics, and correspondingly, their lifespans would be extended little by little. It made sense now. What kind of technology could prolong human life? Still, Su Shiqing had one concern left. If people from modern times absorbed the energy of the crystal core, what would happen? Would they become psychics? Or mutate directly into zombies? Or maybe, due to improper control of the energy, they would explode and die? Regardless of which outcome, all appeared utterly terrifying. Su Shiqing did not want to transform the currently peaceful modern world into another apocalypse. Chapter 227. Unable to hold back. In just a few short seconds, Su Shiqing thought deeply about many things. She did not rush to respond to Lin Jianhong's words, but instead picked up the manuscript and began reading its contents carefully for the first time. Subsequently, she discovered that the content of the manuscript was not merely theoretical. It seemed to also include records of experiments. Experiment subject number 107. Observation day 4. Normal person. Physical condition perfectly fine. No signs of rejection found. Experiment subject number 167. Observation day 9. Normal person. All physical indicators appear to exceed previous data, but still no sign of rejection. Experiment subject number 308. Observation day 34. Normal person. Physical condition perfectly fine. Resistance seems significantly improved. Still no sign of rejection. A thick stack of the manuscript pages contained nothing but these types of experimental records towards the back. The handwriting was consistent and familiar. Apparently, all of it had been personally written by Ning Sinan. Had he already conducted these experiments in the post-apocalyptic world? Recalling Ning Sinan's familiarity with zombies and other such abilities, Su Shiqing slowly understood and quickly accepted this fact. Judging from the experimental content, it seemed that introducing a controlled amount of crystal core energy into the human body would not cause any mutation or development of abnormal abilities. However, as for the part regarding extending lifespan, due to time constraints, it remained only at the theoretical stage and hadn't been experimented on yet. But with confirmation that this experiment posed no harm to humans, it was only a matter of time before the results would be achieved. Before handing over the manuscript to Lin Jianhong, Su Shiqing ensured there were no suspicious terms related to zombies or apocalypse scenarios mentioned in the document. While the description of experiment subjects might seem unsettling, they wouldn't lead anyone to those conclusions. Lin Jianhong, who had seen a lot, naturally knew that some dark places were conducting sinister activities. He thus assumed that the source of this manuscript came from such places. While flipping through the manuscripts, although Lin Jianhong felt something was off about this matter, he quickly accepted it. Do you have any thoughts about this last material mentioned in the manuscript? Lin Jianhong didn't believe that Su Shiqing, who could produce this manuscript, would be completely ignorant of its contents. His sharp gaze closely monitored the changes in Su Shiqing's expression, but all he saw was confusion turn to tension, then finally transform into relief. Lin Jianhong. For some reason, he couldn't quite figure out what Su Shiqing was thinking right now. At this moment, Su Shiqing's mood was exceptionally pleasant. If the timing wasn't inappropriate, she might even burst out laughing. After confirming that this experiment benefited humanity without side effects, Su Shiqing had little hesitation left. Crystal cores? She could easily bring countless crystal cores back with a single trip to the post-apocalyptic world. More importantly, probably only Su Shiqing herself could obtain crystal cores in this world. Isn't this a kind of monopoly? Though the research findings were in Lin Jianhong's hands, the most crucial material depended entirely on Su Shiqing's availability. If Lin Jianhong wanted to promote this project, ultimately, he would need Su Shiqing's consent. What should be done? As she continued to think about it, her mouth involuntarily began to rise, nearly unable to hold back in front of Lin Jianhong. I do indeed know what this thing is, and I have my ways of obtaining it. Su Shiqing gave him a mysterious smile and raised an eyebrow at Lin Jianhong. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianhong immediately narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming serious. What is it? Of course, Su Shiqing would never directly tell Lin Jianhong that she possessed an abundance of crystal cores. If she did, how could she possibly take advantage of the situation later? Shouldn't you already know where this manuscript originates? Su Shiqing deliberately kept her statement vague, encouraging him to think on his own while mentally preparing to deceive him. Indeed, Lin Jianhong began to speculate. It comes from abroad? From the hands of those lawless rogues? Su Shiqing smiled, but didn't answer outright. This material is very scarce, which is precisely why this experimental manuscript eventually made its way to me. But even the rarest materials can be obtained with the right methods. I know someone abroad who might have some reserves in hand. Su Shiqing didn't elaborate too much, only briefly revealing her connection to obtaining these materials. Yet Lin Jianhong was no fool. His astute mind immediately recognized something odd. Any intelligent person knows the value this research holds if successful. Since this material exists in the world, surely people would be studying it extensively. Is this manuscript really in your hands solely because the material is scarce? Su Shiqing smirked. Of course not, but I'm familiar with that material merchant. I've kept this information tightly under wraps and haven't let him know about the existence of this experiment. You should understand as well, conducting large-scale experiments on human subjects isn't something that can be done openly, so it's quite normal for the information to be blocked. Lin Jianhong lowered his gaze thoughtfully, feeling that what she said made some sense. He didn't pursue questioning further. In his mind now, the key was how to get hold of such materials. Since you know this material merchant, could you introduce me to him? Lin Jianhong asked seriously. Just as he was about to bring up their business relationship as leverage, Su Shiqing readily nodded in agreement. Naturally, who are you and I to each other? I still rely on you to dismantle the Su family. The more powerful you become, the better it is for me, isn't it? Su Shiqing raised her thumb confidently, speaking as if truly considering his best interests. Don't worry, I'll certainly recommend you to him. Seeing Su Shiqing being so agreeable, Lin Jianhong hesitated and swallowed back his words. He nodded in a daze, not expecting her to agree so easily. Then, thank you for your trouble. What trouble? Just. Su Shiqing waved her hand dismissively, but then suddenly shifted her tone. That material seller is not someone with a good temper. If you want to buy things from him, it might be difficult. No problem, leave this matter to me. Lin Jianhong naturally wouldn't let Su Shiqing worry about this anymore and nodded earnestly. The material merchant you mentioned probably doesn't know about this experiment yet, right? I'll be careful. All right, then, Lin Jianhong, handing over this crucial negotiation to you. Su Shiqing tried hard not to burst out laughing and solemnly patted the other person on the shoulder. I'll give you his contact details later, good luck. Chapter 228, Material Merchant. The identity of the material merchant was all set, and now a contact method that wouldn't expose him was needed. This issue would be relatively easy to resolve. After Su Shiqing left Lin Jianhong's office, he changed his contact information and continued communicating online with the other party. To maintain the image of a bad-tempered material merchant, Su Shiqing didn't rush to send a message but waited for the other side to make the first move. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Lin Jianhong sent a message. Lin Jianhong. Hello, I am recommended by Ms. Su Shiqing. I heard you have access to various materials, correct? I'd like to buy some from you. Su Shiqing sat comfortably on a park bench, leaning back and enjoying the sun, not rushing to reply. For half an hour, she let the other party wait, then slowly picked up her phone, lightly tapping on the keyboard. Material merchant, what do you want? Say it. Without even an extra punctuation mark, Su Shiqing sent the message and continued waiting. However, Lin Jianhong's reply came quickly, as if he didn't dare to neglect this rumored bad-tempered material merchant. He first asked for some common metal ores, purchasing several tons worth, and then gradually transitioned the conversation to the crystal cores he needed. Lin Jianhong, I've heard that you have a very precious material. It looks like a crystal, transparent in color, containing a kind of energy inside. Do you sell this? Still knows to circle around before getting to the point. Lin Jianhong has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The feeling of chatting with an acquaintance while pretending to be someone else was peculiar and amusing, making Su Shiqing chuckle slightly. Although she smiled warmly, the tone of her words wasn't friendly. Material merchant, screw off, I'm not selling this thing. First rejecting the offer, Su Shiqing knew that with such huge benefits at stake, Lin Jianhong wouldn't give up just like that. As expected, almost instantly, another message came through from the other side. Lin Jianhong, I'm willing to pay a high price, you name it. Material merchant, this thing is so shiny, I don't even know what use it has yet. Why would you pay a high price? Lin Jianhong, my lover likes it. Spit. Unable to hold back, Su Shiqing sprayed water out of her mouth while drinking, nearly soaking her phone. Looking at the line, my lover likes it, Su Shiqing read it 3 or 4 times, confirming she hadn't misread, paused momentarily, and then burst out laughing uncontrollably. I really admire. Su Shiqing laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Lin Jianhong will say anything to get these materials. And who was this lover anyway? It was well known in their circle that Lin Jianhong had been single for years. Nobody had ever heard of anyone he liked. Even so, after laughing a bit, Su Shiqing still had to type out a proper response to Lin Jianhong without letting him notice anything unusual. She first sent up a slow question mark, followed by an additional sentence. Material merchant, I despise those who flaunt affection, screw off. Material merchant, wrong, come back. Material merchant, do you want this stuff, right? 10,000 each. This price sounded somewhat exorbitant at first, but Su Shiqing wasn't nervous at all. She knew, no matter how expensive, Lin Jianhong would spare no effort to acquire them. If the technology could really be widely promoted, Lin Jianhong would recover the cost soon, perhaps even making a killing. Lin Jianhong, isn't this price a bit too expensive? It looked like he still wanted to haggle over the price. On the other side of the phone, Su Shiqing smirked and lightly tapped away at the keyboard. Material merchant, don't want it? Screw off. No sooner had the message gone out than Lin Jianhong responded immediately, as if afraid that he might change his mind and withdraw the deal, and agreed swiftly. Lin Jianhong, all right, 10,000 each. But I want to check the goods first. Lin Jianhong, you know Su Shiqing. Have her bring one over so I can inspect it. If I confirm there's no problem with it, I'll buy a large quantity from you. Pretending to be a material merchant, Su Shiqing blinked, surprised to find herself involved in the end. But it didn't matter. Although Su Shiqing was currently a bit short on crystal cores, she could still take out a few to satisfy Lin Jianhong for the moment. Once she returned to the end world and collected the crystal cores promised by Zhuang Minglu, Su Shiqing could barely imagine how happy she'd be about the profits she would make. Material merchant, fine, delivery will take a few days. I'll have little Su deliver them to you. After typing the last sentence, Su Shiqing cleanly destroyed this contact method, leaving no possibility for the other party to trace her. The deal went very smoothly. Although the final technology didn't fall into her hands, Su Shiqing had still made money. She was busy shuttling between two worlds and truly lacked more energy to worry about trivial things. So it would be best to let Lin Jianhong take full charge of this business. Once this experiment succeeds, Lin's group would surely become a major powerhouse. By that time, resolving the matter of the Su family wouldn't be an issue anymore. Thinking about the Su family's matter, Su Shiqing inevitably thought of Sun Tinglan, remembering the message the other person had sent her earlier. Su Shiqing no longer intended to meet her. Even though they were the best of friends during high school, so many years have passed, and they hadn't contacted each other for quite a long while now. No one knew how the other was faring or what kind of personality they developed over time. Sun Tinglan returning to the country and reaching out coincided too perfectly, making it hard not to suspect if she had any connection to the Su family. Sticking to the principle that it's better to avoid trouble, for the sake of peace and quiet for herself and Anren, Su Shiqing didn't want to expose herself again to the Su family scrutiny. Maybe she was being cold-blooded, but when choosing between her close friend from 3 years ago and her own sister, Su Shiqing wouldn't hesitate for a moment before picking the latter. After making up her mind, Su Shiqing decided to discard the previous message as if it had never arrived at all. She stood up from the park bench, intending to return to the hospital. Since everything had been resolved, there was no need for her to run around any longer. But just as Su Shiqing got up and prepared to hail another taxi back to the hospital, her phone trembled slightly twice. Upon unlocking the screen, she found Sun Tinglan's avatar flashing on the display. Sun Tinglan, Shiqing, save me. Please, save me. To be continued.